in the clandestine underground base of the Red Ribbon Army. Within Laboratory 1, a colossal cylindrical glass container dominated the center of the room. Inside this vessel swirled an enigmatic solution, intermittently releasing transparent bubbles into the air. This container harbored the bioweapon of Dr. Gero's research, a super soldier named Cell, capable of absorbing the cells of various warriors and assimilating their strength. Cell was the pinnacle of Dr. Gero's ambitions. Peering quizzically at the data displayed on his computer, Dr. Gero murmured to himself, "What could be the cause of this sudden surge in energy consumption? All data appears to be in order." He furrowed his brow, pondering, if this continues, it could jeopardize my artificial human powered by infinite energy. Resolute, he decided, I shall grant it 1 week. Should it fail to evolve from a single cell into its first form, I will terminate it. However, just as Dr. Gero departed, a stir emanated from within the container. "No, please," Zhang Xiaoman thought desperately. "Dr. Gero, I do not wish to perish." Once an 18-year-old high school student from the Dragon Kingdom, he had been on the brink of taking his college entrance examinations when fate intervened, and he met his untimely demise in a traffic accident. A fervent fan of Dragon Ball, he had absorbed the narrative intricacies of the series, yet found himself inexplicably transported into the body of the formidable antagonist, Cell. "I never wished to be Cell," Zhang Xiaoman lamented, his mind racing that if he were to traverse realms, he would have preferred to inhabit the bodies of Goku, Gohan, or Goten, or even Tin and Krillin. How unfortunate to have landed in the form of Cell, a being notorious for its malevolence and responsible for the deaths of countless innocents. Yet he also recalled Cell's grim fate, vividly remembering the scene where the protagonists unleashed their fury upon him, culminating in his obliteration at the hands of Gohan's Kamehameha wave. After a protracted period of acceptance, Zhang Xiaoman was confronted with a new dread. Dr. Gero intends to shut me down. What is transpiring? I recall from the original storyline that Dr. Gero allowed the computer to autonomously operate Cell without shutting him down. Could my presence have altered the energy consumption, prompting Dr. Gero to make a different decision? Nevertheless, pondering such matters was not his immediate concern. The priority was to evolve swiftly and preserve his life. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the skill of infinite evolution. By acquiring the cells of others, he could evolve endlessly and gain their abilities." Overwhelmed with joy, Zhang Xiaoman realized that while Cell originally had only 3 chances to evolve, he now had the potential for infinite evolution. What bliss that would be! His current objective was to release the androids to absorb the cells of others, thereby facilitating his own evolution. However, at this rate, I won't reach the first form in a week, let alone a year, Zhang Xiaoman thought, unwilling to face the prospect of being deactivated so soon after his awakening. He began to strategize. Now I am Cell. I refuse to accept my fate. If the heavens intend for me to become Cell and perish at the hands of the protagonists, I shall defy that destiny. I will strive to elevate myself relentlessly. I shall harness the boundless potential of infinite evolution, transcending even Son Goku. No, surpassing Beerus, the god of destruction, and even the Omni-King. Zhang Xiaoman resolutely made this vow. However, the immediate challenge was to address his own evolution. In his previous life, Zhang Xiaoman was a top student, adept at analyzing and solving problems. His mind raced with possibilities. First and foremost, I must achieve my first evolution. I cannot allow that old wretch, Dr. Gero, to eliminate me and terminate the Cell project. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman recalled a plot from Dragon Ball. Cell had gradually evolved by utilizing the cells of Earth's warriors through small drones. If he could control these drones to absorb the cells of even stronger warriors, wouldn't his growth accelerate? The AI may not know where to find powerful warriors, but I am well versed in the lore of Dragon Ball. Yet, how could he execute this plan? He was but an embryo, unable to move. Telekinesis. Yamcha possesses telekinesis. Within the cells I have absorbed, there are the very cells of Tien Shinhan and Yamcha. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoman quickly activated his telekinesis, manipulating the computer in the laboratory to break free from the AI's control and direct the drones himself. As the tiny drones ascended slowly, Drawing from the knowledge within Dragon Ball and the resources of this world's network, Zhang Xiaoman set the target location, the lair of the evil wizard Babidi. His objective was to absorb the power of the slumbering Majin Buu. With Majin Buu's strength, he would undoubtedly evolve, gaining all of Buu's abilities. What a thrilling prospect! In a desolate expanse of the southwest mountain range, a circular shaft plunged deep into the earth's depths. At the bottom of the shaft, in a dimly lit chamber, the wizard Babidi gazed intently at a crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, it displayed Son Goku, who was learning instantaneous movement on some distant planet in the universe. Indeed, my journey to Earth was fortuitous. If a super warrior like Son Goku can grow for another year or two, I shall acquire the requisite energy to awaken Majin Buu. Buu, wait a little longer. Your emergence is imminent. Babidi turned to his newly recruited subordinate, the Lord of the Demon Realm, Dabura, and commanded, "Fool, hasten to gather energy." Although Earth currently lacks sufficiently powerful warriors, even a small amount of energy can expedite Buu's awakening. Dabura, marked with a blackum on his forehead, knelt respectfully and replied, "Yes, Lord Babidi. Moreover, do not provoke those Saiyans just yet. Their current strength is insufficient to revive Buu, and we must avoid alarming them." "Understood, Lord Babidi." Dabura bowed respectfully and slowly exited the chamber. He took the elevator to the surface. The gates of the base swung open, and Dapla hovered slowly in midair, his eyes closed as he attentively sensed the currents of energy surrounding him, seeking out formidable power at this very moment. Not a single flow of air eluded Dapla's keen tracking. Suddenly, he perceived two entities swiftly approaching. No, not insects, but machines shaped like insects. How audacious it is for humans to have discovered this place. Utterly oblivious to the peril they invite, he mused, casting a disdainful glance toward the direction of the aircraft. Chapter 2. Sudden Surge of Power. Esteemed Wizard Babidi, I have unearthed something intriguing. It appears that someone has discovered our clandestine base and has dispatched robots to stealthily follow us. Their intentions remain a mystery. I am currently hastening in their direction. I seek your counsel on whether we should eliminate them. Dabura soared through the skies above the southwestern mountains, engaging in a mental dialogue with Wizard Babidi. The malevolent wizard instantly grasped the situation. No need for that. Let me first divine their true identities. Do not alarm them. Let them proceed with their intentions. Exercise caution and follow them discreetly, ensuring they remain unaware. For now, wait patiently for my command. Do you understand? Dabura respectfully replied, "Yes, I comprehend, Lord Babidi." After concluding their conversation, the wicked wizard Babidi turned and summoned his crystal ball, reciting an obscure incantation. In the next moment, a brilliant light illuminated the dimly lit chamber. The crystal ball revealed the visage of the Red Ribbon Army's base. As the view zoomed in, Babidi discerned number 17 and number 18 lying within their respective pods. Alongside Dr. Gero, who was preoccupied at his computer, Babidi's lips curled into a sinister smile, as if he were fully aware of the unfolding events. "Wait," he exclaimed. Zooming in once more, the crystal ball, now clearly displaying the interior of the Red Ribbon Army's Laboratory 1. There, he beheld a still embryonic cell. Babidi silently mused. This creature has been birthed into such a terrifying form. Although it remains in embryonic state, it harbors the energy of numerous super warriors, and once matured, it will be exceedingly formidable. Moreover, it possesses the ability to continuously absorb the cells of others for further evolution. Dr. Gero is indeed a genius. However, a wicked grin spread across Babidi's face as he reveled in delight. With Cell's power, combined with the boundless energy of the androids number 17 and number 18, alongside the might of the Saiyans on Earth, we should be able to awaken Buu. This is simply splendid. Buu, you may awaken ahead of schedule. Babidi promptly issued a command to Dabura. Dabura, destroy those two drones immediately, and venture to the Red Ribbon Army's secret base to retrieve androids number 17 and number 18. Along with that cell. Go at once. Did you comprehend my orders? Yes, Lord Babidi. The Demon King Dabura's power surged, propelling him to greater speeds as he vanished into the horizon like a shooting star. Within the Red Ribbon Army's Laboratory 1, Zhang Xiaoman lay in a liquid-filled container, observing the footage transmitted by the drones. In the next moment, a figure with pink skin and two horns obstructed his path. The being radiated a terrifying aura. a prominent symbol emblazoned upon its forehead. This is dire. It is none other than Demon King Dabura. Have we been discovered? Zhang Xiaoman thought, panic briefly flickering within him. But he quickly regained his composure. He understood that against such a formidable adversary, his only recourse while controlling the two drones would be to flee. He dared not be negligent, skillfully manipulating the drone before him with his mental prowess, not allowing the slightest lapse in concentration. In stark contrast, the Demon King Dabura found it exceedingly dull to face merely two machines as adversaries. With a mere glance, he could effortlessly annihilate them. A sense of feline predation stirred within him, compelling him to engage in a playful pursuit. The drones darted about in frantic escape, yet Dabura's presence loomed ever closer, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Realizing their fate was sealed, Zhang Xiaoman understood that Dabura was merely toying with them, which brought a strange sense of relief. Truly, the villains of the Dragon Ball universe were all insufferable braggarts. Dr. Gero had equipped each robot with a super bomb, the explosive power of which rivaled that of a nuclear weapon. While vanquishing Dabura was an improbable task, obstructing him was entirely feasible. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman directed one of the drones to collide with Dabura. Dabura, with a derisive smirk, thought to himself, what folly. He neither dodged nor defended, instead floating nonchalantly in the air as the drone hurtled towards him. In the next moment, the bomb within the drone detonated instantly, unleashing a brilliant explosion from the small device. A colossal fireball engulfed the Demon King Dabura. Alarmed, he thought, this is bad. The resounding blast reverberated throughout the entire southwestern region, akin to an earthquake. Moments later, as the dust settled, Dabura, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, realized he had merely sustained a slight injury. His heart seethed with rage. How dare that wretched machine inflict harm upon him? Infuriated, Dabura unleashed a terrifying aura. Dark clouds swirling in the sky as yellow lightning crackled ominously. How dare this happen? I, of all beings, have been harmed by a mere drone. He vowed to annihilate whoever was behind the drone in the most gruesome manner. White energy erupted from within him as he began to search for the other drone, vanishing into the horizon. However, Zhang Xiaoman would not grant him such an opportunity. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, he not only maneuvered another drone to collect Dabura's cells, but also directed it along the most direct route towards the Red Ribbon Army. Under Zhang Xiaoman's guidance and calculations, after obtaining Dabura's cells, he anticipated having a surplus of 10 minutes to make his escape. Although he had not secured Buu's cells, acquiring Dabura's was still a triumph. Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of satisfaction. Dabura's power must be akin to that of a Super Saiyan at its first stage. Obtaining his cells would not only unlock the ability to petrify enemies upon contact, but would also significantly enhance his own strength, potentially elevating him to the first stage of Saiyan power. There was even a possibility of escaping the embryonic state and maturing prematurely. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Xiaoman piloted the drone with renewed speed. Meanwhile, the sorcerer Babidi, blissfully immersed in the anticipation of awakening Bu, was abruptly startled by a tremendous noise from outside. Boom. Babidi immediately contacted his loyal subordinate. Dabura, what has transpired? What was that explosion just now? Apologies, Lord Babidi, Dabura expressed with remorse. I underestimated the situation and sustained minor injuries. What? You were injured by Dr. Gero's drone? You fool. Upon your return, I shall ensure you face proper punishment. You had better pray they have not escaped the Red Ribbon base. If they have hidden away and cannot be found, I will flay your skin. Now, hurry up and fly. The anxious Babidi paced restlessly, his diminutive magic staff striking the ground in frustration. Calm your fury, Lord Babidi. I shall fulfill the mission. Dabura vanished into the skies. At the Red Ribbon Army's Laboratory No. 1, a small drone alighted on the laboratory table. The hatch opened, and Dabura's cells were transferred into Zhang Xiaoman's experimental chamber. As the cells fused, a terrifying aura emanated from Laboratory No. 1. Simultaneously, Dr. Gero's laboratory was illuminated by a red light. What is happening? As he glanced towards the source of the red light, he was astonished to find it was Laboratory No. 1. Could it be that the cell project had succeeded? Dr. Gero immediately dashed towards Laboratory No. 1. Inside the central incubation chamber of Laboratory No. 1, Zhang Xiaoman greedily absorbed the energy of Dabura's cells. The aura surged, its intensity triggering various alarms throughout the laboratory. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoman sensed changes occurring within himself. He sprouted limbs, and his body shimmered with radiant light. Only when Dr. Gero opened the door did the brilliance dissipate, revealing a scene of utter chaos within the laboratory. Zhang Xiaoman gazed at his grotesque form, resembling the first stage of Cell, with an insect-like mouth and a lengthy tail, which bore a terrifying appendage. He felt a wave of disgust. Clearly, I must alter my genes to resemble a human, he mused. After all, my soul is still human, and I cannot accept becoming this hideous creature. This objective must be prioritized. Observing his speckled hands, he reveled in his newfound power. Dr. Gero stood at the laboratory entrance, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his mouth agape in shock. After the astonishment faded, sheer joy took over. Cell has succeeded. Quickly, absorb androids 17 and 18, and you will achieve your perfect form. Then, the Red Ribbon Army will be invincible. Not even Son Goku can stand in our way. Who could possibly thwart my dream of universal dominion? Ha ha. Zhang Xiaoman snorted disdainfully. Humph. Dr. Gero, why are you so excited? It is I who have succeeded, not you. Dr. Gero, in disbelief, felt as though he had overlooked something vital. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The Cell project was progressing slowly, and he had not had the time to equip it with self-destruct bombs. In that moment, Dr. Gero muttered to himself, at this instant, I cannot restrain this super monster that I have personally created. Chapter 3. The Fisherman's Game. Dr. Gero, I reiterate, it is I who have succeeded, not you. Why are you so elated? Zhang Xiaoman felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the impending shutdown, but now the tables had turned. He no longer had to fear Dr. Gallo. Meanwhile, Dr. Gallo trembled, slowly retreating. He realized he was in grave danger, at risk of being killed by the very monster he had created. However, being a cunning old fox, Dr. Gallo quickly devised a strategy. You are my creation. I am aware of a fatal weakness within you. Only I can resolve this issue. Do you understand? Do not even think about harming me. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, and he puffed out his chest, deliberately leaning forward. He thought to himself, this monster should be intimidated by me. Despite its formidable combat prowess, it is merely an infant, lacking any real intellect. Zhang Xiaoman found this both infuriating and amusing, silently mocking. This fellow must think he can toy with me, attempting to frighten me. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. Wasn't Dabura coming soon? He could hide for now, allowing them to turn on each other. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Xiaoman played along. So, Dr. Gallo, what do you propose? What must I do to obtain the secret of my weakness? Dr. Gallo felt a slight lift in his body, his tone softening. Wait here. I'll fetch the tools to assist you. Stay put and do not move, understood? Zhang Xiaoman replied. Very well, Dr. Gallo. However, I noticed on the surveillance that enemies seem to be invading this place. Shouldn't you prepare some defenses? Dr. Gallo reassured him. Rest assured. This base is as solid as a rock. You need not worry about that. In the next moment, Dr. Gallo transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastily escaping from Laboratory No. 1. Zhang Xiaoman followed at a leisurely pace, concealing his presence so that Dr. Gallo remained unaware of his pursuit. Within the Capsule Corporation, Bulma was basking in the sun beneath a parasol, enjoying the beach alongside delicious fruit juice. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engaged in tenfold gravity training aboard a spherical spacecraft. Suddenly, during his training, Vegeta felt a strange sensation. His expression darkened, and he was filled with shock. How is this possible? How can such a terrifying aura exist? This presence is 10 times stronger than Kakaroto's Super Saiyan. This universe was supposed to be the domain of the strongest Super Saiyans. Cursed be it. I must uncover the truth behind this. With that, Vegeta's energy flared, and he plunged through the top of the spacecraft, shooting skyward. Bulma, witnessing this scene, complained, my spaceship has a huge hole. Damn Saiyans, why are they always so reckless? Honestly, Dr. Gallo, now exhilarated, entered his office and promptly packed all his supplies into a shrinking capsule, including the 118th model, Android 18, which he stored within the capsule as well. He contemplated within himself. Even if I encounter Cell now, I shall not be afraid, for I possess 18 androids, each equipped with a super bomb. Should we self-detonate together? Even Cell would not withstand such an onslaught. Yet, how could he bear to see his creations destroyed? He picked up the prepared microbomb syringe, exclaiming joyfully, I have prepared for both scenarios. If that rascal Cell is merely feigning, I shall annihilate him, and if he truly fears me, I will inject the microbomb into his very being, thereby ensuring Cell becomes my obedient servant, and I shall no longer have to fear that wretched monkey, Son Goku. Ha! Zhang Xiaoman outside listened intently. Suddenly, a formidable aura appeared beside the red ribbon base. It was Dabura, arriving with great fervor. Zhang Xiaoman quickly concealed his presence, seeking refuge in a safe location. Dabura bellowed from outside. Dr. Gero, you scoundrel, come out at once. Hand over cell and androids 17 and 18. His overwhelming presence was palpable, resonating across 100 kilometers. Dr. Gero felt a wave of irritation. Having narrowly escaped death, he was now faced with an intruder. This must be the enemy Cell had spoken of. He resolved to teach that brash youth a lesson. Swiftly, he approached the base entrance, shattering the rocky threshold with a single step, his tone dripping with disdain. Which insolent fool dares to wreak havoc in my red ribbon army? Dabura, feeling insulted, bristled with rage. He, the noble king of the demon race, had been disrespected by a lowly human, igniting his fury further. Do you even comprehend the words you utter? With that, Dabura vanished in an instant, reappearing before Dr. Gero, delivering a fierce punch to his arm. In that moment, Dr. Gero's arm was forcefully embedded into the mountain behind him, the very peak shattering under the impact. Dr. Gero hastily created distance, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent. Clutching his vacant arm and cursing inwardly, what is happening? When did I provoke such a formidable being? Sensing the immense power before him, Dr. Gero immediately adopted a tone of respect. My lord, there must be a misunderstanding. I do not recall offending you in any way. Dabura, dismissing his plea, retorted with disdain. Spare me your pretense. Your claws have reached into Lord Babidi's domain. What Babidi? I do not even know that name. Dr. Gero feigned innocence. Dabura, uninterested in explanations, declared, regardless of whether it was intentional or accidental, simply hand over androids 17 and 18, along with that biochemical weapon named Cell, and I shall spare your worthless life. Chapter 4, The Fisherman's Benefit, Part 2. It seemed the adversary had come well prepared, easily revealing Dr. Gero's most guarded secret. He dared not relax. Understanding his vulnerabilities was perilous. To seize a slim chance of survival, he had no choice but to gamble everything. Dr. Gero shouted, Cell, come forth. Let us face the enemy together. Dabura scoffed. Lord Babidi mentioned that creature is still but an embryo. Has it grown so quickly? Zhang Xiaoman silently observed everything, wishing to incite a clash between the two old geezers, and he needed to stoke the flames further. From the shadows, he spoke, Dr. Gallo. I have brought over Babidi's subordinates as per your instructions. Are you not going to take action? What? Dr. Gallo's heart sank, realizing that scoundrel, Shuru, was embellishing the truth with the intent to betray him. Upon hearing this, Dabura, tired of idle talk, understood that Dr. Gallo was the true mastermind. He resolved to eliminate Dr. Gallo first before seeking out the androids and Shuru. Suddenly, Dabura surged forward at high speed toward Dr. Gallo. As Dabura charged, Dr. Gallo ceased to conceal his strength, waving his hand as a capsule materialized in the air. With a thunderous explosion, 16 robots with varying expressions emerged. Though the 17th and 18th were notably absent, Dr. Gallo lamented inwardly. What a pity. This was the culmination of years of effort. He commanded, hold him at all costs. Without looking back, he fled. Dabura scoffed. Do you think this heap of scrap metal can hold me back? In an instant, chaos ensued as they clashed. Dabura dispatched each robot with a single blow, sending them crashing into the desert, creating massive craters. After several exchanges, only the 16th robot remained airborne, though it too bore numerous injuries. Dabura derisively remarked, Is this all you can muster? Truly a pack of useless wretches. The 16th robot remained expressionless, and in the next moment, unleashed its full power, locking Dabura with its arms and legs. Dabura, unfazed, retorted, Do you think such tactics can buy you time? Futile, huh? With just a little effort, you will be shattered. The 16th robot replied coldly, It is not a matter of buying time. It is to eliminate you. Dabura found this amusing. How do you plan to eliminate me by trying to restrain me? Ha! Yet, in the next moment, Dabura's laughter faded as he recalled the previous drone, the massive explosion marking the turning point of his life. How could one stumble at the same place twice? No. Dabura roared, his fury escalating as he attempted to break free from the 16th robot's grasp, but it was too late. A blinding light engulfed Dabura, and the scattered robots rushed toward the radiance like moths to a flame. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated across the land, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended. The people in the vicinity wailed in despair, The mountains and forests scattered with wildlife, and the lakes dried up from the evaporation. Doctor Gallo felt the distant explosion and exhaled with relief, though a pang of regret lingered. After all, he had escaped peril. Yet his years of hard work had gone up in flames. He dared not linger, fleeing like a madman. After an indeterminate time, Dr. Gallo sensed his energy waning and came to a halt. Surely, they would not have followed him here. He gasped for breath, still seething within. How did I provoke such a formidable entity? And there exists another such powerful being on Earth, and I was utterly oblivious. Suddenly, another voice replied, Indeed. How did you provoke such a formidable being? Dr. Gero was taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice, where he discerned the silhouette of a monster. It was Cell. This was disastrous. Dr. Gero thought to himself, bracing for a fatal confrontation. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, ready to detonate androids 17 and 18, prepared for mutual destruction should the situation turn dire. Cell, it is truly fortuitous that you have returned. Once I recuperate my strength, I shall rectify that flaw of yours. Rest assured. Zhang Xiaoman remained composed, responding, Do you know what sets me apart from the individuals in your Dragon Ball? Dr. Gero, perplexed, inquired, What distinction? In the next instant, Dr. Gero's body was severed. Zhang Xiaoman struck him on the head with his enormous, grotesque tail. In a somber tone, he declared, It is that I shall never be subservient. Dr. Gero, having undergone extensive modifications, would not perish immediately despite losing his body. He seethed with anger, exclaiming, Damn you, Cell. You wretched creature, you were merely a creation of mine. How dare you turn against your master, you insolent fiend. Despicable. Dr. Gero's face contorted with rage as he continued to curse. Zhang Xiaoman, growing impatient with Dr. Gero's incessant tirade, retorted, You are far too noisy. With that, he stomped on Dr. Gero's severed head, blood splattering everywhere. Gazing at Dr. Gero's lifeless form, Zhang Xiaoman felt a twinge of unease. Despite having ascended to the first stage of Cell, he realized that facing Android 16 and the self-destructing machines would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Fortunately, the conflict between Dabura and Dr. Gero had allowed him to seize the opportunity for his own gain, evading Dabura's pursuit while inheriting Dr. Gero's legacy. Zhang Xiaoman contemplated that to become the strongest in this world, surpassing even the god of destruction and the king of the net, he must venture into the universe in search of stronger warriors for evolution. Thus, the Red Ribbon Army would find its purpose. He intended to establish a legion akin to Frieza's, using Earth as a base, seeking the cells of powerful beings to facilitate his limitless evolution. Zhang Xiaoman also considered the protagonists and Vegeta as potential subordinates, although he recognized that given his current form, convincing them to serve him would prove challenging. However, he felt fortunate to have androids 17 and 18 at his disposal. Capturing them as his followers would be a good start. Zhang Xiaoman activated a shrinking capsule, and after a puff of smoke, 2 sleep pods materialized before him. He opened the pods, and the youthful android 17 and the striking android 18 emerged. Upon seeing the blonde-haired 18, with her short yellow locks, pure and striking physique, and flawless white skin, Zhang Xiaoman found himself momentarily entranced, exclaiming inwardly, She is far more beautiful than depicted in the anime. Monster! The two exclaimed almost in unison. Zhang Xiaoman understood that these 2 newly born beings possessed almost no memory, so he casually fabricated a story. You are the artificial beings created by Dr. Gallo. He intends to eliminate you, but I have rescued you. My name is Shallow. However, you are not yet perfect. You lack unlimited energy. But you are just a step away. The eyes of number 18 flickered as she began to examine her own body. After a moment, she turned to No. 17 and said, Indeed, number 17, we currently do not possess unlimited energy. We must have been awakened prematurely. Number 17 adopted a defensive stance toward Shallow, feeling no complete trust for the creature before him. What do you intend to do with us? He demanded. Zhang Xiaoman was straightforward. I wish for you to serve as my subordinates. Why should we serve you, this monster? Simply because my fist is hard. With that, Zhang Xiaoman struck number 17 with a powerful punch, and the two began to clash. The tremendous shockwaves reverberated through the forest, uprooting trees one after another. Without unlimited energy, number 17 was clearly at a disadvantage. He soon found himself overwhelmed. Stop, stop! I yield. Number 17 exclaimed, his previous bravado evaporating. Seeing number 17 relent, No. 18 also knelt, acutely aware that resistance was futile and that she could only temporarily submit. Lord Shallow, I, number 18, am willing to be your subordinate. Good. Zhang Xiaoman replied, satisfied. He waved his hand, tossing a small capsule to number 18. This contains the wealth of the Red Satin Brigade and maps of bases around the globe. I want you to begin preparations for the spaceship and supplies necessary for our cosmic journey. In due time, I shall embark on a voyage through the universe. I will not restrict your freedom. You need only be ready before my departure. This capsule also contains information left by Dr. Gallo, detailing the conditions necessary for your unlimited energy. You may find time to upgrade. Number 18 and number 17 were momentarily taken aback, but their surprise was quickly overshadowed by joy, and they echoed in unison, "Thank you, Lord Shallow." After all, unlimited energy represented not only an enhancement of their powers, but also the promise of immortality, allowing them to truly become artificial beings in every sense. Zhang Xiaoman recognized that sometimes leadership requires a firm hand. Observing the compliant demeanor of the two, he nodded in satisfaction, and gazing at number 18's exquisite visage, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, a formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, causing Zhang Xiaoman's expression to tighten as he looked up at the sky. Dabura had arrived. Chapter 5, Shalu and Dabura. Number 17, number 18, the enemy approaches. You two should leave. I will hold him off, Zhang Xiaoman spoke in a grave tone. Exchanging glances, number 17 and number 18 understood that their own strength would be of no assistance, and that this presented an excellent opportunity to escape. They initially intended to feign compliance and take their leave, but the creature's words dashed their hopes. Do not think you can escape me. You are well aware of the self-destruct bombs implanted within you, are you not? In my homeland, there is a saying, those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. I hope you remember this well. Though the tone of this statement is light, it has cast a heavy blow upon the hearts of number 17 and number 18. If there had been a semblance of respect toward Cell before, it was primarily rooted in superficial fear. Now, this threatening utterance has been sufficient to secure their unwavering loyalty to Cell. They knelt in earnest sincerity, declaring, "Yes, Lord Cell. We shall fulfill your demands and complete the task flawlessly." With that, the two transformed into shooting stars, vanishing into the horizon. Observing their retreating figures, Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but think, the phrase prosperity follows those who comply hardly sounds like something a virtuous person would say. Nevertheless, addressing the immediate issue of Dabura takes precedence. Why does he persistently pursue me? According to the Dragon Ball narrative, Babidi's mission solely revolves around awakening Majin Buu. My intention was to absorb Buu's cells. Yet before I could even reach his base, Dabura discovered me and chased me to this place. This is utterly illogical. What grievance could there possibly be? Zhang Xiaoman pondered rapidly, his long tail swaying in agitation. Babidi's ultimate goal has always been Buu. He has been waiting on Earth, unwilling to reveal himself due to insufficient energy to awaken Buu. The fact that he has now commenced a pursuit of me alongside numbers 17 and 18 indicates that our combined strength is indeed sufficient. This implies that Dabura dares not inflict fatal harm upon us. He still requires us for his own purposes. This is manageable, Zhang Xiaoman smirked disdainfully. At the ruins of the Red Ribbon Army base, Vegeta gazed in shock at the vast pit before him. This is impossible. How could anyone possess such overwhelming energy? And on this lowly earth, what significance does my training hold in light of this? Damn it! Vegeta howled to the heavens. At that moment, several faint energies approached the ruins. Vegeta concentrated, recognizing Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, and Tien. Krillin spoke first. What on earth happened here? How could there be such a colossal crater? Piccolo suggested, perhaps we should ask Vegeta. He arrived before us. Vegeta, do you know what transpired here? Vegeta's expression was grave. I advise you lowly warriors to stay out of this. With your meager combat prowess, should you become embroiled in this conflict, you may not even comprehend your demise. Piccolo remarked, it appears my suspicions were correct. Two extraordinarily powerful warriors must be battling on Earth, and this ruin bears the evidence of their clash. Judging by Vegeta's demeanor, these warriors possess strength surpassing anyone we have encountered thus far. Krillin gasped in disbelief. Are you joking? How could such a combatant exist? Are they even stronger than Frieza? Gohan questioned. Are they stronger than my father's Super Saiyan form? Vegeta, growing impatient, retorted. Brat, enough chatter. If you wish to avoid death, do well to distance yourself. With that, he transformed into a shooting star, pursuing the formidable energy. Tien commented, "It seems Piccolo's assessment holds truth. Otherwise, Vegeta wouldn't be so flustered. However, defending the Earth is our responsibility." Gohan said innocently. Piccolo advised, "Vegeta is right. This is not a battle in which we can intervene. Moreover, we do not know whether the opposing side is just or malevolent. It would be prudent for us to depart from here and dedicate our time to training." Krillin suggested, "No amount of training now will allow us to catch up. It would be wiser to observe from a distance, analyze the situation, and assist the side of justice. We can conceal our energy to avoid detection by the enemy." Gohan pleaded with Piccolo, "Yes, Uncle Piccolo, let us observe from afar without revealing our presence." Piccolo, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I truly cannot deal with you all. You must understand clearly. We are only to watch from a distance and must not approach. Do you hear me?" The group responded in unison, "Understood." Then, they collectively activated their flight technique and soared into the sky. Dabura was furious. Once the proud king of the demon realm, he found himself outsmarted twice by a lowly human. Soon, he arrived at the dense forest where Cell resided and quickly pinpointed Cell's location, teleporting right beside him. "You are Cell, are you not? Such an ugly, repugnant creature." Upon noticing the lifeless body of Dr. Gero nearby, Dabura realized, "It seems you are the true victor. You orchestrated everything. First, you sent a small drone to bomb me, then set me against Dr. Gero. You are truly despicable. However, you are well aware that you cannot defeat me." Zhang Xiaoman contemplated, "Indeed, Dabura is correct. My current power only reaches the first stage of Super Saiyan, and he remains the stronger one. But I possess intellect." Zhang Xiaoman spoke, "Dabura, are you not curious as to how I know so much about you? I will not fall for your tricks again. It would be wise for you to kneel and surrender. I show no mercy to creatures like you." With that, Dabura cracked his neck and wrists, ready to strike. Zhang Xiaoman made a universal hand gesture. Dabura was incensed and charged forward in an instant. His formidable presence forced Zhang Xiaoman to cross his arms defensively against the onslaught of punches. The ground beneath him quickly fractured, creating a large crater, but Dabura continued relentlessly, delivering a single punch that sent Zhang Xiaoman flying. He crashed heavily into the mountainside, akin to a kite severed from its string. Dabura concentrated a pink energy sphere in his hand and hurled it toward Zhang Xiaoman's location on the mountain. Boom! The mountain was instantly reduced to rubble. Dust and debris filled the air. Chapter 6. The death of Dabura. Zhang Xiaoman understood that he was no match for Dabura. However, he could not perpetually flee. Moreover, this was a prime opportunity to absorb Dabura and elevate his own power. Having been injured twice, Dabura was now weakened. Zhang Xiaoman, filled with confidence, believed that with a clever ruse, he might have the chance to vanquish Dabura. Dapper scoffed with disdain, "Stop pretending. I know you are not so easily vanquished. Come forth." Hideous creature. Zhang Xiaoman floated slowly in the air, her tone dripping with mockery. "Is this the prowess of the king of the demon realm, Dabura? Hardly impressive." Dabura, incensed by her taunts, radiated a terrifying aura, causing the ground to fissure and rivers to churn as mountains crumbled in his wake. "Ah, a creature that can only boast with words. I shall slay you." With that, he bellowed, fist clenched, charging at Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman awaited this very moment, poised to strike from her elevated position, taking advantage of Dapra's momentary lapse in judgment. Solar Fist. A blinding white light illuminated the earth, causing Dabura to deflate like a punctured balloon, losing his focus. An ominous premonition enveloped him. "Damn it!" he shouted. Zhang Xiaoman, like a wraith, appeared behind Dabura. 20-fold Kaioken unleashed. Drawing upon the Saiyan cells within Cell, which contained Goku's memories, Zhang Xiaoman naturally mastered the Kaioken technique. The power of the 20-fold Kaioken coalesced in her hand, augmented by her transformation into a Super Saiyan. The sheer force radiating from her hand was so formidable that it seemed capable of rending space itself. With a tone of disdain, she declared, "Farewell, king of the demon realm, perish." Still ensnared by the solar fist, Dabura could not open his eyes. His mind was a blank slate. Sensing the imminent danger, yet powerless to react, flailing his fists in desperation. Curse it! Dabura's chest felt as fragile as parchment, and in the next instant, he plummeted from the sky. Thud! Dabura crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, blood bubbling forth from his mouth. Zhang Xiaoman, brimming with confidence, believed her strike had crushed his heart, severing his life force. However, the resilience of demon kind was formidable. Even without a heart, they could endure. Zhang Xiaoman approached slowly, intent on absorbing him. Yet, as she drew near, Dapper suddenly sat up and spat at her legs. He bellowed triumphantly, "Ha ha! Cell, prepare to be petrified, while I recuperate to dispatch you at the first opportunity." With that, he turned and soared into the air, attempting to flee. Zhang Xiaoman chuckled derisively, finding amusement in his apparent belief in hidden trump cards, unaware that she had fused with his cells, rendering her immune to his spitting technique. Unhurried, she spoke, "Dabura, behold this." With that, she spat upon the trees below, and they instantly turned to stone. Dabura turned to witness this, despair washing over him as he trembled uncontrollably. "How is this possible? This is my clan's signature technique. Cell, you monster, I shall haunt you even in death. I curse you to an ill fate." In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoman plunged his tail into the neck of his opponent, greedily siphoning vitality. At the Babidi base, sensing the depletion of Dabura's life force, Babidi felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. What on earth has transpired? How could the formidable Dabura have been vanquished? It is inconceivable. Dabura's prowess surpasses that of Sun Wukong. The Super Saiyan. How could he possibly be defeated by Cell? Cell, you shall pay for this. The moment I awaken you, you will be the first to perish. Bring forth the necessary provisions. We must hasten the relocation of the base. Zhang Xiaoman clenched his fists tightly, eyes shut, reveling in his newfound strength. It seemed he had ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier of Super Saiyans. He was now the unrivaled champion of this earth. No one could restrain him any longer. To attain supremacy in the universe, wishing upon the Dragon Balls was the most effective means. As he contemplated, he suddenly sensed Vegeta's aura. Vegeta. Of course, Bulma possesses the Dragon Radar. Finding her would lead him to the 7 Dragon Balls. Before that, I must leave some messages for them. After all, I will require their assistance, and Zhang Xiaoman was well aware of the nuances of human relationships. With this thought, he inscribed a few notes onto the ground. This is the place. Vegeta and his companions gradually descended from the sky. Krillin exclaimed, "Vegeta, how dare you land directly? Are you courting death?" Piccolo explained, "There are 2 powerful auras nearby, one of which has already vanished." This indicated that the battle had come to an end. Vegeta scoffed. I had warned you trash not to follow me." Piccolo analyzed. "It seems it is not Goku. Otherwise, how could he not have met us? It is neither Goku. Yet it possesses Goku's aura. Not Tien, yet it bears Tien's energy. What could this possibly mean?" Krillin scratched his head in confusion. Piccolo remarked, "From the looks of it, the situation is rather grim. Look over there." He pointed to Dabura's desiccated corpse, and the others immediately crowded around to inspect. Tien declared, "It appears our adversary is far from benevolent. Otherwise, they would not resort to such a gruesome method of turning a person into a desiccated husk." Piccolo concurred, "Indeed. We must remain vigilant." "Quick, look here," Gohan exclaimed. Everyone turned in the direction of Gohan's finger, revealing a line of crooked writing. "1 year from now, Frieza will return to Earth. You must train diligently." The group was taken aback by this revelation. Piccolo interjected, "Wasn't Frieza defeated? How could he still be alive?" Krillin added, "True, but such a powerful presence would have no need to deceive us." Vegeta growled, "Damn it. How could such a formidable foe emerge so suddenly?" Piccolo stated, "Our primary objective now is to train. Does anyone possess strength exceeding Frieza's?" Silence enveloped the group. Piccolo continued, "We still cannot ascertain whether this entity is friend or foe. But one thing is certain. He possesses an extraordinary understanding of us and has extended a gesture of goodwill. Vegeta, rather than fretting here, it would be more prudent to devote oneself to rigorous training. In a year's time, when Frieza arrives, I shall have no concern for you insignificant insects." Piccolo gazed at the horizon. "Goku, when will you return? The Earth is on the brink of chaos." Chapter 7, Trouble. Bulma has been kidnapped. High above the southwestern airspace, Zhang Xiaoman soared at great speed, his destination being the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma's residence. Suddenly, the conversation of 2 ordinary individuals below caught his attention. On a rural road, 2 farmers, who had just returned from the city with supplies, were conversing loudly. "Hey, did you see the news? That young beauty, Bulma, the CEO of Capsule Corporation, has been kidnapped." "What? The girl with blue hair? What a pity. I heard the kidnapper is a half-cyborg with a modified head. They're demanding 1 billion coins from Capsule Corporation. What's the big deal? 1 billion coins is nothing for a company of that magnitude. Then the kidnapper should be able to get the money and release her soon. Exactly. I heard her parents rushed to prepare the funds. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition washing over him. Fools! How can they give in to demands at this time? He muttered angrily. Suspended in midair, Zhang Xiaoman pondered. But how could Bulma possibly be kidnapped? Given the security measures of Capsule Corporation, an ordinary person should not be able to breach her home. This is worse. It implies that the intruder possesses considerable combat prowess. Bulma is in even greater peril. Have I inadvertently altered history? A cold sweat broke out as he recalled that such a plotline did not exist in the original Dragon Ball narrative. What could be amiss? Why would the kidnappers choose this moment to act? The key lies with Vegeta. My battle with Dr. Gero and Dabura drew Vegeta's attention away from the headquarters, leaving Bulma unprotected and vulnerable to this assault. It seems the assailants had been biding their time, awaiting such an opportunity. They must have feared Vegeta's strength, which is why they hesitated until now. If they were to receive the ransom, they would likely fear retribution from Vegeta and would not spare Bulma. Is Bulma not doomed? Damn it. Bulma is the smartest person. She is capable of crafting time machines. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman plummeted towards the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater on the rural road, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The two farmers barely managed to halt their vehicle, avoiding a plunge into the pit. What just fell? A meteor? The occupants of the car exclaimed in panic. As the smoke cleared, the enormous form of Cell emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that left the two men quaking in fear. A monster! A monster! They cried, scrambling to exit the vehicle in a bid to escape. One of them even retrieving a hunting rifle from the back seat. With an instinctive pull of the trigger, bang! The bullets struck Cher's body, deforming upon impact as if they had encountered a solid steel plate, before plummeting to the ground. The fright experienced by the two intensified, a stream of urine escaping from their pants. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. They begged, bowing their heads in desperation. Zhang Xiaoman, disinterested in exchanging pleasantries, knew that speaking calmly would only fall on deaf ears. Instead, he threatened, silence. I shall pose questions, and you would do well to answer me seriously. Otherwise, your heads shall find new homes. Monster sir, you may ask anything. I shall reveal all. Do you know what the kidnapper of Bulma looks like? The two exchanged frantic glances and hastily replied, Bulma? Oh, the beautiful president of the Capsule Corporation. Yes, yes. That scoundrel was caught on camera during the abduction, and now his image is plastered all over the city. I happen to have a copy in my car. Gero gestured, and the image floated before them. Zhang Xiaoman squinted. The figure bore a long braid reminiscent of the Qing dynasty, eyes like telescopes, and a half-mechanical brain. Tao Pai Pai. He is still alive. How dare he? Zhang Xiaoman clenched his fists, crushing the image into fragments. If anything happens to Bulma, I shall ensure you are reduced to mere pieces. On their way home, Gohan's electronic communicator buzzed with an incoming signal. Upon answering the call, his expression turned grave. Krillin, curious, inquired, Gohan, why do you look so pale? What happened? Gohan replied, Mom just called. Aunt Bulma has been kidnapped. Krillin was taken aback, pondering who would dare commit such an act. What? Vegeta erupted in fury upon hearing the news. Grasping Gohan's shirt, he lifted him effortlessly with one hand, exclaiming, Who is it? Who dares to do this? Krillin attempted to placate him. Vegeta, why are you so agitated? To you, she is merely a trivial human, isn't she? Vegeta fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma had long since acquired a unique status in his heart. After countless harrowing training sessions, it was her tender care that had allowed him to gradually regain his health. Now, he found himself unable to protect her, questioning his pride as the prince of the Saiyans. Regaining his composure, Vegeta spoke with icy calmness. Do you know who did this? Where's that person? Gohan replied. It's our old acquaintance, Tao Pai Pai. However, the issue is that after he kidnapped Aunt Bulma, he vanished without a trace. The cameras failed to capture his departure. It's as if he has evaporated from this world. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, a wild plan brewing in his mind. To the Capsule Corporation, quickly. The others exchanged glances and accelerated their flight. They soon arrived at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta kicked the door open and rushed into Bulma's parents' room, shouting, You didn't transfer the ransom to the kidnappers, did you? Bulma's mother gasped, covering her mouth in shock. How could we not transfer the money? They took my little Bulma. I just sent them double the amount. You foolish woman. Vegeta, with a clenched fist, was about to strike Bulma's mother in the face. Piccolo swiftly seized Vegeta's hand, urging him to remain calm. Even if you were to kill her, it would be of no consequence. The priority now is to locate the hideout of the kidnappers. Krillin concurred. Piccolo is right. Let us devise a plan together. Piccolo spoke first. We should search for the Dragon Balls and wish for assistance from the Eternal Dragon. Gohan replied with enthusiasm. Indeed. We can simply wish for Aunt Bulma's safety. Vegeta, displeased, retorted, Fool. By the time we find the Dragon Balls and make our wish, Bulma's lifeless body will likely be cold. Piccolo nodded in agreement. If Bulma's mother transfers the funds, the kidnappers will have no reservations. Taking Bulma's life would be a matter of moments. So, Vegeta, what do you propose we do? Vegeta wore a serious expression, declaring, broadcast a message to all of humanity. If he does not return Bulma, I shall obliterate the earth, ensuring he joins her in the afterlife. Piccolo shouted in disbelief. Have you lost your mind, Vegeta? Gohan quickly intervened. I will not allow you to harm the earth or its people. With tensions rising, Krillin suggested, let us first test the waters. If they show fear, we will rejoice. If not, we can resort to violence then. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances, and Piccolo resignedly agreed, let it be so. Chapter 8. The statue of Tao Pai Pai in the vast expanse of the Mogan Desert, an oasis with a grand palace stood. Zhang Xiaoman descended like a meteor, crashing to the ground as debris scattered like bullets. The fortune teller, seated upon a crystal ball larger than herself, remained silent with her eyes closed. Zhang Xiaoman suddenly conceived the idea of utilizing the fortune teller's skills to locate Bulma, as searching for the Dragon Balls to wish for her rescue would consume too much time. The fortune teller slowly spoke. I sensed this morning that a distinguished guest would arrive. I wonder what assistance you seek. Zhang Xiaoman hastily replied. I wish to consult the oracle to save someone. I have heard that your services require 10 million, or the defeat of 5 of your minions. I lack funds at the moment, but your minions are already outside. Tao Pai Pai, situated 500 kilometers from the Capsule Corporation, gazed incredulously at the notification of 2 billion gold coins deposited into his account. Adjusting his mechanical lenses, he joyfully exclaimed, At last, I, Tao Pai Pai, can live the rest of my life free from worry. Bulma, bound hand and foot, struggled to move but was able to speak. She screamed frantically, You dare to kidnap me. You have chosen the wrong person. Do you know who I am acquainted with? Do you know Saiyans? Do you know the Demon King Piccolo? Tao Pai Pai swiftly struck Bulma across the face, silencing her instantly as she gazed at him in disbelief. He fixed his stare upon her, remaining wordless. Tears streamed down Bulma's cheeks as she sobbed uncontrollably. No one has ever treated me this way. How dare you strike me? As she cried, her legs curled slightly, presenting a pitiful sight. Tao Pai Pai exhibited no mercy whatsoever. She forcefully yanked Bulma's hair, pulling her close and brazenly declaring, Go ahead, scream. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will heed your cries. This place is my meticulously crafted sanctuary. Not only does it muffle all sound, but it also conceals one's aura. Those super warriors hoping to locate me through my energy are utterly deluded. With a frenzied kick to Bulma's abdomen, she continued to berate. It is all your fault, all because of that accursed son Wukong. If it weren't for him, I would already be wealthy beyond measure, basking in leisure on an island in the south. Bulma curled up in agony, her body racked with pain as blood coughed from her lips. Tao Pai Pai relented momentarily, reveling in the delight of the moment, savoring the slow demise of her prey. With a faint breath, Bulma managed to utter, Wukong and Vegeta will not spare you. Tao Pai Pai threw her head back in a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, This fortune is lodged in an illicit account, beyond the reach of law. Once I acquire this wealth, I shall undergo another transformation. By then, even if I stand before Sun Wukong, he would not recognize me. Gazing at Bulma, battered and bruised, she taunted, If I were to humiliate you now, can you imagine the expressions on Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and your friends' faces upon discovering your lifeless body? Just thinking about it excites me. Her laughter echoed wildly. Bulma fixed her gaze on Tao Pai Pai, mustering her strength to reply, They will use the Dragon Balls. However, her injuries proved too severe, and she swiftly lost consciousness. A cold sweat broke out on Tao Pai Pai. She needed to find the Dragon Balls. Just one would suffice, and it must be hidden away, never to be discovered by Bulma's companions. The thought of being caught by Wukong and Vegeta sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, the television in the chamber crackled to life, and Vegeta's voice rang out. Tao Pai Pai, listen closely. You have half an hour. If you do not return Bulma to me, I will obliterate the earth and ensure you accompany her to the grave. Tao Pai Pai was drenched in sweat, beads trickling down her forehead, yet clarity dawned upon her. Vegeta, you are indeed ruthless, but those noble earth defenders will not stand idly by. Your attempts to intimidate me are futile. She chuckled maliciously. With a deliberate pace, she approached Bulma, licking her lips in anticipation of savoring this woman before ultimately ending her life, then immediately seeking the Dragon Balls. Her light shoes made no sound as she neared Bulma, her hands poised to unfasten Bulma's sleeves. Suddenly, rhythmic clapping resonated through the quiet chamber. Startled like a frightened cat, Tao Pai Pai recoiled to see an unsightly creature before her. Instantly, she shifted into combat mode, her mechanical arm transforming into a dark, cannon-like appendage aimed at Cell. You vile monster, how did you come to this place? She spat. Zhang Xiaoman advanced slowly, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming presence. Tao Pai Pai, you are truly despicable. Yet, you are not clever enough. Do you have any last words? Tao Pai Pai disregarded Sheru's futile ramblings and unleashed a powerful blast from his hand cannon. The immense sound wave reverberated within the confines of the small chamber, yet Zhang Xiaoman remained unscathed. Terrified, Tao Pai Pai collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling. Great monster. Please spare my life. I possess wealth, 2 billion gold coins, all yours. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. I implore you, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Sheru raised his massive fist and struck Tao Pai Pai squarely in the face, deliberately holding back to avoid delivering a fatal blow. Tao Pai Pai's teeth shattered, and his eyes were crushed under the impact. Spitting blood, he comprehended the vast disparity in their strengths and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. How dare he bully Bulma? With a resounding slap, all of Tao Pai Pai's bones were shattered, leaving him barely clinging to life. Nevertheless, possessing a modicum of combat prowess, he realized that his only chance for survival lay in pleading for mercy from this monster, or seeking a swift demise. Observing Tao Pai Pai's fervent kowtowing, Zhang Xiaoman changed his mind and softly declared, in light of your profound respect, I shall spare you. Overjoyed, Tao Pai Pai bowed even more fervently. However, Zhang Xiaoman added, you must lick my spit. With that, he spat onto the ground. Faced with the repulsive mucus, Tao Pai Pai swallowed hard and began to lick it as if it were a divine nectar. To his dismay, the instant his tongue made contact, he began to petrify. Zhang Xiaoman smirked derisively. Ah, death is not your greatest punishment. Solitude is. Before long, Tao Pai Pai had transformed into a grotesque statue, depicting an ugly man prostrated on the ground, engaged in the act of licking. As Zhang Xiaoman turned to leave, he noticed an inscription on the back of the statue's neck, Magician Babidi. Realization dawned upon him. The true instigator behind this was none other than Babidi himself. It was no wonder that the typically timid Tao Pai Pai had mustered the audacity to abduct Bulma. Babidi had awakened the malevolent desires within him. But what, indeed, was Babidi's ulterior motive? What scheme was he plotting? Zhang Xiaoman flicked his enormous tail in frustration, unable to fathom the situation. It appeared he would need to seek assistance from the main cast. Rescuing Bulma would serve as a significant gesture of goodwill. I must act, he murmured. Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a powerful energy blast, shattering the chamber, before cradling the injured Bulma and departing with a heavy sigh. Chapter 9. Babidi's Revenge in a Dark, Damp Cave. A pink orb radiated an ominous light. Magician Babidi gazed intently at the crystal ball, lost in thought. How could Sheru escape my control? This malevolent Dr. Gero, who created the bio-warrior Sheru, has produced a being with such inherent goodness. It's utterly unbelievable. Babidi shook his head, muttering to himself, fortunately, my plan to abduct Bulma has not failed. I have successfully incited Vegeta's wrath. My objective has been achieved. Although Dabura is dead, there is still Dal on Earth. Once I stimulate Vegeta's dark desires, he will fall under my influence, and his strength will surge, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Babidi caressed the energy collector, a colossal object resembling a white compass, brimming with immense power. This energy was a culmination of the strength Babidi had amassed over the years, an invaluable treasure originally intended for Majin Buu. Once Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, Babidi planned to infuse this power into him, assuring his victory over Cell, and subsequently, The defeat of androids 17 and 18 would be inevitable. Turning to the enormous pink mass, Babidi extended his arms in exultation, exclaiming, "Majin Buu, splendid. You are finally to be awakened." He then addressed the two bald, muscular henchmen, instructing them to proceed to the headquarters of Capsule Corporation and await his command. Upon witnessing the symbol appear on Vegeta's forehead, infuse him with the energy from this collector. Do you comprehend? I expect you to avoid underestimating him like Dabura did. Exercise caution, especially with that monster cell. Understood? That scoundrel cell has thwarted my plans on numerous occasions. I shall not allow him to die easily. Once captured, I will drain his energy and dissect him for specimens. The two bioengineered minions, one stout and the other lean, both marked with symbols on their foreheads, responded in unison. Yes, Master Babidi. At the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, the sky above was divided into two factions. One side featured Vegeta, who floated quietly in the air, arms crossed over his chest, veins bulging from his forehead, embodying the calm before a storm. Opposing him were Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien, the atmosphere eerily silent, interrupted only by a gentle breeze that rustled Piccolo's white cloak. Piccolo broke the silence, asking, "Vegeta, are you truly resolved to obliterate the Earth? Consider the consequences." Vegeta's voice was icy. "Those who dare to harm my sanctuary shall pay dearly. No one can deter me. If you believe you can defeat me, then bring it on." Gohan interjected, "Vegeta, my father will not let you go unchallenged. Remember, he is a Super Saiyan now. Even Frieza was vanquished by him." Vegeta's fury intensified. "Do not mention Kakarot. Just thinking of him infuriates me. Why must a lowly warrior ascend to Super Saiyan? What right does this world have to harbor powers beyond that of a Super Saiyan?" His fists clenched, he declared, "Today, I shall destroy the Earth." Igniting Kakarot's battle lust for a final confrontation. Suddenly, it felt as if a bolt of lightning struck the minds of those present. Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Gohan, and Tien all sensed a formidable aura. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's brow as disbelief washed over him. How is this possible? How can such overwhelming power exist in this world? Vegeta felt this energy, his lips pressed tightly together, contemplating. It is here, this very presence. Stronger than even a Super Saiyan. Could it be connected to those who kidnapped Bulma? Felt a power that seemed even more formidable than that of his father in his Super Saiyan form. This was truly terrifying. Krillin trembled with fear, haunted by the memory of his demise at the hands of Frieza, an experience that had left him with deep scars. The thought of the approaching adversary, who was even stronger than Frieza, filled him with a desire to flee. We should escape while we still can, before he arrives here. Piccolo shook his head. It's futile. A being of such immense strength can track us down anywhere. If he intends to kill us, there is no chance of escape. Vegeta was engulfed in a profound sense of shame. As the prince of the Super Saiyans, relying on the mercy of others for survival felt utterly degrading. His fists clenched tightly, the veins in his robust arms bulging, as a dark aura began to emanate from him, albeit faintly, unnoticed by the others. Piccolo suggested, "Since we are here, let us ascertain his intentions first. He likely harbors no malicious intent. Otherwise, he would not have left us those messages." Krillin asked, "Piccolo, are you implying that the message regarding Frieza's impending arrival on Earth was left by the corpse of Dr. Gero?" "Indeed," Piccolo affirmed, nodding. "His demeanor suggests he is an extraordinary figure. He has likely lived far longer than us, which accounts for his formidable strength." Krillin protested, "That's impossible. A human could never possess such power." Piccolo replied, "Wait, I never claimed he was necessarily human." As time ticked away, a figure gradually emerged on the horizon. Zhang Xiaoman, cradling the battered Bulma, ascended above the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. Upon spotting Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, Gohan, and Tianjin, he felt a surge of excitement. Having been an ardent fan of Dragon Ball in his previous life, for a moment, he was at a loss for words. However, to the members of the main cast, his actions appeared as blatant provocation. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Tianjin were all taken aback in shock. How could anyone exude such overwhelming power, especially an ugly creature like that? The four braced themselves, casting aside any illusions, ready to confront the foe, aware that the bruised Bulma in his arms had undoubtedly suffered at the hands of this monster. Vegeta, witnessing the grotesque being holding the injured Bulma, could no longer contain his fury. A blue energy surged around him, his hair flickering between black and gold. He unleashed a furious roar into the sky. "You beast! How dare you harm Bulma? I will kill you." Chapter 10. Misunderstanding deepens. Zhang Xiaoman observed the enraged Dar with an ominous premonition. Could it be that Dar was on the verge of breaking through the Saiyan limits and transforming into a Super Saiyan? Zhang Xiaoman vividly recalled that Dar's transformation into a Super Saiyan had stemmed from pure malevolence combined with overwhelming anger, a fusion of both emotions that triggered his metamorphosis. Fueled by a potent blend of self-loathing and rage, it seemed that both conditions had coalesced within him. Dar's hair flickered between shades of black and gold, while the blue aura enveloping him began to shift to a pale golden hue, his pupils gradually transforming into the same delicate color. Zhang Xiaoman, sensing the impending danger, swiftly placed Bulma in a safe location before leaping into the sky, unleashing a thunderous cry. A golden aura erupted around Cell, whose Saiyan cells enabled him to transform into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman elevated his energy to its zenith, separated from the second phase of the Super Saiyan transformation by but a mere veil. It is worth noting that within the Dragon Ball universe, Cell's current power could only be attained in his perfect form. All gratitude for this was owed to Dabura's gift. Zhang Xiaoman was determined not to afford Dar the opportunity to transform. After all, he had come seeking the assistance of the protagonist to combat the sorcerer Babidi, while also aiming to enhance Bulma's favor, thus securing his chance to metamorphose into a human. The sooner this battle was resolved, the better. In a flash, Zhang Xiaoman maneuvered behind Dar. "Be careful, Dar," Piccolo shouted emphatically. Krillin, fully aware of the monster's prowess, echoed his concern. "Watch out. Guard your back." Gohan, astonished into silence, was profoundly shaken. How can anyone possess such speed? This is utterly unfathomable. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan felt a twinge of sorrow within. This is a height I may never reach in this lifetime. Yet, consumed by fury, Dar paid no heed, merely howling in rage. Zhang Xiaoman concentrated energy in his palm, invoking Goku's renowned technique, the Kaioken. He felt confident. Unless Gohan transformed into a second-phase Super Saiyan, no one could withstand his assault. As they beheld the crimson aura coalescing around Cell's hands, the onlookers were taken aback. Gohan was the first to exclaim, That S. Father S energy." Tien Shinhan cried out, "It's the Kaioken." Piccolo's face was etched with gravity, his mind racing. How is this possible? He possesses Goku's energy. What is the connection between them? What has he done to Goku? Krillin silently retreated, prepared to flee this perilous situation at the slightest hint of danger. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoman delivered a precise strike to Dar's nape. Dar's body, strained by the force, bent like a bow before crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The resultant shockwave caused a nearby building to collapse, fortunately devoid of any occupants. In an instant, Dar lost consciousness, his golden aura dissipating, and his hair reverting to black. Zhang Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction, internally lamenting. The most irksome aspect of the Dragon Ball realm is how its denizens adhere so rigidly to martial ethics. They refrain from ambushing until their opponent has successfully transformed. Once they do, they become fearful and vulnerable. I shall not commit such folly. Piccolo, gazing at Dar's fallen form amidst the rubble, was utterly astonished. He had dispatched Dar with but a single strike. The aura of Dal had evidently surged to a level akin to that of Goku when he transformed into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. Krillin, paralyzed with fear, trembled as he spoke. Could it be that he is even more formidable than a Super Saiyan? Gohan, brimming with youthful bravado, shouted at Cell, "You monster! What have you done to my father? Why do you possess his energy?" Piccolo, maintaining his composure, prepared for battle, one hand discreetly positioned behind his back, gathering energy for his special beam cannon. Meanwhile, Tien silently summoned his own energy, believing he might have to make the ultimate sacrifice. His solar flare was his only hope to momentarily distract the creature, granting his comrades a chance to escape, with the hope that they would return stronger to avenge him. Zhang Xiaoman noticed the tense atmosphere among the group and waved his hands, feeling an urgent sense of dread, thinking, "Oh no, this misunderstanding has escalated." He quickly interjected, "Everyone, there has been a misunderstanding. I am not a villain." However, his pleas fell on deaf ears, and growing increasingly anxious, he caught a glimpse of his own grotesque form outside the building, green and speckled, with a long, dragging tail. It was indeed quite repulsive. He covered his forehead in frustration and internally lamented, Are you all members of the Aesthetics Committee? Do the unattractive have no rights? I shall report you to the Human Rights Association. Please support me. Despite his grievances, Zhang Xiaoman sought to gain their trust through reason. He pointed to Bulma, lying on the ground, and exclaimed, "Look, Bulma was taken by Tao Pai Pai. You all witnessed it, did you not? I saved her." Piccolo retorted, "That proves nothing. You could have tormented Bulma and then returned her, or perhaps Tao Pai Pai is merely your puppet. You lack any substantial evidence." Krillin chimed in, "Exactly. You even injured Doll. Surely you fear he might destroy the Earth and endanger you, which is why you showed up." Gohan added, "Uncle Krillin is right. It is quite plausible." Tien raised his hands to his forehead, ready to unleash his solar flare. Zhang Xiaoman, on the verge of exploding with anger, managed to suppress his fury and gritted his teeth. "What must I do for you to believe me?" Piccolo replied, "You must prove that you pose no threat to us." Krillin affirmed, "Yes, demonstrate that you are not a danger, and then we can decide whether to heed your words." At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman grew weary of their demands. He was immensely powerful and did not need to rely on their approval. With a furious surge of energy, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. A wave of despair washed over the group. Zhang Xiaoman declared, "It would be as effortless to annihilate you as it would be to crush an ant. Who among you could withstand a single blow from me?" The group fell silent, overcome with shame. Could it be that Cell was not truly evil? Cell, unimpressed by the unfolding drama, resolved not to waste any more time with the protagonists. He could seek the Dragon Balls independently to fulfill his wishes. Previously, he had refrained from doing so for fear of the Dragon Balls transforming into the evil dragons. Now, he was no longer concerned with such matters. Chapter 11, Cell, My Lifelong Rival. As Sheru withdrew his body, preparing to turn and depart, a sudden sensation struck. Outside the walls of the Capsule Corporation, Zhang Xiaoman sensed a faint, malevolent aura. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Zhang Xiaoman, now possessing the formidable strength of a Super Saiyan at the pinnacle of the first level, discerned it clearly. He recognized that the aura emanated from a demon controlled by the sorcerer Babidi. With a disdainful smile, Zhang Xiaoman resolved to turn the tables. He transformed into a shooting star, soaring through the sky, leaving the Capsule Corporation behind. Piccolo exhaled with relief and addressed the others. "We have finally escaped from the jaws of death. Fortunately, it seems this monster is wary of something, which is why it did not attack us." Gohan cheerfully remarked, "It must be Dad. He fears my father's vengeance." Krillin shook his head. "No, Gohan, there are too many secrets surrounding him. We cannot ascertain anything yet. However, one thing is certain. He is a ruthless individual, and his strikes are merciless." Tien concurred. "Indeed, he is a warrior who will stop at nothing." Just when Vegeta was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, who could have predicted that this monster would incapacitate him with a single blow? Krillin added, "Exactly. He ambushed without honor." Vegeta did not evade. Gohan acknowledged, "Yet, we cannot deny his immense power. I must train diligently. One day I shall surpass him." Tien gazed at his hands. "But our disparity is far too great. This gap cannot be bridged in just 10 days or a month." Suddenly, Piccolo exuded confidence. "Not necessarily. We still possess our secret training weapon." Krillin, Tien, and Gohan chorused, "What secret weapon?" Piccolo revealed, "The hyperbolic time chamber." Outside the Capsule Corporation, two bioengineered demons crouched in a corner, conspiring. One held an energy collection device. Vegeta is incapacitated, Sheru has departed, and there have been no new orders from Master Babidi. "Let us return," one said. "Fool, just now, when you yawned, you released a faint aura. Master Babidi warned us to be cautious. How can you not remember?" The muscular bioengineered demon scratched his head. "It doesn't matter. No one noticed, did they? Today, luck is on our side. With Vegeta out of commission and Sheru gone, the energy of those present is relatively weak, allowing us to remain undetected. Next time, I shall never accompany you on such errands again." With that, the two prepared to leave. Suddenly, a shadow descended upon them. As they focused their gaze, they were astonished to find Sheru. He had not left. Their hearts churned with fear, yet upon realizing it was only Sheru without the main group, they felt a flicker of hope. "It's fine, look. There's only one of him, and we are two. Yes, we also have the energy collector. I will subdue him while you use this device to harness his power." Zhang Xiaoman, with a scornful smile, remarked, "What? You think your victory is assured just because I stand alone? It seems I have been underestimated." The biochemical being, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "If not, capturing you would certainly be a remarkable achievement. It would be wise for you not to resist. The more you struggle, the more excruciating the energy collection process will be." Dismissing the need for further conversation, Zhang Xiaoman bellowed, striking the air before him with two powerful punches that sliced through the atmosphere. Fearing that prolonged engagement might lead to unforeseen complications, he immediately unleashed a formidable pressure directed at the two adversaries. The biochemical demon's expression shifted from ease to panic, his body immobilized under the immense force, struggling to utter, "Gero, you must know that Lord Babidi will not let you escape." Zhang Xiaoman deliberately departed in full view of the onlookers, only to subsequently conceal his presence and approach once more, exerting a restrained pressure that went unnoticed by the main characters. His intention was to discern Babidi's true motives. Having been pursued relentlessly, this time, he was prepared for a formal confrontation and bore no fear of retaliation from Babidi. Observing the energy collector beneath the biochemical demon, Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of exhilaration. It appeared to contain an abundance of power, promising substantial gains. He speculated that if this energy were to be infused into his own being, surpassing the limits of a Super Saiyan would be well within reach, allowing him to effortlessly attain the prowess of a Super Saiyan at the second tier. Moreover, these two biochemical demons seemed to possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. In the Dragon Ball universe, they had been known to recover swiftly even after sustaining severe injuries, such as when Gohan's wife had mercilessly broken one's neck. Though their raw strength was lacking, their endurance was extraordinary. Acquiring their cells could facilitate his own evolution, enhancing his body's recuperative and sustaining abilities. As Gero advanced, the biochemical demon sensed impending doom and attempted to send a warning to Babidi. However, Zhang Xiaoman would not grant them such an opportunity. "Your brother speaks wisely. You ought to be cautious." With that, Gero brandished his massive tail, reaching out to the two biochemical demons. In the depths of the cosmos, a billion light-years from the explosive demise of Namek, on the planet Yardrat, the Yardrat people addressed Goku. "You have only just mastered instant transmission. Why not take a moment to rest? What is your haste?" After an intense battle with Frieza and a narrow escape from the cataclysm of Namek's explosion, Goku found himself on this distant world. Moreover, utilizing his extraordinary strength, he had helped overthrow a tyrannical ruler on their planet. In gratitude, the Yardrat people bestowed upon him the invaluable technique of instant transmission. With reluctance, Goku replied, "I had intended to spend more time with you all, but I sense that my home may now be facing a grave crisis. I perceive numerous powerful energies emanating from Earth. Terrifyingly, these energies not only resemble my own, but are also formidable enough that even I cannot easily conquer them at present. Truly, I am fortunate. This world is filled with extraordinary beings, and the prospect of facing such formidable adversaries exhilarates me. I must return and hasten my training, uniting with my family and comrades to confront this impending threat." The chieftain of the Yardrat people solemnly cautioned Goku. "You must remember this, Goku. Never, under any circumstances, should the skill of instantaneous movement be imparted to anyone. The immense power of this ability, as you must have realized, could bring catastrophic consequences to the universe if it were to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions." Sun Wukong nodded gravely, assuring the leader, "Fear not. I shall keep this in mind. Now, everyone, take care." With that, Sun Wukong brought his index and middle fingers together, pressed them to his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace. In the dark, damp cave, Babidi, drenched in sweat, trembled with rage at his diminutive stature. How could that wretched cell be so cautious? With a mere flick of his hand, he thwarted my meticulously crafted plans. We were but a step away from Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan and from Bu awakening. How infuriating! Upon seeing Vegeta sprawled amidst the ruins, Babidi realized that this operation was doomed to fail. He shut the crystal magic ball and began devising his next scheme. It seems that attempting to awaken Bu through energy is no longer viable. I must incite conflict between Cell and Vegeta, forcing them to battle, so that the immense energy generated could forcibly awaken Bu. It must be done this way. Fortunately, the energy collector remains intact. This operation may not have succeeded, but at least I suffered no significant losses. As Babidi pondered, he opened the crystal ball to contact the two bioengineered warriors and instruct them to retreat. However, Upon activating the crystal ball, he discovered the withered corpses of the bio-warriors. The energy collector had vanished as well. This operation had resulted in a complete disaster. Observing the desiccated bodies, Babidi recognized the similarity to Dabura's demise. It was that damned Cell again. Babidi howled to the heavens. Cell, you are the eternal enemy of Babidi. I, Babidi, shall employ every means at my disposal to shatter you into 1,000 pieces. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Chapter 12, Babidi's Invitation. Goku, do not be deceived. At the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, the main characters convened to strategize against the monstrous Cell. After consuming the sins of beings, both Vegeta and Bulma had recovered from their injuries. Bulma spoke up. However, I feel that Cell may not harbor any ill intentions towards us. I distinctly remember being kidnapped by Tao Pai Pai. It's possible that the monster was the one who rescued me. Krillin countered, but you've never seen the monster's appearance. He is covered in spots, has an insect-like mouth, and a long tail with a sharp tip. It is simply revolting. Goten chimed in. Uncle Krillin is right. I too sense he is no good. Even though I have never seen him or know him, just the sight of him ignites a fury within me. It's strange. My mother always said that children have a keen sense of intuition. Piccolo added, regardless of whether he is a good person, his strength surpasses ours. And he is ruthlessly cunning. Just to deceive us into trusting him, he went so far as to tear off his own arm, which is enough to send chills down our spines. Vegeta, I care not for the trivialities. I shall devote myself to training. One day, I will vanquish him. And Kakarot too. They shall all be my defeated foes. I shall eliminate them all and ascend to become the paramount being in the universe. Piccolo, sensing the formidable surge of malevolence emanating from Vegeta, remarked, Vegeta, there is something amiss with you. Do you not feel the difference within yourself? Vegeta, with a disdainful smirk, retorted, I am in splendid form. I feel an abundance of power coursing through me. Even if Frieza were to appear, I would relish the opportunity to obliterate him. There is no need for you to fear Frieza any longer. Leave everything to me. Take me to the room of spirit and time for training. You may recline on the beach, quietly watching the sunset and savoring life. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence manifested within the room, catching everyone off guard, causing their hair to stand on end. Ah, hello, everyone. I have returned. The familiar voice resonated throughout the chamber. Kakarot, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Old son, Piccolo exclaimed joyfully. Father, Gohan cried out in surprise. Goku, Tien, and Krillin gasped. Everyone recognized that familiar aura and voice. It was indeed Son Goku. Piccolo, intrigued, inquired, Old son, how did you suddenly return to Earth? Goku briefly recounted his experiences after escaping from Namek. Krillin marveled. Goku, you truly have incredible luck. Who would have thought you could learn such a divine technique as instant transmission? Do teach me when you have the chance. Goku waved his hand dismissively. I'm sorry, Krillin, but I promised the Yard Rats that I would not share their techniques with anyone. I sincerely apologize. Thus, the group continued to exchange pleasantries with Goku. The atmosphere joyful and harmonious, momentarily forgetting the looming crisis. Have you all had your fun? Kakarot, let us engage in combat. I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity. Vegeta, influenced by Babidi, felt his aura intensify, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan, yet his temper had grown increasingly volatile, and his desire for battle intensified. Vegeta, your aura is remarkably potent. You are on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, it seems laced with a hint of malevolence, Goku said, concluding his pleasantries with a serious tone. Spare me your empty words. Transform into a Super Saiyan. I wish to battle you now. Calm yourself. Vegeta, Piccolo has already informed me of the situation on Earth. Our current adversary is that mysterious monster, is it not? Regardless of whether it is you or that creature, I shall defeat them both. Now, enough with the chatter. Let me witness the true extent of your power. Vegeta, you are not my equal. For now, let us strategize together on how to confront that monster. Once it is vanquished, we can settle our rivalry. I cannot wait that long. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, pondering to himself. I am undeniably the proud prince of the Saiyans. Yet I find myself constantly gazing at Kakarot's back. Now, having finally acquired the opportunity to face Kakarot in a duel, how could I possibly let it slip away so easily? In a fit of rage, Vegeta declared, I only wish to engage you in battle. Will you accept? Vegeta, I cannot acquiesce to your request, Goku responded calmly. then I shall destroy this city." With that, Vegeta extended one hand, a terrifying aura coalescing in his palm. A yellow energy sphere began to gather, its power growing more formidable with each passing moment. "Vegeta, cease at once," Goku exclaimed in alarm. In a bid to halt Vegeta, Goku's own energy surged dramatically. Piccolo, equally horrified by the scene, cried out, "Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to annihilate the human inhabitants of the city?" Goten, Krillin, and Tien shouted in unison, "Stop it now." In the critical moment, a raspy, duck-like voice suddenly echoed through the room. "So, you finally know fear?" Everyone turned to locate the source of the voice, revealing a diminutive creature resembling Piccolo, adorned with a distinctive emblem. Despite its small stature, it exuded an overwhelmingly sinister aura. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Goku was the first to speak. "Who are you?" "I am the mightiest sorcerer in the universe, Lord Babidi," Babidi proclaimed, arms outstretched in pride. Calmly, Piccolo inquired, "What brings you here? And what is your intent?" With a wicked smile, Babidi replied, "I hail from the demon realm. I have come to Earth to conquer it. But your formidable presence poses a considerable nuisance. Thus, I have conjured a powerful weapon, Cell, the very monster you dread. If you wish to thwart me, you must first defeat Cell. In 2 months, the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. At that time, I will unleash Cell upon the stage. Should any of you manage to vanquish him, I shall depart this planet and vow never to invade again. Enough with your prattle." Vegeta interjected, unwilling to entertain Babidi's words. "If you claim to be the strongest, I shall test my might against you first." Vegeta retracted his fearsome aura, channeling his energy into his fists. With a forward lunge, he struck Babidi with a powerful punch. However, as soon as his fist made contact, it passed through Babidi's frail form. The impact sent a shockwave that obliterated the wall, culminating in a tremendous explosion. It became evident that this was not Babidi's true self, but merely an illusion. "Haha, did you really think I would present myself in person? This body is merely a projection." Chagrined, Vegeta quelled his energy, crossing his arms and awaiting further discourse. Babidi extended an invitation to Goku. "Goku, will you accept my challenge to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? If any one of you defeats Cell, I shall leave this planet." The group turned their serious gazes towards their stalwart leader, Goku, awaiting his response. Chapter 13, Babidi's Proposition. "So, Goku, do you accept my offer?" In the dim and damp cavern, Babidi felt his palms sweat, his heart racing with tremendous anxiety. "Just one step away, my plan is about to come to fruition. Let Cell and Goku engage in battle, while I seize the opportunity to awaken Majin Buu using the energy generated from their clash." Within the crystal ball, Goku stepped forward, his gaze resolute. "I promise you, Babidi, I too yearn to battle formidable opponents." Vegeta interjected joyfully. "Indeed, Kakarot, you are truly a warrior of our Saiyan lineage. This is how we thrive through relentless combat." Vegeta mused internally. "This may work to my advantage. After 2 months of arduous training, with my innate talent, I can surely surpass Kakarot and that monster in the hyperbolic time chamber." Piccolo shook his head in resignation, but chose to trust Goku. "Very well, old man. We have no other choice," Goten declared. "Dad, I will also train diligently, so as not to hold everyone back." Krillin concurred, likewise. Tien chimed in. "I too bear a share of the responsibility to protect Earth." Bulma clenched her fist and raised it towards the sky. "Then let us all strive together." Babidi concealed his presence, staggering to the ground, overwhelmed by dread. How terrifying. That Vegeta is truly a madman in battle. Had my physical form been there, he would have undoubtedly obliterated me with a single punch. Yet, with his desires fulfilled, Babidi soon erupted into unrestrained laughter. "Ha! Fortunately, Goku and the others have consented. Now, only Cell remains." In the realm of the Supreme Kai, on King Kai's planet, the environment was stunning and remarkably resilient, serving as the battleground for Goku and the young Majin Buu in Dragon Ball. "Is this the strongest warrior on your side?" asked the Supreme Kai, hands clasped behind his back. Kneeling before him was West Kai, his demeanor respectful. "Indeed, Lord Supreme Kai, he is the mightiest warrior from our West Kai, known as Reboku Fan." A tall warrior, draped in a scarf and emanating a green aura, bowed respectfully to the Supreme Kai. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Supreme Kai." The Supreme Kai smiled. "Indeed, his aura is formidable. With him, I can confidently venture to Earth." West Kai questioned. Is that legendary monster, Majin Buu, truly on Earth? The Supreme Kai's expression turned grave. There is no doubt. Recently, I have sensed Babidi's dark magic fluctuating with alarming frequency. The source is right on Earth. However, whether there are any powerful warriors there who meet my requirements remains uncertain. I must borrow Reboku Fan to eradicate Babidi. This great foe, West Kai replied. It is Reboku Fan's honor to be of service to you, Lord Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai declared. Reboku Fan, Jebit. Let us set forth. Yes. Reboku Fan responded succinctly. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai and his entourage transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Along the way, Jebit, the Supreme Kai's guard, perceived his master's concerns and offered reassurance. Lord Supreme Kai, you need not worry excessively. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. The Supreme Kai shook his head, expressing hope that it was not too late. The fact that Babidi had taken action indicated that the situation on Earth had become dire. It was possible that all the inhabitants of that planet had perished. Even worse, if the people of Earth had indeed died, it meant that the energy required to awaken Majin Buu had been gathered, and Majin Buu might have already been awakened. The long-haired guardian, Jebit, also recognized the gravity of the situation and urgently channeled his magical power, propelling himself toward Earth. The trio flew faster than ever. In the southwestern mountain range, at a base of the Red Ribbon Army, Zhang Xiaoman looked at androids 17 and 18, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that you had prepared the resources necessary for interstellar travel. Henceforth, there is no need for your involvement. Go forth and gather the materials required for infinite energy. I require a period of focused cultivation, so please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. You are free for now. Upon hearing this, 17 and 18 beamed with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Lord Cell. They hastily departed the base in search of materials. As he watched them leave, Zhang Xiaoman sighed in relief, reflecting that it was indeed difficult to maintain a stern demeanor as a leader. Next, he resolved to further enhance his power. He retrieved the energy collection device from Babidi's minions and sought a quiet and secure cave, preparing to commence the energy infusion. In his heart, he calculated that with this newfound strength, he could ascend to the second stage of Super Saiyan, rendering him unrivaled save for Majin Buu. As for the protagonists, they viewed him as a villain. Thus, he would take his time to influence them positively, striving to avoid the use of force. As he still required Bulma's assistance to utilize genetic modification technology to revert his body to that of a human, he activated the device, plunging the sharp end into his body with a sudden thrust. In the next moment, the dim cave burst into brilliant light, a tremendous energy shockwave spilling forth and leveling the mountain peak. With the infusion of immense energy, Zhang Xiaoman felt his power gradually intensifying. An exhilarating sensation compelled him to throw his head back and roar with delight. After a cloud of thick smoke settled, the radiance surrounding Cell dimmed, and his body completed its evolution. Previously, he had needed to absorb Android 17 to transform into the second stage of Cell, but now he achieved it without that necessity. Not only that, Cell let out a triumphant cry as golden flames erupted around him, accompanied by blue lightning surveying his surroundings. This was the hallmark of the second stage of Super Saiyan. Zhang Xiaoman clenched his fists, reveling in his newfound might. In that moment, he acutely sensed the disparity between the first and second stages of Super Saiyan. They were worlds apart. Filled with confidence, Zhang Xiaoman believed he could eliminate Babidi without alerting Buu. However, he still felt uncertain in the face of Buu, for in the Dragon Ball universe, even Buu's small form possessed power comparable to that of a Super Saiyan at the third stage. Moreover, he possesses an almost immortal regenerative ability. As long as a single cell remains, he can revert to his original form. It seems the time has come to settle the score with Babidi. Just as he was preparing to seek out Babidi's whereabouts, the figure of Babidi materialized before Zhang Xiaoman. Babidi, how dare you appear here? Zhang Xiaoman did not rush to eliminate his opponent, for he believed Babidi would never dare to confront him alone. The Babidi before him was likely an illusion born of magic. Babidi, equally astonished, thought to himself, this wretched creature, Cell, knows me so well and even remembers my name. What secrets does he harbor? Not only that, but his strength has increased, and he has changed in appearance. Truly terrifying. What a pity that such power cannot be harnessed for my own use. Then I would no longer need to hide and scurry about. My dream of dominating the universe would draw nearer. However, No matter how formidable he may be, he is still no match for my Majin Buu. Babidi quickly got to the point. Cell, it appears you have a comprehensive understanding of me. However, I have come today to discuss a business proposition. I believe you sought out my base with a specific intention. If you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and secure first place, I shall grant you what you desire. Zhang Xiaoman felt no stirrings of emotion, even finding it somewhat amusing. Having watched Dragon Ball in his previous life, he knew all too well that Babidi intended to gather energy during the tournament to awaken Majin Buu. This time would likely be no exception. Understanding Babidi's motives brought Zhang Xiaoman immense relief. He saw it as a fortunate turn of events, as he would not need to scour the earth for Babidi. The cells of Majin Buu were essential for him to absorb, for his abilities were exceedingly formidable. Absorbing Buu's powers would undoubtedly enhance his own capabilities to an even greater extent. Babidi, what I seek is the cells of Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Babidi was taken aback. What does this creature want with Buu's cells? However, it mattered little. Once Buu awakens, all would perish. Thus, Babidi agreed. Very well then. The deal is struck. Chapter 14. The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 1. It is not that simple, Babidi. I still cannot fully trust you. If I achieve first place in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and you go back on your word, what then? After all, your reputation among the Demon Clan is far from favorable. Zhang Xiaoman shook his large tail behind him, crossing his arms, scrutinizing Babidi's illusion. Babidi responded, You need not worry about that. I am equally concerned that you may not attend the tournament. Therefore, we must forge a contract, one of mutual honesty, wherein the violator shall be transformed into chocolate and consumed. Zhang Xiaoman found this both infuriating and amusing. Chocolate. Babidi's childishness was rather surprising. No wonder Majin Buu had such an affinity for sweets. He was indeed his master's creation. Very well, Zhang Xiaoman agreed. Let us finalize this arrangement. As he spoke, Babidi extended his arms towards the sky. An obscure incantation emerged from Babidi's lips, and Zhang Xiaoman felt as though his soul had been branded with an indelible mark, a mark that compelled him to comply. To defy it would summon dreadful consequences. Soon after, a dark insignia appeared upon Zhang Xiaoman's forehead, a prominent character. Remarkably, Babidi bore the same symbol atop his head. With this, the contract is sealed. Good luck, Cell Hee, Babidi declared, vanishing into thin air. Zhang Xiaoman regarded the disappearing figure of Babidi with a slight smile, his sausage-like lips curling, as the situation grew ever more intriguing. Time passed swiftly, and within the span of 2 months, the protagonist group had made ample preparations. They entered the hyperbolic time chamber in shifts. First, Vegeta spent 30 days inside, followed by Goku and Gohan, who also trained for 30 days. As for Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo, due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, they opted out of utilizing the time chamber for training. During this period, events unfolded reminiscent of those in Dragon Ball. Piccolo, in a bid to enhance his own power, absorbed his own Namekian counterpart, the old Kai, catapulting his strength to the first tier of Super Saiyan. The new Kai was assumed by Dend of Namek. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman was not idle during these 2 months. He assisted androids 17 and 18 in sourcing materials to become infinite energy androids. Through their relentless efforts, 17 and 18 successfully transformed into beings of limitless energy. They expressed immense gratitude towards Cell, unanimously deeming him a good person, despite his somewhat unattractive appearance. Zhang Xiaoman also prepared to bring 17 and 18 along to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, for clearing obstacles alone proved too cumbersome. The tournament was rife with competitors of varying caliber, many of whom did not warrant his direct involvement. Zhang Xiaoman had already devised a strategy. His goal was to secure first place, with the crucial stipulation of engaging in silent combat, exerting as little force as possible. It was imperative to avoid generating significant energy fluctuations during battles, as Babidi sought to harness the immense power unleashed in combat to awaken Majin Buu. Zhang Xiaoman estimated that his adversaries would primarily consist of the protagonist group, and he felt confident in his chances, provided he remained cautious about not releasing excessive energy. Above the city loomed a grand aerial yacht, adorned with a massive banner celebrating the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Fireworks erupted across the skyline, and the streets thronged with excited crowds, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The protagonist group soon gathered at the registration desk for the tournament. Apologies for the wait. Goku waved his hand dismissively. Gohan, with his head bowed, shyly scratched the back of his neck. Both maintained their golden-haired, first-tier Super Saiyan appearances. Upon seeing Goku and Gohan approach, Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien rushed over to greet them. Kakarot, you really are slow. Vegeta surveyed Goku and his son Gohan with a scrutinizing gaze. He remarked with a hint of derision, I can transform into Super Vegeta at will. There is no need for you to flaunt your Super Saiyan form everywhere. It seems you have not been training diligently. As the energy radiating from you pales in comparison to mine. Once we step onto the arena, I shall show no mercy. Prepare yourself to be defeated by me. Goku, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, Vegeta, we are not showing off. We are training. Honestly, your energy has indeed increased significantly, and I am eager to battle you. At that moment, Bulma glanced around, puzzled. Hey, didn't that wizard Babidi mention that the creature named Cell would participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Where could he be? As she spoke, the main characters were also searching for Cell's presence. Just then, 3 figures soared through the sky, prompting a gasp from the onlookers. Ah, am I seeing things? Those 3 are flying, exclaimed one. A man, a woman, and a monster. What an ugly creature. Run, run. We have Mr. Satan with us. No matter what kind of monster it is, Mr. Satan will surely handle it with a single punch. Another replied, Indeed. That monster must have come from afar to challenge Mr. Satan. Every year, someone tries to challenge him, but they all fail without exception. Exactly. That overconfident, ugly creature. The 3 figures landed gracefully on the ground like feathers. Upon hearing someone insult her master, 18 grew incensed. You wretched humans dare to insult Lord Cell? You truly have a death wish. As she spoke, she gathered a wave of energy in her hand, the yellow glow creating a terrifying aura that tousled her blonde hair. Ready to unleash it. Zhang Xiaoman interjected, Stop, 18. There is no need to soil your hands for such lowly beings. She struggled to maintain her composure. However, they have insulted Lord Cell. 18 reluctantly lowered her hand, placing one on her hip with a huff. The main characters regarded Cell with grave expressions. Gohan remarked, Cell has changed. His insect-like mouth has transformed into a sausage-like one, and he has a massive forehead. There are 2 humans trailing behind him. Krillin added, Yes. That blonde girl is quite adorable. How did she end up following Cell? Piccolo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cautioned, Do not underestimate him. Despite his less repulsive appearance, his aura is increasingly enigmatic. He turned to Goku, asking, Old son, can you discern his current strength? Goku shook his head. This is the first time I have seen Cell. To be honest, I find his power elusive. However, I have a secret weapon. Krillin, intrigued, inquired, What secret weapon? Goku glanced at Gohan behind him and replied, It's a secret. Vegeta clenched his fists, declaring, No matter how powerful you all may be, I shall obliterate every last one of you. At this moment, the square was teeming with people, drawn by the substantial prize money of the martial arts tournament. Yet, in a less conspicuous corner, 3 individuals stood discreetly aside. The diminutive, pineapple-haired Kaioshin, the long-haired, red-skinned guardian, and the vibrant green rib rice. The Kaioshin wore a grave expression. There is no doubt. That mark on his forehead is unmistakably Babidi's emblem. He pointed towards Cell and turned to Rib Rice, saying, Keep your eyes on that grotesque creature. By monitoring him closely, we will surely find the sorcerer Babidi. Chapter 15. The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2. The venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament was bustling with an overwhelming crowd. Zhang Xiaoman swiftly spotted the main cast. To his astonishment, he discerned the presence of Sun Wukong among the throngs of people. He pondered, Sun Wukong. How could he possibly be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Wasn't he supposed to arrive only after Frieza reached Earth? Have I inadvertently altered history once more? And how could he have arrived on Earth so swiftly? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman recalled the reason. Of course, instant transmission. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had the audacity to leisurely travel to Earth aboard a spaceship, unperturbed by Frieza and his army, precisely because he had mastered instant transmission in space. Contemplating such a divine skill, Zhang Xiaoman's imagination soared. Indeed, I, too, can learn instant transmission, although I already possess Sun Wukong cells within me. If I were to absorb more of his cells once again, I could acquire his newfound abilities. Turning to androids 17 and 18 behind him, he instructed, If you encounter Sun Wukong, devise a way to procure some of his blood. They nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, sensing Cell's scrutiny, approached him slowly, preparing to greet his adversary. The members of the main cast observed this scene in astonishment. Krillin exclaimed, "Wukong, don't go over there." Piccolo warned, "Old son, what are you doing?" Gohan called out, "Dad." It appeared as though Son Wukong was oblivious to their concerns as he reached Cell. "Cell, it has been a while since I sensed such formidable energy from you. Perhaps I may not be your match. However, I still yearn for a thrilling battle." Zhang Xiaoman, witnessing Son Wukong, felt a surge of emotion. "Wukong, I truly harbor no ill will towards you." Son Wukong waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Xiaoman. "Let us hope so. We shall meet in the arena." With that, he turned away. Zhang Xiaoman gazed at Son Wukong's retreating figure, marveling, "Truly, he is Son Wukong. Despite being weaker than I, he remains utterly fearless." Soon, all registrations had concluded. A man with sunglasses and yellow hair, microphone in hand, bellowed, "The 20th World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Let us welcome the reigning champion, our old friend, Mr. Satan, to deliver his speech." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Satan, Satan, Satan. The explosive-haired Satan, draped in a white cloak and adorned with a golden belt, entered the limelight. At the center of the martial arts tournament, a stage was adorned with 20 tiles, stacked high in a precarious pile. Stepping forward, Satan unleashed a powerful shout, delivering a swift chop with his hand. In an instant, the tiles shattered, leaving only one intact. The announcer exclaimed, "Only one tile remains unbroken. He has smashed 19 tiles in one breath. Truly astounding. Mr. Satan's prowess has indeed deepened." With his injured hand concealed behind his back, Satan raised a fist high above his head, proclaiming, "I welcome you all to challenge me. This time, I shall exert only 30% of my strength to meet the challenge, so give it your all." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Vegeta looked on with disdain, remarking, "A mere clown." The main characters were both amused and bewildered by Satan's antics, yet remained indifferent. Subsequently, Satan descended from the stage, and the host announced the official commencement of the competition. The protagonists, alongside androids 17 and 18, fortuitously avoided confrontation and swiftly dispatched the weaker competitors. Only Tien and Vegeta clashed, with Tien quickly falling short and being eliminated. The arena soon transitioned to a vast outdoor plaza, where a massive stage, square in shape and paved with sturdy tiles, loomed at the center, elevated 3 feet to enhance visibility for the audience. "Let us enter the semi-finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament," exclaimed the bespectacled host, microphone in hand. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of applause. The first match featured Android 18 against Mr. Krillin. Goku and Vegeta, assigned to the final bouts, chose to take their seats among the spectators and watch the contest unfold. Her opponent is a girl. Surely Uncle Krillin will secure a swift victory, Gohan remarked innocently. Goku cautioned, "Gohan, never underestimate your opponent. Besides, she has been closely trailing Cell and will not be easily defeated." The audience buzzed with chatter. This martial arts tournament is becoming increasingly lackluster. Even slender girls can reach the semifinals. Indeed, and it's a match of men against women. The outcome seems quite apparent. If I were competing, I might let her win. Perhaps I could even ask that beautiful girl out. The gong sounded, signaling the official start of the match. Krillin, seeing his opponent was the striking blonde girl, felt his cheeks flush as he respectfully bowed. "I am Krillin. Please, do take care of me." Android 18 stood confidently, her tone brusque. "Enough chatter, prepare yourself." With that, she charged forward. Krillin, caught off guard by her sudden advance, was momentarily flustered. Android 18's fists rained down like a tempest. Krillin scrambled to evade, only to find himself cornered at the edge of the stage. With astonishing speed and formidable strength, Android 18's onslaught forced Krillin to endure several blows, silently lamenting his predicament. Inwardly, I thought, with such powerful fists, if I endure a few more blows, my fate will be sealed. Thus, I summoned all my strength to counterattack. A shock wave erupted from my palm, but number 18 effortlessly evaded it. Nevertheless, this provided Klin with a moment to breathe. She executed her aerial technique, floating gracefully in midair, creating a safe distance. The audience, having never witnessed such an exhilarating display, was momentarily stunned into silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Klin, however, remained unfazed by the applause, her heart racing with trepidation. She was undeniably formidable. Without resorting to my ultimate technique, I would stand no chance against her, yet using it might cause her harm. Lost in thought, I suddenly realized that number 18 had vanished from the center of the stage. In the next instant, she appeared behind Klin, her hands clasped together, delivering a ferocious strike to Klin's head. "Are you not taking this match seriously? Taste my blow," she declared sternly. The tremendous force of her attack sent Klin crashing to the ground, shattering the hard stone slab beneath her and creating a deep crater at the center of the stage. Dust and debris filled the air, leaving the audience awestruck. Was this truly a human? Silence enveloped the spectators. Only the bespectacled host, holding a microphone, remained coherent, exclaiming, "This is utterly spectacular." After the fierce confrontation, Klin lay motionless on the stage. "If she does not rise soon, I shall begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Klin was firmly embedded in the stage, struggling to maintain consciousness, fighting against the impending darkness. Without my ultimate move, I would undoubtedly be defeated by her. She seemed dissatisfied with me. It appeared that I could only earn her respect through victory. 6, 5, 4. From within the vast crater, Klin's voice emerged. Though raspy and bearing the weight of injury, it exuded immense spirit. Energy. Slash. The members of the protagonist group were taken aback. It was the energy slash, renowned for severing all things. The very technique that had once cleaved half of Frieza's body. Klin's signature move. Gohan, observing from across the stage, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for number 18, who appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary girl, and he cried out, "Uncle Klin, please don't." Chapter 16, The Supreme Kai. I have a bold idea. A brilliant yellow disc, imbued with formidable power, surged forth from the depths of the crater, streaking across the sky like a meteor, aimed directly at number 18. Floating above, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between her and the bald-headed boy. That last strike might have rendered him incapacitated, leading her to lower her guard slightly. Yet, the sudden onslaught startled her. As the energy slash approached, she exerted all her might, executing a backflip just in time to evade it. The yellow disc whizzed past, severing a lock of her yellow hair. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, she furiously declared, "How dare you harm my precious hair? This is unforgivable." The yellow disc did not vanish after passing by number 18. Instead, it returned like a boomerang. Naturally, number 18 would not repeat the same mistake. She turned to face the energy slash and unleashed a ki blast in retaliation. Two forces collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The blast generated a powerful shockwave, causing the audience to shield their eyes. Yet, Klin did not relent. Seizing the moment, he unleashed another chi slash. However, number 18 was determined not to grant him another opportunity. In an instant, she appeared before Klin, delivering a swift kick to his arm. The immense force sent Klin hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall outside the arena, and he skidded for several meters before finally coming to a halt. The chi slash, now beyond Klin's control, gradually dissipated. After finishing her strike, number 18 tucked her hair behind her ear and expressed her dissatisfaction. "Who told you to hold back? I didn't need your mercy." It turned out that number 18 had sensed that the initial chi slash could have sliced her face, but at the critical moment, it altered its trajectory and merely severed a strand of her hair. Klin, still reluctant to harm her, found the contest utterly captivating. The match between Klin and Lady Number 18 was indeed spectacular. Lady Number 18 truly proved that she is every bit as formidable as her male counterparts. Triumphing in this contest, let us take a brief intermission to tidy up the arena before the next match. The audience buzzed with discussions, still savoring the excitement of the previous battle. At this moment, a journalist inquired of Satan, "Mr. Satan, what are your thoughts on this match?" Internally, Satan lamented, "Why are there so many monsters at this martial arts tournament? My prospects look dire." However, before the cameras, Mr. Satan maintained his composure. "What you cannot see is that I am fully aware of everything. This is merely an illusion. The strength of these individuals is, in fact, quite ordinary." It appeared that Mr. Satan was self-assured. "You will surely be able to defeat them, won't you? Oh dear, I suddenly have a bit of a stomach ache. I need to visit the restroom." Meanwhile, Vegeta gripped the railing tightly, his excessive force bending the steel barrier. How is this possible? That minion of Cell possesses such formidable power. How infuriating. Goku, standing nearby, marveled. That girl's strength is astonishing. After fighting for so long, her breathing remains perfectly steady, as if fatigue is foreign to her. Truly remarkable. In fact, she resembles a monster even more than Cell. Gohan chimed in. Indeed, she is incredibly strong. However, Dad, I noticed every single one of her movements. Behind the scenes of the martial arts tournament, Piccolo wore a tense expression. The reason for Piccolo's anxiety was that he had just brushed past someone extraordinary, the Supreme Kai. Internally tormented, particularly after absorbing the Supreme Kai, Piccolo had subtly transformed into a demigod, gaining a faint sensitivity to divine power. That aura he sensed earlier was unmistakable. It must belong to a deity. No. Even more formidable than the Supreme Kai, the God of Heaven, or the King of Hell. As he pondered this, the Supreme Kai approached Piccolo. The overwhelming pressure compelled Piccolo, who had been seated, to rise instantly, and the bloodline's reverence filled him with profound respect for the Supreme Kai, almost prompting him to offer a salute. You carry the aura of a deity, the Supreme Kai remarked with a sly smile, addressing Piccolo. With utmost respect, Bic declared, Indeed, I once served as a deity on Earth. May I inquire, who are you? I am the Supreme Kai. Bic promptly bowed. I have the honor of meeting you, Supreme Kai. Zhang Xiaoman, who was preparing for the match nearby, found this display of respect rather peculiar. Why would Bic treat someone with such deference? However, upon seeing the visitor's appearance, a chill ran down his spine. Having thoroughly studied Dragon Ball, Zhang Xiaoman instantly recognized the figure as the Supreme Kai. Although somewhat surprised, he found the situation reasonable. After all, the Supreme Kai's purpose was to confront Babidi, and given Babidi's recent antics, it was only logical for the Supreme Kai to take notice. Suddenly, a curious thought entered Zhang Xiaoman's mind. I have a bold idea. In Dragon Ball, regardless of the deity, be it the destroyer Beerus or the Super Saiyan God, their powers reside in the realm of the divine, shrouded in mystery and immense strength. Zhang Xiaoman, filled with yearning for such divine power, realized that now, transformed into Cell, he could absorb anything. So why not experience the essence of a god? He licked his lips, his long tail swaying behind him. However, the appearance of a mysterious figure behind the Supreme Kai filled Zhang Xiaoman with trepidation. It was Reboku Fan, the strongest warrior of the West Kai, characterized by his sausage-like lips, a white headband, and a body glistening green. He had once been evenly matched with Son Goku in the afterlife and was known to dominate Cell. Wasn't his power comparable to that of a Super Saiyan in its second phase? Wasn't he just like himself? This unforeseen turn of events compelled Zhang Xiaoman to reassess the situation. To achieve victory in the martial arts tournament without alarming Bu was proving to be a formidable challenge. As he pondered this, the Supreme Kai approached Cell, declaring, Ugly beast, tell Babidi to clean his neck and wait for me. Zhang Xiaoman instantly felt displeased. Why was it that even the gods in Dragon Ball were so superficial regarding appearances? Furthermore, he had been mistakenly associated with the evil sorcerer Babidi. This was utterly unacceptable. Just as he was about to clarify, Hey, I am not. To his dismay, the Supreme Kai paid him no mind, leisurely walking away without a backward glance. Zhang Xiaoman internally scoffed. Forget it, the Supreme Kai is the ultimate show-off in Dragon Ball, even more so than Vegeta. Nevertheless, the prospect of divine power genuinely excited Zhang Xiaoman. He resolved to acquire the cells of Son Goku, the Supreme Kai, and Bu, all of them. There was much to accomplish. Yet it seemed all could be fulfilled during the martial arts tournament. Just as he contemplated this, the loudspeaker behind the tournament stage announced, due to Mr. Big's forfeit before the match, contestant XIN is declared the winner. Now, let us welcome the next pair of contestants to the stage, Cell and Vegeta. Chapter 17, Cell vs. Vegeta underground at the 100-meter martial arts tournament. Babidi gazed at the crystal ball, his expression filled with exhilaration. The crystal ball displayed the scene of Cell and Vegeta standing face-to-face in the martial arts tournament. Bu, you are just one step away. Hang on a little longer. Soon, I shall gather the energy necessary to awaken you amidst their battle. Come forth, Vegeta. I have sown the seeds of hatred within you when the time demands. Your fury will augment your power significantly. At that moment, the energy generated from your conflict will suffice to revive Bu. Babidi recalled the chilling scenes of his plans thwarted by that monster, Cell, and declared with cold resolve, Cell, when Bu is resurrected, you shall be the first to perish. At the martial arts tournament venue, on the immense square arena, Cell and Vegeta stood face to face, the atmosphere thick with anticipation of imminent combat. A tense silence enveloped the audience as the announcer, donned in sunglasses, proclaimed, "The combatants have arrived at the arena. I now declare the match to commence." Vegeta, fixing his gaze upon Cell, stated solemnly, "At long last, I have the opportunity to challenge you once more. Whether it be Kakarot or your sudden emergence, I shall vanquish them all. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. It is my destiny to reclaim the dignity I have lost." Noting Cell's silence, Vegeta, believing he was being underestimated, erupted with indignation. "You scoundrel! Why do you not speak? Do not look down upon me. Look into my eyes. Do not presume that your previous victory over me was due to superior strength. I was unprepared then. You cowardly struck while I was gathering my energy, rendering me unable to unleash my full potential. This time, I shall not grant you such an opportunity." Zhang Xiaoman, observing Vegeta before him, felt a pang of sympathy for the once proud Saiyan prince, who had been overshadowed by Goku, always lingering in his wake without surpassing him. In the later chapters of the original saga, during the Majin Buu arc, he even forged a pact with Babidi to gain power for a duel with Goku. Yet, admirably, he ultimately broke free from Babidi's control through sheer willpower. In Zhang Xiaoman's eyes, Vegeta was indeed a man of unwavering spirit. Resolute, Zhang Xiaoman decided to unleash his full strength from the outset, aiming for a swift resolution. Firstly, should their battle escalate too fiercely, it might provide Babidi the opportunity to harness enough power to awaken Buu, a scenario Zhang Xiaoman wished to avoid. With Babidi's animosity towards Cell, if Buu were to awaken, he would likely target Zhang Xiaoman first. Secondly, this would afford the proud Saiyan prince the respect he deserved. With determination, Zhang Xiaoman addressed Vegeta. "Behold, Vegeta, allow me to enlighten you on what it means to be a Super Saiyan and the 2 stages of Super Saiyan thus far." Vegeta, enraged, retorted, "Spare me your words. Only pure-blooded Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans. You, hideous monster, should cease to tarnish the name of Super Saiyans." Clenching his fists and bending his body, Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a mighty roar. A golden aura began to swirl around Cell, igniting like flames as it ascended. The tremendous wave of energy generated by the transformation surged outward, fracturing the ground beneath. The audience on stage gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What has transpired? Could it be an earthquake? Indeed, is it the doing of that monstrous creature? It is utterly terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman, transformed into a Super Saiyan, felt an exhilarating rush, calm yet combative. He disdainfully declared, "Vegeta, behold, this is the first stage of the Super Saiyan transformation." Vegeta, taken aback, stepped back in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This creature can also transform into a Super Saiyan." Below, Goku observed the scene with intrigue. This cell truly harbors many secrets. "This energy is undeniably that of a Super Saiyan," Piccolo remarked. "He has effortlessly achieved the power I possessed after absorbing the Supreme Kai. By the looks of him, he seems capable of further enhancement." Gohan was left speechless, utterly astonished. The Supreme Kai commented, "Truly, he is a formidable minion of Babidi, remarkably powerful, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan." Behind the crystal ball, Babidi leapt for joy, exclaiming, "Hooray! Cell, just like that, amplify your energy and engage Vegeta in battle." Feeling the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xiaoman felt a sense of satisfaction, yet he knew such power would not suffice to defeat Vegeta. Therefore, he continued to elevate his energy. Vegeta observed closely. "This is the second stage of the Super Saiyan transformation." Zhang Xiaoman bellowed, "Ah!" The golden energy surged vigorously. The arena beneath him was shaken, forming a large circular crater. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and golden lightning began to coalesce within them. Goku, taken aback by this energy, gasped, "This is impossible. The energy continues to rise. Has he surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan?" Piccolo and Gohan remained speechless in shock. Ribs of Rice, witnessing this spectacle, had a fierce glint in his eyes. The commentator was equally struck dumb with astonishment. In the next moment, blue lightning enveloped Cell, crackling with energy around him. Just as Vegeta remained in awe of Cell's formidable aura, Zhang Xiaoman made his move. He aimed for a swift conclusion. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, delivering a punch that sent Vegeta soaring into the sky, followed by a flurry of rapid punches. Vegeta found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. The immense pain jolted him into clarity. In his final moments, he recalled his glorious past and the humiliation he had endured upon arriving on Earth. Now he was being mercilessly beaten by this hideous creature. Unforgivable. Rage surged through him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, an indescribable dark energy erupted from within Vegeta. He roared, pushing Cell back slightly and seizing the opportunity. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon successfully transforming, Vegeta's energy continued to ascend, reaching the pinnacle of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Astonishingly, a dark symbol appeared on Vegeta's forehead. Below, Goku observed Vegeta's transformation, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, Vegeta is remarkable. He is on the verge of breaking through the boundaries of a Saiyan." Vegeta, upon catching sight of Cell across from him, charged forward with wild abandon. He unleashed a flurry of Wolf-Fang fist upon Cell's form. Yet, Zhang Xiaoman stood resolute, showing neither flinch nor retreat. The tremendous gusts generated by the punches radiated outward, striking distant structures and resulting in cataclysmic explosions. After a relentless barrage of the Wolf-Fang fist, Vegeta found himself breathless and fatigued, convinced that his assault had borne fruit. A satisfied grin spreading across his face. However, upon looking up, he was met with the sight of Cell and scathed. Instantly, Vegeta retreated several hundred meters, distancing himself from Cell. Zhang Xiaoman twisted his neck and wrists, an expression of sheer enjoyment adorning his features. Observing Vegeta's astonishment, Zhang Xiaoman smirked disdainfully. "There's simply no comparison. Are you done? Then it's my turn." In the next instant, Cell's figure vanished from view. Chapter 18. Cell, you beast. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman disappeared, leaving Vegeta without a target. Fear and anxiety began to spread within him. Where had that monster gone? Frustrated by his inability to locate Cell, Vegeta resorted to his prince's combat style. He gathered spheres of energy within his palms and began to hurl them indiscriminately. The energy waves fell like a torrential downpour upon the city outside the tournament arena, each one causing immense explosions. Many skyscrapers crumbled, and smoke billowed throughout the metropolis, numerous buildings igniting in flames. "Stop it, Vegeta!" Goku exclaimed, witnessing Vegeta's disregard for the lives of ordinary people, and began to plead with him. Suddenly, Cell's figure reappeared before Vegeta. Spotting this as an opportune moment, Vegeta resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Final Flash. This was the culmination of his rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber over the past days. Vegeta's ultimate move, guaranteed to annihilate. He raised his hands high above his head, a terrifying energy coalescing in his palms. With unwavering confidence, he believed that even Cell would be severely injured, if not killed, by this attack. "Stop, Vegeta. Do you intend to obliterate the entire city with that move?" Piccolo warned. The Kaioshin urged, "Wait for the right moment, and if necessary, intervene. We cannot allow him to massacre the inhabitants of this city." Yet, Vegeta paid no heed to their cautions. Final Flash. Just as he was about to utter the final word, a thunderous sound erupted behind him. Another Cell had appeared, striking Vegeta's neck with a swift karate chop. Thud! Vegeta's body plummeted to the arena like a puppet with severed strings, raising a colossal cloud of dust. The spectators had long since sought refuge beneath their seats, terrified. The bespectacled host, though visibly shaken with his glasses askew, remained committed to his role, meticulously narrating the unfolding events, even though the speed of the action sometimes rendered him unable to follow. As the dust settled, the once mighty arena lay in ruins. Vegeta lay within a vast crater, his hair reverted to its natural black, the markings on his forehead having vanished. He closed his eyes in anguish, remaining utterly still. Zhang Xiaoman descended from the heavens, his arms crossed over his chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease as he realized that no vast energy was dissipating and that Vegeta had been vanquished. Babidi's nefarious plot had been thwarted once more. And recalling Babidi's furious outbursts brought Zhang a sense of hidden delight. After a moment, he turned to the host and exclaimed, "Hey, shouldn't we start the countdown?" The bespectacled host, rendered speechless by fear, only began the countdown upon the contestant's prompt. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained motionless in the deep pit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let us congratulate Mr. Cell on his victory. Upon hearing the host's announcement, the audience finally dared to emerge from their seats. Soon, fervent discussions erupted. What just happened? Why were there so many explosions? I believe that terrifying creature was responsible. How could there have been such intense combat? And what was that spaceship-like object they wielded? At that moment, the large screen lit up, revealing the figure of Satan with his explosive hairstyle. Who addressed the audience, "Please remain calm. The recent massive explosions, including the destruction of the arena, were not caused by the contestants, but rather were due to a natural disaster. I sincerely regret the damage inflicted upon the city and its various structures." A reporter then inquired, "How do you explain the contestants floating in the air?" Satan replied, "They are merely performers from a circus. They are utilizing magic tricks. They must have anticipated the occurrence of today's natural disaster and seized the opportunity to showcase supernatural powers, thus gaining widespread fame. To be honest, I can somewhat empathize with these young individuals." The reporter pressed on, "You must have confidence in defeating them, then?" "Of course. I can manage with only 50% of my power," Satan declared confidently. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. "Satan! Satan! Satan!" Meanwhile, the main characters began to reminisce about the recent battle. Gohan curiously asked, "Dad, why were there 2 cells earlier?" Goku patiently explained to his son, "That was an afterimage technique. Master Roshi taught me that skill. I can perform it as well, although I must admit I am puzzled as to why Cell possesses it. He is indeed mysterious." Piccolo remarked, "He can transform into a Super Saiyan and also master our techniques. Cell is truly unfathomable." However, Goku began to harbor a favorable impression of Cell, stating to Piccolo, "I actually think Cell might not be so malevolent. Look, while Vegeta was wreaking havoc, Cell was doing something good." Piccolo seemed to find this situation strange as well, pondering that Cell did not appear to be a bloodthirsty individual. His perspective on Cell shifted slightly. "Let us hope you are right, old Sunday." The Kaioshin remained silent for a long time after observing Cell's battle. After gathering his thoughts, he turned to the one behind him, Ribs, and asked, "If you were to fight him, who would win?" Ribs understood immediately that he was referring to Cell. After some contemplation, he replied, "It would be a 50-50 chance." The Kaioshin furrowed his brow even deeper. He absolutely cannot allow Babidi to possess such formidable assistants. Cell is undoubtedly a significant obstacle for him. After pondering for a moment, the Supreme Kai addressed Roboku, "Seize an opportunity. Let us join forces to eliminate him." Roboku replied with unwavering determination, "Yes, my Lord Supreme Kai." Beneath the arena of the martial arts tournament, Babidi's emotions resembled that of a roller coaster. When Cell first transformed, Babidi was overwhelmed with joy. He eagerly instructed his subordinates, "Quickly prepare a room. I must ensure that Bu has a clean space." However, as Cell's aura surged once more, Babidi was taken aback, feeling a tinge of regret. "If only Cell could serve my purpose." His strength was not to be underestimated, and his intellect surpassed that of the foolish Dabura by leaps and bounds. Yet, witnessing Cell mercilessly batter Vegeta filled Babidi with dread. "Useless Vegeta. I haven't even gathered enough energy, and you are on the verge of being defeated. How infuriating. My plans are once again falling apart." When Vegeta finally mounted a counterattack, Babidi's spirits soared to new heights, and he danced jubilantly in his chamber, exclaiming, "Hooray! Hooray!" Observing the surrounding city nearly in ruins, Babidi commanded his subordinates, "Quickly bring forth Bu's egg. We must prepare for this immense energy." As he beheld the confrontation between Cell and Vegeta, with Vegeta's palm radiating a yellow glow as he prepared his ultimate technique, the ultimate flash, even Bu's colossal egg began to shimmer with pink light. Babidi was ecstatic. Aim Bu's egg at the center of their energy convergence. He watched in anticipation, eager to witness this historic moment. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Cell's hand sliced downwards. Vegeta was vanquished. The anticipated clash of powers never materialized. The subordinates poised to gather energy stood frozen in disbelief. In an instant, the basement fell into an uncanny silence. Clatter. Babidi's staff slipped from his grasp. He collapsed onto the ground, trembling. Tears shimmered in his eyes, oscillating between laughter and sobs. "Woo, Cell. Once again, you thwart my plans. Ha 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 ha. I shall personally see to your demise, you wretched beast." Chapter 19, Goku. You must hold on. At the pinnacle of the martial arts tournament, amidst the ravaged arena, repairs were underway in an orderly fashion. The large screen displayed an announcement. "Dear esteemed audience, due to the recent natural disaster that has left the venue in ruins, we have been engaged in repairs for several hours. The next matches will commence shortly. The situation outside the arena was also assuredly under control. As most attendees had come to witness the tournament, with only a few buildings suffering severe damage and minimal injuries reported, the repair efforts were proceeding smoothly. As the broadcast concluded, the audience erupted in cheers, expressing their eagerness to continue enjoying the thrilling battles. Goku stretched his body and addressed the crowd. Everyone, I will be taking the stage soon. It has been a while since I last participated in the martial arts tournament, and I must admit, I am quite excited. Piccolo encouraged him. Go for it, old man. Son Gohan. Father, give it your all. Son Wukong waved to the crowd. Everyone, let us eagerly anticipate what is to come. Suddenly, Wukong felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing his expression to momentarily falter. Piccolo, noticing this, approached with concern. Old son, are you all right? What has happened? The pain vanished as abruptly as it appeared, and Wukong replied to Piccolo. It's nothing, Piccolo. I'm not sure what happened just now. I felt a sudden pang in my chest. It must be that during my training in the hyperbolic time chamber, I overexerted myself without adequate rest. Here, take this, Piccolo said as he retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to Wukong. With a crisp sound, Wukong caught it and chewed it a few times, feeling an immediate surge in his muscles. Now I'm feeling invigorated. With that, he stepped off the arena. Meanwhile, the preparations on stage were nearly complete. The square arena had been adorned with fresh, gleaming tiles. The bespectacled host, microphone in hand, approached the edge of the stage and announced loudly, "Welcome back, esteemed audience. We are about to commence the next match. Next up, Sun Wukong versus number 17. Let us invite both contestants to the stage." The crowd erupted with applause, cheers, and screams. Number 17, a strikingly handsome youth, had amassed a considerable female fanbase after just a few matches. Many in the audience were cheering for him. Yet number 17 appeared to detest the attention, disliking the sensation of being a celebrity. As the host declared the battle to begin, Sun Wukong and number 17 faced each other. Wukong, ever polite, performed a fist salute. "Greetings, I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance." Number 17, however, paid little heed to such formalities and retorted, "I couldn't care less about that. All I want is to beat you to a pulp and collect some blood for my master's Cell." Sun Wukong, I once thought Cell was a noble being, but it seems I was mistaken. He is indeed a malevolent entity, seeking my blood. What could his intentions be? Number 17 scoffed, "You lack the right to know our master Cell's plans." In the audience, Zhang Xiaoman, possessing Piccolo's cells, heard the exchange clearly and inwardly fumed. Cursed that number 17. Will you stop blabbering? What do you mean you want my blood? What kind of wolfish words are those? I painstakingly built up goodwill, only for you to squander it with a few sentences. Yes, I do want Sun Wukong's cells to achieve an upgrade and learn the new skill of instant transmission. But you shouldn't say it out loud in front of him. Truly a foolish ally. When this is over, I will have to teach you a lesson. Nevertheless, number 17 remained oblivious, fully focused on the match and his mission. Without further ado, Sun Wukong, let us engage in battle. Sun Wukong, very well. That suits me perfectly. With that, both contestants pushed off the ground with a powerful leap, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, they reappeared at the center of the stage, their elbows colliding with a thunderous shockwave. They did not relent, continuously exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged hundreds of strikes. The relentless sound of flesh colliding echoed in the arena. Bang, bang, bang. The silhouettes of the two combatants flickered on the stage, their appearances marked by fierce impacts. The audience below was utterly transfixed, rendered speechless. The host, donning dark sunglasses, narrated with his mortal frame. The intensity of the duel between these two competitors is simply astounding. First came the onslaught from contestant number 17, and then they vanished once more. They soared into the air, continuing their fierce exchanges. Bang! With another manifestation. Both fighters bore the brunt of a punch to the face, before swiftly retreating from one another. Contestant 17 exclaimed, "You possess quite the strength." Sun Wukong reciprocated the compliment. "You are impressive as well, showing no discernible weaknesses." Contestant 17's assault patterns were meticulously calculated, exhibiting flawless precision, while Sun Wukong, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, ensured that 17 could not gain the upper hand. Thus, the confrontation devolved into a simple contest of strength. The one with greater power would remain on the stage, while the weaker would be vanquished. Suddenly, as if in perfect synchrony, both began to unleash their energy. A transparent aura enveloped contestant 17, causing his long hair to billow wildly. A golden flame ignited around Sun Wukong, transforming his hair into a radiant yellow. In comparison, Sun Wukong's energy appeared more formidable. He had attained the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 1, standing but a hair's breadth from the next stage. Once again, they forcefully propelled themselves from the ground, creating massive fissures in the freshly laid surface. Boom! They collided once more, the tremendous force nearly sending the host flying. Following one such impact, contestant 17 staggered backward, on the verge of collapse. With just one strike, Sun Wukong could send him tumbling from the arena. Yet, in that moment, Sun Wukong chose to create distance. He gasped for breath, clutching his chest with his left hand. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his face contorted in excruciating pain. Observing this, contestant 17 began to taunt him. "Oh, what's wrong? Are you unable to continue?" The main characters in the audience watched with growing concern for Sun Wukong on stage. Gohan exclaimed, "Dad." Piccolo called out, "Old son, what's the matter? You've been off since earlier." Zhang Xiaoman, perplexed by Sun Wukong's condition, couldn't he comprehend the situation. After all, the bodies of Super Saiyans are incredibly resilient. How could he reach his limit after only a few exchanges? How strange. Sun Wukong appeared as if he were ailing. But what ailment could possibly afflict a Saiyan, a warrior born for battle? Zhang Xiaoman desperately racked her mind for the plot of Dragon Ball. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck like lightning. It is viral heart disease. Sun Wukong had contracted this affliction during his battle with the android when he fought against the portly android. It must have been the intense training prior that precipitated this condition. As described in the previous arcs of Dragon Ball, this illness is currently untreatable. The life of Sun Wukong was nearly claimed, yet fortune smiled upon him as Trunks from the future arrived with the antidote, transforming his dire predicament into a safe haven. Alas, now that androids 17 and 18 have become my subordinates, they will no longer wreak havoc upon the earth. Consequently, Trunks will not traverse through time to deliver the much-needed medicine and seek assistance. Without the miraculous remedy, will Sun Wukong not be doomed to perish? Beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Xiaoman's forehead as he racked his brain, pondering, "What shall I do to compel Trunks to deliver the antidote? I cannot possibly command androids 17 and 18 to devastate the earth and eliminate the protagonists, can I?" Chapter 20. Truth or Deception. The aid of Cell with a violent cough, Sun Wukong expelled a torrent of blood upon the arena, supporting himself on the ground. The agony rendered him incapable of maintaining his Super Saiyan form. His hair reverted to its ebony hue as he gasped for breath. The commentator below immediately declared, "Oh dear, our contestant son seems to be in a precarious state. He appears to have sustained significant injuries during the battle. It seems he can no longer continue." Android 17 ambled over nonchalantly, collecting a blood sample with ease, poised to deliver a final blow to Sun Wukong. At that moment, the host interjected, "Halt, Android 17. If Sun cannot continue fighting, I shall commence the countdown." He bounded up the steps to Sun Wukong's side, inquiring, "Sun, can you still fight?" Sun Wukong struggled to rise. Yet darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The host urgently called out, "Quick, someone fetch a doctor. We need help." Medical personnel promptly arrived with a stretcher, hastily carrying Wukong away. Thus, without surprise, Android 17 emerged victorious. Below, the female fans erupted in jubilation for their idol, 17. 17. I love you. 17. However, 17 found the adulation suffocating, reminiscent of his confinement in the hyperbolic time chamber. Frustrated, he shouted, "Get away from me, you fools." Yet, the fervent fans only grew more enthusiastic. "So cool. Oh no, I adore him even more. I too love him even more." 17. Exasperated and suppressing the urge to lash out, fled the throng. Meanwhile, the protagonists, witnessing Sun Wukong's plight, hurriedly followed the stretcher to the infirmary. Outside the room, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Oolong, Bulma, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, all of Wukong's friends, had gathered. Only Krillin and Vegeta remained unconscious and could not attend. They anxiously awaited news. Piccolo exclaimed, "What on earth has happened to old Sun? Can such a powerful Saiyan warrior truly fall ill?" Yamcha replied, "Did he not just engage in battle with Cell's minions? This could very well be Cell's scheme." Gohan clenched his fists in fury, declaring, "Damn Cell. I will ensure he pays for this." Chi-Chi, tears streaming down her face, resolutely declared, "Where is he? I shall slay him for daring to harm my Wukong." Bulma exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, please calm down. It is still uncertain whether he is responsible. Furthermore, you cannot possibly defeat him. It would be far too perilous." Chi-Chi, undeterred, retorted, "I do not care. I am determined to kill him." At that moment, the others restrained her, attempting to prevent her from embarking on such a reckless venture. But their efforts seemed futile. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open. The doctor, removing his mask, spoke with a countenance full of regret. "I am sorry to say, everyone, but there is nothing more I can do. Although the patient is not yet deceased, his time is nearly up. He may last at most another night." Typically composed, Piccolo now erupted with fury, seizing the doctor by the collar and demanding, "What are you saying? This cannot be. He is the Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza. You inept physician, I might just end your life." Piccolo understood that one night was far too short a time to gather the Dragon Balls, thus rendering any hope of saving Goku futile. If Goku were to perish, the Dragon Balls would merely resurrect him, yet the virus would still remain within his body, making the resurrection meaningless. The grim reality was evidently unbearable for everyone present, who surrounded the doctor in disbelief. As the foremost expert in the area, the doctor began to panic, explaining, "It is a virus. I have heard he recently returned from space. It is possible he contracted a viral heart disease during that time." Viral heart disease? Bulma, with her keen intellect and extensive knowledge, recognized the gravity of the situation. She began to elucidate the condition to the group, emphasizing that, regrettably, there is no cure. The group hung their heads, unable to accept this disheartening news. "Gohan, Aunt Bulma, what are you saying? How can there be an incurable disease? You must be lying." Bulma, overwhelmed with sorrow, felt tears welling in her eyes. "No, Gohan, I assure you it is true. Based on current medical standards, there is indeed no remedy. However, I will leverage my connections at Capsule Corp to seek out an expert in this field. Perhaps there is still hope." With that, she rushed out. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Gohan. "Wait, we have Dend. He can heal even the most grievous of wounds, so surely he can handle this minor virus. We must find him." With that, Gohan took off in a hurry. Piccolo remarked, "Indeed, how could I have forgotten about our old friend?" Beiji exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Goku is saved." With two potential solutions in sight, the group visibly relaxed. Backstage at the martial arts tournament, Zhang Xiaoman was deep in thought, striving to devise a strategy, while his tail swayed behind him. At that moment, number 17 had just descended from the arena and approached Zhang Xiaoman with utmost respect, presenting a test tube filled with Goku's blood, saying, "Lord Cell, I have procured Goku's blood. I have fulfilled my mission." Zhang Xiaoman accepted the vial, his expression darkening. "Number 17, you fool, do you realize the grave error you have committed? You should not have disclosed the need for Goku's blood to him directly." "Lord Cell, what wrong have I done?" Number 17 inquired, bewildered. "You were not supposed to inform Goku about the necessity of his blood." Upon realizing he had inadvertently leaked critical information, number 17 immediately knelt in supplication. "I apologize, Lord Cell. I momentarily lost my composure. Please, punish me as you see fit." As Zhang Xiaoman gazed at number 17, a wave of anger surged within him, recalling how his previously cultivated fondness had been utterly obliterated by number 17. The corporeal punishment no longer sufficed to satiate his wrath. Suddenly, the disdainful expressions number 17 had directed towards his female admirers on stage flashed in his mind, prompting a wicked smile to dance upon his lips. "Very well. I shall punish you by forcing you into the limelight. I decree that within 3 months, your popularity must surpass that of Satan." "No." 17's face contorted as if he had ingested something foul. "Lord Cell, please do not do this. You may strike me. You may berate me. I can endure any punishment. You may even carve out my heart. But please, do not compel me to become a star. I detest being surrounded by a throng of women. I have learned my lesson. Please retract your command. Carve out my heart instead." Number 17's words struck Zhang Xiaoman like a revelation. Indeed, he recalled that within Dr. Gero's legacy lay the heart of an android, which would not provoke any rejection. It could serve temporarily, and afterward, he could utilize the Dragon Balls to wish for Goku's recovery. Enlightened by this realization, Zhang Xiaoman's spirits lifted, and he addressed number 17, "You may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is unavoidable. You shall endure 1 week as a star." Number 17 envisioned the impending chaos of being pursued and besieged, unable to resist. And his heart sank into despair, collapsing onto the ground, contemplating death itself. Unperturbed by Number 17's plight, Zhang Xiaoman, clutching the android heart, made his way toward Goku's hospital room, fully aware that he was not welcomed. Chapter 21. Is it real or fake? Cell's Assistance. Part 2. Outside Goku's hospital room. Cell was about to knock on the door when he heard Bulma's voice behind him. Cell, what are you doing here? Bulma had sought out the world's foremost experts in the field of cardiac medicine, employing the resources of Capsule Corporation, and had swiftly located them. Following her were two elderly gentlemen clad in white lab coats. They were likely the specialists. Though Bulma felt a tremor from Cell's imposing presence, she could not shake the feeling that he was not entirely malevolent, for during her abduction, when she was gravely injured and unconscious, she vaguely recalled Cell rescuing her. Zhang Xiaoman spoke. Bulma, greetings. Whether you believe it or not, I harbor no ill intentions. I come to save Goku. Bulma, incredulous, replied, you? Spare me. I have already brought someone to aid him. You should leave quickly, for you are not welcome here. With utmost sincerity, Zhang Xiaoman implored. Bulma, please trust me. I even saved you, have you forgotten? Goku's condition cannot afford delay. Only my method can truly assist him. Are you not aware that we consider you an enemy? What are you still doing here? Even if I were to agree, those inside would not. Precisely because of this, I must save Goku to prove my innocence. Seeing the sincerity in Cell's expression and recalling her belief that he had indeed saved her, Bulma felt a flicker of goodwill. Thus, she conceded, very well, Cell. I will allow you entry, but I cannot guarantee that they will not attack you. Consider yourself forewarned. The door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Bulma accompanied by two doctors in white coats, who were about to be joyfully welcomed. However, their expressions shifted dramatically upon spotting the imposing figure of Cell at the rear. Instantly, panic ensued among the crowd. Piccolo shouted, Bulma, step aside. Be careful. Cell is here. Yamcha warned, watch out, Bulma. The remaining individuals assumed combat stances, with Kiki poised to charge forward, only to be halted by Tien. Bulma swiftly clarified, everyone, please remain calm. I invited Cell here. He has come to treat Goku. This revelation only heightened the tension as the crowd erupted in outrage, turning their ire towards Bulma. Piccolo exclaimed, have you lost your mind, Bulma? How can you trust a monster? Master Roshi added, yes, Bulma, you need to get away from him. It's far too dangerous. Beiji interjected. Goku's condition worsened after fighting his minions. How can you still have faith in him, Bulma? You are truly disappointing. Yamcha chimed in, moreover. He might even be the cause of Goku's condition. You still let him come to treat Goku? Have you lost your senses? Zhang Xiaoman defended himself, everyone. I genuinely mean no harm. As he produced the artificial heart he had prepared, he proclaimed, look, as long as Goku uses this heart, he can survive temporarily. Then we can summon the Dragon Balls to grant our wish. Despite his words, skepticism lingered in the air as the crowd continued to denounce Cell. As Zhang Xiaoman's frustration mounted, he thought, if pushed to the brink, I might just throw you all out the window and treat Goku myself. Suddenly, Bulma interjected, everyone. Please quiet down. Let me allow the specialists I brought to examine Goku first. We can discuss further after that. The crowd, blinded by fury, momentarily forgot their priorities and cleared a path for the two experts to enter. Before long, Goku was surrounded by an array of medical instruments. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew tense as they awaited the results. To everyone's dismay, once the examination concluded, both experts shook their heads in unison. It's undoubtedly viral cardiomyopathy. There is no need for treatment. A heavy silence enveloped the room, and Yamcha, unable to accept the verdict, protested. You two quacks. How could Goku possibly be ill? You must have misdiagnosed him. The doctors replied resolutely. Even if you were to kill us, it would change nothing. There is no cure. If we say there is none, no physician in the world would dare contradict us. Bulma urged, release the two doctors. Yamcha, they are titans in the medical field. If they say there is no hope, then there truly is none. Yamcha trembled with rage as a faint dark aura began to form behind him, a shadowy mark emerging on his back. Consumed by jealousy, he thought, I once believed Bulma favored me, yet she seems to have feelings for Vegeta. Moreover, she defends that monster Cell. This is unforgivable. A voice echoed within his mind. Jealous, are you? Angry, are you? Listen to me. Do not let Cell treat Goku. I can bring Bulma back to your side. In a fit of fury, Yamcha shouted, Cell, get out. I do not wish to see you. Even if you kill me, you shall not approach Goku. The crowd, witnessing the ordinarily timid Yamcha display such bravery, felt inspired and began to rally. Get out, Cell, get out. Bulma, seeing Yamcha's resoluteness, hesitated to allow Cell to treat Goku and fell silent. Thus, both sides remained locked in a standoff. Zhang Xiaoman, sensing the impasse, was about to resort to violence when he suddenly detected Gohan's energy approaching. Two figures soared through the window, the new Supreme, Kai Dend and Gohan. Upon Gohan's arrival, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. In the hearts of most, Bulma's method was not the preferred choice, given the medical conditions. The facility's capabilities represented the pinnacle of human achievement. Conversely, Den's skills were a beacon of hope. As Gohan entered the room, he spotted Cell and was taken aback by the situation. With his father's life hanging in the balance, he could not afford to dwell on anything else. He shot a fierce glare at Cell, declaring, We can settle this later, but if anything happens to my father, I will ensure your demise. The aura radiating from Gohan instilled fear in everyone present. His fury emanated an overwhelming dread. Without delay, they guided Den to Goku's side. Den, I place my father's life in your hands. Rest assured, Gohan, I will do everything in my power. Den responded, raising his green hands toward Goku's chest, emitting a soft yellow luminescence. Moments later, the anticipated outcome did not manifest. Den, filled with remorse, uttered, I'm sorry, everyone. I am powerless, for Mr. Son is afflicted with a viral illness. My greatest ability lies in restoration. However, viruses are also forms of life and can continually regenerate. Thus, I cannot save Mr. Son. The collective hope of the room was extinguished. Silence enveloped the room. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Bulma gestured for Cell to leave. Zhang Xiaoman understood that success was unattainable here and decided to seek alternative avenues with Bulma. He quietly slipped away. At that moment, Yamcha exclaimed, Where is that monster Cell? It's all his fault. I will seek vengeance. Piccolo replied, Cell has already slipped away. The turtle hermit, equally disgruntled, remarked, It seems he came merely to revel in our misfortune. How could such an abominable creature understand how to save lives? Vegeta chimed in, Indeed, if he is so grotesque. What if Goku becomes ugly too after being saved? What then? The crowd erupted in derision aimed at Cell. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma discreetly exited the ward and ventured to a secluded corridor of the hospital, calling out, Cell, come out. Zhang Xiaoman, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately appeared. What is it? Bulma resolutely stated, I trust you. I will lead them away. You go and treat him. Goku is in your hands. Chapter 22. It's done. Son Goku is revived. Inside the emergency ward, Bulma successfully concocted a reason to dismiss everyone. At that moment, only Son Goku remained in the room. Cell arrived in an instant, having utilized his instant transmission to reach the ward. Observing the ailing Wukong on the hospital bed, his pallor and labored breaths revealed a deteriorating state. Without delay, he retrieved Dr. Gero's artificial heart from his pocket and placed it upon Son Wukong's chest. Suddenly, two blood vessels emerged from the heart, resembling tentacles as they pierced through Wukong's skin, voraciously siphoning his blood. A startled voice echoed from outside, Everyone, come quickly. This monster, Cell, intends to harm Wukong. It was Yamcha, who, influenced by Babidi, sensed something amiss. Bulma had mentioned knowing a local healer who could cure ailments. But the healer's condition was that no one could witness the treatment. Thus, Yamcha returned stealthily, eager to uncover the mystery. To his dismay, he found Cell within the hospital room, prompting him to shout out in alarm. Upon hearing Yamcha's cries, a wave of despair washed over Bulma, who muttered to herself, This is disastrous. The others were quickly drawn to the scene. Cell stood before Wukong's bed, where a pulsating heart rested on his chest. The bizarre sight ignited a fervor among the onlookers. Piccolo shouted, Special beam cannon. Son Gohan exclaimed, Kamehameha. And Yamcha called out, Spirit Ball. Without a moment's hesitation, the three powers surged toward Cell. At this critical juncture in the healing process, Zhang Xiaoman could not afford to be interrupted. He exerted every ounce of energy within him, conjuring a protective shield that enveloped both Wukong and himself. The three forces clashed violently against the shield, yet Wukong and Cell remained unharmed. Unfortunately, the hospital room bore the brunt of the chaos. In an instant, the ceiling was torn away, illuminating the night as if it were day. Those within the hospital fled in terror. After a moment, as the light dissipated, Zhang Xiaoman noticed Wukong's complexion had significantly improved. The members of the main cast rushed toward him, and he called out, "Look at Wukong. His color has returned." The crowd turned to the bed, and indeed, Wukong's pallor had transformed from a ghostly white to a healthier hue, resembling the initial signs of recovery. The onlookers paused, momentarily forgetting their quarrel. Gohan rushed to his father's side, sensing the improvement and bursting with joy. Piccolo shouted to the nurses, "Doctor, quickly summon a physician." Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at Wukong with elation, her heart swelling with happiness. Kiki nestled against Wukong, and soon the room was filled to capacity with concerned friends. Before long, a doctor arrived, and after a thorough examination, he joyfully announced, "It is truly a miracle. Although I cannot discern the method you employed, it is undeniable that Mr. Sun's condition is indeed improving. He is not in immediate danger of death." The doctor, visibly excited, expressed a desire to invite the healer to dinner, hoping to learn the secrets of curing such ailments. In his fervor, he even knelt before the group. However, at that moment, the others were too engrossed in their relief and joy to pay him any mind. Dandy, observing Goku's condition, exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined that even abilities beyond our comprehension could be achieved. How astonishing that Cell has accomplished this. Truly unbelievable. In my recollection, only our esteemed elder possessed such prowess. Remarkable indeed." Instantly, joy erupted in the room as everyone danced in celebration, for Goku's condition had stabilized. They now had the opportunity to seek the Dragon Balls, and Goku could be spared from death. Amidst the jubilant cheers, one presence was overlooked, Cell. Only Bulma, raising her chin with delight, proclaimed, "Everyone, listen to me. Goku's recovery is thanks to whom? It is all Cell's doing. Shouldn't we express our gratitude?" Piccolo reflected on Cell's actions, recalling that he had not committed any heinous acts. He remembered Goku's words, asserting that Cell was not a malevolent being, and felt he might have misjudged him. Blushing slightly, he said, "I truly did not expect you to possess such abilities. My sincerest apologies, Cell. I should not have treated you that way. I misjudged you. I am sorry. Henceforth, let us be friends." He patted Cell on the shoulder. Zhang Xiaoman was taken aback by this unexpected display of kindness, but managed a shy smile, remarking, "Haha, no need to mention it." Gohan added, "I apologize, Cell, for my previous hostility. You have put aside grievances and even treated my father. I feel quite remorseful. If you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." With a bow, Gohan demonstrated his courtesy. Chi-Chi chimed in, "Thank you. Thank you for saving Goku. You are truly remarkable." She then enveloped Zhang Xiaoman in a warm embrace. Subsequently, everyone expressed their gratitude to Cell in their own unique ways. Bulma remarked, "Cell, I never anticipated your medical skills to be so exceptional. Even the world's foremost physicians pale in comparison." Zhang Xiaoman found himself surrounded by the group, receiving a flurry of compliments. However, an incongruous voice interrupted the celebration. "He must be acting with ulterior motives, right? First, he infects Goku with a virus, and then he miraculously cures him, aiming to dull our senses and gain our trust. Who knows what his true intentions are? We must not be deceived." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, contemplating the unsettling possibility. Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of anger towards Yamcha, questioning why he was consistently opposing him. Something felt amiss. Typically, Yamcha would retreat in the face of adversity, so why was he so vocal now? Could it be another scheme by Babidi? Zhang Xiaoman retorted, "Consider this. With my strength, if I intended to eliminate Goku, would I resort to such convoluted methods as poisoning him? Rather, it seems you, Yamcha, are exhibiting unusual behavior." The crowd began to see the sense in his argument. After all, Cell's power had reached the level of a Super Saiyan second stage, making it unnecessary to resort to such tactics against Goku. Thus, all eyes turned to Yamcha. Gohan noted, "Uncle Yamcha usually hides when trouble arises." Piccolo added, "Indeed. He has always adored Bulma and seldom criticizes her." Master Roshi concurred, "I too find Yamcha's behavior rather peculiar." As the crowd encircled Yamcha, he trembled at the center. Suddenly, as if his vitality had been drained, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zhang Xiaoman tore away his shirt, revealing a massive inscription on Yamcha's back. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This emblem belonged to Babidi. Was Yamcha one of Babidi's minions? Zhang Xiaoman promptly shared everything he knew about Babidi, though he refrained from mentioning his own dealings with him. The crowd's understanding deepened. They realized Babidi's objective was to awaken the demon Bu. They began to acknowledge a crucial truth. This grotesque creature was not an ally of Babidi, but rather a righteous companion, just like themselves. Piccolo, astonished, turned to Zhang Xiaoman and said, "So you are not in league with Babidi? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You made us believe you were our enemy." Gero, with his dazzling eyes, chimed in, "Am I to blame? You didn't even ask." The crowd fell into a silence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had attacked Gero without offering him a single chance to explain. 100 meters underground, Babidi, beside the crystal ball, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had begun monitoring the protagonist the moment he sensed Goku was injured. Goku's energy was ripe for absorption, which could be used to resurrect Bu, compensating for the loss of energy collectors taken by Gero. Thus, he targeted Yamcha, a man with malevolent intentions, hoping to exploit him to siphon Goku's energy. However, Gero, that wretched beast, thwarted his plans. Babidi spat blood again, exclaiming, "Gero, I will not rest until you are dead. My own existence matters not." In the next moment, driven by fury, Babidi fainted to the ground. Chapter 23. The Dilemma. Zhang Xiaoman aspired to use the Dragon Balls to wish for supremacy over the world. However, Dandy cautioned, "In truth, the power of the Dragon Balls is immense. Have you considered that an over-reliance on such power can be detrimental, as it may one day rebound upon you?" Zhang Xiaoman paused, aware of the legends surrounding the emergence of evil dragons due to excessive use of the Dragon Balls. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Have you contemplated what would happen if the Dragon Balls possessed life, and one day desired you to fulfill its wishes? Very well, from now on, I shall not seek to utilize the Dragon Balls for supremacy, but rather depend on my own diligent cultivation." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as though they had been struck profoundly. They silently reflected on the phrase, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you," finding it increasingly profound with every contemplation. The room fell into a hushed stillness. Dandy, as the creator of the Dragon Balls, had the most authority to speak and remarked, "Gero is correct. Our former patriarch warned against excessive reliance on the powers of the Dragon Balls. Moreover, if the Dragon Balls show signs of wear after prolonged use, they must be preserved to allow them to restore themselves. Otherwise, dreadful events shall unfold." On another note, Cell, you truly possess great wisdom. Your profound understanding of Dragon Balls is remarkable. Are you not the reincarnation of our elder? Zhang Xiaoman chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. As a youth who traversed from the 21st century, grasping such matters was effortless, and he felt no need to boast. After a discussion among the group about rescuing Goku, Tien and Bulma, along with others, set off to seek the Dragon Balls and wish for Goku's salvation, while those of slightly greater strength remained behind to prepare for the confrontation with Babidi. Having concluded their deliberations, Zhang Xiaoman resolved to return to the martial arts tournament to prepare for the forthcoming matches. Tomorrow would witness the latter half of the semifinals, featuring only Cell, Gohan, and number 17, after number 18 had succumbed to Reborn in battle. The champion of the tournament would emerge from among these contenders. The Supreme Kai had opted to forfeit his match, granting Reborn an opportunity. Currently, Reborn stood as the primary adversary, and Zhang Xiaoman harbored doubt about his ability to defeat him, given that both their strengths hovered at the second stage of Super Saiyan. To augment his power, Zhang Xiaoman seized the opportunity on his way back to the tournament to absorb Goku's cells. The enhancement was minuscule, scarcely noticeable, as Goku was still at the initial stage of Super Saiyan, his power inferior to cells. However, within Goku's new cells, he acquired the skill of instant transmission through cellular memory. This ability was nothing short of miraculous, whether in combat or travel. It proved extraordinarily practical, a quintessential skill for both domestic and adventurous pursuits. In Zhang Xiaoman's view, possessing this skill meant that even when faced with the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, he could utter a retort before making a hasty retreat. Approaching the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament, Zhang Xiaoman found himself on a less populated street, where he unexpectedly encountered three individuals who ought not to be there. It was the Supreme Kai, his guard, and Reborn. The Supreme Kai positioned himself before Cell, with Reborn and his guard, Jebit, behind him, forming a triangular formation that ensnared Cell in the center. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Xiaoman. They were undoubtedly planning an ambush. However, he had previously sensed that the Supreme Kai held a misunderstanding about him. This moment presented an excellent opportunity to clarify. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman calmly stated, "Supreme Kai, you must surely be mistaken. I am not allied with Babidi." The Supreme Kai smirked. "You even know my identity. Coupled with the mark upon your forehead, I can ascertain without a doubt that you are one of Babidi's subordinates. Cease your attempts at evasion. Although I remain unaware of Babidi's schemes, your demise would significantly weaken his force." Zhang Xiaoman found himself at a loss for words. As the mark on his forehead was indeed a consequence of his dealings with Babidi, he felt compelled to withhold his intentions of absorbing Buu's cells from others. Thus, Cell remained silent. "What is the matter? No words to offer? Today shall mark your end. Your strength is formidable, and I shall not allow Babidi's influence to grow unchecked. Engage him, Ribrian." As the aroma of the rib rice permeated the air, a surge of energy erupted from him. He had long yearned for a confrontation with the formidable creature, Cell, having already established his supremacy in the West Kai realm, leaving his heart restless with solitude. Meanwhile, Jebet stood vigilant, determined to prevent Cell from escaping in his direction. The Supreme Kai's heart raced with exhilaration, regardless of Cell's might. Today was surely his last. With one of the strongest beings from the West Kai realm and two divine entities backing him, no one could endure such a formidable onslaught in the cosmos. "Come forth, Cell." The trio unleashed their most potent energies, fists clenched, roaring as they charged at Cell with their ultimate strike. This operation aimed for a surprise attack. A single lethal blow, leaving no room for retreat. However, Zhang Xiaoman had no desire to engage them in combat. The energy fluctuations from their battle would undoubtedly awaken the slumbering Bu, which would play right into Babidi's hands. "If you wish to fight me, I shall refrain from battling you." Amidst the trio's relentless assault, Cell exhibited the poise of a master. He brought his index and middle fingers together and pointed them at his forehead, softly uttering the phrase, "Instant transmission." In the next moment, without warning, Cell vanished. Yet, the trio's momentum could not be reined in. Their fists collided with one another, and due to Rib Rice's overwhelming strength, he shattered half of the Supreme Kai's teeth. Supreme Kai? I deeply apologize, please punish me." Rib Rice bowed his head in contrition. Jebet also took a solid hit, clutching his face and groaning in pain. The Supreme Kai, holding his swollen cheek, seethed, "Damn it." He still managed to escape, utilizing instant transmission. Cell can even use instant transmission. This is utterly astonishing. Aren't the Yardrat's abilities never shared with others? It's incredibly perplexing. Moreover, Yardrats only befriend those who are kind-hearted and pure of spirit. How could Cell possibly have a connection with him? "Babidi, how did you accomplish this?" The Supreme Kai covered his mouth, gazing toward the horizon, deep in thought. Babidi had initially moved to this subterranean location of the martial arts tournament to facilitate energy absorption, allowing Bu to awaken. It now appeared that this maneuver was somewhat excessive. Babidi lay weakly on his small bed, a crystal ball floating above him, hours having passed since he had coughed up blood from the strain. The repeated blows from Cell had rendered his heart immensely resilient yet numb, but when he saw the Supreme Kai and Rib Rice poised for conflict with Cell, a long-buried ambition quivered within him. Yet, when Cell vanished once more, and the opportunity slipped away again, Babidi felt no trace of the excitement of yore. He simply turned over and murmured, Numb. Whatever." Tears continued to fall uncontrollably from his eyes. Chapter 24. The bed in the hospital room of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Goku's breathing had become much steadier, while Gohan stood guard by his side. Suddenly, Cell's figure materialized in the room. Due to his inaugural experience with instant transmission, Zhang Xiaoman opted for the most formidable aura to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Thus, he selected Gohan's energy, which had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 1 through rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. With just a spark of anger, he could ascend to Super Saiyan Level 2, joining the ranks of the elite. When Cell's aura suddenly materialized, Gohan was roused from his slumber, questioning, "Cell? What brings you here?" "I sense nothing at all." Zhang Xiaoman explained that he had come to see Goku, and that proximity would facilitate the upcoming tournament. Gohan did not decline, offering Cell a chair to rest while he himself returned to sleep atop Goku's bed. Time swiftly progressed to the following day. Zhang Xiaoman arrived early at the venue, and upon entering the backstage, he encountered three imposing figures. King Kai, Jebet, and Ribrian were already there, eagerly awaiting Cell's arrival. Cell, this time you cannot escape, Jebet declared with an air of menace. King Kai remarked, I knew you would return. This martial arts tournament seems quite significant to you. Ribrian, in a more straightforward manner, positioned himself and said, Come on, please enlighten me. Witnessing the palpable tension among the trio, Zhang Xiaoman felt overwhelmed, internally lamenting. This trio truly forms an exceptional ensemble. Each one is a simpleton, unwilling to heed reason. Perhaps they should brand themselves as the Iron Simpleton Trio. Joking aside, Zhang Xiaoman had no desire to engage in combat and attempted to mediate, saying, Come on, you are all deities. Surely you wouldn't resort to violence in a gathering of mortals. Meanwhile, at the martial arts tournament, spectators were steadily filling the venue, creating a considerable crowd. You need not concern yourself, Cell. When the fight commences, I shall employ spatial relocation magic to transport us to a desolate area. At that moment, we shall be undisturbed. King Kai smirked, as if everything was within his control. Ribrian and Cell stood face to face, an electric tension crackling between them, reminiscent of yellow lightning igniting fierce sparks. Zhang Xiaoman recognized that this confrontation was unavoidable. However, relocating the battleground would thwart Babidi's scheme, allowing him the opportunity to slip away back to the tournament without peril. Just then, he heard King Kai say, Do not even think about using instant transmission to escape. I will bind you with divine power, rendering you immobile. The notion of fleeing is sheer folly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's heart sank. He pondered anxiously. This could be problematic. The deity might indeed possess such abilities. A warrior with strength rivaling Super Saiyan Level 2, accompanied by two gods intermittently unleashing their powers. This situation is dire. His brow furrowed, and beads of sweat formed on his palms. This was the first time he faced such a lethal threat since his transformation into Cell, and he felt a twinge of anxiety, albeit predominantly excitement and fervor, as the blood of a Saiyan coursed through his veins. Enough of this chatter, let us begin, Zhang Xiaoman declared, beckoning to King Kai and the others with a flick of his finger. In the next moment, two distinct energies surged forth, on the verge of colliding. Suddenly, Piccolo's voice resonated. Lord Kaishin. Halt. Cell is a good person. At that moment, the main characters, including Vegeta and Krillin, arrived on the scene, both having recovered from their injuries thanks to the healing properties of the Senzu beans. They were now aware of Cell's situation, although Vegeta wore a disdainful expression, asserting that he would relish the opportunity to battle Cell again. Having once been a part of the divine, Piccolo's words held weight, and Lord Kaishin was inclined to listen. Piccolo, you dare to plead for Cell? Have you lost your mind? He is allied with Babidi. I advise you to step aside and not interfere with our duel. Unyielding. Piccolo retorted, Lord Kaishin, even if you punish me, I must insist that Cell saved Goku. He cannot be a villain. Thus far, I have never witnessed Cell bully a human. Lord Kaishin, visibly agitated, exclaimed, Fool, you do not comprehend the depths of Babidi's treachery, nor the terror of Majin Buu. He single-handedly annihilated the North Kaishin and consumed the South Kaishin and the Grand Kai. I cannot allow the tragedy that transpired on Kaishin's planet to unfold here once more. Seeing that he could not sway Lord Kaishin, Piccolo resolutely positioned himself in front of Cell, compelled by the prior misunderstanding and the debt of gratitude owed to Cell for saving Goku. Lord Kaishin, if you wish to slay Cell, you must first get past me. Furious, Lord Kaishin retorted. Who do you think you are? You presume to alter my decision? I will count to 3, and if you do not step aside, I shall eliminate you as well. 1, 2. Piccolo remained steadfast, standing before Cell, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Zhang Xiaoman was deeply moved. In the realm of Dragon Balls, Piccolo, the intellectual stalwart, had always been a reliable ally to the protagonists, having aided them through numerous crises. His unwavering loyalty to this outsider was nothing short of admirable. Understanding that the situation could not be prolonged, Zhang Xiaoman interjected, Let us wager, Lord Kaishin. Intrigued by this proposition, Lord Kaishin, revered as a deity, was eager to minimize bloodshed. What do you propose? We shall use the World Martial Arts Tournament as our arena. The loser will submit to the winner's will. Lord Kaishin contemplated this. With the combined strength of Reboku and my support, defeating Cell would be a mere formality. I can secure victory and extract information from Cell regarding Babidi before disposing of him. By this calculation, my triumph is assured. Thus, Lord Kaioshin declared. Very well. I accept your wager, Cell. This arrangement suits me perfectly. Zhang Xiaoman intended to agree immediately, but was struck by a sudden concern. What if the deity reneged on the deal? If I defeat Reboku and Lord Kaioshin absconds, how shall I locate his cells to complete the absorption and upgrade? Wait, Lord Kaioshin. His tone sharp, Lord Kaioshin replied. What is it? Do you intend to go back on your word? Zhang Xiaoman spoke plainly. If I win, what happens if you attempt to cheat and flee? The God of Kings, in a fit of anger, declared, do not belittle the divine. It is only you humans who lack a sense of contractual integrity. We deities speak and act with conviction. Once a promise is made, it shall not be broken, for to do so would invite the wrath of all gods. Conversely, should you fail to uphold your agreements with the divine, you too shall face divine retribution. Rest assured on this matter. Thus, both parties reached an accord. The tension in the room dissipated significantly as their imposing presence withdrew. The voice of the bespectacled host resonated through the broadcast. Thank you, dear audience, for your support. The draw results for our semifinals are in. Number 17 will face Pork Ribs. Cell will take on Gohan. Please anticipate the forthcoming matches. Chapter 25, the final showdown. Cell vs. Pork Ribs. The day's matches progressed swiftly. The disparity in strength between number 17 and Pork Ribs was vast, leading to a swift defeat in the very first round. Meanwhile, Gohan, devoid of his rage-fueled state, proved no match for Cell and was soon knocked out of the ring. Following the conclusion of the matches, Zhang Xiaoman and Pork Ribs swiftly entered a state of cultivation, diligently training throughout the night in the venue's resting area. Time flew to the following day. Brilliant fireworks exploded against the azure sky. The bespectacled host once again took up his microphone. Welcome, esteemed audience, to the grand arena of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Today marks our finals. The victor shall earn the right to challenge our hero, Satan. After a brief pause, the host continued, let us invite Mr. Satan to address us. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Satan, 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 with a swaggering gait. Satan made his way to the center of the ring, raising his fists high above his head, inciting another wave of applause from the spectators. Once the cheers subsided, the host posed a question to Satan. Mr. Satan, do you believe that either Cell or Pork Ribs could defeat you? A tremor of unease coursed through Satan's heart, and inwardly he cursed. Do not jest. Those two monstrosities? Defeat me. You wish for me to confront them. Have you even considered who Cell and Pork Ribs are? They are not even human. A nuclear bomb could strike them, and they'd merely feel a tickle. You expect a mere human to challenge beings capable of obliterating planets with their bare hands. Why don't you step up instead? Answer me. Ask the audience if they would dare fill the stands if they truly understood their power. Answer me. How presumptuous of you. Yet, maintaining a facade of strength. Satan cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, though this tournament has seen many tricksters, making the matches quite entertaining, the world's greatest martial arts tournament is still centered on martial prowess. I sincerely hope they focus on their training and refrain from delving into unorthodox paths. As for your question about my ability to defeat them, the answer is undoubtedly yes. After all, I have observed every move they make with clarity. Ah, Mr. Satan speaks wisely, truly a master of his craft. Let us give him a round of applause. The host lavished praise upon Satan, eliciting gasps and cheers from the audience below, who fervently applauded. After a brief interaction, the host finally commenced today's theme. Now, the exhilarating moment has arrived. Let us welcome Gero and Mr. Pork Rib to the stage. The crowd erupted into screams. Zhang Xiaoman and Mr. Pork Rib strode side by side, both exuding a calm demeanor as they made their way to the center of the arena. They naturally distanced themselves, leaving ample space for the impending confrontation. As the sound of a gong resonated, the host declared, the World Martial Arts Tournament. The finals have begun. The two competitors swiftly assumed their stances. Mr. Pork Rib adopted the classic posture of Master Wu Tian, while Zhang Xiaoman utilized the signature stance of Yuan. Mr. Pork Rib remarked, given the number of spectators, it would be prudent to refrain from using energy waves during this match. We wouldn't want to inadvertently harm the audience. Zhang Xiaoman, still preoccupied with the condition of not releasing excessive energy, was acutely aware that should Pu absorb enough power and be awakened, it could spell disaster not just for them, but for the entire planet. Mr. Pork Rib found this puzzling. He figured that while not using energy waves might not provide the most exhilarating fight, it was of little concern to him. He felt confident in his ability to overpower his opponent entirely. Very well, do as you please, he replied. The Kaioshin listened intently from the sidelines. Jebet expressed his curiosity. Why did Gero suggest not using energy waves? I cannot fathom his reasoning. Does he genuinely care for the audience? The Kaioshin furrowed his brow. This is precisely what I find perplexing. What is Babidi truly contemplating? What connection does Gero's actions have with resurrecting Puu? The main cast occupied the last row, affording them the clearest view of the arena. Vegeta inquired with Piccolo. Who do you believe will prevail? Piccolo, with a grave expression, replied, Naturally, Mr. Pork Rib will win. Vegeta retorted, Oh, why do you say that? I believe Gero will triumph. You have never fought him, thus you lack understanding. As he spoke, Vegeta seemed to recall an infuriating experience. Fighting him is like facing a tempest. He offers no respite, preferring to dominate the engagement. The slightest lapse on your part will lead to your defeat. Piccolo countered, You do not comprehend. The Kaioshin has brought forth the mightiest warrior from the West Kai realm. I have heard tales of his renown, and until now, we have yet to witness him unleash his full potential. What? Vegeta and the others were taken aback. Krillin exclaimed, He hasn't even displayed his true strength yet. Just how formidable is he? This is utterly terrifying. At that moment, Gohan interjected, They have begun. On the stage, the two fighters executed their movements with remarkable fluidity, unleashing a flurry of wolf-fang fist strikes toward each other. Their actions were so rapid that even high-speed cameras struggled to capture them fully. The audience below was left bewildered, collectively exclaiming in astonishment, Where did they go? Boom, boom, boom. The fists, elbows, and knees of the two combatants collided repeatedly, generating a massive wave of energy akin to an extravagant fireworks display. The resonant thuds reverberated through the air, jarring the eardrums of the spectators. Suddenly, the figures of the two fighters materialized at the center of the ring, facing each other. Their palms clasped together and their knees aligned. They engaged in a fierce struggle in this manner. The tiles beneath their feet shattered effortlessly, resembling tofu underfoot. Transparent waves of energy began to emanate from their bodies, creating a concave indentation in the ground. A tremendous gust swept toward the audience, lifting those seated nearby off their chairs. Fortunately, they clung tightly to the railings, preventing themselves from being swept away. In the next instant, the two swiftly separated, unleashing a flurry of relentless assaults. The air was filled with explosive sounds as the ring erupted, each impact stirring up massive waves of energy. With a resounding crash, following another exchange of punches, they leaped apart, quickly distancing themselves to opposite sides of the stage. Not bad, Gero, remarked Rib Rice, though you may not be handsome. I can confidently say you are the strongest opponent I have encountered. Zhang Xiaoman retorted, You're not too shabby yourself. While you may not match my looks, your punches pack quite a punch. Rib Rice smirked derisively. The warm-up is over. Let us commence in earnest. In the dim, damp cavern 100 meters underground, a crystal ball illuminated the scene of the intense battle between Gero and Rib Rice. Behind the crystal orb stood their newly recruited bio-warriors, two muscular bald men. One stout and the other lean. Master Babidi, their battle has commenced. Are you not going to make any preparations? Babidi lay on his small bed, silent, and with a dismissive wave of his tiny hand, he turned over and drifted back to sleep. Chapter 26, Super Saiyan 2 with 20-fold Kaioken. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, two colossal auras clashed on the stage. Zhang Xiaoman and Rib Rice were both engulfed in a frenzy of energy. Golden energy blazed around Gero, while white energy surrounded Rib Rice. The audience was left agape, their eyes wide with astonishment, fearful of missing any detail. With no warning, their fists collided once more. The arena trembled, reduced to a state of disarray. Gero remained steadfast, unyielding, while Rib Rice staggered back a step. Following this, Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a tempest of punches and kicks, offering Rib Rice no respite. In a previous life, Zhang Xiaoman relished playing aggressively, never adopting a defensive stance, and preferred to apply pressure in every game he played. Over the years, dominating his opponents had become his signature style. A true man never cowers. He presses forward with unwavering determination. Rib Rice was forced to retreat repeatedly, inching perilously close to the edge of the stage, while the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. The King of Kings addressed Jebet, stating, We must seize the opportunity to unleash our power. It is imperative that we do not allow Cell to prevail. Although this approach may seem somewhat unethical, we must prioritize the greater good for Babidi's sake. Indeed, for the greater good. Jebet reassured himself. Yes. Everything we do is for the benefit of humanity on this planet. All for the greater cause. Very well, my Lord King of Kings. I await your signal. Ready to subdue him with my super abilities. Meanwhile, in the protagonist group, Vegeta remarked to Piccolo. What did I tell you, Piccolo? You are still too inexperienced. Look at Cell. He is clearly at an advantage. That Roboku fellow possesses power akin to mine. He is certainly no match for him. Piccolo retorted, just wait and see. The victor is yet to be determined. On the stage, Roboku crossed his arms protectively over his chest, retreating step by step, perilously close to the edge of the ring. Suddenly, he let out a formidable roar. His aura surged exponentially, repelling Cell's assault with a forceful shockwave. The two quickly distanced themselves to stand face to face. Roboku furrowed his brow. Cell, you truly astonish me. For a mere monster, your strength is remarkable. You must indeed be Babidi's most formidable warrior. As he spoke, he began to remove his gear and white headband. It has been ages since anyone has compelled me to take this seriously. With that, he discarded his garments onto the ground. Thud! The arena trembled as a pit formed where they fell, causing even the audience below to feel the tremor, akin to a minor earthquake. What? The members of the protagonist group displayed expressions of astonishment. Gohan exclaimed, this guy? He has been fighting while carrying such heavy burdens. Vegeta growled, damn it. This fellow actually trains in such a manner. How infuriating. Piccolo added, to fight Cell while bearing such weights is indeed impressive. Below, the King of Kings appeared unfazed. It seems West Kai has not held back. Roboku is indeed the strongest. It appears we need not intervene, for he can easily defeat Cell. However, Zhang Xiaoman showed no signs of surprise, as he had witnessed the confrontation between Goku and Cell in the underworld numerous times, including the latter's ultimate techniques. He was well aware of the weight training as well. Currently, his state was merely that of a Super Saiyan at the first stage. Since the opponent had begun to take things seriously, Zhang Xiaoman responded in kind. Zhang Xiaoman bellowed. His aura surged once more. A colossal energy that dimmed the very sky. Cell's muscles swelled, and his golden aura intensified. Suddenly, within the golden aura, blue lightning crackled, swirling around him. Super Saiyan second stage. Roboku smiled slightly, acknowledging that his opponent was now using his true power, and he ceased to engage in further banter. With a sudden tightening of his leg muscles, he propelled himself downward, shattering half of the arena beneath him, launching himself towards Cell like a cannonball. Boom! Two figures collided in midair. The resounding explosion sent tremors throughout the city. They resumed their physical confrontation, fists, feet, elbows, and knees raining down upon each other like a tempest. Within mere seconds, both combatants bore numerous wounds of varying sizes. The bespectacled audience watched intently, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Is this truly an illusion? It feels so incredibly real. Boom. Another punch landed, both opponents striking one another squarely in the face. They quickly retreated, and astonishingly, the exchange had left them evenly matched. Zhang Xiaoman gasped for breath, his mind racing. The Supreme Kai is yet to make a move. It seems I must resolve this swiftly, lest they intervene. Harnessing Goku's 20-fold Kaioken, he planned to finish his opponent in close quarters. Rib Rice was also feeling the strain, having expended a significant amount of energy without overcoming his adversary, who seemed to grow more tenacious with each exchange. Rib Rice muttered to himself, it has been ages since I engaged in such an intense battle. Yet prolonging this fight is not the solution. If it continues, I shall surely be the one to falter. It appears I must resort to that technique. The Thunderbolt Wave. Though we had agreed to forego the Kamehameha, I cannot afford to be so particular now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Xiaoman firmly planted his feet on the ground. Adopting a horse stance, his fists clenched tightly. 20-fold Kaioken. The pebbles beneath his feet were lifted, as if defying gravity itself. Red energy enveloped him, while Cell displayed a striking combination of red and golden energy, creating a captivating spectacle. The Supreme Kai, witnessing this, furrowed his brow even more. This is bad. It's the 20-fold Kaioken. Rib Rice is in peril. Jebet, prepare to temporarily harness his divine power. Jebet, at your command, Supreme Kai. The main characters were equally astonished. It's Father's Kaioken. Gohan exclaimed. Vegeta, well acquainted with this technique, recalled how he had suffered greatly from it during his first arrival on Earth. feeling a mix of surprise at Cell's mastery of the technique and satisfaction at Cell's favorable odds. What do you think, Piccolo? I told you Cell would win. Piccolo, Rib Rice, sensing the overwhelming aura from his opponent, was struck with disbelief. How is this possible? How can such immense power exist in this world? Even I cannot reach such a pinnacle. Zhang Xiaoman, acutely aware of his own strength, realized that although he had firmly established his dominance in terms of aura, a significant risk loomed. This technique consumed vast amounts of stamina, and if misused, he could find himself collapsing before his opponent. He had to conclude this quickly. Chapter 27. Teammates like pigs resolute in his decision to end it swiftly, Zhang Xiaoman vanished from his position in an instant. His speed was so great that Rib Rice barely caught a glimpse. In the next moment, Cell's massive form loomed before Rib Rice, delivering a crushing kick to his ribs. Rib Rice, unable to evade, suffered a devastating blow. With a resounding crack, the sound of broken bones echoed as the ribs of Pork Rice were shattered. The body was twisted by the tremendous force and hurled backward. It was only through Pork Rice's utmost effort to stabilize himself that he barely landed at the edge of the arena. A spurt of crimson blood erupted from Pork Rice's mouth. What an opportunity! Zhang Xiaoman observed Pork Rice at the brink of the stage. A single strike would suffice. Confidently, he believed that with one blow, he could send him tumbling off the platform. The cells of Puu and the divine cells of the deity would soon be within his grasp. Zhang Xiaoman could hardly contain his excitement and charged toward Pork Rice without hesitation. Like the swift wind, now was the moment. The Kaioshin and Jebit combined their divine powers. Just as Zhang Xiaoman was about to rush forward, he was seized by an overwhelming force. It felt as though his joints and muscles had been frozen, rendering him immobile. This is bad, Zhang Xiaoman thought to himself, realizing that the Kaioshin had intervened, albeit a moment too late. How infuriating! Just one step away from success. The airborne cell plummeted to the ground like a powerless aircraft, crashing down and creating a deep crater. Zhang Xiaoman stood frozen, unable to move. Even the commentators were perplexed. What is happening with the flying cell? He suddenly collapsed to the ground, appearing to suffer a significant fall. Did the wires snap? The protagonist group, witnessing this scene, was incensed. Vegeta erupted in fury. Damn it! Who did this? Who is interfering with this fair duel? Vegeta favored honorable confrontations and detested those who resorted to underhanded tactics. Naturally, this sight enraged him. Piccolo quickly covered Vegeta's mouth, a look of urgency on his face. Vegeta, be quiet. It's Lord Kaioshin. His actions must have a profound purpose. Vegeta broke free, dismissing the notion of the Kaioshin, exclaiming, I care not for any Kaioshin. Interfering with a fair duel deserves to be condemned to the depths of hell. Piccolo tirelessly attempted to restrain Vegeta's reckless behavior, busy beyond measure. Pork Rice, witnessing his opponent immobilized, wore a face of astonishment. He turned to the Kaioshin, pleading, Lord Kaioshin, I wish to confront him honorably. If I win in this manner, I shall never hold my head high. At that moment, the Kaioshin exerted all his strength, his face flushed, hands raised towards Cell. Straining with effort, he urged Pork Rice. Pork Rice, you must heed my command. Now is the time to finish off Cell in one blow. Have you forgotten your identity? Pork Rice found himself in a profound dilemma, torn between the struggling Cell and the commanding presence of the Kaioshin behind him. He was caught in a battle of conscience. What to do? In the depths of his mind, he recalled the training imparted by the West Kai. Pork Rice, I will watch over your family. You must train earnestly. For the happiness of your family's future rests upon your shoulders. Do you understand? He seemed to hear his family's voices echoing in his ears. Go, Dad. Go, son. Go, hubby. Rib Rice shook his head, ultimately resolving to take a stand. Confronted by this formidable opponent whom he deeply respected, he uttered a heartfelt confession. Forgive me, Cell. I owe you a debt that I shall repay in the next life. With this thought, he began to move in a dance-like manner, then assumed a stance akin to a horse stance, a terrifying power gathering within his chest. Suddenly, he unleashed a colossal shockwave akin to flames. Thunder, lightning, radiance, shockwave. Zhang Xiaoman sensed the impending danger of this technique and secretly lamented, exerting every ounce of strength to resist the overwhelming superpower affixed to him, yet ultimately to no avail. A massive inferno engulfed half of the arena. The spectators opposite were sent into a panic, fleeing in disarray, while the protagonist group was equally astonished by this dreadful aura. Vegeta remarked, It appears that Cell is in grave peril. Such a terrifying presence would surely overwhelm even a body as resilient as his. Gohan expressed concern. Cell? Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the terrifying energy. You must not come to harm. The Supreme Kai in the audience withdrew his divine power, exchanging a knowing smile with Jebet. It is done. We have finally rid ourselves of that fiend Cell. The arena was shrouded in smoke. The once white shattered bricks now transformed into molten rock. Half of the arena had vanished. However, a charcoal-colored figure remained at its edge. Though one side of his body had been obliterated, he stood defiantly. The protagonist group sighed for Cell. Vegeta lamented, "What a pity. Such a powerful being to meet such an end." The Supreme Kai, losing his former gravitas, danced joyously. Hooray! Hooray! At that moment, the creature on the stage seemed to move its mouth, uttering a phrase of national essence. Foolish Supreme Kai. Rib Rice was taken aback. Cell, you're still alive. Zhang Xiaoman slowly brushed off the dust, revealing his original hue, and even the half that had been obliterated began to writhe. With a puff, a new body gradually formed. It was as if Cell had sustained no harm at all. His body was flawless. However, his aura had diminished significantly. The audience, protagonist group, and Supreme Kai gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? Incredible. What extraordinary regenerative abilities. At this moment, only Zhang Xiaoman felt an overwhelming rage. The Supreme Kai is truly a foolish ally. I painstakingly suppressed my power to prevent any leakage during the battle. And now this imbecile has ruined everything. If Bu revives, it is all your fault. But now, I need not hold back. Rib Rice, your time is up. Zhang Xiaoman was determined not to grant the Supreme Kai another opportunity to control him. He brought his index and middle fingers together at his forehead, softly uttering, "Instant transmission." In the next moment, Cell vanished. The Supreme Kai sensed impending doom and frantically shouted to Rib Rice, "Be cautious. It's instant transmission. Prepare to defend." Yet Rib Rice had no idea where Cell had relocated. How could he possibly defend against the unknown? He could only rely on his ultimate technique, the lightning light shockwave, a broad area skill designed to inflict widespread damage, hoping to strike Cell. Lightning light shockwave. Regrettably, the initial delay of this skill is excessively prolonged, requiring both a dance and a stance. This provided Zhang Xiaoman ample time. The figure of Cell materialized behind Reboku Fan, accompanied by the formidable Kamehameha. A profound sense of despair enveloped the Kaioshin in the stands. It was over. Before Reboku Fan could unleash his technique, a colossal shockwave propelled him out of the arena. Reboku Fan was utterly defenseless. He crashed heavily against the outer wall of the ring, sent flying. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman, arms crossed before him, addressed the now speechless host below, exclaiming, "Alas, he has been thrown out of the ring. Why has the result not yet been announced?" At the World Martial Arts Tournament, beneath the surface, the immense pink egg of Bu pulsated with a dazzling pink glow. Amidst the flickering light, enormous steam billowed forth. An ominous aura radiated outward, instilling fear in the two muscular bioengineered warriors, who trembled and clung to one another, crying out for their mothers. Babidi, in a state of near demise, sat upright with difficulty, swallowing hard. "No, it cannot be." Chapter 28. What are you flailing about? Let us congratulate Mr. Cell on winning the championship of this World Martial Arts Tournament, exclaimed the host, microphone in hand, his excitement palpable. However, the audience had long since taken refuge beneath their seats. After all, who cared about the outcome of the match when survival was paramount? Who could have anticipated that a mere competition could become so perilous? It was only after the host announced the result that the spectators cautiously emerged from their hiding places, confronted once more by the ravaged battleground, resembling a hell on earth, leaving them utterly speechless. The protagonists were equally astonished by Cell's might and the match's intensity. Currently engaged in fervent discussion, Gohan remarked, "What a terrifying contest. How could someone possess such overwhelming strength?" Piccolo, with a look of shock, added, "Fortunately, Cell emerged unscathed. His prowess and the adeptness with which he employs various techniques are truly fearsome. Even a master like Reboku Fan was at his mercy. How could he have mastered so many of our techniques? I must seek his counsel." Vegeta interjected, "Not only that, have you forgotten the meddlesome Kaioshin beside him? You must realize he triumphed over an equally matched opponent despite the interference." Upon hearing this, the group fell into a stunned silence. This indicated that Cell not only possessed immense strength, but also a high combat intelligence. Compared to the Saiyans, Cell seemed to be a warrior born for battle. Krillin remarked. Indeed, Cell's power is extraordinarily formidable. I find myself somewhat relieved that he stands with us. Just imagine if he were an adversary. How could we possibly defeat him? Tien Shinhan, startled by Krillin's words, exclaimed, Indeed, a foe with a diverse arsenal of techniques and tremendous strength, coupled with terrifying regenerative abilities. We would be utterly helpless. We might as well await our demise. Vegeta scoffed him. Whether it's Cell or that Roboku fan fellow, I shall surpass them all, one by one. I absolutely refuse to allow any existence in this world to be stronger than I. On the arena, Zhang Xiaoman possesses cells akin to those of Bic, with astonishing hearing that allows him to eavesdrop on the conversations of the main characters, a slight smile gracing his lips. My greatest strength lies not merely in these abilities, but in my capability for infinite evolution through my cells. By absorbing the cells of others, I can acquire their skills and enhance my own prowess. Moreover, my Super Saiyan passive ability allows me to double my strength when healed from a near-death state, an occurrence that has yet to manifest. This signifies that my power harbors nearly limitless potential. At this moment, the host intends to invite Sheru onto the stage for an interview, yet Zhang Xiaoman merely gestures dismissively. Showing no interest, he descends from the arena, approaching the Kaioshin step by step. After all, the time for repayment has come. The Kaioshin, observing Sheru's advancing figure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, slowly relaxes his clenched fists. He turns to Jebet and says, Jebet, Babidi will not spare me. I shall soon meet my demise. You must leave immediately to seek the Grand Minister. He must select the next Kaioshin. The world cannot exist without a Kaioshin. Without one, the order of the universe will swiftly collapse. He sighs, In truth, I am rather reluctant to depart. This world is truly beautiful. Lord Kaioshin. No. We may still have a chance. Allow me to confront him. You must escape at all costs. I vow to protect you, Lord Kaioshin. Jebet exclaims. The Kaioshin shakes his head. It is futile. The vows made by deities are binding even upon the deities themselves. A flicker of despair crosses Jebet's face. Lord Kaioshin. Watching Sheru draw ever closer, Jebet exclaims in fury, Sheru, perish. With that, a radiant light emanates from his hands, and a magnificent great sword materializes. The Kaioshin's sword. Jebet's unwavering loyalty to the Kaioshin resonates with the sword, and under this powerful connection, the Kaioshin's sword is summoned forth. Renowned for being able to sever any object in the universe, the legendary artifact, the Kaioshin's sword. The Kaioshin gasps in astonishment. What? He can summon the Kaioshin's sword without my aid. Jebet grips the Kaioshin's sword and charges toward Sheru. Zhang Xiaoman observes the scene, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. What is this? A deity loses a gamble and resorts to trickery, unwilling to fulfill their end of the bargain? However, the Kaioshin's sword is exceedingly heavy, and as Jebet wields it with one hand, he arrives before Sheru, already panting heavily. Upon reaching Sheru, he bellows, Ah? Alas! The sword's tip drags along the ground, unmoving. He is yet to swing the Kaioshin sword. Zhang Xiaoman, witnessing this spectacle, is both exasperated and amused, delivering a slap to Jebet's large face. If you cannot wield it, why flail about? Jebet stands no chance against the might of Sheru's strike, being sent crashing into the earth with a single slap. His head buried, half his body is lodged in the soil, while the exposed foot twitches helplessly. As Bic beheld the scene, his jaw dropped in astonishment. He could hardly believe that he dared to strike a deity. Although Cell's might could be deemed unparalleled in the world, he was still a god, a divine creator. The utter lack of reverence displayed was utterly terrifying. For Zhang Xiaoman, however, the notion of gods held no significance. He was an atheist, a successor of socialism, and to him, deities were merely another race, the divine clan, without any exceptional status. All were equal. If one was to fight, then let it be so. Zhang Xiaoman picked up the King of Worlds' sword, feeling its considerable weight, and swung it casually. To his astonishment, the colossal sword felt as light as a toy, and the resulting gust of wind cleaved the vast martial arts arena in two. The spectators, gripped by terror, fled in a frenzy, realizing that while one martial arts tournament demanded currency, this one demanded life. The King of Worlds widened his eyes in disbelief. He was well aware of the sword's heft. Who would have imagined it could be wielded so effortlessly? The sheer strength required to accomplish such a feat was astounding. Seeing the panicked crowd, Zhang Xiaoman understood the gravity of his actions and immediately halted his movements. With a resounding thud, he cast the sword to the ground, embedding it deeply as if it were slicing through tofu. He strode purposefully towards the King of Worlds, declaring, "We agreed that whoever triumphed in the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament would have their way. What do you intend? To have your lackeys silence me? Unable to bear the stakes of your wager?" The King of Worlds recognized the inevitability of his fate. "You may slay me, but you must agree to one condition. Spare my subordinates and allow them to return to King Kai's planet for the purpose of electing the next deity." Zhang Xiaoman regarded him with a look of incredulity. This foolish ally, the King of Worlds, clearly possessed a feeble mind. "I merely seek to enhance your cellular abilities. What nonsense occupies your mind? Why would I wish to kill you? I only desire a drop of your blood. Are you truly so dim-witted?" Chapter 29. Power surges again in the depths of the earth, 100 meters below ground. The enormous pink egg of Bu continued to pulsate with a radiant pink glow, signaling that energy had reached its zenith. Babidi's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. At last, the moment of success had arrived. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his forehead. Babidi understood that it was time to fulfill the pact. Indeed, Cell had truly attained first place in the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament. Babidi had no desire to become chocolate. So he approached Bu, inserting a syringe into the colossal egg. He knew that extracting a mere cellular sample would inflict no harm upon Bu. "Just hold on a little longer. We are almost there." A pink blob of flesh was drawn out. Babidi muttered incantations under his breath, and in the next instant, the pink mass vanished. The mark upon Babidi's forehead gradually faded away. "Cell, await your fate. Once Bu emerges, I shall command him to tear you to shreds." Just a drop of blood, and yet the King of Worlds questioned whether his ears had deceived him. Although the other party seemed to insult him, the Supreme Kai was nonetheless filled with elation, akin to the exhilaration of narrowly escaping death. Was it merely a drop of blood? Without hesitation, the Supreme Kai summoned his divine power and made an incision in his palm, allowing the violet blood to float gracefully before Cell. At that moment, a pink orb slowly emerged from the ground, hovering towards Cell as well. Witnessing this spectacle, the Supreme Kai's previously softened expression turned tense once more. That orb could only belong to Majin Bu. The Supreme Kai immediately addressed Cell. "You scoundrel, what are you up to?" Zhang Xiaoman, uninterested in explanations, felt a surge of joy within him. He had finally achieved what he had long desired, acquiring the cells of both Majin Bu and the Supreme Kai. With their absorption, his strength would ascend to new heights, for he was acutely aware that he was not yet the strongest being in this world, unable to even defeat Majin Bu. Understanding that hesitation was not an option, he hurriedly consumed the cells with his tail, fully absorbing them. He was eager to discover the extent of his newfound power. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The ocean roared with waves, and long-dormant volcanoes erupted with torrents of lava. Humanity felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, scattering in panic as if the apocalypse had arrived. The members of the protagonist group in the audience were equally astonished by the sheer magnitude of this power. Vegeta exclaimed, "How is this possible? Cell's strength has increased yet again." Piccolo remarked, "This power is unprecedentedly formidable. Who in this world could rival him?" Krillin added, "This is terrifying." The radiance surrounding Cell gradually diminished, revealing his form once more, now identical to his complete state from Dragon Ball. Yet, there was one notable difference. His tail remained intact, indicating he could still absorb and evolve further. With his eyes closed, Zhang Xiaoman reveled in his newfound might. He had reached the third stage of Super Saiyan. He sensed an extraordinary ability within himself, akin to that of Bu, to separate and actively absorb others. Moreover, he felt a peculiar sensation, a haughty arrogance that seemed to belong exclusively to the divine, as if he could create anything and had acquired divine techniques and powers known only to deities. The Supreme Kai, standing before Cell, was rendered speechless, sensing a divine aura emanating from him. He was also curious about the sudden disappearance of the mark on Cell's forehead. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated from beneath the ground. Countless pink beams of light erupted from the depths of the World Martial Arts Tournament arena. A power nearly equal to Cell's surged forth from below, obliterating the venue in an instant. At this moment, Satan, the host, and several ordinary people had all evacuated the venue. Only the warriors of Earth remained. Faced with such radiance, they possessed the ability to evade. As the pink light erupted from the ground, Cell ascended into the sky using his instant transmission technique. His fears had come to fruition, leaving him somewhat agitated. It always seemed to happen this way. Just as he leveled up, opponents of equal strength emerged. Having recently attained the third stage of Super Saiyan, he now confronted a formidable adversary at the same level. Moreover, this opponent was particularly troublesome. Majin Buu, endowed with immense power, could absorb his foes to become even stronger. Was this not an evil reflection of himself? The pink steam continued to rise from below, filling the air. At that moment, the Supreme Kai was engulfed in despair. Simultaneously, regret washed over him. He had come to realize that Babidi had concealed his lair beneath the martial arts tournament, intending to harness the energy generated by the warriors' battles. Yet, he had foolishly allowed Cell to unleash his full power in combat. In hindsight, it appeared that Cell had been intentionally restraining his own strength, perhaps seeking to hasten the conclusion of the tournament. However, did this not contradict Babidi's objectives? A terrifying thought exploded within him. Could it be that Cell and Babidi were not allies? How foolish of me to provoke such a powerful being. Not only had I acquired a formidable enemy, but I had inadvertently aided another. I felt an overwhelming urge to slap myself. No, I was so ashamed I wished for my own demise. A massive pink cloud loomed in the sky, brimming with malevolent energy. The protagonists were engulfed by a sense of despair. Piccolo remarked, "Today has truly opened my eyes. I once thought Cell's power was already formidable, but I had no idea the energy contained within this pink cloud was even greater." Vegeta, astonished by the energy, turned to Piccolo and inquired, "Is this what you refer to as the Majin Buu created by Babidi? How did he emerge from underground?" Piccolo explained, "With such immense energy, it can only be him. It seems he has been hidden underground, only emerging after certain conditions were met. Now, aside from Cell, no one can stop him. Cursed be it. Goku, you must recover swiftly. The safety of the Earth depends on you." The pink dust gradually solidified, morphing into a corpulent figure. With pink skin, a white cape, and yellow gloves adorning his hands. Who else could it be but the fat form of Majin Buu? Babidi, wielding his magic staff, slowly ascended from the depths of the pit, accompanied by his minions. They rose beside Buu, casting shadowy smiles at Cell below. Chapter 30. The Formidable Majin Buu. Babidi surveyed the crowd from above, filled with confidence now that he had Buu's assistance. There would be no obstacles left in the world. He could rule the universe, starting with this very Earth. Suddenly, he beheld a creature entirely enveloped in green, a manifestation of the tormentor who had plagued him as of late, Cell. Recalling the relentless agony he had endured, Babidi seethed, "Cell, you wretched beast." Observing Cell's transformation, his aura growing even more formidable, Babidi's fury intensified. While he had suffered sleepless nights, Cell thrived, flourishing in an increasingly robust manner. Babidi pointed accusingly at Cell. Majin Buu, swiftly eliminate him. Yet, at that moment, the rotund Buu appeared oblivious, engrossed in an eccentric dance. He waved his hands, floating through the air and spinning in circles, emitting exuberant cries of delight. Having lingered too long within the confines of the colossal egg, the sudden taste of freedom exhilarated Buu, leaving no room to heed Babidi's demands. Witnessing Buu's indifference, Babidi erupted. "You imbecile! I commanded you to slay Cell. Are you deaf?" Buu squinted at Babidi, then glanced down at Cell, as if discovering a source of amusement. He began to coalesce a terrifying pink energy sphere within his palm, preparing to hurl it downward. The members of the protagonist group sensed the ominous energy contained within and attempted to intervene. Piccolo shouted, "You fool! Do you intend to obliterate the Earth?" Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai had lost his former bravado, despondently declaring, "It is futile." Even the great Supreme Kai was powerless against him. There is no one left in the world who can stop him. Everyone, gather close. I will lead us away. Vegeta interjected, "I care not for your concerns. He is said to be the strongest in the universe. I shall test his strength myself." With that, Vegeta concentrated a wave of light energy aimed at Buu, showing no hesitation as the silver beam surged forth. Buu, undeterred, continued to amass the energy sphere in his grasp. Boom. Vegeta's energy wave detonated upon making contact with Buu. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, and the onlookers believed victory was at hand. A wave of excitement surged through them. Krillin exclaimed, "What a feeble creature this Majin Buu is. He is utterly defenseless." However, before the echoes of his words could fade, the dust settled, revealing Beerus unscathed in midair. The pink energy sphere still aglow in his hand. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus hurled the energy sphere toward the group. The Supreme Kai's heart sank in despair. Ultimately, we cannot halt him. The members of the protagonist group activated their flight techniques, striving to escape the impending explosion. Yet, Zhang Xiaoman remained unmoved. In the midst of their retreat, Piccolo noticed Cell's inaction and urgently called out, "Have you lost your mind, Cell? Quickly dodge. This terrifying energy is beyond your endurance." Vegeta, while fleeing, remarked, "If he wishes to perish, let him do so." In truth, Zhang Xiaoman harbored no fear, having recently evolved. His power had ascended to the third stage of Super Saiyan, and he was eager to test his physical strength. Just as he was about to descend, a green figure interposed itself between the Supreme Kai and the others. Thunder, lightning, beam, red flames collided with the pink energy sphere. Boom! A tremendous explosion of energy erupted, blinding light enveloping all in its radiance. As the smoke dissipated, Rib Rice stood resolutely before the crowd. "Everyone flee. I shall hold them off." The members of the protagonist group shouted in unison, "It's Rib Rice. Run, Rib Rice. You cannot defeat him," urged King Kai. A wave of desolation surged within Rib Rice. Where could he run? Yet, in battle, there remained a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, his family was behind him. If they fled, what would happen when the enemy sought them out to inflict harm? With that thought, Rib Rice charged at Fat Beerus. Zhang Xiaoman, unable to bear the sight any longer, had already devised a complete plan in his mind. Rib Rice's actions were nothing more than a reckless sacrifice. He called out, "Stop! Rib Rice, I have a way to defeat Beerus." Rib Rice, seemingly oblivious, assumed that Gero was merely fabricating excuses to prevent him from facing certain death, and he pressed forward undeterred. Babidi, observing Rib Rice's reckless advance, chuckled, "What a fool. Beerus, eliminate him." Rib Rice maximized his energy and delivered a powerful punch to Beerus' abdomen. Surprisingly, Beerus did not evade. He allowed Rib Rice's fist to connect. The tremendous force created a gaping hole in Beerus' stomach. Rib Rice smiled confidently, thinking, Beerus is not as formidable as the legends suggest. Retracting his arm, he revealed an arm-sized cavity in Beerus' body. An indescribable joy blossomed in the hearts of the protagonist group. "We did it. Surely, this will lead to Beerus' defeat." Only Zhang Xiaoman understood that such an attack would not inflict any real damage on Beerus. To eradicate Beerus, they would need to annihilate every single cell. In Zhang Xiaoman's strategy, this was not the method to vanquish Beerus. Upon witnessing the emergence of Fat Beerus from the giant egg, Zhang Xiaoman's anxiety diminished. For Fat Beerus was benevolent, lacking in bloodlust, and merely killing for amusement, devoid of any moral compass. The approach to dealing with Fat Beerus was simple: become his friend and win him over with delectable treats. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman initially planned to scavenge the finest dessert shops. Once Beerus was pleased, not only would friendship be attainable, but it was also conceivable that Beerus could turn against Babidi. As Rib Rice charged forward with unwavering resolve, Zhang Xiaoman seized the opportunity to gather delicious food. With this thought, he used instant transmission and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, floating above, Majin Beerus felt no pain and addressed Rib Rice. "Why do you strike me?" As he spoke, the pink flesh within the gaping cavity writhed and, in an instant, restored itself to its original state. The members of the protagonist group were left in shock. Vegeta exclaimed, "What? So powerful, with such regenerative ability?" Piccolo added, "Damn it. Rib Rice, come back. You are no match for him," urged King Kai. Rib Rice, astonished by the unfolding events, stammered, How is this possible?" and began to step back, retreating slowly. Upon witnessing the absence of a response from the Rib Rice, Puu was consumed by anger and swiftly advanced towards it. So rapid was his movement that the Rib Rice did not perceive his approach. Caught off guard, the Rib Rice found itself blinded in an instant. Clutching its eyes, it let out a tormented wail from the air. Ah. Yet, Puu, in a playful spirit, unleashed a vibrant pink wave of energy towards the Rib Rice's face. A magnificent pink radiance erupted in the sky. In the next moment, the Rib Rice was struck, losing an arm and a leg entirely. Blood continued to drip from its eyes and wounds. At that moment, the Rib Rice's breath was faint, as if it were on the brink of death. However, Puu, insatiable in his mischief, directed a pulse from the pink orb atop his head at the severely mutilated Rib Rice, declaring, "Transform into candy." The Rib Rice, now blinded and devoid of strength to flee, endured the transformation. In the next instant, amidst a cloud of white smoke, the rib rice indeed became a piece of candy. Without hesitation, Puu seized the candy and devoured it, dancing joyously as he consumed it. Below, the members of the protagonist group, witnessing this fierce battle, wore expressions of utter despair. A devil. This demon Puu is truly a fiend. He mercilessly tortures his opponents, blinds their eyes, shatters their limbs, and then he turns them into candy, consuming them with delight. What else could he be but a devil? Chapter 31. Gohan's awakening. Everyone, we must depart swiftly, Gohan urged, taking Goku with him. Let us return to Capsule Corporation and escape in the spaceship, then we can devise a plan. With a commanding gesture, Krillin began directing the others to retreat. Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, how infuriating. As a proud Saiyan prince, I am being relentlessly pursued. This is utterly disgraceful. Piccolo, preparing to flee, contemplated in his heart, the Earth is in grave danger. One of our strongest fighters, Rib Rice, has been easily dispatched, and even the Supreme Kai cannot withstand Puu. Who else remains? As he pondered, Piccolo glanced in the direction where Cell had been, only to find it empty. It seemed even the formidable Cell had fled. However, he thought, there was no shame in seeking survival. Vegeta mocked, do not speak of Cell. That coward fled long ago with his tail between his legs. If I were him, after just increasing my strength, I would certainly confront Puu. Yet that craven simply departed, sneaking away. When it comes to battle, we must rely on us Saiyans. Once Kakarot and I have trained sufficiently, we shall exact our vengeance. Krillin, noting Cell's disappearance, remarked, indeed, it's surprising. Despite his immense power, seeing someone stronger sends him scurrying away. Rib Rice, in comparison, appears heroic. Gohan interjected, Uncle Krillin, perhaps we should refrain from such remarks. After all, he did save Dad. It's not wrong for him to wish to survive. At this moment, Babidi gazed downwards, dismissing the protagonists as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. However, he viewed Cell as an irreconcilable enemy. Upon discovering Cell's sudden disappearance, rage consumed him. Cursed be it. Cell has escaped. He turned to the dancing Majin Buu, fuming, you imbecile. Why are you still frolicking? Hurry and pursue him. Majin Buu ceased his movements, casting a dark, brooding gaze at Babidi, as if he were poised to devour him. A cold sweat broke out on Babidi's brow. He knew he lacked effective means to control Buu. Thus, he resorted to threats. You wretch, should you refuse to heed my commands, I shall seal you once more. Surely, you would not wish to endure another existence shrouded in darkness. Majin Buu yawned dismissively. Babidi's mind churned with doubt. While he could indeed seal Buu, it would require considerable time to chant the incantation and set up a dark magic circle. If Buu were to attack during that process, his demise would be assured. The odds were insurmountable. Consequently, Babidi altered his strategy, adopting a softer approach. Buu, you must be hungry, am I right? Let us seek out Cell. After we eliminate him, I shall treat you to a feast, shall we? Upon hearing the word feast, Buu began to nibble on his fingers, drooling with anticipation. Seeing his plan take effect, Babidi exclaimed, there is an abundance of delectable food on Earth. Chocolates, cakes, roasted duck. The options are endless. But you must obey my orders. Whoever I designate for demise, you shall eliminate. Buu emitted a childlike sound. Chocolate. Yes, yes. Let us have chocolate. With Buu's acquiescence, Babidi felt a surge of confidence. He raised his voice to declare to all of humanity, insignificant mortals, regardless of who holds power, relinquish your positions and defer to me. Henceforth, let the magnificent sorcerer Babidi lead you. You shall comply or face dire consequences. Like this city. With that, he commanded Buu, quickly, annihilate this city. Majin Buu concentrated energy in his palm, unleashing a pink energy sphere upon the urban landscape below. Boom. A terrifying mushroom cloud erupted above the city. The once thriving skyscrapers vanished in an instant, leaving behind a barren plain and a gaping chasm below. Fortunately, the protagonists and Din had departed the city early, but despite this, the majority of the city's inhabitants perished. Through telepathy, Babidi ensured all witnessed the scene. Did you all see that? This is the fate that befalls those who defy my commands. Additionally, I am now issuing a global warrant for Cell's capture. He has provoked my ire. Anyone who sights him may report his whereabouts, and I shall grant him the mercy of sparing his life. As he spoke, he transmitted an image of Cell to the entire world. Subsequently, Babidi and Bu set off in search of food, fully aware that without enticing delicacies to control Bu, he too could be transformed into candy, let alone expect compliance from him. Soon, human military forces rapidly assembled, and news broadcasts detailed strategies for countering the threat posed by Majin Bu. A multitude of tanks, fighter jets, and nuclear weapons has converged upon the location of Majin Bu. Humanity stands united as never before, witnessing such an array of advanced weaponry aimed at vanquishing the creature known as Bu fills everyone with unwavering confidence. They are convinced that no living being can survive the relentless onslaught of such firepower. As the protagonists flee for their lives, they are beset by despair at the sight of the amassed military forces. They understand that, in the face of humanity's arsenal, numbers are futile. The only outcome for those who dare to confront this might is death. Gohan, cradling Goku in his arms, feels the artificial heart within Goku's chest continue to beat with fervor. Piccolo, please take Dad away. Gohan, what are you planning? Gohan seems to recall the imposing figure of his father. Piccolo, I cannot simply abandon humanity. This is my home. If I flee, who will protect my mother and father? At long last, I have the chance to protect them, just as they have always protected me. Now, it is my turn to safeguard them. With those words, Gohan erupts in a brilliant golden aura, shooting towards Bu like a comet, vanishing into the distance. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien shout in unison. Vegeta, observing this hybrid Saiyans' courage, cannot help but feel a stir of emotion. Truly, he embodies the spirit of a Saiyan. Such bravery is commendable. What surprises Vegeta even more is that this young boy's motivation is to protect the weak. This stands in stark contrast to the Saiyan pursuit of strength. Yet it touches a soft spot within Vegeta's heart. If even a child dares to challenge the mightiest Majin Bu, how can I remain behind? With that, he unleashes his golden aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and sets off in pursuit of Gohan. Such infuriating behavior. Krillin, I entrust Goku to you. With that, Piccolo also disappears from sight. Krillin gazes at the unconscious Goku. Fine. You all go be heroes. I will take care of Goku and preserve hope for Earth. In a certain city, people frantically scavenge for supplies, hoping to escape into the mountains, naively believing that hiding there will render them undetectable. Within a confectionery shop, Cell, accompanied by androids 17 and 18, enters and begins to frantically gather delectable treats. Lord Cell, we have emptied all the delicious desserts within a 100-kilometer radius. Zhang Xiaoman affirms with satisfaction. Suddenly, gunfire erupts. The shop owner, upon spotting Cell, does not hesitate to fire. Monster Cell, this is all your fault. You angered Babidi. And that cursed Babidi destroyed my city. My family resides there. Zhang Xiaoman's body is as hard as steel. The bullets merely bounce off him, causing him no harm whatsoever. Witnessing Cell's imperviousness, the shop owner cowers in fear, a warm trickle escaping beneath him. As Android 18 prepares to deliver a punch to finish off the owner, Zhang Xiaoman intervenes. With no intention of quarreling with ordinary humans, after all, he himself was once human in a previous life. Moreover, now that he possesses unparalleled strength, who would concern themselves with the screams of an ant? It is utterly inconsequential. Zhang Xiaoman remarked. All right, there is no need to stoop to the level of humanity. This food should suffice. Now, it is our turn to meet Babidi. Chapter 32. Launchie-S Crisis. The shopkeeper, witnessing Sheru and the two artificial beings preparing to leave, wore an expression of disbelief and exclaimed, You truly want to kill me? Zhang Xiaoman, amused, pondered whether his appearance truly seemed so fearsome. Certainly, but if you seek death, I can certainly oblige. The shopkeeper stammered, Are you looking for desserts? Zhang Xiaoman, growing impatient, understood that the current priority was to swiftly compete with Babidi for control of Puu. Every passing minute meant countless lives lost at Babidi's hands. And what of it? Do you wish to obstruct me? Feeling Sheru's rising anger, the shopkeeper quickly clarified, No. There's a dessert shop in the neighboring town that makes exquisite pastries. I assure you, those who enjoy sweets will be delighted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman promptly declared, Number 17, Number 18, let us head to the neighboring green town to seek out that pastry. Yes, Lord Gero, responded both Number 17 and Number 18 in unison. The trio flew swiftly, reaching Green Town in mere seconds. A shop was surrounded by a throng of people. As they focused, they realized it was indeed the pastry shop they sought. Just as they were about to enter, A beautiful girl with yellow hair caught their attention. She wore a tactical camouflage vest, a handgun strapped to her leg, and a pair of very short denim shorts. After a series of gunshots, the girl shouted angrily, "Silence! This shop is under my protection, Lanchi." Upon announcing her identity, murmurs arose from the crowd. "It's the notorious thief, Lanchi. The owner must have spent a fortune to hire her. Isn't she the one with a dual personality? No one within 100 miles stands a chance against her. Is she the infamous thief who eluded the federal police for 10 years? Now she has become a bounty hunter. This world is indeed in chaos." Ever since Babidi declared his intention to rule the earth, panic has spread among the populace. People have fled and in search of safety. The owner has invited her, an understandable decision. At that moment, Lanchi shouted to the crowd, "I know you all desire cake, but order must be maintained. Anyone daring to rob will find themselves in a world of hurt." Suddenly, an ominous presence descended from the sky. Two biodemons, one stout and one slender, landed before the shop, their smiles radiating malevolence. Sensing the danger, Lanchi's guard was raised, and she warned the two. "I advise you to abide by the rules and refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, my submachine gun will make you regret it." The biodemons erupted into laughter, as if she had told a joke. "Ha ha, listen to what that person is saying. She thinks she can intimidate us. Ha ha ha." It appears they remain unaware of our true identities. We are the esteemed subordinates of the illustrious wizard Babidi. You would do well to step aside and surrender all the confections in the shop, or face a fate worse than death. Upon revealing their identities, the bioengineered beings instilled fear among many, for they were aware of the terror that was Babidi. Some contemplated fleeing, their hearts racing with trepidation. In that moment, Lanchi declared with fierce resolve, "Do not panic. I refuse to believe that their bodies can withstand bullets." Her words served as a balm, instilling courage in the surrounding civilians, who began to rally behind her. "Indeed, we have Lanchi to protect us. What is there to fear? She is invincible. As long as she does not transform into her second persona, none can rival her." The two bioengineered beings laughed unabashedly, as if they had heard a most amusing jest. "Huh, what is she saying? How utterly ridiculous. Lord Babidi sent us to procure the desserts favored by Bu, and we thought it would be a tiresome task. Who would have imagined encountering such a fascinating individual? This woman is mine. I shall personally snap her little neck." Seeing the insolence of her adversaries, Lanchi ceased her warnings and unleashed a torrent of fury from her machine gun towards the two bioengineered beings. The overwhelming firepower stirred up clouds of dust. Rat-a-tat-tat. "Success!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. However, as the smoke cleared, the bioengineered beings remained unscathed. They mocked her, "Your attacks are utterly ineffectual." The onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished that they could withstand such damage without so much as a scratch. Lanchi's expression grew somber, realizing that Babidi's minions were indeed formidable. It seemed she would have to deploy her secret weapon. Just as she pondered this and bent to retrieve the rocket launcher from the ground, an unassuming voice broke through. A tall green giant stood alongside a young man and woman, revealing themselves to be Zhang Xiaoman, along with androids 17 and 18. "Lanchi, stand behind me. I shall protect you," Zhang Xiaoman offered. Moved by his gesture, Lanchi understood, however, that the bioengineered beings were not foes to be trifled with, and the towering figure before her, despite his strength, was not their match. She replied, "Thank you, kind giant, but they are not ordinary beings. Their bodies are impervious to blades and bullets. You should take this opportunity to escape. Leave this to me." The civilians hidden behind the houses echoed her sentiments, urging, "Giant, run." If even Lanchi cannot contend with them, then truly no one can stop them. Yet Zhang Xiaoman stood resolute, unmoving as if he were a deity. The bioengineered beings taunted him. "There truly are those who fear not for their lives. Come, step forward. Allow us to grant you a swift end." Zhang Xiaoman smiled slightly. "If you come forth now and kneel to beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your wretched life." The bioengineered beings laughed even more heartily. "Did you hear what he said? Beg for mercy?" Lanchi, undeterred, seized the rocket launcher and prepared to aim. The formidable entity before us is the accumulation of wealth that Lanchi has amassed over the years as a bounty hunter since her departure from the Turtle Hermit's abode. Its power and portability are unparalleled. Suddenly, explosive projectiles hurtle toward the two biomonsters. Undeterred, one of the creatures leaps into the air and astonishingly catches the rocket with bare hands. He then hurls it skyward, where it detonates, resembling a magnificent firework display. The onlookers tremble in fear, and Lan Chi, caught in the shockwave of the launch, sneezes. Achoo! In an instant, her hair transforms to a striking blue, and her demeanor shifts drastically, rendering her exceedingly fragile. Witnessing this transformation, a wave of despair washes over her, convincing her that her fate is sealed. She bursts into tears, recalling a certain individual, Sun Wukong. If only he were present, surely he could vanquish the foes before them. Upon seeing Lan Chi's blue hair and her emotional breakdown, the crowd panics and flees, realizing the futility of their situation. They prioritize their escape, for they are confronted by a demon capable of catching rockets barehanded. Run for your lives. Lan Chi is in no better condition. The scene devolves into chaos. Meanwhile, the two biomonsters revel in the panic of the fleeing crowd. One of them turns to his companion and declares, "That girl with the color-changing hair is mine to torment. I shall relish in her demise." At that moment, a towering figure at the center speaks, "I granted you an opportunity. Now, you insignificant insects shall meet your end." Chapter 33. The wrath of Gohan. Zhang Xiaoman roars and suddenly vanishes from sight. The biomonsters, witnessing this, are rendered speechless. Could he be a master of some kind? They immediately prepare for battle. Yet, the unleashed power of Zhang Xiaoman is beyond their comprehension. In the next instant, he materializes behind the slimmer biomonster and delivers a powerful punch to its head. A sharp crack resonates as the moment his fist meets the skull. The creature begins to disintegrate into fragments. The sturdier biomonster, witnessing this, swiftly leaps back, creating distance. "Who are you? With your strength, you cannot possibly be a mere nobody." Lan Chi, astonished by the scene, halts her tears. The fleeing crowd also comes to a standstill, shocked by the spectacle. What? A being of such immense strength reduced to mere rubble by a single blow. Unbelievable. Indeed, it is terrifying. Facing the biomonster's inquiry, Zhang Xiaoman can no longer maintain his facade. He transforms into the likeness of Cell. Cell, the globally wanted Cell by Babidi, the victor of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Cell. Lan Chi is utterly astonished to realize that the one who aided her moments ago is the formidable Cell. How ludicrous it is that she boasted about protecting him. The crowd is left in a state of disbelief. No wonder Babidi issued a bounty. It turns out Cell is an immensely powerful individual. The biochemical demon beheld Cell and could not contain his trembling. "Forgive me, Cell. I kneel before you, pleading for mercy. Spare my life. I will serve you. I will do whatever you command. I beseech you, let me go." Zhang Xiaoman scoffed. "I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be utterly inept." In the next moment, energy coalesced in Zhang Xiaoman's palm, and a wave of blinding light, imbued with terrifying power, surged towards the biochemical demon. Boom! The demon was obliterated, leaving not a trace, and the very ground was transformed into a vast crater. Zhang Xiaoman gazed at the desolate expanse, enveloped in silence. To dare threaten those under my protection is truly courting death. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left speechless in shock. Observing their expressions, Androids 17 and 18 exchanged a malicious smile, feeling a twinge of pride. He hasn't even unleashed a tenth of Lord Cell's power. These people are utterly naive. Zhang Xiaoman, however, did not lose sight of his purpose and hastened towards Lan Chi. Yet, he noticed a flicker of fear in her eyes as she regarded Cell. And the ordinary humans around them dared not meet Cell's gaze, instead collapsing to their knees, unwilling to look up, though they were grateful for Cell's recent intervention. The enormity of his strength eclipsed their gratitude, instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered them motionless. Lan Chi, does this establishment offer the finest pastries in the world? Lan Chi paused for a moment, then responded, I will fetch them for you. She then entered the shop to retrieve the desired pastries for Zhang Xiaoman. As a token of gratitude, he gifted her some of Dr. Gero's weaponry for her protection, each firearm vastly superior to standard ammunition. Lan Chi recognized their worth. Each piece was invaluable, with some so rare that they were practically priceless. Overwhelmed by his generosity, she struggled for words, tears welling in her eyes. In truth, keeping Lan Chi by his side would be safer for her, but given the formidable foes he faced, it was impractical to have a woman accompany him on his journey. Moreover, his pursuit was of the universe's might, not to play the role of a guardian. Once Zhang Xiaoman and androids 17 and 18 were prepared, they set off towards Majinbu. After Zhang Xiaoman departed, Lan Chi and the others felt as if awakening from a dream. Cell was indeed incredibly powerful and had rescued them, embodying both strength and kindness. With him safeguarding the Earth, they felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. As if a weight had been lifted from their hearts, they silently prayed, Cell, you must persevere. Above the desolate city, Babidi and Majin Buu awaited the arrival of the biochemical demon. Buu, growing impatient, remarked, where are my desserts and chocolates? Babidi, equally vexed, reflected that these biochemical demons had never fulfilled his expectations. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and assured Buu, just a moment longer, they will arrive shortly. At that moment, the human forces began to assemble, thousands of tanks advancing towards Buu, accompanied by an armed military force that stirred up great clouds of yellow smoke. In the sky, hundreds of fighter jets appeared, while on the ground, countless cannons were set up, their dark muzzles aimed at the formidable beings, Puu and Babidi. Babidi, amused by the spectacle, turned to Puu and remarked, Puu, your toys have arrived. Puu, too, noticed the artillery, tanks, and fighter jets surrounding him. Wow, what are they planning? Are they here to play with me? At that moment, the commander orchestrating this battle against the demons issued a command. Prepare for battle. Target, the demon Puu and Babidi. Attack. Soon, a relentless cacophony of explosions filled the air. The billowing smoke from the cannon fire obscured the entire sky. The commander observed the scene with satisfaction, his earpiece crackling with triumphant news. Commander, all shells have struck their targets. With a smug smile, the commander felt assured that no carbon-based life form could withstand such an assault. However, the situation swiftly took a turn for the worse. As the smoke cleared, Puu and Babidi emerged unscathed. What? How is this possible? A sense of foreboding gripped the commander as he shouted desperately, order the troops. Retreat immediately. But it was too late. Puu slightly opened his eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You're done. Now it's my turn. At that moment, Gohan arrived just in time, witnessing the terrifying energy gathering in Puu's palms. In despair, he cried out, no? Demon Puu, stop. Countless pink beams erupted from Puu's hands, crashing to the ground and resulting in massive explosions. The fighter jets in the sky were obliterated instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The pink explosions rained down, shattering mountains and enveloping the ground in thick smoke. The tanks and cannons were reduced to mere rubble. The earth resembled the pockmarked surface of the moon. Gohan stood frozen, rage boiling within him. These were living, breathing individuals. Behind each of them lay a family. How many wives would lose their husbands? How many children would be left fatherless? It was utterly unforgivable. With a mighty roar, Gohan's pupils transformed from black to pure white. A golden aura ignited around him, blue lightning crackling in a furious dance. His hair standing on end, he had ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan. Glaring unwaveringly at Babidi and Puu, he spoke with an emotionless tone. Puu, prepare to pay with your life. At that moment, several meteoric arcs streaked across the sky. Piccolo and Vegeta, along with others, arrived on the scene, astonished by Gohan's fury. Piccolo exclaimed, is this still Gohan? He could distinctly sense that Gohan's power had surpassed that of Goku and Cell at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The strength he displayed was undoubtedly the mightiest in the universe. In Gohan, Piccolo saw a reflection of Goku, silently cheering him on. Goku, you truly raised a worthy successor. Gohan, the safety of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Vegeta was also taken aback by this overwhelming aura. How could this be possible? He is merely a child who has just begun to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan. How could he possess such formidable energy? It is truly infuriating. At that moment, Babidi, observing the scene, scoffed. Useless. No matter how powerful you become, you cannot defeat my Buu. My Buu is the embodiment of the strongest evil energy from across the universe. Surrender to your futile struggles and await your demise. Meanwhile, Gohan calmly regarded Babidi and the rotund Buu before him, feeling a newfound strength and tranquility. He resolved to toy with these two who regard human life as trivial. Gohan coolly declared, everyone can boast, Babidi. Let us allow our strength to speak for itself. Just so you know, I will not allow you to perish so easily. I intend to torment you until you wish for death, yet cannot attain it. As Gohan approached Babidi and his companion step by step, Babidi retorted, Humph. Enough of your prattling, Buu. Show him what you're made of. However, Buu merely lay back, asking, aren't you going to provide me with something delicious? Where is it? Noticing Buu's apparent dissatisfaction, Babidi quickly began to placate him. It will be here shortly. I have dispatched those 2 bio-warriors to find the finest pastries in the world for you. I assure you will be satisfied. Bu, now behave. Very well. I shall trust you one last time. With that, Bu sprang up, confronting the approaching Gohan. He yawned lazily, a gesture that ignited Gohan's fury. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Bu and delivering a powerful kick to his neck. Bang! Bu's neck seemed elastic, stretching several meters before snapping back like a slingshot, colliding squarely with Gohan's face. Both fighters, in pain, swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Observing Bu's unscathed figure and nonchalant demeanor only fueled Gohan's rage further. He charged at Bu, resulting in a fierce clash that unleashed a colossal wave of energy. Even experts like Piccolo and Vegeta would be injured by such a force. They would not escape unscathed. The two exchanged a flurry of fierce blows, neither yielding. Bu's massive and corpulent body absorbed the punches, each imprint swiftly healing. Conversely, while Gohan exuded an impressive aura, he soon realized he was fatigued in the face of Bu's remarkable regenerative capabilities, gasping for breath. Gohan thought to himself, "This cannot continue. I will be the one to fall. It seems I must restore my energy to its peak and eliminate my opponent in one fell swoop." Resolute, Gohan assumed a stance and called out, "Majin Bu, do you dare to receive this attack?" Upon hearing this, Bu began to take the confrontation seriously. Came, Haim, huh. Energy gathered in Gohan's palms, a blue-white energy wave hurtling toward Babidi and Majin Bu. A thunderous explosion uprooted the land for miles around, rendering the surroundings barren, akin to a hellish landscape. As the dust settled, the location where Majin Bu once stood lay utterly vacant, save for scattered remnants of flesh floating in the air. Gohan gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the pink fragments suspended above, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Piccolo, witnessing this spectacle, joyfully exclaimed, "Well done. That's our Gohan." Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, observed the shifting tides of battle, noting, "It seems victory is within reach. Majin Bu is not so formidable after all." Only Babidi, with an air of nonchalance, understood that such an assault held no threat for Bu. At that moment, the floating pieces of meat began to writhe, converging towards a singular point, ultimately coalescing into a large pink mass, gradually regaining the form of the rotund Bu. Gohan, taken aback by this astonishing sight, staggered back, exclaiming, "How is this possible? He can still survive after such a beating." Piccolo growled in frustration, "Damn it. This monster possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability." Babidi smugly elaborated, "You have no comprehension of Bu's nature. As long as he has a single cell, he can endure indefinitely, and his body can swiftly revert to its original state. The might of Bu is beyond the comprehension of you lowly warriors." In an instant, despair washed over the main characters. If even the mighty Gohan could not eliminate him outright, what force could possibly vanquish him? Would Earth be condemned to transform into a hellish realm? Majin Bu, observing Gohan's astonishment, thumped his chest in triumph, white steam emanating from the vents atop his head as he performed an absurd dance. Enraged by this display, Gohan charged at Bu with fervor. Unperturbed, Bu tore off a piece of flesh from his abdomen and hurled it at the advancing Gohan. Caught off guard, Gohan found himself ensnared by the pink tendril, rendered immobile. Struggling to amplify his energy to break free, he realized his efforts were futile as his entire body was bound, leaving him in a state of helpless fury. "Damn it," cursed Majin Bu. In a moment of desperation, Gohan unleashed an incredible surge of power, shattering the pink tendrils. Yet, this very display drained his energy, leaving him gasping for breath on one knee. Seeing Gohan exhausted, Bu seized the opportunity. The pink mass atop his head emitted a rosy wave. "Transform into candy." The onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats, recalling the fate of Reborn, who had been turned into candy and swiftly consumed by Bu. As the familiar tactic unfolded, they cried out in desperation, "Piccolo, get away. Gohan, King Kai, no? Vegeta, damn it." However, Gohan, now devoid of any fighting spirit, could not evade the impending doom as the pink beam enveloped him completely. Chapter 35. Give me back my Bu. In the sky floated a brown candy, and Gohan had succumbed, transformed into candy. A shroud of despair enveloped the group. The Supreme Kai, Krillin, Vegeta, and Tien gazed in horror at the unfolding events. The Supreme Kai urged everyone, It would be prudent for us to retreat to the Supreme Kai's planet. Majin Buu will not locate that place easily, and we can devise our strategies there. The group fell into silence, as this appeared to be the most sensible course of action for the protagonists. Faced with an adversary who was tireless and capable of self-repair, one that could only be eradicated by annihilating every single cell, what could they do? Majin Buu retracted his pink tendrils, placing them upon his belly, which absorbed them instantly, integrating them into his form. He drew in the candy-like treat with a fierce inhale, preparing to consume it, when a sudden green figure appeared in the sky. "Return to your human form," he commanded with an air of indifference. In the next instant, a pink beam shot forth, striking the candy and restoring Gohan to his original state. It was Cell. The members of the protagonist team gasped in astonishment. Piccolo exclaimed, "It's Cell. Didn't he flee?" The Supreme Kai remarked, "Why has this coward returned? Didn't he scurry away with his tail between his legs?" Vegeta scoffed, "His presence here is pointless. He cannot contend with Majin Buu. Just moments ago, Gohan unleashed a power greater than what Cell displayed in the tournament's final match, yet he too was overwhelmed by Buu." Piccolo interjected, "But aren't you curious? How does he possess our abilities? Not only ours, but even those of the newly emerged Majin Buu." The Supreme Kai mused. "That is indeed peculiar. Cell remains an enigma, powerful and terrifying. However, it will still be futile. Against Majin Buu, he will face defeat. This secret of his may very well be taken to the grave." Meanwhile, Babidi, upon spotting Cell, appeared to have a panic reaction and urgently instructed Buu, "Go, quickly. Before he escapes, eliminate him." Babidi was aware of Cell's instantaneous movement ability, and the opportunity to confront him was too valuable to squander. This time, they could certainly vanquish Cell. Majin Buu seethed with rage, as the candy he had painstakingly transformed was reverted by this green monstrosity. Steam billowing from the vents atop his head, Cell hovered in opposition to them in midair. Zhang Xiaoman declared with authority, "Babidi, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life." Babidi laughed heartily. "Huh? Have you lost your mind? Spare your life? How utterly absurd." The protagonist team shared in the belief that he had indeed lost his wits. Piccolo questioned, "What is he doing, quibbling at a time like this?" Dal added, "Even Gohan, who was so powerful moments ago, could not defeat him. Has Cell gone mad?" Unfazed by the derisive remarks, Zhang Xiaoman maintained his composure, having devised a complete plan. He had not come to battle Majin Buu. Rather, he intended to win over the rotund creature with delectable treats. The paramount objective was to align Majin Buu with his side. Given Zhang Xiaoman's current prowess, confronting Buu directly was not an option, especially since Buu had just absorbed a meal, slightly enhancing his strength. As the battle reached its climax, if Majin Buu were to absorb Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and Gohan, he would become invincible. Zhang Xiaoman absolutely could not allow such a scenario to unfold. The immediate course of action was twofold. First, to earn the favor of Fat Buu, and second, to expel the malevolent Buu from within him, thereby annihilating the evil Buu. Observing the furious Buu, Babidi couldn't help but smirk. "Cell, no matter how powerful you are, you've made a fatal mistake. The current Buu is beyond even my control. I was pondering how to persuade Buu to eliminate you. But who would have thought you would walk right into my trap? What are we waiting for, Buu? He destroyed your candy. Finish him off." Buu, enraged, puffed up his body, transforming into a massive pink orb, and launched himself like a cannonball at Cell. Zhang Xiaoman, unfazed, merely retrieved a beautifully crafted cake from his pocket, emanating an enchanting milky aroma. The moment it was unveiled, the delightful scent filled the air, captivating everyone present. The Supreme Kai, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed, "Has Cell lost his mind? What is he doing, brandishing a cake at such a critical moment?" Piccolo and the recently revived Gohan wore expressions of utter confusion. Unexpectedly, a more bizarre scene unfolded. Just as the furious pink giant was about to collide with Cell, he halted, biting his finger while gazing curiously at the ebony cake, asking, "What is this? Can I eat it?" Zhang Xiaoman, as if soothing a child, replied, "Of course. However, after you eat it, we shall be friends." Babidi felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous foreboding creeping into his heart as he recalled the days spent in the damp, dark underground, dominated by Cell's terror. "Buu, what are you doing? Hurry, kill him." But Buu paid no heed, his sole focus on the cake. Zhang Xiaoman extended the cake towards him, and the ravenous Buu swallowed it whole, exclaiming in delight, "So delicious. Is there more?" "Indeed. Zhang Xiaoman promptly laid out all the cakes he had gathered before Bu, who began devouring them voraciously. Babidi sensed the situation spiraling out of control, but attempted to salvage it. Bu, don't eat his food. My desserts are on the way. His food is poisoned. Don't consume it. Yet Bu was oblivious, having been trapped in the egg for far too long, his hunger overwhelming any caution. He remained silent, merely focused on consuming the food. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman uttered a devastating line. Babidi, did you send those 2 bio-warriors to find something tasty? However, they have long been eliminated by me. What you await are merely 2 lifeless corpses. At this declaration, Babidi collapsed to the ground, tears brimming in his eyes as he cried out, Cell, you beast! Return my Bu to me. The rapid shift in events left the protagonists astonished, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. They all gaped widely, as though their mouths could accommodate an egg. Gohan remarked, It turns out that Cell did not flee, but rather sought sustenance. Vegeta observed, It seems that Majin Bu has been completely swayed by Cell, entirely disregarding Babidi's words. For now, Earth is safe. Piccolo lamented, How wretched. We misjudged him, branding him a coward fearful of death, truly a grave sin. The Supreme Kai expressed, This grotesque creature busies himself for the safety of Earth, while I, a deity, remain powerless. It is indeed lamentable. I must sincerely apologize to Cell. Vegeta added, Cell is not only formidable in strength, but also possesses great cunning. He astutely leverages Bu's preferences to win over his adversary. To conquer without battle is truly ingenious. Why did I not conceive of this? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman stood proudly in the air, gazing down at the pitiful Babidi weeping like an ant, and declared, What did I just tell you? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life. Am I jesting? Chapter 36. The inept ally strikes again. Babidi trembled, crouching on the ground in disbelief as he faced Cell. Cell, how do you understand my Majin Bu so well? Zhang Xiaoman, dismissive, retorted, What do you mean your Majin Bu? Majin Bu is the creation of your father, Babidi, and you, my dear Babidi, are merely a second-generation rich heir relying on paternal resources. Babidi appeared struck by lightning, sitting dumbfounded. Seizing the moment of Babidi's stupor, Zhang Xiaoman showed no mercy, gathering a wave of energy in his hands, ready to eliminate Babidi. He would not fall prey to the villain's penchant for verbosity. Seizing the opportunity to claim a life was Zhang Xiaoman's guiding principle. Still engulfed in despair, Babidi was utterly unprepared for an immediate attack, a wave of hopelessness washing over him. Suddenly, a familiar voice exclaimed, Wait. Cell, you cannot simply kill Babidi like this. It was the Supreme Kai who intervened. Zhang Xiaoman, puzzled, inquired, What is the issue? Is Babidi not wicked enough? Has he not claimed enough lives? The Supreme Kai shook his head. That is not my intent. Babidi indeed deserves death, but is our primary objective not to deal with Majin Bu? Deal with Majin Bu? What a jest. It was manageable when I first emerged, as my power had reached Super Saiyan level 3. Now, however, it is different. Bu has absorbed countless beings, accumulating immense energy. I cannot hope to defeat him. In truth, it was not that he could not conquer Fat Bu. Rather, he feared that during battle, Bu might unleash the malevolence within him, leading to utter ruin. The malevolent Bu is truly terrifying, not only for his strength, but also for his endless schemes. One cannot forget how Bu single-handedly faced the entire ensemble of protagonists. Zhang Xiaoman patiently explained to his inept ally, This is the optimal outcome. Fat Bu is benign. We must first stabilize him, then devise a method to extract the darkness within, and subsequently eliminate that malevolence. The god of the Kais was taken aback. You actually wish to keep Majin Bu? You have no idea how terrifying he truly is. Observing the gluttonous Majin Bu, the god of the Kais clutched his head in anguish, as if haunted by painful memories. He spoke, Majin Bu is arguably the most malevolent and formidable warrior in the entire universe. At his inception, he lacked any intelligence, merely a machine of slaughter. Eventually we, the gods of the Kais, could no longer bear to watch and united our efforts to eliminate Bu. However, 3 of us fell, while Bu thrived, gaining both wisdom from absorbing the gods and enhancing his strength. It is worth noting that our powers could obliterate someone as formidable as Frieza with but a mere finger. Even Gohan's current strength pales in comparison to the might of the gods of the Kais back then. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman silently mused, Gohan's strength? He is merely at the second stage of Super Saiyan. As for me, Having acquired the cells of the god in Bu, my power has ascended to the third stage of Super Saiyan, though I choose to conceal it. The incessant praise of Bu's strength from the god of the Kais left the main characters, including Vegeta and Gohan, momentarily stunned, while Zhang Xiaoman grew impatient. So, how does all this relate to my pursuit of Babidi? The god of the Kais flushed with embarrassment. I merely wish to remind you that our current objective is Majin Bu. While he is preoccupied with his meal, we should collectively eliminate him. Zhang Xiaoman nearly scoffed in disbelief. He was almost amused by the god of the Kais. Even a 3-year-old on Earth knows to keep their distance from a feeding animal to avoid provoking its primal instincts. And yet, you suggest I engage with Bu while he dines. If his malevolence does not endanger us, I will change my surname. Zhang Xiaoman waved dismissively at the god of the Kais, indicating he had no desire to communicate with a fool. Defeating Babidi was of utmost importance. To his astonishment, when he turned around, Babidi had vanished. Zhang Xiaoman and the main cast soon realized Babidi was nowhere to be found. Gohan exclaimed in fury, "Where's Babidi?" Piccolo added, "Damn, we failed to notice. He must have concealed his energy." Vegeta stated, "He can't have gone far. Let us split up and search." The god of the Kais, seemingly aware of the trouble he had caused, blushed. "I will assist everyone in the search. United, we shall surely locate Babidi." Gohan retorted sharply, "This is all your fault, god of the Kais. Just moments ago, when Cell aimed to kill him, why did you intervene? Sometimes, I truly question whether you are on our side." The god of the Kais' purple skin deepened in hue with embarrassment. The group quickly dispersed, each taking charge of a designated area, suspending themselves in the air and scanning their surroundings. However, for Babidi, a master of magic, to vanish amidst the crowd was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Xiaoman was unwilling to engage in such futile efforts. So he briefed the others and prepared to set his own plan into motion. He resolved to have Satan and Fat Bu coexist, for it was evident from the original narrative that the two shared a remarkable rapport. Their harmonious living arrangement would undoubtedly stabilize Bu's benevolent side. Meanwhile, he planned to seize this opportunity to enhance his own strength. The method was straightforward. Seek out the King of Worlds sword scattered throughout the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Release the ancient King of Worlds contained within, and have him cast spells to awaken his latent potential. With this newfound power, he would surely be capable of defeating the malevolent Slim Bu. With determination, Zhang Xiaoman addressed the indulged Fat Bu. "Bu, allow me to introduce you to a friend." "What kind of friend?" "A splendid companion who will join you in feasting and revelry. You shall find immense joy together." "Oh, splendid!" Fat Bu exclaimed, dancing with delight. Thus, while the main characters set out to locate Babidi, Gero took Fat Bu to seek out Satan. On the outskirts of the city hosting the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the interior lay in ruins, yet numerous survivors still congregated on the periphery. Satan was fielding questions from a throng of journalists. "Mr. Satan, when all human weapons have proven ineffective against the demon Bu, you stand as our last hope. What are your thoughts at this moment?" Before the cameras, Satan appeared invincible. No trace of fear marred his countenance as he raised one hand triumphantly above his head. "Trust in me, everyone. I shall utterly obliterate that scoundrel Bu." The audience erupted in cheers. "Satan! Satan! Satan!" At that moment, newly arrived Bu and Gero observed the gathered crowd below. Zhang Xiaoman quickly identified his target, Satan. Observing his exuberant display, he remarked, "This fellow Satan truly loves the spotlight." Fat Bu, on the other hand, gazed curiously at the throng, his expression one of intrigue. In a corner of the crowd, Babidi had magically disguised himself as an ordinary human and had stealthily followed Bu and Gero, casting a sly smile at the two floating figures above. Chapter 37. Bu is in my care? Zhang Xiaoman turned to the demon Bu beside him and said, "Look, the one in the center of the crowd is the companion I found for you, Satan." Fat Bu regarded his prospective friend, biting his finger in contemplation. "This friend seems rather splendid. He appears quite popular among humans." Zhang Xiaoman awkwardly smiled. "Indeed, very much so." At that moment, amidst the cheering crowd, an unassuming figure shouted, "Look, it's the demon Bu. Everyone, flee for your lives." This was Babidi, intent on creating opportunities to unleash the darkness within Bu. Should Bu succumb to evil, he would have the chance to control him. The crowd immediately looked skyward, spotting the pink figure and Gero, unleashing a cacophony of panicked screams. "Ah, it's really the demon Bu. Everyone run. Save yourselves." People frantically fled, chaos erupting as various means of transportation collided in disarray. Confused, the demon Bu inquired, "Why do they run upon seeing me?" Zhang Xiaoman, in a whimsical manner, told a lie, "As you two are quite popular, drawing excitement from all who laid eyes upon you." Upon hearing this, Pu Wu felt an even greater joy, soaring lower and waving enthusiastically to those escaping in panic. "Hello there," he greeted. Wherever he went, people hastened their flight. In no time, the crowd had nearly dispersed. Zhang Xiaoman observed this with satisfaction, relieved that he need not exert himself to drive them away. However, amidst the throng, one individual stood resolutely, neither flinching nor retreating. Others soon noticed him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look, our hero, Satan, has not fled. Truly, he is courageous. He embodies our hope. Behold his stance. It radiates confidence." In their eyes, Pu Wu was surely insignificant in comparison. Among the remaining onlookers, someone initiated a loud cheer, "Satan! Satan! Satan!" At that moment, Satan stood erect amidst the open crowd, hands on his hips. Zhang Xiaoman felt a flicker of doubt. Had this fellow truly transformed in this world, becoming audacious enough to challenge Pu Wu? Yet, unbeknownst to others, the turmoil within Satan was profound. "Damn it, I wish I could flee as well. But my wretched legs have turned to jelly. I cannot move." Zhang Xiaoman, not wishing to waste further time, seized Pu Wu and flew directly before Satan. The tension within Satan escalated. His heart raced, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow, evaporating into wisps of steam. A journalist, hidden behind a large rock, marveled. What martial prowess has Mr. Satan cultivated, that he emits steam? Truly formidable. It is astonishing. Zhang Xiaoman approached Satan, playfully patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Satan, weren't you supposed to deal with the demon Pu Wu? I've brought him to you. Pu Wu is now your responsibility." Satan quivered at these words. "What? Brother, are you serious? What do you mean, Pu Wu is now your responsibility? Are you suggesting I confront the demon Pu Wu? That's akin to asking a mere mortal to tackle Tang Sung and his disciples." Though internally conflicted, Satan understood that the media lurked behind the rock, and he could not afford to display any weakness. "No problem, leave it to me. Regardless of how formidable the adversary, I shall make him call me daddy. No, I'll have the opponent crying for mercy." As he spoke, Satan swiftly demonstrated his training with vigorous punches and kicks. Zhang Xiaoman, observing Satan's overly dramatic performance, felt discontent. The script was not meant to unfold in this manner. If he were truly to confront Pu Wu, it would be disastrous. Realizing the root of this behavior was Satan's idol persona, Zhang Xiaoman opened his hand and unleashed a powerful energy blast towards the crowd. Boom! The resounding explosion stirred a cloud of dust. However, Zhang Xiaoman exercised restraint, ensuring no harm befell the humans, but rather intending to disperse the remaining crowd. Indeed, the onlookers, terrified, fled in all directions, leaving only Satan behind. Without the crowd's watchful gaze, Satan immediately softened, bowing repeatedly before Pu. "My Lord Pu, I truly harbor no intention to harm you. I am merely acting for their amusement. I beg you, please do not take my life." Observing Satan's frantic prostrations, Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but smile. Now this is the right atmosphere. Ceasing his jest, Zhang Xiaoman addressed Satan earnestly. "I speak the truth, Satan. In reality, Pu is a kind-hearted individual. You both should attempt to coexist and perhaps even play together. I entrust Pu to your care." Satan, relentless and still bowing, pleaded, "Please, do not jest any longer. How could I dare to play with my Lord Pu? I implore you, swiftly take him away." After a while, exhausted from his incessant bowing, Satan lifted his head only to find that Gero had mysteriously departed, leaving just Pu and Satan in a silent standoff, each staring wide-eyed at the other. Satan's heart raced, feeling as if it were lodged in his throat. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman was already on his way to retrieve the Supreme Kai sword, confident in Satan's abilities. After all, Satan was not only fortunate, but also quite astute, often proving to be the pivotal figure, especially on planet Supreme Kai. Without Satan rallying humanity, could the villainous Pu have been vanquished by Sun Wukong's spirit bomb? Absolutely not. Time passed swiftly. Shortly after Sheru's departure, Pu fashioned a large house out of clay. The two began to cohabitate. Over the next 3 or 4 days, Satan frequently assumed the role of caretaker, attending to Pu's needs, cooking meals, bathing him, massaging his back, and even playing games together, filling their days with joy. Puu was quite pleased with his new friend and established a pact with Satan. No unnecessary harm to humanity. Together, they even rescued a small dog, forming a blissful trio. However, outside the house, Babidi seethed with fury. He had been surveilling the dwelling for some time. Finding no opportunity to strike, Puu's malevolent thoughts had not been ignited. Rather, he had grown increasingly benevolent. What infuriated Babidi further was the bond between Puu and Satan. Puu seemed to obey Satan's every word, while in the past, he had disregarded Babidi's commands. Yet, Puu was undeniably his. Jealousy tore at Babidi, who frantically clawed at his forehead, blaming Gero for this predicament. He could not afford to wait any longer. Observing Puu frolicking with Satan and the dog, Babidi resolved to take action. How dare you, Puu, become so gentle? You are the mightiest warrior in the universe. I cannot tolerate this. Satan, you shall perish. With that, Babidi raised his magic staff behind Satan, a dark energy sphere gathering ominously at its tip. Chapter 38. The emergence of evil Puu. A wave of black energy pierced Satan's chest, causing him to collapse in agony, a torrent of blood spilling from his mouth. The small dog barked frantically in the distance. Upon witnessing the scene, the corpulent Puu's pink form turned a deep crimson, steam billowing from his head in waves of intense heat. At that moment, in a bid to rescue Satan, the hefty Puu suppressed his fury and forced himself to regain composure, extending his hands to heal Satan. A green luminescence flickered incessantly around Satan's figure. Meanwhile, Puu was engulfed in agony, caught in a fierce struggle. Babidi, however, was filled with exhilaration. Ha ha ha. Puu, I have slain your dearest friend. Let us see if you remain unperturbed. I shall awaken the most profound evil within you. As the green light began to fade, Satan's wounds had healed, and he slowly opened his eyes, only to behold the tormented Puu. Puu, what has happened? Wasn't there a gaping hole in my chest? How have I recovered? Did you save me, Puu? Puu, with one hand pressed to his forehead, raised the other to deter the approaching Satan. Satan, take the puppy and flee. Do not concern yourself with me. I am losing control. Confused yet acutely aware of Puu's distress, Satan implored, What is wrong, Puu? What must I do? Hurry and leave. Satan. As he spoke, the corpulent Puu concentrated an air cannon in his hand, propelling Satan and the puppy away from the dwelling. In the next moment, a vast quantity of steam erupted from Puu's form, ascending into the sky and coalescing into a slender version of Puu. Though lean, the energy within was immensely potent. In contrast, the hefty Puu gasped for breath, his vitality significantly diminished. Gazing at the dark, slender Puu in the sky, a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable. With a resounding crash, the battle commenced, fists colliding relentlessly. After several exchanges, the corpulent Puu began to falter. During their earlier separation, he had sacrificed much of his strength to heal Satan, rendering him no match for the slender Puu. This conflict devolved into the hefty Puu enduring a relentless onslaught. Soon, he collapsed, his consciousness fading, as the slender Puu devoured him, transforming him into candy and consuming him whole. In that instant, the skies darkened, and a sinister aura enveloped the earth. Puu now emerged in a form that was neither fat nor thin, but remarkably robust. Babidi, witnessing this transformation, danced with glee, exclaiming, Puu, this is the form you ought to embody. Come, let us rampage together. The demon Puu regarded Babidi coldly, remaining silent. Babidi, feeling the chill of dread, observed Puu's gaze, akin to a beast eyeing its prey, devoid of any semblance of emotion. He retreated hastily, but it was too late. A pink radiance coalesced in Puu's hands, and in the next moment, a wave of light pierced through Babidi's form, leaving only his head intact. With just his head remaining, Babidi's lips moved in vain complaint. All of this is Cell's fault. And with that, he disintegrated into ashes. Following this, the demon Puu closed his eyes, seeking the most formidable energy on the planet. At that moment, he yearned only for combat and the thrill of annihilation, particularly relishing the demise of the strong. 3 days prior, Zhang Xiaoman and the King of Worlds arrived at the location where the sword of the King of Worlds had been cast aside. Zhang Xiaoman sought to release the ancient King of Worlds within, hoping to awaken his potential. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiaoman stated directly, King of Worlds, I require you to conjure the hardest steel in the world. The King of Worlds, puzzled by the need for such a material, inquired, What do you need that for? Shalu? Zhang Xiaoman, disinterested in engaging in unnecessary dialogue, refrained from revealing that his intention was to break the sword of the King of Worlds, knowing that such a confession would incite a dramatic reaction from the king. Just do as instructed, speak less and act more, he thought. The King of Worlds felt the sting of disrespect for the first time, being commanded by a mere human, yet he dared not protest, acknowledging his past misdeeds. Consequently, he obediently summoned the thunderous steel. As the massive black cube materialized, Zhang Xiaoman wasted no time and retrieved the sword of the King of Worlds from the earth. The sight startled the King of Worlds, who thought, "What madness is this? Surely he does not intend to use the universe's hardest sword to strike the hardest steel. How could he even conceive such a notion?" He recalled a time when the three brothers of the King of Worlds had not yet fallen to view, when various universe-level warriors attempted to wield the sword of the King of Worlds daily. Most had failed, and those few who succeeded could barely swing it before succumbing to exhaustion. Even the mightiest King of Worlds could manage only 59 strikes. Thus, it became widely accepted that no one could wield the sword for 60 strikes. Due to its formidable power, the sword remained hidden, awaiting a worthy user. Even my guards could scarcely lift it. The thought of testing the sword's strength was utterly ludicrous. At that moment, Gohan and Vegeta arrived from the horizon. Still unsuccessful in locating Babidi, they decided to return and strategize their next move, quietly rallying around Shalu in Goku's absence. Upon seeing Shalu brandishing the exquisite sword, Gohan's interest was piqued. "Shalu, may I give it a try?" Zhang Xiaoman did not refuse, tossing the sword of the King of Worlds to him. As the sword fell into Gohan's hands, he was nearly toppled by its immense weight. Vegeta chuckled. What could a mere sword weigh? He seized it from Gohan, only to find that the sword remained immovable in Gohan's grasp, who strained with all his might, his body trembling. How is this possible? I observed Shalu wielding it with such ease. Why is it so heavy now? To what level has Shalu's power ascended? Undeterred, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura enveloping him. Vegeta let out a mighty roar, and at long last, the sword of the Kaishin slipped from Gohan's grasp. Struggling, Vegeta seized the sword and commenced to wield it. The Kaishin silently counted in his mind. 1, 2, 39. As Vegeta reached the 39th swing, he finally collapsed from exhaustion, still praising, "This weapon is truly remarkable. It serves as an excellent tool for strengthening one's wrist." A look of satisfaction graced the Kaishin's face. Vegeta could almost be considered a top-tier warrior in the universe, managing to swing the sword 39 times. However, he ultimately fell short of the elusive 60 swings, unable to break the curse that no one could wield it for that long. Gohan, eager to give it a try himself, let out a bellow. Transforming into a Super Saiyan at the second stage, he approached the embedded sword of the Kaishin. Chapter 39, The Old Kaishin Emerges. As a second stage Super Saiyan, Gohan stepped forward, grasped the sword, and wielded it as if it were a mere iron blade. 1, 2, 3, 59, 60. By the time Gohan reached 60 swings, the Kaishin was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could this be possible? The curse of the sword not being able to be swung 60 times had been broken. As he gazed at the rising number, the Kaishin found himself at a loss for words, pondering silently. How is it that Earth has birthed so many extraordinary beings? A plethora of remarkably powerful Super Saiyans, along with the enigmatic Cell and the menacing Majin Buu. The strength I have witnessed in these few days surpasses all I have encountered in my lifetime. Had I known there existed such formidable warriors on Earth, my plan to eliminate Majin Buu would have been drastically different, and today's predicament could have been avoided. How infuriating. Gohan, your power has now eclipsed that of the mightiest Kaishin. You are undoubtedly the strongest in the universe. The crucial task of defeating Buu rests upon your shoulders. After over 100 swings, Gohan finally paused, panting heavily. The Kaishin had resolved that Gohan would be the new master of the sword of the Kaishin. With the sword's blessing, perhaps he could indeed vanquish Buu. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Cell had seized the sword embedded in the ground. The Kaishin shot a disdainful glance at Cell. "Cell, do not be foolish. Your strength is likely only enough for 50 swings at most. There is no need to waste more time challenging it. We should focus on how to deal with Babidi." However, Cell disregarded the Kaishin's words entirely, brandishing the sword as he strode directly towards the formidable steel. The Kaishin found it somewhat amusing, Cell still wished to test the strength of the sword of the Kai Shin, displaying a Nav vet that disregarded caution. Did he truly believe that the sword's strength could be gauged by merely swinging it a few times? The Kai Shin was curious to see Cell's folly unfold and ceased to intervene. With both hands gripping the sword, Cell took a stance and began to gather energy. And in the next moment, he struck down towards steel. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. The sword of the Kai Shin shattered into 3 pieces. The Kai Shin's face turned pale. He had actually broken the sword of the Kai Shin. What immense power could accomplish such a feat? How could this be possible? The Supreme Kai's mouth gaped wide, as if it could swallow an entire table. Both Vegeta and Gohan, having experienced the might and heft of the Supreme Kai's sword, understood the immense strength required to achieve such a feat. They gazed in astonishment at Cell. Gohan exclaimed, "How powerful! He hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Yet he is terrifying. I am utterly outmatched." Vegeta, initially disgruntled by Gohan surpassing him, found himself even more shocked by Cell's overwhelming power. How is this possible? The proud prince of the Saiyans has been left far behind. This is infuriating. Piccolo, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "The Supreme Kai's sword has been shattered. What incredible strength could accomplish such a thing? Could Cell truly be the strongest in the universe?" Zhang Xiaoman, observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, felt there was no need for such alarm and interjected, "What's the fuss? It's merely a Supreme Kai's sword. Why the surprise?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoman's words, the Supreme Kai felt a surge of indignation. Merely a Supreme Kai's sword? That is the most powerful sword in the entire universe. And yet, it has been severed by you. It dawned on him that this individual was indeed the strongest warrior of the age. As the crowd remained lost in their astonishment, a wisp of white smoke emanated from the sword, revealing an old Supreme Kai, hunched and sporting a small mustache. He addressed the crowd, "Who has broken my seal?" The crowd, taken aback, expressed their confusion, questioning the identity of this old man and how he came to be sealed within the Supreme Kai's sword, as well as how Cell was aware of it. A multitude of enigmas erupted in their minds, leaving them speechless. After a while, they regained their composure and learned from the elder that he was the old Supreme Kai, sealed within the sword for countless ages. They briefed him on the current situation. Babidi was on the run, and Majin Buu's state was stable. At this point, Zhang Xiaoman declared his intention, "Old Supreme Kai, I wish for your assistance in unlocking my potential." The Supreme Kai, disregarding his dignity, bowed before the elder. "Ancestors, please assist us. The power of Majin Buu is formidable. Although the situation is stable now, it feels as though we carry a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment." The old Supreme Kai declined, stating, "Every generation has its own fortune. As deities, we must not overly interfere in the lives of mortals." Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of despair. Gohan, in particular, was filled with rage. "What kind of god are you? People are on the brink of death, and you remain so nonchalant. I find you 100 times more detestable than Majin Buu." The old Supreme Kai retorted angrily, "Boy, do you know who you are speaking to? You, a mere child, cannot comprehend my good intentions. I adhere to the laws of the cosmos, which are inherently ruthless." Gohan shot back, "That's just sophistry. Enough, Gohan." As the two were about to clash, Zhang Xiaoman intervened, leaning in to whisper to Gohan, "Do not rush. I have a plan." Upon hearing this, Gohan ceased his argument with the elder and moved aside, brooding silently. Zhang Xiaoman approached the old Kai in a whisper, saying, "I possess a collection of exquisite photos. Behold, here is Bulma, here is Android 18, and also Chi-Chi and Launch. Assist me in unlocking my potential, and I shall present them to you as a package." The old Kai, momentarily dazed, rose abruptly upon glimpsing the alluring images cradled in Cell's hands, exclaiming with fervor, "Quick, let us vanquish Babidi and that wretched Majin Buu. The fate of the world rests upon our shoulders." The group looked on in silence. Thus, the protagonists divided into 2 factions. Cell would undergo potential enhancement with the old Kai, a process requiring 3 days, while Vegeta and Gohan returned to the hyperbolic time chamber to train once more. The others set about searching for the Dragon Balls, wishing to resurrect Goku. Upon his revival, Goku grasped the dire situation and joined the ranks of those diligently training. Everything progressed with meticulous order. 3 days later, an overwhelming malevolent aura enveloped the Earth. Pink waves of energy surged repeatedly across the planet. The group immediately sensed this suffocating power. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman was engaged in unlocking his potential, undisturbed yet acutely aware that calamity was imminent. The evil Majin Buu had awakened prematurely. Anxiously, Zhang Xiaoman implored the old Kai. Is it not yet complete? The old Kai remained silent, incessantly circling Zhang Xiaoman. You must remain calm. This ritual cannot be interrupted, or we shall have to start anew. Your power will vanish, reducing you to a mere mortal. Zhang Xiaoman inwardly cursed. Who could have provoked Buu? That vile Majin Buu has indeed emerged too soon. Our training is only halfway complete, and I am bound to this ritual. If Buu goes on a rampage and unleashes destruction upon the earth, we shall all perish. The situation is dire. Chapter 40. Battling Majin Buu with Fusion on Earth. In a vacant lot of Capsule Corporation, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. The ritual for unlocking potential was underway. Is there truly no solution? The Kai pondered. Observing the old Kai diligently conducting the ceremony, the old Kai remained silent, wholly engrossed in his task. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Xiaoman. A devoted scholar of the Dragon Ball lore, he recalled a method, fusion. The patera earrings worn by the Kai served precisely this purpose. After a brief pause, he declared, I have a solution. The Kai, intrigued, inquired eagerly, what is it? Zhang Xiaoman replied, fusion. If we unite two super warriors, their battle power will multiply exponentially. We shall easily defeat Majin Buu. However, in the process of eliminating Buu, we may regret being unable to rescue the fat Buu trapped within him. Upon hearing this, the Kai's face lit up with excitement. Yet he questioned, forget about the fat Buu. It's easier said than done. How exactly do we achieve this fusion? Despite being a deity, the old Kaioshin is not omniscient, which leads him to possess certain knowledge gaps. He cannot fathom that this creature named Cell would possess such understanding. To him, Cell is merely a monstrous brute with strength. The old Kaioshin finds himself momentarily taken aback, gazing curiously at Zhang Xiaoman, intrigued by the enigma that is Cell, who seems to be privy to the secrets of the universe, even aware of fusion techniques. The old Kaioshin muses internally. However, he surely does not know that the most effective method of fusion is the patera earrings we wear. After all, this has been a taboo for generations among us Kaioshins. Even this young Kaioshin is likely unaware. Only ancient deities such as myself are privy to these secrets. Soon, when they are at a loss for answers, I shall enlighten them, and they will undoubtedly hold me in even greater reverence. Ha ha ha. As the old Kaioshin contemplates, Zhang Xiaoman interjects, there are indeed many methods for fusion. Both the old Kaioshin and the Kaioshin are taken aback. The old Kaioshin exclaims, what is he saying? Many methods? How absurd. The Kaioshin thinks he must be boasting again. Zhang Xiaoman, unfazed, continues, for instance, the Metamorans have devised a dance where two individuals synchronize their energy, dancing together with their index fingers touching, ultimately merging their powers. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin scoffs dismissively. Such fusion is childish play. Not only is it troublesome, but it barely harnesses a fraction of true power. The Kaioshin instantly transforms into an eager disciple, turning to the old Kaioshin. Ancestor, you must have a superior method, right? Please share it with us. The old Kaioshin raises his chin, addressing the Kaioshin. I certainly know, but I wonder if Cell is aware. He claims to be so capable, yet he speaks of many methods. What a braggart. Let him come and plead for my knowledge. Only then will I share it. With that, he shoots a disdainful glance at Cell. The Kaioshin immediately urges Cell, Cell, why not humble yourself and beseech the old Kaioshin to enlighten us? You expect me to beg you? Not a chance. Zhang Xiaoman remains composed. I too am aware. There exists another method, which involves the patera earrings you currently adorn. However, there is a downside. Once donned, the fused individuals can never separate. What? He knows everything. Even the fact that the fused cannot part is within his grasp. Truly astonishing. The old Kaioshin is momentarily stunned, nearly losing his balance, and almost interrupting the ritual. Observing the old Kaioshin's expression, the Kaioshin realizes that Cell speaks not in jest, but with truth. It appears all he has said is indeed accurate. Internally, he is astounded. How does he know so much? It feels as if this monster comprehends more than I. A Kaioshin. Perhaps you should take the lead, Kaioshin. Watching the two Kaioshins flounder, Zhang Xiaoman internally revels. You wish to see me humiliated? Not a chance. I have traversed realms and possess the upper hand. Yet, Zhang Xiaoman also refrains from wasting time. for the threat of Bu still looms large. Facing the Supreme Kai, I expressed my intention to continue developing my potential as a reserve force, urging him to swiftly inform Gohan and the others to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, adorned with their earrings, and confront the malevolent Majin Bu with unyielding resolve. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai deemed the plan effective, finding no grounds for dissent. Thus, he transformed into a messenger and began to contact Gohan and the others. In the realm constructed by the corpulent Bu, the villain hovered in midair, intently attuning to the formidable energy emanating from Earth. Among the sources of power, the closest was the sacred world of the Kais. Suddenly, Bu's eyes widened, his dark gaze fixated on the direction of the sacred world. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, within the sacred world, Gohan and Vegeta diligently trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, both experiencing significant enhancements in their combat prowess. Gohan's progress was particularly remarkable. He had already attained the strength of a Super Saiyan 2nd grade prior to entering the chamber. After a period of rigorous training, he was on the cusp of breaking through to the 3rd grade, convinced that with a little more time, he would surpass the barriers of the 2nd grade and reach new heights. Vegeta, fueled by determination, was endeavoring to catch up to Gohan, having also achieved the Super Saiyan 2nd grade. With the arrival of Zhang Xiaoman, the strength of Goku's team surged as if propelled by a rocket, reaching these levels of power years ahead of the original timeline. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai's voice echoed within their minds. Everyone, trouble is at hand. Majin Bu is approaching. Quickly, prepare to confront him. I have a method to enhance your powers. Upon hearing this, a sense of urgency enveloped the group. Gohan and Vegeta exchanged glances and swiftly exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside the sacred world, Goku, Piccolo, Tien, and Bulma wore expressions of grave concern. Soon, they all gathered together. Goku, noticing Gohan's emergence from the chamber, remarked with admiration, "Your energy has increased significantly, Gohan. You've surpassed your father. Truly remarkable." Overcome with joy at his father's restored health, Gohan leaped into Goku's embrace, weeping openly, as if fearing the imminent loss of him. Vegeta, observing this scene, displayed a hint of disdain and remarked, "How sentimental," putting on a display of father-son affection. Bulma and Chi-Chi, however, were touched by the moment, savoring the warmth and beauty it offered. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly sinister energy enveloped them. Majin Bu had arrived. The group immediately prepared for battle. Bulma and Chi-Chi, unable to fight, retreated into the sacred world, peering through the windows to observe the unfolding confrontation. Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien formed a line, ready to confront the imminent threat. With a tilt of his head and a wicked grin, Bu descended slowly from the sky, eliciting a palpable tension among the group. Chapter 41, Goku vs. Majin Bu. As they gazed upon Bu, the protagonists braced themselves for the impending clash. Majin Bu, in a leisurely manner, lay sprawled on the ground, somehow conjuring a newspaper in juice, casually reading while sipping, his legs swaying rhythmically. Such a blatant act of mockery. Vegeta, known for his straightforward demeanor, could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Damn you, Bu! How dare you look down upon us? This time is different. Our planet's mightiest warriors are here. Remember, we have defeated Frieza. You shall not be an exception." Majin Bu, with a look of disdain, continued to sip his juice, slurping it with a rather noisy sound. Vegeta's temper flared, for the proud prince of the Saiyans could accept death, but never humiliation. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, only to be halted by Goku's firm grip. "What are you doing, Kakarot? If you're afraid, I can go first," Vegeta protested. Goku shook his head. "No, Vegeta, it's not like that. I mean, I will go first." The crowd fell silent. Knowing that Goku had just recovered from a serious illness, his power slightly enhanced as a Super Saiyan. However, compared to Gohan and Vegeta, who had been battling continuously, he was still significantly weaker. Goku had only reached the first stage of Super Saiyan, while Gohan had long attained the second stage. And Vegeta was on the brink as well. His venture could very well lead to dire consequences. Gohan, alarmed at the thought of Goku throwing himself into danger, urged, "No. Dad, we should go first. You are not his match." Others chimed in, "Yes, Goku. You've just recovered. Don't go. You should listen to Gohan." Goku, however, shook his head again. "No, everyone, I will go first. I want to gauge his strength." Vegeta, "Gohan, you are Earth's last hope. Observe his techniques and patterns. If things go awry, I can always use instant transmission to escape. Though the others felt a twinge of concern, they found no grounds to oppose him and reluctantly acquiesced. Vegeta remarked, "Kakarot, fine, you go first. We will remember your contribution. Later, I shall make him regret this." Turning towards Majin Buu, Goku proclaimed, "Enough of this. I'm coming at you." With a classic stance and a steely gaze fixed on Buu, he charged forth. Meanwhile, Buu merely rolled over, yawning, resting his pink head on his arm, and began whistling nonchalantly. Seeing this, Goku wasted no more time, instantly closing the distance to Majin Buu. He unleashed a flurry of rapid punches aimed at Buu's abdomen, face, and lower regions, a relentless barrage of strikes. The impact reverberated as Buu lay on the ground, unflinching and unmoving. As Goku's power escalated, the tiles of the sacred palace began to crack, billowing clouds of dust. Boom, boom, boom. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, continuing for an extended period until the sacred palace itself bore witness to a massive crater. Goku halted his fists, panting heavily. The onlookers anxiously gazed at the battlefield, scarcely daring to breathe. As the dust began to settle, the formidable Majin Buu had vanished without a trace. Where could he have gone? When did he escape? A wave of dread washed over Goku, with only the exceptionally powerful Gohan and Vegeta having witnessed Buu's movements. In unison, they shouted, "Goku, look above! Kakarot, up there!" Upon raising his gaze, Goku spotted Buu standing nonchalantly with his hands on his hips, whistling with ease. Infuriated, even the usually good-natured Goku could no longer contain himself. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched a punch upward. Majin Buu took the hit squarely, his head tilting to the side. It seemed he had intentionally absorbed the blow. As a wicked smile spread across his face before he retaliated with a punch to Goku's abdomen. The force of that strike was immense, far beyond what Goku in his Super Saiyan form could endure. Like a cannonball, Goku was sent crashing to the ground, shattering the sacred world of the Kai and continuing his descent. In an instant, Buu appeared before Goku, delivering a crushing blow to his head, sending Goku hurtling away into the sacred world. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust, and Goku let out a painful cry. The sacred world of the Kai was reduced to ruins in mere moments, half of it lying in shambles. Inside, Bulma and the others clung desperately to the pillars, striving to maintain their balance amidst the chaos. Buried under the debris, Goku fought to remain conscious. Vegeta and Gohan looked on with anxious expressions. Buu, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, began to slowly torment his adversary, inching closer to Goku with a sinister grin. Goku, struggling to rise, let his arms hang limply at his sides, clearly suffering from his earlier injuries. Gradually, he assumed his iconic stance and shouted, "Kamehameha." The azure and white energy waves surged forth, brimming with tremendous power, hurtling towards Majin Buu. To everyone's astonishment, Buu did not flinch. A deafening explosion resonated as the sacred world erupted in a flurry of bricks and stones, suspended in midair. Had he succeeded? The onlookers leaned forward, peering through the haze. Moments later, as the dust settled, it became evident that Majin Buu emerged completely unscathed. The crowd was taken aback. Gohan and Vegeta understood that even the mighty Frieza would not have withstood that attack, and they themselves would have sustained severe injuries. Yet, the terrifying Majin Buu had suffered no damage at all, his defenses remaining intact. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Goku resolved to hold nothing back and decided to unleash his full power. 20-fold Kaioken. A brilliant red light enveloped his golden aura. In his Super Saiyan state, Goku executed the 20-fold Kaioken, a culmination of his training over the past few days, representing the peak of his current strength. The combined force equaled that of a Super Saiyan at the second transformation. Wukong did not squander any time. He was acutely aware that in such a state, the depletion of his physical strength was immense, and he could collapse at any moment. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself, shattering bricks beneath him and vanishing from his original position. In the next heartbeat, he materialized behind Majin Buu and delivered a fierce kick to the back of Buu's neck. The sound of the impact resonated like a sonic boom, sending Buu stumbling forward, nearly toppling over. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong noticed Buu's unsteady posture, revealing a vulnerability. Without hesitation, he unleashed another punch to Buu's side. The pain caused Buu to lose his balance, and he fell to the ground. Without mercy, Wukong descended upon the fallen Bu with a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes. At that moment, Bu let out a tremendous roar. A pink circular shockwave erupted, violently propelling Wukong away. He barely regained his footing, only to see Bu hovering across from him, observing intently. Bu twisted his neck and body, as if warming up, and spoke. I never expected you could actually hurt me. Quite impressive. Now it's my turn. I shall unleash a fraction of my true power to engage you. With that, he charged at Wukong. In the midst of this tense moment, the voice of King Kai resonated in everyone's minds, urging them to hold on as he was en route with a secret weapon. Chapter 42. No Saiyan is normal. It was King Kai. The protagonist group felt a surge of hope at his arrival, accompanied by a secret weapon. However, at that moment, Wukong, fully focused and ready to confront Bu, was momentarily distracted by the sudden announcement, exposing a gap in his defense. Before he could react, Bu was upon him, moving with blinding speed. Wukong barely had time to evade as Bu landed a powerful punch squarely on his face. The force of the blow sent Wukong flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. Lying amidst the rubble, Wukong struggled momentarily before his eyes lost their luster, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Wukong, Kakarot, the denizens of the heavenly realm called out in unison. Seeing this, Krillin immediately took flight, clutching a Senzu bean to aid Wukong, but Bu made no effort to impede him. With a sinister smile, Bu taunted, "Who's next? Hurry up. I can hardly wait." Just as Vegeta prepared to enter the fray, a figure rapidly approached from the distance. As the figure drew nearer, it became evident that it was King Kai. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. Gohan, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "King Kai, what kind of secret weapon have you brought us?" Panting heavily, King Kai eagerly removed the Patera earrings from his ears and displayed them in his palm. Behold, the Patera earrings. When worn, they allow two individuals to fuse into a single being, effectively doubling their power. What do you think? Isn't it magnificent? King Kai gazed at the crowd with hopeful anticipation, eager for their reaction. Klin, Piccolo, and Tenshinhan were all filled with joy. However, Gohan and Vegeta stood apart, their heads bowed. The Supreme Kai was perplexed, questioning whether this was not sufficient power. These earrings were prepared specifically for you. How can you still be dissatisfied? He pondered aloud. What is the matter? Are you not pleased? Just imagine, once you don these earrings, who could possibly stand against you? Vegeta clenched his fists, exclaiming loudly. How infuriating. I am the proudest prince of the Saiyans, and I shall only engage in fair one-on-one duels. I refuse to employ such devices. At that moment, Gohan, still with his head lowered, echoed, I feel the same way, Supreme Kai? It seems somewhat underhanded to resort to two-on-one tactics. It would be utterly unfair to Majin Bu. The Supreme Kai was taken aback, astonished internally. What? Is there not a single sane mind among the Saiyans? The main group voiced their discontent. Protesting against Gohan and Vegeta, Tenshinhan urged, Gohan, at a time like this, how can you still be concerned with fairness? That is exceedingly rigid. Piccolo added, Indeed, Gohan. We should defeat him first, then discuss the rest. Bulma interjected, Have you forgotten your responsibility to protect Earth, Gohan? You should not emulate that madman Vegeta. Kiki commanded, Gohan, I order you to wear the earrings and go defeat that pink demon. Hearing his mother's voice, Gohan found himself in a dilemma. He yearned for a fair fight against a formidable opponent, yet he could not disregard his mother's wishes. With his head hung low, he grappled with whether to don the earrings for battle or to uphold the principles of a fair duel. Just then, Goku's voice broke through, having regained his strength and vitality thanks to Krillin's Senzu beans. I believe Gohan is right. The group turned in unison to Goku, who, feeling the weight of their gazes, awkwardly added, We can start with one-on-one combat, and if it proves futile, we can then utilize this secret weapon. After all, Saiyans thrive on battling the strong. Vegeta scoffed. Humph. Regardless, I shall not resort to such means. Majin Bu, feeling overlooked, grew increasingly dissatisfied and began to seethe with anger. Do you not regard me at all? How infuriating. You're fighting me while simultaneously chatting. This is intolerable. Steam began to rise from his head, and his fury surged. Recognizing Bu's anger, Vegeta declared, Now it's my turn. Just watch how I will utterly demolish Majin Bu. With a mighty shout, Vegeta's aura intensified as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, instantly appearing before Bu, and the two commenced their fierce exchange. Boom, boom. Boom. The clash commenced with a flurry of attacks, each sustaining varying degrees of damage. Beerus' body was remarkably elastic and versatile, capable of stretching and contracting at will, employing a multitude of unpredictable attack methods that made defense nearly impossible. Before long, Vegeta found himself ensnared by Beerus' legs, letting out a painful cry. In response to the agony, Vegeta unleashed his most potent energy. His golden aura surged, accompanied by crackling blue lightning. Super Saiyan Second Stage. This is the entirety of Vegeta's power. It is also the fruit of his training within the hyperbolic time chamber. The furious roar of Dabura erupted as his energy surged, obliterating the remnants of Beerus that surrounded him. Moments ago, the restrained Vegeta had left everyone in a state of tense anticipation, but now, the onlookers relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Although Buu's lower half was annihilated, his upper body remained intact, arms crossed over his chest, seemingly impervious to pain as he whistled nonchalantly. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta was consumed by rage, unleashing a flurry of royal techniques upon Beerus' remaining form. Countless waves of golden energy erupted from the palms of Vegeta, raining down upon Beerus like a barrage of bullets, creating a massive cloud of dust. Yet Vegeta showed no signs of ceasing his assault. "How dare you look down upon me?" Vegeta shouted as he continued his relentless onslaught, not stopping until he was utterly spent, trembling and gasping for breath. As the dust settled, Buu's figure had vanished from sight. However, Vegeta remained on high alert, for the malevolent aura of his adversary had not diminished in the slightest. Piccolo discerned the truth and directed Vegeta's attention to the ground, where fragments of Buu's flesh lay scattered. Following Piccolo's indication, the others glanced down and realized that Beerus had been reduced to mere pieces of meat by Vegeta's royal technique. Piccolo promptly urged everyone, "We must finish him off quickly. Not a single cell of that creature can be allowed to remain." With that, Piccolo descended to the ground, unleashing waves of energy to obliterate the remnants of Buu's shattered form. The others, witnessing this, wasted no time in joining the effort to eradicate the remaining bits of Beerus. As the waves of energy systematically destroyed Buu's remains, pink smoke billowed into the air with each annihilation. Finally, when the last piece was vanquished, a collective sigh of relief swept over the group. Piccolo remarked, "Surely, he cannot recover from this." Yet, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan wore grave expressions. Goku shook his head, stating, "Beerus is still not eliminated. His energy has not dissipated." The pink smoke began to rise above their heads. Gohan noticed the peculiar phenomenon overhead and called out, "Look up." The smoke continued to gather, and before long, it coalesced into a humanoid figure, transforming back into the intact Beerus. Beerus gazed at them with a sinister, cunning smile, leaving everyone, including the Supreme Kai, utterly astonished. What a formidable vitality. What a terrifying creature. Chapter 43. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm not his son anymore. Vegeta hovered in the air, panting heavily, his strength nearly depleted. Internally cursing, he thought, how infuriating, this wretched monster. To survive such devastation and instantly recover as if nothing had happened. What an unfair ability. Seeing Vegeta's exhaustion, Gohan spoke up. "Uncle Vegeta, let me take over. You should rest for a moment." Despite Vegeta's unwillingness to concede, his body betrayed him as he began to retreat to the side. As Beerus surveyed the crowd, his dark, emotionless gaze swept over them. He spoke, "This sequential approach is dreadfully dull. It seems you are not truly engaged in battle. Allow me to infuse a sense of pain into your hearts, for only then will you take this matter seriously." A foreboding sense of dread enveloped the onlookers. Gohan glanced back at his mother and Bulma, surrounded by those devoid of combat prowess within the Hall of the Gods. Yet, Buu's voice echoed like a demonic whisper in their ears. "Transform into candy." A surge of pink lightning shot towards Gohan's rear, where stood the defenseless individuals. "No!" Gohan gasped in horror. In an instant, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Tien were transformed into vibrant, multicolored confections, utterly powerless to resist. To their dismay, an even more despairing scene unfolded. Beerus inhaled deeply, and the candies were drawn into his mouth. The crisp sound of his chewing reverberated in their minds. At that moment, only Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the Supreme Kai remained unscathed at the forefront, untouched by the pink energy waves. Fury engulfed Vegeta as he beheld Bulma's plight. Goku's heart sank at the sight of Chi-Chi and their friends in such a state. The pride of the Saiyans had been shattered. A terrifying energy coalesced in Goku's palm. The Kamehameha. Vegeta raised his hands above his head. The final flash. Piccolo pointed his finger at his forehead. The special beam cannon. Three distinct forces, imbued with cataclysmic intent, surged forth towards the demon, Majin Buu. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted. The explosion's searing heat scorched the earth, fracturing mountains and severing rivers. A massive sphere of energy expanded, creating a crater the size of a city. A minute later, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta panted heavily. As the smoke cleared, Buu stood unscathed in the air, clutching his belly and laughing maniacally. Ha! Yes, just like that. Bring it on, bring it on. Their ire ignited by his contempt, the four warriors unleashed their most potent energies. What began as a one-on-one duel devolved into a frenzied assault. Yet still, Buu's strength prevailed overwhelmingly. Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo attacked from four different angles, but with a punch, Buu sent each of them sprawling to distant corners. The ground yielded for large craters where they lay in agony, groaning in pain. Buu cackled, "Ha ha! Is this all the strength you possess? Then I shall dispose of you." A terrifying pink energy wave gathered in the palm of Buu's hand. They all understood that should this attack land, Earth would likely be decimated. Countless lives would be lost. The Supreme Kai could not allow such a calamity to unfold and shouted, "Everyone, what are you hesitating for? Quickly, catch the earrings." Vegeta, no longer hesitating, cast aside the pride of the Saiyan Prince, his fury boiling over. "Just throw them to me." The Supreme Kai no longer hesitated, casting one of the Patera earrings toward Vegeta and the other toward the mightiest Gohan. This combination was destined to become the strongest in the world. Both Gohan and Vegeta desperately adorned themselves with the earrings. At that moment, the Supreme Kai seemed to suddenly recall an important detail he had forgotten, exclaiming loudly to Gohan and Vegeta, "Ah, I nearly neglected to mention that once two beings merge using the Patera earrings, they can never be separated." Vegeta was struck as if by lightning. "What? Why didn't you say something so crucial earlier? To be unable to separate means I would become Kakarot's son. This is more unbearable than death," he shouted in despair. Alas, it was too late. Both Vegeta and Gohan secured the earrings simultaneously, and their bodies were drawn together in an instant. A blinding light erupted forth. Seeing this, Buu withdrew his devastating wave of energy, shielding his eyes with his hand. As the radiance dissipated, not only did their appearances fuse, but their attire merged as well. The being now adorned Vegeta's battle uniform, complemented by the cape given by Piccolo, and wore a beautiful pair of earrings. The being began to speak. "I am the fusion of Vegeta and Gohan. What shall I be called? Ah, yes. I shall be named Vegeto." Vegeto, feeling the immense power within, clenched his fists. Buu floated menacingly before him, standing at a distance. With a sly smile, Buu perceived Vegeto's aura as unremarkable and thus initiated his assault. Pink energy wave shot from Buu's fingertips, raining down upon Vegeto. Vegeto effortlessly parried them with one hand, deflecting the waves like mere gusts of wind. The energy waves struck the ground, generating terrifying explosions. Buu, undeterred, teleported directly in front of Vegeto, unleashing a flurry of wolf fang fist attacks. Vegeto guarded his chest with both hands, bracing himself against the torrential onslaught. Buu showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly battering Vegeto, who was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage. After an indeterminate time, Buu ceased his attack, observing Vegeto, who had shielded himself with his hands. Vegeto lowered his arms, revealing not a single wound. With a disdainful smirk, he declared, "I am still unaccustomed to this body, which is why you managed to strike me for so long. Now it's my turn to warm up." Buu furrowed his brow, caught unawares. In the next instant, Vegeto lunged forward, landing a powerful punch that deeply indented Buu's abdomen. Following this, Vegeto unleashed a tempest of strikes. Buu, resembling a misshapen mass of clay, was assaulted but rapidly healed due to his formidable regeneration. Gradually, Vegeto's relentless assault overwhelmed Buu, preventing him from recovering, and Buu found himself on the back foot. Meanwhile, Goku and the Supreme Kai observed this turn of events with a slight easing of their expressions. Confident in his impending victory, Vegeta observed the battered Majin Buu, who had yet to unleash his true potential, rendered nearly unrecognizable. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Buu stood no chance of triumphing. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai, seemingly struck by an epiphany, urged Vegeta, hasten to eliminate him. "Vegeta, ensure his total demise without further delay. We cannot predict the consequences of prolonging this battle. Gazing at the contorted form of Majin Buu, Vegeta arrogantly retorted, "Do not speak so hastily, Supreme Kai. I am eager to ascertain whether this creature possesses such resilience. He has consumed so many of us. How can we allow him to perish so easily?" Chapter 44. Do not underestimate him, Vegeta. Vegeta looked disdainfully at the misshapen Majin Buu, sneering, "Observe now, your recovery speed has noticeably diminished, while I have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. What do you possess to contend with me?" A glimmer of cunning flickered in Buu's eyes, keenly aware of the disparity in their strengths. And an insidious scheme began to unfurl within his mind. He challenged Vegeta, "Dare you withstand my next attack? Thus far, I have encountered no adversary capable of withstanding it. Yet I suspect even you shall falter." Vegeta scoffed, "Humph. Your tricks are futile. In the face of absolute power, all is in vain. Regain your strength if you must. Let us see if I can endure your strike." Majin Buu, upon hearing this, grinned wickedly, thinking to himself, "He has taken the bait." Before their eyes, Majin Buu's form gradually reverted to its original shape, fully restored. He raised one hand above his head, gathering a pink energy sphere that rapidly amassed terrifying power. Purple lightning crackling around it. The sphere swelled to the size of a city, rendering the onlookers as insignificant as ants. The Supreme Kai, witnessing such a formidable accumulation of energy, exclaimed in alarm, "This is disastrous. I should have insisted you finish him off sooner. Behold, the energy contained within that pink sphere is sufficient to obliterate the earth tenfold. We are in grave peril." Vegeta, arms crossed confidently over his chest, responded with unwavering assurance, "Leave it to me. This level of power does not intimidate me." Seeing Vegeta's confidence and sensing his formidable strength, Goku reassured the Supreme Kai, "Fear not, Supreme Kai. Observe how he has yet to unleash his full potential. His hair remains black. He has not even transformed into a Super Saiyan." Though the Supreme Kai found Goku's reasoning somewhat comforting, he recalled Cell's ominous warning before his departure, urging him to convey to Goku and the others that they must not underestimate their adversary and should aim for a swift resolution. The Supreme Kai cautioned, "I still believe it would be prudent to dispatch him quickly. After this attack, do not hold back." Vegeta, brimming with confidence, concurred, "Very well, coward. Once I withstand this strike, I shall eradicate him in one fell swoop. Not a single cell shall remain." On the other side, the terrifying energy sphere of Majin Buu was fully prepared, ready to be hurled at the protagonists at any moment. However, his intentions extended far beyond this. The pink energy sphere was merely a ruse. His true objective lay in the scattered remnants of flesh from the recent battle, which were now writhing and merging into a substantial mass. He awaited the perfect opportunity, knowing that the moment Vegeta exerted himself and revealed a vulnerability, he could absorb him entirely. This was his sinister plot. At this moment, the protagonists had yet to encounter this particular tactic of Buu's and were utterly defenseless. A moment's inattention could lead to certain death. Buu wasted no time, unleashing the terrifying pink energy sphere with cataclysmic force, akin to an asteroid colliding with Earth. Vegeta stood ready for the onslaught. The Supreme Kai expressed his concern, exclaiming, "How can we counter this? Such overwhelming energy. If we attempt to retaliate with the Kamehameha, it would be futile. Any external force would trigger an immediate explosion, and the Earth would be obliterated." Yet, Goku wore a confident expression, reassuring, "Supreme Kai, though I am uncertain of the method, we must trust him." The immense pink orb moved slowly but possessed tremendous power. Upon reaching the ground, the earth and stones rapidly disintegrated, and as the pressure approached, a terrifying depression formed instantaneously. The Supreme Kai, Goku, and Piccolo involuntarily swallowed hard, momentarily envisioning themselves in Vegeta's position, pondering how they would resolve such a dire situation. At this juncture, the energy wave reached Vegeta, who braced himself against the colossal orb, straining to resist. The wave engulfed him in an instant, its terrifying pressure causing the ground to sink ever deeper. As the orb delved further into the earth, nearly half submerged, it abruptly halted its descent. The pink energy wave began to rise slowly. When it finally cleared the ground, everyone comprehended the situation. Vegeta was lifting the monstrous pink energy sphere, steadily pushing it upward. The Supreme Kai gasped in astonishment. Could this truly be happening? Piccolo, equally astonished, remarked, "To push back an energy sphere with one's hands. This truly resembles the audacity of a Saiyan. Haha, Goku exclaimed joyfully, indeed. Let us keep the momentum. Return what belongs to him. Majin Buu was momentarily taken aback, silently contemplating. This fellow's strength is indeed formidable, surpassing even my own. However, soon, this powerful force shall be mine. Majin Buu directed his mass of flesh to inch closer to Vegeta, while all attention was fixated on the pink energy sphere before Vegeta. Oblivious to the mass of pink flesh that crept to his feet, Vegeta's arms bulged with veins, his limbs thickening as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, hurling the dreadful energy sphere away with fierce determination. Majin Buu rejoiced. Now is the moment. The pink mass opened its gaping maw, swiftly engulfing Vegeta. He was caught off guard, unable to defend himself as he was enveloped in an instant. As every part of Vegeta's body was enveloped, he once again exerted force, striking and kicking, as if mired in a quagmire, utterly futile. Soon, the pink mass ceased its writhing, falling silent. Meanwhile, the demon Majin Buu had also readied himself. A pink energy sphere was cast away from Earth. Buu vanished in an instant, only to reappear nearby, poised to conjoin with the squirming pink flesh. The protagonists felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Though unaware of the intentions of that mass of pink flesh, they were acutely aware that it boded no good. Goku exclaimed, "We must not allow them to merge." As he cried out, he swiftly raced towards Buu and the putrid mass. Piccolo and King Kai mirrored his frantic movements. Yet they were too late. The pink mass returned to Buu's form. A sense of despair enveloped the hearts of the protagonists. Majin Buu's body writhed uncontrollably until it strengthened, even donning Vegeta's attire. Once Majin Buu's form stabilized completely, the group felt Vegeta's energy emanating from him and understood that all hope was lost. Majin Buu had absorbed Vegeta. An evil and terrifying aura instantly spread to every corner of the universe. Beings across the cosmos trembled in fear. Majin Buu laughed maniacally. Huh? Thank you all for making me this powerful. There will be no rivals left in the universe. In the distance, at the Capsule Corporation headquarters, Zhang Xiaoman and Old Kai had just completed their ritual, breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly, they sensed an overwhelmingly potent aura of malevolence enveloping them. Zhang Xiaoman furrowed her brow and remarked, "What is happening? What are they up to?" Chapter 45. The arrival of Cell's reinforcements. The sky was overcast, shrouded in dark clouds. At the Capsule Corporation headquarters, Old Kai and Zhang Xiaoman had just concluded a ritual to unlock potential. Old Kai shook his head with a sigh. This evil power is unlike anything ever heard or seen before. Surely only a god of destruction could defeat it. Old Kai kept shaking his head, waiting for Cell, this monstrous being, to inquire about the god of destruction. Previously, Cell's vast knowledge had embarrassed this old fellow, and now was the perfect opportunity to present the god of destruction as a formidable weapon, allowing Cell to gain some insight while he showcased his own prowess. To his surprise, Zhang Xiaoman was not impressed. She spoke up. "The god of destruction? Is that the hairless cat named Beerus?" Old Kai nearly spat blood in shock. Who exactly was Cell? How did he know everything? He even knew about the god of destruction. Furthermore, he was aware of Beerus's appearance. It must be noted that the existence of Beerus is synonymous with destruction. Those who have seen him are long gone. How did Cell come to know this? Driven by curiosity, Old Kai, disregarding his pride, humbly inquired, Cell, how do you know these things? Could you enlighten me?" Zhang Xiaoman regarded Old Kai and replied, "Guess." Old Kai was so enraged that his face turned green, clenching his fists yet unable to utter a word. Witnessing the old Kaioshin, this lecherous figure, suffer a setback, Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of satisfaction within her heart. No longer teasing him, she inquired, after the completion of the ritual, "Why do I feel that my strength has not significantly increased?" The old Kaioshin, still irked, retorted, "If you doubt your increase in power, why not test it yourself?" Humph. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman hesitated no longer. She swung her fists, striking aimlessly into the air. The rapidity of her movements rendered her punches nearly invisible. In the next instant, the force of her punches, imbued with a terrifying aura, instantly tore apart half of the city. Fortunately, the populace had long since evacuated, preventing any casualties. What? With a single punch, one can devastate half a city? You must be a god of destruction, the old Kaioshin exclaimed in astonishment. Internally, Zhang Xiaoman scoffed, "Who said I threw only one punch? I delivered a full 100. You simply did not see them due to my speed. Zhang Xiaoman then posed another question. Old Kaishin, let me ask you, who do you think would win between me and Majin Buu? On the other side of the earth, Majin Buu stood proudly in the sky, his arms crossed over his chest. Addressing Goku, the Kaishin, and Piccolo below, he taunted, "What's this? You insignificant fools wish to challenge me? With but a flick of my finger, I could reduce you to ashes. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your lives." Goku, Piccolo, and the Kaishin felt a deep sense of rage, but found themselves utterly powerless. Goku turned to the Kaishin and asked, "Is there truly no way out?" The Kaishin replied, "Our only hope now lies with Cell. However, given the current circumstances, even if Cell arrives, it may prove futile. Vegeta's strength surpasses all expectations, and with him absorbed by Buu, their combined power is unparalleled. He is undoubtedly the strongest in the universe. Even if Cell were to return at full potential, he would be no match." Initially, Goku and Piccolo had harbored a glimmer of hope upon hearing that Cell was their last resort. But despair washed over them upon realizing that even Cell could not contend with Buu. Majin Buu, observing the murmurs of the crowd below, lost interest in playing with them. With a wicked smile, he declared, "I have given you a chance, yet you proved to be utterly useless." Buu's pink fingertips gathered a fearful energy as a pink energy wave surged toward the crowd. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests, yet they resolutely prepared to resist. Goku crouched low, establishing a firm stance, and gathered his energy in both hands. In an instant, he completed the 20-fold Kaioken and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his body radiating a fierce mix of red and yellow energy. This was the extent of Goku's power at present. Kamehameha. A silver-blue energy wave collided with Buu's terrifying energy wave. A tremendous explosion erupted, instantly lifting everything from the ground, creating a gaping hole in the Earth's atmosphere, and clearing the clouds in an instant. Miraculously, the two forces neutralized each other, with not a shred of energy impacting Goku and the Kaishin. Majin Buu gazed down in astonishment, his curiosity piqued. How did they manage to block that? The Kaishin, unable to comprehend the situation, gazed at Goku with disbelief. The Kaishin exclaimed in astonishment, "Goku, you've hidden your strength so deeply. To possess such formidable power, yet refrain from unleashing it." Piccolo gave a thumbs up, saying, "Old son, you're incredible, truly impressive." Goku, with an innocent expression, scratched his head and replied, "That was indeed my Kamehameha. But it doesn't feel like my own power." The Kaishin, perplexed, asked, "If it's not you, then who could it be?" "It's just the few of us here." Piccolo nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged, declaring, "It's me." The group was startled by the unexpected voice. Following the sound, they saw a green creature. It was Cell. At a critical moment, Zhang Xiaoman had utilized instant transmission to arrive here. With the infusion of Zhang Xiaoman's energy, the force emanating from the Kamehameha wave clashed with the energy of Buu, preventing disaster. Upon seeing Cell return, Piccolo and Goku burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming in unison, "Ha! Cell has arrived." The Kaishin, witnessing Cell's arrival, suddenly conceived a plan. With excitement, he said, "Cell, you've successfully awakened your potential. This is wonderful. Quickly, Cell, hold off Majin Buu for a moment while I fetch reinforcements." Just then, the voice of the old Kaishin echoed, "Where do you think you're going for reinforcements?" It turned out that the old Kaishin had been transported here by Zhang Xiaoman as well. The Kaishin was overjoyed upon seeing the old Kaishin, feeling as though he had found a steadfast ally, and said, "Ancestors, you've arrived. Of course, reinforcements must be sought from the god of destruction. I doubt Majin Buu, no matter how powerful, could surpass a god of destruction." The old Kaishin, expressing his frustration toward his incompetent descendant, retorted, "Fool. The duty of the Kaishin is destruction. Wherever they go, destruction follows. Do you wish for him to obliterate the earth along with all its beautiful inhabitants? Truly a hopeless case." The Kaishin, holding his throbbing head, asked, "Then who can contend with the current Majin Buu?" The old Kaishin pointed at Cell and curtly replied, "Let him handle it." "Cell, can he really manage?" Goku, Piccolo, and the Kaishin were all taken aback, unable to believe that Cell possessed such capability. The Kaishin, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Ancestor, you can't be serious. Cell is indeed strong, but have you not seen the current Buu? He has absorbed both the fused Vegeta and Gohan. His power has reached the pinnacle of the universe." The old Kaishin, exuding an air of composure, responded, "Whether he can prevail remains to be seen, but from my perspective, their strength should be evenly matched." Evenly matched. Goku, Piccolo, and the Kaioshin felt as if struck by lightning. Chapter 46. Cell vs. Majin Buu on the ravaged Earth. The protagonists were deliberating their strategy. Yet doubts lingered regarding Cell's combat prowess. However, the old Kaioshin's words did not seem baseless. After all, with Cell's assistance, Goku's Kamehameha had perfectly neutralized one of Buu's attacks. Wukong addressed Cell, inquiring whether he possessed any means to defeat Majin Buu. At the moment Zhang Xiaoman sensed that Vegeta and Gohan's fusion had been devoured by Buu, he began contemplating a strategy for confrontation. After all, such an event had never transpired in the original narrative, necessitating preemptive measures. Now, Zhang Xiaoman conveyed his devised plan to the protagonist group. "I have a solution. I will hold off Majin Buu while you, Wukong, prepare the spirit bomb. Gather the energy of all beings on Earth." Upon hearing this, the faces of the protagonist group brightened with hope, as they had almost forgotten about the spirit bomb. They marveled at Cell's astuteness, casting appreciative glances in his direction. As a last resort, the spirit bomb indeed held the potential to vanquish Majin Buu. However, only Zhang Xiaoman understood that, at this moment, Majin Buu was far from being obliterated by a mere spirit bomb. It could only severely injure him, prolonging his regeneration time. At present, Majin Buu possessed an almost immortal capability. Zhang Xiaoman's true objective was to absorb Majin Buu while he was wounded by the spirit bomb. The power of Majin Buu, combined with the perfect fusion of Vegeta and Gohan, would serve as extraordinary sustenance for Cell. The thought of assimilating such a formidable Majin Buu sent shivers of anticipation through him, as his strength would undoubtedly surge, potentially rivaling that of a god of destruction. After articulating the plan to utilize the spirit bomb against Majin Buu, the group sprang into action. Wukong commenced the preparation of the spirit bomb, while the others were tasked with rallying the global populace to raise their hands in support. Zhang Xiaoman suggested enlisting the popular Mr. Satan to encourage the citizens' cooperation. Once the assignments were laid out, Zhang Xiaoman gazed upward at his adversary, readying himself for battle. In the sky, Majin Buu, clad in his battle attire and white cape, scrutinized the crowd below. He distinctly sensed a sudden surge of formidable energy emanating from the throng, the very force that had countered his previous assault. Intrigued by this newfound power, Majin Buu yearned not only for combat, but also for the opportunity to consume. He desired to absorb Cell as well, thereby augmenting his own might. He called out to the gathering below, "What's this? Have reinforcements arrived? It matters not whether you come one by one or all at once. In any case, you shall not defeat me." Zhang Xiaoman, assuming Cell's form, gradually ascended into the air. The two adversaries floated face to face, locked in a tense standoff. Zhang Xiaoman proposed, "Let us battle elsewhere. This planet is far too fragile for a proper clash." Majin Buu, elated by the prospect of solitude with Cell, saw his chance to absorb the peculiar creature without interruption. He responded with a grin, "Very well, I shall grant your wish. Let us fight in another location." Zhang Xiaoman signaled to the Kaioshin, who understood the cue. The Kaioshin invoked a spatial teleportation spell, transporting Cell, Majin Buu, and Wukong to the Kaioshin realm. Although Zhang Xiaoman had absorbed the cells of the Supreme Kai and could wield their powers, it was still prudent to conserve energy before the impending battle. Goku's transfer was executed stealthily, ensuring that Majin Buu remained oblivious, as they would still require Goku's spirit bomb to contend with the formidable Majin Buu. In a flash of white light, the trio arrived at the Supreme Kai's planet, a celestial body significantly larger than Earth, with gravity several times greater and, crucially, an extraordinary durability. In the original narrative, it was here that Super Saiyan 3 Goku faced off against the primordial Majin Buu in a life-or-death struggle, and despite their ferocity, they did not manage to obliterate the planet. At this moment, Cell was poised to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Buu in his Vegeta form on this very planet. Majin Buu expressed his satisfaction with the locale, remarking to Cell, "This planet is quite suitable for our battle. You certainly have an eye for choosing locations." Zhang Xiaoman taunted Majin Buu with a dismissive wave, challenging, "Enough with the chatter. Bring it on." Buu, undeterred by further dialogue, vanished instantaneously, reappearing behind Cell to deliver a powerful kick. Cell managed to bend down in time to evade the blow, but the resulting gust from Buu's kick flattened the peak of a nearby mountain. Thus commenced the battle. A clash of titans. In mere moments, the two combatants exchanged hundreds of blows, descending from the sky to the ground, with each collision producing a series of sonic booms. Their speeds were so staggering that their forms were nearly imperceptible, with only the explosive sounds of their physical encounters reverberating through the air. Meanwhile, on Earth, the old Supreme Kai and the Kais on King Kai's planet observed the magnificent duel. The Kai marveled, how can such an exhilarating battle occur? To witness this in my lifetime, I would have no regrets in death. The old Supreme Kai concurred, indeed, this is a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Even the Supreme Kai of a millennium ago did not possess such strength. This battle is akin to a clash of gods. While searching for Satan, the Supreme Kai glanced at the ongoing skirmish, lamenting, how did so many powerful beings suddenly emerge in this universe, and all within my domain? The weight of my divinity grows heavier. Piccolo remarked, this is all due to Cell's emergence. Ever since he appeared, it feels as though everyone's strength has skyrocketed. The Supreme Kai sighed, Cell, what other secrets do you conceal from us? On the battlefield, Cell and Majin Buu clashed once more, their fists colliding with each other's faces, creating a massive crater in the ground. They swiftly retreated, their injuries miraculously healing in an instant. Buu was astounded, thinking, how does this guy fight as if he is my equal? With comparable strength and a regeneration ability akin to mine, he is essentially a mirror image. Zhang Xiaoman, aware of the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant against Buu's attempts to absorb him while engaging in combat. Rather than fretting over various concerns, he resolved to launch an all-out offensive, for pressing the attack was his signature style. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman decided to hold nothing back and began to fight with full force. Zhang Xiaoman unleashed 4 diminutive Cell clones from his tail, each possessing the formidable strength of a Super Saiyan at its 3rd stage, complemented by an almost supernatural regenerative ability akin to that of Majin Buu. Observing this, Majin Buu did not hesitate to sever his own limbs, transforming into 4 identical versions of himself to counter the Cell's transformations. Thus, the confrontation escalated into a chaotic melee involving 10 combatants. During the fray, Zhang Xiaoman unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan 3rd stage prowess, augmented by the 20-fold Kaioken, enveloping himself in a vibrant aura of yellow and red. Simultaneously, Majin Buu summoned his entire might, elongating and morphing his form. Employing an array of dazzling techniques such as the Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha, and the Majin Buu Cannon, resulting in catastrophic devastation across the Kaioken planet. The two combatants remained evenly matched, neither giving ground nor indicating a clear victor. As the battle wore on, it devolved into a test of endurance. Yet both titans possessed reservoirs of nearly limitless energy. This conflict transformed into a duel of wills. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, both sides meticulously executed their strategies. Amidst the rocky crevices, the remnants of flesh left by Majin Buu during the skirmish began to coalesce, akin to a patient predator awaiting an opportunity. On the opposite side of the Kaioken planet, Goku raised his arms high, feeling the intensity of the battle while simultaneously gathering the nascent energy for a spirit bomb. Chapter 47. The Birth of the Perfect Warrior. On Earth, with diligent efforts, the Kaioshin and the main protagonists located the fleeing Satan. After a thorough explanation, Satan grasped the gravity of the situation and commenced aiding them. Following the Kaioshin's telepathic connection with all inhabitants of Earth, Satan began his address. Greetings, fellow Earthlings. I am Satan. Upon learning that Satan was battling Majin Buu on a distant planet, the people of Earth expressed their admiration, proclaiming him the true hero of humanity, courageous and unyielding. When they realized the battle was not yet over and that their strength was needed, every human raised their hands, channeling their energy to Satan. The Kaioshin and the protagonists watched this miraculous scene unfold, tears of joy welling in their eyes. The Kaioshin exclaimed, I never anticipated the plan would unfold so seamlessly. Satan is indeed invaluable. However, Piccolo interjected, I find Cell to be the most remarkable. He orchestrated everything. Not only did he single-handedly confront Majin Buu, but he also illuminated our path, truly a being greater than any deity. At this moment, the Kaioshin felt a flush of embarrassment. On the Kaioshin planet, the battle between Cell and Majin Buu raged on, with both combatants having lost their clones, now resorting to a fierce exchange of blows. In an instant, they clashed hundreds of times, creating deep craters across the ground. Just as Bu prepared to strike again, he sensed an overwhelming aura, an ominous premonition enveloping his heart. In the next moment, Goku, having charged the spirit bomb, instantaneously teleported to the battlefield. Majin Bu, taken aback, thought to himself, "Is this your trump card, Cell?" Upon seeing Goku and the spirit bomb materialize not far away, Majin Bu swiftly shifted his target and charged towards Goku. Cell would not allow him to succeed so easily. He extended his arms and seized Majin Bu's legs, forcefully dragging him down from the sky. Bu crash-landed onto a mountain peak, shattering it to pieces. Zhang Xiaoman, however, dared not release his grip, shouting towards the Goku that had appeared in the sky, "Goku, now is your chance." Hearing Cell's signal, Goku hesitated no longer, directing the spirit bomb towards the ensnared Bu. Deep down, Majin Bu understood that this power would not claim his life. Enduring this blow would merely prolong his recovery. His true intention was to seize the opportunity to absorb Cell. A piece of flesh writhed towards Cell's feet, while Zhang Xiaoman was fully focused on restraining Bu's body, unable to divert his attention. Yet, the instinct of a warrior alerted him to imminent danger, prompting him to envelop himself in energy, forming a protective shield. Just as the large mass of flesh encased him, the protective barrier activated fully. Simultaneously, the spirit bomb struck with precision. The enormous spirit bomb carved a deep, long scar across King Kai's planet, erupting into a massive mushroom cloud. At that moment, on Earth, jubilant cheers erupted. "We did it!" The old Kai and King Kai danced with excitement. Piccolo also wore a long-forgotten smile. Meanwhile, Goku on King Kai's planet wore a grave expression, for he distinctly sensed that Majin Bu's energy had not been entirely extinguished. A fleeting glance revealed a writhing mass of pink flesh in the distance, seemingly on the verge of unraveling, within which was Cell. Meanwhile, Bu's essence, a collection of pink cells, gradually coalesced into a small pink mass. Majin Bu had not been fully vanquished. The spirit bomb had failed to annihilate Bu completely. This creature was indeed terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Son Goku sprang into action, relentlessly using energy waves to free the ensnared Cell, while continuously unleashing Kamehameha waves to dismantle Bu's body. Yet, each energy wave that concentrated on the pink mass seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a drop in the ocean. Soon, Majin Bu regained his original form, and upon seeing Cell on the verge of being consumed, Bu smirked wickedly and remarked to Goku, "It seems my skills surpass yours." A wave of despair enveloped Goku. He could hardly fathom the extent to which his strength would grow after absorbing a being as formidable as Cell. Time slipped away, second by second. Before long, the mass of flesh reverted to its original form, writhing a few times before the two entities merged into one. Goku despaired, muttering, "It's over. Everything has come to an end." Suddenly, a peculiar sensation arose within Bu. What is happening? Bu felt a surge of uncertainty. Could his opponent be too strong? Dyspepsia engulfed Majin Bu, yet his form exhibited no discernible alteration. Rather, his strength seemed to wane incessantly. What on earth transpired? What dreadful deed had that wretched Cell perpetrated upon me? Majin Bu was consumed by anxiety, closing his eyes to conjure a diminutive version of himself within, to scrutinize the unfolding situation. At last, within the depths of Bu's stomach, he discovered the recently absorbed Cell, unfettered and moving freely, rather than being ensconced within a mass of flesh. "What are you doing? Cease at once!" The inner Majin Bu cried in despair. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman interjected. "It's futile. I have painstakingly entered your being. There's no way I shall relinquish you so easily." Understanding the dire necessity to avert this course, Majin Bu swiftly contorted his form, endeavoring to expel Cell from within. In a moment of desperation, Goku's spirits soared as he beheld the expelled Cell, exclaiming, "Cell? Splendid. You are unscathed." After absorbing a significant portion of Majin Bu's cellular structure, Cell's energy surged, now surpassing that of Majin Bu entirely. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaoman proclaimed, "The counterattack commences." In an instant, he materialized before Majin Bu, employing a solar flare to immobilize his adversary and prevent any escape. The blinding radiance compelled Majin Bu to extend his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. Seizing the moment of panic, Zhang Xiaoman unfurled his massive tail and consumed Majin Bu whole. Witnessing this, Goku felt a chill creeping up his spine, reflecting on the sheer terror of Cell's tactics. The Kaioshin on Earth, initially elated by Buu's earlier defeat, was suddenly gripped with trepidation upon realizing that Bu had not been entirely vanquished and had instead devoured Cell, causing his heart to race. However, as the tides turned and Cell remained unconsumed, joy returned. By the end of this sequence, a peculiar sensation coursed through the Kaioshin. Despite Cell's apparent alignment with their cause, his techniques bore the mark of a villain rather than a hero, evoking a mixture of reverence and fear. Together, the Kaioshin and Elder Kaioshin teleported to the Kaioshin realm, preparing to cleanse the battlefield and return the others to Earth. At this moment, having absorbed Majin Buu, Zhang Xiaoman's form began to evolve anew. A crimson radiance flickered incessantly as Cell's stature diminished to that of an ordinary human. Yet his hue transformed to a deep crimson. Thus, the universe bore witness to the birth of its most flawless warrior. Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a primal roar, expressing his exhilaration. The power surging within him was so immense that even the cosmos trembled. In his unrestrained fervor, Zhang Xiaoman's might tore a gaping rift in space, creating a dimensional fissure that led to another universe. Only the Kaioshin comprehended the gravity of this revelation, prompting both Kaioshin to exclaim, "What?" with a mere shout. A rift in space can be torn asunder. What formidable power must one possess to achieve such a feat? On the other side of the rift stands a robust warrior clad in a crimson battle suit and white gloves, casting a cold gaze upon the figure of Cell before him, remaining silent. Chapter 48, Jiren's Declaration, King Kai's Planet. Zhang Xiaoman gazes in astonishment at the interior of the space rift, where the warrior in the red battle suit stands. That warrior is none other than Jiren. As the mightiest fighter of Universe 11, he is one of the 10 main members of the Pride Troopers, a heroic team dedicated to safeguarding universal peace. A silent warrior devoted entirely to justice, his power surpasses even that of the destroyer gods within his universe. Having just absorbed the evil energy of Majin Buu, Zhang Xiaoman emanates a potent aura of malevolence, which Jiren perceives instantly, mistakenly categorizing him as a villain. Jiren harbors an unwavering disdain for evil. He coldly regards Cell on the other side of the rift, stating emotionlessly, "I did not anticipate such a formidable evil presence within this universe. It seems there is much work still to be done. I admit, I have been remiss. While my universe enjoys peace, others still languish in turmoil. I vow to eradicate all malevolent beings across the 12 universes, and it shall begin with you." Zhang Xiaoman, too, observes Jiren, his strength having recently surged. Yearning for a worthy opponent to gauge just how far he has come and what distance remains between him and Beerus. Is not Jiren the perfect match for his needs? Through the rift, their eyes meet, igniting fierce sparks of intensity. At that moment, the old Kai perceives the impending conflict and urgently interjects. Surely these two do not intend to battle here. The Kai also senses the tension. Could it be? They just finished fighting and now seek to engage again? Goku remarks, "The aura emanating from either of them is terrifying." The old Kai responds gravely, "They absolutely must not fight here." Piccolo, perplexed, inquires, "Why not? This place is far from any populace, making it an ideal battleground." The old Kai explains, "You have no idea. At their level of power, ordinary venues are utterly inadequate. Even the sturdy King Kai's planet would collapse under the cosmic resonance generated by their clash." As the discussion unfolds, Jiren strides closer to the rift, advancing toward Universe 12. The atmosphere plummets to an icy stillness. Zhang Xiaoman also approaches the rift, an invisible pressure beginning to emanate, suffocating those present. The two halt simultaneously, embodying the calm before the storm. Jiren steps across the rift into Universe 12, closely followed by Toppo. Both warriors exude an overwhelming aura. Goku exclaims, "I am truly exhilarated to meet such powerful fighters. I wish to find a place to train and engage with them." The Kai remarks, "Your thought process is indeed unique. You truly are a scion." At this moment, Jiren points at Cell and inquires, "What is your name?" "Cell." Zhang Xiaoman succinctly replies, "Surely, you have taken many lives. Otherwise, how could such a potent and malevolent aura reside within you?" "Not at all. Power is merely a tool, devoid of notions of righteousness or evil. When wielded by a virtuous individual, it embodies justice. When used by the wicked, it becomes malevolence. Power itself is impartial." Jiren retorted vehemently, "What a fallacy. It appears I must vanquish you before you acknowledge your transgressions." He turned to Toppo beside him and declared, "Toppo, refrain from intervening. Allow me to confront him alone. Topo stroked his impressive beard and replied, very well. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Jiren. Zhang Xiaoman swiftly prepared for battle. Assuming a stance reminiscent of Master Takeda, an invisible barrier collided before the two, ensuring that anyone who dared approach would be crushed into oblivion. Zhang Xiaoman's strategy was straightforward. His opponent, a deluded saint, would not heed reason, thus a confrontation was inevitable. This would also serve as an opportunity to gauge his current strength and, ideally, acquire his opponent's cells for further evolution. Facing the strongest being of the 11th universe, his cells would undoubtedly provide immense benefits. Once he secured those cells, Zhang Xiaoman was confident he could defeat Beerus and ascend as the true champion of the 12th universe. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Xiaoman ceased his prattle, clenched his fists, and struck with all his might towards Jiren. In kind, Jiren unleashed his most formidable attack, his white hand imbued with cataclysmic power aimed at Cell. Both shouted in unison. Suddenly, a blinding light descended beside them, nullifying their powerful strikes in an instant. Oh dear, oh dear. A melodious voice resonated across the battlefield. A figure clad in ancient robes, wielding a staff, effortlessly blocked both of their powerful punches with merely 2 fingers. Zhang Xiaoman recognized the figure immediately. It's Angel Whis. Indeed, it was Angel Whis. The old Kai and the Supreme Kai trembled, realizing that their clash had drawn the attention of the god of destruction. At that moment, Goku remained oblivious to the identity of the figure and curiously inquired, "Who is Angel Whis?" The old Kai patiently elucidated. Angel Whis serves as the mentor to the gods of destruction. These deities exist solely for the purpose of annihilation, standing in opposition to the Supreme Kai, whose primary duty is creation, while the gods of destruction embody destruction. Whis then noticed the 2 Supreme Kais and remarked, "Oh dear, the old-timers are still around. Ho ho." Jiren, recognizing Whis, understood that the angel was intervening to prevent their conflict, and stated, "Angel Whis, please do not impede my quest for justice." Whis glanced at Jiren and inquired, "Jiren, do you truly intend to fight here?" Jiren nodded resolutely. "To uphold justice, there is no time to waste." Whis responded, "You proclaim to be a champion of justice. Then I must ask you, are the lives of the beings in Universe 12 not lives worth preserving? Are you aware that the battle fluctuations generated by your prowess could effortlessly obliterate the universe? In such an event, the entire essence of the 12 universes would perish. Is this the outcome you desire?" Jiren remained silent, his head bowed. Whis remarked, "If you wish to engage in combat, that can be arranged 1 year hence. I and the god of destruction will construct a stage for you, where you may fight to your heart's content." Jiren, unwilling to witness the annihilation of the 12 universes and the suffering of its beings, nodded in agreement. He turned to his opponent, Cell, and stated, "Cell, let us make this pact. 1 year from now, we shall fight to the death." Zhang Xiaoman interjected, "Very well, but do not shy away when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Jiren let out a cold snort and, with Topo, stepped into the rift in space. Whis waved his hand, and the rift was instantaneously sealed. The Kaioshin inquired of Whis, "Where is Lord Beerus?" Whis smiled and replied, He is still asleep. I sensed something amiss here, which prompted my arrival. By the way, there are many Saiyans present. I have a question for you all. Are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Lord Beerus has been calling out that name in his dreams." Chapter 49, Super Saiyan God. At the Kaioshin planet, Whis posed his question to the gathered crowd. "Have any of you heard of the Super Saiyan God?" Super Saiyan God. Goku and the 2 Kaioshins exchanged confused glances. Particularly Goku, who thought to himself, "There is a Super Saiyan God. Perhaps Vegeta would have known if he were here, but alas, he has already perished." The 2 Kaioshins also expressed their ignorance, having never heard of such a being. Whis shook his head in disappointment, addressing the group. "What a pity. I had hoped you would possess knowledge about the Super Saiyan God. When Lord Beerus awakens, he will undoubtedly inquire about this entity. As it stands, the remaining Super Saiyans are all on Earth, and when Lord Beerus arrives, he will certainly descend upon that realm. If you cannot provide information regarding the Super Saiyan God, Lord Beerus is bound to be displeased. In that case, Earth will surely face annihilation." Goku, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "What? Is Earth truly facing destruction? What manner of deity is the god of destruction? Well then, I must take my leave. Lord Beerus will soon arrive on Earth." and I implore you to share any information regarding the Super Saiyan God. Farewell, everyone. With that, Whis radiated a brilliant light and vanished in an instant. The Kaioshin and the Elder Kaioshin, upon learning of Earth's impending doom, wore expressions of sorrow. The Kaioshin lamented, "It is truly unfortunate. I had hoped that Earth could endure after the calamity wrought by Majin Buu, but it seems Lord Beerus is coming, and Earth is destined for destruction." The Elder Kaioshin offered words of comfort, such as the fate of Earth. All is predetermined. Goku interjected, "Come now, everyone, let us not be so pessimistic. If we train hard during this time, we will surely be able to defeat them when the God of Destruction arrives." The Kaioshin and Elder Kaioshin were left in shock. What? Defeat the God of Destruction? What utter nonsense are you spouting? The Supreme Kai proclaimed with great intensity, "You are utterly unaware of the dread of the Destroyers. They are invincible." The old Supreme Kai interjected, "Although my junior may lack merit, I find myself in agreement with his words." Goku, embodying the inherent spirit of the Saiyan lineage, responded, "Are they truly that formidable? The prospect of battling one only stirs my desire further." At this moment, Piccolo, the intellectual pillar of the team, proposed a strategy. "Everyone, I possess a method concerning the Super Saiyan God." The group perked up, eagerly inquiring about the approach. Piccolo, unreserved, continued, "We can utilize the Dragon Balls." The old Supreme Kai reacted with distaste. "What is it with the Dragon Balls again? Your reckless use of such unnatural artifacts will inevitably lead to dire consequences." Goku, interjecting with levity, remarked, "Isn't it merely a question? It can't be that serious, can it, old Supreme Kai?" After a moment of contemplation, the old Supreme Kai conceded, "Alas, there appears to be no alternative. Aside from the Dragon Balls, it seems no one else possesses knowledge of the Super Saiyan God." Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding Cell, who had always been quite the pretender. Why had he fallen silent upon the arrival of the angel? It seemed he too was oblivious to the information about the Super Saiyan God. This was an opportune moment to suppress him, preventing him from flaunting his superiority in front of me daily. Addressing Cell, the old Supreme Kai inquired, "Cell, with your vast knowledge of the universe's secrets, you must have information on the Super Saiyan God, correct?" The group, intrigued, leaned in. Having been consistently surprised by Cell's capabilities and his tendency to exceed expectations, they held hope despite internally doubting his knowledge. Zhang Xiaoman was indeed aware of the Super Saiyan God. Earlier, he refrained from sharing this information in the presence of Whis. Considering Whis's overwhelming strength, a mere finger from him could withstand a full-force assault. Revealing more secrets could attract Whis's attention, a situation that would be highly perilous. Being targeted by someone exponentially more powerful, regardless of their intentions, was enough to induce discomfort. Zhang Xiaoman would not make such an error. His earlier silence did not preclude him from speaking now. With Whis absent, he felt emboldened. Calmly, Zhang Xiaoman stated, "I do possess knowledge of the Super Saiyan God." The revelation left the group astounded, nearly dropping their jaws. After a brief moment of shock, the old Supreme Kai expressed disbelief. "How could you possibly know this? Even Whis and the Lord of Destruction are unaware. How could you? Speak on if you dare." Goku also found it improbable, yet sensed that Cell was not one to jest frivolously. Thus he chose to trust him. "Cell, since you possess this knowledge, please share it with us." Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's skepticism, an insidious plan began to form within Zhang Xiaoman's mind. After a pause, he addressed the old Supreme Kai. "What if I truly do know?" The old Supreme Kai responded, "What? Are we to wager? Very well. If you were aware of my existence, I would willingly surrender my remaining millennium of life to you. What do you think?" The old Kai, witnessing the audacity of the younger Kai, quickly interjected, "Ancestor, do not jest. It is not worth sacrificing your life." The old Kai dismissed the younger generation with a wave of his hand. "Mind your own business. The arrogant demeanor of Cell has already provoked me. He regards me as the Kai, with disdain. It is imperative that he learns the meaning of respecting his elders." The old Kai addressed Cell, "If you lose, you shall kneel before me and proclaim Old Ancestor 3 times. And from this day forth, you must greet me with utmost respect. What say you?" Zhang Xiaoman, seeing that his bait had taken, declared triumphantly, "It's a deal." The old Kai then commanded, "Reveal your answer." Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward and spoke solemnly. "The Super Saiyan God requires the combined energy of 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts to transform successfully. 5 Saiyans must channel their energy into another Saiyan. enabling that individual to become a Super Saiyan God. Upon finishing, the audience listened intently, savoring the intricacies of the revelation. However, the old Kai immediately retorted, "Nonsense. How can I ascertain the truth of your words? Am I to concede defeat based on your fabrications?" The old Kai was entirely convinced that Cell was spinning tales. If he had known this all along, why not disclose it in the presence of Whis? Zhang Xiaoman wore an expression of indifference, deliberately provoking the old Kai. Unable to tolerate it any longer, the old Kai raised his hand to strike. Piccolo swiftly intervened. "Assuming the role of the voice of reason among the protagonists, we could summon the dragon to verify the truth. After all, we are seeking the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. We might as well inquire about the Super Saiyan God, and we shall discern whether Cell speaks truthfully." Chapter 50. The Crack in the Dragon Ball Earth, Capsule Corporation Headquarters. Despite it being daytime, the sky was overcast. A colossal azure dragon hovered above. Below, the protagonists gathered. Son Goku spoke. "Dragon, my first wish is to resurrect all those who perished due to Majin Buu." The dragon replied, "That is a simple task." With a flash of red light from its eyes, the dragon resurrected Vegeta, Gohan, and all others who had fallen because of Majin Buu's arrival. Vegeta and Gohan, having reverted from their fusion state, looked around in bewilderment, as if awakening from a prolonged dream. After a moment of realization, they understood they had been revived by the Dragon Balls. Following the fulfillment of the first wish, the dragon inquired if there were any further wishes. The old Kai seized the opportunity to ask, "Are you aware of the existence of the Super Saiyan God?" He had been simmering with frustration, having long found Cell intolerable. The thought of this arrogant individual bowing before him in the future brought a sense of secret delight to the old Kai. The dragon's eyes glimmered with red light. "That is exceedingly simple. The Super Saiyan God requires the combined efforts of 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts to transform successfully. 5 Saiyans must channel their energy into another Saiyan, enabling that individual to transform into a Super Saiyan God." Precisely. A sharp crack resonated in the air, reminiscent of the old Kaishin's shattered heart. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward, playfully patting the old Kaishin on the shoulder, jesting, "Well, old man, are you not going to hand over your life?" The old Kaishin's face flushed with rage, and he struggled to find his voice, utterly astonished within. Who exactly is this Cell? How does he know everything? Today, I have fallen into his hands. Without hesitation, the old Kaishin seated himself on the ground, prepared to relinquish his remaining 1,000 years of life. The Kaishin intervened, saying, "Enough of this nonsense, ancestor. Cell is merely jesting." Zhang Xiaoman observed quietly, offering no rebuttal. However, the old Kaishin grew serious and declared, "I am not one to play games. If I promised him 1,000 years, then I shall deliver. My integrity is beyond reproach." The crowd immediately sought to dissuade him, but alas, they were a moment too late. In the next instant, the old Kaishin breathed his last. Yet, Zhang Xiaoman sensed a surge of potent life force coursing through his body, bringing a refreshing vitality to every limb and sinew. It must be the old Kaishin's life essence now flowing into him. As they gazed upon the frail figure swaying in the wind, a somber melancholy enveloped the onlookers. Suddenly, the old Kaishin yawned, stretched his limbs, and stood up, shaking off the stiffness. However, a golden halo now adorned his head. Huh, is this what death looks like? Staring at the halo above him, the crowd found themselves speechless, envious of his divine state. After granting the wish, the eternal dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls scattered across the land. At that moment, Dandy seemed to sense something and spoke up, "Everyone, it appears we will have to wait a considerable time before we can use the Dragon Balls again." The crowd, taken aback, expressed their confusion, with Krillin unable to contain his impatience, asking, "Why is that?" Dandy retrieved a scattered one-star Dragon Ball nearby and addressed the group. "Look, there are cracks appearing on the Dragon Ball." Upon inspection, the crowd indeed saw the fissures. Dandy explained, once the Dragon Balls develop cracks, they require a period of rest. If wishes are made prematurely, dire consequences may ensue. The collective heart of the crowd sank at this revelation. Thus, after deliberation, they gathered all the Dragon Balls and placed them deep within the Temple of the Gods. Earth briefly embraced tranquility. The main characters diligently honed their skills, preparing for the impending arrival of the God of Destruction. Zhang Xiaoman located a base belonging to the Red Ribbon Army, determined to solidify his own strength. 3 months later, a formidable presence descended upon Earth. Beerus and Whis floated above the planet. Beerus inquired, Whis, is there truly a Super Saiyan God here? The combat prowess of this planet's inhabitants seems rather feeble. Whis replied, Lord Beerus, to find a Super Saiyan God, one must first locate a Super Saiyan. The entire race of Saiyans across the universe has been extinguished, with Earth being the sole sanctuary for this species. Beerus waved his hand and remarked, very well. In any case, I must be allowed to engage in a thoroughly exhilarating battle. Zhang Xiaoman, who was diligently consolidating his strength at the base, sensed Beerus's arrival and instantaneously transported himself before the deity. Beerus regarded this formidable being with keen interest, surprised to discover such a powerful creature still existed on Earth. Are you truly the legendary Super Saiyan God? You are not the one I dreamt of, he exclaimed. Whis interjected, no, despite the aura of a Super Saiyan surrounding him. He is certainly not the Super Saiyan God, for he lacks the overwhelming divine presence. Zhang Xiaoman replied, Beerus, I am indeed not the Super Saiyan God, but I shall soon transform into one. Oh, Beerus's curiosity about this creature deepened. Then I shall await your transformation into the Super Saiyan God. However, do hurry. My patience is rather limited. Should you provoke me, I will obliterate you, this rude little fellow, along with the entirety of Earth. Whis stood silently beside Beerus, wearing a subtle smile. Zhang Xiaoman's plan was remarkably straightforward. Beerus was merely a stepping stone to elevate his own power. Goku and the others must have sensed Beerus's arrival on Earth. Once they arrived and bestowed upon him the strength of the Super Saiyan, he would ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God and undoubtedly defeat Beerus. Even if he were unable to vanquish him, there would surely be an opportunity to inflict damage upon the God of destruction. At that point, he could absorb Beerus's cells and acquire the destructive power of a destroyer, leading to another evolution. When the time came, victory in the tournament of power against Jiren would be assured. Zhang Xiaoman glanced at Whis standing beside Beerus, pondering whether he might engage Whis in combat to test the true strength of the destroyer's mentor. He could also absorb Whis's cells then. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of excitement. After all this time in this world, he was finally nearing the core strength of its formidable warriors. As he contemplated, several figures appeared in the azure sky, accompanied by a spaceship emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation insignia. The newcomers were indeed the members of the main cast. The Saiyans soared through the air, while ordinary individuals, akin to Bulma, traveled aboard the spacecraft. Chapter 51, Super Saiyan God, Gero, and Beerus. The skies of the southwestern region. The spaceship landed smoothly. The crew disembarked, including Bulma, Chi-Chi, and other family members of the main cast. Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan, along with others possessing combat prowess, floated in the air alongside Gero. Piccolo, gazing at Beerus, who resembled a hairless feline, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Having once been a deity, he recognized the divine pressure emanating from Beerus, which was leagues beyond that of the Kais. Goku, too, was sizing up this legendary god of destruction. Despite his rigorous training during this period, he finally attained the formidable prowess of a Super Saiyan at its third stage. Nevertheless, he could not shake the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Beerus, indicating that the latter's strength far surpassed his own. Goku, ever eager to challenge the powerful, boldly inquired, Are you Lord Beerus? May I engage in a spar with you? To Beerus's surprise, someone dared to propose a contest, piquing his interest. Very well, a warm-up before battling the Super Saiyan God sounds delightful. Feel free to unleash your full power upon me. Upon hearing this, Goku was filled with exhilaration. With a mighty roar, he enveloped himself in golden energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan at its third stage. He swiftly appeared before Beerus and launched a punch aimed directly at his face. To his astonishment, his fist struck only an illusion. Beerus was far too swift to be hit. In the next moment, Beerus materialized behind Goku and delivered a precise chop that reverberated through his very core, leaving him feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. Subsequently, Goku plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater upon impact. In an instant, he lost all combat ability, his hair reverting to its natural black as he exited the Super Saiyan state. Krillin promptly produced a Senzu Bean to revive Goku. Beerus shook his head and remarked, This won't do, you are far too weak. Where's the Super Saiyan God? I can barely contain my impatience. Ah, that creature over there. The onlookers were utterly astonished. One single blow was all it took to revert Goku to his original state. Beerus was indeed terrifying. Noticing Beerus's growing impatience, Zhang Xiaoman no longer hesitated. He approached the members of the protagonist group and requested that the Saiyans lend him their power. Currently, Cell possessed the most formidable strength and also harbored Super Saiyan cells. By transferring their energy to him, the likelihood of overcoming Beerus would be maximized. In the interest of protecting Earth from Beerus's wrath, the others expressed no objections. Krillin interjected, "The Super Saiyan God requires 6 individuals, but we are too short." He counted, Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, Cell, there are still 2 missing. Zhang Xiaoman proposed, what about Chi-Chi and Bulma? The children they carry, Goten and Trunks, would indeed account for the other 2 Super Saiyans. Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. How do you know this? You even have their names figured out. They fit perfectly. Vegeta, perplexed, questioned Zhang Xiaoman. Who are you, Cell? How do you know so much about us? Have you been spying on our lives? Zhang Xiaoman asserted that saving the Earth took precedence, and they could address such matters later. Thus, the group joined hands in a circle and began to channel their energy into Cell, as their essences flowed into him. The malevolent aura he had absorbed from Majin Buu dissipated entirely. His energy transformed from that of a mere human into the divine essence of a god. Due to Zhang Xiaoman's prior absorption of the cells of the god of destruction, he was unexpectedly activated in unison at this moment. Zhang Xiaoman transformed once more, his entire being radiating a crimson hue, resembling the 3rd form of Cell. The essence of humanity vanished completely, replaced by an aura that was unequivocally divine. Cell's demeanor also shifted, losing its previous expressions, becoming cold and serious, akin to a deity from the heavens. This was indeed the power of the divine. Zhang Xiaoman meticulously sensed the transformations within him. Although this divine strength was immensely powerful, it could not be sustained for long. Thus, he promptly urged Beerus to commence, as he could not maintain this state for much longer. Beerus observed the Super Saiyan God before him with keen interest. Very well, I shall attack now. Whis silently erected a protective barrier between the 2 combatants to prevent any collateral damage to the universe. The battle was poised to erupt. Dark purple energy enveloped Beerus, while a dark red divine aura emanated from the Super Saiyan Godform Cell. In the fraction of a second, they clashed with ferocious intensity. The terrifying force collided within the confines of the barrier, with thousands of punches exchanged each second. Beerus and Cell engaged in a fierce melee, showing no signs of retreat or evasion, opting instead for relentless offense. Their fists struck like bullets, igniting sparks with each impact. Onlookers were left in awe. Goku exclaimed, "I've never witnessed such a formidable warrior. Such a battle is unprecedented. I yearn to grow stronger." The ordinary spectators found themselves bewildered, as the combatants moved too swiftly for their eyes to comprehend, resembling a film stuttering on the screen. Whis, typically expressionless, or an unprecedented gravity. He had never approached the situation with such seriousness before. Upon witnessing Cell's monstrous prowess matching Beerus blow for blow, no, actually gaining the upper hand, Whis could no longer find amusement in the spectacle. He fixed his gaze on Cell, remaining silent. Within the protective barrier, the intensity of their battle escalated. Zhang Xiaoman finally breached Beerus's defenses and seized a moment to obtain a sample of Beerus's blood. However, there was no time to absorb it. After another exchange of blows, Beerus and Cell distanced themselves. Beerus remarked cheerfully, "Not bad. Your punches are truly powerful. It's been a long time since I've fought so exhilaratingly. But now, I shall unleash my true abilities." Zhang Xiaoman responded, "Bring it on." In the next instant, a gray energy sphere coalesced at Beerus's fingertips, infused with the power of divine energy. Unaware of the truth, Krillin commented, "What true abilities? It's just a black energy sphere. What is so impressive about that?" At that moment, was clarified, this is not merely an energy sphere. It is the essence of destruction. Not only ordinary beings, but even deities would disintegrate into dust upon contact with its essence, instantly reduced to ashes. Upon hearing the commotion, Klin and the others were startled, their bodies trembling in fear. They dared not voice any further opinions, opting instead to quietly observe the battle between the 2. Inside the barrier, Beerus casually unleashed a sphere of destructive energy from his fingertips, which hurtled toward Cell at a velocity surpassing that of light. The members of the watching ensemble felt their hearts leap into their throats. Chapter 52, The Power of Rules and Conflict in the Southwestern Airspace of Earth, within the confines of the barrier. A radiant sphere imbued with destructive force surged toward the Super Saiyan God form of Zhang Xiaoman, who felt his heart race with trepidation. The barrier was limited in space. Evasive maneuvers at such high speeds could lead to a collision with its walls. He had no intention of braving the destructive wave with his physical form, fearing he would be reduced to ashes upon contact. In desperation, Zhang Xiaoman murmured to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to employ that technique." He brought his index and middle fingers together and slowly raised them to his forehead, shouting, "Instant transmission." In the next moment, Cell appeared behind Beerus, delivering a powerful punch to the back of the deity's neck. Zhang Xiaoman intended to maximize the damage of his instant transmission, refusing to squander this opportunity. Beerus, not one to be caught off guard, swiftly turned to counter the attack. The two fists collided, generating a terrifying shockwave before they quickly distanced themselves, poised in a silent standoff. Meanwhile, the earlier destructive force had not ceased its advance. After Cell evaded it, the energy continued to surge forward due to inertia, creating a gaping hole in the barrier that Whis had conjured. The edges of the barrier began to dissipate upon contact with the destructive energy. As this force mingled with the air of Earth, a palpable dread enveloped the onlookers, who could sense the terrifying power contained within. Unlike the ki they had cultivated, the destructive force was divine, imbued with the essence of rules themselves. Piccolo was drenched in sweat, anxiety etched across his forehead. Is this the destructive force? It is truly terrifying, Goku remarked. Just witnessing it instills a sense of futility and resistance. Such a fearsome technique. The others, rendered speechless by shock, could only lament. Is Cell truly battling such a formidable opponent? Observing the scene, Whis shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. With a wave of his staff, the barrier was instantly restored to its original state, nullifying the destructive energy and returning it to void. Whis addressed Beerus within the barrier, saying, "Oh dear, Beerus. It has been quite some time since you have taken things so seriously." Beerus, arms folded across his chest, responded with a grin, "Apologies, Whis. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. This Super Saiyan God before me is simply delightful. I initially thought the destructive force would finish him off. Yet he possesses the ability of instant transmission. What a pity." Outside the barrier, Goku was equally intrigued by how Cell had managed to teleport, but deemed it inappropriate to inquire directly, deciding to wait until the battle concluded to discuss it further. Within the confines of the barrier, Zhang Xiaoman, in his Super Saiyan God form, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Truly, the power of destruction embodies the essence of the rules." However, he reminded himself, "I too am divine. I am a Super Saiyan God. I possess divine power as well. But what is the nature of the divine power within a Super Saiyan? What rules does the divine power of a Super Saiyan God encapsulate?" Contemplating this, he resolved to summon all the divine energy within him, letting out a mighty roar. Ah! A deep crimson aura enveloped his entire being, his eyes and skin transforming into a rich scarlet hue. Zhang Xiaoman meticulously attuned himself to this newfound power. He sensed the rules of restoration, enhancement, weakening, creation, and the most formidable of all, time. What? To his astonishment, he discovered that his body harbored such a multitude of rules. He began to analyze. Restoration, enhancement, and weakening were clearly rules born for combat. Undoubtedly the essence of the Super Saiyan God's power. The rule of creation stemmed from the divine energy contained within the cells of the Supreme Kai. But what of the rule of time? This left him utterly perplexed. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. His Super Saiyan God form could only be sustained for half an hour, so he resolved to fully embrace the battle and give it his all. Witnessing the opponent also harnessing divine power, Beerus disdainfully remarked to Cell, "Humph, a mere creature like you has acquired such divine energy. Interesting. However, I possess far greater understanding of divine authority than you." In the next instant, a dark purple aura of destruction enveloped Beerus entirely. Each of his strikes was now imbued with the essence of destruction. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoman's apprehension surged. A single wave of destructive energy had already left him exhausted, and now every attack would carry that same terrifying force. He shook his large crimson head. Why ponder so much? Action was required. We are both divine. Why should I fear you? The blood of the Super Saiyan surged within him. Zhang Xiaoman unleashed his divine domain. The space before him transformed into a profound crimson, while Beerus also activated his divine domain. the area around him turning dark purple. Thus, the two clashed at a speed that transcended light. Boom! A colossal shockwave surged forth, threatening to shatter the barrier. Whis, sensing the imminent danger, hastily intervened, no longer nonchalant, raising his staff to stabilize the barrier. The power unleashed by their battle, should even a fraction escape, could result in catastrophic cosmic collapse. Inside the barrier, Zhang Xiaoman found himself in a dire predicament. Initially, when neither had invoked their divine powers, Cell's physical strength and body durability had given him a slight edge over Beerus. However, once the contest of rule-based powers commenced, Zhang Xiaoman felt increasingly overwhelmed. Despite Zhang Xiaoman's unleashing of the divine realm, a domain forged for battle, everything within its confines, both mortals and deities, experiences a diminishment of strength. Conversely, he himself becomes fortified. The damage sustained is swiftly mended through the restorative power of the rules. However, the laws governing destruction are truly perverse. No matter how formidable one may be, as long as they fall under the influence of my destructive power, they shall be obliterated. Thus, at the very instant their fists collided, Sheru's hand began to disintegrate. Zhang Xiaoman promptly severed his arm, thwarting the incursion of destructive force. Guided by the restorative divine power, he sprouted a new arm, returning to the fray once more. This cycle persisted. Fortunately, bolstered by the rules of enhancement, Zhang Xiaoman's assaults grew increasingly ferocious. Even Beerus found himself compelled to engage earnestly. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched. Yet Zhang Xiaoman was acutely aware that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Their attacks were a dazzling spectacle, executed with such rapidity that even Super Saiyan 3rd Stage Goku could not discern the movements. The onlookers merely reveled in the spectacle, with only was capable of perceiving the intricacies of their actions. Within the barrier, following yet another clash, the two distanced themselves once more. Beerus shouted in exhilaration. Relishing the thrill, he had exerted his utmost, and the outcome mattered little to him. He was savoring the battle itself. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoman gazed enviously at his opponent's destructive power, for it was indeed extraordinary. It could be deemed the ultimate combat rule. However, with the thought of possessing cells from Beerus already in his grasp, he felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of absorbing the opponent's cells. Yet to triumph in this battle, he could only place his hopes on the untapped power of the rules of time. Chapter 53. Whis' warning Earth, Southwest Airspace. Outside the barrier, Whis, wielding his staff, tirelessly mended the barrier, his demeanor no longer carefree, but rather solemn as he observed the conflict. More precisely, he was intently watching the creature known as Sheru. This individual had provided him with an abundance of surprises. It was one thing for him to harbor the rules of Super Saiyans, yet he also contained the creative power of the Kaishin. His potential for the future was undeniably terrifying. Surpassing this angel was merely a matter of time. One day, surpassing the Grand Minister might not be out of reach. Presently, it was unclear whether he was benevolent or malevolent. What if one day he wielded such power for nefarious ends? According to the laws of Dark Forest, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him. Whis squinted at Sheru, enveloped in silence. Inside the barrier, Beerus and Sheru stood face to face, both preparing for their next onslaught. Beerus spread his fingers toward Sheru, gathering a terrifying amount of destructive energy in his palm. In the next moment, a purple-black force of destruction surged toward Zhang Xiaoman at an astonishing speed. Zhang Xiaoman inhaled deeply, summoning the divine power within him to its fullest extent. He assumed the distinctive stance of the Kamehameha, bellowing with fervor, divine power Kamehameha. Unlike the conventional Kamehameha, his version harnessed not mere energy, but the divine might of a Super Saiyan. The Kamehameha, infused with the essence of Super Saiyan divine energy, radiated a resplendent purple-gold hue, embodying both enhancement and restorative forces. Exuding an overwhelming aura of divine power, the two forces collided, and a blinding light engulfed all. The destructive power wreaked havoc, while the restorative Kamehameha continuously mended, perpetually infused with divine energy. Ultimately, the protective barrier could withstand no more and shattered. Meanwhile, Whis was not idle. He deftly wielded the power of space to channel the energy generated by their clash into the void. Eventually, both forces were expended. Zhang Xiaoman and Beerus panted heavily. Beerus, addressing the monstrous cell before him, exclaimed joyfully, "Indeed, you are the most formidable opponent I have encountered in millennia. far stronger than many gods of destruction across the cosmos. I must admit, it would be a pity to eliminate you. However, my duty is destruction. Prepare to receive my most powerful strike. Embrace annihilation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's nerves tensed in anticipation. He summoned the most enigmatic force of time to counter the impending onslaught. Observing this, Whis prudently activated the protective barrier to shield the universe from the impending chaos. Beerus roared, his body enveloped in swirling dark purple destructive energy, which emanated throughout the vicinity. Outside the barrier, Son Goku and the others involuntarily shared Cell's perspective. From his viewpoint, despair enveloped him. The magnitude of this attack was utterly unavoidable. Even Goku's instantaneous movement would prove futile. No matter where he teleported, he would inevitably be caught in the purifying wave of destruction. Should he be touched by it, obliteration awaited. What to do? Cell was undoubtedly doomed. Beerus thundered ultimate, destructive power. Dark violet energy surged towards Cell like an overwhelming tide. At that moment, everyone closed their eyes in hopelessness. Only Whis remained composed, observing the unfolding scene. As the destructive force approached Zhang Xiaoman, he slowly closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and gently snapped his fingers. The sharp sound resonated in everyone's minds. Time froze. Zhang Xiaoman trapped the terrifying strike of destructive power forever within the infinitesimal fraction of a second before its arrival. He then erased that fleeting moment from existence. That fraction of a second seemed never to have existed. The destructive force appeared as if it had never been. Such is the power of time, the essence of temporal rules, allowing one to manipulate time at will. Witnessing his ultimate skill vanish, Beerus, astonished, proclaimed, "Cell, you have truly astonished me. You possess the power of time. You are the first opponent in millennia to leave me in awe." If it could be said that the battle between Beerus and Cell was merely a playful skirmish, with neither taking the other seriously at this moment. Beerus had already come to regard his opponent as a worthy adversary. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman, having exhausted his temporal powers, was gasping for breath. Resembling a candle on the verge of extinguishment, the divine energy that had once surged within him had nearly dissipated. What was meant to last for half an hour had vanished in less than half that time. Cell's form had reverted to its original state, now displaying a hue reminiscent of the red after absorbing Majin Buu, rather than the deeper crimson of his Super Saiyan God state. Observing this scene, Whis clapped his hands, rousing those who seemed lost in a dream. All right, the time for the Super Saiyan God has elapsed. Let this battle come to a close. With the protective barrier lifted, Beerus stood contentedly in the air, joyfully wagging his tail. Indeed, Whis, this trip to Earth was not in vain. It has been a long time since I fought with such exhilaration. Seeing Beerus in such high spirits, Goku promptly inquired, "Lord Beerus, do you still intend to destroy Earth?" With a playful wink, Beerus responded to Goku and the others, "Well, let's put that aside for now. I am simply a bit hungry. I wonder if you have anything to eat?" The group cheered, "Hooray! Lord Beerus, let us go to Bulma's house. Their chef prepares exquisite meals." Upon hearing that the deity of destruction would visit his home, Vegeta's temper flared instantly. He exclaimed to Goku, "What? Why not go to your house instead? Chi-Chi's cooking is equally delightful." Feigning annoyance, Beerus addressed Vegeta. "What's this, Vegeta? Are you not welcoming?" Vegeta immediately fell to his knees, respectfully replying, No. It is truly an honor for Lord Beerus to come to my home." Whis, upon hearing of the delectable food, also wore a joyful expression. Thus, the main group led Whis and the God of Destruction towards Capsule Corporation. Zhang Xiaoman, cloaked in Cell's shell, declined the group's kind offer, citing fatigue as his reason for seeking a place to rest. His true intention was to find a secluded spot to absorb the cells of the God of Destruction, Beerus, to enhance his own power without delay. Not far from this airspace lay an underground base adorned with a red ribbon. Zhang Xiaoman chose this location to absorb Beerus's cells. After ensuring he was undisturbed, he began the process of devouring. With a single gulp, he consumed Beerus's cells. Instantly, a formidable power began to merge with his own. A terrifying aura emanated from the depths below, infused with an overwhelming destructive force. The serpents, insects, and rodents of the mountain sensed this destructive energy and promptly fled in panic. Suddenly, the mountain trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Moments later, tranquility returned. The absorption was complete. Zhang Xiaoman meticulously sensed the changes within himself. Although his appearance remained largely unchanged, He now bore a cape akin to that of Beerus draped over his shoulders. His physical strength and resilience had significantly increased. But the most remarkable transformation was the emergence of a trace of destructive power, the very force he had long coveted. Though minuscule, it was immensely pure, enabling him to effortlessly annihilate foes with the power of a god of destruction. Should he intersperse this destructive energy within his ordinary techniques, his enemies would find themselves utterly defenseless. With ease, Zhang Xiaoman summoned a wisp of destructive energy to his fingertips, coalescing it into a black and purple energy sphere the size of a mung bean. Observing this diminutive embodiment of destruction, he couldn't help but chuckle with joy. Just as he was reveling in his newfound power, a voice from behind interrupted him. It was Whis. How do you find it? The power of a god of destruction is indeed formidable. Isn't it? A chill ran down Zhang Xiaoman's spine in an instant. Chapter 54. Frieza's Ambition in the Cosmos. 1,000,000 kilometers from Earth, Frieza's colossal spaceship soared through the void at breakneck speed. Following his brutal battle with the Super Saiyans, Frieza, who had been shattered by Goku, was rescued by his father, King Cold, who fashioned him a mechanical body. This new form resembled a patchwork of repairs. Compared to the fierce confrontation he had previously endured on Namek, Frieza's combat prowess had now been enhanced by a staggering 100%. Frieza had initially believed that his mechanical enhancements would grant him the power to defeat Goku. However, as he approached Earth, he sensed several formidable energies emanating from the planet. Energies far beyond his current capabilities. He found himself torn between the desire to confront Goku, having boasted of his intent to personally eliminate him, and the realization that the overwhelming presence of power on Earth could spell his doom. Frieza anxiously rubbed his temples, caught in a whirlwind of indecision. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached with news. Lord Frieza, while we were traversing the cosmos, we captured several Earthlings. Intrigued, Frieza promptly ordered his subordinates to bring forth the captives. The Pilaf gang knelt before Frieza, addressing him with trepidation. Pilaf spoke, Lord Frieza, we did not mean to intrude upon your territory. We fled Earth to escape for our lives. Frieza, now intrigued, recognized the importance of information regarding Earth. He swiftly inquired, what is happening on Earth? Speak clearly. And if your tale pleases me, I may spare your lives. Pilaf hastily recounted the recent events on Earth. A very wicked sorcerer named Babidi has emerged, and he commands a minion known as Majin Buu. We fled Earth after Babidi declared his dominion over it. He remains unaware that the demon Majin Buu has long since perished, nor does he know of the subsequent arrival of the god of destruction on Earth. They still believe that Earth has become the realm of Babidi. Upon hearing the trio's description of Majin Buu, Frieza pondered the recent occurrences on Earth and remarked, I can assure you, the Majin Buu you speak of has been eradicated, for his energy has vanished. The trio, upon hearing this, immediately rejoiced, standing together and twirling in delight. Pilaf exclaimed joyfully, had I known this earlier, we wouldn't have needed to journey to Namek for the Dragon Balls. We should simply return to Earth to fulfill our wishes. Little Wukong chimed in, indeed. It's far more comfortable to remain on Earth. Realizing his blunder, Pilaf quickly fell silent and knelt on the ground, trembling. Frieza, upon hearing this, was taken aback. What? There are Dragon Balls on Earth. Then I must go there. He approached the glass of the spaceship, gazing into the vast cosmos. Contemplating for a long while. Returning to Earth at this moment is far too perilous. My energy is too formidable, and I fear that I would be detected and eliminated before even nearing the planet. I must wisely utilize the few individuals before me. Turning to the quaking Pilaf, Frieza commanded, it is you who will journey to Earth, seek the 7 Dragon Balls, and fulfill my wishes. Bring this Pilaf to be modified. Implant a chip in his brain to ensure he obeys my every command. The trio's faces turned ashen. Meanwhile, in a secret underground base beneath the Red Ribbon Army on Earth, Whis observed the anxious Sheru with amusement. Isn't the power of the god of destruction quite formidable? This remark sent chills down Zhang Xiaoman's spine. When did he arrive? How much does he know of my secrets? What does he intend to do? Disguised as Sheru, Zhang Xiaoman was bombarded with life-threatening inquiries. He prepared to flee, ready to utilize instant transmission at a moment's notice. He was acutely aware that his current strength could not even graze a hair on Whis. After all, he stood before the teacher of Beerus. Without the divine power of a Super Saiyan god, he was no match for Beerus himself. At that moment, Whis spoke, do not even think about escaping with instant transmission. I have sealed this space, You cannot connect with the energies of the outside world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Unable to fight back, nor escape, was he doomed? Fortunately, as a traveler from another world, he still had his wits about him. Thus, he inquired, "Dear angel, what brings you to seek me?" Zhang Xiaoman surmised that Whis had come due to concerns about his revealed strength. However, he felt it prudent to feign ignorance. Whis, unfazed, replied, "Sheru, it appears you can augment your power by devouring the cells of others. Your very existence has thrown the balance of the world's rules into disarray." In an unexpected revelation, the other party divulged their greatest secret, causing beads of sweat to form on Zhang Xiaoman's forehead in an instant. Observing Zhang's noncommittal silence, Weiss continued, "Do you not comprehend that the essence of divinity does not lie in safeguarding humanity, but rather in preserving the equilibrium of the cosmos? Your mere existence is disrupting this balance, and it is my duty to bring about your annihilation." Zhang Xiaoman swallowed hard, yet he discreetly summoned the destructive force within him, preparing for a desperate struggle. He was no coward. If he were to perish, it would be in the throes of battle. "Even if you are the king of hell, I shall pluck a few of your whiskers." As he readied himself for this ultimate confrontation, Zhang also recalled the effectiveness of verbal distraction, which could provide him with an opportunity for a surprise attack. "Oh, Lord Weiss, have you ever heard the phrase existence is justification? My presence here signifies reason. Thus I should not be eradicated." Weiss paused, taken aback by Zhang's audacity, then laughed heartily. "Huh? What a silver-tongued rascal you are. Very well. Considering you have not committed any heinous acts, I shall grant you a chance. It is wise to leave a sliver of hope, in accordance with the cosmic order. Should you manage to force me back a single step, I shall spare your life and grant you the opportunity to continue existing. Fear not. I shall not exert my full strength. I will only use a single finger. If you cannot achieve even that, then your existence is indeed unwarranted." Chapter 55. The Angel Weiss on Earth, within the subterranean base of the Red Ribbon Army. Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a dark purple orb of destructive energy from his fingertips in an instant. The orb, imbued with terrifying power, surged towards Weiss. With a resigned shake of his head, Weiss faced this assault with ease. Destructive power? Merely a trivial skill in my eyes. He extended a single finger towards the approaching energy orb. In the next moment, the fabric of space twisted dramatically, akin to a vortex in a river, which effortlessly absorbed the cataclysmic energy. Zhang Xiaoman stood in shock at the spectacle before him. Was this not a technique reminiscent of Abido's? He silently lamented the ease with which his full-force attack had been neutralized. For the first time since his arrival in this world, he felt a profound sense of fear. This must be the power of space. Truly, he was the master of Beerus. With a mighty roar, Zhang unleashed an overwhelming aura, golden flames enveloping his form as he maximized his strength. He charged towards Weiss with every ounce of his being. Weiss merely smiled, standing his ground without flinching. However, Zhang's intention was not to engage in a direct confrontation. Just as he approached Weiss, he abruptly halted and unleashed his divine technique, the Solar Fist. The blinding radiance illuminated the dim underground chamber as Zhang swiftly maneuvered behind Weiss, delivering a fierce kick. Yet, before the overwhelming might, all schemes and stratagems proved futile. Boom! A tremendous force generated a deafening sonic boom. A terrifying kick was firmly intercepted, yet Vis remained unmoved. His body twisted at an uncanny angle, still managing to block the full force of the blow with but a single finger. Zhang Xiaoman swiftly altered his approach, unleashing a flurry of Wolf-Fang fist strikes upon Vis. Each attack produced a sonic explosion, shaking the very foundations of the base, fracturing the earth beneath them, as the two descended to the ground. Despite Zhang Xiaoman's myriad of techniques, they proved utterly futile. After yet another assault, he distanced himself, gasping for breath. It seemed he would have to resort to destructive power. Zhang Xiaoman summoned the destructive energy within him, enveloping his body in a dark purple aura. In the next moment, he charged forward once more, like a moth drawn to a flame. Just as his fist approached Vis, a formidable gravitational pull ensnared his body. It was the terrifying power of spatial manipulation. With all his might, Zhang Xiaoman struggled, tearing away half of his own body to escape the gravitational rift. Dark purple blood flowed from his wounds, and his vitality waned. Fortunately, within Cell's form resided the cells of Majin Buu and Piccolo, endowing him with remarkable regenerative abilities. Almost instantaneously, Zhang Xiaoman's body reverted to its original state. Desperate to unsettle Vis's composure, Zhang Xiaoman taunted, Lord Vis, your spatial power is rather underwhelming, isn't it? Look, I remain unscathed. Vis, however, remained unmoved, gesturing for him to continue. Zhang Xiaoman gazed at Vis in resignation, realizing he was utterly outmatched. Disruption was futile. It appeared he would have to rely on cunning. An insidious plan took shape within his mind. With a smug expression, Zhang Xiaoman proclaimed, Lord Vis, can you guess which one of me is the real deal? In an instant, dozens of cells materialized around Vis, encircling him completely. Vis scoffed. Surely you do not believe you can defeat me with such a trick. How laughable. He extended a finger towards the numerous illusions of cell and declared, spatial slice. A fine line appeared at the waist of the dozens of cells, instantaneously obliterating the illusions. The true form was also cleaved in two, with cell's lower half plummeting to the ground. Zhang Xiaoman bellowed, his body once again restored. Without hesitation, he employed the prince's technique, infusing every subsequent attack with destructive energy. Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Spirit Slash, Ultimate Flash. Each technique contained a terrifying destructive force, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire solar system. However, each time he neared Vis, it was as if he had thrown a stone into the sea, vanishing into the spatial rift. Vis remained motionless, merely extending a finger. Zhang Xiaoman, panting heavily, realized that the prince's technique had drained his energy completely, leaving his destructive power nearly exhausted. Observing Vis's unwavering stance, Zhang Xiaoman, in despair, uttered, I concede, Vis. You have triumphed. Weiss chuckled joyfully, stepping forward to confront Zhang Xiaoman, ready to bring an end to this farcical situation. A terrifying energy coalesced at Weiss's fingertips. However, Zhang Xiaoman's demeanor shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Weiss, you have retreated. You have lost. Weiss furrowed his brow, perplexed. Zhang Xiaoman patiently elucidated. We had agreed that taking a step back would signify your defeat. Look over there. He pointed to the lower half of Cell, which had now fully restored itself. At that moment, Cell stood behind Weiss. For Weiss, moving forward meant retreating in the presence of Cell. Weiss's brow tightened as he began to ponder. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was that moment of the shadow-dashing fist. He had deliberately left the lower half behind him. I was completely unprepared. Weiss attempted to argue. But you clearly conceded earlier. Are you going back on your word? Zhang Xiaoman retorted. We never stated that pretending to concede was forbidden. Rather, you, the esteemed Angel Weiss, are not trying to play tricks, are you? It had been a long time since Weiss felt anger. This was his first encounter with a human's cunning. Weiss clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, with his extensive combat experience, he quickly devised a solution. He exhaled, calming his emotions, then smiled at Cell, softly declaring, Time rewind. This was the power of the rules of time. A foreboding sensation surged within Zhang Xiaoman's heart. In the next moment, as if rewinding a tape, time reverted to 1 minute prior. A minute ago, Zhang Xiaoman had just completed the prince's combat technique. His heart raced, knowing that if he conceded, Weiss would lower his guard, providing him an opportunity for a clever victory. Zhang Xiaoman feigned resignation, saying, Lord Weiss, I concede. You have won. However, Weiss remained motionless. Seeing the angel's lack of response, Zhang Xiaoman grew anxious. Lord Weiss, I said I concede. Is it not rude for you to not come over and mock me a bit? Weiss still did not budge. Zhang Xiaoman, witnessing this scene, nearly shouted in frustration. With my acting skills so impressive, how can this foolish angel not fall for it? Weiss addressed Zhang Xiaoman, saying, It is futile, cunning Cell. I see through your scheme. You are doomed. I have resolved to stand here and erase you. In the next moment, Weiss extended a finger, and a terrifying spatial energy began to gather. Zhang Xiaoman turned pale. Could it be that he was to meet his end here? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, igniting a flicker of hope within the cell-clad Zhang Xiaoman. Enough, Weiss, spare him. Chapter 56, The Emergence of the Evil Dragon. Enough, Weiss, spare him. The familiar voice resonated, and upon turning, Zhang Xiaoman discovered that the speaker was Beerus. Originally, Beerus had been relishing delectable takoyaki at Capsule Corporation when he suddenly realized Weiss was missing. Thus, he began to search for Weiss's presence, ultimately detecting his energy in this area. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to prevent the execution of Cell. Weiss, I have seen it all, in truth. You have already lost, have you not? You utilized the power of time to reverse its flow, thus unveiling your opponent's scheme," Beerus remarked while cleaning his ears. Following his battle with Cell, he developed a sense of camaraderie, and the thought of erasing such a formidable foe left him feeling uneasy. Therefore, he endeavored to thwart Whis' actions. With a resigned sigh, Whis replied, "I understand. However, Lord Beerus, you are unaware of the terrifying nature of his abilities. He can augment himself by absorbing the cells of others, even acquiring their powers. Should such a being continue to grow, he may soon surpass both you and me. Perhaps even the Grand Minister. At that juncture, he could achieve anything, and no one in this world would be able to stop him." Beerus inquired, "How does he compare to Jiren from Universe 11? Whis responded, "His strength is on par with Jiren." Beerus exclaimed with delight, "That is splendid. At his current rate of growth, he may very well defeat Jiren within a year." Whis nodded, seemingly comprehending Beerus's intentions. "That is highly probable." Beerus declared, "Then let him live for another year. After that, I shall bring him to challenge Jiren, and he will assist me in claiming victory. The destroyer of Universe 11 often boasts about Jiren's might, mocking my universe for lacking a being of such strength. This time, I shall demonstrate the power of my Universe 12 to him." Whis, shaking his head in resignation, acquiesced to Beerus. "Very well, Lord Beerus, let him live for another year." Whis was certain that no matter how formidable Cell's evolutionary prowess, he would not surpass that of an angel within a year. Thus, allowing him to live a little longer posed no detriment. Seeing Whis' agreement, Beerus urged, "Hurry, hurry. You cannot fathom how exquisite the delicacies on Earth are." Whis immediately followed suit, both vanishing into the horizon. Zhang Xiaoman, having regained his life, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The oppressive presence of Whis remained vivid in his memory. It marked the first time since his arrival in this realm that he had come so close to death. After a considerable duration, he regained his composure, pondering to himself, "A year's time? Whis believes that in a year, my cultivation can surpass Jiren. Yet he considers me no threat? How absurd. I shall, against all odds, surpass you within a year." Zhang Xiaoman resolutely determined that his next course of action would be to absorb the cells of more powerful beings, even deities, to enhance himself. "My fate is in my hands, not dictated by the heavens. A year from now, I shall stand above Whis." Having just absorbed Beerus' cells, he had yet to stabilize his newfound power. The raging energy within him surged chaotically, and the destructive force he had recently generated had been nearly depleted during the battle. The most pressing matter at hand was to find a place to solidify his cultivation. Where to go? The finest sanctuary undoubtedly lies within the time room. This haven not only allows time to flow at a more languid pace, but also offers a serene environment, free from any disturbances. Contemplating this, Zhang Xiaoman joined his index and middle fingers, exhaling softly, teleportation, to the Divine Temple. After being implanted with chips, the Pilaf trio became mere puppets, stripped of their identities. Their sole objective was to wield the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls and subsequently grant a wish for Lord Frieza. Clumsily, they ascended to the Divine Temple. Panting heavily, Pilaf urged, "Hurry, we must move quickly. The Dragon Ball radar indicates that all 7 Dragon Balls are here. We must secure them and fulfill Lord Frieza's task." Xiao Wu replied, "All right, Lord Pilaf, let me take a brief respite. I need to catch my breath." All three, being mere mortals with less than optimal physical condition, found the ascent to the Divine Temple a considerable challenge. After a brief rest, they once again followed the radar's guidance and set forth. They arrived at a secluded chamber within the Divine Temple. In the center stood a circular stone platform, upon which rested an ancient wooden box. Pilaf stated, "The Dragon Ball radar indicates this is the spot." Xiao Wu wondered, could it possibly be contained within that box? Cautiously, the trio approached the wooden box, fearful of triggering any traps. With eyes shut tight, Xiao Wu slowly opened the box. In an instant, they were all rendered speechless. A voice resonated in their minds. "Is this the Dragon Ball?" Inside the box, the Dragon Balls were an ominous blue-black, marred by numerous cracks. Pilaf exclaimed, "The color and the cracks of these Dragon Balls seem off. They must be counterfeit." Xiao Wu countered, "Whether they are real or not can easily be determined." Realizing the truth, Pilaf shouted, "Come forth, Shenron." Yet, there was no response. Disappointment washed over them as they prepared to depart. But in the next moment, a malevolent aura emanated from the cracked Dragon Balls. A thick black smoke seeped forth, rising into the sky, gradually coalescing into the shape of a dragon. This dragon appeared distinctly different. Its skin was pitch black, enveloped in swirling smoke, exuding a palpable sense of evil. In an instant, the once clear sky darkened with ominous clouds. This black dragon embodied the accumulation of negative energy over the years. The Pilaf trio trembled in fear, realizing this creature bore no resemblance to the true Shenron they had encountered before. The summoning of this black dragon caused a considerable uproar. Deep within the divine temple, Dandy, who was meditating, was startled and hastily emerged outdoors. Upon seeing the black dragon, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he despaired. It's over. Dandy frantically searched for the source of the dragon's summoning. Upon witnessing the trembling trio of Pilaf, realization dawned upon him. These three were the architects of their calamity. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Damn it, you three rascals have caused a great disaster." Suddenly, the divine dragon produced a thick cigar from seemingly nowhere. He lit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, and illuminated the cigar's tip. Gradually, he exhaled a vast plume of smoke and inquired, "Who among you has a wish?" Chapter 57, The Interception. In the Celestial Temple, a colossal black dragon floated amidst a sky thick with ominous clouds. "Ah, who among you has a wish?" Dandy spotted the Pilaf trio and instantly comprehended that they were responsible for summoning the dragon. No matter what their desires were, they must not be allowed to fulfill them. Dandy sprinted towards them, determined to thwart their wishes. The Pilaf trio, realizing the urgency, promptly retrieved the secret weapon bestowed upon them by Lord Frieza. Little Wu extracted a cat from her backpack. A cat? Dandy was momentarily astounded. What purpose did they have for a mere feline? Unbeknownst to him, this so-called secret weapon from Frieza was a soul devourer. Though it bore the appearance of a cat, it would unleash octopus-like tentacles when threatened, swiftly incapacitating its foes. At that moment, Bobo emerged from the Celestial Temple, and upon witnessing the scene, he too grasped the situation. Together, Dandy and Bobo charged toward the Pilaf trio. Just as they passed the cat, it suddenly sprouted a multitude of tentacles, sending both Bobo and Dandy flying through the air. Dandy, not being a combat-oriented Namekian, crashed into a tree of the Celestial Temple, instantly losing consciousness. Similarly, Bobo, with his meager combat power of 5, was swiftly rendered unconscious by Frieza's secret weapon. Seeing both adversaries incapacitated, Pilaf wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression relaxing. He could finally proceed to make his wish, in service of Lord Frieza. The malevolent dragon impatiently urged, "Hurry up and make your wish, or I shall take my leave." Pilaf cleared his throat and hastily declared, "Ahem. My wish is for Lord Frieza to grow 5 inches taller." Suddenly, a ki blast, imbued with a terrifying aura, interrupted Pilaf's wish. Boom! The ground of the Celestial Temple erupted, creating a vast crater. Pilaf, his companions, and the Soul Devourer lay unconscious amidst the rubble. Zhang Xiaoman had just arrived by means of instant transmission and immediately spotted the malevolent dragon. He pondered, how could the evil dragon still be summoned? I recall that the dragon transforms into 7 distinct evil dragons after a wish is made. This spells trouble for the universe. Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, a wave of joy washed over Zhang Xiaoman. Since the die had been cast, he must still make his wish. Failing to do so would yield the same outcome. The evil Dragon Balls would scatter across the cosmos. He would not let this opportunity slip away. In fact, in his previous life, Zhang Xiaoman had always wondered why the protagonist did not wish upon the dragon to become the strongest in the universe. Now, he found himself with the perfect opportunity to validate this wish. What a formidable being, the god of destruction and the high priest. I am already the strongest in the universe, so what is there to fear? Zhang Xiaoman boldly declared to the malevolent dragon, who was holding a cigar. My wish is to become the supreme powerhouse of the universe. After a brief moment, the evil dragon leisurely replied, that is unattainable. For this universe is replete with formidable beings. With every passing minute, they grow stronger. If I were to grant your wish now, it would be surpassed in the next instant, rendering you incapable of becoming the strongest in the universe. Thus, your wish is void. Zhang Xiaoman experienced an epiphany, but soon, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he proclaimed, then I desire the cells of Lord Zeno. The dragon halted abruptly, disbelief etched on its face. Who dares to blaspheme the omniscient and omnipotent Lord Zeno? It curtly replied, that is impossible. Zhang Xiaoman quickly modified his request. Then I wish for the cells of the high priest. The evil dragon internally scoffed. Are you jesting? Those are the cells of the High Priest. Do I wish to court death by seeking them? What blasphemous words you utter. The dragon's response was even more succinct. Stop fooling around. Unyielding, Zhang Xiaoman pressed on. Then I want the cells of the angel Vis. The evil dragon's demeanor softened slightly. You are indeed quite greedy. Although it is troublesome, I can accommodate that. In the next moment, the dragon's eyes glowed with a fierce red light. A radiant golden point of light descended into Zhang Xiaoman's hand. Upon completing the task, the evil dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, vanishing across the cosmos. At that moment, several powerful auras materialized near the god temple. The figures of the main cast emerged in the sky, drawn by the presence of the evil dragon. Vis and Beerus, however, were preoccupied with their meal and did not arrive. The main cast slowly descended upon the god temple, where they found Cell treating Dandy's injuries. As Cell had absorbed Majin Buu, he possessed healing abilities. Sun Wukong inquired, Cell, what has transpired here? Zhang Xiaoman replied, I just arrived, intending to use the room of spirit and time for training, and found Dandy unconscious, with the Dragon Balls missing. I suppose we should wait for Dandy to awaken before asking him. Zhang Xiaoman was reluctant to disclose his acquisition of Vis's cells to the others, preferring to keep his secret closely guarded. At that moment, Dandy slowly opened his eyes under Cell's care and weakly urged, quickly, stop them. Piccolo inquired, stop whom? What has happened? Dandy then revealed to the group the clandestine plot of Pilaf and his companions to steal the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Sun Wukong nonchalantly remarked, let them make their wishes. However, Dandy responded gravely, it is not that simple. Wukong, the Dragon Balls have begun to crack, if summoned forcefully. The outcome will be the emergence of the evil dragon. After a wish is made, the evil dragon will split into 7 and scatter throughout the universe. Each dragon is unfathomably malevolent, and in due time, the realms they inhabit shall be plunged into utter despair. Upon recognizing the severity of the situation, the group commenced deliberations on a strategy. Sun Wukong asserted the necessity of vanquishing the evil dragons scattered throughout the cosmos, one by one, subsequently sealing the Dragon Balls. Zhang Xiaoman perceived this as an opportune moment to traverse the universe, absorbing the cells of formidable warriors. Thus, he volunteered to join the quest for the malevolent Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong, elated by the prospect of having a powerful ally like Cell, felt their chances of success had significantly increased. Soon after, the protagonists departed from the Heavenly Temple, heading towards Capsule Corporation to prepare. Meanwhile, the trio of Pilaf was left to Cell's discretion, who unceremoniously cast them into the vastness of space, allowing them to fend for themselves. Presently, the foremost priority was to enter the hyperbolic time chamber to solidify their own powers and absorb the cells of the angel Whis. Zhang Xiaoman stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, seated himself cross-legged, and slowly retrieved the shimmering golden cells of Whis from his bosom. Chapter 58. Successful absorption of Whis's cells within the Heavenly Temple. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Zhang Xiaoman sat in meditation. During this period, he focused on stabilizing his powers, grateful for the slow passage of time within the chamber, allowing him to remain unperturbed by the task of subduing the 7 evil dragons. After absorbing Beerus's cells, his internal strength had surged uncontrollably, lacking stability. The unexpected arrival of Whis had further drained his energy. Now, he seized the opportunity to solidify his powers, restraining the tumultuous energy that threatened to overwhelm him. After a period of meditative stillness, Zhang Xiaoman's aura transitioned from chaos to tranquility. At this moment, the Beerus cells within Cell's body had been fully integrated. His physical strength surged once more, significantly amplifying his power and speed. Previously, Zhang Xiaoman had envied the immense strength of the god of destruction, admiring how a mere flick of his finger could obliterate half a planet, or how he could render Super Saiyan Goku unconscious with a single digit. He had also envied the fearsome reputation that the god of destruction commanded. Now, having absorbed Beerus's cells, such marvels were no longer mere fantasies. In terms of physical prowess, he was now indistinguishable from Beerus and other gods of destruction. The only distinctions lay in the mastery over destructive power and combat experience, both of which could be acquired over time. Zhang Xiaoman nodded contentedly, delighting in his current strength. He then slowly produced a small, golden object from his robe, which continued to shimmer. This was the cell of Whis, today's piece de resistance. Zhang Xiaoman could hardly fathom the magnitude of power he would wield upon absorbing Whis's cells. After all, that entity could suppress Beerus with a single hand. What heights of strength could he attain after fusing with Whis' cells? With resolve, Zhang Xiaoman swallowed the cells of Whis. Instantly, a formidable aura surged through his body. Wreaking havoc within him, Zhang Xiaoman exerted every ounce of his strength to resist, and only then did the tumultuous power gradually subside. At this moment, Cell's form underwent yet another evolution. A celestial halo appeared around his neck, radiating a brilliant blue hue, identical to the ones adorning the angels accompanying the god of destruction, Whis. Furthermore, two distinct forces of order manifested within his being. These were the divine powers of the angel, Whis. One was the power of space, capable of altering and creating an independent realm, while the other was the power of time, allowing him to manipulate time at will. Zhang Xiaoman had previously experienced this power when he transformed into a Super Saiyan god, but it faded once the experience card expired. Moreover, during their battle, Whis had turned the tide using this very power of time. Both the powers of space and time were unparalleled divine abilities. At this juncture, empowered by these two forces, Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but let out a triumphant shout. The ferocious energy shattered the room of spirit and time into fragments. Zhang Xiaoman did not exert much effort. The very fabric of space was rent with dozens of fissures. What? Has my current strength reached such a realm? Merely a common shout can tear apart space. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Xiaoman utilized the newly acquired power of space to mend the rifts one by one. He initially believed that these two forces were formidable enough, yet he was met with an unexpected boon: speed. Whis was renowned as the swiftest in the original narrative, frequently whisking the main characters across the cosmos. Now, having absorbed Whis' cells, cell speed had also become astonishingly rapid. With a mere step, his body traversed nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. It was as if he had shrunk the earth itself. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman brimmed with confidence. Even without the aid of the Super Saiyan God's power, he felt capable of holding his own against Beerus. He understood all too well that in the Dragon Ball universe, strength was paramount. To attain powers surpassing those of Whis and the Grand Priest, he must incessantly consume cells and evolve. He no longer wished to experience the sensation of being ground into the earth by Whis. His next target for absorption was the One-Star Dragon, and notably, the Super One-Star Dragon who had absorbed the 7 Dragon Balls. In the original story, the Super One-Star Dragon had engaged in a formidable battle with Gogeta, the fusion of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Although ultimately subdued by Gogeta, its power had already reached the zenith of Dragon Ball combat capability. What transformations would occur within Cell upon acquiring the cells of the Super One-Star Dragon, and to what heights would his strength ascend? Just the thought of it filled Zhang Xiaoman with exhilaration. Therefore, he was resolute in ensuring that the main characters could not easily subdue the 7 evil dragons. Instead, he would orchestrate the One-Star Dragon to absorb the remaining 6 dragons. Zhang Xiaoman made up his mind, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, a rift opened in the fabric of space, through which he stepped out, departing from the mental time chamber. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the members of the protagonist group were preparing to subdue the evil dragon. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, and Whis, indulging in culinary delights at Bulma's home, declared their intent to remain until they had savored every morsel of Earth's cuisine. As for the task of capturing the evil dragon, Beerus and his companion showed little interest, deeming it a trivial matter outside their purview. The spaceship was ready, with Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and other formidable fighters set to embark. However, the less powerful Tien and Yamcha wisely opted out, claiming they did not wish to burden the group. While preparing the Dragon Radar, Bulma seemed to stumble upon something intriguing and queried the others. Is there a Dragon Ball located on Earth? The group immediately gathered around her. Goku, intrigued, asked, "Are you certain, Bulma?" Dandy mentioned that the evil Dragon Balls would float throughout the universe. Indeed, it is a Dragon Ball, located in the southeast direction of Truffle City. Truffle City, that polluted place. Everyone was familiar with this notorious city, infamous for its foul reputation and even worse stench. In pursuit of industrial development, humanity had constructed all manner of high-pollution industries in Truffle City, rendering it a hub of smoke and toxins. According to scientists on Earth, the region had become uninhabitable for humans. The human population had since relocated, leaving behind only robots that managed the functioning of the factories. Goku proposed, "In that case, let us venture to Truffle City. We shall start our quest for the Dragon Balls right here on Earth. Vegeta, brimming with determination, added, indeed. I want to witness just how formidable this so-called evil dragon truly is. I will surely bring it to its knees. Piccolo and Gohan also expressed their desire to join. In an instant, several figures ascended into the sky, transforming into streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon, their destination set for the southeast, Truffle City. Chapter 59, The Powerful Two-Star Dragon. Earth, in the southeastern direction, Truffle City. While the surroundings basked in sunshine, Truffle City was shrouded in ominous clouds, with dark raindrops falling from the sky. The entire city was comprised of factories, with thick black smoke billowing from chimneys and the relentless roar of machinery echoing throughout. Upon their arrival at the outskirts of Truffle City, the protagonist group was immediately overwhelmed by a nauseating stench that caused them headaches. Looking up, they beheld the entire city enveloped in a murky purple haze, rendering it nearly impenetrable. Krillin furrowed his brow, coughed a few times, and exclaimed, "Cough, cough. What kind of place is this? The odor is unbearable." Even the physically robust Saiyans felt discomfort in their bodies. Vegeta spoke, "Indeed, the air here is quite stale. But what of it? For us Saiyans, born for battle, it is utterly insignificant. Weak humans should refrain from following us, lest they become a hindrance." Krillin, indignant, retorted, "Vegeta, who do you think you're looking down on? Goku, just look at him. We're all part of the same team, yet he continually mocks his comrades." Goku, stepping in as a peacemaker, urged, "Enough, Vegeta, Krillin, our foremost priority is to defeat the evil dragon. We must unite and not allow discord to fester." Vegeta tilted his head and snorted before turning and entering the fog-enshrouded city of Truffle. The others shook their heads in resignation and followed suit. Upon entering Truffle, they were immediately struck by a sense of breathlessness. A noxious, corrosive scent invaded their nostrils, causing even the formidable Saiyans to cover their noses. Krillin fared worse. He began to froth at the mouth and vomit uncontrollably, clearly rendered powerless. Aware of his own limitations, he struggled to endure the discomfort and said to the group, "Everyone, I'm sorry, I can't hold on any longer. I must leave." The others, save for Vegeta, expressed their understanding and gestured for Krillin to depart. The remaining four pressed onward, albeit with their mouths and noses covered. As they reached the heart of Truffle, the pollution became alarmingly evident. Black smoke billowed from chimneys, and the cacophony of machinery was deafening. The machines within the factories were marred by rust and decay. Even the slightly weaker Piccolo found it difficult to bear and exclaimed, "What on earth is this place?" The combat prodigy Vegeta quickly devised a plan. He concentrated energy to unleash a ki blast aimed at the sky, hoping to disperse the fog enveloping Truffle. However, the moment the ki blast touched the sky, it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the abyss. The four were left in utter shock. Goku remarked, "It seems this thick smoke and toxic mist are no ordinary phenomena." Vegeta concurred, "Indeed. We must locate that evil dragon and eliminate it before any semblance of normalcy can be restored." Piccolo retrieved the dragon radar to seek out the malevolent dragon. The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was nearby, prompting Piccolo to announce, "Everyone, the dragon is close by." The four, Vegeta, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan, floated in the air, commencing a thorough search. Goku was the first to detect something amiss. Within a factory at the city's center, the menacing black smoke did not rise, but instead coalesced into a vortex, swirling downward. "Look over there," he exclaimed, pointing. Following his gesture, the others beheld an exceedingly sinister creature. The dragon appeared corpulent, adorned with long bony spikes on its elbows and back, its skin a sickly green, and its visage reminiscent of a frog. Strikingly, a Dragon Ball was embedded in its forehead, within which two black stars glimmered. This was the two-star dragon. In an instant, the four comprehended the gravity of the situation. As the combat genius Vegeta sensed the menacing aura emanating from his opponent, he disdainfully remarked, "Umph. His energy is hardly formidable. That fool dandy is truly making a mountain out of a molehill. What nonsense about the evil dragon being immensely powerful and wreaking havoc. It's nothing but fabrication. You all can wait aside. I shall handle this long worm." With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the second star dragon, who was exhaling clouds of smoke. The second star dragon, noticing the approaching Vegeta, smirked wickedly, exuding an air of confidence. He uttered menacingly, "Negative energy. and released a thick fog that enveloped the oncoming Vegeta. Unfazed by the impending mist, Vegeta charged directly at the second star dragon, showing no inclination to evade. As he surged past the mist and reached the dragon, he aimed to finish his opponent with a single punch. However, he abruptly froze, as if his power had been severed, collapsing to the ground. In that moment, Vegeta's expression twisted with agony as he attempted to rise, struggling fruitlessly as his limbs felt utterly drained, rendering him unable to stand. It seemed as though all the might of the Super Saiyans had been sealed away. The onlookers in the sky were left in shock at this turn of events. The second star dragon approached Vegeta, mercilessly launching a barrage of punches and kicks. The main characters wore grave expressions. Goku spoke up. "Everyone, keep your distance from that dragon's mist. It can sap your fighting spirit in an instant." Piccolo interjected. "Let me take care of this. If we cannot engage him closely, we shall attack from afar." He then concentrated power at his fingertips and unleashed the light of death. A spiraling yellow energy wave raced towards the second star dragon, who promptly prepared for battle, exhaling a thick black mist that enveloped his vicinity. Piccolo's energy wave vanished into the fog, as if absorbed by a quagmire. Observing this, Goku and Gohan joined forces, exclaiming, "Kamehameha!" Their twin powerful blasts surged into the mist. Yet to no avail. The black fog swiftly consumed the energy waves, leaving the three warriors disheartened as they ceased their efforts, realizing they were futile. "This evil dragon is indeed a troublesome adversary," Piccolo remarked. "Though his inherent strength is not particularly great, the potency of his fog attack is absurdly formidable, rendering close combat impossible and long-range attacks ineffective." While they deliberated on their strategy, the second star dragon taunted, "Haha, you have all attacked, now it's my turn." With that, he expelled a cloud of black smoke toward the three warriors in the sky, who hurriedly sought shelter. The mist, though slow, proved to be insidious. Piccolo and Gohan, believing they had evaded its grasp, inadvertently inhaled a few puffs of the dense fog, instantly feeling their limbs grow weak and their faces pale as if poisoned, on the verge of losing consciousness. Goku, being the swiftest, managed to evade the attack entirely. "Since both close and long-range attacks are ineffective, I shall employ instant transmission. I will appear beside him in an instant and deliver a decisive blow." Having spoken, Wukong declared, "Instant transmission." In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind the two-star dragon, holding his breath, refraining from inhaling even a single gasp. However, the noxious mist began to corrode his skin, and upon contact, his flesh turned a deep, ominous shade of purple, unmistakably poisoned. Nevertheless, Wukong summoned every ounce of his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. The two-star dragon was sent hurtling away, spewing blood as it was flung from the miasma, crashing into a row of factory buildings. Meanwhile, Wukong, having delivered that strike, succumbed to the toxic vapors, collapsing to the ground in a poisoned stupor. In the sky, Piccolo and Gohan were similarly afflicted, with the venom seeping deeper with each passing second, until ultimately, both plummeted from the heavens to the earth below. Although the two-star dragon's strength was not formidable, its toxins were incredibly potent. In mere minutes, the protagonists were utterly vanquished. After enduring the force of Wukong's blow, the two-star dragon slowly rose to its feet. Though injured, it had not wholly lost its combat capability. It laughed, exclaiming, "Haha, my own strength was never this great. But it seems someone granted one final wish, augmenting the power of all us malevolent dragons significantly. You are doomed, humans." On the outskirts of True City, Krillin, having inhaled the dense fog, continued to retch, when suddenly, a spatial rift appeared behind him. As he recognized the newcomer, his expression softened slightly, and he spoke, "Cell, you've arrived." Chapter 60, Two-Star Dragon Cell. On the outskirts of True City, Zhang Xiaoman observed Krillin, who was still heaving. It turned out that Krillin had been afflicted by the two-star dragon's toxic mist. In Zhang's recollection, the two-star dragon's abilities were relatively average. It merely employed toxins, creating a humid fog that spread across the land, draining the strength and energy of all who came into contact with it. Yet, Krillin's symptoms seemed off. His reaction resembled that of someone who had been poisoned, constantly vomiting, rather than merely being sapped of energy. "Krillin, have you been poisoned? How do you feel?" Krillin replied, "The toxic fog in the city is overwhelming. I can't withstand it at all. I feel weak in my limbs, nauseous, and on the verge of vomiting. If you decide to go in, please be careful." Zhang Xiaoman reassured him, Rest assured, I shall. With that, Zhang Xiaoman ventured into the fog-enshrouded True City. Observing this, Krillin took a deep breath, attempting to utilize his exceptional lung capacity to hold his breath, and ventured into True City as well. Having acquired Weiss's cells, Zhang Xiaoman's speed was astonishing, nearly traversing to the city center in a single bound. The black mist thickened further, and upon reaching the city center, Zhang Xiaoman inadvertently inhaled a few breaths. Just as Krillin had warned, it was indeed repugnant. Looking down, he beheld the two-star dragon busily maneuvering the incapacitated forms of Vegeta, Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo, gathering them together to drain their energies simultaneously. All four had lost their fighting capabilities but retained their consciousness, merely feeling utterly drained. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xiaoman found it utterly astonishing. The two-star dragon's power was not supposed to be this formidable in his memory. He merely relies on poison. Logically, he should be subdued by the protagonists. At this moment, Sun Wukong spotted the arriving reinforcements, Sheru, and immediately shouted, "Sheru, flee. Seek out Lord Beerus and implore him to rescue us. You are no match for him." Piccolo cautioned, "Beware of his toxic mist. Do not inhale." The two-star dragon, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Huh? It is too late. I can sense he has inhaled several breaths of poison already." "What?" Upon hearing this grim news, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan were all engulfed in despair. Zhang Xiaoman, having absorbed the cells of Beerus and Whis, possessed immense physical strength. This mere toxin was akin to a harmless tickle, utterly insignificant. Without further ado, Zhang Xiaoman concentrated and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the two-star dragon. Disdaining the verbose antics of typical anime protagonists before a battle, the two-star dragon scoffed, "But this is merely a dying struggle. Every minute, the poison deepens. You cannot escape the fate of being poisoned by me." With that, he enveloped himself in a thick layer of dark mist to shield against the impending energy wave. The energy wave, infused with terrifying power, surged forth. In the next moment, it collided with the dark mist, vanishing as if swallowed by the sea. It had no effect. Zhang Xiaoman felt a flicker of curiosity. Something seemed amiss. Had the two-star dragon grown stronger? Piccolo, witnessing this, explained, "His mist can immunize against all energy waves. Sheru, you must hurry back and call for Lord Beerus's assistance." The two-star dragon reveled in his superiority, laughing, "Not long ago, someone wished for the cells of an angel, and we helped fulfill that wish, thereby acquiring some divine power. Now, my poison is not merely a simple toxin, but a fusion of divine rule and toxic mist. Immunity to energy waves. A guaranteed poisoning. Those afflicted will suffer from weakness in their limbs. Even a god cannot alter that. This fusion of divine rule and toxic mist cannot be erased." Upon hearing the two-star dragon's explanation, Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of delight rather than anger. Did this not imply that the evil dragon's power had intensified? Wouldn't that mean, after absorbing their cells, he would grow even stronger? At this moment, Krillin also arrived, enveloping himself in a protective aura, wary of inhaling, exerting every effort to resist. Yet, he regretted his decision to engage in this contest of strength. Now, combating the toxic mist in the city center had exhausted all his energy. He could scarcely assist Wukong and the others, let alone ensure his own escape. Turning his gaze, Krillin was astonished to see Sheru calmly breathing in the mist, seemingly unaffected. Krillin exclaimed, "Sheru, how can you be fine? This toxic mist is beyond the resistance of even the mightiest Saiyans. You are not taking precautions and are even inhaling deeply." Zhang Xiaoman disregarded Krillin. Inhaling the black mist deeply, he aimed to acclimate to it early on, for with his current physical strength, this mist posed no greater harm than smoking. The two-star dragon, enraged to witness someone inhaling his toxic mist, roared in fury, "How dare you underestimate me? Negative energy." In the next moment, he exhaled a plume of black mist, containing toxins 1,000 times more potent than before, roaring towards Zhang Xiaoman, who remained steadfast, not flinching in the face of the impending poison. Instead, he took a deep breath, inhaling the toxic mist into his abdomen, and then forcefully expelled it towards the two-star dragon. The four observers, including Sun Wukong, were left agape, as if they could swallow an elephant whole. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "That is the poison mist of the two-star dragon." Vegeta added, "Just a trace of it would incapacitate me." Piccolo remarked, "He managed to absorb it all." Gohan gasped, and he expelled it again. Even the two-star dragon, taken aback, found itself at a loss for words. The negative energy it had unleashed was all it could muster. It had no other trump card but self-destruction. The two-star dragon began to retreat slowly, surrounded by the black mist, attempting to use it as cover to escape. Zhang Xiaoman, however, would not grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear beside the two-star dragon, lifting it effortlessly. He spoke slowly. This poison mist is indeed formidable. It has slightly slowed my speed. The four were internally incredulous. Do you hear yourself? We all collapsed from the poison, and you merely claim to be slowed down. Your speed is so incredible that we can't even see your tail lights. And yet you seem reluctant. Truly infuriating. How we wish to strike you. As Zhang Xiaoman exerted pressure with his fingertips, the two-star dragon struggled futilely in midair. Despair enveloped its heart. Faced with inevitable death, it resolved to fight back with reckless abandon. With a derisive laugh, the two-star dragon declared, "Ha! Though I know not who you are, your fate is sealed. I shall self-destruct. The poison mist imbued with the power of the rules will engulf the entire earth. All living beings will succumb to the poison. Although you possess great strength, over time, be it a year or a century, the toxins will inevitably claim your life. We shall meet in hell." Ha ha ha. A twist of fate. Upon hearing this proclamation, despair gripped the hearts of those present. The creatures of Earth were once again destined for calamity, and there would be no hope of resurrection with the Dragon Balls. This death would be final. In the next moment, the two-star dragon's body radiated light, swelling ominously as if it might burst at any second. In the heart of Trulu's city, the two-star dragon's form glowed brilliantly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoman carefully extracted a cell from the dragon, taking care to ensure that no one around him noticed. As for the dragon's impending self-destruction, he remained unperturbed. Having absorbed Whis' cells and possessing his power, the spatial force contained within would aptly address the current dilemma. Nonchalantly, Zhang Xiaoman pried the Dragon Ball from the forehead of the evil dragon and stowed it away in a shrinking capsule. As the Dragon Ball was unearthed, the two-star dragon, with blood seeping from its forehead, laughed maniacally. "Ha! Come join me in my demise." Zhang Xiaoman gazed at him as if he were a fool, and just as the opponent was about to explode, he calmly uttered, "Power of space. Lock." In the next moment, the two-star dragon was encapsulated within a transparent cube. In the final instant before self-detonation, the two-star dragon witnessed this scene and could no longer find any amusement. Blinding white light emanated from within the transparent cube. Boom. A terrifying explosion unfolded within the confines of the cube. This was a space created by Zhang Xiaoman utilizing the power of space. Even the most formidable explosion would be contained within that space, leaving not a trace of toxic mist to escape. As the blinding radiance faded, the adult-sized transparent cube was filled with a pitch-black gas. With a casual gesture, Zhang Xiaoman reduced the cube to the size of a fingernail. He hurled it skyward, and the diminutive cube drifted into the boundless cosmos. Thus, the crisis of the two-star dragon was resolved. Zhang Xiaoman exhaled with ease, dusting off his hands with an expression of nonchalance. The four warriors, including Sun Wukong, stared at Zhang Xiaoman as if he were a ghost. Is he even human? His power is astonishing. The protagonist group seemed to have forgotten their own poisoning, still dumbfounded by Cell's might. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, in Bulma's living room, a variety of Earth delicacies were continuously served at the table. Whis and Beerus, resembling famished beings who hadn't eaten in days, ravenously devoured the food, much to the dismay of the exhausted kitchen staff. Just as Whis placed a piece of sushi in his mouth, his expression suddenly froze, as if sensing something extraordinary. Observing this, Bulma, who was attending to them, mistakenly thought he had been caught by a fishbone and quickly inquired, "What's wrong, Whis? Did you get a bone stuck?" Whis shook his head, incredulity washing over him as he replied, "Someone has wielded the power of time and space. Moreover, it is of the same lineage as my own. How could this be possible?" Unfazed by such matters, Bulma simply wished for these divine beings to enjoy their meal and, uninterested in the esoteric concept of time and space, turned back to the kitchen to urge the chefs. However, Beerus wore a grave expression. "You can't be joking, Whis. Could a new angel have been born?" Whis shook his head and replied, "No, Lord Beerus, it was created by an acquaintance." Beerus, intrigued, asked, "Who?" "Cell." Uffed. Beerus, upon hearing this, spat out his cola in shock. "What? That Cell? The one I just battled, and I even saved his life not long ago. How long has it been? A day. He has transformed from a feeble ant into a colossal elephant, mastering the power of space. This is utterly surreal. Bewildered, Beerus looked at Whis and said, Whis, pinch me. I must be dreaming. No, Lord Beerus, you are not dreaming. It is true. That fellow Cell has indeed mastered the power of space. Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. That power is akin to that of an angel like Whis, which can only be attained through millennia of relentless training. How could that rascal have grasped it in just a day? In that case, Whis, I now find myself regretting not having eliminated him. Let us go together and vanquish that creature. Faced with Cell's astonishing progress, Beerus, the god of destruction, felt unnerved. Despite being uncertain of Cell's moral alignment, the mere possession of such formidable power posed a threat to the realm of the divine. Whis, with a serious countenance, shook his head and replied, No, Lord Beerus, individuals or deities who have mastered the power of space are not easily slain. At least, it cannot be accomplished by just the two of us. After a brief pause, Whis continued, We must also enlist the aid of Jiren from Universe 11, the god of destruction, and the angel Margarita from Universe 11, to ensure our success. Of course, there is another option. Beerus inquired, What option? To inform the Grand Minister and have him take action personally. Upon recalling the Grand Minister's formidable presence, Beerus hastily waved his hand. No, Whis. It is better if we handle this ourselves. Whis responded, Very well, it is settled. Now, let us contact the god of destruction from Universe 11, requesting him and Jiren to join us in quelling the monster Cell in its infancy. With that, a blue halo enveloped both Whis and Beerus, and they vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Bulma cheerfully presented a platter of seafood sashimi, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, the seafood sashimi is here. Huh, where is everyone? In the city of Trunks, after resolving the crisis involving the two-star dragon, Zhang Xiaoman retrieved the cells of the two-star dragon. He walked to a secluded area and swallowed the cells whole. In an instant, a wondrous power enveloped his being. The signs of poisoning vanished immediately. Although there were no remarkable changes in his physical appearance, his nails turned black. His physical prowess did not enhance, as the two-star dragon was not a combat-oriented evil dragon. The greatest gain was the awakening of a new divine power, immunity to all toxins. Additionally, he acquired the rule of toxin power. This strength possessed a miraculous effect in weakening opponents. After all, toxins imbued with rule power even affected Cell, who had absorbed the cells of Beerus and Whis, causing him to become somewhat sluggish. In high-stakes confrontations, every swift action and each fleeting second contributes to one's chances of victory. This toxin power thus provided that extra second, that additional opportunity for triumph. Zhang Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction. Once he had absorbed everything, he recalled the severely poisoned members of the protagonist group and promptly headed towards Goku's direction. With a swift movement, Zhang Xiaoman arrived before the four. Observing Goku and his companions writhing on the ground in discomfort, he smiled and declared, I have come to rescue you. Chapter 62, Archive Capsule Corporation Headquarters. Bulma was tidying up the remnants left by Beerus and Whis. Outside the window, several meteors streaked across the sky. Zhang Xiaoman and the members of the protagonist group arrived at Capsule Corporation. At this moment, the toxins in the bodies of Son Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo had been entirely absorbed by Zhang Xiaoman, restoring them to full health. The first evil Dragon Ball, the two-star Dragon Ball, had also been collected. The atmosphere among the protagonist group was light and cheerful. Son Goku was the first to step inside. Noticing the absence of Whis and Beerus, he curiously asked, Hey, Bulma, where are Lord Beerus and Whis? Why haven't I seen them? Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction. I was just about to mention that. They left without a word. And the seafood I prepared hasn't even been touched. It was a grand feast that took the kitchen ages to prepare. Such a waste. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman pondered. Why did they leave so abruptly? I remember Whis and Beerus idly destroying planets as if it were a leisurely stroll. They have never left like this before. Could it be that my display of spatial powers during the battle revealed my strength, and they are coming to confront me? Or has the Grand Minister assigned them a task that they must attend to? Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaoman dismissed these thoughts. With his current strength, even if he couldn't defeat the combined forces of Beerus and Whis, escaping using the rules of time and space would pose no issue. He would no longer be in the same predicament as when he first encountered Whis, being pressed down and humiliated. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman prepared himself, internally murmuring, "Power of time lock." Suddenly, every person and object in the room, including the speaking Goku, transformed into a black and white image, stripped of color, and became frozen in place. To be cautious, Zhang Xiaoman established a time anchor point at that moment. Should he encounter a life-threatening situation in the future, he could immediately trigger that time anchor coordinate, allowing him to traverse back to this moment and evade danger. Simply put, it was akin to saving a game. Zhang Xiaoman had just created a save point, and when faced with an overwhelming foe, he could simply reload and try again. However, at this moment, his understanding of the rules of time was not profound enough to establish more than one time anchor. Once all preparations were complete, Zhang Xiaoman focused his mind and silently chanted, "Power of time, activate." Instantly, everything returned to normal. The room's white latex paint and the delicate pink flowers on the coffee table regained their original hues. Bulma suddenly slapped her forehead, as if recalling something important, and asked, "By the way, how are things on your end? Did you find the Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing this, Goku patiently recounted the events following their departure from Capsule Corporation. When he reached the part about Cell being consumed by the toxins of the two-star dragon, Bulma covered her mouth with her small hand, her heart leaping into her throat. As the tale progressed to Cell's formidable strength, absorbing the toxins into his lungs only to return them to the two-star dragon, Bulma was left wide-eyed in shock. As the tale neared its conclusion, when Shalu effortlessly lifted the two-star Dragon Ball with a single hand, Bulma applauded with delight, inciting an intense jealousy in Vegeta, who vowed to surpass that scoundrel Shalu. Thus, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group commenced their preparations for interstellar travel. After all, capturing the 7 malevolent dragons was of utmost importance. These wicked entities wreaked havoc across various realms, with some planets enduring untold suffering. The expedition against the evil dragons was divided into 2 factions, one led by Shalu aboard the Red Ribbon Army spacecraft, comprising Shalu, Vegeta, Krillin, Android 18, and Android 17. Bulma and the other ordinary individuals remained at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation as support. The second faction, consisting of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien, utilized a spacecraft invented by Bulma. Thus, the 2 teams, equipped with distinct dragon radar devices, ascended from Earth, embarking on divergent paths towards the domain of the God of Destruction of Universe 11. Suddenly, a blue circle emerged on the ground, and from it emerged Beerus and the Angel Whis. The moment they appeared, their presence was detected by the God of Destruction of Universe 11, who resembled a clown. Sensing their energy, he teleported alongside his angel, Margarita, to stand before them. The God of Destruction greeted them. "Ah, Beerus, what brings you to my realm?" Beerus got straight to the point. "I have come to seek your assistance." The God of Destruction, skeptical, replied, "What sort of adversary requires the combined efforts of 2 gods of destruction? We could effortlessly annihilate an entire universe together." Beerus elaborated, "It involves not only the 2 of us, but also our respective angels, and of course, Jiren." Upon hearing this formidable assembly, the God of Destruction's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "What do you mean, Beerus? Are you amassing so many powerful beings for rebellion? Even with Jiren on our side, we cannot contend with the Grand Priest." Beerus nearly choked on his words, exclaiming, "What are you insinuating? How could I ever disrespect the Grand Priest?" He then recounted the incident involving Shalu's emergence on Earth. Upon learning that Shalu possessed the powers of destruction and space, the God of Destruction's expression grew grave. "How could a mere mortal wield such divine abilities? We spent millennia striving for this strength, yet he has acquired it in less than a day. A monster of this caliber is truly terrifying." The God of Destruction, astonished by Shalu's might, pondered for a moment before asserting, "Indeed, possessing these 2 divine powers is exceedingly troublesome. However, with the 2 of us gods of destruction, alongside Jiren and our angels, we should have no trouble dealing with him." Suddenly, the God of Destruction shifted his tone, questioning, "But why should I offer my aid to you?" Beerus was nearly choked by those words. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "I invite you to savor the culinary delights of Earth. You have never experienced Earth's cuisine, correct?" "Stop right there. I have no interest in gourmet fare," Wei Mei retorted, displaying an unwavering demeanor. At that moment, Whis could no longer bear to watch. He retrieved a spicy beef instant noodle from his pocket, a delicacy from Bulma's household on Earth. Although it was covered, the rich aroma wafting from it made Wei Mei's mouth water. Casting a sidelong glance at the instant noodles in Whis' hand, he remarked, "It wouldn't hurt to give it a try." Whis handed over the noodles, and as soon as Wei Mei took a slurp, he found himself unable to stop, indulging in the feast. Within mere seconds, the entire bowl was devoured, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After a hearty belch and wiping his mouth, he uttered the timeless phrase, "So delicious." Chapter 63, A Desperate Situation. A Great Turmoil. In the depths of the cosmos, Zhang Xiaoman piloted his spacecraft through the vast expanse of space. The destination was set for the nearest planet indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. After half a month of travel, the spacecraft was merely half a day away from its target. At this juncture, Vegeta spoke up. "Cell, when we locate the evil dragon, you need not intervene. Last time I faced that dragon who exhaled toxic mist, I was careless. This time, allow me to take the lead and avenge the previous affront." Zhang Xiaoman nodded in agreement, yet inwardly criticized, as expected of the brash Vegeta, charging in without a second thought. "Do you truly believe your Super Saiyan 2 strength can vanquish the evil dragon? You'll likely be out of commission in no time." Zhang Xiaoman pushed the acceleration lever, propelling the spacecraft into faster-than-light travel once more. Soon enough, the spacecraft approached the vicinity of the target planet, revealing a world entirely cloaked in white, a planet enveloped in ice and snow. It appeared this evil dragon was indeed the 3-star dragon, the only one among the 7 malevolent dragons associated with the element of ice. Just as Zhang Xiaoman was about to command the approach to the snowy planet, an unforeseen calamity struck. A terrifying and jagged spatial rift abruptly manifested. On the other side emerged the god of destruction Beerus, the god of destruction Wei Mei, Angel Whis, Angel Margarita, and of course, the mighty warrior Jiren. They emerged slowly from the rift, each emanating the pinnacle of power within the universe, exuding an overwhelming aura. The occupants of the spacecraft were paralyzed with fear, uncertain of the intentions of the gods of destruction. At that moment, only Zhang Xiaoman maintained a calm and serious demeanor. He solemnly stated, "They must be coming for me." Krillin looked bewildered, then shook his head in disbelief. "How could that be? You're joking, right? You think the gods of destruction are making such a grand entrance for you?" Vegeta, standing nearby, echoed his skepticism. "Cell, I know you are formidable, but do not flatter yourself. They might simply be on a mission. We should just greet them and proceed with our own affairs." Just as Vegeta finished speaking, a voice thundered in the hearts of the assembled. It was the telepathic voice of Whis. "Sharu, cease your struggles and exit the spaceship promptly. I have no desire for innocents to suffer." What? The message conveyed by this voice struck the minds of the onlookers like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. How could this be? The god of destruction intended to eliminate Sharu and even called for assistance. How fantastical! Had Sharu's power truly surpassed that of the god of destruction? Although this conclusion seemed absurd, it was the only explanation. Even more astonishing was Sharu's demeanor. He appeared utterly unfazed. He bore no resemblance to someone preparing to flee. Instead, he seemed poised for a confrontation. Vegeta and Krillin stood agape in shock, unable to utter a single word. Zhang Xiaoman slowly spoke, having left himself an escape route. His heart untroubled. "Vegeta, you control the spaceship and take androids 17 and 18 away first. It seems I must engage them in battle." Without hesitation, Vegeta complied. Recognizing that this was beyond his capacity to intervene, he promptly opened the hatch and allowed Zhang Xiaoman to leave the vessel, while he himself sped away with the ship. Once the main characters had departed, Zhang Xiaoman stood proudly amidst the cosmos, facing the elite warriors from universes 12 and 11. The exquisite being observed the monstrous figure before him and remarked, "Is that Sharu? Truly remarkable. I can sense a plethora of divine essence emanating from you." It appears that Whis spoke truly. You can indeed absorb the cells of others to acquire their abilities. Margarita interjected, "No matter how powerful you are, your fate is sealed. You shall fall here today." Jiren, his expression stoic as a cold-hearted warrior, declared, "Evil is destined to be vanquished. Victory belongs to justice. Prepare to meet your demise, Sharu." Hearing the taunts from across the battlefield and witnessing the formidable lineup, Zhang Xiaoman understood that this battle was fraught with peril. Initially, he had planned to utilize the power of time to retreat. However, upon observing Jiren, he altered his strategy. He already possessed the cells of both an angel and a god of destruction, and Jiren's cells were a coveted prize. Not to mention Jiren's exceptional physical prowess. which allowed him to engage in a fierce exchange with the transcendently adept Goku. His physical strength surpassed that of the God of Destruction from Universe 11. Coupled with the opponent's extensive combat experience, acquiring Jiren's cells would be a significant boon. Zhang Xiaoman was resolute in his pursuit of Jiren's cells. Rather than flee, he would take the risk. After obtaining Jiren's cells, he could then escape. Zhang Xiaoman assumed a fighting stance, his primary target set on Jiren's cells. Observing Gero preparing for battle, was promptly instructed Margarita beside him. Quickly, let us seal the fabric of time and space to prevent any escape through the tearing of reality. Margarita nodded and, alongside Whis, raised her staff. Space. Seal. After they chanted the 4 words in unison, the space around them became astonishingly stable. No matter how intense the spatial fluctuations, they could neither tear nor create new realms. Zhang Xiaoman observed the unfolding scene with a sense of foreboding. The divine spatial power was immensely potent, yet it was now utterly sealed. His combat prowess would significantly diminish, and he faced a formidable assembly of 2 destroyer gods, 2 angels, and a super warrior. In an instant, the 5 encircled him, leaving no avenue for escape. Unbeknownst to them, this very predicament ignited Zhang Xiaoman's fighting spirit. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins surged with fervor. If you seek battle, then I shall fight. He swiftly transformed into the most formidable form of a Super Saiyan, channeling the Kaioken technique, and roared towards Jiren. At this moment, having absorbed the cells of numerous powerful beings, his physical strength could withstand 100-fold Kaioken. Without reservation, he unleashed the full force of the 100-fold Kaioken. Jiren, witnessing this, dared not hold back, unleashing his most potent aura and charging towards Cell's fist with a thunderous roar. The collision of their fists produced a colossal shockwave, resonating through the cosmos. Had it not been for the 2 angels diligently maintaining the spatial integrity of this universe, it would have surely crumbled under the force. Jiren and Zhang Xiaoman became embroiled in a fierce clash. Jiren's techniques were relentless. He continuously condensed orange-red energy spheres, combining them with his strikes. Despite Jiren's formidable strength, Zhang Xiaoman matched him blow for blow, even gaining the upper hand. The 2 angels observed with grave seriousness. They had anticipated Cell's might, limited only to his mastery of divine rules, yet they were taken aback by the sheer physical prowess of his opponent, leading to a newfound respect for Cell. Whis, witnessing the clash, exclaimed in disbelief, "How infuriating! A mere mortal dares to engage Jiren in such a manner. One must remember that Jiren's strength surpasses my own." This revelation implied that an ordinary being from Universe 12 possessed power exceeding that of a destroyer god. Today, Cell must perish. With that declaration, a terrifying wave of destructive energy coalesced in Whis' palm. Beside him, Beerus began to assist, locking onto the swiftly moving Cell, and calmly commanded, "Destruction." 2 cataclysmic waves of destructive energy surged from opposite directions, severing Zhang Xiaoman's escape routes, while the relentless Jiren continued his pursuit, raising his fist with a roar. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoman found himself in a dire predicament. Chapter 64. Cell, the Destroyer God, Jiren, the Angel. With the destructive energy of the Destroyer God looming behind him and Jiren charging ahead, Zhang Xiaoman remained composed in the face of adversity. He pivoted, focusing on the 2 waves of destructive energy approaching, resolutely bracing himself against Jiren's assault with sheer physical resilience. Zhang Xiaoman unleashed 2 waves of destructive energy in retaliation. The 4 energies collided, dissipating into nothingness. Jiren landed a solid kick on Zhang Xiaoman's back, propelling him like a cannonball towards a cluster of asteroids, the immense force shattering them into fragments. As Shalu was sent flying, the 2 gods of destruction did not afford him any respite. One of them teleported in an instant to confront Shalu, delivering a thunderous dunk onto Zhang Xiaoman's back. Zhang Xiaoman was propelled backward, landing before the other god of destruction, who struck him with a powerful kick aimed at his vulnerable abdomen. Once again, Zhang Xiaoman was sent reeling. Jiren, relentless in his assault, teleported swiftly to Shalu's position, unleashing a flurry of Wolf Fong Fist strikes. Subsequently, the 2 gods of destruction followed suit, and Zhang Xiaoman found himself ensnared in a triad of Wolf Fong Fist attacks. Fortunately, Shalu's body, having absorbed the cells of numerous elite warriors, had grown formidable. Otherwise, this unrestrained combined onslaught would have surely shattered him to pieces. This was not a sustainable predicament. While enduring the blows, Zhang Xiaoman silently contemplated. This cannot continue. Currently, he was at the mercy of their relentless assault, and the two angels had yet to intervene. His mind raced rapidly, and soon he devised a strategy. First, he would employ the venomous mist from the two-star dragon to weaken his adversaries, slowing their speed and power, then seize the opportunity to inflict a grievous wound upon Jiren, ultimately aiming to acquire his cells. Finally, he would harness the power of time to make his escape. Resolute in his determination, Zhang Xiaoman let out a resounding shout, causing his aura to surge violently. The ferocious energy momentarily forced both gods of destruction and the super warrior Jiren to stagger back a few steps, granting Zhang Xiaoman a brief reprieve. However, the two gods of destruction soon resumed their assault, intent on vanquishing the monster that was Shalu. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman was prepared. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a jet of inky black venomous mist, negative energy. Both gods of destruction and the super warrior Jiren, seasoned in battle, regarded such a ploy with disdain. Each bore a look of contempt. Jiren remarked, "Evil is merely evil. It resorts to such underhanded tactics as poisoning. Before my absolute justice, you shall ultimately be shattered." Beerus added, "Shalu, your calculations are misguided. You should know the resilience of a god of destruction. This trivial mist poses no threat to us. If you think to defeat us through such means, you are sorely mistaken." However, as Zhang Xiaoman's venomous mist spread rapidly, the trio, dismissive of its threat, soon found themselves enveloped. After inhaling a few breaths of the two-star dragon's toxic fumes, the mist imbued with the power of rules began to take effect. The three sensed something amiss. Their strength and speed began to diminish, and the toxin deepened its grip. Their expressions shifted to one of uncertainty. Beerus exclaimed, "Damn it, Shalu. What is this venomous mist? I can feel its effects." Whis, an experienced angel, recognized the distinct nature of the mist and urgently warned everyone. "This venom contains the power of rules. Be cautious. Cover your mouths and noses, and do not inhale too much." Understanding dawned upon them all. As the distance widened, Zhang Xiaoman found a precious moment to breathe, having evaded the onslaught of toxic miasma. Wei Mei, unable to contain herself, remarked, "Indeed, a creature that has evolved so rapidly possesses such formidable techniques, leaving one defenseless." Jiren acknowledged, setting aside notions of good and evil, "You are a worthy adversary." Although Beerus was afflicted by poison, he shook his head with a look of regret, saying, "I expected you to have a trump card. If this is your best, then you stand no chance against the three of us, not to mention the potential intervention of Whis and Margarita." With that, the trio immediately recalibrated their energies and charged once more at Zhang Xiaoman, albeit with slightly diminished speed and strength. In response to their assault, Zhang Xiaoman maintained his stance, utilizing the Kaioken X100 and the Super Saiyan form. At this moment, although he was still at a slight disadvantage, it was a significant improvement over the previous one-sided beating he had endured. For every 2 punches landed on Zhang Xiaoman, he retaliated with one of his own. Gradually, all 4 combatants bore varying degrees of wounds, yet the once beleaguered Zhang Xiaoman began to turn the tide in his favor. However, the angels Whis and Margarita, intent on stabilizing the local universe and restricting Zhang Xiaoman's spatial power, found themselves unable to engage fully in the fray. Even so, the 2 angels were astounded. How could 2 gods of destruction and a super warrior be at a disadvantage in a 3-on-1 battle? Whis and Margarita exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Whis, employing divine powers to scrutinize the situation, discerned that Zhang Xiaoman had been manipulating the fabric of time. Indeed, Whis detected the subtle influence of temporal rules at play. Observing Zhang Xiaoman closely, he calmly deduced, with each attack, Zhang Xiaoman accelerated the flow of time, enhancing his attack speed, and when under assault, he paused time to reposition himself, evading blows. This strategy gradually shifted the balance in his favor, and due to the brevity of the time he paused, it was exceedingly difficult to perceive. A chill coursed down Whis' spine, prompting a shiver. Could it be that Cell had also mastered the power of time? If Cell possessed such abilities, exterminating him would become even more arduous. Realizing this, Whis immediately called out to the others, "Everyone, do not waste any more time. Let us gather our energies and eliminate Cell in one decisive strike." He wields the power of time. The 3 combatants engaged nearby trembled at his words, momentarily stunned before swiftly joining Whis and Margarita's side. Opposing them stood Zhang Xiaoman, cloaked in Cell's guise. Thanks to the regenerative capabilities of the Majin Buu cells, his body remained unharmed, though his energy had significantly waned. For Zhang Xiaoman, the objective of this confrontation had been achieved. During the earlier melee, he had successfully wounded Jiren and acquired his cells. He could retreat at any moment, but he hesitated, pondering whether returning would erase his newly obtained Jiren cells. Uncertain, he prepared to seize the opportunity to absorb them, and lo and behold, that opportunity had arrived. At this moment, the three individuals across from him had distanced themselves. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly consumed the Jiren cells resting in his palm, beginning to digest and decompose them silently, unnoticed by the others. At this juncture, Beerus remarked, "Cell, you have truly surprised us time and again. I never anticipated that slaying you would prove so challenging. You have even mastered the power of time. You are now nearly indistinguishable from an angel." Whis interjected, regrettably, "There is no way you can evade our next strike. This is a technique forged from the combined might of the four of us, infused with the powers of destruction, time, and space." The elegant Vados added, "Of course, coupled with Jiren's brute strength, this blow is utterly flawless." Margarita declared, "With this strike, we are confident that even the Grand Minister would be unable to withstand it." With that, the five of them assumed their stances and thundered in unison. "Prepare to meet your end, Cell." Chapter 65, The Grand Minister, Heavenly Palace. This is the grandest center of power in the entire universe, resplendent and majestic. At the heart of the palace, seated upon a throne, is a diminutive figure with a head resembling an eraser. He is the Omni-King, the supreme deity of the 12 universes. The Omni-King was toying with a spherical object, which represented a universe, and with a slight miscalculation, he inadvertently crushed it. Frowning, he pouted and exclaimed, "Oh, what a pity." A nearby attendant hastily reassured him, "Not to worry, Your Majesty, you can simply create another." The Omni-King waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in such trivialities. He then turned to observe the Grand Minister standing nearby, sensing that he appeared somewhat distracted today. At that moment, the Grand Minister was gazing into the distance, his attention captivated by a battle unfolding far away. It was a confrontation between his angels and a creature known as Cell. While it was their duty to eliminate such beings, this battle was merely routine, and there was no cause for concern. However, as the conflict escalated, he was astonished by Cell's formidable strength. What was once a feeble insect had evolved into an immensely powerful being through the consumption of cells. Even the formidable combination of the god of destruction and the angels was on the verge of faltering. As the group prepared to vanquish Cell, the Grand Minister sensed that something was amiss in this battle. Deep within the cosmos, a radiant star emitted intense light. Beside the star, an even more brilliant radiance suddenly emerged, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying energy. Whis, Beerus, Vados, Margarita, and Jiren stood in a straight line, conjuring a horrific dark red energy wave enveloped in black lightning. This wave contained the powers of time, space, and destruction, culminating in Jiren's sheer strength, representing the ultimate technique of two universes. 100% lock-on, 100% hit rate, 100% fatal. Beerus gazed upon the culmination of the battle, the fate sealed, and addressed Cell with a final decree of death. "Cell, indeed you are formidable. So much so that the deities of both the 12th and 11th universes have united to confront you, while you face us alone. I hope in your next life, you are born into a fortunate circumstance, leading a life of tranquility. Farewell, Cell." In the next instant, a cataclysmic force was about to unleash. Zhang Xiaoman was also prepared to rewind time, raising his left hand high, ready to snap his fingers. He understood that the moment the snap resonated, he would return to the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped everything. A voice echoed in the ears of all present, imbued with authority that brooked no refusal. "Cease this at once. Whis, Margarita, you have already lost." Upon hearing the voice of the Grand Priest, Whis's body stiffened abruptly. However, instinctively, he retracted his power. The Grand Priest's authority was indisputable. Whis, Beerus, Margarita, and even Jiren bowed respectfully to the Grand Priest, their heads lowered in deference. In stark contrast stood Zhang Xiaoman, who remained defiantly upright in the cosmos, refusing to kneel. To one who had undergone a quality education, deities were merely beings of greater strength. Seeing Cell, who remained immobile and seemingly indifferent to the divine presence. Wei Meidi was enraged, especially since their grand attack had just been interrupted. She expressed her dissatisfaction to the Grand Priest. "Great Priest, why do you impede us? We were about to deliver our final strike, and Cell would undoubtedly perish." The Grand Priest, with an impassive demeanor, approached Wei Meidi and delivered a sharp slap. The sound reverberated crisply, leaving Wei Meidi and the onlookers stunned. The Grand Priest then declared, "Fool, do you not realize that he is about to escape?" This statement struck the minds of all present like a thunderclap. What? Cell is going to flee from that last blow? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wei Meidi argued vehemently. How could that be, Great Priest? That attack contained destructive power, as well as the forces of space and time, which are utterly unavoidable. To bolster her credibility, she audaciously added, "I believe even you would not emerge unscathed from our strike. I possess that confidence." The Grand Priest did not respond, but continued to deliver slaps. The onlookers lowered their heads, filled with anger yet silenced, for Wei Meidi voiced their collective sentiments. Once the Grand Priest grew weary of this, he explained, "If I had not intervened, Cell would have escaped right before your eyes, and you would have brought shame upon the deities." Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of confusion. The Grand Priest then turned to Whis and inquired, "Whis, did you not discern the temporal laws within Cell?" Whis nodded in affirmation. The High Priest exclaimed with fury, "How could you not consider that the opponent might use a time anchor to escape to another temporal node?" A wave of enlightenment washed over Whis, leaving him profoundly shaken. However, as he pondered, he felt a sense of disquiet and began to explain, "But, esteemed High Priest, utilizing a time anchor necessitates temporal manipulation, and at this juncture, such a tactic would yield no benefit. The return would merely be to a few seconds prior, still evading our encirclement." The High Priest gazed at his angel as if he were a fool. Then would he not set a time anchor a fortnight in advance, before the battle even commenced? What? This statement struck Whis like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the shadows clouding his thoughts. Salu had anticipated danger before the conflict arose, and had cleverly provided himself with an escape route. His intellect and combat prowess were indeed terrifying. The very notion that Salu could survive unscathed, evading the onslaught of two angels, two destroyers, and Jillian, sent shivers through Whis. The prospect of losing face was utterly humiliating. The dignity of the divine would truly be tarnished. The High Priest's words were unerring. For the first time, Whis felt the weight of danger, even fear, emanating from a non-divine being. The kneeling destroyers and angels foresaw the impending disgrace, and, blushing, dared not raise their heads, as if wishing to bury themselves in the ground. The High Priest's authoritative voice resounded once more. "For this transgression, you shall contemplate your actions against the wall for a millennium, without my permission. You are forbidden to leave your quarters." The assembly nodded in acquiescence, responding, "Yes," not daring to defy the decree. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman observed the High Priest chastising his subordinates and slowly began to retreat, seeking an opportunity to escape. Just as he contemplated snapping his fingers to rewind time, the High Priest turned his gaze toward Salu. He spoke with chilling calmness. Having reprimanded the unworthy child, "It is now time to address your matters, Salu." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 66. The Freedom of Ultimate Intent. Salu. In the inky darkness of the cosmos, only distant stars twinkled like pinpricks of light. Behind the High Priest knelt a row of angels and destroyers, while before them stood Zhang Xiaoman, the architect of this chaos. The High Priest's tone was devoid of emotion. "With the unworthy child dealt with, we shall now attend to you, Salu." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's heart leaped into his throat. Given the current disparity in power, he knew he was no match for the formidable opponent. Yet, logically, a being of such extraordinary might would surely not stoop to trivializing him. Despite this reasoning, Zhang Xiaoman prepared for both possibilities, discreetly positioning one hand behind him, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. The High Priest, exuding an air of nonchalance, smiled at Zhang Xiaoman, saying, "There is no need for alarm, Salu. But do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have temporarily sealed the temporal energies of this area, and you cannot leave." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of relief, thankful he had not acted rashly, for to provoke his foe would only have provided them with a justification for his demise. Zhang Xiaoman gradually straightened his body and addressed the High Priest. "So, esteemed High Priest, what do you intend to do?" As the High Priest approached him, he spoke eloquently. Sheru, you must understand that the forces of time, space, and destruction, as one of the supreme forces of the universe, are not within the grasp of a mere mortal like yourself. By a twist of fate, you have obtained the cells of an angel and mastered these three forces. Logically, you should have been eradicated. Zhang Xiaoman's expression froze, his previously relaxed demeanor tightening once more as he braced himself for a desperate struggle. However, your accomplishments are indeed remarkable. You are attempting to escape the onslaught of my destructive deity and the angels solely through your own might. The heavens are merciful, and thus, I am willing to grant you a chance. Zhang Xiaoman inquired, what opportunity? The high priest replied, a chance to survive. He floated before Zhang Xiaoman, declaring, I shall seal the forces of time, destruction, and space within you, thereby sparing your life. Zhang Xiaoman furrowed his brow. Such a decision would mean a significant loss for him, as these powers were hard-earned. He felt a sense of injustice rising within him and was about to contest the high priest's decree when the high priest continued, rest assured. I will provide you with a technique that will satisfy you in exchange. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Xiaoman asked, what technique? The high priest closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. The art of ultimate freedom. Upon hearing this, Weiss, Beerus, and the others displayed looks of astonishment. They all understood the significance of this technique. The art of ultimate freedom enables the separation of body and consciousness, allowing one's various parts to instinctively perceive surrounding dangers without requiring the brain to deliberate before taking action. It could be deemed the most formidable hand-to-hand combat skill, a divine technique. The high priest would bestow such a skill upon Sheru. Just as Beerus and the others were about to advise the high priest against this decision, they recalled their own culpability and thus felt unqualified to voice their opinions, lowering their heads in discontent. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoman was overjoyed. This was a skill that Sun Wukong had grasped during the Tournament of Power. A technique that guarantees 100% evasion, 100% mastery of moves, and 100% application of strength. Mastering this technique would render him unbeatable in close combat. At the very least, he would remain undefeated against any opponent in such encounters. Zhang Xiaoman had initially prepared for the worst, expecting to leave in disgrace after having his rule powers confiscated, but now he found himself in possession of such a boon. As for the restoration of his rule powers, he could have Bulma invent a time machine to take him back to a past moment and secretly wish to the dragon for the unsealing of his powers. If the dragon's authority proved insufficient, he could absorb the cells of the angel and the destructive deity once more. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman devised numerous solutions, believing that restoring his rule powers would be manageable. However, the art of ultimate freedom was an unexpected stroke of fortune. At that moment, the high priest intoned, but do not rejoice too soon, Sheru. This is merely a form of compensation for you. However, the matter of the humiliation you have caused us divine beings remains unresolved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's mood plummeted once more. He truly despised the feeling of having his life and death in someone else's hands, which left him profoundly unsettled. Zhang Xiaoman silently vowed that one day he would acquire powers as formidable as those of the high deity, and perhaps even make the high deity experience the sensation of being pinned to the ground by another. So, esteemed high deity, how do you propose to regain your dignity? The high deity replied, it's quite simple. After your rule power is sealed, I shall grant you 3 months to cultivate and challenge the angel Vis. Should you lose, you shall meet your demise. Vis felt grateful that his father had afforded him this opportunity to reclaim his honor, wearing a calm smile. He was certain that a mortal devoid of rule power could never defeat a deity. Even mastery of the ultimate technique would not suffice. Upon hearing this, a sense of urgency washed over Zhang Xiaoman. 3 months to prepare, during which he must subdue the remaining 6 malevolent dragons and restore his rule power. Time was exceedingly short. To make matters worse, failure meant death. Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but grumble to himself. It seems that since arriving in this world, I have not had a moment of peace. Reluctantly, despite his 100 reservations, Zhang Xiaoman acquiesced. Seeing him agree, the high deity's expression remained inscrutable, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. He pointed at Zhang Xiaoman's forehead and softly uttered, Seal. In an instant, a blood-red character for Seal imprinted itself in Zhang Xiaoman's mind. He felt as though the powers of space, destruction, and time within him had vanished in an instant, as if he had never possessed such strength. While marveling at the high deity's might, Zhang Xiaoman sensed the changes in his body. The angelic halo around him and the pharaoh's collar from Beerus disappeared, signifying the complete eradication of his rule power. His expression darkened, and he sighed inwardly. The auxiliary experience has expired, but I shall reclaim it one day. Observing the ceiling of Zhang Xiaoman's rule power, the high deity nodded in satisfaction. Now, I shall impart to you the ultimate technique, he declared, and with a gentle touch to Zhang Xiaoman's forehead, a segment of foreign memory flowed into his consciousness. It contained the theory, practical experiences, and training insights of the ultimate technique. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman comprehended this ultimate technique. He gently closed his eyes, feeling an unparalleled tranquility, while every fiber of his being reveled in exhilaration, every cell within him rejoicing. The next moment, a silver-white aura emanated from his form, with even his pupils transforming into a silvery hue. The ultimate technique's transformation into the form of Zero was complete. Chapter 67. The search for the three-star dragon. The silver-white aura continuously overflowed from Zero's body, and the color of his pupils became a brilliant silver. An invisible pressure radiated from Zero, whose silver pupils bore no trace of emotion, neither sorrow nor joy. Zhang Xiaoman's physical speed and strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement, while his perceptive abilities had also increased, as if he could sense every speck of dust in the universe and hear the heartbeat of every creature on the surrounding planets. Jillian gazed at the zenith form of Shalu before him, devoid of his usual arrogance, as he realized with utmost clarity that he was no longer a match for Shalu. Beerus, too, stared in astonishment at his former adversary, Shalu, whose growth rate was nothing short of terrifying. In just a few days, he had ascended from an entity that demanded reverence to this level, even mastering the zenith technique, an awe-inspiring display of talent and fortune. The Grand Priest addressed Zhang Xiaoman, saying, I hope you dedicate the next 3 months to rigorous training. I will come to fetch you then to meet Whis. With that, having concluded his business here, the Grand Priest enveloped himself in a radiant white light, which transformed into starlight and dissipated. The angel Whis approached Zhang Xiaoman, attempting to pat him on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement for the younger generation. However, as Zhang Xiaoman activated the zenith technique, Whis' hand met only air. Unperturbed, Whis' tone dripped with sarcasm as he remarked, Do your best. You will soon discover that the harder you strive, the more despair you will encounter. Demonstrating his mastery of spatial power, Whis lightly waved his staff, causing a rift to open in the fabric of space, through which the Omni-King and the angels, along with Jillian, disappeared from sight. Once the deities had departed, Zhang Xiaoman finally relaxed, releasing the zenith state, inhaling deeply to ease his body. The earlier confrontation with the Grand Priest had left him with a lingering sense of dread, making him acutely aware of how perilously close he had come to death. Zhang Xiaoman reaffirmed his resolve to grow stronger. One day, he would absorb the cells of the Grand Priest and even the Omni-King, becoming the most formidable being in the universe, never again to experience the humiliation of being pressed to the ground by others. His next objective, to enhance his power by absorbing the cells of the 7 evil dragons. He sensed the energy of Vegeta and the others fleeing in haste. Muttering to himself, these ungrateful ones certainly run fast. They are about to reunite with Goku. Perhaps it is for the best. I shall venture alone to this planet to seek out the evil dragon. Gazing at the distant planet, Zhang Xiaoman began to analyze, judging by the state of this planet. It must be the ice dragon's domain. I hope the ice he creates contains the power of rules, allowing me to absorb his cells and grow even stronger. That way, I will have an additional surprise to defeat Whis. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward, instantly arriving on the snow-covered planet, known as Kyud. This world, distant from its sun, remained cloaked in perpetual ice and snow. The Kyudians, who inhabited this realm, possessed cold-resistant skin with a pale blue hue, otherwise resembling ordinary humans. However, over half a month ago, a powerful being had arrived on the planet. He bore an ice-blue complexion, wings sprouting from his back, lean yet brimming with strength, embodying a form that was both human and dragon. This was the evil dragon, Samxinglong. Upon his arrival on this planet, he swiftly seized control. On the very day he landed, he employed his formidable powers to encase the entire world in ice, crafting a realm of perpetual winter. The already frigid Kuda planet became even colder, rendering even the most resilient Kuda people incapable of enduring the harsh conditions, leading to widespread suffering. The remaining Kuda inhabitants united in a desperate bid to resist the invasion of this monstrous entity, and in their plight, they sought allies. In a clearing within a public square, they convened with their newfound allies to deliberate strategies against the beast. All the resources of this planet shall be devoted to our illustrious Lord Frieza. Moreover, you must serve our great lord for 50 years. This is the price for aiding you in vanquishing the ice-wielding monster, declared Kira. He was the latest warrior sought by Frieza following the infamous Jinyu Force, a member of the same race as Jinyu, distinguished by his purple skin and 2 sharp horns. The Kuda chieftain, resigned, responded, "Very well, Lord Kira. As long as you can eliminate that beast, I shall acquiesce." The chieftain understood that it was a humiliating pact, yet in this desperate moment, he felt compelled to agree to preserve the Kuda bloodline. "Do not consent to him, grandfather," a clear, youthful voice interjected, belonging to the chieftain's granddaughter, Bing Bing. She approached with hurried steps, breathless from her exertions. As she halted, the assembly could see her resemblance to the starly Bing Bing, albeit with blue skin. Kira, displeased at the interruption, retorted, "What? Are you going to heed the words of a mere child, chieftain?" The chieftain quickly waved his hand, silencing his granddaughter's impetuousness. "Bing Bing, this matter does not concern you. The adults are discussing important affairs. Refrain from interrupting." With a proud stance, Bing Bing declared, "Grandfather, there is no need to plead with them. While I was out hunting, I found a helper who claims he can assist us in eliminating that monster. Moreover, he asks for nothing in return." At that moment, a tall figure stepped into view. It was Zhang Xiaoman, who, upon arriving on this planet, found himself unable to locate the Dragon Balls without a detector and thus sought the guidance of the locals. By fortunate coincidence, he encountered Bing Bing, who informed him that only they knew the whereabouts of the monster. Thus, he had decided to join them. Kira, seeing someone encroaching upon his potential venture, felt a surge of displeasure. The Kuda planet was rich in minerals, and once exploited, its value would be immense. He would not permit anyone to jeopardize his interests. Yet, upon observing the imposing stature of his opponent, he hesitated, unable to gauge the stranger's prowess. A small device was affixed to Kira's left eye. The scanner quickly assessed the combat power of the newcomer. 5. Kira scoffed. "What is this? A mere weakling with a power level of only 5. This incited laughter among Kira's subordinates, who mocked. "Though he appears tall and strong, he is but a hollow shell." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman, having mastered the Ultra Instinct technique, concealed his aura, emanating only a faint presence, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, given Zhang Xiaoman's current prowess, even the slightest release of his aura would suffice to shatter the detection device. Kira persisted relentlessly. "Hey, Chief Kid, would you prefer a scoundrel with a combat power of merely 5 to assist you, or a warrior boasting a staggering combat strength of 120,000? Consider your choice wisely. It's utterly laughable. I wouldn't even need to lift a finger to defeat him. Even a mere breath from me could obliterate him." Zhang Xiaoman, displeased by the insults directed at him, thought to himself, "Not only you, but even your master Frieza would be reduced to ashes with just a glance from me." However, he swiftly dismissed the notion of annihilating his opponent, believing it would be more prudent to use him as bait to test the strength of the 3-star dragon. This approach would not only allow him to ascertain whether the eyes contained any rule-based power, but also enable him to utilize the adversary as cannon fodder, thereby eliminating the need for him to exert any effort. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xiaoman refrained from arguing and adopted an air of a transcendent sage. Faced with Kira's inquiries, the chief found himself in a precarious position, uncertain of Cell's true capabilities and hesitant to act rashly. In terms of strength, he still placed greater hope in Kira. After all, the latter was a subordinate of the Cosmic King, Frieza. As for the assistance brought by his granddaughter, having an extra pair of hands wouldn't hurt, considering every bit of help counts. Thus, the chief spoke. "Very well. Whoever vanquishes that ice-wielding monster shall claim the resources of Kyud Planet. Just spare the life of one Kyud tribesman." Chapter 68. The Realm of Ice. Kira acquiesced to the chief's request, deeming it unnecessary to contend with a being of mere combat power. He could eliminate him whenever he pleased. Thus, the Kyud chief set off with Kira's battle team, along with Zhang Xiaoman and Bing Bing. As the party ventured further north, the temperature plummeted. After traversing 10 kilometers, they discovered that the moisture in the air had crystallized into ice. The frigid air forced the Kyud chief to exhale visible breath, prompting him to suggest, "Let us take a brief respite to regain our strength. The path ahead grows increasingly arduous." Kira's group, nearly frozen to the bone, trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, their battle attire generated heat, preventing them from succumbing to the cold. They produced a sizable chunk of meat from their belongings, setting up a roasting apparatus. And soon the sizzling meat began to release its savory aroma, much to their delight. A few Kyud individuals attempted to barter for the roasted meat, but were swiftly dispatched to the ground by their fellow Kyud warriors. Such base Kyud individuals were unworthy of indulging in roasted meat. The chief felt a surge of indignation, but remained silent. Once the meat was ready, Kira waved a piece in Zhang Xiaoman's direction, brimming with mockery. Observing Zhang Xiaoman without sustenance, Kira's team erupted into gleeful laughter. Although Zhang Xiaoman had not brought any food, he remained unfazed, possessing a robust physique that rendered him impervious to cold or hunger. Yet, the taunting behavior of his adversaries irked him. He mused darkly, "Let him prance about for a few more days. Soon enough, he shall be transformed into an ice sculpture." However, Bing Bing beside him was unable to endure the cold any longer, shivering uncontrollably and eyeing the distant roast meat with longing. Zhang Xiaoman extended her hand to the back of Bing Bing, releasing a bit of warmth into her. Instantly, a comforting warmth enveloped her body, and the growling in her stomach ceased. With a joyful arch of her eyebrows, she exclaimed, "Oh, I'm no longer hungry. You are truly amazing. Thank you, Shalu." Zhang Xiaoman nodded slightly. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. They soon arrived at the foot of a great mountain, where a deep, dark cave loomed at its center, obscured from view. The clan leader declared, "This cave is the dwelling place of the monster. I can only accompany you this far. I wish you all the best." With that, the leader swiftly departed with the clan members, leaving only the members of the Kira team and a few others with Zhang Xiaoman. Without hesitation, Kira sought to finish the task swiftly. He led his companions towards the cave entrance. However, as they approached, an intensely cold wind swept them off their feet, freezing several of Kira's subordinates into ice sculptures. Kira himself, slightly more resilient, did not freeze immediately, but his expression turned grave as he thought, "Something is amiss. This feels quite perilous." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cave, hovering in the air and gazing down at the two. It was a creature, part human and part dragon, with icy blue skin, 2 wings sprouting from its back, and an aura of chilling malevolence radiating from it. Kira activated his scanner, only to have it instantly incinerated. This indicated that the creature's power surpassed the limits of the device's capabilities. "We can't win. We must flee." Kira began to retreat slowly, preparing to use his flight technique to escape. Yet, the 3-star dragon charged at an alarming speed. Sensing the imminent danger, Kira unleashed his most powerful attack, a blue energy wave directed at the creature. The dragon's eyes emitted a red light as the 2 energies collided. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosion. Instead, the blue energy was frozen. What? It can even freeze energy. Kira was taken aback, realizing he could no longer afford to linger in battle. He swiftly activated his flight technique to retreat. However, Zhang Xiaoman, observing the scene, would not allow him to escape unimpeded. In an instant, he appeared before Kira, blocking his path. "You think a mere weakling with a power level of 5 can stop me?" Kira scoffed as he unleashed an energy cannon at Zhang Xiaoman. Unfazed, Zhang Xiaoman braced himself, remarkably sustaining no injuries. He was merely feigning vulnerability. Despair filled Kira's eyes as Zhang Xiaoman advanced towards him, an overwhelming pressure immobilizing Kira, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. With sheer strength, Zhang Xiaoman brought Kira's limbs towards his abdomen, contorting his body into a ball. Kira let out a piercing scream. "Ah? Spare me. I beg you, have mercy." Zhang Xiaoman felt an immense sense of satisfaction. All his previous frustrations vanished in an instant. "Let us see just what abilities the 3-star dragon possesses," he declared, channeling his strength as he hurled Kira towards the dragon. The dragon, unfazed, aimed its freezing beam at the approaching projectile. In an instant, Kira's sphere was encased in ice, yet propelled by an immense inertia, it struck the 3-star dragon, sending him flying amidst a spray of blood. Kira shattered into fragments. The 3-star dragon found himself deeply embedded in an iceberg. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed to Zhang Xiaoman, "Who are you? How can you possess such formidable power?" Zhang Xiaoman replied, "I am Shalu, and I have come for you." With that, he executed a sudden movement, appearing before the 3-star dragon, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing the dragon to retch violently. After a series of coughs, the three-star dragon laughed heartily. "Huh, you've touched me. Your fate is sealed." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiaoman felt a chilling sensation in his arm. The area where his fist had made contact was swiftly enveloped in ice, the frost creeping upward relentlessly. "It's futile. My ice embodies the power of the rules. The force of freezing can never be melted. The instant it touches my skin, it will be frozen." Zhang Xiaoman's heart soared with delight at this revelation. "Allow me to collect some of your cells," he declared, tearing off the arm now overtaken by ice crystals, only for a new arm to sprout forth immediately. The three-star dragon was left astounded by this spectacle. What entity was this? Such remarkable regenerative capabilities. Such overwhelming strength. Not only had he been dealt a blow that nearly cost him his life, but he had also effortlessly countered the encroaching ice. It was utterly inconceivable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the three-star dragon ceased to hold back and unleashed his ultimate attack, the domain of ice. Zhang Xiaoman, charging towards him, suddenly halted, sensing an ominous aura. He clearly understood that even one as powerful as he would be unable to escape the fate of being frozen upon entering this domain. With a haughty tone, the three-star dragon taunted, "Why not come closer? Come, experience my power of ice. Watch as I turn you into a frozen statue." Observing the dragon's defenses akin to that of a porcupine, Zhang Xiaoman felt somewhat constrained. Should he enter the domain of ice, the rules dictating freezing would be triggered. The three-star dragon dared not venture out, and Zhang Xiaoman hesitated to step in. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate. However, the scales of victory began to tip in Zhang Xiaoman's favor, for maintaining the domain of ice demanded an immense amount of energy. The three-star dragon was on the brink of collapse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, crystallizing into ice. At that moment, the situation took a sharp turn. A figure suddenly emerged on the battlefield, fortuitously close to the three-star dragon. It was Bing Bing, who had come to assess the situation. Eager to see if her esteemed Shalu was in danger and hoping to lend her aid, the three-star dragon, spotting an ordinary person on the battlefield, swiftly moved to Bing Bing's side and took her hostage, gripping her throat tightly. He addressed Zhang Xiaoman. "I see you care for this young lady, Shalu. I advise you not to make any sudden moves, or I shall turn her into an ice sculpture." Chapter 69. I Am No Saint. On the planet of Kids, the three-star dragon held the girl hostage as he faced off against Shalu. As he tightened his grip, Bing Bing emitted a pained whimper, while Zhang Xiaoman coldly observed the scene. Zhang Xiaoman has truly experienced the despicable and shameless nature of the three-star dragon. After absorbing the demon, his flesh can now move autonomously. He paused, quietly extricating a piece of flesh from his body, piercing the ground beneath him, and directing it towards the three-star dragon. Meanwhile, the three-star dragon, witnessing the cessation of Cell's advance, erupted into gleeful laughter. "Ha, precisely. Now, you shall not evade. Receive my skill." Upon hearing these words, Ice felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She desperately wished that Cell would not fall into this trap while, in her heart, he remained the kind older brother who had once offered her warmth. Silenced by the grip around her throat, she silently hoped that Cell would disregard the monster's commands and allow her to fend for herself. However, Zhang Xiaoman thought differently. "Endure your skill? Out of the question. Even in dire straits, I would never engage in such foolishness. I am no saint. First, I shall stall you. Then utilize the demon puppet's abilities to absorb you. That is the true path." Yet, it was imperative to keep Ice and the others in the dark. The less they knew, the better the situation would be. He deliberately delayed, stating, "Three-star dragon, your calculations are flawed. I care not for her. My sole concern is to vanquish you. I am solely focused on seizing your power to strengthen myself." As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards the duo. Ice felt relief that Cell had not heeded the monster's words, yet disappointment tugged at her heart upon hearing him speak thus. The three-star dragon, realizing that his bait had failed, grew anxious and shouted, "Do not feign bravado. I know you do not wish for her demise. I shall unleash my skill now. Should you dare to evade, I will instantly snuff out her life." From a distance, the leader of the Kyud clan observed the scene with great concern. In the next moment, the three-star dragon's arm transformed instantaneously into a cannon. Within it lay a three-star dragon ball, emanating a chilling aura. The cannon gathered energy, its sinister coldness instilling fear in all who were near. With a thunderous roar, a blue shockwave erupted. Zhang Xiaoman swiftly dodged, effortlessly evading the onslaught. This scene was witnessed clearly by Ice and the others, including the Kid leader. The Kid leader remarked, "I once believed Cell to be a man of deep loyalty. Yet he resembles the tyrant Frieza, the master of Kira. Nevertheless, as long as he can defeat the opponent, it matters not. It is my granddaughter who suffers." At this moment, Ice felt a flicker of joy that Cell was unharmed. Yet gradually, sorrow crept into her heart. "It is fortunate he evaded. I should be pleased," she thought. "Yet why does my heart feel as if it has been struck by a hammer, rendering me unable to rejoice?" "Cell, you are kind, are you not?" The three-star dragon, recognizing the ruthlessness of his adversary, understood that threats were futile against such a formidable opponent. A heartless foe is indeed the most terrifying. Abandoning all illusions, he prepared to make a desperate move. In the next instant, he exerted pressure with his fingertips, drawing blood from Ice's neck. Yet, from the three-star dragon's perspective, the sky suddenly darkened. As a master of his craft, he instinctively sensed the impending danger. Raising his gaze, he beheld a grotesque pink mass, which was gaping wide, ready to engulf him. The three-star dragon was seized by terror, utterly panicked. When had this creature approached him, unnoticed? In a frenzy, he cast aside the hostage he had been holding and prepared to flee. In his state of alarm, he momentarily forgot to employ the ice domain to counter the threat, his body instinctively prioritizing escape. However, Zhang Xiaoman, who had cultivated the ultimate freedom technique, would not allow him to escape so easily. His gelatinous form moved with remarkable speed, enveloping the three-star dragon in an instant. No matter how fiercely the three-star dragon struggled, it was as futile as a cow sinking into the sea. In the next moment, a mass of flesh returned to Zhang Xiaoman, writhing incessantly upon his body until it coalesced into a singular entity. Zhang Xiaoman expelled the three-star dragon pearl from within himself, commencing the process of digesting the creature's corporeal form. After a brief interval, the essence of the three-star dragon vanished entirely, signaling its demise. Ice had only sustained a minor injury to her neck, and thus, all were filled with joy. Zhang Xiaoman turned his attention inward, discovering that his strength and physical constitution had grown even more formidable, rendering him more resilient to the cold. Moreover, the most significant gain was that he had acquired a new force of rule within his being, absolute freezing. A mere touch would invoke an ice that could not be thawed. He had also mastered the ice domain, capable of freezing all attacks and entities within its realm, including energy projectiles. No one would be able to breach his defenses. Another incredible skill had been bestowed upon him. Zhang Xiaoman was elated, feeling more confident in his ability to defeat Weiss. Just as he reveled in his triumph, he noticed that the clan leader, Kyud, had approached him with a solemn demeanor. Observing their expressions, Zhang Xiaoman inquired, "What troubles you? Why does the elder appear so despondent? Was not the monster vanquished by my hand?" The clan leader, overwhelmed with shame, replied, "Forgive me, Lord Shalu. We have wronged you. I had thought you heartless, indifferent to the plight of my granddaughter, Ice. Many in the clan had spoken ill of you. Yet, I now realize that all of this was your grand design. You are truly both courageous and astute." With that, the elders suddenly knelt before him. Witnessing the elders kneeling, the others followed suit. Among them, Ice felt a flush of embarrassment, having doubted Shalu's character. She had chastised herself countless times. Yet, her admiration for Shalu had soared to unprecedented heights. Seeing the clan leader kneeling, Zhang Xiaoman quickly supported him, saying, "Elder, it was but a small effort. The situation was dire, and I could not reveal the truth at that moment, which led to these misunderstandings. Moreover, I bear no grudges, and you need not take it to heart." The elder, recognizing Shalu's chivalrous spirit and his willingness to overlook past grievances, insisted on hosting a grand feast to celebrate their victory. He also proposed erecting statues of Shalu across the planet and renaming it Shalustar. The elder's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and Zhang Xiaoman, unable to refuse such heartfelt hospitality, decided to stay and revel in the festivities. That evening, the Kyud tribes celebrated joyously, their songs and dances echoing through the air. The chieftain even proposed to offer his granddaughter as a concubine to Shalu. In response, Bing, blushing with embarrassment, exclaimed, "How annoying, Grandpa Chieftain," and hastily fled from the banquet. Zhang Xiaoman, in a state of panic, understood that he had aspirations of becoming the mightiest man in the Dragon Ball universe. And with his current predicament, He had no time for romantic entanglements. Thus, in an instant, he teleported away from Cute Planet. Chapter 70. Enter Vegeta. On O Planet. The atmosphere was starkly different from that of Cute Planet. Here, the heat was unbearable. The surface was covered in scorching lava, rendering it uninhabitable for any life forms. Consequently, not a single creature could be found here. A few days prior, Son Goku and his companions had arrived on this planet, guided by the Dragon Radar. Due to the extreme temperatures, they had parked their spaceship at the periphery. Utilizing the radar, they pinpointed the location of the 4-star dragon. Soon after, the protagonists engaged in an intense battle against the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the 3-star dragon, differing only in color. The former was a brilliant golden hue. The battle raged on for several days, reaching a stalemate. The disparity in strength was so vast that what began as one-on-one encounters had devolved into a struggle where the protagonist team faced off against the 4-star dragon alone. Despite this, they found themselves at a disadvantage, with their supply of Senzu beans dwindling. "This is not sustainable, Piccolo," exclaimed Goku, having reverted from Super Saiyan 3. "There's no other option. The gap in power is insurmountable. It seems we must resort to that technique, fusion." Previously, he had refrained from using this method, as it felt peculiar to merge with his own son, Gohan, who was currently the strongest alongside himself. But in light of the necessity to defeat the 4-star dragon, he cast aside his reservations. "Gohan, stop fighting and come back." Upon hearing his father's call, Gohan immediately ceased his struggle with the 4-star dragon and flew to Goku's side. In stark contrast, the 4-star dragon remained leisurely, his immense power allowing him to toy with the situation, enjoying the thrill of the hunt without even exerting half of his strength. Despite facing multiple opponents, he dominated the battlefield effortlessly. With his arms crossed, he taunted, "No worries, feel free to unleash any tricks you have. Soon, you will understand that no matter the circumstances, you cannot match me." "Gohan," Goku urged, "we're fusing now." Gohan, puzzled, responded, "But Dad, doesn't T-Fusion require the Patera earrings from the Supreme Kai? Where can we possibly find them now?" Goku replied, "I just used instant transmission to locate them and acquired the earrings." Gohan hesitated. "Dad, that sounds more like stealing than acquiring." Goku's face flushed with embarrassment, urging, "Let us not dwell on the details, Gohan. Quickly, put them on." As he was about to hand the earrings to Gohan, a formidable presence suddenly manifested beside Oat Planet. It was Vegeta. "They have arrived," Goku exclaimed joyfully. "Gero and his companions have arrived. It seems that there is no need for fusion. Gero alone could potentially defeat the 4-star dragon." Sun Wukong adjusted his energy to its highest level and shouted loudly for Vegeta, urging him to come over quickly. Upon sensing this, Vegeta and his group at the periphery of the planet accelerated towards him. Once near, Vegeta, Krillin, Android 17, and Android 18 leaped from their spacecraft. "Wait, where's Gero?" Vegeta inquired, sounding much like a parent disappointed in their child. "Don't mention that guy. Who knows what trouble he's caused to have both gods of destruction and angels come after him." "What? Both gods of destruction and angels?" Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback, fearing they had misheard. "Then Gero is doomed." After a brief moment of shock, the group lowered their heads, expressing their regret. Piccolo spoke up, "It seems we can no longer rely on Gero. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot withstand the combined might of two gods of destruction and angels. They are the pinnacle of combat prowess across the universes." Krillin added, "Even so, Gero is indeed formidable. So formidable that it requires both gods of destruction and angels to confront him." The others nodded in agreement, realizing just how rapidly Gero had progressed. To describe his growth as meteoric would be an understatement. In just a few short months, he had reached the zenith of combat strength within the universe, truly terrifying. Yet, this was not the time to discuss Gero. They could always hold a grand funeral for him later. The immediate challenge was the 4-star dragon that lay before them. Wukong turned to Vegeta and proposed, "Vegeta, let us fuse." The suddenness of the suggestion caught Vegeta off guard, nearly causing him to stumble into the molten rock below. It was akin to asking a girl on a date to go straight to a hotel room. Who would agree to such a thing? Vegeta's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "Absolutely not. Kakarot, I shall defeat the enemy with my own strength. I will not resort to such underhanded tactics again." Despite Wukong's earnest attempts to persuade him, Vegeta stubbornly turned his head away, refusing to acquiesce. The four-star dragon, witnessing the delay amidst their numbers, interjected. If you do not act soon, I shall. With that, the four-star dragon gathered a blazing orange energy sphere in its palm. The group immediately sensed the impending danger and turned their gaze toward the threat. Vegeta discerned the immense power emanating from the sphere. It was beyond their capacity to counter. If that energy sphere were to strike, most of them would surely perish. After a brief moment of hesitation, Vegeta commanded, Kakarot, toss me the earrings. Sun Wukong, filled with joy and grateful for the assistance provided by the four-star dragon, swiftly threw the earrings to Vegeta. He donned them immediately. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy was unleashed from the four-star dragon's palm. However, the fusion of Vegeta and Sun Wukong was completed first, their bodies intertwined, giving rise to a new warrior clad in a blue-black bodysuit and white gloves, a super warrior. With a single hand, he swatted the energy sphere away. An energy orb plummeted onto a nearby planet, creating a terrifying chasm. The four-star dragon, intrigued by the formidable presence before him, ascended slowly into the sky to confront the super warrior. This being, a fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, shall henceforth be known as Vegito. With a sense of satisfaction, Vegito felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his limbs, as if he could effortlessly shatter a planet with his bare hands. On the other side, the four-star dragon remained unfazed, beckoning the main cast with a dismissive gesture. It matters not whether you come at me one by one or all together. None of you stand a chance against me. Vegito, seemingly provoked, vanished from his position in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the cute planet, Zhang Xiaoman had just departed from a banquet. Recently coerced into marriage, he still bore the weight of anxiety. After all, he aspired to be the strongest man in the Sea Dragon Ball universe. He could not allow romantic entanglements to hinder his ambitions. Moreover, there loomed the life-and-death battle against Whis. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength and locate the next evil dragon. Lacking a dragon radar, he resolved to find Goku and his companions first. With eyes closed, Zhang Xiaoman concentrated, seeking the energy signatures of Goku and the others. He pondered their situation. Could they resolve the threat posed by the evil dragon? Upon detecting their presence, Zhang Xiaoman executed an instantaneous movement, disappearing from sight. Chapter 71, Vegito vs. Four-star Dragon on the Holter planet. Vegito reappeared instantaneously before the four-star dragon, who had not anticipated such swiftness and was caught off guard. A powerful punch landed squarely on the four-star dragon's abdomen. The impact caused the dragon to double over, staggering backward. Vegito did not rush to pursue. Instead, he took a moment to stretch and loosen his joints, which cracked and popped. Oh, what's the matter, four-star dragon? I thought you were strong. Where has that bravado gone? The four-star dragon wiped a trickle of saliva from his mouth, a wicked smile spreading across his face. You possess some intrigue. You've successfully piqued my excitement. With a swift motion, the wings of the four-star dragon unfurled, and he vanished without warning. The collision of their two forms reverberated through the air, creating ripples. The sounds of their fists and feet clashing echoed like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. They battled from the skies down to the ground, the force of their strikes carving deep fissures into the earth. Vegito, with his robust physique, remained unperturbed by the searing heat of the lava. After another exchange of blows, they instinctively created distance between them. Vegito, brimming with exhilaration, declared, "It's time to unleash my true prowess, four-star dragon." The four-star dragon, equally relishing the clash, cackled wildly. Yes, indeed. This is it. Vegito, the testing phase is over. I shall reveal my true power. Simultaneously, both warriors elevated their energy to its zenith. Oh, they howled in unison. Vegito's hair elongated, surrounded by crackling electricity as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. The four-star dragon enveloped himself in a fiery, orange aura. In the blink of an eye, the fists of the two opponents clashed once more, unleashing a powerful shockwave that gouged a massive crater into the ground. This tremendous force sent the onlookers tumbling through the air, some plummeting into molten lava, while others were cast into the abyss of outer space, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. Piccolo remarked, "This power is overwhelming. Such a battle is beyond our capacity to intervene." Gohan then inquired, "Who would prevail? My father or the four-star dragon?" Piccolo pondered briefly. "I am uncertain. Their current strengths appear evenly matched. The contest now hinges on their endurance. The one who falters first shall be the vanquished." Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression turned grave as he redirected his gaze toward the battlefield. There, two distinct energy waves collided once again, generating a force so immense it threatened to tear the planet asunder. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. Vegeta and the four-star dragon simultaneously distanced themselves from one another. The four-star dragon suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, is this truly all your power, Vegeta?" To which Vegeta retorted without reservation, "Indeed, but have you not exerted your utmost as well?" The four-star dragon shook his head, declaring, "No. My strength has evolved not long ago. I have birthed an eternal flame that can incinerate all. That is my ultimate trump card. Allow me to show you my true power." With that, the four-star dragon conjured a massive fireball in his hand and addressed Vegeta, "Prepare to receive my fiery assault." Vegeta, refusing to be complacent, bent his body and placed his hands behind him, swiftly gathering a tenfold Kamehameha to counter the attack. Tenfold Kamehameha. Anticipated explosions failed to materialize. As the two forces collided, the Kamehameha was instantly reduced to mere sparks. The fiery attack surged toward Vegeta, imbued with a cataclysmic aura. In astonishment, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to evade the oncoming inferno. The fiery assault, trailing a lengthy tail, collided with a small asteroid, transforming it into a colossal fireball that swiftly turned to ash, vanishing in an instant. "What?" gasped the main characters, including Vegeta, all of them aghast with mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. The adversary's words rang true. His flames could indeed consume everything. How could they possibly win now? A palpable sense of despair loomed over the protagonists, as if they had been condemned to death, awaiting their inevitable demise. The four-star dragon laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Have you truly surrendered your fighting spirit, Vegeta?" Vegeta, appearing as wilted as a frost-bitten plant, lowered his head in silence, yet his mind raced with strategies. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Not yet." Four-star dragon. It resembled Cell's voice. The group turned to see the source, Cell himself. Zhang Xiaoman had just arrived via instant transmission. "It seems I have arrived just in time." Vegeta exclaimed, "What? Cell, I thought you were dead?" Gohan, equally startled, gasped, "What the hell? Were you not slain by the god of destruction?" The devoted subordinates, androids 17 and 18, cast concerned glances. Zhang Xiaoman, visibly displeased, retorted, surprised, "Are you?" "Indeed. I could not defeat them, yet did I not manage to escape?" This proclamation struck the crowd like thunder. How could this be possible? To have fled from the onslaught of two gods of destruction and angels? Such a notion was utterly fantastical. It was akin to an infant escaping from a besieged house. Noticing that the crowd remained enraptured by astonishment, Zhang Xiaoman cleared his throat twice, pulling everyone back to reality. "Ahem. Enough about how I escaped. Should we not unite to confront the four-star dragon?" Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, promptly beginning to elucidate the abilities of the four-star dragon to Gero. Vegeta spoke, "This malevolent dragon's power rivals my own. The true challenge lies in its flames. Those flames appear capable of incinerating all, including energy blasts." Zhang Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement. "Just as I anticipated, the four-star dragon's strength is intertwined with the power of rules. Flames that can consume all. Can they melt the ice skills I acquired from the three-star dragon? Which is stronger, your fire or my ice?" Zhang Xiaoman suddenly felt a surge of eagerness. Upon noticing another monstrous figure approaching, the four-star dragon declared, "I reiterate, it matters not how many approach. No one, not even a deity, can withstand the onslaught of my flames." The protagonist group wore serious expressions. Piccolo remarked, "The four-star dragon speaks the truth. Its flames harbor the power of rules, capable of incinerating anyone. What shall we do about Gohan?" Cheru's arrival was not in vain. Piccolo asserted, "No, at the very least, he can lead us to safety. After all, he escaped unscathed from the siege of the gods of destruction and angels. He must possess a secret weapon for escape." Hearing his teammates' discussions, Zhang Xiaoman interjected, "Escape? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. The four-star dragon, is it? Let it come forth." Chapter 72, Gero versus the four-star dragon. Universe 11. The abode of the god of destruction, Vermouth. Gods of destruction periodically enter a state of slumber, during which they sleep for extended periods. Upon awakening, they typically venture forth to wreak havoc upon planets, maintaining cosmic balance. At this moment, Vermouth was awake yet unable to leave. In a fit of rage, Vermouth swept the food from the table onto the floor, exclaiming, "Damn Sheru, preventing my departure and forcing me into a wall of shame by the Grand Priest." Margarita attempted to console, "Do not be upset, Vermouth. Our vendetta will surely be avenged. Sheru, devoid of the power of rules, stands no chance against Whis. Ultimately, he too shall meet the fate of obliteration." With a sigh, Vermouth replied, "You do not understand, Margarita. The inability to avenge in person leaves me feeling unsettled." No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a formidable presence approaching. A red arc of light streaked across the sky, landing before Vermouth. The visitor was none other than the super warrior Jiren from Universe 11. "What brings you here, Jiren?" Vermouth inquired, puzzled. Expressionless, Jiren remarked that the malevolent and formidable presence of Cell perpetually unsettled his peace of mind. He yearned for the angel Margarita to transport him to Universe 12. Although he recognized he was no match for Cell, he believed he could seize an opportunity to strike when Cell was distracted and unguarded. For the sake of justice, he was willing to forsake everything, including his very identity. Upon hearing this, Wei Mei felt a surge of joy, having just lamented his inability to avenge himself against Cell. The opportunity had now presented itself. Yet, he understood the necessity of maintaining the dignity befitting a god of destruction. "Very well, Jiren," he cautioned. "Be aware that I am undertaking this endeavor at the risk of being discovered by the Grand Minister. You must seize this chance." With clenched fists, Jiren resolved that Cell's demise was inevitable. On planet Oat, the 4-star dragon addressed Zhang Xiaoman, saying, "Oh, whether it is you or the earlier Vegeta, anyone can boast. When confronted with my flames, you fled in disgrace. To me, you are merely a troop of buffoons. However, it appears you have not taken this battle seriously. I shall elevate the stakes for you." With that, the 4-star dragon waved his hand, conjuring a colossal ring of fire that ensnared the protagonists, including Zhang Xiaoman. Within its fiery embrace, the searing flames inflicted pain upon their faces. The 4-star dragon boasted, "This circle of flames will continually constrict. So, if you wish to spare your friends from being reduced to ashes, you had best reveal your true prowess, and we shall settle this." Indeed, the fiery ring began to shrink. The 4-star dragon glanced at Vegeta, warning, "Do not even think of escaping with instant transmission. The moment I sense your intent to flee, I shall eliminate one of your companions. No matter how swift your instant transmission, you cannot possibly transport everyone in an instant, can you?" Haha. The mood of the group plummeted at this revelation. What could they do? All hope rested upon Cell. As the fire ring continued to contract, the group employed various energy blasts and techniques to resist, attempting to delay the inevitable encroachment of the flames. Despite their efforts, they could not prevent the heat from drawing nearer. Observing this dire situation, Zhang Xiaoman, though burdened with pressure, defiantly scoffed at the 4-star dragon. "Humph. Very well. I am prepared to face the challenge of greater difficulty. I shall eliminate you before the flames reach us." The 4-star dragon, unabashed, retorted, "Such arrogance. Bring it on." In the next moment, the two figures collided. However, the 4-star dragon's physical form was utterly unable to withstand Cell's might, sent reeling by a single kick. Struggling to regain his balance, he coughed up blood. Vegeta and the others, witnessing this scene, were filled with unexpected delight. A single kick could so severely wound the 4-star dragon. Did that not present a chance to defeat him? Realizing he was outmatched in close combat, the 4-star dragon resorted to his power of rules, enveloping himself in scorching flames. "Now, how will you contend with me? You dare not withstand this blow." As the 4-star dragon unleashed his ultimate technique, the hearts of the onlookers raced in trepidation. Zhang Xiaoman scoffed, "Do you truly possess the power of rules? I do as well. Let us see whether your fire is stronger than my ice." As she exhaled softly, her body was instantly enveloped in crystalline armor resembling ice. The armor emanated an aura of frigidness, akin to ice that had not melted for millennia. The members of the protagonist group observed this spectacle with a mix of envy and resentment, pondering where this Shalu had acquired such a diverse array of skills. They dared not become distracted, as they still needed to fend off the encroaching flames. The 4-star dragon roared and charged at Shalu, its blue fist colliding with the red fist. Boom! The flames, capable of consuming all, clashed against the ice that would never melt. What happens when a spear meets a shield? The two forces collided, releasing a blinding light. The very fabric of space seemed to warp, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Miraculously, the two forces neutralized each other. The four-star dragon was aghast. How could this be? My flames can incinerate everything, yet they vanish upon encountering his ice. Could his ice also be a form of rule power, specifically countering mine? Do not lose focus, four-star dragon. Zhang Xiaoman called out, swiftly approaching the four-star dragon. Realizing that Shalu, clad in ice armor, was drawing near, the four-star dragon dared not slacken its efforts and immediately unleashed its ultimate technique, the Realm of Flames. Hellish flames erupted around it, transforming the surrounding area into a world of fire. What Realm of Flames? I can do that too. Zhang Xiaoman swiftly summoned the power of rules obtained from the three-star dragon to counter it. With a mighty shout, she declared, Realm of Ice. A chilling aura burst forth, enveloping her in an intensely cold atmosphere, condensing the surrounding water vapor into ice crystals. Zhang Xiaoman surged towards the four-star dragon, imbued with the formidable energy of her domain. The two realms began to collide, and upon contact, the edges of their powers twisted before ultimately fading into nothingness. However, setting aside the power of rules, Zhang Xiaoman's strength was vastly superior. The four-star dragon found itself being relentlessly pushed back. Step by step, Zhang Xiaoman approached the four-star dragon. What a pity, four-star dragon. It seems I am indeed the stronger one. The four-star dragon's face contorted in despair. It had never imagined that anyone could possess such formidable strength. Zhang Xiaoman remained vigilant, for after defeating him, she still needed to extract the Dragon Balls and absorb his cells to gain the power of flames. The benefits were plentiful, and Zhang Xiaoman was not inclined to prolong the encounter. She prepared to deliver the final blow to the four-star dragon. Suddenly, a dark red light tore through the night sky. A wave of dark red energy, exuding a sense of cataclysm, pierced through Shalu's back. Chapter 73, Shalu's Counterattack. The dim cosmos was rent apart, and Jiren was transported by the angel to the vicinity of Universe 12, where Shalu resided. Jiren had not anticipated that upon being sent to Universe 12, he would encounter such an opportune moment. Shalu, that nefarious being, was engaged in battle with another. Yet, this was not the ideal time for a stealthy assault. Jillian resembled a patient hunter, poised to seize the opportune moment. He concealed his presence, meticulously observing the state of the battlefield. When is the prey most vulnerable to defense? It is precisely when it hunts other quarry. As the formidable lion sank its teeth into the zebra's throat, the patient hunter raised the ominous muzzle of his weapon. Now is the moment. Jillian's fingers coalesced a dark red energy sphere aimed at Cell, unleashing it without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, it pierced through Cell's back. However, this was merely an appetizer. Jillian lifted his hand high, gathering more energy orbs with success. He understood Cell's regenerative capabilities. To eradicate him, not a single cell must remain. Super ultra hot electromagnetic. The dark red waves struck Cell's form. Cell was thrust towards the molten lava below. The dark red waves propagated, forming a vast crater in the ground, followed by a tremendous explosion. Boom! A resounding roar echoed, raising countless scalding clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the earth bore a terrifying gash. Cell's fate remained uncertain. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The speed was so astonishing that everyone seemed momentarily stunned. The protagonists initially believed victory was assured, but the tide shifted dramatically. After a fleeting moment of sorrow, Vegeta took the initiative. He angrily confronted Jillian, questioning, "Who are you to engage in such underhanded tactics against Cell?" Jillian smirked disdainfully and replied, "Are you allies of Cell? If so, what of it?" Vegeta responded defiantly, "Then you shall perish too." With that, Jillian charged at Vegeta, stepping into the fiery circle's radius. The two instantly became entangled in combat. Fortunately, Jillian lacked the power of rules, rendering their struggle rather straightforward, merely a clash of flesh. Boom, boom, boom. Though it was a battle of bodies, a series of sparks erupted in the cosmos. The four-star dragon observed this scene with confusion, uncertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he endeavored to regain his strength. With Cell's fate hanging in the balance, none could escape his unquenchable flames. He would have no rival. Within the fiery circle, the protagonists joined forces to confront Jillian. The battle raged fiercely, with waves of light being unleashed continuously. Yet, Jillian's formidable physique and power rendered them inadequate, despite their numbers. They were still no match. Only Vegeta could exchange a few blows with him, but gradually, he began to falter. The fiery circle drew ever closer. Vegeta urgently exclaimed, "Newcomer, Stop fighting. The flames are advancing. Soon we shall all be incinerated. Jillian persisted relentlessly, declaring, for the sake of justice, what of sacrificing our lives? Vegeta felt frantic, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. He sought to exploit the brief respite of the four-star dragon to escape with everyone. However, Jillian remained locked in combat with him, leaving no opportunity for instantaneous movement. In the moment of despair, a familiar figure emerged before the crowd, none other than Cell. Vegeta exclaimed joyfully, "Cell, it's wonderful to see you. You're alive." The others shared expressions of elation. It turned out that after being struck, Zhang Xiaoman swiftly employed the Ultra Instinct technique, evading the fatal blow. Nevertheless, he sustained significant injuries, requiring a brief period to recuperate. That damn Jiren. I wasn't seeking trouble with you, yet you dare provoke me. How infuriating. Zhang Xiaoman remarked coldly, "Leave this to me." Upon witnessing Cell's survival, the four-star dragon ceased his respite, eager for assistance against Cell, thus rejoining the fray. With pursuers in front and obstacles behind. One side comprised the malevolent dragon wielding the power of rules, while the other was the mightiest warrior of Universe 11, Jiren. The surrounding fiery circle continued to encroach. Zhang Xiaoman had not anticipated finding himself in such dire straits. His strategy was straightforward, to withstand Jiren's assaults with sheer physical resilience, as his attacks lacked the power of rules, and then to exert all his strength to vanquish the four-star dragon. Although he would incur injuries, his formidable regenerative abilities would prevent them from being fatal. Resolute, Zhang Xiaoman bellowed, "Ah!" The golden aura enveloped with white spiritual energy manifested as he transformed into Ultra Instinct Cell, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The four-star dragon, upon witnessing this spectacle, immediately summoned the power of rules within him to counter. Inferno Domain, his entire being transformed into a realm of flames. Jiren was not idle either, seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of terrifying energy blasts towards Cell. The densely packed energy orbs, exuding a menacing aura, hurtled towards Zhang Xiaoman. The protagonists were preoccupied with the encroaching fiery circle, unable to attend to anything else. Although Zhang Xiaoman activated Ultra Instinct, evading most of Jiren's attacks, a few still struck him, inflicting varying degrees of injury and causing purple blood to trickle from his lips. Witnessing this, the others cried out in concern, "Cell?" It was not that he could not evade. Rather, he could not afford to expend energy in evasion, lest the four-star dragon escape. Zhang Xiaoman harnessed the power of ice to neutralize the Inferno Domain's force and approached the four-star dragon. Enduring the pain, he delivered a punch that penetrated the dragon's body. Subsequently, he extracted and consumed some cells. In an instant, a surge of new strength enveloped Zhang Xiaoman. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. He had achieved a new evolution, successfully mastering the power of fire. With this newfound strength, he acted decisively, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated the four-star dragon, from which rolled a dark four-star Dragon Ball. Having secured the Dragon Ball, Zhang Xiaoman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Now it's your turn, Jiren." With mastery over the power of fire, a mere wave of his hand caused the fiery circle, which threatened the protagonists, to vanish into thin air. The burden upon them was suddenly alleviated. Vegeta raised his thumb in approval towards Zhang Xiaoman. "Indeed, it's you, Shallow," Piccolo exclaimed joyfully. "Clint has been saved." The praises from teammates flowed continuously. Meanwhile, Jiren wore a grave expression, inwardly lamenting the dire situation. Shallow had managed to defeat his opponent, and now he was free to confront him. Instinctively, he began to retreat. Zhang Xiaoman taunted, "What's the matter? Even a righteous warrior can feel fear? Or is your justice merely a facade, a blind righteousness devoid of discernment?" Jiren was left speechless by the accusation, but prepared himself for a desperate struggle. "Enough talk. Let us fight." Zhang Xiaoman was eager to test his newfound power, which he had long sought. In an instant, their fists collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that ravaged everything in its path. After the exchange, both fighters swiftly distanced themselves. Jiren mocked, "You're not so impressive yourself. That punch of yours was on par with mine." Zhang Xiaoman replied with a smile, "Who said that punch was merely a test of strength against you?" A sense of foreboding enveloped Jiren as he felt the temperature in his hand rise. To his horror, he discovered a small flame had crept up his arm, a flame imbued with the power of rules, capable of incinerating all. Zhang Xiaoman coldly remarked, "In the moment I struck you, I left behind 4 or 5 sparks. Now, you shall perish in agony. Chapter 74, Apologies. What use are they if we need the police? On the planet Oat, Jiren observed the flames dancing upon him with a serious demeanor. He had learned from Vegeta that this was no ordinary fire, and thus he sought every means to extinguish it. With a mighty roar, he bellowed, "Extinguish!" His body erupted with energy, unleashing a torrent of chaotic force. However, the flames clung to him as if bonded by an unbreakable tie, refusing to dissipate. Desperation set in as Jiren began to strike himself in a frenzy. His red battle attire swirled in the vacuum of space, yet no matter how fiercely he struck, the flames grew larger and more unyielding. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a being of fire. The excruciating pain elicited heart-wrenching screams. The agony is unbearable. From a distance, Zhang Xiaoman watched coldly as Jiren battled against himself, even resorting to a treacherous assault on his own being, infusing each strike with lethal intent. How could he ever forgive him? The notion that Jiren might perish in the flames was nothing more than a consequence of his own actions. Just as Jiren prepared to embrace his impending doom, the sky was torn open, and from the rift emerged the angelic Makalita, her twin tails flowing gracefully. She gazed at Zhang Xiaoman and implored, "Enough, Shalu. This must come to an end. I apologize for Jiren's actions. Spare his life." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman, displeased by the divine figure's lofty demeanor, retorted, "No. He sought to kill me first. Why should I grant him mercy?" Makarita closed her eyes, seemingly suppressing her fury, and spoke, "Shalu, have I not already apologized for Jillian's actions? What more do you desire? What more?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of anger. He despised the lofty demeanor of the divine, as if all things in this world belonged to them. He exclaimed with indignation, "He wishes for my life. You think a mere apology can resolve this matter? Absolutely impossible. Allow me to show you what I intend to do." With that, Zhang Xiaoman lightly gestured towards Jillian, and with a thunderous roar, the flames engulfing Jillian blazed even fiercer. Jillian's agonized wails echoed through the sky. His physical form was robust, yet at this moment, he was akin to a cursed being, merely prolonging the flames that consumed him. All he desired was a swift end. "Makarita, just kill me." Seeing Jillian's plight, Makarita couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. Shala's actions were a slap in her face. How could she endure this? For the first time in millennia, a being dared to challenge the dignity of a deity. She struck her staff with force, her voice laced with fury. "Shalu, you must comprehend the gravity of your actions. You are defying the majesty of the divine. Consider the consequences of your actions. It is not too late to cease." Among the protagonist group, some could no longer remain silent, urging Zhang Xiaoman, "Shalu, stand down. Provoking a deity will yield no benefits. Conversely, the divine are at fault, and seeking recompense now is the prudent course. There is no need to oppose the divine for the sake of fleeting satisfaction. The wrath of the divine is beyond your endurance." Logically, they were correct, but as a traveler, Zhang Xiaoman understood that one must not yield to tyranny. Not even the divine. "My life is mine to govern, not dictated by heaven." With a snap of his fingers, a crisp sound rang out, and the flames surrounding Jillian intensified, transforming into a colossal fireball that instantaneously enveloped him. Jillian's cries ceased abruptly, marking the fall of the most formidable being in the 11th universe. Angel Makarita trembled with rage, her finger quivering as she pointed at Zhang Xiaoman. "You will pay for this." She dared not retaliate against him, for the high priest had confined her, and her escape was already a defiance of his will. Should she commit further acts of violence, the high priest's punishment would be beyond her capacity to bear. Zhang Xiaoman was aware of this, which emboldened him to act brazenly before her. At this moment, Jillian had been reduced to ashes, rendering Makarita's presence meaningless. She tore through the fabric of space, entering it and returning to the 11th universe. With the dust settling, the members of the protagonist group gathered around. Vegeta spoke, "Shalu, well done. I commend your courage." Piccolo, having once been a deity on Earth and understanding the terror of the divine, cautioned, "However, Shalu, be wary of the divine's retribution. This matter is far from over." Gohan added, "It's all right, Shalu. Regardless of the circumstances, we stand by your side." With a sense of helplessness, Klin remarked that matters had spiraled beyond control, and it was best to let things unfold as they may. Listening to the encouraging words of the main characters, Zhang Xiaoman felt a warm glow in his heart. Despite their relatively weaker abilities, at the very least, they stood united. In this critical moment, there was no betrayal, which brought him comfort. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman and his companions obtained the 4-star Dragon Ball and departed from Hout Planet aboard their spaceship, guided by the Dragon Radar in search of the next malevolent dragon. For Zhang Xiaoman, enhancing his strength was of paramount importance, especially with only a little over 2 months remaining before his duel with Weiss. During their flight, Zhang Xiaoman, as the strongest member of the fleet, took it upon himself to instruct the main characters in their training. He devised tailored training regimens for each individual, resulting in a significant leap in their prowess. Notably, Vegeta unlocked the Super Saiyan Blue form. The members of the main group expressed their gratitude towards Cell, but Vegeta remained sullen. One day, while fiddling with his earrings, he tentatively inquired of Zhang Xiaoman if there was a way to separate them. Meanwhile, at the residence of the God of Destruction in Universe 11, Vermid, in a fit of rage, overturned a table. How dare Cell kill my people in front of me? How audacious to challenge the authority of a deity. I shall go and eliminate him at once. However, Margarita swiftly restrained Vermid and cautioned, "No, Vermid. The Grand Minister has confined us. You must understand the consequences of defying his orders." Vermid forcefully broke free from her grasp, declaring, "I care not for such matters. Cell must die regardless." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Margarita, and she proposed, "We need not sully our hands directly with Cell's demise." Vermid, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Margarita elucidated, "We could enlist the help of the strongest assassin in the entire 12 universes." Realization dawned on Vermid as he recalled a formidable figure in Universe 6, the assassin Hit, who wielded a fragment of time's power and specialized in stealth. To date, he had an impeccable success rate. Elated, Vermid exclaimed, "Yes. How could I have forgotten? Let us contact Universe 6 at once and send Hit to eliminate that wretched creature. So, as for the reward, I shall ensure it is provided." Chapter 75, The Malevolent 5-Star Dragon. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, 2 spaceships traversed at light speed. Vegeta had been troubled lately, pondering how to separate himself. Surely, he could not face Chi-Chi and Bulma in such a manner. The embarrassment would be insufferable. Perhaps Cell, being the most extraordinary presence in the evil dragon extermination fleet, might possess a solution. Thus, Vegeta approached the cockpit, where Zhang Xiaoman was situated. As Zhang Xiaoman busily pressed an array of colorful buttons on the screen to plot their course, Vegeta inquired, "Cell, do you have any way to separate us?" Zhang Xiaoman discerned the embarrassment of Beijite and spoke up, "I have a solution, but I wonder if you dare to try it." Intrigued, Beijite inquired, "What is your method?" Zhang Xiaoman replied, "I will swallow you." Beijite exclaimed, "What?" In truth, Zhang Xiaoman's words were not without foundation, having absorbed the cells of the demon. His bodily environment had become similar to theirs. In the original narrative, when Beijite entered the body of the demon, his unique physique allowed him to successfully separate from Beijite, dividing into 2. Now, to dissolve the fusion of the earrings, one merely needed to replicate the previous action. The thought process of Super Science is inherently unconventional. After a moment of shock, they seemed to accept this notion with ease. Beijite declared, "Go ahead and swallow me, but do not forget to release us. Also, considering our strength, will we not choke you?" Zhang Xiaoman was nearly knocked over by their audacity, privately lamenting that none of the Scions were quite normal, as they so readily embraced this peculiar idea. Moreover, his intention of swallowing did not imply what they envisioned. Their imagination was indeed audacious. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman enveloped Beijite in a mass of flesh and activated a protective shield. The mass of flesh returned to Zhang Xiaoman's body. Indeed, upon entering his form, Beijite's stature diminished, successfully reverting to their separate states. With precise control, Zhang Xiaoman expelled the 2 from his mouth. The moment they emerged, they were filled with exhilaration. "Vegeta, you are incredible. We are finally apart. I shall never again use those earrings." Goku exclaimed, "You truly are formidable." Even such a conundrum was effortlessly resolved. It seems any wish can be fulfilled. Zhang Xiaoman felt speechless, realizing that these 2 had mistaken him for the Dragon Balls. With a sigh, he gazed at the ship's screen. They were approaching the next planet of the evil dragons, Elec. The inhabitants of this planet bore a resemblance to those of Earth, and their technological advancement was akin to that of Earth. However, in contrast to Earth's environment, this place suffered from perpetual rain and frequent thunderstorms. The cities, though filled with towering structures, were all equipped with lightning rods. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the misty rain, clad in a purple trench coat, purple boots, and possessing purple skin with a bald head. This was Hit, the one sent to carry out the mission. He was the strongest in the 6th universe and also the most lethal assassin therein, renowned for his ability to kill with a single strike. Before his departure, he received enhancements from the Angel, for his raw power was inferior to Jiren's. In order to eliminate Cell, the Angel Margarita granted him additional temporal abilities. On the other hand, Hit was determined. He understood that intelligence was paramount in assassination. Upon learning that the target was Cell, he immediately departed from the 6th universe, utilizing the Kai's time-space ring to arrive in the 12th universe. The moment he arrived in the 12th universe, he began gathering intelligence on Cell. Upon discovering that Cell's objective was to collect the evil Dragon Balls, Hit commenced his search for the traces of the evil dragons. At last, traces of malevolent dragon activity have been uncovered on the planet Ilek. Consequently, he lay in wait, poised to seize an opportunity on this celestial body. His behavioral patterns bore a striking resemblance to those of a long-lost acquaintance with flowing white hair. In the heart of Lake City on Ilek, torrential rain poured down, intermittently accompanied by flashes of lightning. A creature, corpulent and reminiscent of both a dragon and a bird, with a dark crimson hue, wreaked havoc upon the city. A colossal glass orb adorned its abdomen, embellished with 5 black stars. The inhabitants of Ilek dispatched numerous troops to engage in battle, yet all were swiftly vanquished by the beast. Moreover, this monster possessed an innate affinity for lightning, exuding a viscous substance that absorbed the city's electrical energy as if it were sustenance. Since its arrival on this planet, it had systematically obliterated several cities, leaving devastation and despair in its wake. The Ilekians found themselves utterly helpless against it. At that moment, its objective was the lightning coursing through the skies above the city, as well as the city's power supply. With each bolt of lightning it consumed, its form expanded further, ultimately surpassing the height of towering edifices, transforming into a monstrosity akin to Godzilla. Ilek sent forth several fighter jets to launch an assault. Yet each missile struck the creature's dark red skin without inflicting the slightest damage, akin to a drop of water in the ocean. Amidst this chaos, Hitter found himself within the city, his heart ablaze with anxiety, his fists clenched so tightly that his fingertips turned white. Where was that rascal Cell? I can scarcely contain myself. I must eliminate this 5-star dragon. Although Hitter was a killer, his heart was kind, valuing righteousness. In the original narrative, he had deliberately allowed Manaka, a fighter of significantly lesser strength, to triumph in a bid to repay a debt of gratitude to Goku. As he witnessed the innocent humans wailing in agony upon this planet, he felt the urge to intervene intensifying. He reminded himself, just 5 more minutes. If Cell does not appear in 5 minutes, I shall take matters into my own hands and vanquish this beast. Time ticked away, the relentless rain cloaking the cries of suffering, ordinary people. Hitter waited in a dimly lit alley, the optimal location for an assault. Not far away, the massive 5-star dragon continued to absorb electricity, demolishing buildings as it advanced closer to Hitter's position. With a sudden stomp of his foot, Hitter declared, "Enough. The 5 minutes are up. I shall devise another plan for Cell." He turned his gaze toward the 5-star dragon, ready to unleash his ultimate technique, flash time. Suddenly, a spacecraft pierced through the thick clouds, accompanied by sunlight, descending into the city. The arrival was none other than the malevolent Dragon Extermination Army, led by Zhang Xiaoman. Warriors from Earth emerged one by one from the ship, including Zhang Xiaoman, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and androids 17 and 18, all standing resolutely in a line. Zhang Xiaoman, observing the grotesque form of the evil 5-star dragon still feasting upon the city's electricity, pointed an accusatory finger at it and exclaimed, "Still eating? We've come to put an end to you." Chapter 76, The Invisible Enemy. Ilek Planet. After the spaceship broke through the dense clouds, the rain in the sky paused for merely a moment before pouring down once more with relentless ferocity. The 5-star dragon, gazing at the individuals above him, revealed a wicked smile. He addressed the protagonists, exclaiming, "Indeed, the aura you exude is exhilarating. I can hardly resist the impulse to absorb your energy. Especially that creature standing in the center, the aura emanating from you is remarkably potent and enticing." Upon hearing the malevolent dragoness words, Zhang Xiaoman mused inwardly, "What a coincidence. I too wish to absorb you and seize the power you possess." Naturally, such thoughts were not to be uttered in his presence. Zhang Xiaoman retorted to the five-star dragon, "Enough with the idle chatter, let us get to the fight. I have matters to attend to after dealing with you." At this moment, Vegeta once again stepped forward, taking hold of Zhang Xiaoman, who was eager to join the fray, and said, "Allow me to take the lead. I can scout his abilities first. Previously, I suffered greatly due to my ignorance of the evil dragon's powers." Zhang Xiaoman contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the wisdom of the Saiyan prince in battle. "Very well, you may go first." Thus, Vegeta swiftly entered the fray once more. Confronted by the colossal five-star dragon, akin to Godzilla, Vegeta initiated a close-quarters combat to test the opponent's physical resilience. With a sudden leap, Vegeta struck the five-star dragon in the abdomen. The dragon's body was like quicksand, ensnaring Vegeta's arm. With a mighty roar, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Breaking free from the grasp, he then launched another attack against the five-star dragon. In his transformed state, Vegeta's strength surged significantly, each blow amplifying in ferocity multiple times. The five-star dragon, whose strengths did not lie in physical prowess, was forced to retreat repeatedly, causing numerous buildings to collapse in the process. After landing another punch, Vegeta distanced himself and declared, "What a pathetic creature you are, five-star dragon. You must be the weakest among the evil dragons." Just as Zhang Xiaoman was about to caution his companions not to be complacent, they heard the sinister voice of the evil dragon echoing, "Ha! To think I would be underestimated. My true power does not reside in my physical form, but in the formidable force of lightning." Vegeta replied unwaveringly, "I anticipated as much." "Bring it on." The five-star dragon, unfazed, continued, "Do you know why I chose this planet?" Confusion swept over the group. But Zhang Xiaoman sensed an unsettling shift and instinctively activated a protective barrier around himself. Vegeta interjected, "Is it not because this planet is rife with thunderstorms, allowing you to absorb the lightning power?" The five-star dragon countered, "No, countless planets possess more lightning than this one. The true reason for my choice lies in the abundant rainfall here." A sudden thunderclap resonated through the sky. Zhang Xiaoman suddenly comprehended. Rainwater can conduct electricity. This place was inherently advantageous for the five-star dragon. He shouted urgently, "Everyone, dry yourselves off from the rain." Yet it was too late. The five-star dragon gently uttered, "Lightning domain." Countless arcs of electricity erupted throughout the city, and in an instant, the entire protagonist group fell victim to its might. The overwhelming currents surged through their bodies, rendering the less powerful Krillin and Piccolo unconscious. The other Saiyans and Zhang Xiaoman were also paralyzed. As for the ordinary citizens scattered throughout the city, they were utterly defenseless against such a formidable force and were instantaneously reduced to charred remains. In that moment, the streets were strewn with corpses. Zhang Xiaoman felt a pang of regret within him. How careless he had been. This surge of lightning was likely imbued with the power of rules. Otherwise, with his robust physique, how could such minor lightning inflict any harm upon him? Fortunately, he had activated a protective shield moments before, and the tingling sensation in his body began to dissipate, though regaining his former strength would undoubtedly require more time. Seeing his adversaries incapacitated, the five-star dragon gleefully proclaimed, "Ha ha! Anyone struck by my lightning will inevitably be paralyzed. My electricity is infused with the power of rules. While you are incapacitated, I shall absorb the energy from your bodies to augment my own, enabling me to unleash even more formidable attacks. In due course, the entire universe shall be mine to absorb." A wave of despair washed over the protagonist group. They lamented the sheer strength of each malevolent dragon and regretted not having confronted Cell directly. Yet now, paralyzed, their thoughts were futile. The five-star dragon began to spew forth a viscous red liquid, enveloping the members of the protagonist group. However, Zhang Xiaoman gradually regained his ability to move, stealthily breaking free and maneuvering his body to avoid detection by the five-star dragon. He resolved to pierce through the clouds, dispersing the accursed storm. If the rain ceased, the intensity of the lightning would diminish, thereby shortening the duration of his paralysis. With that, vanquishing the dragon would no longer pose a challenge. Furthermore, absorbing its rule-infused power would propel him significantly forward. Faced with Whis, his arsenal would expand. No longer hesitating, he summoned his strength and prepared to break through the cloud cover. Suddenly, however, he plummeted from the sky like a kite with a severed string. "What? I am injured once more." Zhang Xiaoman felt a chill in his chest, discovering a gaping wound the size of a hand. How could this be? I was utterly unaware. Given my current strength, there should be no one faster than I in this world. How did I sustain this injury, and when? Thud. Zhang Xiaoman fell onto the rain-soaked street. Struggling to rise, he pressed his hand against the palm-sized wound. The rules of lightning diminished his regenerative abilities, leaving his physical prowess diminished. He sensed an unseen adversary lurking in the shadows, a threat far greater than the 5-star dragon itself. At that moment, the 5-star dragon was busy absorbing the strength of the protagonist group, continuously augmenting itself. If it completed this process, its power would only grow stronger. The 5-star dragon observed Zhang Xiaoman, who had fallen to the ground, and began to expel a crimson viscous substance, seeking to absorb his strength. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman found himself ensnared in peril once more. His injured, barely recoverable body, a formidable opponent lurking unseen in the shadows. The paralyzing power imbued with lightning. The threat posed by the 5-star dragon. Each element was far from trivial, not to mention the uncertain fate of his comrades. Zhang Xiaoman felt the weight of pressure within. Confronted with the overwhelming torrent of crimson goo released by the 5-star dragon, he transformed his anxiety into resolve, declaring with a steady voice, "This is the battle I seek. Whoever it may be, let them come forth." Chapter 77, Gero, the 5-star dragon, 4-star dragon inferno. As he beheld the oncoming pink, viscous wave, Zhang Xiaoman exhaled a plume of flame. The moment the fire met the goo, it incinerated it completely. "Oh, not bad," remarked the 5-star dragon. "No wonder you dare to utter such bold words before me. It seems you possess some semblance of rule power. However, in my domain, you shall obediently lie on the ground." In the next instant, dazzling arcs of electricity erupted from the 5-star dragon, suffusing the entire city with the power of rules. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, ensnared by the lightning and pink goo, could scarcely muster their strength, and anxiously shouted, "Be careful, Gero." Zhang Xiaoman closed his eyes. Sensing that the wounds on his chest had healed significantly, he softly uttered, "Free and unfettered intent." A white ethereal energy surged throughout his being. Just as the electric currents were about to make contact with him, he vanished. In the state of free and unfettered intent, his speed was astonishing, outpacing even the lightning. However, his objective was not merely to evade the electric strikes, but to confront that invisible adversary. Indeed, that unseen opponent struck once more. Just as Zhang Xiaoman had successfully evaded, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A keen blade had severed it halfway. Purple blood gushed forth like a fountain. To make matters worse, the previously trailing electric currents surged forward once again. 100% paralysis. The lightning infused with rule power immediately assaulted his entire being. Zhang Xiaoman plummeted from the air once more. He felt a twinge of astonishment. How could his opponent strike him even in the state of free and unfettered intent? Was it as I surmised? Can they manipulate time? Could it be the angel Makalita? Zhang Xiaoman struggled to rise, clutching his neck, blood streaming from his fingertips. The 5-star dragon, witnessing this scene, was internally astounded. This fellow had withstood 2 of my lightning strikes without being incapacitated. The lightning infused with rule power is something even a deity would find hard to endure. Yet, this individual still manages to rise. How formidable must his body be? First, I must eliminate this being known as Gero. Without further hesitation, he disregarded the protagonist group, ceased his power absorption, and summoned all the lightning energy to coalesce into a wave of electric light in his mouth, containing the strength he had just absorbed from all individuals. A power capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet. He roared at Zhang Xiaoman, "Lightning strike." A torrent of blue lightning coalesced into a colossal dragon, surging towards Zhang Xiaoman with a ferocious roar. At that moment, his body was paralyzed, his recovery capabilities significantly diminished, and 2 critical wounds marred his chest and neck. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished 100 times over, yet his formidable physique spared him from immediate unconsciousness. To extricate himself from this state of paralysis, he was compelled to forcibly employ the 100-fold King Fist, urging his blood to circulate, enabling the execution of his various techniques. However, such an act would inflict irreversible damage upon his body. Nevertheless, he had no alternative, whether it be the 5-star dragon or the hidden foe lurking in the shadows. Anyone who dared provoke him would inevitably pay the price. Zhang Xiaoman bellowed 100 times. King Fist. Witnessing this unfold, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "No, Cell, your body cannot withstand this." He was acutely aware of the burdens this signature technique imposed, especially in a state of severe injury. It was tantamount to suicide. Yet, Zhang Xiaoman seemed impervious to the warning, continuing to summon his power. A crimson aura enveloped him entirely. The paralysis dissipated, and his injuries healed instantly. As the impending lightning strike approached, Zhang Xiaoman shouted, "Flame Domain, activate." Instantly, he was engulfed in a world of flames. This was a defensive measure against the enemy wielding temporal powers. No matter how formidable they were, could they dare encroach upon him? The flames, imbued with the force of rules, would consume all. As for the thunderous strike before him, Zhang Xiaoman initiated the ultimate freedom technique, enveloping himself in pure white energy, effortlessly liberating himself. The colossal dragon rod of lightning roared as it shattered the heavens, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion in the distance, obliterating a distant planet. Sun Wukong and Vegeta watched in astonishment, struck by Zhang Xiaoman's audacity. "Cell, you are astonishingly powerful. How could you evade so effortlessly? Is this truly the monster we have shared our days with?" That was the 100-fold King Fist, executed even in a state of severe injury. We are fortunate to count him as our ally. An enemy with such power would be truly terrifying. The 5-star dragon no longer exuded its previous nonchalance. It faced a formidable adversary. Attempting to unleash a lightning domain attack, it realized the rain surrounding Zhang Xiaoman was evaporated by his flames. Flee, only flee. The creature before him was far too powerful. Without hesitation, it propelled itself into the air with a powerful leap. Zhang Xiaoman, undeterred, grounded himself and proclaimed, "Kamehameha." The 5-star dragon, not known for its speed, cast a desperate glance behind, only to be met with a cerulean energy wave that pierced through its body, radiating brilliance. A Dragon Ball and a wing plummeted from the sky. The 5-star dragon was thus reduced to a mere wing. Zhang Xiaoman mused. Indeed, the hidden enemy did not intervene. It seems they fear my flame domain. With one adversary vanquished, Zhang Xiaoman's burdens lightened considerably. He dispelled the domain of flames for a simple reason. He intended to absorb the cells of the 5-star dragon. After all, it would be unthinkable to allow the flames to incinerate the cells to ashes. The deliberate act of leaving behind a wing of the 5-star dragon was a strategic move for this very moment. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoman was unperturbed by the potential retribution from hidden foes, for his grotesque regenerative capabilities had fully restored him. The adversary had only managed to sever half of his neck after exerting their utmost effort, indicating their corporeal strength was rather mediocre. Approaching the wing of the 5-star dragon, Zhang Xiaoman consumed its cells in one swift motion. Instantly, the power of the 5-star dragon began to meld with his own essence. Zhang Xiaoman awakened the power of the rules of lightning. A complete paralysis of his opponents ensued, be they human or divine. All fell equally before the might of his electrical prowess. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to absorb the strength of others through his mucilage, replenishing his own vitality. Zhang Xiaoman reflected on the substantial gains from this battle. However, the forced usage of the 100-fold King's Fist while in a severely injured state kept him in a state of lingering weakness, preventing his body from achieving its zenith. Yet, the battle was far from over. One foe still lurked in the shadows. Zhang Xiaoman retrieved the 5-star Dragon Ball and placed it into a shrinking capsule. Addressing his unseen adversary, he proclaimed, "As I anticipated, you have refrained from making a move. Are you fearful of my flames? Or have you realized that you are utterly immobilized? Do you feel the overwhelming fatigue coursing through your body, with immense power at your disposal, yet unable to wield it? There is no need for astonishment. The reason is simple. You have been poisoned." Chapter 78, Cell's Provocation. Since the onset of the battle between Cell and the 5-star dragon, Hit had remained hidden in the shadows. Seizing two opportune moments for a surprise attack, he made his move. Utilizing the time skip technique, he froze time. Originally capable of freezing for only a second, with the enhancement from Margarita, he could now freeze it for 15 seconds. During this brief interval, Hit struck Cell twice, once to the chest and once with a blade to the neck. Both strikes were fatal. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished twice over. Hit had not anticipated the formidable resilience of Cell's physique. Contemplating, he realized that to truly eliminate Cell, he must eradicate every last one of his cells. Observing the distant Cell unleashing the domain of flames, Hit dared not engage further. With the evil dragon dispatched, Hit acknowledged his inferiority and resolved to retreat, seeking another opportunity to strike. Just as he decided to activate his time-space ring to depart, he heard Cell's voice. The reason is simple. You have been poisoned. Poisoned? Hit scoffed. How could that be? I am the king of assassins. How could a mere toxin affect me? Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, as though all his strength had been siphoned away. He stumbled and sank to the ground. When was I poisoned? Hit's face contorted in shock as he watched Cell searching for him in the distance. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman was searching for the shadow of his hidden adversary. After the initial successful ambush, he had prepared himself for a second attack, intending to allow his opponent to approach, so he could administer the 2-star dragon poison, a toxin imbued with the essence of rule. Not wishing to reveal his strategy prematurely and arouse suspicion, he had only released a trace of the poison. Nonetheless, even this slight amount was sufficient to afflict his foe. Calculating the time, he deemed it was the moment for the poison to take effect. Thus, he ceased his concealment and began to disclose the truth to instill panic in his opponent, prompting them to reveal their vulnerabilities. At long last, in a narrow alley, Zhang Xiaoman beheld the incapacitated Hit. It dawned on him. His adversary was none other than Hit, the foremost assassin of the 6th universe, capable of manipulating time itself. As Zhang Xiaoman approached Hit, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. It seemed the gods of destruction were uniting against him, rendering his situation increasingly perilous. Yet, seeing the fallen Hit, he found a sense of relief. When soldiers come, let them battle. When water flows, let it be contained. Why ponder excessively? He should relish the feast before him. After all, Hit possessed a fragment of temporal power. Acquiring his cells would undoubtedly elevate Zhang Xiaoman's strength further. This was the very essence of time that even the Grand Priest sought to seal away. To regain even a portion of it brought him immense joy. Hit spoke. You have won. Go ahead and kill me. I am outmatched. The victor and the vanquished have nothing left to say. However, knowing who sent me to kill you is beyond your reach. As a professional assassin, Hit maintained an admirable code of conduct. Zhang Xiaoman, however, shook his head and replied, No, I do not intend to kill you, and I already know who commissioned your assassination. This is not my desire. After a brief pause, he continued, I merely seek some of your cells to relay certain information. Hit, somewhat incredulous, inquired, Really? But why? Zhang Xiaoman contemplated the futility of killing his opponent. He held a certain admiration for Hit, who had aided Goku during the Tournament of Power, an embodiment of gratitude. Furthermore, he believed sparing Hit would allow him to carry news to Margarita and the others, provoking them to send more assassins after him. This would enable him to absorb their cells one by one, facilitating his evolution. When the time came to confront Whis, he would surely be grateful for the reinforcements sent his way. Zhang Xiaoman addressed Hit, saying, Inform the angels that whoever they send, I shall handle them. 1. I will defeat. 2. I will vanquish as a pair. He then gestured amicably to Hit and insisted he relay both his exact words and the accompanying gesture to the angel, emphasizing its significance. Hit nodded in agreement. Without delay, Zhang Xiaoman tore a piece of flesh from Hit's forearm and consumed his cells. Having completed all of this, Zhang Xiaoman spoke. The toxins have been absorbed by me. You may leave now. Zhang Xiaoman was meticulous in his actions, leaving no room for error, and thus, Hit had no opportunity to linger and departed. As he left, the ring on his finger shimmered with light, and a circular halo illuminated beneath his feet, which vanished in an instant. Once Hit was gone, Zhang Xiaoman meticulously sensed the condition of his body. Indeed, the long-lost sensation had returned, the power of time. Although it was incomplete, he could now freeze time for a duration of 15 seconds. Coupled with his current strength, this could be a decisive technique against his opponents. Even when facing Whis, he now felt a sense of confidence. However, Zhang Xiaoman was acutely aware of some underlying issues with his body, having forcibly activated the 100-fold King's Fist to break free from the constraints of lightning. He felt as though he had overexerted himself, unable to maintain his peak condition. Although there were no visible injuries, Zhang Xiaoman knew that he was in a diminished state. With only a month remaining until the battle with Whis, his most pressing task was to find a way to heal his injuries and reclaim the powers of destruction and the rules of time and space. Zhang Xiaoman mused to himself, It seems I must return to the past, to a time when those individuals had no memory of Cell. I shall seize the opportunity to absorb the cells of the Destroyer God and the angels. Once again, I will restore the power of time and destruction. With this plan in mind, Zhang Xiaoman rescued the injured individuals, and after they consumed the magical beans, they promptly regained their strength. Together, they boarded a spaceship and departed from the planet. The water planet was a world comprised solely of oceans, dotted with small islands that served as gathering places for humanity. The inhabitants of the islands were fervently worshipping a goddess who floated in the air. She was a beautiful maiden, clad in a flowing robe, her long blue hair cascading down to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze. What drew particular attention was the dark orb upon her forehead, adorned with 6 stars. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged through the sky. The goddess immediately became vigilant, but upon recognizing the visitor, she relaxed her guard and expressed her displeasure. Earth Dragon, what do you want? The newcomer resembled a mole, with a pig-like snout and a round orb atop his head. He spoke. Have you not noticed that our kin have been slain? Someone is specifically targeting us for a brutal hunt. The maiden replied, and so what? The Earth Dragon continued. We could collaborate to eliminate that enemy together. The goddess retorted disdainfully, there is no need. I can handle this alone. After all, I am the Water Dragon. My very being is composed of water, and I can manipulate their lives at will. Chapter 79. The 6-star dragon mastering 2 powers. The Earth Dragon shifted his tone, ingratiatingly stating, I acknowledge the might of your water manipulation. But wouldn't an additional force provide extra assurance? I could remain by your side, occasionally launching surprise attacks. Wouldn't that be advantageous? The young girl scoffed. Humph, it's entirely unnecessary. Within me resides another form of power. I am the sole dragon among my 7 brothers who wields 2 types of rule-based strength. No matter who that person may be, they cannot defeat me. You would do well to leave at once. Your mere presence irks me. The Earth Dragon understood that the 6-star dragon, aside from its monstrous water manipulation abilities, also possessed the power of wind, which brought it here seeking refuge. Its wind could slice through space. Its water power could manipulate all forms of water, meaning that as long as one is a living being with blood coursing through their veins, they could be controlled, ultimately leading to dehydration and death. Conversely, the Earth Dragon, as a 7-star dragon, possessed only the singular rule of Earth, purely a defensive skill. Although its body had become remarkably resilient post-enhancement, it amounted to a mere skill of enduring blows, entirely ineffective. The Earth Dragon, displeased with the 6-star dragon, opted not to linger and turned to depart. However, the true strength of the 7-star dragon lay in its ability to possess others. Once it inhabited another's body, it could commandeer their powers. This was its terrifying advantage. The 7-star dragon glanced back at the 6-star dragon, snorted coldly, and declared, Today you disregard me. But tomorrow I shall render you insignificant. I shall seek a formidable entity to possess, and when that fiend has you quaking in fear, do not come seeking my aid. With that, the 7-star dragon vanished into the horizon. In Universe 11, at the location of the Destruction God, Margarita listened intently to Hit's report. Initially, everything was tranquil. However, upon hearing that the plan had failed and that Gero had successfully evaded capture once more, while also releasing Hit, her expression soured. Ultimately, when Hit repeated his defiant gesture towards her, Margarita's composure shattered completely. Shaking with fury, she proclaimed, Gero, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. It seems the time has come to execute that plan. In truth, she harbored a more secure strategy, but had refrained from implementing it due to its potentially devastating ramifications. Instead, she had opted for Hit to assassinate Gero. Now, incensed by Gero's provocations, she cast caution to the wind. This plan involved seeking out Broly, a being of unparalleled combat prowess. Every millennium, the strongest warrior in the universe emerges, characterized by a bloodthirsty, ferocious demeanor and an extraordinarily formidable fighting capability. This individual is none other than Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Margarita aimed to locate Broly from Universes 11 and 12, and subsequently fuse the two into an even mightier warrior. Although such a fusion could spiral out of control, the rampaging combined Broly would undoubtedly overpower Gero. Margarita instructed Hit, journey once more to Universe 12 and capture Broly. Remember, do not provoke him, for if you do, calamity shall ensue. Hit responded, Yes, Lady Margarita. In the vast cosmos, 2 spaceships were cruising at light speed. Zhang Xiaoman sat in the cockpit, deep in thought about the manner in which he should embark on his journey through time. His goal was simple, to return to the past, to make a wish with the Dragon Balls, and to absorb the cells of angels. In that moment, defeating the cells of the gods would become a trivial task. He thought of having Bulma create a time machine for him. After all, she had managed to craft one during the apocalypse, allowing Trunks to travel back in time to seek help. However, Zhang Xiaoman quickly dismissed this idea, realizing that time was of the essence. Only a month remained before the battle with Whis, leaving him no opportunity for preparation. Suddenly, he recalled the moment on King Kai's planet when, after absorbing Majin Buu, his scream had torn through the fabric of space-time. Indeed, he could traverse to other universes in this manner. Other universes also possessed Dragon Balls and Shenron. There was no need to traverse time itself. With this determination, Zhang Xiaoman resolved to find an open space, unleash his power, and embark on his cosmic journey. Just then, Vegeta approached, his expression indicating he had something to convey. He spoke. "Zero, the dragon radar indicates that two evil dragons are converging." This revelation caught Zhang Xiaoman off guard, and he hastily inquired about their location. Vegeta replied, "On planet Water, not far ahead." Zhang Xiaoman promptly commanded to head full speed towards planet Water. The plan for cosmic traversing would have to be postponed, for the opportunity to capture two evil dragons simultaneously was a rare one that must not be squandered. The spaceship accelerated, and soon, Zhang Xiaoman and his companions arrived at planet Water. Much like Earth, it was a cerulean planet, but with a significantly larger expanse of water, nearly enveloping the entire globe. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman addressed the group. "You all stay here. I will handle them alone." Upon hearing this, the crew, having understood their limitations in past encounters, did not argue. They recognized that their presence could potentially hinder Zhang Xiaoman. They readily agreed, remaining at the ship to provide timely assistance should any unforeseen events arise. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman descended alone with the Dragon Radar, landing on planet Water, piercing through the atmosphere and reaching the surface. To his dismay, he discovered that the two dragons, initially together, had separated. Zhang Xiaoman rubbed his forehead in disappointment, muttering, "What a pity, one has escaped. Never mind, since I'm here, I shall subdue the one that remains on this planet." With a surge of energy, Zhang Xiaoman vanished from his location, only to reappear before the six-star dragon, who had just devoured a devout human. The dragon sensed the powerful aura approaching and turned to find Zero standing before him. He spoke. "You are the one who killed my kin, aren't you?" Zhang Xiaoman beckoned the six-star dragon with a gesture, declaring, "Indeed. Come at me. I am pressed for time to pursue the other before it strays too far." The six-star dragon twisted her form, feigning indignation as she replied, "How can you be so unkind? I am but a girl." Meanwhile, the main cast aboard the spaceship observed the unfolding events. Krillin, taken by the beauty of the six-star dragon, felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "Is that really the six-star dragon? Is she truly evil? I perceive her merely as a beautiful maiden." Upon hearing this remark, Piccolo promptly delivered a sharp rap to Krillin's head, exclaiming, "Fool, we are in the midst of battle. What are you thinking? Have you spent too much time with Master Roshi, becoming even more lecherous?" Meanwhile, on Earth, at the Kame house, Master Roshi, who was watching a lovely lady practicing yoga, sneezed. Chapter 80. The Six-Star Dragon, Salu. "What girl?" Zhang Xiaoman gazed at the affected six-star dragon, nearly retching. In the original tale, the six-star dragon masqueraded as a beautiful goddess to beguile the villagers, while its true form was exceedingly hideous. Zhang Xiaoman addressed the six-star dragon, saying, "Enough, you ugly creature. I am well aware of your true appearance. You are nothing but a monstrous being resembling a toad. Once I reveal your original form through my might, you shall no longer be so coy." Enraged, the six-star dragon bellowed at Zhang Xiaoman, "Taste my technique." Rending wind vacuum slash. A thin line sliced through the air, imbued with immense power. Salu's body was instantaneously severed in two. A spatial rift materialized out of nowhere, as this technique cleaved through the very fabric of space. Observing the blood splatter and Salu's dismembered form, the six-star dragon joyfully proclaimed, "Ha ha, what a pitiful creature. Unable to withstand a single strike from me. It is truly unjust that my kin perished at your hands." Zhang Xiaoman's two severed halves floated in the air. Possessing the cells of Majin Buu, he remained unfazed. In fact, he felt a surge of elation. "You wield the power to tear through space, do you? Quite impressive. Such a skill not only cleaves through all, but also rends the very dimensions." It is the apex version of the Chi element slash. Once I acquire your cells, my strength shall ascend to new heights. At that point, the wrath of a god of destruction shall be of no concern to me. Even if I am unable to prevail, I can effortlessly tear through space to flee. With simultaneous effort, Zhang Xiaoman's severed body rejoined seamlessly. In an instant, he regained his former state and addressed the six-star dragon. So, you possess the power to sever space. Absorbing your cells should prove advantageous. The six-star dragon, slightly taken aback by the instantaneous recovery, grew earnest. Your prowess is commendable. I underestimated you. Now may I ask your name? Zhang Xiaoman coldly replied, Salu. The six-star dragon continued, very well, Salu. You have succeeded in earning my serious attention. You may evade one rending wind vacuum slash, but can you withstand 10,000? With that, countless fine lines appeared before Zhang Xiaoman, and in an instant, he was shredded into countless tiny fragments. Simultaneously, space was torn into a myriad of rifts, each one a testament to the six-star dragon's triumph. I do not believe you can regenerate from this, the six-star dragon boasted. Though the crew aboard the spaceship were aware of Salu's remarkable regenerative abilities, witnessing his dreadful state caused them to worry. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Is Salu all right? Krillin gasped. How could he possibly be fine? He has been ground into mincemeat. Vegeta interjected, Quickly, we must provide support. Beck, the most rational among them, seized Vegeta and addressed the crowd. We must place our trust in Cell. Moreover, can we truly evade those blades of wind capable of rending space? Upon his utterance, an immediate silence enveloped the group, their gazes fixated upon the screen, rendered speechless. On the display, Zhang Xiaoman's shattered remnants writhed and elastically coalesced, and in an instant, he regained his former appearance. He taunted the six-star dragon, Your wind blades are rather unimpressive. The six-star dragon paused, retorting, Do not grow too complacent. I have merely showcased a fraction of my power. The true terror lies in my mastery over water. Intrigued, Zhang Xiaoman mused. Indeed, the six-star dragon possesses two distinct powers. I wonder what the evolved form of waters might entails. In the next moment, the six-star dragon raised his hands and bellowed, Rise. Gradually, waves surged beneath Zhang Xiaoman's feet, submerging him entirely as the sea rose to an astonishing height of 100 meters. Both the six-star dragon and Zhang Xiaoman found themselves engulfed by the tumultuous waters. With a smirk, the six-star dragon declared, Huh? Let us see how you prevail without air. I can breathe effortlessly beneath the surface. Zhang Xiaoman suppressed a laugh, contemplating the absurdity of his opponent's intention to drown him in this manner. Having absorbed the cells of countless masters, his physical prowess had become formidable. Enduring a day underwater without breathing posed no challenge for him. Soon after, the six-star dragon launched his subsequent assault. Zhang Xiaoman sensed a shift in water pressure as the six-star dragon raised his fist, softly intoning, Crush. Manipulating the water, he exerted pressure upon Zhang Xiaoman's body, convinced that even the seven-star dragon would succumb to such force, transforming him into a mere pancake and thwarting his regeneration, effectively sealing his fate within the ocean's depths. Yet, what was such power to Zhang Xiaoman, the strongest of the universe, who had cultivated the sublime art of ultimate freedom? He shouted, Break for me. Instantly, a white ethereal energy enveloped him, his pupils transforming to a silvery hue. He had entered the state of ultimate freedom. The surrounding moisture was expelled, creating a vacuum around him. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaoman shifted slightly, appearing before the six-star dragon, and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The resultant force sent a massive spray of water erupting from the surface. The six-star dragon was thrust out of the water, revealing its true form, an abominable creature. Resembling a frog with two wings protruding from its back, a six-star dragon ball embedded in its elongated chin. Terror gripped the six-star dragon. What manner of beast is this? No wonder it could slay several of my kin. Its power is utterly fearsome. My techniques could not even be withstood by the resilient seven-star dragon. And yet this one deflected them with ease. Zhang Xiaoman also emerged from the water, gazing at the disheveled six-star dragon, and proclaimed, You see, I deliver on my promises. I said I would return you to your original form, and so I have. In the distance, witnessing the transformation of Gero from peril to safety, the hearts of the onlookers eased. At that moment, Piccolo taunted Krillin, saying, Krillin, look, the six-star dragon. I hear you have a fondness for her. Krillin, now aware of the true form of the six-star dragon, felt a rush of shame and retorted, "No way. Don't joke around." Enraged by Sheru's mockery, the six-star dragon bellowed, "It seems you truly do not know the meaning of danger. Now I shall unleash my true ultimate technique. I will turn you into a desiccated corpse." Zhang Xiaoman immediately sensed the impending doom. The notion of a desiccated corpse triggered a swift realization. Water. The ability to manipulate water implied control over the moisture within a human body. In an instant, he could drain someone completely. It was indeed an insidious skill. Zhang Xiaoman's mind raced as he contemplated a solution, but the distance was too great, and time was not on his side. The six-star dragon pointed a finger at Sheru and declared, "Power of the water rule. Dehydrate." This was the essence of the water rule. As long as there was moisture in your body, it would be under my dominion. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoman distinctly felt every drop of water within his cells being hastily siphoned away, as if it were about to escape his body. Vitality ebbed away from him. The shadow of death loomed over Zhang Xiaoman. Chapter 81. Sheru's Counterattack in Universe 12, The Realm of the God of Destruction. Whis and Beerus savored instant noodles from Earth. The aroma of spicy noodles filled the room. Before them lay a crystal ball, broadcasting the fierce battle between the six-star dragon and Sheru live. Whis elegantly slurped a noodle, shaking his head gently. "Oh dear, what a pity. I had hoped for a grand battle, but it appears that is no longer necessary." Beerus remarked, "Indeed, all living beings possess moisture. Without it, death is inevitable. Even a god of destruction would suffer greatly if drained of water. Facing an opponent like the six-star dragon would surely be daunting." Whis added, "Nonetheless, Sheru is indeed a commendable adversary, having diligently enhanced his abilities in recent days. His spirit is admirable, yet his fortune is regrettable." Beerus waved a paw dismissively. All right. Whis, there's no need to watch any further. Let us slip away to Earth for a bite to eat. I have a craving for pudding." Whis shook his head. Very well. It seems the matter is settled. Sheru is destined for demise. I shall inform the Grand Priest, and we need not remain in confinement any longer." On planet Wat, the six-star dragon extended his palm towards Sheru, who appeared immobilized, as if under control. His gaze was frigid, observing Sheru as one with a lifeless body. The power of the water rule allowed him to command all water in existence. However, the act of draining moisture from a living being required meticulous finesse, consuming greater energy. He watched as the moisture from Sheru slowly dissipated, droplets trickling forth and gathering within his hand. The six-star dragon boasted, "Sheru, to perish under my ultimate technique is a fate you should accept without regret. Our malevolent dragon kin revel in slaughter, inevitably inviting the wrath of the god of destruction." This technique was originally intended for Beerus. Having tasted the depths of despair, even in death, one can find solace. The crew aboard the spaceship witnessed this scene and promptly departed to assist Sheru. Goku, without hesitation, executed his instant transmission, arriving before the six-star dragon. Kamehameha. Without a moment's pause, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha upon the six-star dragon. The dragon momentarily faltered, surprised, but quickly regained composure. Reinforcements? Too late. In merely 3 seconds, I shall drain every drop of moisture from Sheru's being. At that point, no one will be of any use. With a surge of energy from his fingertips, the six-star dragon intensified the depletion of Sheru's moisture. 3, 2. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman, cloaked in Sheru's guise, felt parched and dizzy, a clear sign of dehydration. Under the six-star dragon's control, the moisture within him dwindled, rendering him immobile. His vitality waned gradually. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, Zhang Xiaoman remained remarkably composed. After all, he had absorbed the cells of numerous formidable beings, granting him a diverse array of techniques. Having recently absorbed Hit's cells, he was poised to put them to use. "Time skip," Zhang Xiaoman whispered. Instantly, time stood still, and the surrounding scene transformed into a monochrome tableau. With the power bestowed by Hit's cells, Zhang Xiaoman regained a portion of his temporal abilities, allowing him to halt time for 15 seconds. The loss of moisture ceased, and he swiftly rejuvenated. Instead of using this precious 15 seconds to eliminate the six-star dragon, he opted to test the limits of his time skip in a real battle, an essential skill for his forthcoming confrontation with Whis. 15 seconds later. 1. Perish, Sheru. The six-star dragon bellowed, showing no intention of dodging the incoming Kamehameha. The attack struck him with full force, leaving his body battered and bloodied, barely clinging to life. Yet, the six-star dragon felt it was worth it. Observing Sheru's formidable strength, he believed that by vanquishing this foe, the others would be mere trifles. What? The six-star dragon exclaimed in surprise, as Zhang Xiaoman stood unharmed in midair. The sight of Sheru remaining unscathed led the six-star dragon to question his very existence. Something was amiss. With hands on his hips, Zhang Xiaoman declared, "You need not intervene. Leave it to me." Goku and the hastily arriving allies quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Zhang Xiaoman required no assistance. They promptly vacated the battlefield. The six-star dragon stared in disbelief. How? How are you not reduced to a desiccated corpse? I distinctly felt the moisture being siphoned from you. Dare you stand still while I drain you again? Observing the pitiful state of the six-star dragon, Zhang Xiaoman felt a twinge of sympathy. He shrugged, adopting an expression that seemed to say, "Bring it on." The six-star dragon raised his palm once more, aiming at Sheru. Sensing the loss of moisture, Zhang Xiaoman activated his time skip for the second time. The six-star dragon, despite the severe drain on his energy, exerted himself further. Reveling in the gradual depletion of moisture from his opponent's body, his spirits lifting with each passing moment. As time ticks away, the stamina of the six-star dragon gradually diminishes. However, something feels amiss. The six-star dragon, dragging its battered form and gasping for breath, wonders why it is burdened with such an overwhelming amount of water, seemingly endless. Observing the six-star dragon's momentary halt, Zhang Xiaoman mockingly taunts, "Oh, why have you stopped, six-star dragon? Wasn't this your chance? If you can't manage, I shall retaliate." The six-star dragon, on the verge of tears, realizes it has exerted all its strength, yet the opponent's body is inundated with water. "Please, grant me one last opportunity." No longer the arrogant creature it once was, the six-star dragon kneels before Zhang Xiaoman in a display of desperation. Witnessing this fervent supplication, Zhang Xiaoman decides to grant another chance, but the outcome remains unchanged. His objectives have been fulfilled, and his new skills thoroughly tested. Zhang Xiaoman's ability to flash through time can be utilized 10 times. After that, he will be utterly exhausted, a critical piece of intelligence. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoman stands before the six-star dragon, grasping its neck. "You squander your opportunity." The six-star dragon trembles in fear. Amidst its anguished cries, Zhang Xiaoman seizes the six-star dragon's orb and tears away a piece of its flesh, swallowing it whole. With a surge of power in his legs, he sends the creature crashing into the ocean. A thunderous splash erupts, sending waves crashing like a tempest. This decisive blow extinguishes its life, leaving its body to float in the vast sea, a feast for the fish. After absorbing the six-star dragon's cells, Zhang Xiaoman undergoes another evolution. He feels two new powers burgeoning within him. The first is the power of the wind. This wind, infused with the essence of rules, enhances his speed manifold. With a mere exertion of his legs, he traverses to the opposite side of the planet, doubling his velocity and surpassing even Weiss. The second is the devastating vacuum slash, capable of slicing through anything. With a subtle gesture, he creates a fine line in the air, instantly rending the fabric of space. On the other side of the rift, a figure shields their eyes and shouts, "Amaterasu." Moments later, the space reverts to its original state. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoman's most significant and vital acquisition is the power of water. With this newfound ability, any biological entity, no matter how formidable, cannot withstand the might of water manipulation. Chapter 82. Bardos in the Palace of the Omni-King. The expressionless high priest reveals a glimmer of surprise for the first time. He had not anticipated the seal within Cell to loosen, which signifies a resurgence of its temporal powers. This is intolerable. In his eyes, all beings are mere pawns. How could a pawn leap from the board to strike the player? It seems necessary to take action to suppress this development. If left unchecked, it may one day become uncontrollable, even for me. Suddenly, an image materializes in the sky. The figures of Weiss and Beerus emerge. Beerus remarks, "High Priest, Cell is on the brink of death. We should be able to emerge now, right?" The High Priest, already in a foul mood, felt a deeper sense of discontent upon hearing the careless report from his subordinates. He suppressed the simmering anger within. How do you perceive this? Is Shala not thriving? Just moments ago, he acquired 2 new powers of the rules. The High Priest's words struck the minds of the two like a thunderclap. What had Shala done? Was he not being thoroughly suppressed? The high priest's voice turned as frigid as ancient ice. Quickly, go reflect upon your failures. Add another 1,000 years. Recognizing the high priest's displeasure, the two hastily disconnected. Disheartened by the ineptitude of his subordinates, the high priest shook his head in disappointment. Personally, eliminating Shalu would undoubtedly be the quickest solution, but would that not be a loss of face? After much contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to have an angel handle the matter. With a thought, he transported himself to Universe 6. Bardos, her high ponytail elegantly cascading, sat cross-legged. Her beautiful eyes gently closed. Kampa, in contrast, was snoring soundly within the confines of the room. Sensing the high priest's arrival, Bardos promptly rose to greet him. Her voice, bright and melodious, resonated like the sound of ice crystals clinking. Esteemed high priest, may I inquire what brings you to Universe 6? The high priest replied, Bardos, your strength must exceed that of your brother Whis, correct? Bardos nodded affirmatively. Indeed, esteemed high priest. Suddenly, the high priest's tone turned chilling, and he abruptly halted his steps. Then, I require your assistance in eliminating someone. Across the vastness of the cosmos, a spaceship traveled at light speed, having swiftly departed from planet Vortex after vanquishing the six-star dragon. Zhang Xiaoman sat in the cockpit, intently observing the Dragon Ball radar, which still displayed 2 yellow dots. This indicated that 2 malevolent dragons remained. With less than a month until his duel with Whis, and lacking complete mastery over time and space, Zhang Xiaoman felt an unsettling uncertainty. Moreover, during the battle against the 5-star dragon, he had recklessly activated a 100-fold Kaioken to escape the grip of paralysis, leaving him in a weakened state that he could not recover from. For now, capturing the evil dragons would have to wait. Returning to the past to restore his full powers of time and space was of utmost importance. Resolved, Zhang Xiaoman left a note on the table stating, I will be away for a while, before teleporting away from the ship. He arrived on a desolate, uninhabited planet devoid of daylight and life, a perfect place for him to shatter the void and seek Dragon Balls from other universes in hopes of restoring his powers. Just as he was about to act, the sky above him was suddenly torn open. His old rival, Beerus, appeared, having successfully brought with him the universe's mightiest warrior, Broly. Beerus had scoured all 12 universes, finding that only Broly from universes 11 and 12 had survived. The Broly she brought was from Universe 11, while the one from Universe 12 was soon to follow. Otherwise, she would certainly have summoned more Brolys to confront Shalu. Makarita proudly declared, Shalu, do you dare to battle the warriors I have brought? Their cells are surely what you covet. So come, attempt to seize them. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaoman had long awaited Makarita's arrival, provoking her merely to lure others into a perilous situation. This presented an opportunity to absorb their power and augment his own. Upon seeing Broly approach, Zhang Xiaoman felt a twinge of pressure. However, he dismissed Broly as a mere inconvenience. He scoffed, Makarita, this one is utterly inadequate. Hardly worthy of my notice. Suddenly, 2 figures streaked across the sky, one purple, the other green. Broly and Hit descended upon the planet. Makarita spoke. What if we add another to the mix? This is the Broly from Universe 12. Zhang Xiaoman's interest peaked at the sight of another muscular Broly. He was eager to enhance his strength, and Makarita had fortuitously provided the means. With a triumphant grin, he exclaimed, what a fortunate turn of events. Let them come at me together. Makarita shook her head and replied, no, they shall merge into one. With that, she tossed 2 Patera earrings to the 2 Brolys, indicating for them to wear them. Clearly under the influence of the Angel's magic, the 2 Brolys obediently complied, moving like puppets on strings. Zhang Xiaoman's excitement intensified. His battle spirit ignited. He was keen to discover just how formidable the fused Broly would be and how much stronger he could become after absorbing the cells of the 2. A blinding light flashed as the 2 muscular figures were drawn together, giving birth to Super Broly. An overwhelming aura emanated, causing even Makarita to feel a sense of oppression. It appeared that the physical prowess of this entity had surpassed that of the angels. Zhang Xiaoman too sensed the weight of its power. This was still in a state of calm, without provocation. The potential unleashed upon anger would be truly terrifying. Furthermore, Broly's strength only grew in response to the strength of his adversaries. The mightier the opponent, the mightier he became. Truly, he was the epitome of the perfect Super Saiyan warrior. Zhang Xiaoman, filled with anticipation, felt his own strength was not to be underestimated. even if he was not at his peak. He too was curious to gauge who among them was the stronger, himself or Super Broly. Makurita commanded, "Go forth, Broly." In an instant, Broly seemed to be activated, his body stiffening before erupting with a formidable aura. Super Broly bent low, preparing to charge, his muscles swelling with newfound might. With a mighty roar, he launched forth like a cannonball, slicing through the air and generating a sonic boom accompanied by green lightning. The pressure generated by Broly's combat struck Makurita and hit, causing their faces to sting. It is essential to note that both were elite warriors of the universe. Makurita, instead of displaying anger, found herself filled with joy. Is this the legendary Super Broly? His strength surpasses my expectations. In Chapter 83, titled Super Broly and the Limitless Power of Cell, a monumental battle rages on a desolate, abandoned planet. As an irrational super warrior, Broly shows no hesitation. His fists clenched tightly, he unleashes a ferocious punch, accompanied by a cataclysmic aura directed towards Cell. Zhang Xiaoman observes as his opponent stoops down, crossing his arms to block the impending attack. The moment their bodies collide, a tremendous shockwave creates a vast circular crater in the ground. Though Zhang Xiaoman feels his arms tingle from the impact, he brushes it off as inconsequential and swiftly retaliates. Seizing Broly's arm, he spins him through the air before hurling him away with force. Broly flies like a cannonball, crashing through mountains before finally embedding himself into the ruins. Stirring up clouds of dust, Zhang Xiaoman cracks his neck and calls out towards Broly, "Stop pretending. This level of assault is trivial for you." No sooner had he spoken than Broly surged through the dust, launching another fierce attack. Zhang Xiaoman immediately engaged, and they clashed in midair, battling with a ferocity that turned the sky dark. In a mere second, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Their fierce strikes generating colossal shockwaves that transformed the ravaged planet's surface into a pockmarked landscape reminiscent of the moon. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman executed a powerful downward strike to the back of Broly's head. Broly plummeted to the ground like a missile. The earth erupted beneath him, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. Witnessing this, Hit couldn't help but feel concerned. Is Broly truly all right? It seems he has been under constant pressure from Cell. Makurita reassured him, "There's no need for concern. Broly has yet to unleash his full potential." As soon as she uttered these words, a green pillar of light ascended from the ruins. Broly's shirt was torn apart, revealing bulging muscles that quivered as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoman ignited with fury, instantly elevating his power to the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, enveloped in a golden aura. In a flash, their fists collided once more, sending tremors through the ground that cracked it open like the apocalypse had arrived. Both warriors unleashed a flurry of powerful punches against one another, and within mere breaths, the planet lay in utter ruin. However, the tide of battle began to shift from Cell's one-sided assault to a more balanced confrontation. Zhang Xiaoman delivered another punch, sending Broly flying once again. This legendary super warrior truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Xiaoman marveled. After being struck, Broly let out a thunderous roar, his body swelling with newfound energy and strength, his form now surrounded by a green flame. Zhang Xiaoman, too, amplified his power once more. Hundredfold. King. Fist. A red aura flared at the edges of his golden energy, his momentum overwhelming that of Super Broly. As Super Broly charged towards Zhang Xiaoman, he was met with a devastating punch that sent him careening away. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, instantly shattering half a planet. Broly's speed was remarkable. However, to the fully unleashed Cell, it appeared as though he were merely projecting a slideshow. Broly soon found himself drenched in blood. Yet, like a demonic deity, the green aura surrounding him reignited. Time and again, he charged forth, fearless as a warrior undaunted by death. With each skirmish, he grew more formidable, his resolve intensifying. At that moment, Broly's eyes had completely turned white, signifying the complete loss of his sanity. He too was the epitome of strength. Zhang Xiaoman felt the mounting pressure as Broly's relentless onslaught made it evident that his opponent was advancing at an alarming rate. This could not continue. It seemed as if Broly were an insatiable abyss, perpetually surpassing his own limits. There would inevitably come a moment when he would eclipse the 100-fold Kaioken. In the distance, others watched with predatory intent. If this persisted, it would not bode well for Zhang Xiaoman. He cast a glance at the watching Angel Makurita and the nearby Hit. A surprise attack from them would spell disaster. A cunning plan formed in Zhang Xiaoman's mind. He lured Broly to pursue him, moving toward Margarita's location. Upon witnessing this, Margarita's initial excitement turned to panic as she shouted at Hit. Run. Hit, bewildered and about to inquire, was interrupted as he saw the two approaching. Zhang Xiaoman made a sharp turn and darted away, while Broly, consumed by madness, regarded all living beings within his vicinity as targets. A single punch struck Hit, sending him hurtling through space like a rocket. Margarita, unable to match Broly's speed, was soon caught, receiving a powerful kick to her abdomen. The pain forced her to cough up blood as she was sent flying. This marked the first time an angel had been injured since the dawn of the cosmos. Injured and unwilling to linger, Margarita waved her staff, tearing through space to escape. Zhang Xiaoman watched this scene with satisfaction, turning to the frenzied Broly and declaring, "Now, no one shall disturb our battle." Broly, still devoid of reason, charged at Zhang Xiaoman once more. Zhang Xiaoman relinquished the 100-fold Kaioken, his aura dissipating. In the next moment, a white spiritual energy enveloped him, even his pupils transforming to white. The state of Ultra Instinct was achieved. On one side stood Broly, having lost his sanity yet gained absolute power. The stronger his foe, the mightier he became, a Super Broly. On the other side was Zhang Xiaoman, embodying absolute technique, wielding power with precision and evading with complete mastery. As Broly unleashed a punch toward Zhang Xiaoman, the latter effortlessly evaded. Yet, the ferocious wind generated by the blow completely obliterated the remaining fragments of the desolate planet. Their battlefield shifted from the planet to the vastness of space. Broly's attacks repeatedly failed to connect with his opponent, his frustration mounting until it erupted into fury. No matter how many blows Zhang Xiaoman landed, Broly seemed impervious to pain. He charged at Zhang Xiaoman with unwavering determination, yet still could not graze him even slightly. As the battle progressed, the more damage Zhang Xiaoman inflicted, the more ferocious Broly became. He was like an indomitable cockroach, refusing to be vanquished. Similarly, his strength surged at an astonishing pace, seemingly without limit. In a flash, Zhang Xiaoman whispered, and the surrounding colors transformed into an ink-wash painting. Broly's fist was suspended before him. Zhang Xiaoman understood that if he did not harness the power of the rules, he would not stand a chance against his opponent. What could possibly contend with a monster that grew stronger with each battle? Only the rules. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoman unleashed the domain of fire, dispelling the flash. In the next moment, flames engulfed Broly's entire being. However, this sudden surge of intense pain completely enraged Broly, propelling him into the legendary state of a Super Saiyan. A pale green aura surged forth, intermingled with streaks of green lightning. The flames continued to burn upon Broly like a persistent parasite. Zhang Xiaoman braced himself with all his might. The fire had begun to blaze, yet it also provoked his adversary to a fierce fury. The counterattack before death is the most violent and terrifying. Zhang Xiaoman was unsure if he could withstand it. If he succeeded, he could absorb his opponent's cells to great satisfaction, but if he faltered, he could instantly teleport away. Zhang Xiaoman laughed wildly. "You wish to fight? Then let us engage. Come, Broly, let us battle to the death." Chapter 84, Exhaustion and Demise. As Bados arrived in Universe 12, she sensed the clash of two formidable forces, her brow furrowing in concern. She thought to herself, this cannot continue. If these two persist, the universe will collapse, resulting in untold suffering. As the kindest and most beautiful of the angels, Bados immediately cast a spell, causing her staff to radiate a brilliant light. It emitted a gentle glow, instantly soothing the energy fluctuations caused by the battle. Bados positioned herself at the periphery of the battlefield, concealing her presence, while observing both combatants. Simultaneously, she cast spells to maintain the stability of the universe, preventing its collapse. Upon seeing Cell, Bados' brows knitted together in discontent. Humph. No wonder the Grand Priest instructed me to eliminate him. So violent and grotesque. Truly deserving of demise. Zhang Xiaoman pointed his finger at the charging Broly and softly uttered, "Power of the two-star dragon's poisonous mist." He gently exhaled a plume of black mist that instantly surged into Broly's nostrils. However, after being poisoned, Broly merely hesitated slightly before charging forward again. His speed was so remarkable that Zhang Xiaoman had to maintain his state of effortless perfection to evade. Broly seemed oblivious to the toxin and continued his relentless assault upon Zhang Xiaoman. accompanied by a tempestuous flurry of strikes. Zhang Xiaoman once more summoned the power of the rules, emanating blue lightning as he declared, "Power of the five-star dragon's thunder." Paralysis. The blue lightning struck Broly, but only managed to paralyze him for a mere 0.1 seconds before he resumed his ferocious advance. Broly clenched his fists, propelled by a force that could annihilate worlds. Charging at an even greater speed, his velocity had surpassed the speed of light. Zhang Xiaoman, fully engaged in his state of effortless perfection, found himself unable to evade, instinctively countering with a punch. A crisp crack echoed as both Zhang Xiaoman and Broly's bones fractured simultaneously. However, Zhang Xiaoman's resilience was remarkable, swiftly restoring himself to his original state. Yet, Broly unleashed a contorted fist towards Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman activated his mastery of the ultimate skill, narrowly evading the attack. Broly's onslaught showed no signs of abating. The flames of order that enveloped him burned incessantly, feeding his fury. Broly shifted his strategy, beginning to coalesce waves of green energy in his grasp. In an instant, countless green waves surged towards Zhang Xiaoman, each imbued with the essence of cataclysmic destruction. With no avenue for retreat, Zhang Xiaoman resorted to his ultimate skill, utilizing his hands and feet to deflect the incoming waves. Each wave, upon colliding with the celestial bodies, erupted in an instantaneous explosion, obliterating them entirely. Beside them, Batos watched this fierce confrontation with great interest. The life of an angel was often mundane, but this battle offered her immense delight. She raised her delicate fist, silently cheering for Broly. "Go, Broly. Eliminate that scoundrel Cell, and I shall not need to intervene." After concluding his battle techniques, Prince Broly charged at Zhang Xiaoman once more. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It turned out that his mastery of the ultimate skill had reached its limit, and the hue of his pupils reverted to their original color. A surge of alarm coursed through Zhang Xiaoman. This was the first time he had experienced an automatic deactivation of the ultimate skill. Without the advantage of the ultimate skill, Zhang Xiaoman dared not be complacent. In that moment, time froze, the world transforming into shades of black and white. Broly's fist barely grazed Zhang Xiaoman's abdomen. Although it was but a feather-light touch, Zhang Xiaoman coughed up blood. Fortunately, he had activated his skill in time. Otherwise, that punch could have led to fatal injuries. 6-star Dragon Vacuum Slash. Observing that the flames had yet to reduce Broly to ashes, Zhang Xiaoman sought another method to diminish his strength. A silver thread sliced through Broly. The instant of chaos came to an end. Broly was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Despite only half of his body remaining, Broly's fighting spirit remained undeterred. He swung his fists, charging forward once more. Zhang Xiaoman, gazing at Broly's unseeing eyes, closed his own. He then softly uttered, 6-star Dragon Water Manipulation. He had been reluctant to resort to such underhanded tactics to secure victory. However, to subdue this beast, he saw no alternative. Broly's movement halted abruptly. Countless droplets streamed from his form, converging upon Zhang Xiaoman's hands. Surprisingly, Broly's remaining half still lunged towards Zhang Xiaoman, ready to unleash a devastating blow. As Zhang Xiaoman was channeling the power of order, he found himself unable to react in time. With his eyes shut, he braced himself for the impact. Yet, the anticipated punch never arrived. Broly's heart ceased its rhythm. His body, reduced to raw, bloodied muscle, remained poised in the act of striking. His fist hovered a mere centimeter from Zhang Xiaoman's visage. Zhang Xiaoman witnessed this scene, his expression profoundly moved. He had perished from exhaustion. Even in death, he continued to fight. The formidable warrior Broly's half-formed body hovered in the air. Zhang Xiaoman bowed deeply to him, lingering in that position, filled with reverence. This was the utmost honor shared among Saiyan warriors, fighting until the very end. He had initially aimed to absorb Broly's cells, never intending to take his life. But how could one halt the wrathful Broly? All of this was the fault of Margarita and those exalted angels, the Grand Priest. Zhang Xiaoman secretly vowed that one day, he would drag them down from their lofty heights. Upon witnessing this, Bardos stomped her foot, disdainfully exclaiming, "Humph! A cat weeping for a mouse, such false compassion. I shall deal with you shortly." After absorbing some of Super Broly's blood, Broly's body was consumed by flames, turning to ash. Zhang Xiaoman's physique evolved once more, becoming even more robust. Not only that, but the Super Saiyan blood within him had also been elevated. He acquired the same fighting traits as Broly. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. The more grievously he was injured, the harder his fists would strike. In such moments, he would slay gods and Buddhas alike. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, there would be no rivals left in the world. However, once he reached Broly's state of rage, reason would dissipate, a technique Zhang Xiaoman dared not employ lightly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaoman discovered that the lingering affliction from his previous encounter with the 5-star dragon had vanished. His body had returned to its peak condition. Zhang Xiaoman was elated. This battle had yielded immense rewards, far beyond his expectations. Excellent. Next, I shall shatter the void, traverse to other universes, seek the Dragon Balls, and fulfill my wishes, he declared joyfully. Little did he know, in the next moment, Bardos's melodious voice rang out from behind him. Cell? Accept the judgment of this angel. Chapter 85. The Powerful 1-Star Dragon. On the dark planet of Dak, perpetual darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any stars. The 1-Star Dragon chose this planet as its lair, drawn by the potent dark energy it harbored. In the distance, sensing the approach of its kin, the 1-Star Dragon revealed an evil smile. The 7-Star Dragon descended to the ground. Upon landing, he hurriedly shouted, 1-Star Dragon, I have come to seek refuge with you. After being rejected by the 6-Star Dragon, the 7-Star Dragon had been searching for a strong ally. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the 1-Star Dragon, he believed he had indeed found the right place. From the shadows emerged the 1-Star Dragon, adorned with black spikes along its back and sporting 2 horns upon its head, with a black 1-Star Dragon ball upon its forehead. Observing the disheveled 7-Star Dragon, the 1-Star Dragon scoffed, Oh, come to seek my protection? The 7-Star Dragon replied, Do you not know? The other 5 of our kind have been slaughtered, leaving only the 2 of us. The 1-Star Dragon feigned surprise, inquiring, Is that so? Upon hearing this, the 7-Star Dragon immediately opened up. Indeed, 1-Star Dragon, the foe is incredibly strong. It seems they will not relent until we have been exterminated. Moreover, that individual can absorb our cells to gain our powers. Moreover, the formidable strength he possesses is indeed alarming. Should we fail to collaborate, we will inevitably be vanquished one by one. What do you think? Only through a joint ambush can we hope to have even a sliver of a chance against him. The 1-Star Dragon feigned profundity, stating, Well, I must ponder this carefully. Upon hearing this, the 7-Star Dragon felt a sense of ease, inching closer to the 1-Star Dragon in a bid to fortify their bond. Yet, he was met with a sudden burst of laughter from the 1-Star Dragon. Perplexed, the 7-Star Dragon inquired, What is it that amuses you? The 1-Star Dragon waved his hand dismissively, replying, My apologies, but the thought of what I am about to do to you brings me great mirth. An ominous premonition surged within the 7-Star Dragon. Before he could comprehend, the 1-Star Dragon's elbow spike had already pierced his heart. The swiftness of the action left the 7-Star Dragon bewildered, unable to discern the movement. Despair clouded the 7-Star Dragon's gaze. His fingertips trembled with countless questions. Why? Why would he slay a kindred spirit? Why did my power of rule, my earth defense, prove futile? A drop of blood slid down the sharp spike on the 1-Star Dragon's arm. He spoke, his voice deep and laced with malevolence. Huh? It seems you are utterly oblivious to the fact that I detest the other 6 of our kind with a passion. Why should they share the power of the Dark Dragon Pearl? They are wholly unworthy. As for the one who slaughtered our kin, I harbor no animosity towards him, for he merely executed what I longed to do. I too yearn to eliminate you and absorb your strength. Upon hearing this, the 7-Star Dragon's heart seethed with bitterness. Regret washed over him for having ventured into this cursed realm. He merely wished to survive. What crime had he committed? He sought to defy this fate of slaughter. Yet, in the end, he was still met with death. With great effort, the 7-Star Dragon raised his claw, utterly drained of strength, but still managed to strike the 1-Star Dragon's chest, as if to protest the injustice of fate. The weak assault was incapable of inflicting any harm, yet it successfully incited the wrath of the 1-Star Dragon. The 1-Star Dragon raised his fist, raining blows upon the 7-Star Dragon's head. He struck relentlessly, hundreds of times, until his opponent was reduced to a mere puddle of mush. The 1-Star Dragon seized the 7-Star Dragon Pearl, as if suddenly recalling something. He addressed the lifeless body. Ah, I suppose you are quite curious as to how I breached your earth defense. The answer is quite simple. My power of rule is darkness, and the power of darkness can completely nullify all of your ruling abilities. I never anticipated that the final wish granted by the evil dragon would bestow upon me such formidable strength. I must express my gratitude to the one who made that last wish." The one-star dragon placed the seven-star dragon pearl upon his chest and closed his eyes. Feeling a surge of new power within him, he had acquired the power of Earth. Suddenly, the one-star dragon's eyes flew open. His ultimate aim was to obtain the other 6 dragon pearls and their powers, to become the super one-star dragon. At that point, none in the universe would stand as his adversary. The dark smile of the one-star dragon lingered. Now, it is time to seek the other 6 Dragon Balls. In the vast expanse of the universe, amidst the cosmic void, a beautiful maiden and a monstrous entity floated. Bados, perched high above, gazed down at the creature. Her voice icy as she proclaimed, "Sheru, prepare to face the judgment of this angel." Zhang Xiaoman's hair stood on end in sheer terror. How had the opponent arrived without him even sensing it? Upon recognizing Bados, the weight of anxiety that had burdened his heart dissipated entirely. The presence of Bados, who seemed unrelated to him, made Zhang Xiaoman realize the intentions of the Grand Priest. It appeared that the Grand Priest had changed his mind, sacrificing his own dignity to eliminate him. What happened to the promised duel with Whis? Was he so impatient? Had he disturbed their ancestral grave? Zhang Xiaoman lamented. Assessing his current strength, Zhang Xiaoman came to a disheartening conclusion. He was utterly outmatched. The opponent wielded an abnormal power over time, while his own diminished temporal ability was insufficient. Moreover, Bados was Whis' sister, which implied she was even more formidable. Initially, after absorbing Broly's cells, Zhang Xiaoman had felt elated. But now he found himself plummeting into despair. "Sheru, are you prepared for death?" As a time traveler, Zhang Xiaoman understood the futility of direct confrontation and opted instead for a more diplomatic approach. Thus, he activated his verbal persuasion skills. With precision, he aimed at Bados' vulnerabilities. "Serving a god of destruction like Kampa must be quite arduous for you." Bados momentarily faltered, her thoughts racing. "This grotesque creature understands me." However, she quickly steeled herself, aware that she had come to kill him and would not be swayed by his honeyed words. "Sheru, cease your nonsensical chatter. Nothing will prevent my resolve to eliminate you today." Bados raised her staff, poised to strike. Yet, Zhang Xiaoman continued, "Bados, it must be rather dull on the god of destruction's planet, unlike us mortals, who can venture out and enjoy life every day." This remark pierced Bados' heart like a sharpened blade. Indeed, while angels may enjoy prolonged lifespans, much of their existence is spent in the company of gods of destruction, leaving little room for adventure. Even when they do step outside, it is solely to execute tasks, often monotonous and tedious in nature. Bados had long yearned to traverse the cosmos and witness its splendor. Yet, as the angel of the Grand Priest, that ambition remained unfulfilled. Chapter 86, A Dire Situation. Observing the internal conflict within Bados, Zhang Xiaoman recognized that his verbal tactics were proving effective and pressed on with his rhetoric. The second phase of his verbal persuasion, emotional resonance. He sought to instill in her the illusion that he truly understood her plight. "Bados, constantly serving others to maintain the balance of the universe must be exhausting. But have you ever pondered who serves you? Who comprehends your feelings? You too deserve care and nurturing." After uttering these words, Zhang Xiaoman meticulously observed Bados' reaction, subtly preparing to tear through the fabric of space-time and escape at a moment's notice. The ultimate goal of his verbal strategy was to buy time. Wait until the other party lets down their guard, then swiftly escape this perilous place. The art of verbal persuasion has indeed proven effective. After listening to the deceptive words of Sheru, Bados was momentarily taken aback. The notions he presented were ones she had never contemplated before. She had always believed that maintaining the balance of the universe and serving the god of destruction was her rightful duty. Yet, she had never acknowledged the needs that lay deep within her heart. She, too, was weary and in need of rest. "This monster truly understands me." Upon realizing her inner turmoil, Bados closed her eyes, attempting to quell her excitement. She thought to herself, "This Sheru is indeed cunning. With just a few words, he has shaken my resolve. However, I have come here under the divine order to eliminate him, and I cannot be so easily swayed." With that, she opened her eyes, ready to threaten Sheru. But at that moment, there was not a trace of him left. Realizing this, Bados trembled with rage, her high ponytail bobbing with her agitation. She pointed to the spot where Sheru had once stood and exclaimed, "So, this is how you wish to play, Sheru? I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and will not let you escape. I swear by the name of the divine. In the vast cosmos, 2 spaceships were filled with laughter and merriment. The main characters, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, were celebrating Gohan's birthday. They had departed from Earth to seek the evil Dragon Balls and had been traversing the universe for over 2 months. Today marked Gohan's birthday, a rare occasion for a family gathering. His father Piccolo urged, Gohan, blow out the candles and make a wish. Sun Wukong added, yes, Gohan. Gohan clasped his hands together in silent prayer and then blew out the candles in one breath. Piccolo, curious, asked, what did you wish for, Gohan? Gohan replied, I can't tell you. Wishes lose their magic if spoken. Piccolo chuckled and affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, his smile warm and kind. Krillin teased, Piccolo, why does it feel like you're Gohan's real father? The group erupted in hearty laughter. At that moment, they had gathered 5 of the 7 Dragon Balls, drawing ever closer to the final 2 Black Dragon Balls. Their burdens were lighter now, allowing them to fully enjoy their leisure time. Suddenly, the spaceship's alarm blared. A mechanical female voice announced, the spaceship is under attack. The spaceship is under attack. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately donned their space suits and flew to the exterior of the ship. There, they beheld a sight. A creature adorned with black spikes at its joints stood atop the spaceship, its feet crushing through the hull and causing oxygen to leak. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He shouted furiously, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Get your filthy feet off. As if he had not heard. The creature exerted its weight, and the spaceship was abruptly severed in 2, exploding in a thunderous blast. The senzu beans aboard the spaceship were destroyed along with it, leaving them with none. Fortunately, all aboard possessed the ability to fly and swiftly evacuated to a nearby planet, escaping without loss of life. Vegeta, unable to contain his fury any longer at the provocation before him, bellowed, come and take my life. He then unleashed the royal technique of the Saiyan Prince. A multitude of yellow energy blasts erupted from his palms, each one striking the 1-star dragon without exception. The resulting explosion stirred a great cloud of dust. With a triumphant grin, Vegeta declared, now, you are finished. However, Goku gazed at the scene before him with grave concern. As the dust settled, the 1-star dragon was seen floating serenely in space, utterly unscathed. He gestured towards a nearby planet, indicating that the battle should continue there. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon landing on the planet and regaining oxygen, the group began to converse. Goku inquired, who are you? And what is your purpose? The 1-star dragon casually cleaned his ears and replied, I seek the Dragon Balls that you possess. At that moment, Gohan noticed the 1-star Dragon Ball embedded in the creature's forehead and exclaimed, look, he is the 1-star dragon. The others, upon hearing this, grew vigilant. Unlike the other malevolent dragons, the sinister aura emanating from the 1-star dragon was far more potent, instilling a sense of foreboding among the group. I advise you to cease your struggles and hand over the Dragon Balls obediently. Otherwise, I shall slay each of you one by one. Piccolo interjected, you are mistaken. The Dragon Balls are not in our possession. The 1-star dragon responded, oh, do you know where they are? Goku cautioned, do not divulge anything, Piccolo. We cannot betray our friends. The 1-star dragon applauded, indeed, you possess loyalty. But how long will that last? Suddenly, the 1-star dragon vanished from sight, moving with such speed that the others could not perceive his motion. In the next instant, he appeared behind Gohan, thrusting his hand through Gohan's chest with a swift strike. Grasping Gohan's heart, he ripped it out, casually discarding Gohan's lifeless body aside, and began to gnaw at the heart. Gohan's life force extinguished. Witnessing this, Goku was instantly engulfed in rage. He roared, transforming into his most powerful form, enveloped in a blue aura. He assumed the Super Saiyan Blue state and charged at the 1-star dragon. Meanwhile, Piccolo teleported in front of Gohan, cradling the dazed boy. Gohan, it's okay. We can use the Dragon Balls too. At this moment, Piccolo faltered, realizing there were no Dragon Balls left in the presence of the evil dragon. Was Gohan now beyond salvation? The anguish in Piccolo's heart deepened, and 2 tears streamed down his green face. Gohan opened his mouth, as if to speak, and Piccolo, with keen hearing, caught his words. I wish to return home soon with the Dragon Balls, to be with Uncle Piccolo. Before he could finish, Gohan breathed his last. Piccolo was consumed by a fury unlike any other. No, Gohan. He concentrated his power into his fingertips and roared, I will slay you, 1-star dragon. Feel my wrath. Special Beam Cannon. Chapter 87. Fusion. Vegeta's counterattack. On an unknown planet, Super Saiyan Blue Goku engages in a fierce battle with the one-star dragon. Goku unleashes a 20-fold Kaioken, each punch imbued with formidable power. The one-star dragon raises his palm to block, each impact resonating with a thunderous sound of air being torn apart. In the face of Goku's relentless assault, the one-star dragon smirks, effortlessly parrying the blows, clearly not exerting his full strength. Suddenly, a spiral wave of light infused with a terrifying aura surges forth. It's Piccolo's special beam cannon. The moment the beam makes contact with the one-star dragon, he swiftly evades with a flicker. "Oh my, that's quite impressive. Keep it coming. I can take it," he taunts. Enraged, Piccolo charges forward. Once the most rational among the protagonists, he is now consumed by fury for the first time. Seeing this, Goku immediately shouts, "Stop, Piccolo. You're no match for him." But Piccolo, blinded by anger, lunges at the one-star dragon with his wolf-fang fist. Yet, each strike is effortlessly dodged. Suddenly, the one-star dragon vanishes. Piccolo, losing his target, frantically searches around. In the next instant, the one-star dragon materializes behind him, gathering a cataclysmic force at his fingertips. A devastating energy wave erupts from his touch, instantly engulfing Piccolo. Witnessing this, the others cry out in despair, "Piccolo!" Ultimately, Piccolo is obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The remaining protagonists, bereft of hope, converge from all angles to assault the one-star dragon. After several exchanges, they find themselves gravely injured. Androids 17 and 18 lay unconscious on the ground, while Krillin has been kicked into the mountains, his fate uncertain. Only Vegeta and Goku remain standing. "Well then, are you going to tell me where the remaining 7 Dragon Balls are?" Goku demands angrily. "I would never betray my friends," retorts Goku defiantly. "Then you shall perish," the one-star dragon declares, raising his hands high. A terrifying power converges in his palms, and in an instant, a pitch-black energy sphere materializes. Both Goku and Vegeta sense the overwhelming force within. They know that if struck, defeat is inevitable. "Let us fuse, Vegeta," Goku implores. Vegeta, astonished, gazes at Goku, for the first time not refusing the fusion. Having lost his son and dear friend to the one-star dragon, he feels Goku's sorrow and fury. "Very well, Kakarot." With that, they produce their fusion earrings. A powerful force draws them together, and in an instant, they are enveloped in a brilliant light. As the radiance dissipates, Vegeta emerges. Upon witnessing this transformation, the one-star dragon sneers, viewing them as nothing more than a foolish insect against a chariot. In the next moment, he hurls the terrifying energy sphere at Vegeta. The overwhelming pressure scatters the dust on the ground, and just as the energy sphere is about to collide with Vegeta, he delivers a mighty kick, sending the sphere soaring away. The energy sphere is propelled to a distant planet, which is immediately engulfed in flames before exploding spectacularly. As the one-star dragon beheld the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. This must be your most formidable strike." Suddenly, Vegeta materialized before the one-star dragon, unleashing a flurry of punches, hundreds in mere seconds. The one-star dragon swiftly countered, his earlier nonchalance replaced by a fierce determination. Their fists collided, sending ripples through the air. After yet another exchange, they separated, with the one-star dragon boastfully declaring, "Not bad. Your punches carry quite a punch. Come at me again." Vegeta retorted gravely, "Do not revel in your triumph just yet. I have yet to unleash my true power. This time, I will personally end your existence, for Gohan and to avenge Piccolo." The one-star dragon provocatively beckoned Vegeta. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar. "Ah!" A terrifying aura erupted from him, transforming him into Super Saiyan Blue. The blue flames enveloped his entire being, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning struck down. The one-star dragon observed, praising, "Quite an imposing presence." But Vegeta interjected, "It's not over yet. 20 times Kaioken." In the next moment, a multitude of red lightning surged from Vegeta's body, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, shaking the very earth. The red flames swirled around the blue aura. Vegeta, filled with rage, declared, "One-star dragon. This time, I will surely kill you myself." With that, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously before the one-star dragon, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. The one-star dragon was caught off guard, unable to evade the onslaught, ultimately receiving a devastating blow that sent him crashing into a mountain. The towering peak crumbled with a resounding crash, stirring up thick clouds of dust. Vegeta's voice resonated. "Get up, one-star dragon. I won't allow you to perish so easily. I intend to torment you thoroughly, so you may experience the anguish within my heart." At that moment, the one-star dragon had already regained his composure within the mountain's debris. He internally commended Vegeta. Truly, the power of fusion is remarkable. Their combined strength has surged immensely. Had it not been for my 7-star dragon's defense, I would undoubtedly have been injured. The 1-star dragon burst forth from the smoke, no longer holding back. Both warriors unleashed their ultimate powers. Boom! Their fists clashed, generating a colossal wave of energy. After exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds, their battle descended from the skies to the ground, ravaging the planet. Their strengths proved remarkably equal. Following yet another fierce confrontation, they quickly distanced themselves. The 1-star dragon remarked, "Quite impressive. It seems I must reveal my true power now." Vegeta, alarmed, pondered, is it possible that he has not yet unveiled his full strength? What hidden techniques does he possess? The 1-star dragon spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally, prepared to experience my power of rules. Darkness descends. This is the strength I have attained after my ascension. You may die without regret. In the next instant, a dark veil descended from the sky, enveloping both Vegeta and the 1-star dragon. As the curtain of darkness was about to descend, Vegeta caught sight of Krillin in the distance, who had just emerged from the rubble of the mountain. His strength seemed to have somewhat recovered. Aware of the imminent peril lurking within the shadows, Vegeta understood that the forthcoming battle would be fraught with danger. He called out to Krillin, "Krillin, grab the dragon radar. Seek out Goku for support." In the next moment, a colossal black sphere enveloped Vegeta and the 1-star dragon. The surface of the sphere was smooth and intricate, impenetrable to the eye. Krillin, gazing into the distance, concentrated the last vestiges of his energy, unleashing a key wave slash. The circular wave struck the black sphere, only to dissipate and vanish in an instant. A wave of dread washed over Krillin. However, he realized he could offer no assistance to his comrades. His only hope lay in locating Goku for reinforcements. He lifted the incapacitated androids 17 and 18 and soared toward another spacecraft in the distance. Krillin muttered to himself, "Goku, Vegeta, you must hold on." Chapter 88, Bardoss. You cunning trickster. In the vast expanse of the universe, a space rift abruptly appeared. Zhang Xiaoman clumsily leaped through the fissure. Without a moment's pause, he activated his flight technique to hasten his escape. Bardoss clung to him like an insistent adhesive, refusing to let go. In his desperate attempt to flee, Zhang Xiaoman tore through countless spatial rifts, yet the formidable Bardoss always managed to track him down relentlessly. After narrowly escaping once more, Zhang Xiaoman gasped for breath. Acutely aware of Bardoss closing in behind him, he thought to himself, "At this rate, I won't last long. Sooner or later, Bardoss will catch up to me." He had anticipated Bardoss's strength, but never imagined it would be so overwhelming. A crisp voice rang out, "Run, Cell, why aren't you running?" Zhang Xiaoman panted, "I can't run anymore." Recognizing the futility of his escape, he inhaled deeply and addressed Bardoss. "Bardoss, I am willing to fight you, but under one condition." Bardoss pursed her lips and replied, "Cell, you won't fool me again." Zhang Xiaoman knew that, given the current circumstances, should Bardoss wield her powers, he stood no chance. However, if he could persuade her not to use her abilities, he still possessed a fighting spirit based solely on physical confrontation. He declared, "I speak sincerely. If you can battle me without resorting to your powers, I will not flee. Defeat me, and you may do as you wish." At this moment, Bardoss was also feeling the strain. Cell had the ability to tear through space, making his escape seem chaotic. Were it not for her substantial strength, she would have lost him long ago. Now, even if she could catch up, it would come at a great cost, consuming a significant amount of time. Perhaps it would be wise to hear out what Cell had to say. Bardoss responded, "How can I trust that you are not deceiving me?" Zhang Xiaoman replied, "Oh, beautiful angel, your strength is so formidable that even if I were to deceive you, I could never escape your pursuit." The sudden flattery caught Bardoss off guard. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade. "All right, I will trust you this once. Even without the power of time, you are certainly no match for me. You must understand how long I have existed in this universe. My combat experience far surpasses yours. To me, You appear as nothing more than a child. Upon seeing the opponent take the bait, Zhang Xiaoman felt a slight relaxation in his heart. In the next moment, he assumed his stance and declared to Bados, "Now, Bados, I shall advance." Bados tossed her staff aside, and it vanished from sight. Her voice was melodious and clear, "Come at me." In the next instant, Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a punch. Bados raised her hand to block it. Bang! The tremendous force collided, sending transparent ripples through the air. Bados frowned slightly. Such physical strength from this guy? Zhang Xiaoman's fist struck Bados's arm, as if hitting a thick wall. Internally, he marveled. No wonder she is an angel even stronger than Weiss. The two then accelerated once more, exchanging hundreds of blows in mere moments. Initially, Zhang Xiaoman found himself at a disadvantage. However, after absorbing Broly's cells, he grew increasingly courageous in battle. Surrounded by a vibrant green aura, he gradually matched Bados in strength. Zhang Xiaoman became more exhilarated with each exchange, his fists colliding with Bados repeatedly. Without even utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, he held his own against the angel. He thought to himself, victory is assured. Meanwhile, Bados felt a twinge of uncertainty, surprised at how much stronger this warrior became with each strike. She could only hope that his strength would eventually wane, allowing her to triumph over him. A blue barrier arose before Bados. Under Zhang Xiaoman's relentless assault, the barrier began to fracture, threatening to shatter. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman activated the Ultra Instinct. White energy surged throughout his body. He delivered a powerful punch, shattering the blue barrier. In the next instant, his iron fist was poised to strike Bados. Suddenly, time was suspended. Bados, astonished, patted her chest and exclaimed, "How is this guy's power so formidable? Without the power of rules, I cannot defeat him." She evaded his attack and, within the pause, unleashed a flurry of 1,000 punches upon Zhang Xiaoman's body. When time resumed, Zhang Xiaoman, who had been attacking, suddenly found his target had vanished. Pain surged through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be possible? In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman realized it was the power of the rules of time. Furious, he shouted, "Bados, you're cheating." The beautiful angel, already feeling guilty, blushed at his words. "What's wrong? I used it, and you could have as well." Zhang Xiaoman felt a bitter loss, recalling a profound saying, "The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she can be." Observing Bados's underhanded tactics, he found himself at a loss. He began to analyze the current situation. Defeating her was out of the question. The goal of this battle was simply to escape. As long as he could flee, he would claim victory. Firstly, the defenses and vigilance of the opponent were firmly in place, their breathing steady and undisturbed. Overcoming such a formidable adversary as Batos seemed utterly impossible. Thus, the primary strategy was to disrupt the opponent's rhythm in battle, to incite their fury. A nefarious scheme unfolded within Zhang Xiaoman's mind. Chapter 89, Escape from Death. In the vast cosmos, Zhang Xiaoman stood in confrontation with Batos. To escape from the mightiest angel under the authority of the Omni-King was no trivial endeavor. However, after assimilating the cells of an array of powerful beings, including the god of destruction, angels, Jiren, the evil dragon, Broly, and Majin Buu, Batos could not effortlessly annihilate Cell. Observing the haughty and imperious Batos only ignited Zhang Xiaoman's desire for conquest. He grimly resolved that one day she would be tamed and become his wife. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. With a mighty roar, Zhang Xiaoman assumed a battle stance, gathering blue energy within his palms. Kamehameha, a cerulean wave of destructive power surged toward Batos. She merely shook her head and disdainfully remarked, "A mere parlor trick." In the next instant, a blue shield materialized before her. When the Kamehameha struck the shield, it rippled as if impacted, yet showed no signs of yielding. Zhang Xiaoman made several more attempts. Magic Cannon, Energy Wave, Ultimate Flash. Each of his renowned techniques crashed against Batos's barrier, but yielded no effect. Growing impatient, Batos stated, "This is the absolute skill of my angelic race, energy manipulation. I can transform my energy into forms of attack or defense. No energy wave can breach my defenses. You might as well cease your futile efforts." Feigning exasperation, Zhang Xiaoman bellowed, "If the energy wave won't work, then I shall engage in close combat." The mastery of his technique surged within him, enveloping Zhang Xiaoman in white spiritual energy, even altering the color of his pupils to a pale gray. In a flash, he vanished, only to reappear before Batos, launching a flurry of Wolf-Fang Fist. The immense energy unleashed waves of force, creating violent explosions wherever the fist struck. Despite possessing the world's most powerful physique and speed, he could not graze Bateau's even slightly. Bateau shook her head in resignation, saying, "You should surrender, Cell. Quietly accept your demise. I can manipulate time. No matter how swift you are, you cannot touch me." After a moment, Zhang Xiaoman distanced himself, breathing heavily and feigning exhaustion. He lamented, "The energy wave fails at range, and close combat proves futile. What am I to do? This is infuriating." Bateau's, witnessing this display, arrogantly lifted her chin, seemingly proclaiming her victory. Zhang Xiaoman, observing this scene, understood that his plan had succeeded. As long as she believed he had exhausted all his tactics, his wicked scheme was already half accomplished. At this moment, Bateau's had lowered her guard. What an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Zhang Xiaoman lifted his head and gazed behind Bateau's, feigning a look of sheer terror. "Great High Priest, what brings you here?" This was a meticulously crafted strategy by Zhang Xiaoman. Angels harbor a deep-seated fear of the High Priest, a vulnerability that could be exploited. By evoking the name of the High Priest, he sought to distract the angel, providing himself with an opportunity to unleash a sequence of controlling moves against his opponent. Bateau's was instantly thrown into disarray upon hearing this. He turned to look, but there was not a single shadow in sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bateau's cursed his misfortune, yet it was already too late. Zhang Xiaoman quietly uttered, "Time stop." This signature move of his, albeit lasting merely 15 seconds, was designed to prevent the angel from gaining the upper hand by freezing time itself. Zhang Xiaoman swiftly moved beside the angel. Solar Fist. He first obstructed the opponent's line of sight. Even if the opponent attempted to reverse time, they would still be unable to locate his position. Ice Ray. 2 beams of laser shot forth from Sheru's eyes, instantly freezing the angel. This was ice imbued with the power of rules, making it excruciatingly difficult to escape. Even if there was a way out, it would require a significant amount of time. Poison Mist. A gray haze invaded Bateau's nostrils, aimed at weakening the angel's strength. The once supple skin of Bateau's, as fragile as an eggshell, transformed into a gaunt visage. After executing these moves, Zhang Xiaoman exhaled deeply, the time stop having concluded. He unleashed the 6-star dragon's vacuum slash, a fine line slicing through the cosmos, creating a rift. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman vanished from sight. Bateau's was left in shock. This fellow had concealed so many powerful techniques. How had I failed to notice? Moreover, this individual possessed an impressive wealth of combat experience and an astute battle intellect. The meticulousness of his plan made it nearly impossible to counter. Bateau's thought to himself, while I could potentially unravel the controls binding me and restore my original state, it would require an extensive amount of time, and even time reversal would be too late. By then, Gero would have long since escaped to who knows where. A peculiar emotion welled up within Bateau's as he murmured, "This is the first time I've been defeated. To think I would fall at Gero's hands." After emerging from countless spatial rifts, Zhang Xiaoman found himself back in Universe 12. Surely, Bateau's would not be able to find him again. Sensing that Bateau's energy had not followed him, Zhang Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, his first thought was to return to the spaceship, to rest and check on the status of his companions. After all, he had been entangled in combat with Broly and Bateau's for such an extended duration. He held no expectations for Son Goku and the others to defeat the evil dragon, given their current strength was still too feeble. Zhang Xiaoman attuned his senses to the energy of the universe, searching for Son Goku's presence to utilize instant transmission back to the spaceship. Why am I unable to detect Son Goku and Vegeta's energy? Even Piccolo and Gohan's energies have vanished. A sense of foreboding began to stir within Zhang Xiaoman. Could they have encountered some unforeseen calamity? Suddenly, a familiar energy signature emerged. It was Krillin's presence. After locking onto Krillin's energy, Zhang Xiaoman concentrated his power at his fingertips and softly uttered, "Instant transmission." In the next moment, he found himself aboard a spaceship. There, he beheld the unconscious forms of androids 17 and 18, alongside the bloodied Krillin, who was still piloting the spacecraft. Zhang Xiaoman clenched his fists tightly. Krillin sensed the presence of Cell and, as if clutching at a lifeline, crawled over to Zhang Xiaoman, grasping his legs. With a voice filled with despair, he exclaimed, "Gohan and Piccolo have both been killed by the 1-star dragon. Cell, you must hurry and save Goku and Vegeta." He stayed behind to hold off the one-star dragon from my escape. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman froze momentarily, a surge of wrath igniting within him. How dare you touch my friends? One-star dragon, prepare yourself for your demise. Chapter 90. One-star dragon, are you ready to meet your end? Within the spaceship, the atmosphere around Zhang Xiaoman stirred without wind. He emanated a terrifying aura, causing all loose objects around him to be drawn up towards the ceiling. He had anticipated dire circumstances, yet he had not foreseen such calamity. This was the first time he experienced unrestrained fury. To him, the one-star dragon was merely a wretched worm, daring to harm his friends and brethren. While he was absent, they murdered his companions and injured his allies. Vaguely, Zhang Xiaoman recalled the words of Goku and the others. We are counting on you, Cell. You are our cornerstone. We all rely on you. Defeating all the evil dragons rests solely on your shoulders. Thank you, Cell, for always supporting me. Zhang Xiaoman's voice was devoid of emotion. Only an endless fury lingered. Krillin, take me to the one-star dragon. On an unknown planet, there existed a pitch-black sphere, within which resided the one-star dragon and Vegeta. The one-star dragon let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, your physical prowess, whether in strength, speed, or power, is on par with mine. The only distinction is that I command the darkness. This is a skill I have newly acquired. It is the power of the rules of dark energy. At that moment, Vegeta appeared anxious, unable to hear, see, or even smell anything. His senses were sealed, and he could not perceive the aura of the evil dragon. All around him was an abyss of darkness. Vegeta unleashed his Prince S technique, sending forth waves of yellow light from his palms. The light waves seemed to strike into emptiness, yielding no feedback whatsoever. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen as the one-star dragon landed a heavy punch. Vegeta spat out blood. However, unable to sense his opponent's energy, he was rendered a deaf-mute and blind, striking wildly in desperation. The one-star dragon cackled in the darkness. Ha ha! How amusing! The mighty Super Saiyan warrior, renowned for defeating Frieza, is now nothing but a blind fool, only capable of taking hits. After a frenzied outburst of futile attacks, Vegeta was left panting heavily. He thought to himself, this cannot continue. I must utilize instantaneous movement to escape this cursed place. Vegeta placed his finger upon his brow, but sensed no aura whatsoever. A wave of alarm washed over him. The one-star dragon laughed even more wickedly. Ha! Do not even think about using instantaneous movement, Vegeta. Here, all auras are severed. It is utterly impossible to employ it. No matter how fiercely you strike or unleash your energy blasts, you cannot shatter my dark barrier. Within this dark barrier, I am invincible. Seeing his instantaneous movement rendered ineffective, Vegeta's spirits plummeted. The one-star dragon's assault persisted. He intermittently delivered punches and kicks to Vegeta. After some time, Vegeta bore severe injuries. A few more blows, and he would surely meet his end. At this moment, Vegeta's hair had turned black, his Super Saiyan form dispelled, his aura weak, his eyes closed. The one-star dragon seized Vegeta by the hair, lifting him from the ground, and began to kick him repeatedly in the abdomen. Vegeta cried out in agony. Realizing Vegeta was at his last breath, the one-star dragon withdrew his dark barrier. He brought Vegeta close to his ear and said, Now I ask you once more, where are the remaining 5 Dragon Balls? Vegeta, barely able to speak, replied weakly, in the universe. The one-star dragon raised his hand again and slapped Vegeta across the face, saying, No more tricks. I will ask you one last time. Where are the remaining 5 Dragon Balls? Vegeta remained silent. The one-star dragon grew impatient, thinking this Saiyan was as stubborn as a rock in a cesspool. Upon seeing Gohan's lifeless body, the one-star dragon devised a plan. He approached Gohan's corpse, which lay lifeless, eyes devoid of light, a gaping hole in his chest, clearly deceased. The one-star dragon grasped Gohan's head and hoisted his body from the ground. Addressing the barely conscious Vegeta, he remarked, Aren't you Earthlings most concerned about your comrade's remains? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's fury ignited, and he yelled frantically, Get away. Release Gohan. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Do not harm Gohan. The one-star dragon sensed the effectiveness of his tactic and grinned maliciously, stating, Then I will ask you once more. Where are the remaining 5 Dragon Balls? Vegeta's heart waged a fierce battle. On one side was his son, on the other, his brother. His fists pounded against the ground with growing intensity as he shouted, Damn it all. Tears of frustration streamed from Vegeta's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the wicked dragon inquired again, "Vegeta, I give you 3 final seconds. If you do not speak, I will crush his head. Don't you Earthlings cherish the integrity of the deceased? What is it called again? Oh, yes, the body and hair are received from one's parents?" Vegeta crawled step by step toward the one-star dragon, his voice seething with rage. "One-star dragon, I will kill you." The one-star dragon's voice was as cold as ancient ice, devoid of emotion. 3, 2. As the countdown approached its final moment, a deep voice resonated. "No need to count anymore, one-star dragon. You must find the other 5 Dragon Balls with me." Both one-star dragon and Vegeta were taken aback by the suddenness of this voice. Vegeta was astonished with joy, relieved at the arrival of Cell's support, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. In contrast, one-star dragon experienced a tinge of fearful surprise, pondering when this individual had appeared without his notice. However, the fact that he did not seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack indicated his fear of the potential consequences. One-star dragon crushing Gohan's skull. With a laugh, one-star dragon declared, "Ha ha ha, I advise you to hand over the Dragon Balls quickly. I might consider sparing this corpse." The moment Zhang Xiaoman sensed Vegeta's aura, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at the scene, ignoring one-star dragon's words, and instead lifted Vegeta to heal his wounds. Within Cell's body resided the cells of Majin Buu, allowing for the restoration of injuries. Seeing that his words were disregarded, one-star dragon decided to show them the severity of the situation. With a forceful gesture, he aimed to crush Gohan's head. Vegeta immediately urged Zhang Xiaoman, "Cell, stop him. Don't let him harm Gohan." Zhang Xiaoman replied solemnly, "Rest assured, he cannot accomplish that." Cannot. One-star dragon thought, bewildered by the audacity of this person to mock him. Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly realized that Gohan had vanished from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, he discovered Gohan's lifeless body had been placed beside Vegeta. What? When did he take the body? One-star dragon questioned, filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman's deep voice echoed in his ears. "One-star dragon, are you prepared for your demise?" Chapter 91. One-star dragon and Cell. How to die? One-star dragon scoffed internally, deeming his opponent brazenly arrogant. "I merely lost focus for a moment, which is why I failed to notice your movements. Yet you dare to be proud. Remember, I am one of the 7 formidable evil dragons. I will crush you." One-star dragon advanced step by step towards Zhang Xiaoman, who was nearing the completion of healing Vegeta. Vegeta's injuries had largely mended. Noticing the approach of one-star dragon, he urgently cautioned Zhang Xiaoman, "Cell, do not underestimate him. His power is immense." At that moment, Krillin also arrived, despite his weaker strength, eager to assist. Seeing Vegeta unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet upon spotting one-star dragon, his nerves tensed once more. "So, we should flee quickly. The fact that we managed to save Gohan's body and Goku is already fortunate. We cannot contend with one-star dragon's might. We should seek assistance from Lord Beerus." Before Zhang Xiaoman could respond, one-star dragon interjected, "Want to escape? It's too late. What I say is true. My strength is formidable. Hand over the 7 Dragon Balls now, and it may still be possible. Otherwise, I will kill you. The Dragon Balls will still return to my possession. I suggest you avoid unnecessary suffering." Zhang Xiaoman slowly rose to his feet, advancing step by step towards the one-star dragon. He secretly pondered, "Having absorbed the cells of so many formidable beings from the universe, if I cannot surpass you, I might as well delete my account and start anew. Enough of the trivialities. One-star dragon, how dare you harm my subordinates and injure my friends? Prepare to meet your demise." Seeing his opponent poised to strike, the one-star dragon began to gather energy at his fingertips. Negative finger energy blast. Initially, it was a probing attack from the one-star dragon. A dark red wave of light coalescing at his fingertips, then shooting towards Zhang Xiaoman's chest. The laser struck Zhang Xiaoman's muscular torso, sending sparks flying. Yet, he remained unscathed. The one-star dragon was internally astonished. This fellow possesses considerable strength to withstand my attacks solely with physical resilience. He has some arrogance to boast about. Then what about this? The one-star dragon roared, super negative energy blast. A black energy orb formed in the one-star dragon's hand, and in the next moment, it surged towards Zhang Xiaoman with apocalyptic force. Krillin and Vegeta, witnessing this scene, shouted anxiously, "Watch out." Zhang Xiaoman, however, wore a relaxed expression. As the negative energy orb appeared before him, he opened his arms, ready to counterattack. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman's formidable physique allowed him to absorb the energy orb with his bare hands. He pushed the energy orb outward step by step, and with a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the negative energy blast back towards the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon narrowly evaded, his face reflecting shock. What? Vegeta was equally astonished. Zhang Xiaoman's power was indeed formidable. He had actually batted away such a terrifying energy blast with his bare hands. Vegeta felt a sense of relief, yet the one-star dragon's demeanor turned significantly serious. Internally, the one-star dragon began to strategize. This individual appears to be exceedingly powerful. In terms of physical strength, I may indeed fall short. However, I have absorbed the 7-star dragon and gained his possession ability. By possessing Vegeta, I can observe their camaraderie. They would surely hesitate to harm their own ally, which would allow me to once again manipulate that monster, Zhang Xiaoman. With this plan in mind, the one-star dragon charged at Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman had no intention of dodging. The one-star dragon's attack posed no threat to him. Suddenly, the one-star dragon changed direction and charged towards Vegeta. Observing this, Zhang Xiaoman scoffed. Unleash all your sinister and treacherous tactics. Here I stand, and you shall not stir up any great tumult. The one-star dragon reached Vegeta and shouted, "Possession!" Caught off guard, Vegeta attempted to escape, but it was too late. A blinding light flashed. The two merged into one. The one-star dragon's form grew significantly larger. After the fusion, the one-star dragon declared triumphantly, "Ha! I have merged with Vegeta. Zhang Xiaoman, prepare to pay with your life." With that, he charged at Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman activated his 100-fold King Kai Fist state, enveloped in a crimson aura, effortlessly evading the assault. All of the one-star dragon's attacks fell into empty space. During the skirmish, Zhang Xiaoman let out a cold snort and remarked, "Humph. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you have devoured the 7-star dragon. If I defeat you, I shall acquire 2 Dragon Balls, thereby saving myself considerable effort." After several ineffective assaults, the one-star dragon, breathless and exhausted, gathered himself for a moment before boasting, "Indeed, Gero, you are formidable. However, your constant evasion suggests that you dare not harm my current form. After all, within me resides Vegeta. Surely, you wouldn't want to harm your ally, would you?" Internally, the one-star dragon reveled in his perceived advantage, thinking, "Now you are finished, Gero." Unexpectedly, a sharp sound echoed as Gero's massive palm struck the one-star dragon's face, the force so tremendous that it knocked out 3 teeth, which flew into the distance, crashing against a rock with a thunderous explosion. "What?" The one-star dragon grimaced in pain, clutching his swollen face in disbelief. "You scoundrel! You must be bluffing. Would you truly allow your companion to be harmed? Take another step forward, and I will injure Vegeta. You would be wise not to act rashly." He pressed his claws against his neck, drawing forth crimson blood from his sharp nails. Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but lament the abundance of foolish villains. "I am no saint." He then delivered another slap to the other side of the one-star dragon's face, leaving him dazed. Zhang Xiaoman scoffed, "Go ahead and harm yourself. Regardless, I shall ensure your demise today." Yet internally, he mused, "Even if they perish, I can wish for their resurrection from the dragon." The one-star dragon launched another offensive, but Zhang Xiaoman showed no mercy. He sidestepped the one-star dragon's strike and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, followed by the brutal act of snapping the spikes from his elbow, the sound of cracking bones reverberating in the air. The one-star dragon let out a pained wail. "Ah!" Suddenly, he erupted with rage, forcing Zhang Xiaoman back and creating distance between them, though internally he was shaken, realizing, this guy is definitely no hero. On the contrary, he is as wicked as I am, relentless in achieving his goals. It seems I must resort to that technique. The one-star dragon shed his possessed state, expelling Vegeta from within, and gracefully ascended into the sky. He unleashed a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha, Gero, I concede, you are strong. Yet, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot withstand my ultimate move. In my domain, I reign supreme. Here, foes are rendered deaf and blind. No force can prevail. Prepare to meet your end, Gero." Just as the one-star dragon finished speaking, a dark, inky shroud descended from the heavens, enveloping both Gero and the one-star dragon. Chapter 92, Gero 404. In the vast cosmos. On an uncharted planet, Vegeta gazed at the pitch-black sphere with a serious expression. Krillin, noticing Vegeta's strange demeanor, curiously inquired, "Goku, I mean, Vegeta, didn't you venture inside the black sphere before? What lies within that sphere? Do you not understand, Krillin? Vegeta began. Anyone who enters that black sphere is doomed to perish without exception. Krillin, perplexed, inquired, but why? Surely, Cell has already exerted his suppressive force. I cannot fathom how a mere one-star dragon could possibly best Cell. The hard power is evident. No trickery can prevail. Vegeta elucidated. The reason I declare the one-star dragon invincible is that any adversary entering the black sphere will have all perception obliterated, devoid of any awareness of their opponent's energy. They will neither hear nor see, and will be immune to various key attacks. To step inside is to become a mere victim of unrelenting assault. This revelation struck Krillin like a thunderclap, extinguishing the flicker of hope within him, leaving him as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant. Bowing his head, he muttered, "It's over. This time, we are utterly doomed." Yet, Vegeta rose, stretching his neck and limbs, preparing to face the one-star dragon after Cell's inevitable defeat. Observing this, Krillin adopted a resolute demeanor, raising one hand above his head, his energy slash at the ready. Though his power was meager, he resolved to assist Goku and the others in any way possible. Within the black sphere, the one-star dragon and Cell floated in the void. The one-star dragon lifted his chin, exclaiming, "Humph. You may not hear anything now, but I still wish to boast. Once you enter my domain, all enemies become blind and deaf, destined solely to receive blows. Prepare to be pulverized into a pulp." Zhang Xiaoman, cloaked in Cell's exterior, remained nonchalant. Though he could neither see nor hear, nor even scent the air, his myriad skills left him unperturbed. He mused, is this truly the power of the most formidable evil dragon, the one-star dragon? If the only alteration is a shrouded environment that stifles the senses, then it is rather mundane. With an open palm, Zhang Xiaoman tentatively unleashed a few key blasts, only to receive no feedback, as if they had fallen into an abyss. He contemplated, it appears this place may also render key blasts ineffective. As he probed the boundaries of this barrier for any peculiarities, suddenly, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, followed by a relentless barrage of punches and kicks from the one-star dragon. Each blow struck vital points with full force. The one-star dragon's strategy was simple. Engage in close combat first, then finish Cell with a concentrated negative energy blast. However, the execution proved challenging. He inwardly lamented. How can Cell's abominable body be so resilient? My hands ache from the blows, yet he seems unscathed. To breach his physical defenses, it appears I must resort to my piercing attacks. In the next instant, the one-star dragon swiftly appeared before Zhang Xiaoman, raising his arm and driving the spike of his elbow into Zhang Xiaoman's chest. With a sickening sound, blood cascaded down the spike. The one-star dragon grinned wickedly, pulling back his arm with a thought of triumph. Now you are finished. To everyone's astonishment, the scene that unfolded next left the one-star dragon utterly dumbfounded. The body of Cell, which had been pierced by him, began to slowly writhe and then return to its original state. The one-star dragon was taken aback by this monstrous regenerative ability. What? Not only is his physical form formidable, but his recovery power is astonishingly strong as well. In comparison, he seems more like a monster than I do. The one-star dragon couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and resentment towards Cell's abilities, contemplating how wonderful it would be to possess such robust physicality and regenerative prowess. Realizing that his sharp attacks were ineffective, the one-star dragon concentrated negative energy into a projectile. He devised a strategy in his mind, thinking that the only way to annihilate this opponent was to wear him down slowly. Surely his recovery ability couldn't remain this potent indefinitely, could it? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman, despite having absorbed the cells of numerous powerful beings, found it contrary to his nature to simply endure relentless assaults. He silently activated the three-star dragon's ice domain. Anyone entering this icy realm would be frozen, thus rendering the one-star dragon vulnerable to being turned into ice shards during a sneak attack. But wait, why can't I unleash it? With a perplexed expression, Zhang Xiaoman conducted a brief analysis and reached a conclusion that filled him with uncontainable joy. Could it be? Have I encountered a 404 error? The one-star dragon's power can actually negate the force of rules. How astonishing! With such power, what need have I to fear the high priest? What need have I to dread the power of time? Wherever I am, you will likely be unable to find me. In the palace of the Omni-King, the Omni-King's small hands fiddled with a brilliantly colored orb. This orb represented a new universe. The high priest gazed at the Omni King with utmost reverence. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching from outside the palace. He slowly exited the palace. A flash of blue light appeared, and Beerus manifested at the palace's perimeter. Upon seeing Beerus, the high priest intoned gravely, "Have you completed your task, Beerus? Then return and rest." In the high priest's view, dispatching a mere cell was a trivial task for his most powerful angel. He didn't even need to hear the outcome. He was certain Beerus would emerge victorious. At that moment, however, Beerus appeared momentarily stunned. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke, "I apologize, esteemed high priest, but Cell, he escaped my grasp." "What?" The high priest's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" "A mere cell managed to evade capture under your watch. The most powerful angel in my service has been bested by an ordinary being devoid of temporal powers? Have I underestimated him too greatly?" Anger flashed across the high priest's face. "He escaped? Why are you still here? Go after him." Beerus bowed his head, his voice barely a whisper. "I can no longer sense his presence." The high priest inhaled sharply, rebuking his subordinate. "You can't even detect a single person's aura? How foolish." With that, he closed his eyes, attempting to sense Cell's energy. Confusion etched itself across the high priest's features. Where is Cell's energy? Under the high priest's scrutiny, Cell's presence had vanished. As if unable to believe the outcome, he tried to sense it once more, but the result remained unchanged. What on earth has Cell done? A chill ran down the high priest's spine. Someone has astonishingly escaped the grasp of the divine for the very first time. He began to regret entrusting the ultimate freedom technique to him, as Sheru's rate of advancement soared like a rocket, spiraling into chaos. His few months of evolution equated to millennia of arduous cultivation for others. It was truly terrifying, since he could not sense Sheru's whereabouts. And out of concern for his pride, he could only say to Bardos, "Well, Bardos, you need not concern yourself with Sheru anymore. I shall handle it personally from now on. You may return." Chapter 93. The crumbling one-star dragon within the pitch-black sphere. One-star dragon raised his hands to the sky, gathering negative energy orbs, poised to exhaust Sheru in one fell swoop. Zhang Xiaoman was not one to simply endure blows. He quickly devised a countermeasure. Since he could neither see nor hear, the ultimate freedom technique was the optimal response. This technique discards all thoughts, relying solely on the body's instincts for attack, making it exceedingly difficult to be struck. Essentially, it allowed for nearly perfect evasion. Zhang Xiaoman took a deep breath, silently invoking ultimate freedom technique. In the next moment, white spiritual energy emanated from his body, and his pupils transformed into a silvery hue. Regardless of whether his eyes were open or closed, he could see nothing. So he resolutely shut his eyes, finding it more convenient to confront his adversary. One-star dragon misinterpreted this scene, believing his opponent had surrendered. He laughed and proclaimed, "Haha, Sheru, no matter how robust your physique or formidable your recovery, you remain deaf and blind in my presence. Indeed, close your eyes and await your demise." One-star dragon hurled the charged energy orb at Sheru, exclaiming, "Taste my strike, Sheru, negative energy orb." The black-red energy orb, unbound by the rules of this realm, surged forth with a cataclysmic aura, aimed unerringly at Sheru. To his astonishment, Sheru's form shifted effortlessly, moving with such agility that it left behind afterimages. In the next heartbeat, the energy orb was deftly evaded, crashing against the edge of the black sphere and dissipating. "What?" One-star dragon exclaimed, unwilling to accept defeat. He unleashed a barrage of energy orbs, relentlessly targeting Sheru. Yet, each time, Sheru merely flickered slightly, flawlessly dodging One-star dragon's onslaught. A tempest of disbelief surged within One-star dragon. How could this be possible? Could he actually see? Stealthily, One-star dragon floated before Sheru, waving his hand from a distance to ascertain if his opponent was indeed blind. Yet he could see nothing. How then could he consistently evade? Surely, it could not be mere luck. This rationale was one he could scarcely believe. Resolving to change his strategy, One-star dragon prepared to engage in close combat with his bony spines. Although his opponent possessed formidable regeneration, there had to be a day when that would be exhausted, right? With this determination, One-star dragon charged at Sheru, raising his elbow to strike at his temple. However, to his bewilderment, Sheru's small, nimble steps allowed him to evade the attack once more. At this moment, Yixing Long found himself engulfed in existential doubt. His eyes were wide with shock, as if pleading for assistance, proclaiming, "Someone, I report him. He's cheating." Unfazed by superstition, Yixing Long unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fang Fist against Shala's form. Yet, without exception, each strike met only empty air. Suddenly, an arm seized his own, none other than Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman opened his mouth, but due to the sound-dampening black sphere, his words were inaudible. Nevertheless, his lip movements conveyed a clear message. You've been attacking for so long without landing a hit. Now it's my turn to strike you. Terror flickered in Yixing Long's eyes as he recalled the warning from Qixing Long, his ears echoing with the admonition. That monster can absorb other cells to grow stronger. In his eyes, we are mere prey. Yixing Long gazed into Zhang Xiaoman's icy, emotionless eyes, the predatory stare of a hunter surveying its quarry. Was it possible that his adversary truly intended to consume him? Struggling to break free from Zhang Xiaoman's grip, Yixing Long found his body seemingly welded in place, unable to escape. With a slight surge of strength, Zhang Xiaoman snapped the sharp spike from Yixing Long's arm. A cry of agony escaped Yixing Long's lips. Yet Zhang Xiaoman persisted, his lips forming the words, "What? Does it hurt? Did you not consider this when you were slaughtering my companions?" He placed one hand on Yixing Long's back while grasping another of his spines. This strike was in vengeance for Gohan. With a decisive crack, another of Yixing Long's spines was severed, and torrents of blue blood spilled forth. Zhang Xiaoman's hands did not pause. He positioned himself over another spine, mouthing, "This one is for Piccolo." Another crack resounded, and yet another spine fell victim to his ruthless grip. Yixing Long writhed violently, desperate to escape the clutches of this demon. In that moment, he fully comprehended. This fiend could easily take his life. His restraint was solely for the purpose of tormenting him. At that instant, Yixing Long's aspirations for the Dragon Balls vanished. All he yearned for was survival. He fell to his knees before Zhang Xiaoman, tail between his legs, pleading, "I beg you. I shall no longer trouble you. Please, spare me." The walls of his psyche crumbled. Oblivious to the fact that Zhang Xiaoman could neither see nor hear him within this realm, Zhang Xiaoman stepped upon Yixing Long, his lips forming the words, "Do not move. Pain is to be expected, take a deep breath. This spine is for Goku and the others." With a resounding crack, yet another bone spike was extracted. Yixing Long's cries grew frantic, his voice hoarse. Zhang Xiaoman's relentless task continued. With each name invoked, he mercilessly removed another spine from Yixing Long's form. The latter succumbed to the agony, losing consciousness, yet with every extraction, his body convulsed in torment. At long last, the one-star dragon found itself devoid of any bone spurs. Its resistance utterly extinguished as the black sphere gradually faded away. Outside the sphere, Vegeta and Krillin had assumed their stances, poised to confront the emerging one-star dragon with unwavering resolve. However, as the black orb dissipated, an unexpected scene unfolded. Beneath Zhang Xiaoman's feet lay the unconscious one-star dragon, its body smooth and still seemingly in a state of oblivion. "What?" cried Vegeta and Krillin in astonishment. Were they not led to believe that the beating was one-sided? How had the one-star dragon become the sole recipient of the onslaught? Both were rendered speechless by this revelation. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman delivered a resounding slap to the one-star dragon's face. With a crack, the one-star dragon was jolted awake, gazing at the figure of the demon behind it, and began to plead for mercy. "Lord Gero, spare my life. I realize my errors." Zhang Xiaoman furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. "You think this mere pain warrants a plea for mercy? Remember, you took Goku's child's life right before his eyes. What of Goku's anguish?" With that, he exerted force beneath his feet. Crack! The one-star dragon's ribs fractured, and it coughed up a significant amount of blood. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoman placed his foot upon the one-star dragon's face, commanding, "Hasten over there and apologize to my friend." Chapter 94. The War with the Divine officially commences. "Quickly, go and bow to my friend. Apologize," Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed angrily, pressing his foot down on the one-star dragon's face. Unable to rise, the one-star dragon turned its head, staring blankly at Gero, and asked, "If I apologize to him, will you spare my life?" Zhang Xiaoman leaned down and replied, "Very well, if you apologize, I shall consider letting you go." Fear gripped the one-star dragon as it struggled to rise, filled with regret over having attracted the wrath of this demon. As the most formidable of beings, it was prepared to forsake its dignity merely for a chance at survival. Gradually, it crawled to Vegeta's feet, grasping them tightly, and implored, "I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." I beg you to intercede with Lord Sheru and grant me mercy." Vegeta, filled with rage, kicked the one-star dragon away, declaring, "One-star dragon, you have committed countless wrongs. Today, you shall not escape death. Sheru, you must not let him go." The one-star dragon crawled back to Zhang Xiaoman, asserting, "Lord Sheru, I have apologized as you requested. I implore you to honor your word and spare my life." Zhang Xiaoman nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he placed his hands behind his back, a terrifying energy gathering there as he bellowed 100 times, "Kamehameha." Seeing this, the one-star dragon, in despair, cursed, "Damn Sheru. How dare you betray me? Did you not promise to spare me? You deceitful scoundrel." Zhang Xiaoman coldly retorted, "Did I promise you? I merely stated I would consider it. I have deliberated, and still, I cannot allow you to live." In the next moment, a colossal wave of light descended, instantly piercing through the desolate planet. The one-star dragon was utterly obliterated under this terrifying force. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, marveled at Cell's might. "In my most potent transformation, I can unleash a maximum of 20 times the Kamehameha, yet Cell effortlessly unleashed 100 times the Kamehameha. His power is astonishing. It likely surpasses that of the god of destruction, Beerus. He has become a being I can only look up to." Krillin was equally astounded by the spectacle before him. Cell is incredibly strong. Thankfully, he is on our side, fighting for justice. If he were evil, Krillin shuddered at the thought, unwilling to contemplate further. After all was said and done, Zhang Xiaoman approached the bone spikes of the one-star dragon. The cells of the one-star dragon had been completely eradicated, but fortunately, there was a substantial amount of its blood on the spikes, and blood, being composed of cells, would yield similar effects upon consumption. Having absorbed the seven-star dragon, the one-star dragon now possessed the abilities of the latter. This time, Zhang Xiaoman had struck gold. Consuming a single being's cells could grant him the powers of two malevolent dragons. Contemplating the potential to acquire the ability to cloak himself after absorbing the one-star dragon's cells, he felt a surge of excitement, no longer fearing the pursuit of the Grand Priest. Not wishing to prolong the wait, Zhang Xiaoman hastily consumed the one-star dragon's blood. Instantly, a chilling wave of dark energy enveloped his being. "Is this the power of darkness that can obscure all rules?" Zhang Xiaoman murmured. He unleashed a portion of this dark energy, enveloping himself entirely. Indeed, he could no longer sense the energies from outside, nor could those outside sense him. With this, neither the Grand Priest nor the Oracle could locate him again. Remarkably, the most formidable aspect of this dark power lay in its ability to nullify rules. Within the realm of darkness, the forces of rules could no longer be wielded. This was a bane for deities wielding divine power. Soon after, he discovered another form of rule within himself, the earth power of the seven-star dragon. Acquiring this earth-based power significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities and, moreover, allowed him to traverse the land without obstruction. When Zhang Xiaoman tested it, he found that moving through the earth felt as effortless as swimming in water. As he withdrew the dark energy's embrace, he gazed in awe at his hands. For the first time, he possessed strength that could challenge deities. Now he felt confident. Even if faced with Whis or other angels, he no longer needed to fear. Zhang Xiaoman began to speculate. Should he encounter a deity, he would draw them into the dark sphere, nullifying all rules, while he absorbed the cells of Jiren and Broly, growing increasingly powerful in battle, rendering him invincible. Who could possibly stand against him? Only the Grand Priest and the bodyguards by the King of All, whose abilities remained a mystery. Zhang Xiaoman pondered in astonishment. Suddenly, from the fissures in the planet, two black orbs floated upwards into the air, the one-star Dragon Ball and the seven-star Dragon Ball. Zhang Xiaoman witnessed this scene and retrieved 5 additional Dragon Balls from the compact capsule on his person. Addressing Vegeta and Krillin, he declared, "Now that we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, let us swiftly return to Earth and present them to Dent. He shall restore them, and then we can wish for Gohan and the others to be revived. Do not concern yourselves with the evil dragons. Even if all 7 of them were to confront me, they would not stand a chance." Vegeta and Krillin nodded in agreement. In the palace of the Omni-King, the Omni-King was toying with a brand new universe while the Grand Priest, who was supposed to be in attendance, appeared somewhat distracted. He continuously scanned the surroundings. Attuned to the energy emanating from Cell's evolution had posed a significant threat that the Grand Priest had sensed. He initially intended to resolve this predicament by having Cell duel with Whis. However, he now realized that the creature's rate of evolution exceeded his expectations. And at this point, even Whis might not be a match for him. He could not permit the existence of such a being to persist. For there would inevitably come a time when Cell's power would surpass that of all deities. Suddenly, Cell's energy manifested, and the Grand Priest could no longer contain himself, vanishing in an instant. The Omni King observed the Grand Priest's retreating figure, lost in thought. On an unnamed planet, Vegeta and Krillin prepared the 7 Dragon Balls, ready to utilize instant transmission to depart. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the horizon. The newcomer was the Grand Priest. The group froze, their expressions tense. Save for Zhang Xiaoman, who crossed his arms and regarded the Grand Priest with a steady gaze. The Grand Priest returned the look, locking eyes with Cell. Ultimately, it was the Grand Priest who broke the silence, stating, "Cell, you are quite remarkable. You are the first being in history to escape the grasp of the deities." Zhang Xiaoman replied, "Oh, I appreciate the Grand Priest's commendation. However, I must extend my gratitude more towards your relentless pursuit alongside your angels. Otherwise, I would not have felt the urgency to enhance my power so swiftly to reach this level." The Grand Priest's gaze turned cold. "Then I have no choice but to erase you." Internally anxious, Zhang Xiaoman feigned indifference, retorting, "Humph. Bring it on. Guess who is stronger now, you or I?" Upon uttering this challenge, the atmosphere became charged with tension, signifying the official declaration of war between Cell and the deities. The Grand Priest momentarily hesitated, his formidable aura erupting like a tempestuous sea. The war against the gods had officially commenced. Chapter 95. The first martial arts tournament of the universe. "Humph, bring it on. Guess who is stronger now, you or I?" The Grand Priest, looking down from his elevated position, gazed at Zhang Xiaoman on the planet below. His aura radiated an overwhelming terror, akin to water on the verge of boiling over, ready to explode at any moment. Initially, the Grand Priest had spoken of erasing Cell in a fit of anger. After all, an elder would not personally engage in combat with a child. Previously, he had opted to eliminate Cell by delegating the task to an angel. However, upon hearing Cell's bold declaration, the Grand Priest became incensed, now intent on personally erasing Cell. Vegeta and Krillin were equally astonished by Cell's statement. Did he truly wish for his own demise? After all, he was facing a god. Moreover, he holds the esteemed position of one of the highest deities. How could Salu exhibit such audacity in the face of him? Klin hastily grasped Zhang Xiaoman's arm and exclaimed, "Salu, do you wish to court death? Apologize to the High Priest at once. There is still time. The High Priest, due to his elevated status, will not stoop to your level." Vegeta, approaching the matter from a perspective of strength, addressed Zhang Xiaoman. "Salu, the aura emanating from the High Priest far surpasses yours. I advise you to refrain from reckless actions." However, Zhang Xiaoman was not one to act impulsively. Yet, certain principles transcended the value of life itself. He had long harbored disdain for those lofty deities. The notion that one's rapid ascension in power could provoke the ire of the divine, leading to annihilation, was indeed tyrannical, even if it cost him his life. He aimed to demonstrate to the deities that they were not omnipotent. Not everyone cowered in fear before divine authority. The High Priest's gaze darkened as he spoke to Zhang Xiaoman. "Salu, I grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and bow your head in apology, and I shall pretend none of this occurred. Furthermore, I assure you that I will not hold this against you, and I shall lift the seal within you, appointing you as the new god of destruction for Universe 12. The High Priest had been suppressing his fury. Should he engage Salu in combat now, it would diminish his own stature. Instead, compelling a challenger of divine authority to submit was his ultimate objective. He believed the proposition he offered was sufficiently enticing. Such a creature as Salu would have no reason to refuse. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward, and the High Priest's anticipation surged. With unwavering resolve, Zhang Xiaoman declared, "I shall not kneel." He resolutely thought to himself, "Even if I perish here today, these deities shall know that I will not bow down. I will never submit to tyranny." In the distant 6th universe, within the residence of the god of destruction, Beerus watched coldly as he gazed into the crystal ball. His excitement was indescribable. How could Salu publicly defy the High Priest? What manner of individual was he? Fearless of authority, disrespectful to the divine. Even when granted an opportunity to relent by the High Priest, he remained unyielding. He was undoubtedly the most foolish person in the world, yet simultaneously the most indomitable, admirable. However, this would inevitably provoke the High Priest to take lethal action against him. At that moment, Kampa awoke languidly from his slumber. Noticing Beerus engrossed in something, he curiously inquired, "Beerus, what are you watching so early in the morning?" Beerus, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a mere mortal challenging the High Priest." At that moment, Beerus himself was taken aback by how deeply he had been influenced by Salu. His reference to the High Priest had shifted to a more respectful tone. Kampa, while drinking water, suddenly choked and spat it out, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "A mortal challenging the High Priest. No, I must still be dreaming." The High Priest was astonished within. "He dares to defy me? He is but a lowly insect, while I am the exalted, the supreme among all deities, the High Priest. How can such a wretch presume to challenge me? It seems I have been inactive for too long, and this universe has forgotten my might, lacking in reverence. That rascal, Cell, has repeatedly provoked me, challenging the authority of the divine. This time, his demise is inevitable. The Grand Priest has already abandoned all illusions regarding Cell. His aura has ascended, and though his frail form belies it, he harbors the power to annihilate worlds." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman slowly ascends into the sky until he reaches the same altitude as the Grand Priest. Both unleash their auras, resembling a pile of dry twigs, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Zhang Xiaoman's strategy for confrontation is quite simple. Once the battle commences, he will utilize the power of the one-star dragon to confine his opponent in a small dark room, rendering all those ridiculous rules utterly pointless. With the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique and the cells of Broly within him, he fears not the art of close combat. As for the powers of the Grand Priest, Zhang Xiaoman is aware only that he can seal his opponent's rule-based abilities and also possesses the ultimate freedom technique. The nature of any additional powers remains a mystery, which is precisely what Zhang Xiaoman currently fears. As the auras of both continue to escalate, a wall of energy appears between them, alternately pressing towards the Grand Priest and Zhang Xiaoman. The circular halo behind the Grand Priest suddenly glows, preparing to unleash its might upon Cell. Suddenly, an invisible force separates the two. A blinding light materializes before them, and as it fades, it reveals a head resembling that of a rugby ball. The figure is slender, akin to a doll, yet wields the most formidable power in the cosmos. It is none other than the supreme deity of the universe, Zeno. Upon seeing Zeno, both Zhang Xiaoman and the Grand Priest momentarily freeze in astonishment. The Grand Priest exclaims, "Lord Zeno," and bows deeply before him. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Krillin, witnessing the reverence with which even the Grand Priest treats Zeno, immediately comprehend the gravity of the situation. This being surpasses even the Grand Priest in stature, and they mimic his gesture, bowing to Zeno. At that moment, a childlike voice resounds, "Please, do not continue fighting." Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest deflates like a punctured balloon. He cannot defy Zeno's wishes. While pondering why Cell has garnered such favor from Zeno, the latter's voice echoes once more, "Fighting without a fair balance lacks interest. Cell is currently no match for the Grand Priest. It would be best for him to train for a while longer. I recently watched the Earth's greatest martial arts tournament, and it was quite intriguing. Thus, I plan to host the universe's greatest martial arts tournament. Both the Grand Priest and Cell must participate." As Zeno's words reverberate, everyone stands in stunned silence. In that moment, Vegeta's face lights up with excitement. "Wonderful. I've longed to meet various strong beings from across the universe. I must participate in this tournament." Krillin adds, "The universe's greatest martial arts tournament? How peculiar." Zhang Xiaoman muses silently, "Truly, Zeno, you are remarkable. A devoted fan of the greatest martial arts tournament indeed." The Grand Priest expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Lord Zeno, your approach is rather hasty." Ignoring the Grand Priest's protest, Zeno continued, "In order to ensure a serious competition, we shall divide the teams into Team Sheru and Team Grand Priest. The team that loses will face complete annihilation. The victors shall be rewarded with a wish using the planetary version of the Dragon Balls, granting any desire." Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with astonishment. The voice of Zeno reverberated throughout the cosmos as he proclaimed, "You will have 1 month to prepare, with each side selecting 5 participants for a 5 versus 5 match. To maintain fairness, Sheru will have the first choice of teammates, followed by the Grand Priest, and so forth in alternating turns. Anyone from across the universe may be chosen. Those selected cannot refuse." The crowd exchanged contemplative glances. Zeno, in a cheerful tone, declared, "Then it is settled. Let everyone prepare diligently." With that, Zeno vanished from sight. The Grand Priest glanced at Zhang Xiaoman and remarked, "You are indeed fortunate, Sheru. Today was meant to be your day of reckoning. However, it seems you have merely postponed the inevitable." Zhang Xiaoman regarded the Grand Priest coolly and replied, "Likewise," with a disdainful snort. The Grand Priest vanished in a flash of white light. After his departure, the pressure on everyone significantly eased, and they collectively exhaled in relief. At that moment, Krillin hurried to Zhang Xiaoman's side and inquired, "So, Sheru, you have the privilege of choosing first. Who will you select as your team members?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaoman replied, "Goku and Vegeta are essential, and then there is Angel Beerus, whose strength is unparalleled. As for the final member, I have yet to decide." Upon hearing that Sheru had chosen him, Vegeta eagerly exclaimed, "Wonderful. Thank you, Sheru. The fighting spirit within me can hardly contain itself." Zhang Xiaoman then reverted Goku and Vegeta from their fused state. He instructed Vegeta, "During this time, you should train in the hyperbolic time chamber. I will venture to other universes to seek out formidable warriors. Oh, and I have arranged for some sparring partners for you." Vegeta's interest was piqued. "Where are these sparring partners?" "I initially intended for you to personally train alongside Kakarot, but since you have other engagements, do not keep us waiting. Ensure that they are strong." Zhang Xiaoman nodded and assured, "Rest assured." With that, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a tremendous aura. Clenching his fists tightly, he let out a mighty roar. Ah! A terrifying wave of energy swept through the area. In the next moment, a series of popping sounds echoed, and 5 diminutive versions of Sheru emerged from behind him. They bore an uncanny resemblance to Sheru, though their bodies were slightly smaller. Vegeta and Goku stood in shock. Vegeta exclaimed, "You can't be serious. Are you suggesting I fight these little ones? This is utterly insulting." Sun Wukong elucidated, "Vegeta, take a moment to truly sense their energy. Do not underestimate them, for their power is undeniably formidable." Vegeta retorted, "Let us put it to the test." In the next instant, Vegeta charged forward, unleashing a flurry of Wolf-Fang Fist upon one of the diminutive Cell Juniors. To everyone's astonishment, despite Vegeta exerting his utmost and transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form, he could not land a single blow on the small cell. Subsequently, the small cell retaliated with a technique known as the one-finger strike combined with the lion's roar, "Come at me." Though this move lacked considerable power, it was laden with humiliation. Enraged, Vegeta crossed his arms above his head, a tempestuous aura surging within him, and bellowed, "Final flash." The golden wave of energy struck the small cell, raising clouds of dust. Vegeta mused, "Surely, this time, you cannot be unscathed." However, as the dust settled, it became evident that the small cell remained utterly unharmed. Undeterred, Vegeta employed the prince's technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his palms, each one finding its mark on the small cell, yet none inflicted any damage. After the flurry, Vegeta gasped for breath, while the small cell displayed no sign of fatigue or injury. This spectacle left Sun Wukong dumbfounded. The sheer might of such a seemingly insignificant foe was staggering. Even his own strength could not withstand Vegeta's onslaught, yet the small cell remained unscathed. Meanwhile, after a brief respite to recover some stamina, Vegeta expressed his satisfaction with the training partners, inquiring, "So, Cell, does defeating these small cells mean we are ready for battle?" Sun Wukong interjected, asserting, "No, Vegeta. I believe we only need to overcome half of their strength." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. Could the strength of these small cells be so formidable? Although it sounded somewhat insulting, after facing them, Vegeta contemplated that perhaps this was indeed the case. If he and Kakarot could vanquish even 50% of the small cell's power, they would be invincible in the universe. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman shook his head and spoke slowly, "No, that is not my intention." Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were struck with astonishment, as if struck by lightning, and simultaneously inquired, "Then what do you mean?" Zhang Xiaoman replied, "You only need to land a blow on the small cell. If you can injure him, you will reign supreme across the cosmos. Apart from the gods and myself, you shall have no rivals in the universe." His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving both Sun Wukong and Vegeta in shock. The power of the small cell was indeed terrifying. If the original cell's power was of such a magnitude, it was beyond comprehension. Observing the small cell's demeanor, it was clear he was not jesting. Only then did they come to terms with this unsettling reality. After feeling despondent for a moment, Sun Wukong spoke. Sheru, after this competition, could you promise me to engage in a serious duel? I genuinely wish to battle a formidable opponent like you. Zhang Xiaoman internally scoffed. Indeed, a purebred scion warrior, always thinking of combat. I, being a hybrid, am far from your league. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoman nodded in agreement. The group then deliberated over the subsequent arrangements. Sun Wukong and Vegeta would retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Krillin would return the Dragon Balls and resurrect Piccolo and Gohan, while Sheru would seek allies across the 12 universes. Zhang Xiaoman's primary objective was the angel of the 6th universe, Vados. Her prowess was unparalleled among the 12 angels, making her a key ally for the Grand Priest. However, Zhang Xiaoman possessed the privilege of first choice, and she would not let this opportunity slip by. Thus, with a swift instant transmission, she arrived at the Kaioshin-S realm, borrowed the time ring, and set forth to the 6th universe. Chapter 97. Come to me, Vados. In the 6th universe, at the residence of the god of destruction, Vados and Kampa knelt on one knee. At that moment, the Grand Priest was also present. He addressed Vados. You shall accompany me to participate in the universe's first martial arts tournament. Internally, the Grand Priest scoffed. Sheru, that ignorant fellow. How could he possibly know which angel is the strongest in the entire universe? Once he makes his selection, I will immediately choose Vados as a member of my team, thereby securing a victory. Vados respectfully replied. But, esteemed Grand Priest, did not the Omni King decree that Sheru should select first? The Grand Priest retorted, what does a mere earthling know of the strongest in the universe? How much does he truly understand about this cosmos? To me, he is merely a frog in a well. Vados responded, indeed, esteemed Grand Priest. Suddenly, a blinding light shattered the void. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forth. Arriving at the domain of the god of destruction of the 6th universe, she slowly withdrew the time ring and glanced down, discovering the Grand Priest and Vados. Her brow furrowed slightly. The Grand Priest, upon noticing Sheru, also frowned, displeased. That wretched Sheru has deduced that Vados is the mightiest angel. Their gazes locked, igniting sparks of intensity. Zhang Xiaoman initiated the conversation. What is this, Grand Priest? Are you to select first? Will you defy the Omni King's command? Reluctant to engage in a dispute with the monstrous Sheru, the Grand Priest gradually replied, no, you may choose first. Have you come here to select Vados as your inaugural team member? Zhang Xiaoman affirmed. Indeed. The Grand Priest shot a fierce glare at the creature before him, declaring, as the supreme deity, what harm is there in allowing you a victory? Await your impending defeat and embrace your demise. However, Zhang Xiaoman displayed disdain, raising her middle finger at the Grand Priest. Suddenly, the Grand Priest's aura became erratic, and the tiles beneath his feet shattered. He spoke with a fierce intensity. You shall await my return. In the next moment, the Grand Priest's figure vanished from sight. Once the Grand Priest departed, Zhang Xiaoman turned to the side and addressed Vados. Vados, come join my team. Vados nodded in response. Due to the command of the Omni King, she was allowed to choose anyone from across the realms, and any selected individual could not refuse, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the battle. Thus, she had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, her curiosity was piqued about the fate that awaited her alongside this peculiar being. The worst outcome would be failure, leading to their mutual obliteration. Sensing Vados' unease, Zhang Xiaoman reassured her with unwavering conviction. Vados, trust me, I will lead you to victory. We shall not face erasure, I swear. Vados glanced at Zhang Xiaoman, reflecting inwardly. It is easy to speak of defeating the Grand Priest, but does he truly comprehend what he is saying? Even now, he continues to act so nonchalantly. It is quite exasperating. The Grand Priest, who had just departed, was filled with fury. As an ancient deity, he had never encountered a creature as unruly as Shalu. His once tranquil heart was now thoroughly disturbed, and a sense of urgency began to take root within him. Presently, the most formidable beings in the universe were the angelic race. His immediate task was to seek out the angels. He was acutely aware of each angel's strength on the cosmic power rankings. Now, he sought Vados' brother, Whis, whose prowess was second only to hers. He was determined not to let someone selected be snatched away by Shalu. Upon arriving at the residence of the god of destruction in Universe 7, he beheld Whis and Beerus indulging in Earth's delicacies. They voraciously slurped up snail noodles, devouring their food as if fearing it would be seized by the other. They even engaged in a scuffle over a fried egg in their bowl. The Grand Priest witnessed these two inept subordinates and questioned whether entrusting his fate to them was truly wise. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Whis, drop your chopsticks. Hurry, come over and train with me in preparation for the universe's martial arts tournament." Whis and the God of Destruction were taken aback upon seeing the Grand Priest, hastily bowing, causing the table to suffer two dents. They replied in unison, "Yes." Grand Priest. In Universe 10, at the sacred world of the Kais, Zamas, the most pure-hearted apprentice Kaioshin, was greatly favored by his mentor, Gawasu. On this day, he prepared a cup of tea for his esteemed teacher. Gawasu slowly raised the teacup, and upon taking a sip, he furrowed his brow. "Zamas, why has your heart become so impure? The tea you brewed tastes off. Do you still harbor prejudice against humanity?" Zamas abruptly lifted his head, his gaze darkening. "Master, humanity deserves extinction. They only engage in endless self-destruction." Gawasu responded, "Zamas, your behavior truly disappoints me. The duty of a Kaioshin is to serve as an observer, guiding humanity towards goodness, not to eradicate them entirely. It seems that I am unable to relinquish the position of the Supreme Kai to you." Zamasu approached his teacher, Gaosu. From behind, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Teacher, it is far too late. I am already prepared." In the next moment, he raised his hand, a blade of energy coalescing in a blue ripple, and plunged it into his mentor's back. With a sickening sound, Gaosu gaped in disbelief, only to succumb to despair and death shortly after. Gazing upon Gaosu's lifeless form, Zamasu declared, "Teacher, I have discovered the means to eradicate all human life in this universe. By wishing upon the Super Dragon Balls, I shall become the strongest being in this universe, an immortal entity. Then, I will extinguish all of humanity." With that, Zamasu levitated into the sky, departing from the Supreme Kai's planet. The Super Dragon Balls exist in the 6th and 7th universes. These orbs, each the size of a planet, can grant any wish. Zamasu had secretly gathered all the Dragon Balls, and it was only after murdering his teacher that he revealed his intentions. The moment to make his wish was imminent. In the vastness of outer space, Zamasu spread his arms wide, gradually ascending to the cosmos, surrounded by the planet-sized Dragon Balls. He called out exuberantly, "Arise, Super Shenron." In an instant, the 7 Super Dragon Balls radiated dazzling light, merging into one. A golden dragon, shimmering with brilliance, materialized in the universe, letting out a resounding roar. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, Zhang Xiaoman bid farewell to Bardos, preparing to journey to the 10th universe in search of formidable warriors to participate in the universe martial arts tournament. Chapter 98. A grateful offering from nature in the 6th universe. Amidst the stars, a golden dragon spiraled through the cosmos, facing the Supreme Kai Zamasu. His heart swelled with exhilaration. His long-held dream of annihilating all humans in the universe was on the verge of fruition. The golden dragon, with its massive jaws slightly agape, inquired, "What is your wish?" Zamasu extended his arms, a victorious smile gracing his face. "I desire to become an immortal being." The wish granted by the Super Dragon Balls transcends time and space, capable of fulfilling nearly any desire within the universe. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and in the next moment, Zamasu's body radiated brilliance. He meticulously sensed the transformations within himself, feeling an unending vitality coursing through him. Clenching his fists in excitement, he exclaimed, "Is this what it means to be immortal? From this day forth, I shall be invincible. Even the gods of destruction and the Grand Priest cannot slay me. I will exist in harmony with the universe, life and death intertwined." Ha ha ha. At that moment, the West Kai and East Kai of the 10th universe discovered the body of Supreme Kai Gaosu. Following their investigation, they uncovered that Zamasu had slain his teacher. Thus began their pursuit of Zamasu, seeking justice for the fallen Supreme Kai Gaosu. Just as Zamasu completed his wish, they encountered him, blocking his path. The West Kai exclaimed, "Zamasu, you beast! Why did you kill your teacher? He treated you so well. How could you do such a thing?" Zama spoke, "What do you understand? Humanity is inherently wicked, and I shall eradicate all of mankind to forge a new universe devoid of humans. Yet, Gaoas seeks to thwart my ambitions, leaving me no choice but to eliminate him. He was my mentor, and it pains me greatly." The East Kai roared, "You scoundrel! I shall avenge the Kaioshin." With that, the East Kai charged towards Zamas. Adadadada! The East Kai unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zamas. In a fit of rage, Zama's broke free from the East Kai's grasp. At that moment, the West Kai joined the fray, and the two launched a fierce assault against Zama's. However, Zama's, being the mightiest Kai, proved to be an insurmountable opponent even against their combined might. After several exchanges, Zama's pierced the heart of one with a swift strike, while decapitating another. Coldly, Zama's declared, "Anyone who obstructs my path shall perish." In an instant, Zama's vanished, setting forth to annihilate humanity. Deep within the 10th universe lay a civilization reminiscent of Earth. Zama's gathered a terrifying energy sphere in his hand and directed it towards that planet. The energy transformed into countless minute rays. Boom! In an instant, the inhabitants of that planet were obliterated. In the distance, a spatial rift opened, and Zhang Xiaoman, dissatisfied, remarked, "After searching for so long, it seems this universe has no formidable beings aside from the god of destruction." Suddenly, a powerful presence caught Zhang Xiaoman's attention. He teleported to the vicinity of this aura, gazing intently into the distance, where he beheld Zama's floating in the air. So it is him. Has he already commenced his plan to exterminate humanity? The malevolent Kaioshin Zama's, who seeks to eliminate all humans in the universe. In Zhang Xiaoman's memory, Zama's had summoned the cosmic dragon twice to fulfill his twisted desires, first to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong, and second to gain an immortal body. It remained uncertain which wish Zama's had made this time. Observing Zama's unchanged appearance, Zhang Xiaoman naturally deduced that Zama's had opted for the second wish, attaining an immortal physique. This presented a fortuitous opportunity to enhance his own strength. By absorbing Zama's cells, he too could achieve immortality. Arriving in the 10th universe to encounter such a stroke of fortune, Zhang Xiaoman felt grateful for nature's bounty. At that moment, Zama's noticed Zhang Xiaoman. He flew before him, speaking with arrogance. "Who are you? And how did you come to be here? Are you here to thwart my mission to annihilate humanity, or are you seeking vengeance?" Recently, he had obliterated many planets, leaving numerous survivors who sought retribution against him. Yet, how could those survivors possibly contend with the immortal Zama's? They were all swiftly eradicated. Assuming that this newcomer was also there for revenge, Zama's regarded him with disdain. Zhang Xiaoman stated plainly, "I am Shalu, and I desire your cells." Upon hearing this, Zama's expression soured as he retorted, "Madman, step aside and do not impede my righteous endeavor." Zama's felt the divine aura emanating from the creature before him, mistakenly believing that Zhang Xiaoman was also a deity, which is why he refrained from attacking her. His true prejudice lay not against his own kind, but rather against humanity. As long as his opponent did not impede him, he would not inflict harm. Zhang Xiaoman spoke up, "I know who you are. You are Zama's. You have slain your master, Guavas, and your ambition is to exterminate all humanity across the 12 universes." Zama's halted abruptly, pondering his identity. How could she possibly know so many of his secrets? Originally intent on leaving, he turned to face Zhang Xiaoman. "I was inclined to spare your life. But since you are aware of my past, I now have a compelling reason to eliminate you." Zhang Xiaoman replied with exasperation, "You cannot defeat me. It would be unwise to humiliate yourself further." Upon hearing this, Zama's expression soured. Since time immemorial, he had been the North King of Universe 10, and all had treated him with utmost respect. Never had anyone, mortal or divine, dared to speak to him in such a manner. This insolent individual was doomed. Zama's retorted, "Are you deliberately seeking confrontation? You must be here to thwart me, but you have miscalculated. I am Zama's, the mightiest being in the universe. No one can match me." In his mind, he dismissed Zhang Xiaoman as merely a formidable opponent or a local tyrant. Perhaps he was powerful in his own realm, but he remained oblivious to the multitude of experts that existed beyond his understanding. His prowess was unparalleled among the deities of Universe 10, save for the god of destruction, excelling in both energy and martial skill. Hence, he had been chosen as a candidate for the apprentice Kaioshin. This individual named Cell would surely pay for his ignorance. In the next moment, Zama's raised his hand, a blue ripple enveloping his arm as he charged towards Zhang Xiaoman. To Zama's, this so-called Cell was riddled with weaknesses. Channeling all his strength, he aimed to deliver a lethal blow with certainty. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman stood with hands on hips, observing Zama's approach with an expression akin to that of a spectator at a death match, thinking to himself, is Zama's attack truly so feeble? Is it even necessary to evade? Chapter 99, To Kill and Bury. Zama's hand struck towards Zhang Xiaoman's chest. Crack! Zama's arm shattered, while Cell remained unscathed. Not even a scratch. What? The shock Zama's felt overshadowed the pain in his body. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? Before Zama's could react, Zhang Xiaoman's onslaught followed swiftly. He delivered a hand strike to the back of Zama's head. To his astonishment, Zama's body became like a kite severed from its string, crashing through one planet after another, finally losing consciousness on a desolate world. Zhang Xiaoman appeared in an instant, ready to follow up with another attack, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Zama's had already fainted. Zhang Xiaoman muttered to himself, "Is he truly so fragile?" Zhang Xiaoman understood that it was utterly impossible to eradicate his opponent, for they were immortal and indestructible. To confront Zamasu, the most prudent course of action was to seal him away. However, before that could transpire, he must first reap the fruits of victory. Slowly bending down, Zhang Xiaoman tore off some of his opponent's flesh and consumed it. In an instant, a powerful vitality surged throughout his being. He could distinctly feel that every cell in his body seemed to brim with vigor. Zhang Xiaoman marveled. Is this the power of immortality bestowed by the Dragon Balls? At this moment, he felt an unwavering confidence. Even if he were reduced to a single cell, even if his body were annihilated to the molecular state, he could still survive in that form. Coupled with the regenerative abilities he had absorbed from Majin Buu, he could not help but inquire, who else dares to challenge me? At this juncture, even the Grand Priest would be at a loss, for this was a wish granted by the Super Dragon Balls. No power could impede it. Thus, the odds of triumphing over the Grand Priest had increased. After a fleeting moment of elation, Zhang Xiaoman regained his composure. The pressing concern at hand was how to deal with Zamasu, this malevolent deity who was both immortal and indestructible. He could not simply allow him to rampage through the 12 universes. As a responsible individual, he could not act like a bandit, taking lives without burying the dead. The first thought that crossed his mind was Master Takeda's magical sealing technique. This skill was extraordinary, capable of challenging any opponent beyond one's level. Given the opportunity, he could seal away even the mightiest adversary. No matter how formidable they could not escape the clutches of the sealing pot. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Xiaoman utilized his time-space ring to tear open a rift in space. In an instant, he stepped through. The next moment found him in the 7th universe. Without pausing, he pointed his fingertip to his forehead and teleported. The surroundings shifted, and Zhang Xiaoman arrived on a sun-drenched beach. There, Master Roshi was basking in the sun, perusing a magazine filled with images of beautiful women. Zhang Xiaoman promptly conveyed his intentions, and Master Roshi retrieved his cooking pot, affixing a talisman upon it. He then explained the usage method, to which Zhang Xiaoman, being astute, quickly grasped. Following this, Zhang Xiaoman teleported away. On a desolate planet, Zamasu slowly rose, the throbbing pain in his head leaving him apprehensive. He patted his head, striving to recall what had transpired. How did I end up on the ground? He pondered. I remember annihilating the inhabitants of a planet, and then I collapsed? No, I encountered a monster. Who was it? Zamasu's head throbbed, evidently suffering from temporary amnesia due to his severe injuries. Suddenly, a powerful aura caught Zamasu's attention, surrounding the planet where he resided. Numerous Kai and his most formidable warriors had gathered, encircling the planet. The coalition formed to vanquish Zamasu was resolute in their mission to obliterate him. Leading the charge were the new Supreme Kai and the South Kai. The Supreme Kai spoke, Zamasu, surrender at once. You have slaughtered countless humans and deities, and we have you completely surrounded. There is no escape for you. Zama's ascended slowly into the sky, unfazed by the onslaught of the crowd. Bring it on. If you truly believe you can vanquish me. Suddenly, the fabric of space was torn asunder, and Zhang Xiaoman emerged from another dimension, cradling a rice cooker adorned with talismans. The Supreme Kai, witnessing this spectacle, appeared utterly bewildered. What was this monstrous figure attempting to accomplish? Zhang Xiaoman promptly declared, Greetings, I hail from the 7th universe. Here to assist in sealing Zama's. Seal him with a rice cooker? Surely, this was a jest. The Supreme Kai remarked sarcastically, Assistance? With a mere rice cooker? The 7th universe must be here for amusement. The South Supreme Kai, displaying a somewhat more amiable demeanor, interjected, We appreciate the goodwill from the 7th universe. But there is no need, we govern our own universe. Nearby, a lackey scoffed, You seem intent on competing for the bounty. Perhaps you should vacate the premises. Indeed, to wield a rice cooker as a weapon, was he not utterly deranged? As Zhang Xiaoman observed their disdainful expressions, A surge of indignation welled within him. Yet he restrained it. He was here to rescue them, and these individuals would be disregarded for the moment. Let them endure some hardship for their scorn. Zamasu, unleash your fury upon them. At that instant, the Supreme Kai bellowed, everyone, unite and obliterate Zamasu. Thus, countless deities and warriors encircled Zamasu, forming an impenetrable sphere. Each individual coalesced terrifying energy within their palms, directed at the central figure of Zamasu. The Supreme Kai commanded, fire. A multitude of energy waves surged toward Zamasu. The Supreme Kai rejoiced, exclaiming, such a dreadful assault. Even the god of destruction would be unable to withstand it. Zamasu, however, opened his arms wide, embracing the oncoming barrage like a deluge of rain. Boom, boom, boom. The air was rent with thunderous explosions. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area where Zamasu stood, and as the dust settled, he was reduced to a puddle of goo. The deities erupted in triumphant cheers, yet only Zhang Xiaoman wore a scornful expression. Internally, he scoffed. Foolish. Suddenly, Zamasu's form began to writhe and, in mere moments, reassembled itself, standing unscathed in place. This is madness. Some of the more timid warriors gasped in terror. The collective might of so many had proven utterly ineffectual. Zamasu lunged into the fray like a wolf among sheep, embarking on a merciless slaughter. With an overwhelming disparity in strength, he dispatched the young warriors with ease. The Supreme Kai, witnessing this horrific scene, was consumed by dread. If such power could not subdue him, how on earth could they eliminate this demon known as Zamasu? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman tapped the rice cooker in his hands, hoping to signal the Supreme Kai of his potential solution, eager to expedite matters. The South Supreme Kai discerned something unique about Zhang Xiaoman and inquired of the Supreme Kai, shall we allow him to give it a try? Yet, the Supreme Kai remained skeptical, retorting, pray, do not jest. He is merely a madman, intent on using a rice cooker to seal Zamasu. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman was engulfed in fury as the opponent continued to hurl insults with relentless audacity. Do you think I am a feeble cat? She thought, gathering her strength to demonstrate her prowess and make her adversary tremble. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the sky, signaling the arrival of someone utilizing a teleportation spell. Chapter 100, The Sealing Wave. A flash of white light appeared. The newcomer was a being with the head of an elephant and the body of a man, accompanied by an angel. It was none other than Lord Ramusi, the god of destruction from Universe 10, along with his angel. Upon witnessing this scene, the Supreme Kai's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling someone who had found a lifeline. He immediately knelt before Ramusi. Lord Ramusi, I never anticipated your involvement. I implore you to intervene and eliminate the traitor Zamasu. Ramusi responded, very well, destruction is indeed my duty. You all stand aside for now. My destructive energy spares no one. The crowd promptly complied, standing at a distance. After all, he was a top-tier god of destruction whose annihilative power could obliterate anything. Surely, we are saved now, a minion lamented. Ramusi pointed a finger at Zamasu and calmly uttered, destruction. In the next instant, a purple-black energy blast hurtled towards Zamasu. Yet, Zamasu remained undaunted in the face of this destructive force. As the energy collided with him, instead of disintegrating into ashes, Zamasu miraculously reassembled, returning to his original state. What? There exists something that even destructive energy cannot annihilate. An angel nearby explained, he possesses the power of the Super Dragon Balls. His body must have been altered by their might. How then are we to vanquish this abomination? Ramusi exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of Zamasu. Zamasu, with a sinister grin, retorted, what a pathetic god of destruction. Am I not utterly invulnerable in your presence? Ramusi, incensed by the insult, turned to the angel beside him and asked, is there no way to utterly eradicate him? I can no longer tolerate this. The angel shook his head, there is none. Ramusi's aura erupted in fury. He could hardly accept such a disheartening outcome. Could he allow this fiend to rampage unchecked in his universe, slaughtering indiscriminately? At that moment, the new Supreme Kai also found this result intolerable. He never imagined that even the hidden power of Universe 10 would fail to extinguish Zamasu. He, too, did not wish for his universe to be ravaged by Zamasu's tyranny. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar creature clutching a rice cooker nearby. The Supreme Kai, with a sycophantic demeanor, approached Zhang Xiaoman and inquired with a smile, may I ask how you are addressed in Universe 7? Zhang Xiaoman coldly replied, Sal? The Supreme Kai bowed deeply and sincerely requested, Then I beseech you, Lord Cell, to seal this monster for us. On what grounds? She questioned, sensing his displeasure. The Supreme Kai immediately knelt in apology, pleading, I beg of you. The god of destruction, observing this spectacle, scoffed, if I am powerless, what could he possibly do? The Supreme Kai thought to himself, I, too, am at a loss. Perhaps a dying horse could serve as a living one. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman spoke, stating that seeking my help was futile. I had just offered my assistance for free, yet you refused it. I am not so base. The god of destruction, sensing the lingering anger from his adversary, once again knelt in apology. My sincerest apologies, Lord Gero. Very well, but only if you provide me with some recompense. What do you desire? I shall give you everything I possess. The god of destruction's demeanor was earnest. I wish for your earrings, as well as your time-space ring. Zhang Xiaoman had long coveted the time-space ring, which not only allowed traversal through time, but also across different universes. This was a splendid opportunity to obtain it. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction felt a pang of regret. This young man was most audacious. These items were the god of destruction's most treasured possessions, representing his very essence. Nevertheless, for the sake of universal peace, the god of destruction eventually gritted his teeth and consented. It is done. Zhang Xiaoman, filled with internal glee, swaggered forward using his flight technique toward Zamasu. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoman, Zamasu's dormant memories surged forth. It is him. This is the very individual who knocked me unconscious with a single blow. Instinctively, Zamasu began to feel fear. But what was there to fear for one who was immortal? He suddenly felt emboldened, confronting Zhang Xiaoman in the air. Zhang Xiaoman opened a rice cooker, hands poised towards Zamasu. Zamasu, his face etched with anxiety, watched Zhang Xiaoman, uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed, invoking the technique taught by Master Rashi, Zamasu, receive my strike, demon sealing wave. While Zamasu was still processing why Zhang Xiaoman had called his name, a green whirlwind enveloped him in an instant. Zamasu struggled desperately, yet found himself utterly immobilized. He roared in the air, his body contorted into a noodle-like shape by the vortex. Ultimately, the green wind surged towards the open lid of the rice cooker. Zhang Xiaoman promptly closed the lid, and to prevent anyone from opening it, he utilized the ice skill of the 3-star dragon to freeze the rice cooker. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. After concluding his task, Zhang Xiaoman dusted off his hands, oblivious to the astonished expressions of the god of destruction, the god of universe. And the angels nearby? The god of destruction internally mused, is this truly how he subdued him? This is utterly incredible. The demon sealing wave is an almost divine technique. The power displayed is simply unfathomable. Chapter 101. A significant gain. As the newly appointed god of destruction from Universe 10, he had witnessed many spectacles. However, the notion of subduing an evil deity with a rice cooker was entirely unprecedented. Yet, Zamasu was indeed gone, with not a trace of his presence to be felt. This remarkably natural and harmless method of handling the situation left the god of destruction utterly dumbfounded. He gazed at Zhang Xiaoman in astonishment, repeatedly confirming, Lord Gero, is he truly sealed? Is it acceptable not to eliminate him entirely? He won't escape, will he? Zhang Xiaoman cast a sidelong glance at the god of destruction and replied, rest assured, as long as the talisman is not torn, he shall not escape. Upon hearing this, the Kaioshin's expression softened, and he exuberantly showered Zhang Xiaoman with compliments, exclaiming, Lord Cell is truly formidable, effortlessly sealing such a powerful foe in no time. May I inquire what your occupation is in the 7th universe? Zhang Xiaoman succinctly replied, unemployed. The Kaioshin, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and swiftly sought to befriend Zhang Xiaoman. His motives were twofold. Firstly, he feared that Zamasu might break free from the seal, and by aligning himself with Zhang, he could secure an aftercare plan. Secondly, the sheer might of Cell instilled in him a genuine desire to recruit such a formidable ally. What? The mighty Lord Cell is so powerful, yet the 7th universe remains oblivious to his worth. How outrageous. Perhaps Lord Cell should consider joining my 10th universe. I would appoint you as the captain of the 10th Universe Guard. Zhang Xiaoman waved his hand in refusal, stating that being a subordinate was not as beneficial as obtaining tangible rewards. Hold on. I came to the 10th universe to seek out strong warriors to participate in the universe's first martial arts tournament. Although I have yet to find any, I have garnered considerable gains. I must take my leave now to explore other universes in search of strength. Before I go, however, I require your earrings and the time-space ring. We had agreed that in exchange for sealing Zamasu, you would provide me with the time-space ring and the Patera earrings. You aren't having second thoughts, are you? The Kaioshin's face flushed red in realization that Zhang was indeed quite mercenary. Rest assured, nothing promised to Lord Cell will be withheld. As he spoke, the Kaioshin removed his earrings and handed over the time-space ring he wore. These items were symbols of the Kaioshin, particularly the time-space ring, of which there was but one in each universe, making it exceedingly rare. After a moment's hesitation, the Kaioshin reluctantly relinquished the items. He then added, Lord Cell is always welcome to take up a position here. The 10th universe will forever welcome you. As Zhang Xiaoman accepted the earrings and time-space ring, he immediately felt a sense of noble quality and the immense time-space energy contained within. This acquisition was indeed remarkable. The ring before him allowed for traversing time and space, enabling journeys to the past and future, as well as tearing through dimensions, allowing for rapid movement across the 12 universes, truly a version of an angel, albeit a diminished one. The Patera earrings, as artifacts of fusion, could prove invaluable at unexpected moments. When faced with insurmountable odds, one could fuse with a powerful ally, resulting in an exponential increase in combat prowess. In the distance, the god of destruction observed this scene with a puzzled expression, glancing at Cell, the anomaly. He turned to the nearby angel and inquired, Kiss, who exactly is this individual capable of sealing Zamasu with a rice cooker? Kiss replied slowly, he is Cell, the one who will compete against the Grand Minister in the universe's first martial arts tournament. What? Ramsey exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, reflecting. No wonder that name sounds so familiar. It is indeed him. Truly, he is bold enough to challenge the Grand Minister. To subjugate the evil Zamasu with just a rice cooker is quite impressive. With that, Ramsey looked upon Zhang Xiaoman with newfound respect. He turned to the adjacent Kess and remarked, what a pity, his opponent is the Grand Priest. No matter how strong he may be, he cannot surpass the Grand Priest and will ultimately meet his demise. Kess sighed and replied, I share the sentiment. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman had successfully completed his mission in the 10th universe, sealing Zamasu and reaping substantial benefits. Next, he intended to venture into other universes in search of formidable warriors. Zhang Xiaoman desired not to rely on the angels any longer, having Beerus alone sufficed. Although their power was formidable, considering the Grand Priest's profound understanding of angels, it was likely he could employ tactics to counter them. Thus, he resolved to engage fighters he was familiar with and could control. After much contemplation, aside from the angels, only Jiren remained the most powerful. Although he had already slain him, a soul in its ethereal state could still engage in battle. Was it not Son Goku who participated in the tournament of power with a halo above his head? Resolute in his decision, Zhang Xiaoman produced the recently acquired time ring, tearing through the fabric of time and space to journey to the palace of the Omni King in the 11th universe. Whis was undertaking specialized training. The Grand Priest, seated comfortably, sipped jasmine tea, yet his thoughts wandered. For the first time in millennia, the Grand Priest felt a sense of urgency. He had resolved to deploy the full angelic roster in battle. In his envisioning, he believed he would not lose to anyone, and only one of the other 4 angels would face defeat, that being in the confrontation against Beerus. Thus, mathematically, it would be a 4-to-1 advantage, ensuring victory. However, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at him. Suddenly, a guard reported that it was the Grand Priest's directive to keep a vigilant watch on Cell's movements to ascertain what tricks he might employ. The temple guard respectfully informed, Grand Priest, Cell has ventured into the 10th universe. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest smirked disdainfully. Aside from Beerus, Whis was the strongest. It was indeed foolish of Cell to seek out the angel of the 10th universe. The Grand Priest took another sip of tea, then listened intently to his subordinate's report. Subsequently, the apprentice Kaioshin of the 10th universe, Zamasu, had murdered his mentor, Gaosu, in a bid to annihilate all humanity, and utilized the Super Dragon Balls to wish for immortality. At this revelation, the Grand Priest's brow furrowed slightly, sensing impending misfortune. That scoundrel Cell, with some inexplicable contraption, had sealed Zamasu. The newly appointed Kaioshin of the 10th universe had bestowed upon Cell the time ring as a token of gratitude. A sudden, crisp sound interrupted the guard's report. The Grand Priest's expression turned grave. His fingers clenched so tightly that he shattered the teacup in his grasp. Internally, he seethed. I underestimated Cell for employing such a sealing method. Yet, how could that fool Kaishin grant him the time ring? Does that not allow him to wreak havoc across the universe? Moreover, facing the immortal Zamasu, he must have absorbed his cells. This implies that Cell is also in an immortal state. Consequently, aside from the Omni King, there is no one left capable of dealing with him. Curse you, Cell. You always manage to surprise me. Moments later, the High Priest, who had calmed his turbulent emotions, spoke to the guard in a low voice. Go investigate again. Chapter 102. No seat. I am the king of the realm. A beam of white light pierced through the cosmos of the 11th universe. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward. Scanning his surroundings, upon confirming there was no danger, he stored away his time-space ring. His destination was none other than the paradise of the 11th universe, where he sought Jiren as a formidable ally. According to the worldview of Dragon Ball, upon death, an individual's fate, whether to ascend to heaven or descend to hell, is determined by the sum of their deeds throughout life, both virtuous and sinful. Zhang Xiaoman sensed the location of paradise through the energy within him and, with a swift movement, arrived at the gates of heaven. Before him lay a peculiar planet radiating an unusual light, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush vegetation reminiscent of Earth. Upon landing on this celestial body, Zhang Xiaoman could not detect Jiren's energy and thus sought someone to inquire for guidance. Suddenly, he noticed a strikingly beautiful woman in the distance, resembling Tian Shiwei. She also appeared to be searching the area, likely a recent arrival to paradise. The beauty spotted Zhang Xiaoman, and as they approached each other, they engaged in conversation. Her cheeks flushed with color, she introduced herself. Hello, my name is Tian Tian. I recently passed away and cannot find the entrance to paradise. Could you assist me? Naturally, Zhang Xiaoman welcomed the company of such a beauty, and together they began their quest for the entrance to heaven. With his keen eyesight, Zhang Xiaoman quickly located the queue of souls waiting to enter paradise. However, upon reaching the gates, they were confronted by a guardian blocking their path. This was a robust figure adorned with a halo above his head. Seeing Salu approach, the guardian scoffed, "Women may enter, but men cannot." Zhang Xiaoman, perplexed, inquired why not. The guardian pointed at Zhang Xiaoman's head, explaining, "Because you lack a halo." Zhang Xiaoman rolled his eyes and, with a swift gesture, summoned a circular yellow halo above his head, larger and more robust than those of the other souls. How about now? Can I enter? The guardian, momentarily taken aback by this display, shook his head nonetheless. She may enter, but you cannot. Irritation brewed within Zhang Xiaoman, and he was about to unleash his frustration when the accompanying beauty, Tian Tian, interjected, "Dear guardian, please make an exception. I am lost, and Brother Salu is kindly assisting me." The guardian sneered, "What do I care? The living cannot enter, regardless of their character." Tian Tian pleaded, "Is there truly no other way?" The guardian's eyes shifted, and he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaoman, stating, "There is a way, but only if he is willing to pay a toll. I could make an exception and allow him a brief tour." "What? A toll? Is this truly paradise?" Zhang Xiaoman was too exasperated to engage in further explanation. Time was of the essence, as he needed to find Jiren to participate in the universe's martial arts tournament. He raised his arm, preparing to unleash a powerful strike against the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper disdainfully remarked, "What now? Do you still wish to strike me? I have decided to double the toll." The beautiful Tian Tian, witnessing this scene, was filled with anxiety. As she watched the two parties prepare to clash, she felt utterly helpless, her only response being to stomp her feet in frustration. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman halted, pondering, "If I were to engage in a brawl, given Jilian's obstinate nature, resorting to violence would only cast me as the villain in his eyes. If he holds dissatisfaction towards me, he may not wholeheartedly accompany me to the grand martial arts tournament, and a poor performance could lead to a regrettable defeat. It is wiser to stabilize the situation and seek a peaceful resolution." Thus, Zhang Xiaoman lowered his arms and spoke, "Is there someone in charge here? Please summon them." The gatekeeper arrogantly replied, "Our esteemed administrator is not someone you can simply summon." At that moment, a figure leisurely emerged behind the gatekeeper, donned in a tailored suit, crowned with a golden halo. "What is this ruckus at the gates of paradise?" The gatekeeper immediately stood upright, bowing deeply. "I present my respects to the esteemed administrator of paradise." The administrator responded with a dismissive grunt. Seeing the administrator's arrival, Zhang Xiaoman began to argue. "What is this? Does paradise also demand a toll? Aren't all present meant to be virtuous and pure? Why then is there a fee? Will you not intervene?" The administrator retorted. And what of it? The gatekeeper's words are my own. Who do you think you are? No money, no entry to paradise. Begone. Zhang Xiaoman could no longer contain his fury and contemplated delivering a decisive blow to the insufferable administrator. Suddenly, a group clad in red and black battle attire strode in confidently, their heads devoid of halos. The administrator, however, bowed and scraped before them. The esteemed members of the Proud Team have come to escort Lord Jillian. The members of the Proud Team paid no heed to the administrator, striding past him, while he continued to watch them depart, exuding utmost humility. Zhang Xiaoman recognized them as members of the Proud Team, Jillian's subordinates, who, in terms of strength, were not even worthy to carry his shoes. Yet the administrator treated them as honored guests. It was utterly intolerable. Zhang Xiaoman, gritting his teeth, questioned, "Look, they are also human, and they have entered without a toll. Why did you not stop them for a fee?" The administrator replied, "And why should I? They are the Proud Team, the mightiest warriors of the 11th universe. Of course, they have privileges. You, on the other hand, seem to be nothing more than a lowly warrior." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman was filled with rage. A lowly warrior. Just watch as I turn this paradise upside down. At this moment, Tian interjected, "Brother Shalu, perhaps we should let this go. A wise man does not court trouble. The administrator holds significant influence. Offending the administrator of paradise will yield no favorable outcome." Zhang Xiaoman, however, shook his head dismissively, indicating he had no intention of backing down, and turned to teach these ungrateful individuals a lesson. Suddenly, a figure slowly descended. A figure clad in a distinctive uniform, emblazoned with the words King of the Realm, approached the scene of the commotion. Irritated, he exclaimed, "What is happening? Who dares to disturb my paradise? Are you so eager for death?" The administrator and the doorman straightened their postures upon the arrival of the king, thinking to themselves, "Now that the esteemed king is here, his formidable prowess will surely put an end to this insolence." As the king descended to the ground, his expression was initially one of arrogance, ready to reprimand Zhang Xiaoman for causing a disturbance in his territory, intent on making him regret his audacity. However, his demeanor shifted dramatically when he caught sight of the ring adorning Zhang Xiaoman's finger. Upon recognizing it as a time-space ring, the king's attitude transformed entirely. He dropped to his knees and bowed fervently, exclaiming, "Divine King, what an honor it is for you to personally inspect this paradise. I deeply regret my inadequate reception. I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of your esteemed presence during the Divine Assembly banquet, yet I failed to recognize you, and I have committed an unforgivable offense." Realizing that the time-space ring had led to this case of mistaken identity, Zhang Xiaoman mused on the ring's remarkable value, truly a rare artifact symbolizing the Divine King. Seizing the opportunity, he produced the Patala earrings from his pocket and adorned his ears, declaring, "I am the Divine King of the 11th universe." The moment he uttered those words, astonishment filled the air, leaving all present speechless. Chapter 103, Metal Gula. At the entrance of paradise in the 11th universe, the doorman and the administrator trembled in fear, their legs growing weak as despair enveloped them. "I have offended my superior's superior. We are doomed," they thought in horror. Quickly regaining their senses, they kowtowed fervently, pleading, "Divine King, we sincerely apologize. I did not recognize you. I was blind to your greatness. Please spare us." "Indeed, Divine King. I have a 70-year-old mother and a 2-year-old child depending on me. I implore you, grant me mercy." The king, aware of his foolish subordinate's blunder, immediately pledged his loyalty and declared, "Divine King, you need not exert yourself. I shall take action and banish them from paradise. They shall be cast into the depths of hell, tormented eternally, never to be reborn." Zhang Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction at this proclamation, reflecting on the king's experience in governance. Such a punishment would be far too lenient. An eternity of torment was the most fitting retribution. Seeing his superior's agreement, the king waved his hand, enveloping the two in a blue halo, and they vanished, heading to hell for their reckoning. Nearby, the beautiful Tian covered her mouth in awe, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy and admiration. "The one who brought me to paradise is none other than the illustrious Divine King. Moreover, I never expected him to be so amiable, devoid of any anger. Truly wonderful." With a smile, she bid farewell to Zhang Xiaoman, urging him to visit her in paradise, promising to host him splendidly. Thus, the enchanting Tian entered the realm of paradise. Once the trivial matters were settled, Zhang Xiaoman turned his gaze towards the kneeling King of Realms and began to address the pressing matters at hand. He inquired, "Where exactly is Jillian in this paradise? I cannot sense his presence." The King of Realms quickly responded, "Jillian has chosen to reincarnate and embark on a new life. It seems today marks the day of his rebirth, and his teammates have come to bid him farewell." "What?" Zhang Xiaoman promptly urged the King of Realms. "Where is he? Hurry and tell me." In paradise, the members of the proud battle team lined up, facing Jillian, who stood adorned with a radiant halo. Behind Jillian loomed the gate of reincarnation. Once a soul entered, it would transform into a human. Jillian, upon seeing his teammates come to see him off, felt a surge of emotion. Having always been a lone wolf, skeptical of friendship and trusting only in his strength, he now grasped the essence of camaraderie as he witnessed his former allies come to accompany him on his final journey. Tears streamed down his face as he expressed, "Thank you all for coming to see me off." The burly Torpo interjected, "Do not be disheartened, Jillian. You are the mightiest Jillian of Universe 11. You must not cry." After exchanging a few words with his companions, Jillian addressed the proud battle team. "I hope that after my departure, you will continue to strive forward, standing on the side of justice and fighting for righteousness." The members of the proud battle team resounded in unison, "Yes, Captain Jillian." With that, Jillian felt a sense of reassurance. He turned to enter the gate of reincarnation when suddenly, an overwhelming aura approached. Zhang Xiaoman, utilizing instant transmission, arrived at the scene. He wasted no time, declaring, "I am Sheru, and I have come for Jillian." The members of the proud battle team, upon seeing Zhang Xiaoman, shouted in unison, "Sheru." Torpo bellowed, "Sheru has arrived. The one who killed Jillian. Everyone, prepare for battle." At this moment, virtually all 12 universes had received word that Sheru was set to confront the Grand Priest. His purpose for arriving here was abundantly clear. He sought Jillian's participation in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. After all, Jillian was the strongest of Universe 11, even surpassing the Destroyer God. Coupled with the mysterious command of the Omni King, which held a certain magical influence, none could refuse. Before Zhang Xiaoman could demand that Jillian become his teammate, he must first ensure Jillian's safe reincarnation. The gate of reincarnation had a cooldown period of 10 seconds. They merely needed to delay Zhang Xiaoman for that brief interval. The proud battle team positioned themselves in a row, emanating a terrifying dark red aura. Zhang Xiaoman stood opposed to them, informing them, "Do not waste your efforts. You are no match for me." Torpo, leading the charge, proclaimed, "We will not allow you to disrupt Jillian's reincarnation, you scoundrel. Everyone, attack together." Zhang Xiaoman merely beckoned with his finger, scoffing, "Bring it on." Torpo unleashed his iron fist, charging towards Zhang Xiaoman, and upon reaching him, executed the Wolf Fang fist, shouting, "Ola, ola, ola." Yet, Zhang Xiaoman simply extended a finger, effortlessly blocking Torpo's relentless assaults. Then, with what appeared to be a casual palm strike, he sent Torpo crashing to the ground. With a tremendous crash, a human-shaped pit was formed. Tuopo attempted to rise, but was unable to do so due to his grave injuries. Zhang Xiaoman stood atop Tuopo's large abdomen, disdainfully stating, "See, I only need one move to deal with you." The remaining members of the proud team did not relent, encircling Shalu as countless dark red energy beams rained down upon him. With a thunderous impact, a colossal energy cannon struck the ground, unleashing a massive mushroom cloud. A team member resembling a rabbit exclaimed, "Now you're finished." As the dust settled, Zhang Xiaoman remained unscathed. The rabbit-like member remarked, "Is this truly the extent of Shala's power? It is indeed terrifying." Zhang Xiaoman, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly appeared behind the group and, with a single powerful punch, sent all members of the proud team crashing to the ground. The earth was pockmarked with deep craters, transforming the once beautiful paradise into a lunar landscape. In a matter of seconds, the formidable proud team of the 11th universe was utterly vanquished by Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman turned his gaze towards the gate of reincarnation. Jillian, half immersed in the gate, glanced back at Zhang Xiaoman with resolute eyes. From his expression, Zhang Xiaoman discerned Jillian's weariness, his desire to withdraw from the strife and conflict. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoman felt a twinge of compassion. Let him depart in peace. I shall not disturb him any longer. As for the strong, I shall seek others. He thought quietly, bidding farewell to Jillian's departure. Thus, the curtain fell on a legendary hero. The king of the universe hurriedly arrived. witnessing Zhang Xiaoman amidst the scattered remnants of the proud team. His conviction that Zhang Xiaoman was undoubtedly the god of the universe strengthened. Only a being of such stature could have subdued the members of the proud team. He ingratiatingly remarked to Zhang Xiaoman, "I wonder how these arrogant members of the proud team managed to irritate you so much that you took it upon yourself to injure them." Zhang Xiaoman waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No matter, it was merely a trifling matter. Allow me to ask you, do you know who the mightiest being in this universe is, aside from Jillian?" The king pondered for a moment before recalling. It must be Gula from the planet Gouda. Even Jillian could not fully annihilate him during his lifetime. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed with delight, "Is he the metallic Gula who fused with the planet?" Chapter 104. I will manage. In the 11th universe, within the realm of paradise, Zhang Xiaoman stood upon a land abundant with flora, with the bowing king of the universe beside him. Truly, the god of the universe possessed profound knowledge of our cosmos. Indeed, after being cast into the sun by Jillian, Gula merged with mechanical civilization, evolving into a metallic life form. In recent years, he has relentlessly consumed planets, incorporating many into his very being. Subsequently, the king elaborated on Gula's history. Unlike in the 7th universe, in this realm, Gula and Frieza belong to the same lineage of the frost demons. Gula's strength surpasses Frieza's, and his ambitions are even grander than those of the 7th universe. He has devoured both Frieza and King Cold, establishing himself as a formidable overlord in his own star system. Subsequently, Jillian led the Pride team to eliminate Gula. However, to their dismay, Gula was not completely eradicated. Instead, it merged with the metallic life planet, transforming into an indomitable mechanical entity. Gula began to devour ordinary planets throughout the cosmos, continuously augmenting its power. Zhang Xiaoman, perplexed, inquired whether Jillian and the god of destruction were indifferent, allowing Gula to consume planets at will. The king of the worlds shook his head, exhaling a sigh of resignation. He explained that Jillian wished to intervene and had consistently engaged Gula, yet the sheer number of Gula planets was overwhelming, scattered across an entire galaxy. Jillian found himself powerless. Although he could defeat Gula, it was akin to harvesting chives. After eliminating one wave, another would swiftly emerge. Zhang Xiaoman pressed on, asking about the whereabouts of the god of destruction and whether he was unconcerned. The king of the worlds shook his head in further resignation, stating that the god of destruction, preferring to avoid complications, chose not to act. To completely annihilate Gula, one would have to eradicate all of its physical manifestations, which numbered in the millions across countless metallic planets. Zhang Xiaoman was genuinely taken aback to learn that the inhabitants of the 11th universe were still mired in adversity. If the god of destruction and his ilk, perched high above, were unwilling to care for the plight of the common people, then he would take it upon himself. Furthermore, consuming Gula's cells would significantly enhance his own combat prowess. Zhang Xiaoman recalled scenes from the Dragon Ball movie, where after a grueling battle against a metallic Gula, an overwhelming presence of countless Gulas loomed behind Goku and Vegeta. Now, he had the opportunity to harness this power for himself. Great priest, you may be powerful, but after defeating one of me, a myriad shall rise again. Countless Supercell Juniors, do you fear? The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Xiaoman's spine. Possessing such power would mean effortlessly ruling the universe. He turned to the king of the worlds, who wore a troubled expression, realizing that this was an opportunity he could not let slip by. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoman boldly declared, "King, leave this matter of Gula to me." The king of the worlds was taken aback, struggling to grasp the gravity of the declaration. What did you say?" he confirmed. Zhang Xiaoman turned away, his voice resolute. "I said I will take charge. The matters the god of destruction neglects, I shall handle. Those whom Jillian cannot defeat, I shall vanquish. This is I, the great king god of the 11th universe." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoman's impassioned words, the king of the worlds was moved to tears. He sincerely expressed, "Thank you, great king god. I can hardly contain my urge to bow before you." With that, he knelt, striking his head against the ground in reverence to Zhang Xiaoman's retreating figure, remaining there for an extended period. In that moment, he felt a profound respect for the king god before him, devoid of political maneuvering, purely emotional. Time passed, and the king of the world slowly rose, only to find that the king god had vanished. He murmured to himself, "This is truly a benevolent deity for the people of the universe." Inside the enigmatic metallic planet, the saga continued. At the core of the planet, A body lay upon a metallic bed, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, adorned with an array of metallic conduits, constantly siphoning energy. This was the essence of Metal Gula, one of its corporeal manifestations. Each of them existed as independent entities, yet intricately interconnected, united by a singular ambition, to consume the entirety of the universe, transforming every planet into a fragment of Metal Gula. Metal Gula gradually opened its eyes, clenching its hands to feel the ceaseless flow of power within. It exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, it won't be long now, with each planet devoured. My strength ascends to new heights. At this rate, after consuming just one more planet, my power will eclipse that of Jiren, rendering me the mightiest in this universe. What of the Pride Troopers? What of the gods of destruction? What of the angels? In the end, they shall all be but dust amidst my mechanical gears. The universe shall become my finely tuned clockwork. The mechanical planet of Gula soared through the cosmos, akin to a wandering celestial body. In Gula's sight, a verdant planet slowly approached the periphery of the mechanical sphere. My next target, planet Namek. Absorbing this world will send tremors throughout the universe. I shall be invincible. The mechanical Gula swiftly maneuvered, gradually anchoring itself to the surface of planet Namek, extending colossal mechanical tendrils that adhered to the planet's exterior, resembling a massive mechanical octopus. In the Zen Exhibition Palace, the Grand King was still engaged with his cosmic orb, while the Grand Minister urged Whis to undertake rigorous training of a hellish caliber. Suddenly, a guard arrived with news, reporting, Grand Minister, there are new developments from Gero. The Grand Minister paused, yet maintained an air of calm composure. Come with me and elaborate. Thus, the Grand Minister and the guard retreated to an unoccupied corner of the palace. The Grand Minister, brimming with anticipation, inquired, What has that rascal Gero been up to lately? The guard hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the information. The Grand Minister, growing impatient, urged, Speak quickly. The guard stammered. It seems Gero has recently traveled to the paradise of Universe 11. What? A vacation? At such a critical juncture? The Grand Minister replied with annoyance. Hurry, provide the details. The guard recounted all that had transpired in Universe 11. Initially, I thought he ventured to recruit Jiren as a participant, but he did not. Instead, he allowed Jiren to reincarnate, which perplexes me. I can only surmise he merely sought leisure. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister was left bewildered. Seeking Jiren for a team was indeed the right course of action, as Jiren's strength surpassed that of the God of Destruction from Universe 11. Yet, why did he embark alone? The authority bestowed upon him by the Grand King was not to be disregarded. Could it truly be a day trip to paradise? He raked his fingers through his white hair in a fit of frustration, a far cry from his usual calm demeanor. Gero, what on earth are you doing? You are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Chapter 105, Deserved. On the planet Namek of the 11th universe, the local populace is known for their simplicity and kindness. However, unlike the 7th universe, this place is devoid of Dragon Balls, and the inhabitants are devout, worshipping only the Namekian deity. Since the arrival of the mechanical Gula on Namek, the benevolent Namekians have been powerless to resist the invasion, leading to their subjugation. At this moment, a group of Namekians, shackled with electronic handcuffs and light chains, trudged across the verdant landscape, escorted by robots into the mines for labor. Their task was both simple and arduous, to mine and deliver the spoils to Gula, thereby hastening his absorption of the planet. Among the group, a young Namekian named Gila turned to his father, Bila, and asked, Father, do gods truly exist in this world? Bila replied sternly, Do not utter such blasphemous words. The divine must not be desecrated. This is merely a test from the gods. Gila, with innocence in his voice, countered, If there are indeed gods, why do they not intervene on our behalf? Nearby, a robot, detecting their conversation, emitted a mechanical warning. Silence is prohibited. In an instant, a surge of thousands of volts coursed through the shackles, eliciting cries of agony from the Namekians. The electric current, while bearable for the adult Namekians, was lethal for the young ones. Bila, aware that his son would soon succumb to the torment, felt a surge of desperation despite his own numbing pain. Gila, no. You wretched robots. Spare him. Suddenly, a resonant voice boomed from the heavens. Magic convergence light cannon. A spiraling energy blast pierced through the white robot. Boom. The robot exploded, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The rescuer was none other than Zhang Xiaoman. who had followed the directions provided by the King Kai to locate the metallic Gula. Upon arriving on this planet, he witnessed the plight of the enslaved Namekians. To facilitate communication and disarm their suspicions, Zhang Xiaoman transformed into the likeness of Piccolo using cells of Majin Buu, emanating an aura and speech indistinguishable from that of a true Namekian. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the figure of Piccolo emerged before the crowd. Recognizing one of their own, the Namekians erupted in joyous cheers. Hooray! We are saved. In an instant, they flocked to Zhang Xiaoman, eagerly inquiring about their current circumstances. With a fabricated tale, he declared, I am a warrior Namekian. My name is Piccolo, and I have come to rescue you. The Namekians accepted his words without question. However, amidst the crowd, a dissenting voice began to emerge. A frail Namekian, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, What purpose does your rescue serve? Originally, those robots would merely incapacitate us with a jolt, but your deadly intervention has doomed us to annihilation at their hands. This is all your fault. His words incited a flurry of murmurs, with several individuals echoing his sentiments. Zhang Xiaoman was taken aback. Could there truly be such individuals in this world? Am I to be blamed for attempting to save you? Kneeling for so long has left my knees unyielding. You deserve to be electrocuted. At that moment, Beerus perceived Zhang Xiaoman's displeasure and interjected, Brother Bick, do not take it to heart. Ula is merely timid and apprehensive. Please lead us to safety. Zhang Xiaoman coldly replied, Those who wish to accompany me may do so. Those who do not may remain here and await their demise. Beerus was the first to step forward, carrying his unconscious son, along with several followers, while only a handful chose to remain. Zhang Xiaoman intended to guide them to a secure location and subsequently evacuate the Namekians, returning them to Namek in the 7th universe. Just as they were about to depart, a few mechanical armored robots descended from the sky. Ula's face reflected both terror and relief as he pointed at Zhang Xiaoman and the others, declaring, Ha! You fleeing wretches shall be exterminated by the robots. They are of the annihilation type, and even our strongest warriors cannot contend with them. Your fate is sealed. Zhang Xiaoman scoffed, in my eyes. They are not but mechanical refuse, utterly insignificant. And you, a fellow Namekian, would so readily wish for your kin's demise? Ula was rendered speechless by the retort. Meanwhile, Beerus, anxious for Bick, urged, You must flee, Bick. I will hold them off. The annihilation robots are beyond your capability to confront. Take my child, Gero, and escape. Beerus understood the sheer terror of the annihilation robots, having witnessed the strongest Namekian obliterated in an instant. A few others implored Zhang Xiaoman to retreat, yet he remained steadfast, coldly observing as the robots slowly descended to the ground. Beerus and the others shook their heads, deeply moved by Bick's willingness to face death alongside them. Though the adversaries were formidable, the presence of kin rendered them undaunted. Beerus stood resolutely beside Zhang Xiaoman, ready to fight together. Others joined them, forming a line of fewer than 10 warriors. As the annihilation robots touched down, Ula, accompanied by a few others, scuttled to the robot's feet, eager to curry favor, proclaiming, Great robot, we did not flee. We are loyal and willing to offer everything to the illustrious Lord Gula. It is those individuals across from us who are the disobedient ones. The annihilation robots disregarded Ula's words, scanning the approaching Namekians, and in a mechanical voice proclaimed, Defectors. Defectors. Immediate extermination. Immediate extermination. The previously exuberant Euragians found their spirits plummeting to the depths in an instant, panic-stricken as they exclaimed, Mighty robot, you are mistaken. They are the traitors. The annihilation-type robot aimed its gaping cannon at the Euragians, and in the next moment, a dark red laser shot forth. Instantly, it reduced the Euragians to mere fragments. Even in death, their faces bore expressions of despair, as if to convey, How could this happen? Zhang Xiaoman, witnessing this scene, calmly remarked, They had it coming. The Beerus shook their heads in sorrowful dismay. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward, raising one hand above his head, and shouted, Qi, Yuan, Zhan. Instantly, a wave of yellow light surged forth, slicing the 5 annihilation-type robots cleanly in half, the edges smooth and precise. A resounding explosion echoed, and the robots lay in a heap of scrap metal. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. The Namekians gazed at Bick in astonishment, their faces a mask of disbelief. One strike had obliterated 5 annihilation-type robots. How could this be possible? Zhang Xiaoman slowly approached the Beerus, observing their astonishment as they struggled to regain their composure. He softly inquired, "Do you know where the core of Gula is located on this planet?" Chapter 106, Gula Shalu. Zhang Xiaoman looked at the Mikians before him, still dazed from the earlier shock. He reiterated, "Do you know where the core of Gula is? In other words, where did you ultimately deliver the ore?" Bila was the first to react, responding, "Oh, we placed the ore underground. It's pitch black down there, and we couldn't see a thing. After placing it, we took the elevator back up. It's quite hot, so it should be relatively close to the core of the Mikian planet." After saying this, Bila pondered, "Bick, why do you ask this? Do you intend to?" Bila suddenly halted, gazing at Zhang Xiaoman's resolute expression, and he articulated his conjecture. "Do you mean to confront Gula alone?" At this revelation, the remaining Mikians were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Someone interjected urgently, "Bick, do not take such risks. Gula is not something you can contend with. Your ability to destroy his robots is impressive, but he himself is infinitely more terrifying. Not only is he powerful, but he also possesses a grotesque regenerative ability. It is said that even the universe's strongest, Lord Jiren, could not completely annihilate him. You are no match for him." Zhang Xiaoman, shaking his head, asserted his own strength, assuring everyone not to worry. Having gathered crucial intelligence, he quickly assembled the remaining Mikians, preparing to depart together. Suddenly, a formidable aura approached. The silhouette of Gula emerged on the horizon. It turned out that Gula had sensed the invasion of an external foe and had dispatched one of his avatars to confront them. Gula bore a resemblance to Frieza, yet his skin shimmered with a hue reminiscent of the sky. Coldly, Gula surveyed the crowd as he slowly descended to the ground. Upon seeing the character Piccolo portrayed by Zhang Xiaoman, he disdainfully remarked, "I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be a Namekian, albeit one slightly stronger than the others." Zhang Xiaoman, noticing the protagonist approaching, felt a surge of excitement. He had long yearned for the power of Gula to create infinite clones. Now, before him, his wish was on the verge of realization. Yet the nearby Namekians proved to be an unwelcome hindrance. He swiftly utilized the time-space ring to tear through the void and urgently addressed the gathering of Namekians. "Hurry! The Namekians from another universe are coming. Go and settle there." However, to the eyes of the Namekians, this scene transformed into a poignant moment of self-sacrifice as they wept. Piccolo, yet, determined not to squander his efforts, they turned and entered the rift in the void. The instant they crossed over, Zhang Xiaoman exhaled in relief. Reverting to his original form, Gula, witnessing this, maintained his icy demeanor. "I thought so. How could Namekians possibly possess the strength to defeat the robots I created? You are the true mastermind behind this." Nevertheless, it was too late. He had already consumed the core of this planet, rendering himself invincible in the universe. Before Gula could finish his statement, a dull thud echoed. With a resounding punch, Zhang Xiaoman struck Gula's abdomen, penetrating his body and revealing yellow mechanical oil. Zhang Xiaoman scoffed. "Is this what you call invincibility in the universe?" Gula, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly retreated, widening the distance between them, incredulously questioning, "Who are you? How can you possess speed surpassing that of Jiren?" Zhang Xiaoman coldly responded, "I am Nand." With that, he began to gather energy, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his fist, poised to end the confrontation with a single blow. Gula, taken aback by the unorthodox approach, thought it unreasonable to unleash a powerful attack without first escalating the tension. "Wait. I have moves yet to reveal." But it was too late. Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a punch, instantly reducing Gula to mere fragments. In the next moment, countless metallic shards, akin to liquid, rapidly reassembled into their original form within 2 seconds. Zhang Xiaoman remarked, "I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated. Take this." He drew back, channeling a terrifying energy into his hands. 100 times. Kamehameha. While Sun Wukong and Vegeta could only reach a maximum of 20 times their Kamehameha at full strength. For Zhang Xiaoman's current physical prowess, 100 times was merely a trifling feat. Gula was increasingly astonished. This individual disregarded the unspoken rules of combat. Shouldn't he have exchanged some banter before launching an attack? How could he strike as soon as he had just prepared himself? Infuriating. In the next moment, a colossal Kamehameha wave erupted from Zhang Xiaoman's palms. Gula gazed in despair at the attack, which was as massive as half a planet, utterly unavoidable. Instantly, The Kamehameha split the Namekian planet and the enormous mechanical octopus in two, revealing a terrifying chasm in between. Zhang Xiaoman floated in the air, awaiting the next development. He understood well that such an approach would not suffice to vanquish Gula entirely. He called out, "I know you're not dead, so come out quickly." Indeed. From the vast chasm emerged Gula's icy voice. "I bear you no grudge. Why do you seek to annihilate me? Let us join forces and rule the universe together." Zhang Xiaoman retorted, "Why would I ally with you? It would be far better for me to rule the universe alone." Gula, realizing his words fell on deaf ears, declared, "It appears you are refusing my offer. Let your demise unfold here." Zhang Xiaoman coldly replied, "You speak too much nonsense." A metallic Gula slowly ascended, unleashing a thunderous roar. In the next instant, his form surged, doubling in size, his energy escalating as mechanical wings sprouted from his back, and jet devices appeared beneath his feet. Gula boasted, "This is my second form, evolved from consuming countless planets. It was originally meant to combat Jiren. But now I shall send you to hell." In the blink of an eye, Gula surpassed the speed of light, appearing before Zhang Xiaoman and launching a devastating punch aimed at his face. He was confident that even the formidable Jiren could not withstand such force. However, suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman vanished, leaving only an afterimage for Gula's fist to collide with. The immense force of the punch carved a massive chasm into Namek. What? He actually evaded it. Gula frantically searched for Zhang Xiaoman's silhouette, but to no avail, a chill creeping down his spine as cold sweat dripped from his brow. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoman materialized behind Gula, gripping his wings with both hands. With a powerful push of his legs, he effortlessly tore them from Gula's back. Gula's agonized scream echoed through the valley. Yet, Zhang Xiaoman's assault did not waver. As a time traveler, he would never commit the lowly error of neglecting a finishing blow. He swiftly appeared before Gula's battered form, shouting, "Ultimate Flash," a technique of Vegeta. In an instant, this Gula was utterly obliterated. Zhang Xiaoman remained vigilant, knowing full well that the ordeal was far from over. Thunderous sounds reverberated from the distant mountain peak, drawing his gaze upward. A legion of metallic Gulas, resembling Frieza, leapt from the mountains, descending into the valley with cold, expressionless eyes. Zhang Xiaoman understood they were not acting out of suicidal intent. A booming voice resonated from the mountain's base. "Ha! You are indeed powerful. But can you surpass my third form? I have now forsaken my biological state. The entirety of Namek shall transform into my mechanical fortress. I am the planet. Prepare to meet your doom." Chapter 107. Let me suck you dry. In the 11th universe, the once verdant Namek lay shattered. The original planet had metamorphosed into a colossal mechanical entity, shrouded in swirling black smoke, with countless mechanical tentacles sprouting forth, and at its center, a head resembling Gula's visage. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman floated in the vastness of space, appearing as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to the imposing figure of Gula before him. The ultimate form of Gula fixed its gaze upon Zhang Xiaoman, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell. "Since my inception, no one has ever pushed me to this extent. You are the first." Zhang Xiaoman assumed a defensive stance and retorted, "Enough with the idle chatter." Upon hearing this, Gula immediately unleashed the first wave of its attack. Mechanical parasite. It bellowed in fury. Instantly, a swarm of minuscule mechanical insects emerged from the surrounding black smoke, their numbers vast like a horde of locusts, soaring toward Zhang Xiaoman. Once these mechanical vermin invade your body, they will disrupt the flow of your internal energy, infiltrating your every limb and organ, controlling your movements. No matter how strong your power or how immense your aura, you shall be rendered powerless. You will find yourself on a path to certain demise. Gula's colossal head swayed with a haughty expression, as if envisioning Zhang Xiaoman being gnawed and dominated by the mechanical swarm. However, Zhang Xiaoman remained unfazed by the onslaught of these mechanical insects. He boldly positioned himself in the expanse of space, waiting for the inevitable assault. The mechanical insects emitted piercing shrieks as their sharp mandibles lunged toward Zhang Xiaoman's skin. Yet, to their astonishment, countless sparks erupted. Zhang Xiaoman's skin was as hard as iron, rendering their assault utterly futile. To him, the gnawing of these mechanical insects felt akin to a mere tickle. With a scornful smile, he uttered, "Field of 4-star dragon flame." Instantly, a magnificent blaze engulfed the void of space, illuminating it with a fierce crimson glow. The searing flames transformed into a demonic inferno, devouring the mechanical army in an instant, reducing countless mechanical insects to mere ashes. The metallic Gula, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can your skin be so resilient? Who are you? And that flame is extraordinary. These insects would never succumb to ordinary fire." Zhang Xiaoman stood proudly, arms crossed over his chest, and declared, "What other techniques do you possess? Unleash them." With this challenge, Gula ceased to hold back, unleashing a multitude of mechanical arms that charged toward Zhang Xiaoman. Despite their massive size, the mechanical limbs moved with surprising speed, slicing through the air as they approached him. As the mechanical arms collided with Zhang Xiaoman's physical form, blinding white light erupted from each impact, shattering surrounding planets into fragments. The ensuing chaos rained down meteorites through space. As a fierce clash ensued between techniques like the Kamehameha and the magic light cannon against the mechanical limbs, Zhang Xiaoman deftly countered the assault of the mechanical arms, while Gula, on the other hand, found himself straining under the pressure. After yet another violent collision, Zhang Xiaoman created distance between himself and the colossal Gula, intent on finishing the battle in one decisive blow. He coiled his form, terrifying energy gathering in his palms. 200 times. Kamehameha. A beam of Kamehameha, as colossal as a planet, surged forth, roaring with a cataclysmic aura, charging toward the mechanical Gula. Gula, taken aback, shouted, "What? How can such terrifying power exist?" Instantly, a menacing black mist enveloped its massive form, shrouding its planetary-sized body in a veil of dread. This is his ultimate move, energy absorption. The moment it made contact with the black mist, the Kamehameha seemed to be drawn away, gradually diminishing until it vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, Gula's form expanded, his power and aura amplifying beyond measure. Zhang Xiaoman gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Impressive. Your technique can also absorb my energy." The metallic Gula arrogantly laughed, "Haha, thank you. I can feel my body brimming with energy. Go ahead and attack me. I haven't absorbed enough yet." Zhang Xiaoman began to analyze. So the ultimate move of his opponent was to absorb the energy of others for his own gain. However, at the moment when his 200-fold Kamehameha was absorbed, he sensed that Gula resembled a balloon being inflated, as if on the verge of bursting. If he wishes to absorb, then let him. Let him absorb to his heart's content. Watch me not burst him. Zhang Xiaoman roared for 100-fold. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha, now doubled in size, radiated like a dazzling star. A glimmer of greed sparkled in Gula's eyes, for absorbing this would fill him with power. No opponent in the universe would match him. Not even the gods could defeat him. The Kamehameha surged toward the metallic Gula, with the black mist continuously siphoning its energy. Gula expanded further, his size reaching that of a galaxy, harboring unfathomable strength. Deep within, Gula reveled. "I must thank you, you fool. The century-long plan to dominate the universe is about to be realized." The energy within Gula made even the cosmos tremble. On the distant destroyer planet, the destroyer god, Ramsey, with the head of an elephant, suddenly awoke in shock, exclaiming, "What terrifying creature is this, to unleash such overwhelming power?" Beside him, an angel remarked, "It is that troublesome metallic Gula." Initially, the destroyer god had thought that eliminating Gula would be troublesome, but suppressing his growth would be easy. Thus, he and Jiren routinely harvested energy from him. However, they did not anticipate Gula's rapid advancement, and the unleashed power now astonished even the destroyer god. Ramsey hastily said, quickly, "Kes, we must seek help from the other 11 destroyer gods." After a moment's thought, he reconsidered. "No, we should seek assistance from the Grand Priest directly. Otherwise, the entire 11th universe will be doomed." At that moment, the angel appeared calm and untroubled. "There is no need to panic, Ramsey. Let us observe for now." "Ramsey anxious?" retorted Kes. "What time is it? Why are you so composed?" The angel explained, "Because Cell is currently battling Gula in that location, in the Grand Priest's palace." The Grand Priest sat listening to the report from his attendant. Cell is in the 11th universe, engaged in combat with the composite life form Gula. The current battlefield is intense, as Gula unleashes an unprecedented power. The Grand Priest suddenly rises, waving his hand, and a holographic projection materializes in the sky, revealing the third form of the metallic Gula. The Grand Priest furrows his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is dire. Although I desire the demise of that fiend, Cell, If their battle continues, the entire 11th universe may collapse. Therefore, the Grand Priest bows towards the distant Zeno and declares, "It seems I must journey to the 11th universe, my Lord Zeno." A childish voice responds, "No need. Leave it to Cell." The Grand Priest is momentarily taken aback. What? Leave it to him? Zeno believes he can resolve this issue now. To what extent has Cell grown? Chapter 108. The Clone. Gula, colossal as a galaxy, emits a piercing roar throughout the cosmos, while Zhang Xiaoman appears diminutive, like a mere cell in comparison. At this moment, Gula revels in his power, exulting within. Now, who dares challenge me? With a mere motion, I could shatter the entire universe. Who can restrain me now? Beside him, Zhang Xiaoman coldly retorts, "What are you so pleased about? Our battle is far from over." Only then does Gula seem to notice the little figure before him. Scoffing, "What, do you truly believe you can kill me now?" Zhang Xiaoman calmly replies, "Why not give it a try?" In the next instant, his aura surges dramatically as he shouts, 100 times King Kai's fist. Super Saiyan 4th level. Ultra Instinct. In that moment, the energy radiating from Zhang Xiaoman surpasses that of Gula. His aura shimmers with colors akin to a rainbow, glowing with white, yellow, and red hues in a magnificent display. Gula's enormous head widens in disbelief. This is impossible. How can a mere human possess such strength? Yet, undeterred, Zhang Xiaoman bends his body and proclaims a declaration that resonates across the universe, 1,000 times. Kamehameha. A blinding white light instantly illuminates the entirety of the 11th universe. Gula's eyes reflect shock and dread as he frantically swings his mechanical arms to attack, but they disintegrate upon contact with the Kamehameha's edge. In despair, Gula's anguished cries echo throughout the universe, as if pleading, "Great sage, please cease your divine power." But Zhang Xiaoman remains merciless, pressing his hands down, instantly driving the Kamehameha into the metallic Gula's body. "You love to absorb, don't you? Then let us make you explode." In the next moment, a dazzling white light bursts forth from Gula's massive form, akin to a balloon being punctured, exploding spectacularly. Thus, the universe witnesses a breathtaking and heroic shower of fireworks. Zhang Xiaoman exhales in relief, contemplating. Surely Gula has been utterly annihilated. He reaches into the air to grasp the remnants of Gula's body, intending to consume them. He suddenly paused, expressing his disbelief. The entity before us is a metallic life form composite. Absorbing it surely won't lead to heavy metal poisoning, will it? Zhang Xiaoman disregarded his concerns, seizing the remnants and consuming them without hesitation. In the next moment, a liquid-like metallic armor enveloped Shalu's body, thin as a cicada's wing, yet as unyielding as iron. Moreover, it possessed the remarkable ability to instantly mend itself upon being breached, capable of restoring even the damage inflicted upon the flesh. Zhang Xiaoman silently mused, "My defensive and regenerative capabilities have once again surged. As long as the injury isn't fatal, I can recover in an instant." However, he had initially intended to summon an army of clones. Where, he wondered, were his own duplicates? A wave of frustration washed over him as he realized he had not produced any. It turned out that in order to create clones, one must, like Gula, consume entire planets. Transforming the energies contained within those celestial bodies into one's own strength was the only means to generate clones. Yet, as an individual who had traversed through 9 years of compulsory education, was consuming planets not a transgression against humanity? Just as Zhang Xiaoman grappled with this dilemma, a multitude of metallic planets emerged in the distance. Upon those planets, a swarm of metallic Gula loomed, their fierce gazes icy as they fixed their stares upon Zhang Xiaoman. He found himself encircled by countless metallic spheres, each akin in size to Earth, rendering escape impossible. There were no fewer than 1,000 in number. These were the corporeal forms of the other metallic Gula. Zhang Xiaoman muttered to himself, "So, my arduous efforts have only eradicated a single Gula. Now, the others have come seeking vengeance." No wonder even Jillian and the god of destruction shunned such tasks. Gula truly is a formidable foe. Yet, a shift in his thoughts brought a smile to his face. Did I not desire to devour planets to create clones? Well, here they are. Over 1,000 planets await my consumption. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaoman's figure flickered, arriving upon the surface of one of the planets. He plunged his hands into the ground, his black metallic armor flowing like liquid into the earth, rapidly spreading outward. A profound sense of control surged within him, as the entire planet began to meld with his essence, as if it were an extension of his own body. The other metallic Gula gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, their terrified expressions seemingly exclaiming, "Heavens! The lamb has begun to devour the wolf." Nearby metallic Gula began to flee in a frenzy. 10 minutes later, as the energy of the planet Zhang Xiaoman occupied dwindled, a figure identical to him emerged from the planet's core. He was Zhang Xiaoman's Shala clone. Due to Zhang Xiaoman's overwhelming power, the energy of one planet could only yield a single Shala clone. Unlike the metallic Gula, Zhang Xiaoman's clone possessed merely 80 of his strength. However, Zhang Xiaoman wielded absolute control over this clone. The will of his true self would never be defied. With a mere thought, he immediately commanded his clone, "Go. Devour all the metallic Gula planets." The clone responded affirmatively, understood. In the next moment, Gero's form charged towards the panicked metallic Gulas, akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. Zhang Xiaoman observed the retreating silhouette of his doppelganger, nodding in satisfaction. He had struck gold. Each of his clones possessed 80% of his strength, and with over 1,000 clones at his disposal, each capable of producing numerous miniature Geros. He shuddered at the thought of his own burgeoning power and the formidable army he was about to create. Was I truly this powerful now? On the God of Destruction planet, Ramsey gazed in astonishment at the immense Kamehameha that illuminated the universe 1,000-fold. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You've become so strong. What need do we have for a God of Destruction like me?" The angel Cleese also marveled at Gero's might, internally acknowledging, "In terms of raw strength, I cannot compare to Gero." As they witnessed Gero eradicate the metallic Gulas, both rejoiced, for the Gulas were indeed a significant blight upon the universe. Ramsey proposed, "Let us seek out Gero. After all, he is assisting us. Perhaps we could invite him for a meal to express our gratitude and forge a friendship." Cleese concurred, "Absolutely, my Lord of Destruction." In the next instant, the scene on the screen shifted dramatically. Countless metallic Gula planets lined up before Gero. Ramsey exclaimed in alarm, "How could I forget this detail?" The metallic Gulas have absorbed over 1,000 planets, each housing one of their clones. This implied a dire consequence, so grim that even the God of Destruction hesitated to voice it. Angel Cleese added, "Indeed, this means we must eliminate the metallic Gula over 1,000 times." With a grave expression, Cleese turned and stated, "We must seek assistance from the Omni King. There may yet be a chance to save Gero." Chapter 109. The diligent Frieza in the palace of the Omni King. A flash of blue light swept across the ground. The angel and God of Destruction from Universe 11 arrived to request the aid of the Grand Minister and the Omni King, as Universe 11 stood on the brink of annihilation. Kneeling, Angel Cleese addressed the Grand Minister, "Great Minister, the metallic Gulas in Universe 11 have reached an uncontrollable level. We implore you to intervene." The Grand Minister responded, "Isn't that creature named Gero addressing this issue? The Omni King believes Gero's abilities can resolve this crisis." God of Destruction Ramsey interjected, "Great Minister, you do not understand. The Gulas have absorbed 1,000 planets, and Gero has only defeated one of them." The Grand Minister paused, taken aback by the unforeseen threat lurking within Universe 11. If one metallic Gula was this formidable and difficult to vanquish, what of 1,000? Without further hesitation, the Grand Minister promptly reported to the Omni King, "Omni King, I must make a journey to Universe 11. It turned out that Gero had merely dispatched one of the metallic Gula's main bodies, yet there were over 1,000 more. The voice of the Omni King, sweet and innocent, called out, "No need. Look." In the next moment, a holographic projection materialized before everyone present. The scene above broadcasts the fierce battle between Gula and Cell in real time. Witnessing Zhang Xiaoman absorb Gula's cells and subsequently elevate his power to unprecedented heights, the crowd is engulfed in uncertainty. They ponder, who can now restrain Cell's might? Ultimately, Cell, having assimilated Gula's cells, seizes the formidable ability to consume planets. As he prepares to devour the metallic Gula planet, the God of Destruction cannot contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Well done, Cell. This will surely spell the end for the Gula planet." Chris, astounded by Cell's current strength, remarks, "At this rate, even the mightiest angel, Beerus, may not stand a chance against Cell. The only beings capable of rivaling him are perhaps the Grand Priest and the Omni King." Setting aside the deities, Cell is undoubtedly the supreme being in the universe. The Grand Priest observes the holographic projection, his astonishment at Cell's influence palpable. He silently reflects, this detestable creature, Cell, has advanced yet again. His rate of progression is astonishingly rapid. Furthermore, he has the capacity to forge an army of cells. He has become even more formidable than before. How I regret underestimating him. More terrifying than his strength is his intellect. He orchestrates his plans with unparalleled mastery. The outcome of the Universe Martial Arts Tournament is now uncertain. I must also resume my training. In Universe 7, the Frieza force has been relentless in their pursuit of power. Since his hasty retreat from Earth, King Frieza has dedicated himself to rigorous training. Never having trained before, he locks himself in the training chamber, enduring hellish levels of exertion. He vows to surpass that monstrous Super Saiyan. Eventually, he masters his ultimate technique, Golden Frieza. However, upon emerging from his seclusion, he senses an even more formidable presence, prompting him to retreat once more into isolation. After a relentless period of day and night training, he ultimately transforms into Super Golden Frieza, a force even mightier than Super Saiyan Blue. He swears to annihilate Kakarot and obliterate Earth, ensuring that Kakarot experiences sorrow and fear. After a prolonged journey through the cosmos, Frieza arrives on Earth. His colossal spacecraft lands gently on the surface. The moment he touches down, he feels a powerful energy colliding nearby, one emanating from Kakarot and the other from Vegeta. Eager to crush these two pests underfoot, he vanishes from his location, following the energy to the sacred world of the Kais. Babidi and Dandy stand no chance against Frieza, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious by a single blow. Frieza forcefully opens the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, and upon stepping through, he is taken aback by the sight before him. There stands a diminutive Cell, effortlessly tossing both Goku and Vegeta like rag dolls, sending them crashing to the ground, their anguished cries echoing as they seem utterly powerless to retaliate. This miniature Cell is not alone. There are 5 of them in total. Frieza's mind races with astonishment. Who is this little monster? To think that he could so effortlessly defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What level of power does he possess? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta beheld Frieza before them, astonished. Frieza, what brings you here? They exclaimed. Frieza, pointing to the patches adorning his attire, declared, Kakarot, I have come to exact my revenge. After arduous training for over 3 months, I have finally acquired immense strength. I no longer fear your Super Saiyan form. Lying in the pit, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, instead of expressing anger, erupted in laughter. Frieza, witnessing their mirth, felt a chill run down his spine and prepared to unleash an attack. However, Little Cell interposed himself before them, causing Frieza's wariness to spike. After all, this was the being who had effortlessly subdued both Sun Wukong and Kakarot. Assessing the situation internally, Frieza concluded that he could not match such prowess. Little Cell fixed a cold gaze upon Frieza, ruthlessly executing the orders to train Sun Wukong and Vegeta. No one was permitted to intrude. Those who trespassed would meet their demise. 5 smaller cells formed a line, their auras surging dramatically. Each one gathered a different energy attack: Kamehameha, Energy Wave, Final Flash, Special Beam Cannon, Spirit Slash. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Frieza immediately summoned his most formidable power, clenching his fists and bellowing, "Ah!" In the next moment, his stature increased, radiating a golden hue. Golden flames enveloped him, and his strength was now on par with Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta and Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at this transformation. Frieza's rate of advancement is truly astounding. Vegeta remarked, his energy is nearing ours. Sun Wukong added, indeed. His progress far surpasses ours. In the blink of an eye, 5 beams of light surged toward Frieza. Just as disaster seemed imminent, Zhang Xiaoman appeared before Frieza, effortlessly deflecting all 5 energy blasts with a single strike. The beams landed in various locations, creating 5 enormous craters. Having resolved the matter with Gula, Zhang Xiaoman's avatar was busy consuming the planet Gula, leaving him free to embark on a quest across the universe in search of formidable warriors. Yet, finding none, he decided to return to Universe 7 to observe the training of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon arriving at the hyperbolic time chamber, he encountered the formidable Golden Frieza. Delighted by Frieza's terrifyingly potent aura, Zhang Xiaoman thought to himself, this fellow is making remarkable progress. The final contender for the Universe's martial arts tournament has certainly arrived. Chapter 110. The Grand Priest's Sparring Partner. In the palace of the Omni King, beneath the palace lay a secluded space. The Grand Priest addressed his attendant, saying, "I shall train in the underground chamber. You are to bring me the most formidable evil warriors imprisoned in hell, the strongest batch." "Understood," the attendant replied. Moments later, a radiant circle flashed, and numerous malevolent beings were escorted from the depths of hell, standing in a row, exuding an overwhelming aura. As if summoned by the deathly hand of Zhang Xiaoman, 7 malevolent dragons, Gula, Majin Buu, Dabura, Broly, and the others, materialized, each adorned with a luminous halo. The nefarious and formidable aura they exuded was palpable, instilling a sense of oppression that even reverberated through the palace of the Omni King. With a creaking sound, the gates of the underground palace swung open, and they were unceremoniously ushered inside. Upon entering, they discovered the Grand Priest standing at the center. His gaze icy as it fell upon the wicked warriors. With a voice devoid of emotion, he intoned, "You are all still far too weak. Yixing, you shall absorb the other 6 malevolent dragons. Majin Buu, you will consume the remaining 2. These vile warriors, once sovereigns of their realms, were not inclined to submit easily." Yixing, though eager to absorb them, retorted, "But why should I heed your commands?" Majin Buu stepped forward, clenching his fists, asserting, "You want me to follow you? You must first demonstrate some power." The Grand Priest smirked disdainfully. "You think you stand a chance against me?" In the next moment, he took a step forward and whispered, "Die." Instantly, countless razor-sharp blades pierced through the bodies of Yixing and Majin Buu, reducing them to mere heaps of flesh. Yet, the assault did not cease. The blades continued to devastate their cells, obliterating every last remnant. With but a single utterance, the Grand Priest had sealed their fates. He raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at the remaining warriors, and proclaimed, "This is my law of command. Every word I utter is a decree. I declare your demise. Even the King of Hell dares not intervene." The others, witnessing the sudden vanishment of their comrades, recoiled in shock, wary of drawing too close to the Grand Priest. Who was this being, possessing such overwhelming power? The Grand Priest reveled in their fear, stepping back with an air of chilling authority, and commanded, "Live." In an instant, Yixing and Majin Buu were restored to their former selves, both bewildered. Was I not just dead? Not a single cell remained. How are we alive again? The terror of their recent demise lingered, and the Grand Priest's voice echoed ominously in their minds. "Now, can you listen attentively?" A cold sweat broke out on both warriors as the dread of total annihilation gripped them. No longer wishing to experience such a finality, they knelt before him, uttering in unison, "Yes, we shall obey your every command." The Grand Priest instructed, "Now proceed as I have directed. Yixing, absorb the other malevolent dragons. Majin Buu, consume the others." He added ominously, "Should any of you dare to defy these orders, you know the consequences." Instantly, Yixing and Majin Buu sprang into action. The others, aware of their impending doom, offered futile resistance, yet under the Grand Priest's overwhelming pressure, they inexorably marched toward their demise. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and the one-star dragon finally transformed into the super one-star dragon he had always yearned for. Meanwhile, Majin Buu had absorbed other formidable beings, significantly enhancing his power. Both were immensely satisfied with the current outcome, reflecting inwardly. Had they possessed such strength back then, they surely would not have been vanquished by that scoundrel, Cell. The Grand Priest, perceiving their smugness, scoffed and remarked, "You are content with such a slight increase in strength? Is this the extent of your ambition? How disappointing." Although the two felt a surge of indignation at his words, they were daunted by his overwhelming power and dared not voice their anger. The Grand Priest tossed them the Patera earrings, which they instinctively caught. Both Majin Buu and the one-star dragon recognized these earrings from their previous encounters with Sun Wukong and his allies. Upon donning these earrings, they merged into a singular entity, their strength skyrocketing. Could it be that he desires us to? Majin Buu and the one-star dragon exchanged incredulous glances. The Grand Priest then proclaimed, "Indeed, it is my intention for you to wear the earrings and fuse." Both, feeling a sense of pride and reluctance to merge, ultimately succumbed to the pressure of the Grand Priest's formidable presence and donned the earrings. In an instant, their bodies were drawn together. The pink form of Majin Buu fused with the spiky, sinister physique of the super evil dragon, giving birth to the Super Buu Dragon. This amalgamation emanated a terrifying aura, felt by all beings within this cosmic region. The Super Bu Dragon fixed a cold gaze upon the Grand Priest, believing his power had thoroughly eclipsed that of his opponent. Bestowing upon me such marvelous earrings was your gravest mistake. Before me, you are but an ant. The Grand Priest stepped forward and declared, "Die." Countless blades tore through the Super Bu Dragon's form, only for it to revert to its original state the next moment. The efficacy of his words seemed to have waned. The Grand Priest appeared to have anticipated this outcome, nodding in satisfaction as he stated, "Indeed, my rules apply solely to those of lesser strength. Your current prowess has ascended to a level beyond their constraints." The Super Bu Dragon retorted coldly, "It seems you still fail to grasp the situation. I reiterate, you are an ant." Yet the Grand Priest laughed heartily, responding, "Ha ha ha. Excellent. This is the spirit I seek. You are now a worthy sparring partner." He began to shed his upper garments, speaking as he did, "We may engage in combat freely. This place will restore itself even if it is destroyed, and no one shall interrupt us. Should you manage to defeat me, I will resurrect you and grant you your freedom." With that, the Grand Priest bared his muscular form. Though diminutive in stature, it radiated formidable strength. The Super Bu Dragon, filled with exuberance, proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, perfect. This is just what I wanted. I never anticipated that a brawl here today would lead to revival." In the next moment, the formidable Super Bu, exuding an aura capable of obliterating the world, raced towards the Grand Priest, fist clenched, his speed akin to a cannonball. Chapter 111. Frieza dragged by his tail on Earth, within the room of spirit and time. Zhang Xiaoman stood at the entrance, blocking Frieza's attempt to exit. "Frieza, I must admit, I never expected that in this world. You have achieved such remarkable strength through your own diligent training. Your future holds boundless potential." Frieza retorted, "What business is it of yours? Step aside at once. This king intends to leave." Zhang Xiaoman proposed, "Let us engage in combat. Should you defeat me, I shall allow you to depart. However, if you lose, you must accompany me to the universe's martial arts tournament." His words seemed imbued with a magical allure, rendering refusal impossible. Frieza, with a mighty roar, unleashed a golden aura, instantly manifesting his full power as Super Golden Frieza. He charged violently towards Zhang Xiaoman, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Despite Frieza's swiftness to Zhang Xiaoman, his actions appeared as though they were unfolding in slow motion. Faced with such an assault, Zhang Xiaoman deemed it unnecessary to employ the Ultra Instinct technique. Observing Frieza's failed strike, Frieza attempted another kick aimed at Zhang Xiaoman's face, which he again dodged with ease. Frieza, astonished, pondered, "I have unleashed my full power, yet my opponent evaded it effortlessly. What value does my arduous training hold? Who is he to possess such formidable strength?" While Frieza was momentarily stunned, Zhang Xiaoman instantaneously teleported behind him and remarked, "Diverting your attention during battle is unwise." In the next instant, Zhang Xiaoman delivered a swift chop to the back of Frieza's head. With a painful groan, Frieza plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached, witnessing Frieza's swift defeat without surprise. They greeted Zhang Xiaoman. "Hey, Zero, what have you been up to lately? Your aura feels significantly stronger." Zhang Xiaoman assessed the energies emanating from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, responding, "You both have made considerable progress. You can surely inflict damage upon little Zero now." Vegeta remarked, regrettably, "I only landed a single punch on little Zero last time, and he merely sustained minor injuries." Zhang Xiaoman nodded, seemingly well aware of this. His own progression mirrored that of little Zero, who was also continuously advancing. The ability to harm little Zero indicated that Sun Wukong and Vegeta's powers were nearing angelic levels. With further training, it was plausible that they could match or even surpass angelic strength. However, currently, the rules of time and space wielded by the angels posed considerable challenges. Zhang Xiaoman removed the time-space ring from his hand and presented one each to Vegeta and Son Goku. He remarked, "This is a time-space ring, capable of traversing the fabric of time and space, a formidable artifact that manipulates both dimensions. It seems that there exists only one such item in the universe." Upon hearing this, both warriors promptly declined the offer. Son Goku stated, "Sheru, I must refuse. Such a precious item is far too valuable for me to accept." Vegeta concurred. "Indeed, Sheru, I aspire to achieve victory through my own strength, rather than resort to such a contrivance as a time-space ring." Noticing their reluctance, Zhang Xiaoman elucidated. As angels possess dominion over time and space, we can utilize the time-space rings to counteract them. It is vital to understand that the most effective method of combating temporal power is with the same force. The two warriors instantly grasped the significance of his words and found it difficult to continue their refusal, thus adorning their fingers with the precious rings. They meticulously polished the time-space rings, fully aware of their immense value, which encompassed not only power but also Sheru's aspirations for them. They cast grateful looks towards Zhang Xiaoman, expressing their appreciation for his considerable assistance. Seeing their compliance, Zhang Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Son Goku inquired, "By the way, Gero, didn't Lord Zeno request that you select 5 individuals for battle? We know you chose 1 angel, and the 2 of us. Who, then, is the remaining participant?" Zhang Xiaoman pointed to the unconscious Frieza lying on the ground and declared, "Well, it is he." Vegeta and Son Goku were astonished, exclaiming, "What? Frieza? Choosing him?" They were momentarily taken aback, fully aware of Frieza's formidable strength, yet cognizant that he was an antagonist. Furthermore, managing such a rebellious character would be exceedingly challenging. What if he refused to comply or intentionally lost the match? Understanding their apprehensions, Zhang Xiaoman reassured them, "Do not worry, Lord Zeno's words possess a magical allure. No one can refuse the invitation. I chose Frieza for his exceptional intelligence and combat acumen. As for ensuring his unwavering allegiance in battle, I have my own strategies." Hearing Zhang Xiaoman's meticulous considerations, Son Goku and Vegeta found themselves unable to refute his reasoning and reluctantly acquiesced. Zhang Xiaoman seized Frieza by the tail and began to drag him away, stating, "Goku, Vegeta, I shall take Frieza. You two continue your training." The two expressed their confusion. "What? Are you not allowing him to train with us? It would be more effective in the hyperbolic time chamber." Zhang Xiaoman firmly replied, "No, I have a far superior method. I will bring him to the old Kaishin to unlock Frieza's potential." Upon hearing this, the two warriors quickly understood the rationale. Frieza's rapid advancement was entirely due to his extraordinary talent and immense potential. However, the old Kaishin could instantaneously unlock all of Frieza's capabilities. Wouldn't that mean Frieza's growth would reach its zenith in an instant? In an instant, Zhang Xiaoman seized Frieza's tail and vanished. On King Kai's planet in the 7th universe, the old Kai was engrossed in a collection of alluring comics sourced from Earth, a lecherous grin adorning his face. Just then, Zhang Xiaoman materialized at this location, startling the old Kai, who was deeply absorbed in his reading. Upon realizing it was Cell who had arrived, the old Kai erupted in a tirade. "You rascal, Cell. What brings you here so suddenly? Do you not comprehend that scaring someone could lead to dire consequences?" Zhang Xiaoman pointed at the circular emblem atop the old Kai's head and remarked, "Did you not already relinquish your lifespan to me, thus sealing your fate?" The old Kai was rendered speechless. Without further ado, Zhang Xiaoman stated his purpose. "Old Kai, I seek your assistance in unlocking his potential." With that, he flung Frieza's tail, casting him at the old Kai's feet. The old Kai tilted his head, feigning indignation. "Why should I assist you?" Zhang Xiaoman cautiously leaned closer to the old Kai's ear, whispering, "I can offer you a collection of romantic films from the islands in exchange. Rest assured, it will be beneficial for you." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaoman produced a large box filled with discs from a miniature capsule. The old Kai gazed hungrily at the discs in Zhang Xiaoman's hands, drooling with envy. Deal. Chapter 112, Poisoning. In the Grand Minister's palace, within the basement, the Grand Minister placed his foot upon the face of Super Bu, disdain dripping from his words. "You think you can defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. I haven't even exerted 50% of my strength, and yet, you are already faltering." Despite feeling utterly humiliated, the one-star dragon beneath him was powerless. As if all strength had been siphoned away, forced to endure the Grand Minister's dominance. Observing the feeble Super Bu, the Grand Minister clicked his tongue and remarked, "So, Cell's adversary is merely this weak. There's no need for concern." He then pushed open the door and commanded the guards outside. "Dispose of that simpleton in the basement and cast him into hell." The guards nodded, responding affirmatively. Outside the palace, four angels were diligently monitoring each other's training. The Grand Minister nodded in satisfaction before turning to prepare for the impending martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, Angel Margarita spoke up. "It appears Cell has selected the remaining 4 competitors for the tournament." Curious, Whis inquired, "Oh, I presume they belong to our angelic lineage?" Margarita shook her head. Not quite. Only Bardos is an angel among them. The remaining participants are 2 Saiyans and 1 Frieza from the Frost Demons. Upon hearing this, Whis was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Cell is indeed foolish, unaware that our angelic faction is the strongest in existence, allowing 2 Saiyans and a Frieza to compete. Truly absurd. Margarita countered, no, Whis, Cell is exceptionally cunning. To ensure certain victory, we must remain exceedingly vigilant and prepare for all contingencies. Whis, puzzled, asked, prepare for all contingencies? Indeed, in the universe I inhabit, there exists a scientist known as the Evil Doctor, who has devised a virus specifically targeting the Saiyan gene. Those unfortunate Saiyans afflicted by this virus have met with mysterious deaths. Initially, the infected individuals experience profound fatigue, followed by an inability to transform into Super Saiyans, ultimately withering away to skeletal remains before succumbing to death. This is how the Saiyans of our universe face extinction. Whis was taken aback. As an angel, he had never contemplated employing such insidious tactics as poisoning. Is it truly necessary to resort to poison? What do you intend to do? He inquired. Margarita replied, of course. We shall induce rainfall on Earth, thus contaminating all available water resources. Rest assured, this virus is only effective against Saiyans. Ordinary Earthlings will remain unaffected. Though Whis harbored reservations regarding this method, he could not deny that it significantly enhanced their chances of victory, and thus he reluctantly acquiesced to the plan. With a radiant glow enveloping her, Margarita vanished from sight. On the King Kai's planet, Frieza stirred awake, only to find himself face to face with Zhang Xiaoman and the lecherous old King Kai. Frieza immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Who are you? What do you intend to do with me?" Zhang Xiaoman proposed, "Frieza, join me in participating in the universe's first martial arts tournament." As Frieza prepared to refuse, he discovered himself unable to do so, as if he were destined to partake in the tournament. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Very well." Observing Frieza's evident reluctance, Zhang Xiaoman approached him, declaring, "If you enter the universe's first martial arts tournament, I will wish upon the dragon for you to grow 5 centimeters taller." Frieza's excitement surged as he eagerly responded, "Really?" Zhang Xiaoman nodded, igniting a spark of enthusiasm within Frieza. Height had always been his aspiration. Throughout his life, he had endured far too many jibes regarding his stature. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoman shared his plans with Frieza, suggesting that the old King Kai unlock his potential, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. Frieza retorted, "If such a thing were possible, why didn't you mention it sooner? What was the purpose of my arduous training these past days?" Finally, Zhang Xiaoman bid farewell to the old King Kai and Frieza, saying, "You may begin. I shall return to Earth to assess their preparations." With that, he instantaneously vanished. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Zhang Xiaoman was met with an unexpected downpour. Confused, he pondered, how can this be? Isn't the Heavenly Temple situated above the clouds? How can it be raining? After a moment of reflection, he discerned that the rain posed no threat to him. However, to be prudent, he inquired with Dondi, the caretaker of the temple. Dondi explained, "It is quite common for rain to occur even at higher altitudes due to the presence of elevated clouds. Therefore, it is not unusual for it to rain here. You need not worry." Reassured, Zhang Xiaoman proceeded without further apprehension, striding towards the room of spirit and time. Upon opening the door, he beheld Goku and Vegeta, diligently training, engaged in a spirited exchange with Little Cell. Their performance was satisfactory, indicating that their current strength was on par with that of the angels. Zhang Xiaoman took in Little Shalu, advising them to consolidate their cultivation during this period, akin to how a brief relaxation before an examination can enhance performance. Thus, the trio exited the mental time chamber, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. For Saiyans are renowned for their prodigious appetites. A full stomach is essential for competition. However, upon stepping outside the heavenly palace, the moment they encountered the rain, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the purebred Saiyans, were seized by violent coughing fits, as if they might expel their very lungs. What could be the matter? Can Super Saiyans fall ill? Zhang Xiaoman found himself at a loss, hastily attuning to his surroundings. Through his meticulous perception, he discerned the root of the issue, the rainwater. He promptly urged Sun Wukong and Vegeta to retreat indoors, declaring that the rainwater posed a threat. They hurried back inside, only to feel an overwhelming weakness, as if they had suffered from prolonged illness. Zhang Xiaoman quickly pondered why this rain affected only the Saiyans and not himself or Dandy and the others. He sought out Dandy to inquire about any recent occurrences in the Heavenly Palace. Dandy produced a crystal ball capable of recording recent events in the palace, akin to a magical surveillance device. The crystal ball revealed that the angel Margarita had visited. Zhang Xiaoman seethed inwardly, deducing that the angel had poisoned them, targeting the Super Saiyans for the sake of the universe's martial arts tournament. How brazen, to resort to such despicable tactics for victory. Yet, he wondered, why was he unaffected despite possessing Saiyan cells? He immediately attempted to channel the powers of a Super Saiyan, only to find himself seemingly sealed, unable to summon the strength. It was not that he was immune. Rather, the influence was minimal. It turned out that within Zhang Xiaoman's body, the Saiyan power was negligible, overshadowed by the cells of formidable beings like Jiren, the evil dragon, Cooler, and Majin Buu. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also realized they could not access their Super Saiyan strength and frantically inquired of Shalu what to do. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xiaoman opined, to untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. We must seek the angel. Chapter 113. The Grand Priest's Reward. Zhang Xiaoman turned to Dandy, who stood nearby, and asked, Dandy, has the Dragon Ball been repaired? Dandy shook his head, replying, not yet. Complete restoration will require another fortnight. It seemed that wishing upon the Dragon Balls was not a viable option. Zhang Xiaoman nodded and addressed the ailing Vegeta and Sun Wukong to untie the knot. We must find the one who tied it. We shall seek the angel. Despite his weakened state, Vegeta's intellect remained sharp, prompting him to question Shalu. If they intend to poison us, how would they so easily provide us with the antidote? Zhang Xiaoman spoke. Indeed, however, when I refer to seeking an angel, I do not mean one who would poison us, but rather the angel Babidi, who stands by our side. Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Goku were momentarily taken aback. Dandy, with a vigorous gesture, exclaimed, exactly. As the most ancient of divine beings, angels must possess a wealth of undisclosed secrets. Perhaps they hold the key to counteracting this toxin. Gero, you truly are astute, resolute in their decision. Zhang Xiaoman and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Wasting no time, he approached Son Goku and Vegeta, using the time-space ring to tear through the void, and in an instant, the three vanished without a trace. In the palace of the Omni King, a blue circle of light flickered across the ground. Makalita approached with a smile gracing her lips, clearly indicating that matters had been successfully arranged. At that moment, Whis and the other angels were engaged in quiet meditation, and upon seeing Makalita's arrival, they could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Although the act of poisoning was somewhat unethical, the desire to triumph in the universe's martial arts tournament overshadowed such concerns. Whis, noticing her presence, inquired, has everything been successfully accomplished? Makalita nodded affirmatively. Whis, still harboring a sense of unease, pressed on, are you certain they have all been poisoned? Moreover, how can you be so sure they will not find an antidote? With a proud lift of her chin, Makalita declared, this poison is colorless and tasteless, indistinguishable when mixed with rainwater. As for the antidote, there exists none in this world. Otherwise, the Saiyans in my universe would never have faced extinction. Whis' expression shifted. Instantly comprehending that this plan was foolproof, Gero's team was doomed. Suddenly, an authoritative voice resonated, Makalita, who permitted you to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? The onlookers turned to find the Grand Minister himself. The four angels knelt in reverence. Grand Minister. The Grand Minister regarded his angelic subordinates with a nod of satisfaction. Learning that his angels had stealthily interfered on Gero's behalf brought him a measure of joy. After all, certain unsavory tasks were better delegated to others rather than undertaken personally. Yet, he maintained a fade of reprimand. Makalita, you have overstepped your bounds. Do you truly believe that I, the Grand Minister who has survived for millennia, would be outmatched by that abomination who has existed for less than a year? Makalita immediately knelt, pleading earnestly, I assure you, Grand Minister, my intentions are solely focused on winning the universe's martial arts tournament. The Grand Minister responded, Makalita, as punishment, you shall traverse the universe henceforth to cultivate your moral character. And you must never again resort to such unscrupulous acts of poisoning. The onlookers were taken aback. This punishment seemed to have an unexpected twist. Angels were typically bound to serve alongside the destroyer gods, and they had longed for the opportunity to travel across the universe, relishing a brief respite of freedom, a tremendous reward. Now, the Grand Minister's decree elicited envy among the angels, their eyes glowing with admiration. If this is indeed a punishment, then I too wish to partake. Weiss and the other angels quickly grasped that this was not a punishment at all. It was evidently a matter that had struck the heart of the Grand Priest. Upon hearing this, Makalita felt an immense joy within, bowing deeply before the Grand Priest. Thank you, Great Priest. I acknowledge my errors and willingly accept the consequences. The Grand Priest squinted, nodded slightly, and let out a soft hum before turning to depart. Internally, he chuckled. Ha! Shalu, even before the battle has commenced. You have already lost 2 formidable allies. I wonder how you intend to secure victory this time. In the 11th universe, at the residence of the God of Destruction, the angel Bados was also engaged in silent meditation, focusing intently at a crucial moment. She held little faith in this upcoming tournament, perceiving Shalom merely as a fortunate individual. In terms of raw power, he was no match for the Grand Priest. As for the probability of victory, she estimated a mere 10% chance. Therefore, she resolved to intensify her training to ensure that her assured victory was secured, thus guaranteeing that 10% chance. She was also curious to witness what the world would resemble without the Grand Priest. Suddenly, a familiar presence approached. It was Shalu accompanied by 2 ailing companions. Upon witnessing this scene, Bados felt a surge of annoyance. How could they neglect their training at such a time and visit her instead? Shalu was indeed a troublesome character. What brings you here, Shalu? Zhang Xiaoman, sensing the misunderstanding, immediately gestured and clarified, I have come to seek treatment for them. It was only then that Bados noticed the barely conscious figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both exuding faint energy and appearing utterly weakened. Furrowing her elegant brows, her expression turned unusually grave. It seems this is the work of other universes, targeting the Saiyan species with a super genetic weapon. Bados quickly comprehended the source of their predicament. Zhang Xiaoman promptly offered a compliment. Ah, truly remarkable and magnificent Angel Bados. You discerned the situation at a glance. How do your 11 siblings compare to you? Bados' cheeks flushed slightly. She feigned annoyance at Shalu's words, yet secretly relished the praise. She then began to explain, in Makalita's universe, Super Saiyans also exist. However, they are notoriously bloodthirsty, having offended many beings across various planets. Among them is an individual known as the Evil Doctor, who has exploited the genetic flaws of Super Saiyans to devise a formidable genetic weapon. In almost a single night, this led to the annihilation of the once mighty Saiyan race. Upon hearing this, the 3 grew serious. Vegeta, weakened, spoke up. It appears the situation is far more dire than I had anticipated. Ahem, might there be an antidote available? Bados shook her head and replied, regrettably no. Otherwise, the Saiyan race in that universe would not have faced extinction. At this revelation, the expressions of the 3 fell instantly. Currently, the issue was that Vegeta and his companion were unwell, while resurrection could be accomplished with the Dragon Balls. They were on the verge of losing in the universe's martial arts tournament. This marks the first challenge humanity has ever posed to the divine. And is it truly destined to conclude in such a manner? Zhang Xiaoman clenched his fists, his expression etched with reluctance. Suddenly, the melodious voice of Bados pierced through the gloom that enveloped them. True, there is no antidote, but I possess a solution. Chapter 114, The Dream. Bados, could you refrain from gasping so dramatically? My fragile heart. Zhang Xiaoman inwardly criticized the beautiful angel, yet a flicker of joy stirred within him, just as he had surmised. Bados indeed had a remedy. He eagerly inquired, what is the method, Bados? Bados replied with her clear voice, we shall awaken the potential within them. They must endure and harness the innate strength of the Saiyans, allowing them to compensate for the genetic flaw. What? Why does this sound so implausible? Zhang Xiaoman felt as though he were consulting a dubious physician. He was already suffering from a fever of 40 degrees, and yet here they were, being told to rally and rely on themselves without any prescribed remedy. Zhang Xiaoman asked, is there a specific procedure to follow? You can't just say awaken potential and expect us to manage on our own. Bados nodded and responded, of course. It involves inciting the Saiyans' fury. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's interest piqued. He found her reasoning compelling. Whether it was Krillin's sacrifice or Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan, or the original cell-crushing Android 16's head, all were products of Saiyan rage. Zhang Xiaoman listened intently. Bados continued, Anger can unleash the Scion's latent potential. If the rage is sufficient, it will trigger a defensive mechanism within them, swiftly dispelling the virus and mending that imperfect segment of their genes. Zhang Xiaoman quickly contemplated another crucial point and cautiously asked Bados, to what extent must they be enraged? Bados replied, the angrier, the better, preferably to the point of exploding with rage. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman faced a dilemma. How could he provoke these two individuals into fury? He pondered, surely, I can't just present Krillin as a target and execute him in front of Goku. Meanwhile, at the Turtle Hermit's house in Universe 7, Krillin was basking in the sun on the beach. Suddenly, he felt a chill along his neck and instinctively sneezed. Who is harboring ill intentions towards me? He muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaoman posed another question to Bados regarding the issue of inciting anger. Bados, how can I make Vegeta and Goku furious? Bados rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaoman, finding him quite bothersome, yet she offered a solution. Fine, I shall assist you. I will create a dream for you. In this dream, you will once again experience the heart-wrenching agony. The contents of the dream will be your deepest fears. At that moment, both Vegeta and Goku began to cough violently. Observing their precarious condition and the urgency of the situation, Bados wasted no time. She arranged for Vegeta, Goku, and Cell to lie in a row. After silently reciting an incantation, a wave of drowsiness washed over them, and within mere moments, they succumbed to slumber, dreaming of the planet Namek. At that moment, Goku felt a sense of bewilderment, as if his memories had been erased, leaving him uncertain of how he had arrived in this place. Turning his head, he spotted Krillin, his son Gohan, and his dear friend Piccolo all present. Suddenly, Goku exclaimed, Right, I was battling Frieza. The spirit bomb had just annihilated him. Abruptly, Gohan gazed in shock at something behind Goku, as if he had stumbled upon a terrifying revelation. Krillin bore a similar expression of disbelief. Frieza, he survived the spirit bomb. Goku, astonished, turned to see Frieza perched upon a rock, disdainfully surveying Goku and the others. Though battered and bruised, Frieza's aura remained undiminished, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Damn Saiyan monkey, you've sullied my perfect form. He seethed. In the next instant, Frieza pointed a finger at Piccolo, bellowing, Die? A horrifying red beam erupted from his fingertip, piercing through Piccolo's chest. He was sent flying, blood gushing from his wound as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Piccolo, Goku shouted in fury. This former adversary, now a comrade, had assisted him countless times along their journey, and now he had been slain by this villain. How despicable! Gohan fell to his knees, crying out, Uncle Piccolo. Goku turned to Krillin and Gohan, urging, Gohan, Krillin, quickly take Piccolo's body and leave. Gohan refused, saying, No, I want to stay and fight alongside Dad. I will avenge Uncle Piccolo. Goku insisted, No, Gohan. You are no match for Frieza. You must go. Only then can I unleash my full power against him. At that moment, Frieza taunted from a distance. You think you can escape? Ha ha, what a joke. You wretched monkey. I will make you experience the depths of hell. In an instant, Frieza concentrated energy at his fingertip once more, unleashing a terrifying red beam aimed at the kneeling Gohan. The speed of the beam was too rapid for Goku to react. Gohan, lost in grief over Piccolo's demise, was unable to evade the attack. No, Gohan. Goku screamed in despair. In the next moment, Gohan was struck, the beam penetrating his abdomen, causing him to collapse onto Piccolo, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes devoid of life. How could this happen? Goku cried out in anguish. You dare to kill my son? Unforgivable. As he beheld Goku's wrath, Frieza reveled in delight, his actions unceasing. I will make you feel the utmost agony. In the next moment, a red dot illuminated Krillin's chest as he was targeted by Frieza, lifting him into the air. In his despair, Krillin cried out, Goku, save me. At that moment, Goku's heart sank deeper into hopelessness, recalling cherished memories with his childhood companion as if they were being played on a film reel. The next instant, Krillin's body began to swell uncontrollably, culminating in a catastrophic explosion, leaving not a trace behind. Krillin had already been resurrected once by the Dragon Balls, which meant he was truly gone. Goku's anguished scream pierced the air. His friend, his son, and Krillin had all been slain by the malevolent Frieza on the same day. If only I were stronger. If only I were stronger. If only I were stronger. Such a tragedy could have been averted. At this moment, Goku's rage surged to 100. Chapter 115. The fifth transformation of the Super Saiyan. On the dreamlike planet Namek, dark clouds loomed ominously. The sky crackled with blue lightning. Gathering in intensity, the mountains trembled and rivers flowed backward. Goku's hair fluctuated between black and gold as a golden aura began to envelop him, marking the emergence of the first stage of the Super Saiyan. Yet, Goku's fury remained unabated. He unleashed a primal scream. Ah! Blue lightning coalesced around him, his hair standing erect. The second stage of the Super Saiyan manifested. Ah! Goku continued to roar, his energy surging once more, seemingly drawing in the surrounding clouds. His golden hair lengthened, his brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened, heralding the third stage of the Super Saiyan. Ah! With each scream, Goku's aura intensified, his tail reappeared, and his hair turned a deep crimson, sprouting the distinctive fur of a Saiyan. The fourth stage of the Super Saiyan emerged. Goku's wrath was yet to be fully expressed. He bellowed again. Ah! His hair doubled in length, transforming into a brilliant white, while his pupils shifted to a silvery hue, and even his golden aura morphed into a radiant white. The fifth stage of the Super Saiyan was born. The dreamlike realm shattered like glass. As Goku awakened from this vision, he found himself standing on the Destroyer planet, beside the unconscious Vegeta and Cell, facing the serene Budokai. At last, I have transcended the limits of the Super Saiyan once more. This virus has become the catalyst for my transformation into Super Saiyan 5. I must express my gratitude to that angel who poisoned me. Goku clenched his fist, keenly aware of the changes within him. The toxins had completely vanished. The Ultra Instinct had transformed into a passive ability of Super Saiyan 5. With a gentle punch, he unleashed a terrifying energy that cleaved the Destroyer planet in two. I merely threw a punch, and it was capable of splitting the incredibly sturdy Destroyer planet in half. Sun Wukong took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on an entirely different planet. At present, with his formidable strength, he could easily vanquish the god of destruction, Beerus. Even the angels would pose no challenge to him. Wukong's figure flickered as he returned beside Vegeta. Having dispelled his Super Saiyan level 5 transformation, he gazed at the two slumbering figures beside him, Vegeta and Cell. How goes it on your end? He inquired. In the dreamscape of Earth, Vegeta and Cell were engaged in an epic battle. Vegeta seemed to have lost his memory. In his mind, he faced the loathsome artificial being, Cell, intent on exterminating him to protect Earth. However, this Cell was the original, not a mere imitation. Despite Vegeta's relentless efforts to amplify his energy, he could not overcome the fully formed Cell. In a fit of rage, Vegeta pounded the ground repeatedly, creating deep craters with each strike. Why? As the proud prince of the Saiyans, am I unable to surpass Kakarot? I am forever chasing his shadow. Cursed be it. Now, I am being ground into the dirt by this hideous monster. Cell advanced towards Vegeta, taunting him. Is this truly all your power? Pathetic. I haven't even begun to unleash my full strength, and yet you falter. With that, Cell planted his foot upon Vegeta's face, causing tears of humiliation to stream down the Saiyan's cheeks. Suddenly, a long-haired youth burst forth, crying out in fury, "Bastard! Release my father! Father!" Vegeta's heart was shaken to its core. Memories from the dream began to merge. Trunks had come from the future seeking aid. He stood alongside his father to confront this monster named Cell. He had a son. Indeed, it was Trunks. Vegeta hastily exclaimed, "Run, Trunks. You're no match for him." Cell sneered dismissively. "Want to flee? How naive." In an instant, he pressed his fingertip to his forehead, gathering a terrifying energy. Special beam cannon. A spiraling energy blast pierced Trunks' heart in an instant. Vegeta stood frozen, witnessing this horrific scene. Vegeta erupted with an overwhelming aura, momentarily repelling Cell. Red lightning crackled around him as he transitioned from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3. Ultimately, he achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, with red fur, black hair, and a long tail. Yet, his aura continued to surge, ascending until his hair, eyes, and energy transformed into a brilliant silver. Thus, Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta was born. At that moment, Vegeta awoke from the dream, the viruses that plagued him dissipating entirely, and he too gained immeasurable strength, albeit still slightly inferior to that of Sun Wukong. Vegeta, filled with exhilaration, sensed his newfound strength and silently expressed gratitude for the gift bestowed by the Angel of Poison. He celebrated with a high five alongside Goku, then turned his gaze towards the slumbering cell. Dreaming of the blue planet, Zhang Xiaoman gradually awakened from his class. Confronted by a teacher wielding a wooden ruler, while a chalk-covered blackboard loomed behind. Huh, how did I end up here? Could it be that traversing the Dragon Ball universe was merely a dream? At that moment, his deskmate and girlfriend, Bardos, abruptly jolted him awake, exclaiming, "Xiaoman, you've zoned out again. Hurry up, the teacher is calling you to answer a question." Drowsily, Zhang Xiaoman rose to his feet, bemused, and asked, "What question?" The teacher, irate, retorted, "Go stand at the back." Thus, Zhang Xiaoman endured a lesson. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Bardos seized his arm joyfully, saying, "Come on, Xiaoman, your parents are waiting for you to come home for dinner." Immediately, Zhang Xiaoman began to pack his bag to head home. Upon exiting the school gates, he and Bardos parted ways, returning to their respective homes. As he approached his front door, the enticing aroma of stir-fried dishes wafted towards him. Zhang Xiaoman burst through the door, exclaiming, "I'm home." Upon seeing a table laden with dishes, including his favorite scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he could not resist grabbing chopsticks and shoving food into his mouth. Just then, his mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a dish. "Have you washed your hands before eating?" "How unhygienic." Zhang Xiaoman stood there in a daze, tears welling up in his eyes. He was about to embrace his mother when he noticed another figure standing behind her. Startled, he saw the Grand Priest, hands clasped behind his back, grinning at him. At that moment, the Grand Priest revealed the head of Bardos he had been concealing. Zhang Xiaoman stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from his mother's abdomen, revealing a gaping wound. In the next instant, she collapsed, blood pouring from her wound as she lay in a pool of crimson, still worrying for her foolish son. "Run, Xiaoman, quickly." "Grand Priest, how dare you? How could you harm my mother? How could you harm Bardos?" Rage consumed Zhang Xiaoman, his fury reaching a boiling point. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 5th level, his hair white, eyes white, and aura radiating pure power. Crack! The dream shattered. As the surroundings transformed, Zhang Xiaoman regained his senses to find himself still on the Destroyer planet, with Vegeta and Goku looking at him with excitement. It was merely a dream. Zhang Xiaoman sighed in relief, his Super Saiyan power fully restored, and then some. He too expressed gratitude for the gift from the Angel of Poison. With newfound confidence, he proclaimed, "Even against the Grand Priest, I would dare to challenge him now." Just as he was reveling in his surge of power, Bardos suddenly opened her eyes. A playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Cell, your dream was rather intriguing. Should I call you Cell or Zhang Xiaoman?" Zhang Xiaoman was struck with astonishment, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 116, Gratitude for the Gift from Makalita. In the 6th universe, the abode of the God of Destruction, Zhang Xiaoman gazed at the exquisite visage of Bardos, beads of cold sweat forming on her back. What should I do? She has already uncovered my greatest secret. Should I eliminate her? Although our relationship is relatively good, Bardos, at this moment, relaxed her expression and communicated telepathically with Zhang Xiaoman. "Do not worry. I shall not divulge your secret to anyone. The fact that you are an outsider only piques my curiosity about what the future holds for you. I will do everything in my power to assist you in creating a universe devoid of the Great Priest." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaoman's anxious heart eased. Deep down, he did not wish to harm Bardos. With newfound confidence, Zhang Xiaoman replied, "Rest assured, this time victory is certain. My strength has increased yet again. Even the Great Priest may not be my match. Once I triumph in the universe's martial arts tournament, I will grant you the freedom to explore. For all angels desire liberation, do they not? They long to traverse the cosmos. After I defeat the Great Priest, I shall help you attain your freedom." Though not a capitalist, Zhang Xiaoman possessed an exceptional talent for grand visions. Bardos was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that he would consider her feelings. Freedom was a yearning for all angels, herself included. With delight, Bardos communicated, "Shalu, I hope you do not go back on your word. You must defeat the Great Priest." Zhang Xiaoman nodded resolutely. He turned to observe Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were engrossed in discussing their physical transformations. Though both had experienced significant power increases, they paled in comparison to his own. However, they should be more than capable of defeating an angel. Vegeta exclaimed excitedly, "I never imagined I could attain such immense power in my lifetime. That state we just achieved must be the 5th stage of Super Saiyan. I feel invigorated with strength." Sun Wukong, with a broad smile, responded, "Indeed, Vegeta. We have once again transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. This radiant state is the 5th stage. Unlike the 4th stage, I feel a serene tranquility within. It is as if each cell in my body possesses its own will." Zhang Xiaoman elucidated. That is the state of the Ultra Instinct technique. Ultra Instinct. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong exclaimed in unison. Bados rose from the ground. Her tone crisp as she explained. Ultra Instinct is the technique whereby a warrior discards rational thought, relying solely on the body's instincts to strike. Zhang Xiaoman added. To put it simply, it allows for increased speed, achieving near-perfect evasion and full utilization of power. Sun Wukong examined his palm, nodding with satisfaction. Yet, Bados appeared somewhat irate, pointing at the damaged god of destruction planet that Sun Wukong had wrecked, exclaiming in anger, "Did you do this? This is my home. How could you have destroyed it like this?" Moments ago, Sun Wukong, having transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 5th stage, decided to test his newfound strength. With an unrestrained punch, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his power. Although Bados appeared somewhat vexed on the surface, deep down, she felt a sense of delight. The resilience of the destroyer planet surpassed that of the Kaioshin planet by thousands of times. It was rare for even angels to achieve such an extraordinary feat, let alone a destroyer. With a teammate possessing such formidable abilities, victory seemed within reach. Sun Wukong, feeling embarrassed, offered an apologetic smile, assuring that he would make amends. Suddenly, a figure burst through a nearby door. It was a plump, hairless creature named Xiangpa. He seemed to have been jolted awake from a nightmare, looking around in confusion and shouting, "What just happened? Was that an earthquake?" Typically, when not wreaking havoc, destroyers like him would be resting in their chambers, and the recent commotion had disturbed his slumber. Observing the devastated and cracked surface of the destroyer planet, Xiangpa expressed his displeasure. Who was here just now? Was it an angel or the Grand Priest? How did this place end up like this? Bados, hurry and fix it. In his mind, only angels or the Grand Priest possessed such power. A destroyer could not have accomplished this without utilizing destructive energy. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman waved apologetically at Xiangpa, saying, "My apologies. It's my friend's fault. He can be a bit impolite." Only then did Xiangpa notice the 3 individuals and chuckle. "Stop joking. Do you really have such strength?" But abruptly, his laughter ceased, and he stood frozen, forgetting even to wipe his nose. For in his perception, these were not mere humans. They were 3 formidable beings. He had only sensed such overwhelming energy from angels or the Grand Priest. Seeing Xiangpa's astonished expression, Zhang Xiaoman, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles, particularly Wukong and Vegeta, who had just returned from the brink of death, their smiles radiating even brighter. Yet, they owed their current state to the gifts from that insidious angel. At the palace of Zeno, 4 angels sat on the ground, engaged in their training. However, their focus was not as intense as it had been at the outset. Whis, with one eye open and the other closed, glanced at the nearby Margarita and remarked, "Hey, Margarita, haven't we already incapacitated the Saiyans? Why are you still training so hard?" Bados interjected, "While we can assure victories in 3 matches, how can you guarantee you won't encounter Bados herself? If you face your sister in battle, do you believe you can defeat her? The Grand Priest surely desires to win as many matches as possible, ideally 5-0. My diligent training is all for the Grand Priest's honor." Whis rolled his eyes at Margarita, silently cursing, "You overachiever. The societal pressure is driven by those who slack off. Everyone else is slacking. Yet you're secretly putting in the effort. How infuriating." Just as Whis was about to re-enter his training state, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy breaking through the cosmos. What is this? Such an overwhelming force. The surge of energy approaches a threshold that nearly surpasses our celestial powers. The remaining 3 angels, sensing this potent aura, immediately ceased their meditations. Whis promptly brandished his crystalline staff, from which emanated a brilliant beam of azure light. Revealing the source of this formidable force, it was a live transmission from the 6th universe, showcasing Son Goku in a frenzy of rage. His entire being transformed, his fur turned white, his pupils and aura radiating a blinding white light, exuding an annihilating power. The angels were momentarily taken aback. How could these 2 Saiyans, presumed to have been poisoned to death, now be growing in strength? What had Margarita done? The 3 angels exchanged sympathetic glances with the astonished Margarita, shaking their heads in concern. Unlike their earlier envy bestowed by the Grand Minister, they now felt a profound apprehension for Margarita's future. Chapter 117. The Grand Minister's fury in the Grand King's palace was gazed at the unfolding scene in the sky, where Son Goku had ascended to Super Saiyan level 5. Whis, grappling with disbelief, addressed Margarita. Margarita, what is happening? Did you not poison these two Super Saiyans? Margarita's face reflected shock and disbelief. No, this is impossible. My genetic virus has no antidote. Otherwise, the Saiyans in my universe would not have faced extinction. Whis countered, yet. Son Goku is evidently in a state of complete recovery, and his power has escalated. He mused. At times, I even suspect you are aiding the opposition. Initially, when Whis first encountered Son Goku, he was merely an insignificant insect, but in just a few months, through training with Cell, he had acquired the strength to challenge Whis himself. This left Whis, who had toiled for millennia to attain such prowess, feeling utterly inadequate. Margarita, momentarily speechless, eventually spoke. Fear not. Son Goku is the weakest of the Super Saiyans. Thus he has fortuitously evaded calamity. However, Vegeta will not be so fortunate. As the prince of the Super Saiyans, he is bound to succumb. His demise is inevitable. She then cast her gaze towards the screen, where a frail Vegeta lay, his condition evidently far graver than Goku's. I merely sought to secure one victory for the Grand Minister. He would not hold it against me. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Vegeta erupted with a primal scream. Ah! He surged to his feet, unleashing an aura akin to that of Son Goku. Whis, exasperated, turned to Margarita. Margarita? How can you still assert you are not aiding the opposition? Look, Vegeta has also broken through. This is impossible. Margarita exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Yet Whis continued to press. Margarita, this is not merely poisoning. You are fortifying them. Initially, our strength would have guaranteed victory against these two pure-blooded Saiyans. Yet your actions have not only failed to weaken them, but have instead augmented their power. Silence, Whis. Margarita felt a surge of irritation, unable to comprehend the reasons for her vexation. Whis calmly remarked, it is not a matter of whether I should remain silent, but rather how you intend to explain this to the Grand Priest. Upon hearing these words, Margarita was immediately drenched in sweat. She gazed at the screen above, attempting to console herself. It's all right. That cell still possesses Saiyan cells, which means I have similarly diminished the strength of the opposing leader, Cell. Surely, the Grand Priest will not hold me accountable for this. However, in the next instant, Cell rose from the ground, exuding an aura of destruction far more potent than that of Goku and Vegeta combined. The energy radiating from Cell was astonishingly akin to that of the Grand Priest. Whis stepped forward once more, delivering a final blow. It seems the opponent is currently expressing gratitude for your generosity, Margarita. This scene, coupled with Whis' words, struck Margarita like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned and seated on the ground. Inside the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Priest was in high spirits. Unlike his usual demeanor, he had chosen not to sip tea today, opting instead for a bottle of champagne. With a satisfying pop, the champagne was uncorked, and he poured it into a goblet. He leisurely took his seat, his mind wandering with delightful thoughts. I am assured of Cell's victory, followed by the downfall of both Super Saiyans, securing 2 victories. Next up is Frieza, who is no match for my angels. Only Bados remains. A score of 4-1, an overwhelming triumph. If I merely threaten Bados to subtly ease up, it will become 5-0. The Grand Priest smiled. Cell, you lack loyal subordinates like Margarita. What do you have to challenge me? Await your silent demise. I shall surely triumph in the universe's martial arts tournament. Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted across the cosmos. The Grand Priest, well versed in the ways of the universe, recognized it as that of a Super Saiyan. His brow furrowed as he began to deduce what had transpired. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Margarita, what have you done, you fool? The Grand Priest clenched his fist, shattering the goblet in an instant. He stepped outside the palace, emanating a fearsome aura. Upon exiting, the 4 angels noticed the enraged Grand Priest and instinctively lowered their heads, pretending to focus intently on their training. Only Margarita rushed to the Grand Priestess' feet, grasping his pant leg. Grand Priest, I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you, spare my life. The Grand Priest replied coldly, why would I take your life, Margarita? Your intentions, after all, were noble. Margarita felt a wave of gratitude, marveling at her fortunate alignment with such a commendable leader. However, The Grand Priest's tone shifted abruptly. Your trip is hereby cancelled. Go, and immediately proceed to the God of Destruction planet. Reflect in solitude for 1,000 years. Makarita trembled in fear and fled the Omni King's palace as if escaping for her life. Whis and the other 2 angels likewise trembled, not daring to raise their heads for fear of incurring the Grand Priest's wrath. The Grand Minister suppressed his emotions and began to analyze the current situation. Now, 2 Super Saiyans had transcended the 5th stage, their powers surging tremendously. The outcome of a battle with my angel was uncertain. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. The true terror lay in Cell's prowess, which had reached an unprecedented level. This was the intelligence that required urgent scrutiny. Clearing his throat, the Grand Minister resumed his eternally calm demeanor and addressed the guards nearby, saying, You too, return to Hell and bring that Majin Buu, who defeated me, along with the fusion creature of Super Shenron to the mortal realm of Universe 7. I wish to ascertain the depths of Cell's strength. The 2 guards immediately nodded, responding respectfully, Yes, Lord Grand Minister. Chapter 118. The Arrival of Super Buu Shenron. In the hellish office, the enormous desk bore the weight of King Yama's furrowed brow as he perused the documents before him. A small demon, adorned with a halo, spoke up, Lord Yama. How shall we deal with the creature brought back from the Grand Minister? It is on the verge of breaking through the barriers of hell and escaping into the mortal realm, which would undoubtedly disrupt the order of humanity. King Yama, supporting his forehead with a hand, replied helplessly, I have no means to contain this creature. Its power is simply too overwhelming for any methods in hell. I can only seek assistance from Lord Kai, hoping he has a solution. Just as King Yama prepared to contact Lord Kai, he suddenly felt a formidable aura approaching. A figure, slender and exuding a terrifying presence, materialized before him amidst flickering blue light. King Yama immediately recognized this being as a guard of the Omni King. Known for their immense strength, often shrouded in mystery and half-concealed visage, leaving no one aware of the true extent of their power. It was rumored that the guard's strength surpassed that of the 12 angels under the Grand Minister, yet they had never engaged in combat to verify such claims. King Yama rose respectfully and bowed, inquiring, Might I ask what brings you to hell, esteemed guard? The guard, devoid of humor, replied, I am here to retrieve the creature previously confined in hell and transfer it to the mortal realm of earth. Upon hearing this, King Yama was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Esteemed guard, this cannot be done. That creature is a fusion of 7 malevolent dragons and Majin Buu, along with several other formidable evil beings. If it enters the mortal realm, it will surely wreak havoc, leading to an overwhelming influx of souls in hell. The guard, displeased, retorted, What? Is it not the Grand Minister's command? Will you defy it? King Yama hesitated. On one side stood the Grand Minister, and on the other, his own duty. After much contemplation, he resolutely declared, No, it is my responsibility to uphold the order of hell. I cannot allow such a calamity to unfold. The Grand Minister may disregard the lives of ordinary humans, but I do not. The guard, incensed, exclaimed, In my eyes, you are but an insect. I could slay you and still take that creature. Yet, King Yama remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he issued a command. All minions, heed my call. Assemble. Under no circumstances shall Super Buu be released without my command. Yes, Lord King Yama. The guard's voluminous robes exuded an aura of terror. His tone was devoid of any warmth, cold and unfeeling, seeking death. In Universe 6, at the residence of the God of Destruction, matters had been settled. Zhang Xiaoman, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, planned to return to Earth to discuss strategies for the upcoming Universe Martial Arts Tournament. Zhang Xiaoman addressed Beerus, saying, Beerus, why don't you accompany us to Earth? It would be a perfect opportunity to strategize for the tournament. Beerus shot Zhang Xiaoman a disdainful glance and replied, I have no intention of going. Before Zhang Xiaoman could respond, Beerus's cheeks flushed slightly as she added, with a hint of pride, However, considering we are on the same team, if you ever need me, simply call my name 3 times, and I shall appear. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, sensing an unusual atmosphere, and cast envious looks towards Zhang Xiaoman. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Xiaoman instructed Sun Wukong to open the portal to Universe 7 using the time-space ring. They stepped through, vanishing in an instant. Upon their arrival on Earth, their expressions shifted dramatically as they beheld a scene reminiscent of hellfire. The land was in ruins, rivers flowed backward, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, incessantly flashing with lightning, a clear sign of ecological imbalance. The cities were engulfed in flames, countless buildings lay in ruins, and the ground was strewn with the bodies of humanity, blood flowing like rivers. What has happened? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock, surveying the devastation. Suddenly, they all sensed a powerful and malevolent presence. Vegeta, astonished, remarked, "This is the aura of the evil dragon. How can this be? Was he not already vanquished? Why does his presence linger in this world?" Zhang Xiaoman replied coldly, "Not only is there the evil dragon, but also the presence of Broly, Majin Buu, and other vile creatures." At that moment, a figure flew in from the distance. Upon sensing it, they recognized it was Krillin. Krillin hurried to their side, breathless and pained. He declared, "It's terrible. Goku, everyone has been slain by the evil dragon." What? It truly is the evil dragon. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were filled with rage, ready to pursue the source of the evil dragon's aura. However, Zhang Xiaoman interjected, calmly stating, "Hold on, let us first ask Krillin what transpired." Krillin explained, "Just a few minutes ago, a multitude of monsters emerged from the ground, wreaking havoc, led by a creature resembling the evil dragon, all adorned with halos, as though they were the deceased." The deceased? Confusion spread across their faces. Were not the deceased souls confined to the underworld? How could they manifest in the mortal realm? What had transpired in hell? Krillin continued, upon their arrival. "They inquired about Cell's whereabouts, clearly targeting you, Zhang Xiaoman." "Targeting me?" Zhang Xiaoman questioned, perplexed. Krillin elaborated, "Since no one knew where you were, they didn't hesitate and began their massacre." Zhang Xiaoman pondered for a moment, then asked Krillin, "Are you certain this occurred just a few minutes ago?" Krillin wept bitterly, exclaiming that indeed, just a few moments ago, their speed was astonishingly swift and their power formidable. "We hardly had time to react." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta both lamented, to cause such destruction to Earth in mere minutes. It appears their strength is truly formidable. Zhang Xiaoman smiled faintly and remarked, "As long as it pertains to recent events, there is still hope." He vividly recalled that angels could manipulate time. In the Dragon Ball movie, the angel Whis utilized time reversal to save Earth from Frieza's clutches. Without further delay, Zhang Xiaoman shouted, "Bardos! Bardos! Bardos!" After the third call, the irritable angel Bardos appeared before them, her expression one of confusion as to what Cell was up to. Bardos, visibly annoyed, stated, "You better have a good reason for this, Cell." "I'm quite busy." Zhang Xiaoman immediately replied with seriousness, "Bardos, I'm not joking. Earth is under attack." He then urged Krillin to recount the events that had transpired on Earth. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Bardos adopted a grave demeanor. "Oh? What do you intend to do? How can I assist you?" Zhang Xiaoman calmly responded, "Take us back to just a few minutes before the invasion of Earth." In Chapter 119, titled Super Buu and Frieza, Bardos planted her staff firmly on the ground, and a soft blue ripple emanated outward. A blinding light enveloped them. After the light faded, they felt a wave of dizziness. Upon opening their eyes, the scenery had shifted. They were once again surrounded by the fragrant beauty of nature. Having returned to mere moments before, during their time on the God of Destruction's planet, Zhang Xiaoman, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, comprehending the unfolding events. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong produced the time ring, and they stepped into the void, returning to Earth. As Bardos watched their retreating figures, she murmured, "Be careful, everyone." On Earth, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. The ground trembled violently as massive fissures opened, unleashing countless hellish demons. At the forefront stood a terrifying creature, part human, part dragon. As it touched down, it noticed the panicked humans. "Humans, do you know where Cell is?" The terrified individual, rendered speechless, collapsed to the ground. Frustrated by the lack of information, Super Buu declared, "Never mind, I'll just kill you and annihilate this city, if the commotion is loud enough." I refuse to believe that Cell 1T reveal himself. Super Buu raised his finger, gathering a terrifying force, ready to pierce through the man's body and devastate the city. "Stop it, evil dragon." Zhang Xiaoman's voice boomed like thunder, suddenly resonating in the city sky, clearly audible to all. At that moment, the citizens sensed the impending danger and immediately scattered. Various vehicles took to the air, transforming the city into a ghost town in no time. The malevolent Super Buu dragon flashed a sinister smile as he gazed upon Zhang Xiaoman, who floated in the sky. I was just seeking you, and here you are. Truly, a fruitless search has led me to you effortlessly. Upon seeing the nefarious dragon, Zhang Xiaoman immediately comprehended the situation. The creature was likely a monstrosity conjured by the Supreme Kai, born from the fusion of the 7 evil dragons and Majin Buu. The patera earrings adorning his ears served as irrefutable evidence of this. Moreover, only the Supreme Kai possessed the means to simultaneously subdue both the 7 wicked dragons and a multitude of sinister foes. Zhang Xiaoman spoke. The Supreme Kai has indeed devised intricate schemes to confront me. First, he dispatched angels to poison me, then summoned the evil dragons to test my strength. Is he truly that fearful of me? The malevolent Buu dragon responded, it is not solely because of him. I, too, seek you. You are the one who ended my existence, and I will exact my vengeance. Spare me the pleasantries. Prepare your neck for the guillotine. My current strength far surpasses what it once was. Even if the 3 of you joined forces, you would not stand a chance against me now. Just imagining the torment I will inflict upon you fills me with exhilaration. At that moment, Vegeta, floating in the air, was eager to engage in battle. Ever since his transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 5, he had yearned to test his mettle against formidable opponents to gauge the extent of his newfound power. Goku-cell, you two stay back. Allow me to face him alone. Zhang Xiaoman, however, shook his head and replied, this rare opportunity for a real battle should not be rushed. Everyone deserves a chance, so let us allow another to take the stage first. Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances. Who then? Our other team S-Prodigy, Frieza? With that, Zhang Xiaoman instantaneously transported himself to King Kai's planet. At that moment, the old Kai had just completed a task of potential development and was wiping his brow when, in the blink of an eye, Frieza vanished. The old Kai, filled with trepidation, wondered how Frieza could disappear so swiftly. Where has Frieza gone? What will happen if he is lost? How will I manage if Cell does not pay up? What of my box of learning materials? He let out a cry of despair. No. Zhang Xiaoman brought Frieza to Earth in haste, without pausing to greet the old Kai. He pointed to the Super Buu dragon on the ground and said to Frieza, Frieza, this is your sparring partner. If you can defeat him, you will have the strength to join me in the universe's martial arts tournament. At that moment, Frieza, having just completed his potential development and feeling a significant surge in power, confidently declared, that creature? It is no challenge at all. However, let us not forget our agreement. Zhang Xiaoman was well aware that Frieza referred to the condition of growing 5 centimeters taller, and he nodded in agreement. Be cautious. This opponent is a formidable fusion of 7 evil dragons, Majin Buu, and other supervillains like Broly and Cooler. Frieza gazed down at the formidable Super Buu Long and proclaimed, what of it? Come forth. Soon you shall witness the might of my Super Golden Frieza. Super Buu Long, sensing the aura emanating from Frieza, scoffed. Let Cell take the stage. You are no match for me. In the next instant, before Super Buu Long could react, Frieza teleported directly in front of him and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Goh! Super Buu Long spat out a mouthful of saliva. Frieza flicked his wrist and inquired, how now? Do you still think I speak in vain? Super Buu Long retorted, that hardly stings. In the blink of an eye, he retaliated, his form shifting as he landed a punch on Frieza's stomach. The speed was so overwhelming that Frieza barely registered the blow. He was sent flying, crashing into several skyscrapers before managing to stabilize himself. A trickle of purple blood escaped Frieza's lips as he lamented, what kind of monstrosity is this? One punch and I am reduced to this state. Witnessing this, Goku and Vegeta quickly discerned that Frieza was indeed outmatched in a duel of masters. Each move revealed their relative strengths. Frieza appeared incensed. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique, his body enveloped in golden skin, radiating a resplendent golden aura. The Super Golden Frieza had arrived. Transformed into this formidable state, his strength and speed multiplied 1,000-fold. He vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Super Buu Long, aiming a kick at the back of his neck. Super Buu Long deftly evaded, not only sidestepping the attack, but also countering with a swift strike of his spiked back, piercing Frieza's ankle. Frieza cried out in agony. Wincing in pain, he twisted his body and withdrew his injured ankle, swiftly adapting his offensive strategy to target Super Evil Buu Long's back with the prince's combat technique. His hands unleashed a barrage of energy waves, striking relentlessly at Buu Long's back, penetrating his form. However, Due to his fusion with the cells of Majin Buu, Super Bulong instantly reverted to his original state. Having abandoned the offensive, Super Bulong adopted a mocking stance, inviting Frieza's attacks. Unable to contain himself, Vegeta interjected, "Allow me to take over. This Frieza is utterly inept. His strength is woefully lacking. Let this fool experience the power of my Super Saiyan 5th stage." Zhang Xiaoman shook his head, exuding confidence as he addressed Frieza. Patience. Frieza has yet to unleash his ultimate prowess. Chapter 120, Black Gold Frieza. Vegeta exclaimed, "He hasn't exerted his full power. He appears breathless, nearing his limits." Indeed. In the distance, Frieza bore the signs of exhaustion, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Frieza's lips, reminiscent of a lurking serpent. He was waiting for the moment when his opponent would lower their guard and reveal a flaw. In the next instant, Frieza's form flickered, his power and speed surging once more as he appeared before Super Buu, unleashing a flurry of Wolf-Fang fist strikes. Super Buu, caught off guard, had no chance to retaliate, crossing his arms defensively over his chest and retreating in rapid succession. The ground trembled as if made of paper, cracking under the intensity of the confrontation. Yet, Frieza's assault did not relent. A brown energy sphere coalesced in his palm, engulfing his opponent in an instant. Goku and Vegeta watched in astonishment, realizing that Frieza's advancement was astonishingly swift. The previous energy wave already exhibited the might of a Super Saiyan at the 5th level. Moreover, Frieza's cunning was remarkable. Facing an evenly matched adversary, he feigned weakness only to strike decisively when the opponent's guard was down. The two glanced at the spectating cell, marveling at his astute choice of allies, recognizing the immense sense of security that came with having a combat prodigy like Frieza on their side. The colossal energy wave carved a vast chasm into the earth, resembling a grievous scar. In that moment, Super Buu's form was nowhere to be seen. Had he been obliterated? Krillin, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. Although he still harbored a disdain for Frieza, having a powerful ally was undoubtedly beneficial. However, Goku and Vegeta wore grave expressions, sensing that the opponent's energy had merely vanished for an instant before re-emerging. Suddenly, an arm thrust up from the ground. Super Buu clawed his way out, a halo of light hovering above him, as if he had never sustained any harm. Goku, perplexed, exclaimed, "What is happening? We distinctly felt he had perished just now, yet he seems restored." Zhang Xiaoman interjected, "Because he is already dead. He has returned from the underworld. How can a dead being be killed again?" Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta felt an icy dread. It was impossible to eliminate him. How could they subdue this monstrosity? Infinite energy, boundless power, and eternal life. Even if they could overpower him, if he could not be killed, their efforts were in vain. "We could seal him with the spirit bomb," Krillin suggested. "That's futile. If he were to end his own life, he could simply resurrect from the underworld and emerge anew," Zhang Xiaoman replied. The atmosphere grew heavier as the group absorbed this grim reality. "What then?" Krillin inquired. Zhang Xiaoman responded, "It's quite simple. We just keep attacking, taking turns until he feels pain and submits." "What?" The others displayed expressions of astonishment. This absurd solution was quintessentially Saiyan. On the battlefield, Super Buu glared at Frieza hovering in the air, his face contorted with fury. The opponent, merely a weakling, had dared to launch a sneak attack. Caught off guard, he was made to experience death once more. How infuriating. "This time, I shall not grant you another opportunity, Frieza. I shall treat this battle with utmost seriousness. I will not end your life swiftly. Rather, I intend to torment you until you plead for mercy." Frieza, upon witnessing the resurrection of his opponent, remained unfazed and coldly declared, "Very well, I had anticipated that my ambush would vanquish you, yet you have returned from the void. It is time to unveil my ultimate form." The protagonist group gasped in unison. The ultimate form? Indeed, Frieza, as Cell had indicated, harbored secrets. With arms outstretched, Frieza unleashed a torrent of dark energy, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. His once golden skin shifted to a deep black, transforming until it became a shade of blackish purple. The energy surrounding him morphed from golden to a sinister black-purple hue. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Frieza addressed the astonished Super Buu below. "Behold, this is my ultimate move following my recent power enhancement, Black Frieza." The aura radiating from Black Frieza resembled that of a resurgent dragon, his strength rivaling that of a Super Saiyan at the 5th level. Super Bu, taken aback, exclaimed, "How can there be so many monsters on Earth? First, there was Cell. Then 2 Super Saiyans, and now Black Frieza? Truly, this is a veritable den of monstrosities. No wonder a single ambush could result in my demise. Who would have imagined such hidden power? Yet, regardless of your strength, I am invincible." With that, Super Bu charged toward Black Frieza with a fierce cry. This time, he dared not show the slightest sign of complacency, unleashing all his might from the outset. Beginning with the foundational powers of Super One-Star Dragon, he enveloped them both in a black energy sphere, sealing Frieza's senses, followed by an onslaught of energy blasts in a myriad of colors. Coupled with Broly's ever-increasing combat prowess, he was resolute in his conviction of victory. As the two collided, a cataclysmic wave surged across the earth. The shockwave swept the globe in an instant. Nevertheless, neither combatant relented, engaging in close combat. In a fleeting moment, they exchanged blows thousands of times, yet the battle remained stalemated. Terrifying waves of energy erupted from the sky, leaving deep craters across the earth. Just as the two were embroiled in this fierce struggle, Zhang Xiaoman addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "It is time to warm up." Vegeta, perplexed, replied, "Warm up? It seems to me that Frieza holds the upper hand. There is no need for us to intervene." Wukong shared a similar sentiment. "Indeed, if Frieza can handle the situation, let him do so. There is no necessity for our involvement. Should he perish and resurrect, we can join the fray afterward." Zhang Xiaoman elucidated. "What you see is merely the surface. Frieza has just attained a new form and is exerting himself excessively. He is on the verge of losing this state." Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained skeptical, they complied with Zhang Xiaoman's advice and began their warm-up exercises. In the sky, the dark sphere dissipated. Following another clash of their elbows, Frieza and Super Bu swiftly distanced themselves, and indeed, Frieza staggered, reverting back to his golden Frieza form. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta beheld the scene, they were utterly awestruck by Cell, exclaiming that he was indeed a divine being with an unmatched strategy. Super Bu, observing the panting Frieza, smirked wickedly. "Ha! You are formidable, Frieza. Yet, your endurance is lacking. This time, you are finished." Frieza, gasping for breath, was overtaken by a look of terror, having exhausted all his trump cards, and now found himself in grave danger. Super Bu, with lightning speed, hurtled towards Frieza, creating a sonic boom. With confidence, he thought to himself, just one punch. He could tear his opponent apart with a single blow. Little did Frieza anticipate that one day, he would be saved by his adversary. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their bodies enveloped in white energy, had transformed, their hair and pupils turning a brilliant white as they positioned themselves protectively in front of Frieza. Coldly, they gazed at Super Bu and declared, "Now? It is our turn." Super Bu faltered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 121, Defeating the Evil Dragon. Above a city on Earth. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Sun Wukong and Vegeta radiated a brilliant white light, having reached the 5th stage of Super Saiyan. Utilizing their full power of Ultra Instinct, they stood resolutely in front of Frieza. Frieza, in disbelief, felt an indescribable emotion wash over him as he murmured, "You actually..." Sun Wukong interjected, "Take a breather, Frieza. It's our turn now. Don't think you can single-handedly deal with this evil dragon." With that, Sun Wukong charged towards Super Bu, only to be halted by Vegeta's grip. Vegeta, indignant, exclaimed, "Kakarot, why do you get to go first?" "That is not fair," Sun Wukong replied. "Then let us have a little contest first." Vegeta retorted, "It seems you are prepared for this." "Indeed," Sun Wukong affirmed. Seeing the determination in Sun Wukong's eyes, Vegeta nodded. They both raised their arms and shouted in unison, "Rock, paper, scissors, tie. Rock, paper, scissors, tie. Rock, paper, scissors, tie." Super Bu, witnessing the spectacle, felt insulted and bellowed in fury, "You fools, what are you doing? Playing games while battling me is utterly unforgivable." A terrifying aura emanated from Super Bu as a dark energy gathered in the sky, heralding a storm. In the next instant, he appeared beside the two warriors, delivering a kick aimed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, in their state of Ultra Instinct, they deftly evaded the attack with a swift twist, leaving only afterimages in their wake. Vegeta boldly proclaimed, "I'll take the lead." He then swiftly engaged in combat with Super Bu Sun Wukong. with a resigned shake of his head, retreated to the back. On the battlefield, each collision between Vegeta and Super Bulma sent forth shockwaves, carving terrifying gorges into the earth. Sun Wukong, Frieza, and Zhang Xiaoman stepped back, keenly observing the fierce clash. At the onset of the battle, both sides were evenly matched. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 5 form, harnessed the power of Ultra Instinct, evading the lethal strikes of Super Bulma with remarkable agility. Similarly, fortified by the strength of 7 evil dragons and the regenerative abilities of Majin Buu, coupled with Broly's escalating prowess, every assault from Super Bulma exuded a cataclysmic aura. Moreover, thanks to his instantaneous recovery from injuries, Super Bulma seemed inexhaustible. Gradually, however, Vegeta, in his 5th Super Saiyan stage, began to falter, panting heavily and struggling to maintain his transformation. Zhang Xiaoman discerned this decline and turned to Goku, issuing urgent instructions. This cannot continue. Your strength is on par with that dragon's, and you cannot inflict any substantial damage. Remember, our objective is to subdue Super Bulma and compel him to return to Hell. I will divert the dragon's attention. You and Vegeta must fuse. Only through your union can you wield overwhelming power. We will surround him, and with our combined might, we will obliterate Super Bulma the moment he reveals himself. I refuse to believe this dragon will not crumble. With that, Zhang Xiaoman tossed a pair of Patera earrings to Goku. Goku caught the earrings and nodded, saying, "Understood, Cell." Observing his teammates' compliance, Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of satisfaction. Confronting such a monstrosity did not necessitate his direct involvement. A mere avatar would suffice. After assimilating Cooler S cells, he had created thousands of avatars, currently lying in wait in outer space. With a mere thought, his avatars would emerge, unwaveringly obeying his commands. On the front lines, the clash between Super Bulma and Vegeta intensified. Suddenly, Vegeta's energy waned, and his white aura and hair vanished, revealing his Super Saiyan 4 form, characterized by a full mane of red fur. Seizing this opportunity, Super Bulma aimed a punch squarely at Vegeta's abdomen. In that critical moment, Zhang Xiaoman's avatar of Cell arrived. Possessing 80% of his original strength, it was among the universe's elite fighters. Moreover, it could continually grow stronger alongside its progenitor, making it an exceptionally valuable ally. In an instant, the Cell avatar appeared before Vegeta, palm outstretched, effortlessly blocking Super Bulma's fearsome punch. The collision generated a thunderous sound of shattered air. Super Bulma stared in disbelief, his expression a canvas of astonishment. He had exerted a significant portion of his strength in that punch, yet his opponent had countered it with ease. Only the Grand Priest, who had once ground him into the earth, could achieve such a feat. Did Cell truly possess the strength to contend with the Grand Priest? No wonder the Grand Priest had tasked him with assessing Cell's capabilities. Suddenly, Super Bulma comprehended the gravity of the situation. No longer holding back, he unleashed all of his power, his aura surging to unprecedented heights. Infused with the cells of Broly, he becomes increasingly formidable in battle. Driven by this potential, he is determined to confront Cell with all his might. Should the need arise, he is prepared to perish alongside Cell in a mutual destruction. Little does he know that the opponent he faces is merely one of Zhang Xiaoman's countless clones. During the continuous onslaught of Super Bulma, Cell's doppelganger gestured for Vegeta to step back. Although reluctant, Vegeta complied, recognizing that his life had been saved by the very entity he faced. He activated his instant transmission, retreating to a position alongside Goku and the original Cell. Upon discovering the presence of 2 cells, the group was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly reassured by Cell's newly acquired clone technique. Goku and Vegeta discussed Cell's strategy. Initially, Vegeta resisted the idea of merging with Goku. But Goku posed a compelling question. Do you wish for Bulma to be slain by the evil dragon? Thus, Vegeta, albeit with a token struggle, blushed as he donned the earrings. An overwhelming force drew the two together, their bodies merging in a radiant display of light. The mighty warrior, Vegeta, was reborn. At that moment, Super Bulma, emboldened by battle, remained unaware that Cell's clone had also absorbed Broly's cells, thereby augmenting its power to match any increase in Broly's strength and speed with ease. Observing Vegeta's emergence, Cell's clone withdrew to execute the plan to subdue Super Bulma. In the next instant, Vegeta, Cell's clone, and Frieza formed a triangular encirclement around him. Super Long surveyed his surroundings, his wariness intensifying. Filled with astonishment and confusion, what are they plotting? A coordinated assault? But I am already dead. I can infinitely respawn in hell. Even if they could overpower me, would it not be a futile endeavor? Chapter 122. The subjugation of Super Long. Super Long stared vacantly at the three figures hovering above him. They regarded the malevolent dragon on the ground with cold eyes, generating an immense sense of pressure that caused beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. How infuriating. I am the evil dragon, a fusion of powerful beings like Majin Buu, yet I have descended to this pitiful state, surrounded by three loathsome humans. He focused on one corner, the direction of Frieza, who appeared to be the weakest link and thus the most promising target. In the next moment, he exerted force beneath his feet, shattering the ground as Super Long propelled himself toward Frieza. Frieza, sensing the imminent danger, shouted, "Ah!" A dark aura enveloped him as he transformed into Black Frieza, bracing himself for the confrontation. He concentrated a sphere of dark energy at his fingertips and hurled it toward the approaching Super Long. At that moment, Vegeta and Cell's clone recognized Long's intention to escape the encirclement and would not grant him such an opportunity. They unleashed their attacks from opposing directions. Vegeta bent low, preparing his signature move, 100 times Kamehameha. Gero, in his divided form, gathered energy in both hands and aimed at the evil Long, exclaiming, 10,000 times. Kamehameha. 3 vibrant energy beams, each radiating a cataclysmic aura, struck the malevolent dragon with unerring precision. The visage of Super Long twisted into despair. There was no escape from the triad of assaults. A piercing scream echoed, followed by the instantaneous obliteration of Super Long, leaving not a trace behind. The trio gazed into the unfathomable pit, devoid of any remnants of the once formidable foe, and a faint smile graced their faces. 15 seconds later, in a desolate area of Earth, an arm suddenly broke through the Earth's surface. It was the rebirth of Super Long rising from the ground, adorned with a halo. He beheld his restored form with elation. Internally, he mused, "You may be strong, but I can return. No matter how many times you slay me, I shall resurrect from the depths of hell and rise again." Yet, the agony of death was truly excruciating. Each annihilation by the Kamehameha subjected him to the torment of his nerves being crushed inch by inch, an unbearable sensation. Lost in thought, he was abruptly struck by the presence of 3 formidable auras above him. Upon looking up, he beheld Sheru's division, Vegeta, and Black Frieza converging once more in a triangular formation, encircling him. An overwhelming sense of despair extinguished the joy of his resurrection. Vegeta declared, "Ultimate Flash." Sheru's division followed with, "Evil Containment Wave." Frieza added, "Frieza's Ultimate Energy Sphere." Simultaneously, the 3 powerful energy waves locked onto Super Long. In the distance, Zhang Xiaoman, perched atop a hill with a sunshade, relaxed on a lounge chair, sipping wine from a goblet, observing the unfolding battle. As he anticipated, Super Long was vanquished yet again. Savoring a sip of wine, he reflected, "The feeling of having my doppelganger do my bidding is rather delightful." Thus, Long was repeatedly annihilated numerous times. Ultimately, after yet another obliteration, the presence and aura of Super Long vanished completely. Zhang Xiaoman remarked, "It seems our opponent has finally been frightened into hiding. He dares not emerge from hell." He promptly commanded his division to pursue the foe into the underworld. Consequently, the 3 utilized their time-space rings to pierce through the void, setting forth toward the direction of hell. Near the Dragon Bridge of Hell, Super Long soared at light speed, pursued by 3 terrifying auras. Fear had gripped him. The relentless agony had extinguished any desire for vengeance against Gero. Dismissing the commands of the Supreme Kai, he resolved only to distance himself from pain, wishing not to be reduced to mere ashes once more. In an instant, Sheru's division and Vegeta materialized before Super Long, with Frieza arriving just in time. The trio surrounded him once more, observing their poised stances. Ready to unleash their energy attacks, Super Long immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. "Please, esteemed ones. I acknowledge my transgressions. Please, cease your assault. The agony is unbearable. I would rather remain in this inferno for eternity than endure another blast of energy." The 3 exchanged glances, recognizing the desperation in their adversary's plea, and erupted into laughter, realizing their plan had succeeded, and their foe was utterly subdued. In the realm of the underworld, within the office of King Yama, A radiant halo now adorned his head. The consequence of having been slain by the attendants of the Omni King. They had defied the orders of the High Priest, effortlessly annihilating all who opposed them with a mere glance. Subsequently, the attendants approached the formidable Super Beerus, directing him toward the realm of mortals while they returned to report to the High Priest. Even after the demise of King Yama and his companions, the halo remained above their heads as they diligently continued their tasks. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged within the underworld, heralding the return of Super Beerus, who, unlike before, now concealed himself within a cave, refusing to emerge. One of King Yama's minions reported, "My lord, the creature has returned, appearing much more subdued, hiding within a cavern of hellfire and unwilling to come out." Puzzled, King Yama mused aloud, refusing to show himself, hiding in a cave. Could it be he has grown weary of the mortal realm? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion as implausible, concluding instead, "It seems unlikely. Though the reasoning is absurd, it is the only conceivable explanation, that the mortal realm is more terrifying than the underworld." As he pondered, three formidable presences approached: Cell, Frieza, and Vegeta. Recognizing King Yama, Vegeta introduced himself, stating, "I am your old acquaintance, Son Goku." Overcome with emotion, King Yama clung to Vegeta's leg, weeping profusely. He recounted the incident involving the attendants and the emergence of the monstrous entity, as if confiding in a dear friend. Upon learning the details, the trio grasped the origins of the creature and the motives of its orchestrator. Enraged by King Yama's plight, Zhang Xiaoman commanded Cell's doppelganger, declaring, "That despicable attendant dared to eliminate you all in one fell swoop. Such disregard for human life. Fear not, King Yama. I shall bring that attendant before the Omni King to apologize personally." King Yama expressed his gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but the attendants of the divine realm are not adversaries a mere mortal like you can contend with. Your concern is already deeply touching." Contemplating this, Zhang Xiaoman fell into a reverie. Indeed, the strength of the attendants was an enigma. He could only speculate about their power. However, he surmised that they would not be weak, for they were the protectors of the Omni King. Although the High Priest could command the attendants, the question remained, who was truly stronger, the attendants or the High Priest? Chapter 123. The aftermath of Super Beerus within the office of King Yama. He thundered, "What did you say? The malevolent Super Beerus was defeated by you." His booming voice reverberated throughout the office. As the supreme authority of the underworld, he was acutely aware of the strength of every soul that entered his domain. The formidable Majin Buu, the malevolent dragons, and the mighty Broly. Each one possesses the potential to dominate the cosmos, let alone a coalition of such beings. Their power is capable of obliterating galaxies, and no force can restrain them. According to King Enma's calculations, only deities of the caliber of the Grand Minister might be able to contend with them. Yet you claim it is merely the three of you who have subdued such an entity, one of whom is an old acquaintance, Son Goku. This is simply inconceivable. The faces of the small specters surrounding King Enma reflected sheer terror and instinctive fear of the powerful. King Enma invoked his magic and witnessed a playback of the battle involving these individuals on the television. Ultimately, he collapsed into his chair, utterly convinced of their prowess. He promptly realized the necessity of aligning himself with these formidable warriors to suppress other malevolent forces across the universe. King Enma addressed Goku, saying, "Goku, these two brothers of yours, if you leave, what shall we do if the evil Buu returns to cause chaos? You three must assist me in this matter. The citizens of the universe and I shall forever remember your contributions." Upon hearing this, the trio acknowledged the validity of King Enma's words. They could not allow such a calamity to unfold once more. To contain the nefarious Buu, and to prevent him from forgetting the pain of his past, they began to discuss strategies with King Enma. Vegeta proposed, "Let us simply allow him to be reincarnated. He would emerge as a weak infant, thus perfectly resolving the issue." However, King Enma would not so easily relinquish his grip on these powerful allies. He countered, "That is not permissible. Super Buu has committed innumerable atrocities. It would be unjust to release him without subjecting him to the torments of the 18 layers of hell." Zhang Xiaoman discerned King Enma's ulterior motives and contemplated a proposal. The Cell clone cautiously approached King Enma's ear and suggested, "My lord, I can offer you a deal. I will maintain order in the underworld, and in return, you shall grant me eternal life." King Enma's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. The Cell clone leaned closer, presenting himself like an adept salesman. My strength surpasses that of both of them, and I am nearly equal to the king's guards. Surely, you do not wish to repeat the mistake of being overpowered by one of your own subordinates, right? I shall uphold the order of the underworld while you conveniently overlook my request for immortality. It is a fair exchange, is it not? Besides, being in the underworld is akin to being dead. King Enma considered this logic, though he felt something amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced to the arrangement. Thus, the Cell clone remained behind, while Frieza and Vegeta departed the underworld. Both Frieza and Vegeta regarded Cell's clone as a paragon of virtue, having fought alongside him. They recognized his formidable strength. This clone must have expended considerable effort to maintain the stability of the underworld's order, and parting with him so easily seemed unjust. A true embodiment of integrity, a model for our kind. Son Goku and Vegeta further solidified Cell's role as their steadfast ally. However, they remained oblivious to the transaction between Zhang Xiaoman and King Yinluo, nor did they realize that this avatar was merely one among thousands. Vegeta and Frieza tore through the void, stepping back onto Earth. Upon their arrival, Vegeta regarded Zhang Xiaoman with newfound respect. Both believed that Cell's self-sacrifice was noble and commendable, making him a truly admirable elder brother. Shortly after returning to Earth, Vegeta, Zhang Xiaoman, and Frieza commenced their reflection on the recent battle. The confrontation with Super Bu had yielded abundant insights. Vegeta and Goku had gained a deeper understanding of the fifth stage of Super Saiyan, significantly enhancing their practical experience. Frieza, too, discovered for the first time the duration of Black Frieza's form, accumulating valuable battlefield knowledge. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoman emerged with the greatest gains, at the cost of one avatar. He had acquired immortality. Now, even if slain by the Grand Priest, he could resurrect in hell, transforming it into his sanctuary. Except for the Omni King, who could personally erase him, no one else could bring about his demise. Zhang Xiaoman addressed Vegeta, Goku, and Frieza, saying, "Next, let us diligently adjust our states and prepare for the universe's first martial arts tournament." Inside the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest and the angels observed the situation on Earth. This probing was orchestrated by the Grand Priest himself, aiming to gauge the opponent's strength. Upon witnessing the emergence of Black Frieza, the angels and the Grand Priest wore grave expressions. Whis remarked, "I initially thought Frieza would be the weak link in their lineup. Yet it seems even the weak link possesses formidable strength. This Black Frieza's raw power is nearly on par with mine, without harnessing the powers of space and time. Victory is utterly unattainable." Makarita chimed in, "Goku and Vegeta's fifth stage of Super Saiyan is equally vexing. Not only has their power surged, but combined with the passive of Ultra Instinct, they are virtually untouchable. I have never encountered such a formidable opponent." The Grand Priestess' countenance was equally grave. Though this trial had revealed a portion of the opponent's strength, it had ultimately failed its true purpose. His genuine aim was to assess Cell's true capabilities. Yet he found that not only had he failed to gauge that strength, but it had also undermined the confidence of his own angels. That wretched Cell. Why had he not eliminated him before he could grow? What is his current level of power? Has he reached a height comparable to my own? The Grand Priest's inner turmoil escalated, dispelling his usual calm demeanor. Within the Omni King's palace, the soft voice of the Omni King echoed, "Excellent. Cell has made remarkable progress. He is already nearly on par with the Grand Priest. I eagerly anticipate the upcoming universe's first martial arts tournament." Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with disbelief. Equal footing? Comparable? Cell and the Grand Priest? Directly endorsed by the Omni King? Once upon a time, Shalu existed merely in the embryonic stage. Yet within less than a year, he ascended to a level of power akin to that of the Grand Priest. The entity known as Shalu is truly terrifying. Even the highest celestial beings, the angelic race, felt a profound sense of dread. At this moment, attempting to annihilate Shalu seems to be a futile endeavor, for he has already grown to a stature that compels their reverence. Chapter 124, Dragon God. In the palace of the Omni King, the four angels and the Grand Priest bore expressions of grave concern as they convened around a square table to deliberate strategies. Whis furrowed his brow and spoke. Did the Omni King truly assert that Shalu's strength has become comparable to that of the Grand Priest? Is this veracity? Margarita interjected. But he is the Omni King, the omniscient and omnipotent deity. How can you dare to question him? I am not questioning him, Merely Shalu, Whis replied. That individual was on the brink of death just months ago at my hands, and now he surpasses us, not to mention the Grand Priest. It is utterly incredulous. Akin to a dream. Another selected angel, Mojito, remarked, what is truly frightening about Shalu is his combat intelligence. In battle, he consistently inflicts severe damage on his adversaries with minimal cost, swiftly identifying their weaknesses. That is what is truly terrifying. The final angel, Kambili, concurred. Indeed. I share your sentiment. Observing Shalu in combat gives me the impression that he fights as though possessing a godlike perspective, as if he wields a form of clairvoyance. The Grand Priest, observing the fervent discussion, nodded with satisfaction and added, you all make valid points. However, I would like to add a further observation. His fighting style is also an area we must study. Each time he engages in combat, he favors exerting pressure before systematically dismantling his opponent. This seemingly brutish approach is, in fact, the most instructive for us. Turning to address the opponent's circumstances, he declared, I shall now propose corresponding strategies. Upon hearing this, everyone sat up straight, eager not to miss a single word from the Grand Priest. Given that the overall strength of our opponents is formidable, I have decided to allow the other angels to contribute their powers to you. At this proclamation, the 4 angels were taken aback. They understood all too well what it meant to infuse the powers of their fellow angels. Although their strength would surge, it would come at a dire cost to those who were stripped of their abilities. Those angels would face diminished lifespans, a continual weakening of their strength, ultimately leading to their demise. Was it truly necessary to resort to such measures for the sake of the universe's foremost martial arts tournament? Whis's countenance reflected his inner turmoil. He was the least inclined to witness the slaughter of his kin. The 12 angels had always coexisted harmoniously, akin to a family. Must they sacrifice their brothers and sisters for the sake of victory? The Grand Priest discerned Whis's reluctance and spoke. Whis, I understand your hesitance to absorb the powers of other angels, but for the assurance of our triumph, we have no alternative. The other 3 angels remained silent, caught in a conflict of conscience. The Grand Priest, perceiving the gravity of the situation, intoned gravely, this is an order. His words bore the weight of divine authority, altering the will of the angels and rendering them unable to defy his command. The 4 individuals trembled in unison and promptly responded, yes, Great High Priest. From this moment forth, you shall traverse to other universes and select the angels you wish to absorb. Declare it as my command. They shall not dare to defy it. The 4 answered mechanically, yes, Great High Priest. Pleased with their response, the Great High Priest nodded, and in the next instant, a luminous circle appeared beneath his feet, causing him to vanish. He was preparing for the impending Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Shortly after the Great High Priest departed, the 4 angels tore through the void, seeking out other angels to siphon energy from the realm of nothingness. This place bore no concept of time or space, only an endless expanse of darkness and void. Life was not meant to exist here. However, due to a war between deities, a formidable being had been sealed within. Suddenly, a blue circle of light manifested in the void. A diminutive figure emerged, adorned with a blue halo and a large character emblazoned on his belt. It was none other than the Great High Priest, who had come to visit an old friend. Dragon God Salama, come forth. Dragon God Salama, come forth. Dragon God Salama, come forth. He called 3 times, but received no response. The Super 7 Dragon Balls still existed, and he was of the same essence as the Super Dragon Balls. Surely, he could not be dead. The Great High Priest wore a puzzled expression, for the realm of nothingness lacked the dimensions of time and space. He was uncertain where his old companion resided within this world, or whether he could hear his summons. Just as he was about to call out again, a powerful aura materialized before him. A colossal dragon head appeared, resplendent in gold with blood-red eyes, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Traitor, what brings you to seek me? The voice of Dragon God Salama resonated like a thunderous bell, each utterance striking the Great High Priest's mind like a bolt of lightning. Upon seeing Salama, the Great High Priest calmly remarked, it seems you still harbor resentment over past events. My actions were for the peace of the 12 universes. Look around. The 12 universes flourish, all thanks to my efforts. Though I betrayed you to elevate the Omni-King, I harbor no regrets. Dragon God Salama shook his massive head in fury and retorted, humph. Then why do you seek me? You shameless wretch. The Great High Priest, hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, I have come to assist you, to lift your seal. Dragon God Salama, incredulous, questioned, "You have such altruism?" Suddenly, the great high priest's demeanor grew fierce as he declared, "Just as I betrayed you in the past, I now intend to betray the Omni King and once again endorse you as the ruler of the universe." Salama remained skeptical. "Why? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory reason, I shall not acquiesce." The great high priest explained, "The Omni King demands my participation in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Should I lose, I will be obliterated. However, this is merely the catalyst. The true reason is that I am weary of the Omni King, a fool with the intellect of a child. He spends his days merely toying with a few trivial spheres, completely oblivious to the governance of the cosmos, allowing it to develop wildly. One day, a species that surpasses the divine will inevitably emerge within the universe. How could those ants possibly stand on equal footing with the gods? This is a day I fervently wish to avert." Upon hearing this, Salama seemed invigorated, shaking his enormous head and exclaiming, "Is such a thing true? If defeated, will you be eradicated? Could there be others in the universe as formidable as you? This is indeed fascinating. Yet, High Priest, you remain as ever, striving to eternally suppress humanity. However, it is precisely this ambition that has elevated you to your current position." The High Priest inquired, "So, will you assist me?" "Assist? Of course I shall. I have grown weary of the void. To think such a powerful being has appeared outside. I must witness it." The High Priest sighed in relief and replied, "Very well. After the first Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament, regardless of the outcome, you must be present. Together, we shall vanquish the Omni King." Dragon God Salama affirmed, "Agreed." Upon hearing this, the High Priest mused, "Did you expect this, Shalu? You are indeed strong, yet before me, you remain but an ant, utterly unaware that the ultimate victory lies beyond the chessboard." Chapter 125, Our Preparations. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation. To avoid an awkward encounter with Chi-Chi and Bulma, Zhang Xiaoman had reverted the fusion of Vegeta and Son Goku, restoring them to their normal states. Having vanquished the malevolent Super Bu once again, they had saved the Earth from impending destruction. In the vast garden of Capsule Corporation, they gathered around, enjoying a hot pot and singing merrily, with only Frieza appearing somewhat out of place. He refused to join them, opting instead to lean against a large tree, coldly observing their revelry. Bardos was summoned by Zhang Xiaoman, both to partake in the joyous celebration and to discuss matters pertaining to the upcoming martial arts tournament. Bardos suddenly pinched Zhang Xiaoman's thigh, lifting a piece of flesh high, her smile devoid of warmth. She said, "I truly admire you, Shalu, even at such a time. You still think of parties and hot pots? A knife is at your throat." Zhang Xiaoman, now transformed and with astonishing defensive capabilities, remained unfazed by her pinch, calmly responding, "You do not comprehend. The closer one approaches an examination, the more one must maintain a relaxed mindset to perform exceptionally. We shall discuss the tournament after we finish our meal." The cheerful atmosphere remained unbroken, continuing until midnight. Ordinary individuals succumbed to fatigue and retired to sleep, while the super warriors, brimming with energy, congregated on Bulma's vast lawn, sitting on the ground to delve into the specifics of the martial arts tournament. Bardos spoke first. "I have two pieces of news to share, one good and one bad." Zhang Xiaoman replied, "Let us hear the good news first." Everyone's expressions were filled with anticipation. "The good news is that your current hard power has surpassed that of the angels. If the opposing side is entirely unprepared for this battle, our chances of victory are significantly high." Upon hearing this, several individuals immediately displayed expressions of elation. The two fervent Saiyans were visibly exhilarated. Facing off against formidable opponents had long been their aspiration. The prospect of having a pinnacle of cosmic power as a training partner filled them with unmatched excitement. A smile crept onto Frieza's lips as well. According to the agreement with Zhang Xiaoman, if he assisted in securing victory in this match, he could realize his dream of growing 5 centimeters taller. Subsequently, he would emerge as a commanding real estate tycoon in the universe, no longer the subject of ridicule regarding his height. Zhang Xiaoman also wore a subtle smile. Observing the exuberance of the group, in order to prevent them from becoming overly complacent, Bardos promptly interjected, "There is also bad news. Everyone should listen carefully." Instantly, the group fell silent, their expressions turning solemn as they awaited Bardos' continuation. The unfortunate news was that the Grand Priest would undoubtedly be making preparations. "Based on my understanding of the Grand Priest, it is likely that he will have the angels absorb the powers of other angels to enhance their combat capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman immediately voiced his discontent. Are they resorting to performance-enhancing measures before the match? Will the Omni King not impose a ban? Bardos disregarded Zhang Xiaoman's rambling and stated, the Omni King will certainly not intervene. He desires an exhilarating confrontation. Naturally, he will not prevent the angels from absorbing the powers of their peers. Thus, the strength of the angelic side will still surpass ours. At this proclamation, aside from the two pure-blooded Saiyans who remained excited, both Zhang Xiaoman and Frieza bore grave expressions. Zhang Xiaoman began to contemplate strategies. The match format consists of a best-of-5 series, with each side designating one participant for a head-to-head duel. Only my confrontation with the Grand Priest is fixed and cannot be altered. Others can switch their fighters flexibly. As a time traveler, he had learned the story of Tianji's horse racing, employing our inferior steeds against their superior ones, followed by our average steeds against their inferior ones, and finally our superior steeds against their average ones, thereby securing a 21 victory outcome. This upcoming match should likewise be approached in such a manner. Frieza, being the weakest and least stable, would confront the strongest angel. Goku or Vegeta would face the slightly weaker angels, aiming to win 2 rounds. And finally ensuring that I and the angel Bardos secure at least 1 victory, thus achieving a 3-2 triumph. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xiaoman spoke, Bardos. As the strongest angel, even if your opponents absorb the powers of other angels, you should still be capable of overcoming any angel, correct? Bardos shook her head and replied, if it were Whis, the outcome would be uncertain. Zhang Xiaoman responded, then please provide a ranking of the angels' combat prowess. Whis ranks first, followed by Margarita, Mojito, and Canberry. Zhang Xiaoman immediately relayed the plan to the others, who expressed admiration for his intellect. Goku remarked, impressive. It's remarkable that Cell could devise a strategy in such a short time. His mind truly works well. Bardos interjected, however, this still poses a challenge. How can you guarantee Vegeta's victory? In terms of strength, he is slightly inferior to Goku. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face instantly flushed. Yet he found the other party's words to be undeniably accurate and was left without a retort, settling instead into a sulking silence. Zhang Xiaoman, having anticipated this reaction, interjected, we could also administer a potion, oh yes, to infuse him with energy. Have you all forgotten how I ascended to the level of Super Saiyan God? Whether it is Goku or Vegeta, if 5 Saiyans bestow their powers upon him, both can attain the form of Super Saiyan God. We merely need to prepare some senzu beans to recover our stamina. Upon hearing this, the crowd was invigorated. The prospect of achieving the 5th stage of Super Saiyan in its God form was enough to send shivers down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Bados incredulously remarked, then I shall confront Margarita, and Sheru can face the Grand Priest. If Goku and Vegeta secure 2 consecutive victories, it may indeed be possible for us to achieve ultimate triumph. The others, filled with renewed confidence, found themselves eagerly anticipating participation in the universe's premier martial arts tournament. After concluding their discussion, everyone returned to their respective homes, with only Bados being beckoned aside by Zhang Xiaoman. Bados, he began, I wish to request your assistance with something. Bados shot him a sideways glance, her tone imbued with a touch of haughtiness as she replied, speak, but I cannot guarantee my full support. I am an angel with principles. Zhang Xiaoman continued, I seek but a single drop of your blood. After making a wish to the dragon, he had acquired the powers of time and space, but later found himself sealed by the Grand Priest. Now, with a readily available angel before him, he desired to reabsorb the angelic cells and regain the powers of time and space. Upon hearing his request for her blood, Bados's cheeks tinged with crimson as she retorted, pervert, what do you need my blood for? Zhang Xiaoman, noticing her misunderstanding, promptly clarified, of course, it is for evolution. You should know that by absorbing another's cells, I can grow stronger and acquire their powers. Moreover, I can simultaneously absorb cells from the same species, and my genes will instinctively select the strongest cell, replacing the original angelic cells. In this way, I can once again utilize the powers of time and space that the Grand Priest sealed away. Bados gazed at Zhang Xiaoman in astonishment, exclaiming, no wonder your progress has been so rapid. With such an outrageous evolutionary ability, it's as if you are cheating. Zhang Xiaoman was well aware that this was the result of his system for infinite upgrades. While Gero could evolve merely 3 times, he had the potential for countless transformations. As long as he was provided with the cells of strong beings, his capacity to evolve would leave others astounded. However, this was his ultimate secret, one not to be disclosed lightly to anyone other than those closest to him. Without hesitation, Bados bit her tongue, allowing a single radiant drop of angelic blood to flow forth. The blood shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. She collected the blood in her palm and presented it to Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman caught the object, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed it with a gulp. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. In the depths of his being, he sensed the seals within him loosening. 2 extraordinary forces began to manifest within him. Initially, both his strength and speed experienced a slight enhancement. Additionally, his powers over time and space were fully restored. He attempted to invoke time suspension, and indeed, with a mere thought, time seemed to transform into a black and white ink painting, frozen in stillness. Upon retracting his temporal powers, everything returned to its original state. Zhang Xiaoman crossed his arms, channeling the forces of space, and a transparent cube materialized, signifying an independent realm. When he withdrew his spatial energy, the cube shattered instantaneously. Satisfied with the resurgence of his abilities, he nodded appreciatively. With renewed power, his confidence soared. For 2 or 3 years, I was weighed down by the wind and snow, yet I laugh, for the wind is light, and the snow like cotton. Great priest, prepare your neck for me. The following morning, everyone was prepared for departure, for it was the day of the universe's first martial arts tournament. Bardos and Zhang Xiaoman, along with their companions, packed their belongings and set forth with the principal cast from Earth. Zhang Xiaoman, Bardos, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Frieza formed a line, with behind them, Bulma, who was expecting Trunks, Gohan, accompanied by Chi-Chi, and several others including Krillin, Master Roshi, Tan, and Yamcha. A large blue light circle appeared beneath their feet. In the next moment, a powerful force pulled them, as if they were traversing a time-space tunnel, and the scene shifted, transporting them to the tournament venue. It was a vast square arena, suspended in the air, surrounded by 12 colossal pillars that encircled its perimeter. Atop these pillars sat 12 gods of destruction and supreme kais. Zhang Xiaoman observed his surroundings and noted the absence of 4 angels. He silently pondered. It seems Bardos's speculation was correct. The great priest, in a bid to enhance the strength of his team, has resorted to the plan of absorbing angels. A flash of white light interrupted Zhang Xiaoman's thoughts as the great priest's team arrived in a delayed fashion. The great priest walked ahead, flanked by 4 angels, each exuding a terrifying aura. In response, Zhang Xiaoman positioned himself at the forefront of his group, with Bardos, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza standing behind him. They simultaneously unleashed their energies, confronting the opposing angelic team. Zhang Xiaoman coldly met the gaze of the great priest, who returned the stare with equal intensity. An invisible lightning spark ignited between their eyes, the atmosphere taut with tension. At that moment, the gods of destruction and supreme kais from other universes began to murmur among themselves. Wow, this time, it was truly worth coming. The sparks are flying right from the start. This tournament is bound to be exhilarating. Indeed, such formidable beings as Cell are a rarity in the universe. At this moment, Bruce chimed in. Cell hails from my Universe 7. We are indeed a realm of exceptional talent. You all must be envious. In another universe, the god of destruction scoffed. Envy? What nonsense. If such a troublemaker existed in my universe, I would swiftly snuff him out in his cradle, never allowing him to challenge the Grand Minister. As the resounding clang of a massive gong echoed through the air, it pulled the audience back to the present moment. The host, grasping the microphone, exclaimed, "Ah, this competition is indeed thrilling." The moment these two met, such an explosive atmosphere erupted. It truly is spectacular. I can hardly contain my anticipation for this match. However, before we commence, let us invite Lord Zeno to make his entrance. In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the arena as Zeno appeared, accompanied by his long chair and 2 solemn attendants. Observing that Zhang Xiaoman and the Grand Minister were fully prepared, Zeno's childlike voice rang out, declaring, "The first martial arts tournament of the universe has begun. Shiruru and the Grand Minister, please commence your battle. I can hardly wait." The host then began announcing, "Now, let me present the competitors for this match. First up, the team of Shiruru, consisting of Shiruru, Beerus, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza. A formidable lineup of 4 warriors and an angel. Opposing them is our esteemed Grand Minister's team, which includes the Grand Minister himself, Whis, Margarita, Mojito, and Cambry. A powerful assembly of 5 deities. Both sides are ready. Now, I declare the inaugural martial arts tournament of the universe to commence. Chapter 127, Whis vs. Frieza. The arena for the martial arts tournament of the universe was a vast square platform suspended in the cosmos. Constructed from the hardest rocks in the universe. It was far sturdier than an ordinary planet, and with the blessing of divine magic, even the mightiest energy blasts struggled to inflict damage upon it. The bespectacled host proclaimed, "The first match will feature a contestant chosen by the Grand Minister." From a distance, the Grand Minister floated in space, signaling to Whis to take the stage first. He was the most formidable angel in the Grand Minister's service. Silently, the Grand Minister mused, "Shiruru will likely select Beerus as his contender." But little does he know that Whis, having absorbed the powers of other angels, will have no trouble dealing with Beerus. The host's booming voice announced, "The Grand Minister has chosen Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, a remarkably powerful contender. How will Shiruru's team respond? Let us await the outcome." Zhang Xiaoman turned to Frieza and said, "Frieza, it's your turn." Frieza nodded and quietly reminded, "Don't forget our agreement, Shiruru," understanding it was regarding the height wish. Zhang Xiaoman nodded in reassurance, encouraging him to face the challenge. However, was it not somewhat hasty for Shiruru to select Frieza as his opponent? The host's words rippled through the audience, and the gods of destruction and supreme kais from the 12 universes began to murmur. What? Has Shiruru lost his mind? He actually chose Frieza as his opponent. Is he seeking his own demise? Indeed, what level is Frieza at? His opponent is none other than the mightiest of angels. How foolish it is to prevent Bardock from entering the fray. Frieza, that worthless wretch, pales in comparison to an angel. It seems that the commander, Cell, is equally inept. Lacking any strategy, he is merely a reckless brute. In the audience of Universe 7, our team expressed their confusion. Kiki shouted, "What are you doing, Cell? Why not send my husband Goku first? He is the strongest." Bulma interjected, "No, it should be Vegeta. He is the most valiant among us." Krillin chimed in, fanning the flames, "Cell, the opponent is formidable. You should let the strongest Bardock confront them. Remember, in a best-of-5 format, every victory is crucial." Zhang Xiaoman wisely refrained from explaining his tactics to them, for with so many eyes and ears present, revealing his strategy could lead to countermeasures from the opposition, rendering his efforts futile. The Grand Priest was equally perplexed by Cell's enigmatic decision. What was Cell truly aiming for? Had he intentionally chosen the weakest member of his team to face our Vados, perhaps to mock me by conceding a match, or was there some other hidden agenda? Yet, such matters seemed trivial now. After this contest, the fate of the universe would change. As Vados' halo illuminated beneath her, she appeared at one side of the arena. With a powerful push from his legs, Frieza leapt effortlessly across the cylindrical spectator area, landing on the opposite side of the battlefield. Both sides readied themselves. Any loss of fighting capability, being knocked out of bounds, or voluntary surrender would result in defeat. The rules were clear, yes? Frieza and Vados nodded in agreement. Thus, the match officially commenced. With a mocking thought, Vados regarded Frieza. "You allow Frieza to face me, Cell? Have you surrendered the match?" In the next moment, Frieza unleashed a red energy wave from his fingertips, aimed at Vados. This was a probing attack. He understood the angel's strength was formidable. But how formidable remained to be seen. Long-range strikes were the best means of testing the waters. Engaging in close combat was a tactic for brutes. Observing the feeble assault from his opponent, Vados disdainfully shook his head. With a graceful twist of his foot, he effortlessly evaded the energy wave's trajectory. "Do not waste my time, little Frieza. When I was training, you had yet to be born. You are still too inexperienced to challenge me." Frieza, unfazed by the taunt, extended all 10 fingers toward Vados. Each finger emitted a dark red energy wave, surging forth toward him. Vados, however, glided past them with effortless elegance, not even allowing the edges of his attire to be grazed. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Frieza gained a clearer assessment of Vados' prowess. In the next instant, he abandoned his ranged assault, unleashing a mighty roar. A yellow aura enveloped him, transforming his skin to a shimmering golden hue. Golden Frieza had made his entrance. A terrifying presence radiated around him. Upon the platform of the 7th universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the Supreme Kai exchanged approving glances. Krillin and Piccolo, however, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. It was no wonder Frieza had taken to the stage, for his strength had reached such formidable heights. Krillin, do not underestimate him. Whis' power is far beyond what it appears, warned Piccolo. Frieza is indeed powerful, yet he is by no means a match for Whis. In the squared arena, Whis regarded the golden Frieza, a hint of mockery still evident upon his countenance. Indeed, this is quite the spectacle. Defeating you in an instant would be dreadfully mundane. I intend to relish this moment and illustrate the vast chasm that exists between mortals and deities. In the blink of an eye, Whis vanished and reappeared behind Frieza, delivering a swift chop to the back of his neck. The speed was overwhelming. Frieza had no chance to evade, and he was sent sprawling. Whis' momentum did not falter as he swiftly repositioned himself behind Frieza, launching a powerful strike to his abdomen. The impact reverberated through the arena, shattering the solid ground as Frieza became embedded within it. With a flick of his staff, Whis summoned several waves of light, radiating a terrifying aura as they surged toward Frieza. The waves detonated around him with explosive force, eliciting a pained cry from Frieza. Ah! Once again, Whis stood before Frieza, planting a foot squarely upon his face. How do you fare, Frieza? Do you concede? I have barely exerted a fraction of my power, he taunted, delivering another swift kick to Frieza's visage. The gods of destruction in the audience erupted in laughter at this display. What a farce! The so-called ruler of the seventh universe, Frieza, is utterly ridiculous, unable to endure even 10 exchanges at Whis' hands. Frieza, prideful as the king of the cosmos, could not abide such derision. His dignity was at stake. He would not allow even a deity to trample upon it. With a roar of defiance, Frieza unleashed his formidable power. A golden aura erupted, sending Whis reeling backward as the arena succumbed to the violent winds, forming a vast crater. Prepare to meet your demise, wretched angel, Frieza bellowed, charging at Whis. Chapter 128, The Contest of Wits. The battleground bore witness to an overwhelming advantage shifting in favor of one side. Frieza unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks toward Whis. Yet to Whis, these assaults resembled a slow-motion film, easily evaded with minimal movement. Despite Frieza's relentless onslaught, Whis effortlessly sidestepped each blow, remaining vigilant against Frieza's ultimate technique. The Black Frieza transformation. Whis was acutely aware that his opponent was cunning. He had nearly been outmaneuvered by the likes of Super Bu. He had no intention of falling into that trap again. Realizing his attacks were futile, Frieza decided to summon his final reserves of strength. In an instant, a dark purple aura enveloped him, transforming his very skin to a deep, ominous hue. The Black Frieza had emerged. Frieza let out a thunderous roar and charged at Whis once more. Having transformed into his ebony form, Frieza's power and speed surged exponentially. Whis, observing this, did not dare to underestimate his opponent. The swiftness of Frieza took him by surprise. Had it been before absorbing the powers of other angels, he might have faced a fierce battle. However, in this moment, Frieza was undoubtedly no match for him. Whis raised his arm to block. Despite the overwhelming might of Black Frieza, he found himself utterly incapable of countering Whis' flawless defense. Frieza continued to assault relentlessly, while Whis responded with calm composure. Whis taunted, "Haha, Frieza, you wretched being, having revealed all your trump cards, how do you expect to defeat me?" Frieza remained unfazed. He was a genius in combat. Equipped with his own strategy, he retorted with a mocking tone, "Whis, your power is hardly impressive. After so many exchanges, you have yet to vanquish me, a mere weakling. What do you have to say about angels? You are nothing but a waste, not even on par with an ordinary person." Whis scoffed, "Ha ha, Frieza. I have seen through your tricks. The so-called king of the universe is merely a deceitful charlatan relying on treachery. Your words are nothing but attempts to provoke me into revealing a flaw so you can knock me out of the arena. I advise you to cease your daydreaming." I remain unfazed and will respond with cool-headedness. Frieza feigned being exposed, seething with indignation. "Damn it, cursed angel, prepare to meet your end." Frieza unleashed 2 death rays from his silver mirrors, which Whis effortlessly evaded. The beams detonated against the stone pillars surrounding the arena, shattering them and sending debris raining from the sky. Whis disdainfully remarked, "A trivial trick, come at me again." Frieza immediately employed his prince's technique. unleashing countless waves of dark energy imbued with an aura of terror toward Whis. Whis chose not to evade. Though the waves bore formidable power, their accuracy was lacking, missing the mark by a considerable margin. Whis contemplated. It appears Frieza has exhausted all his strength. He has lost his composure, blinded by rage, even misfiring his energy waves. Thus, after this barrage, I will seize the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. Black energy orbs rained down upon the arena. Even the most resilient rocks in the universe could not withstand Frieza's terrifying onslaught. The ground shattered into pieces, and countless stones flew about. Frieza's assault showed no signs of abating. It seemed he intended to expend all his strength before ceasing his attacks. The Grand Minister, observing the frenzied Frieza, remarked, "Frieza has exhausted his tricks. The outcome of this match is no longer in doubt. Whis is destined to claim victory." Beside him, the angel Margarita added, "Indeed, Grand Minister. All of this is thanks to your wise leadership." The Grand Minister smiled. "This trivial being, Cell, is hardly worth fearing. I worried for so long, only to realize he is nothing but a mere jester, a reckless fool who cannot even manage his subordinates." Boom. On the battlefield, Frieza unleashed his final energy blast, panting heavily as the dust settled. The ground beneath him lay in ruins, strewn with debris, as countless fragments floated in the void. Meanwhile, Whis hovered gracefully in the air, completely unscathed. The announcer remarked, "Oh dear, this is dire. Frieza's energy has plummeted significantly." In stark contrast, our angel Whis appears as serene as if on a leisurely stroll. How, then, can Frieza hope to secure victory? The disparity in power is simply too vast. It seems Whis has already claimed triumph. Observing Frieza's labored breath, Whis refrained from launching an immediate assault. He sensed that Frieza surely had a hidden trump card, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After all, Super Bu had nearly fallen victim to Frieza's cunning tactics. Though Frieza's strength was not particularly formidable, his underhanded strategies were plentiful. The most prudent course of action was to wait until Frieza's strength waned, rendering him incapable of maintaining his black form, before delivering the final blow to thwart his schemes. At that moment, Frieza's form flickered with shifting hues. He was not concealing his true power. Rather, he had genuinely exhausted all his energy. To prevent his adversary from detecting any deceit, he had drained every ounce of his strength. To his surprise, Whis remained cautious and did not charge forward. Whis quietly observed as Frieza's colors transformed, finally relaxing when Frieza assumed his golden form. He addressed Frieza, saying, "Frieza, you can no longer sustain even your black form. For the sake of sparing yourself further suffering, I suggest you surrender voluntarily." Frieza gasped for breath, declaring, "I will not surrender. I refuse to yield, even in death." The god of destruction, watching from below, shook his head at Frieza's tenacity, muttering, "What a stubborn mule, wasting time and suffering needlessly for the sake of pride." In the stands of Universe 7, Vegeta and Goku wore solemn expressions. Goku remarked, "This match is lost. Frieza has exhausted his energy." Vegeta nodded in agreement. Nearby, Chi-Chi chimed in, "Cell, what do you have to say for yourself? You've just handed the victory to the opponent." Zhang Xiaoman observed the scene, smiling silently at Frieza's impending defeat, having deciphered his strategy completely. He commented, "I never imagined Frieza to be not only a formidable warrior, but also an astute gambler." Piccolo inquired, "Cell, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Xiaoman feigned profundity, replying, "The secrets of the heavens cannot be divulged." As Whis noted Frieza's dwindling energy, he prepared to deliver the final strike. The martial arts arena lay in tatters from Frieza's onslaught. Whis gradually descended onto a broken slab of rock within the arena, his energy vibrant. In stark contrast, Frieza, with feeble energy, collapsed onto the ground. "You have forced my hand, Frieza." A terrifying energy coalesced in Whis's palm, forming an ominous blue energy sphere. This blast contained 1,000-fold of Kamehameha's energy, and should it be unleashed, Frieza's fate would hang perilously in the balance. Embrace the despair of this inevitable failure. Chapter 129, Victory, the Gambler's Triumph. The scene of the universe's grand martial arts tournament unfolds. One side of the arena lies in tatters, ravaged by the combat techniques of the Black Frieza's prince. Conversely, the other side remains unscathed, where Frieza stands. Whis, perched upon a small rock in the tournament area, proclaims, "Perish, Frieza." He prepares to unleash the energy sphere in his grasp. Wait, Frieza interjects, extending his hands to halt the impending action. Whis pauses, expressing disdain. What? Do you wish to surrender now? Fortunately, it is not too late. Had you delayed another second, I would have unleashed this, and your fate would have been uncertain. Frieza, shaking his head, addresses the announcer. Are you not going to declare my victory? What? Your victory? The onlookers, including the Grand Priest, regard Frieza as delusional, perhaps even deranged. You are the one on the verge of defeat, gasping for breath, yet you claim triumph. The Grand Priest urges, proceed. Whis, there is no need for further discourse. He is merely indulging in theatrics to buy time. Outside the arena, the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai unanimously believe Frieza is resorting to trickery, unable to accept defeat. They agree that there is no necessity for such lengthy exchanges. In the next moment, the energy sphere in Whis' palm solidifies, ready to be hurled at Frieza. Alarmed, Frieza exclaims, Cell? Lord Zeno, I have won, do grant me justice. At this critical juncture, Zeno declares, indeed, Frieza has emerged victorious. How splendid. Upon this proclamation, silence envelopes the arena. Moments later, the Grand Priest, agitated, retorts, Lord Zeno, are you showing favoritism toward Cell? It is evident that Whis achieved an overwhelming victory. The crowd of Supreme Kais and gods of destruction buzzes with discontent. Indeed, Cell is throwing the match. This is unfair. Corruption. Zeno's childlike voice chimes in. Indeed, Frieza has won. Whis asserts, Lord Zeno, I contest this. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, I shall not acknowledge my defeat. Zeno leisurely responds, Cell, you must have noticed as well. Please, do clarify for everyone. What? Cell has noticed too. Whis thinks to himself, let us see how you justify this, for the outcome is already determined. Zhang Xiaoman steps forward, speaking, yes, Lord Zeno. And then, utilizing the technique of flight, he hovers at the center of the stage, addressing the assembly. Allow me to elucidate the sequence of events. Behold, the ground upon which Whis stands is not the rock of the martial arts arena. With these words, a thunderous shockwave reverberates through the minds of the spectators. If it is not the rock of the martial arts tournament, then what could it possibly be? Makarita spoke, stop pretending. Whis has been standing on the arena all along. When Frieza's energy wave obliterated the ground, Whis did not budge. How could the rocks beneath his feet not belong to the martial arts tournament's arena? Indeed. Many gods of destruction echoed from the sidelines. Zhang Xiaoman pointed to a damaged section of the outer circular pillar and slowly remarked, everyone, look here, this missing piece is precisely what Whis is standing upon. If you doubt it, you may compare the fissure, it will align perfectly. Upon hearing this, Whis felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could this be possible? The Grand Priest interjected, let him be convinced beyond doubt. Whis, go and compare. Whis immediately took the rock beneath his feet for comparison. And indeed, it fits seamlessly. The crowd was utterly astonished by this revelation. Observing their bewildered expressions, Zhang Xiaoman explained, it's quite simple. Frieza was gambling. He wagered that Whis would lower his guard, relax his body, and step upon the rock beneath him. Firstly, Frieza utilized his death ray to damage the edge of the pillar, causing debris to fly out. Then, he employed a prince's stratagem to mislead. He mingled the stones from the martial arts arena with those from the pillar. Finally, with a touch of telekinesis, he placed the stones from outside the arena right beneath Whis' feet, simply waiting for Whis to step down. This revelation struck the audience like a thunderclap in their minds. So this is Frieza? What a cunning scheme. Truly, it is insidious. In the stands of Universe 7, the main characters listened to Zhang Xiaoman's exposition, glancing at the exhausted Frieza lying on the ground. Krillin remarked, so that is how it is. Frieza intended to defeat his opponent by pushing him out of bounds. Vegeta exclaimed, no wonder it's Frieza, the former king of the universe, without a doubt. I, Vegeta, admire you deeply, valiant warrior. Kiki and Bulma joyfully shouted, hooray, hooray, we won. Bados looked at Cell, floating in the air, a blush appearing on her face. I didn't expect Cell to have such sharp insight, choosing such a formidable ally. What a clever strategy. Perhaps he truly can lead us to victory. Zhang Xiaoman watched the main characters revel in their joy, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he felt a surge of excitement within. I never anticipated we would win. I had clearly placed my bet on the inferior horse, yet my underdog proved stronger than their best. Surely, this match is secure. The other gods of destruction from Universe 12 began to murmur amongst themselves. There was no dissent regarding the outcome. Instead, they praised the prowess of Universe 7. Is this the strength of Cell's team? Is this Frieza's cunning? Truly formidable. Even the angels were deceived. Indeed, this marks the first time the Grand Priest has faced defeat. We could boast about this for millennia. I admit, I was loud before. Cell is no trash. His team is a remarkable underdog. Hey, Beerus, send Frieza over to our Universe 8. I shall exchange a galaxy with you. The expression on Beerus's face darkened. For the defeated was none other than his own master, vanquished by someone from his own universe. He was torn between feelings of joy and sorrow. The most infuriated of all was the Grand Minister. His skin, once a shade of blue, now flushed crimson with rage. Damn, that was a failure in every endeavor. How could he lose like this? Damn, damn, damn. The Grand Minister coughed violently, overtaken by his fury. Whis, too, felt the sting of humiliation, his face burning with embarrassment as he summoned his staff. Internally, he was in a daze, reflecting on how he hadn't even utilized a fraction of his power, yet had lost inexplicably. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. There must be another chance. I can turn this around. I possess the power of time. I can reverse time back to 3 minutes ago. I will achieve victory, no matter what. Chapter 130, Super Saiyan God Vegeta. On the arena of the universe's grand martial arts tournament, one side lay in ruins while the other remained unscathed. Whis stared blankly at the rocks beneath his feet, his mind wandering. I still have a chance. I can manipulate time and return to 3 minutes prior, before everything transpired. He turned his head and scanned the surroundings. Noticing no one was paying him any mind, silently, he resolved, everyone's attention is focused on that Frieza. If I cast my spell discreetly, no one will notice. I still have hope. With a sudden gesture, a crystal staff materialized in his hand. He thrust the base of the staff into the ground, causing ripples to emanate through the space beneath him. However, Zhang Xiaoman coldly observed the scene, exclaiming loudly, Whis, what are you doing? You have already lost. Do you truly intend to use the power of time to reverse events? Her words instantly drew the attention of the crowd and interrupted Whis's incantation, who wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Many gods of destruction and supreme Kais began to vociferously condemn him. This match was an unequivocal fair contest. Altering the rules with time manipulation is cheating. Can the angel race not accept defeat? Resorting to underhanded tactics, have they no dignity left? Will the Grand Minister not intervene? After all, this is his subordinate. The Grand Minister, now acutely aware of his foolish subordinate's actions, wore a dark, furious expression. He spoke sternly, Whis. Are you not embarrassed enough? Leave the arena at once and reflect on your actions. Whis lowered his head, his cheeks aflame, and replied, Yes, my lord, the Grand Minister. A circle of light enveloped him, and in an instant, Whis vanished from sight. At that moment, the announcer's booming voice resonated throughout the arena. Thus, Frieza has emerged victorious. Let us congratulate Team Cell for securing this precious point. Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of thunderous applause. Meanwhile, due to the severe damage to the arena, a Supreme Kai had already gone to initiate repairs, yet the audience remained captivated by the unfolding drama of the match. Frieza had returned to the pedestal of the 7th universe, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. The discussions among the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai from other universes regarding this match have not ceased. Their gaze remains fixated on Frieza. This fellow is indeed a natural warrior, having devised a winning strategy in such a short span. He astutely observed that the materials of the audience stands and the arena were of the same kind of rock, cleverly blending together to create a fade. While Frieza is formidable, it is the cunning of Cell that is even more impressive. He chose Frieza amidst the vast cosmos, rather than an angel. Initially, we all presumed that the universe's martial arts tournament would be a contest between angels, only to be surprised by the inclusion of 3 humans. When he opted not to select the strongest race, the angels, we thought the opposing team was foolish. However, it is now evident that their discernment is sharp, and their strategies are masterful, making us appear the fools instead. My anticipation for this battle has only intensified. One side boasts the exceptional power of the Grand Priest, while the other is represented by the ingenious Cell. What a spectacular confrontation this promises to be. As the Grand Priest observed the praise being heaped upon Cell, a cold smirk crept across his face. Cell, let you bask in your triumph for a few more days. The more you revel now, the greater your despair will be in the days to come. Once the dragon god Samara arrives, and we unite our strengths, the world shall tremble before us. And even the Omni King will be powerless to stop my ascension. Upon my rise, the first order of business will be to eliminate you." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman furrowed his brow in contemplation, strategizing the forthcoming moves. Firstly, our weakest, through clever tactics, has vanquished their strongest. I merely need to secure 2 victories. Thus, I shall send forth the weakest, Vegeta. Should he lose, it matters not, as the next defeat will grant us the right to counter. After all, aside from battling the Grand Priest, Bardos is destined to triumph against anyone else. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Xiaoman commenced pre-match preparations. "Everyone, gather around. We shall execute our plan." Following the pre-match discussions, Zhang Xiaoman set about implementing his strategy, channeling the strength of the righteous Saiyans into Vegeta. "You may absorb the angels before the match, but must I not prepare as well?" Vegeta stood at the forefront, fists clenched, his heart racing with anticipation. At last, I too can experience the sensation of a Super Saiyan God. This is precisely what a Saiyan prince ought to do. With Chi-Chi and Bulma both pregnant with Goten and Trunks, they too count as 2 Saiyans. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Gohan, Goku, and Cell formed a circle, hands clasped together. Ultimately, Goku placed his arm across Vegeta's back, infusing him with power. "Ah!" They all exclaimed in unison, transforming into Super Saiyan forms, enveloped in golden flames. In the next moment, Vegeta felt an entirely new power awaken within him. His hair, pupils, and eyebrows all turned a vivid red. Thus, the Super Saiyan God Vegeta was born. Vegeta closed his eyes, embracing the sensation of his own formidable power. In the next moment, he abruptly opened them. As if a beam of golden light emanated from his gaze, he proclaimed, "I am ready, bring it on." As the resounding gong echoed through the arena, the bespectacled host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed audience, the first match has indeed been nothing short of spectacular. What was initially anticipated as a clash of sheer strength has instead revealed that intellect surpasses brute force. After all, wisdom is the essence of the universe's grand martial arts tournament. Now, dear spectators, are you still yearning for more? The arena has been restored, so let us prepare for the commencement of the next duel." Cheers and ecstatic shouts filled the air, igniting the atmosphere as waves of applause surged from the audience representing 12 universes. Next, from Team Cell, Zhang Xiaoman declared, "I choose Vegeta as the contestant for the upcoming bout." The Grand Priest then inquired, "And which fighter will you select to face Vegeta?" The Grand Priest, casting a disdainful glance at the crimson-haired warrior, thought to himself, "What is this? I expected Cell to possess some remarkable tactics. Does he truly believe that a Super Saiyan God can contend with my angel? Such arrogance. Any angel I select could easily overpower a Super Saiyan God." He announced, "Mojito, you shall take the stage." Internally, he reasoned, Mojito is the most composed of all the angels and would never commit the juvenile errors of Whis. Team Cell's strength is average, relying on cunning tricks. As long as he remains vigilant against such tactics, victory is assured. Mojito knelt before the Grand Priest, affirming, "Yes, my lord." Having absorbed the essence of another angel, Mojito's confidence surged, eager to showcase his prowess. After saluting the Grand Priest, he levitated gracefully into the air, landing firmly on the ground. Meanwhile, Vegeta's leg muscles tensed, veins bulging as he pushed off fiercely from the ground, causing cracks to form beneath him. He shot forward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the center of the arena with a resounding thud. The impact kicked up clouds of dust, and both warriors locked their cold gazes on one another, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as the battle was about to erupt. In Chapter 131, Vegeta the Angel, the arena for the universe's grand martial arts tournament buzzed with intensity. As the two opponents met each other's eyes on the stage, sparks seemed to ignite from their fierce gaze. Below, on the cylindrical viewing platform of Universe 7, spectators began to speculate on the outcome of the match. Bulma urged, "Come on, Vegeta. With the power of the Super Saiyan God backing you, this victory is yours for the taking." Goku chimed in, "Indeed, I too believe Vegeta will triumph. To be honest, when I felt the power of the Super Saiyan God coursing through me, I was taken aback. I cannot fathom a reason for defeat." Piccolo added, "I have faith in Vegeta as well. Essentially, he and Frieza are of the same ilk. Both are innate warriors with extensive combat experience." Clint spoke up, "That's good. As long as we win." Suddenly, he noticed that Zhang Xiaoman's demeanor was not as exuberant. and he asked, "Shalu, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Don't you believe that Vegeta will emerge victorious?" Zhang Xiaoman replied calmly. "Vegeta might have a chance to surpass the angels in strength. But what we face is a deity who wields the power of rules. For them, dealing with us is akin to a dimensional strike. In truth, Frieza's victory in the last match was purely by chance. This time, winning through loopholes in the rules will be exceedingly difficult. They will surely be on guard. Overall, our chances of winning are rather slim." Upon hearing Shalu's words, Klin couldn't help but feel a sense of worry and said, "Then the advantages we have gained will soon be lost. Moreover, with the angels being so formidable, what should we do next?" Zhang Xiaoman, however, maintained a composed demeanor and reassured him, "Do not worry. Everything is under control." On the arena, the red-haired Vegeta began his warm-up, slowly leaping with movements reminiscent of boxing on Earth. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished, launching an attack against the angel Mojito. Vegeta reappeared behind Mojito, aiming a whip kick at his vital point, the head. A crisp sound of air breaking echoed as Mojito swiftly dodged to the side. Vegeta then unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet none made contact with the angel. Unfazed by his inability to land a hit, Vegeta was merely testing his opponent. In the next instant, he prepared to unleash the majority of his power and reinitiated his assault. With a mighty roar, he exclaimed, "Ah!" A golden aura enveloped him, his tail piercing through his battle attire. As his red hair lengthened, he had transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 4. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished from his position and sped towards the angel, delivering a devastating punch aimed at Mojito's abdomen. To his surprise, Mojito effortlessly evaded the blow, though Vegeta's fist had come closer to grazing the edge of his clothing than before. Without missing a beat, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of Wolf Fang fist attacks, yet still failed to make contact with his opponent. Realizing his efforts were futile, he decided it was time to fully reveal his strength. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, and a colossal wave of energy surged around him. His silver hair billowed, his pupils transformed to gold, subtly emanating a divine aura, as blue lightning crackled around him. Enveloped in a white spiritual energy, the ground beneath him cracked under the weight of his overwhelming power. Vegeta laughed maniacally, "Haha. This power is the result of my arduous training. Even if my opponent is a god of destruction, I fear nothing." Observing Vegeta's full power eruption, the angel Mojito remarked in admiration, "Impressive. Not even the god of destruction Beerus from Universe 7 can exude such terrifying strength." Mojito stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his purple robe billowing without wind, surrounded by a soft purple aura. Mojito spoke, "Since you have unleashed your full strength, I shall now reveal a portion of my own power." With a flick of his fingers, a pale blue energy sphere zipped past Vegeta's hair, striking a distant planet and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced it to cosmic dust. In response to this display, Vegeta retaliated, instantaneously teleporting behind Mojito. Clenching his right fist, he harnessed the formidable might of Super Saiyan Level 5, coupled with the passive effects of Ultra Instinct and the divine strength of Super Saiyan God, unleashing an assault of remarkable speed. Mojito, caught off guard, received a solid blow to his back, hurtling him toward the edge of the arena. However, utilizing the power of time, he halted its flow and narrowly dissipated the force of the impact. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Mojito's mouth as he wiped it away, only to discover that he was perilously close to the precipice of the stage. With a sigh of relief, he remarked, "That was close. I must remain vigilant. A moment's inattention could lead to my defeat." Seeing his attack land, Vegeta seized the moment to press the advantage, launching a barrage of rapid punches at light speed. Yet, with each strike aimed at Mojito, the latter evaded with an almost preternatural agility, as if he had foreseen Vegeta's every movement. Dismayed, Vegeta momentarily ceased his assault, gasping for breath. Mojito seized this opportunity to taunt him, "Your movements are far too sluggish." Infuriated, Vegeta summoned his full might, both in speed and power, radiating an overwhelming aura. Each punch and kick brimmed with the potential to obliterate a planet, compelling the angel to take him seriously and engage with all his strength. Mojito, raising his hand, let the blue light swirl at his fingertips, uttering a chilling remark. 3 minutes ago, you fought with far more discipline. Your breathing was steady." It dawned on Vegeta that his punches had indeed connected, yet Mojito had cleverly reversed time back to 3 minutes prior, evading each of Vegeta's attempts. A sense of despair washed over Vegeta. The ability to manipulate time rendered his every strategy and movement predictable, leaving him questioning how he could possibly achieve victory. Below, numerous gods of destruction and supreme Kais observed the fierce battle, their eyes wide with astonishment. They lamented. Had Whis not underestimated Frieza and instead employed time manipulation with the steadiness of Mojito, Frieza would have had no chance of triumph. Indeed, angels were unparalleled, the strongest race in the universe. No matter how formidable the Saiyans, they remained merely mortals. One god of destruction, empathizing with Vegeta's plight, mused, were I in Vegeta's position, I would concede defeat, for I cannot fathom how to vanquish time. Chapter 132. The disguised temporal ring in the arena of the universe's first martial arts tournament. The audience watched intently. Clint addressed Sheru, saying, Sheru, you were indeed right. The opponent has truly exploited the power of the rules. This is rather unscrupulous, isn't it? Every action of Vegeta's is known to them. How can we possibly win? Zhang Xiaoman interjected. No, we still have a chance to triumph, albeit a slim one. What? We still have a chance to win? Exclaimed the protagonists in the audience. Piccolo spoke up. Sheru, what secret weapon are you concealing? In such a dire situation, I cannot fathom any technique to counter it. Zhang Xiaoman replied calmly. To combat the force of time, the best approach is to wield time itself. Clint exclaimed in astonishment. What? But how could Vegeta possess the power of time? At that moment, Sun Wukong seemed to have an epiphany. As if he recalled a crucial detail. He exclaimed, Oh, Sheru must be referring to that. The items Sheru provided us while we trained with little Sheru in the hyperbolic time chamber. The protagonists, unable to bear Sun Wukong's teasing, were eager for clarity. Bulma, particularly concerned for her husband, impatiently demanded, What is it? Please don't leave us hanging. Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, My apologies, I initially forgot the name. But look over there. Vegeta has been wearing that item on his finger. As he pointed towards Vegeta, who was competing on stage, everyone followed his gaze. Indeed, Vegeta was adorned with a ring. However, it appeared rather ordinary. Sun Wukong covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, What he wears is the time ring. To prevent the Grand Minister from recognizing it, Sheru modified its appearance to resemble a common wedding band. The group immediately grasped the revelation. On the stage of the universe's martial arts tournament, Vegeta and Mojito faced each other with palpable tension. Mojito, the most composed among the angels, understood the principle of seizing the moment of weakness. He contemplated silently. The opponent has no strategy against time pause and rewind. Thus, I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate them in one swift motion. Mojito's aura surged, his expansive robes billowing without a breeze, enveloped in a soft lavender light. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Upon witnessing the disappearance, Vegeta activated his ultra instinct to respond. Rather than yielding, his mind raced. Devising a countermeasure, the opponent's ability to manipulate time is formidable. How shall I respond? Suddenly, an idea struck Vegeta, and he muttered to himself, Of course. It feels like I have forgotten something. Sheru provided me with the time ring. I too possess the power of time. He slightly raised his hand, the ring emitting a barely perceptible glow, and with a focused thought, he commanded, Time, halt. Instantly, the surroundings transformed into a monochromatic tableau. The audience in the stands, the high priest opposite, and the king, along with the guards, stood utterly still. Indeed, they were motionless. Vegeta's heart swelled with uncontainable joy as he surveyed his surroundings. He realized that Mojito had stealthily positioned himself behind him, an icy chill creeping up his spine, with Mojito's fist a mere centimeter from his back. That was a close call. Thank goodness for the stasis in time. Now, he would turn the tables. Did Mojito not believe he could counter his temporal power? I shall feign vulnerability, allowing him to strike, thus lowering his guard, and then, when he is unprepared, unleash a flurry of attacks to vanquish him. Resolute in his decision, Vegeta assumed his original stance, unwavering and identical to his position during the time freeze, ensuring that no flaw was discernible to his opponent. Yet, inwardly, he concentrated his energy to shield his back, preventing Mojito from delivering a decisive blow. In the next moment, with a mere thought, time resumed. The world was instantly awash with color. Mojito's formidable fist crashed into Vegeta's back, sending him hurtling through the air. With all his strength, Vegeta managed to stabilize himself, avoiding a tumble from the ring. However, the resounding cracks around him indicated several ribs had been shattered, shards piercing his lung. Coughing up blood, he muttered to himself, Cough. Damn this wretched body, hold on. Vegeta understood that this sacrifice was necessary to make his opponent relax, to believe he had exhausted his defenses. He must endure. Crimson blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth. Seeing Vegeta gravely injured, Mojito bellowed, "Die, Vegeta. Unlike Whis, I won't grant you any chances. Prepare to face my lethal iron fist." Mojito charged at Vegeta with a roar. Vegeta unleashed a thunderous cry, tapping into the power of Super Saiyan 5. His white hair standing tall, as he fully activated the Ultra Instinct and Divine Power of the Super Saiyan. The two engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Boom, boom, boom. Fists collided with fists, knees struck knees in a ferocious clash, distorting the very fabric of space. The force of their blows carved deep craters into the arena. Yet, their battle raged on. Having absorbed the power of other angels, Mojito's strength and physical prowess surpassed Vegeta's, but now, transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 5. Vegeta possessed the same indomitable spirit as Broly, growing stronger with each exchange. The two were locked in fierce combat, their figures intertwining across the arena, neither willing to yield. After yet another exchange of blows, they momentarily separated, both adorned with numerous wounds, though Vegeta's injuries were evidently far more severe. Mojito spoke, "This ends here, Vegeta. Your strength is commendable, but alas, you lack the ability to manipulate time. I shall be candid. Once time rewinds, you will possess no memory of this interval. I shall now reverse time, returning to 3 minutes prior, where I shall meticulously note each of your punches and the strength behind them. I will evade every one of your assaults, and you will helplessly witness as I strike you repeatedly." Vegeta feigned terror, exclaiming, "No, you scoundrel." Mojito's lips curled into a subtle smile as he summoned the power of time, causing ripples to dance through the fabric of reality. Simultaneously, Vegeta activated his time ring. His expression tense, for the outcome hinged upon this crucial moment. Exploiting the fact that his opponent was unaware of his own temporal manipulation, he seized the opportunity to counterattack with a flurry of strikes. With a flicker of intent, the ring upon Vegeta's finger glowed with an imperceptible light. Time rewound, returning to 3 minutes prior. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta, armed with memory, found himself back alongside Mojito 3 minutes earlier. Chapter 133, The Indomitable Will of Vegeta. The universe's premier martial arts tournament. The air shimmered with waves of time. Moments returned to 3 minutes ago. Mojito gazed at Vegeta, whose lips bled, as if he were observing a corpse. Silently, he mused, "I have recorded every one of your moves, every motion, and I am acutely aware of each flaw you exhibit. What does it matter that you possess the ultimate mastery of freedom? I am a god who commands time. I have anticipated your every action. Prepare to meet your demise." Vegeta. Mojito's body radiated a purple aura, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Outside the arena, both the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai believed the outcome of this match was already sealed. It seemed Vegeta was destined to lose, for the angel had unleashed his full might. Indeed, the potency of this force was so immense that it could not possibly belong to a single angel. It appeared to be the combined strength of two angels fused together. Such power could effortlessly obliterate an entire universe. Had it not been for the Grand Minister and the Omni-King stabilizing time and space, we would have perished upon witnessing this technique. It appeared Vegeta was about to be slain by Mojito. The Omni-King had not decreed against such fatality, nor did the Grand Minister show any inclination to halt the proceedings, seemingly permitting Mojito to act in vengeance for Whis' defeat. In the arena, Mojito's energy surged to its zenith. Purple lightning coiled around him, crackling with terrifying strength, creating deep craters in the surrounding arena. Mojito clenched his fist, roaring as he charged towards Vegeta. "Die, Vegeta." This strike encompassed the entirety of his absorbed power from other angels, and having reversed time once, he was fully aware of Vegeta's every maneuver. Mojito was confident that this blow would be beyond the capacity of even the mightiest angel, Beerus, to withstand. A sharp sound sliced through the air as Mojito's fist connected with Vegeta's afterimage, striking only air. Yet the ferocity of that punch swept away half of the arena. Mojito stood in stunned disbelief before the unfolding scene, his mind racing with fear. This is impossible. How could he possibly evade it? I know every one of his movements. At this moment, the Grand Minister had discerned the underlying truth. The ring on Vegeta's hand emanated the power of time, which caught the Grand Minister's attention. He bellowed, "Fool! Quickly defend yourself." The opponent also wields the power of time. Observe his hand, for he bears the time ring of the Supreme Kai. Upon hearing this, Mojito and all the deities present reacted in unison. No wonder Vegeta could evade this lethal strike. It turned out he too could reverse time. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais from the 12 universes engaged in fervent discussions. How could Vegeta possess a time ring? Indeed, the time ring is extraordinarily rare. There is only one per universe. The fact that Cell had the audacity to employ a time ring to counter the angel's temporal abilities was nothing short of genius. As I always maintained, Cell's team continually finds ways to achieve victory against the odds. The match was becoming increasingly captivating. The spectators focused intently on the arena, holding their breaths in fear of missing any movements from either combatant. This indicated that the gap had been bridged, leading to a fiercely balanced contest. In a moment of distraction for Mojito, Vegeta appeared behind him and unleashed an onslaught of attacks upon his back. Like a tempest, his fist struck Mojito's back, prompting cries of agony. Vegeta roared, "Oda da 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 da." Mojito was driven deeply into the arena floor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Vegeta's iron fist showed no signs of relenting. They continued to rain down, stirring clouds of dust across the martial arts arena. This cannot continue. Mojito pondered silently. He summoned all his strength, enveloping himself in a protective shield, a barrier forged from the combined prowess of two angels. Incredibly resilient. Mojito then retaliated, his shielded fists colliding relentlessly with Vegeta's own. There were no extravagant moves. The two faced each other, unleashing a flurry of punches, engaging in a fierce exchange. The arena echoed with the relentless sound of Oda da da da. At this juncture, both combatants no longer had the luxury of employing temporal powers, for a mere moment of distraction would result in a devastating blow from the opponent. Both Vegeta and Mojito were nearing their limits, blood splattering from their battered forms. Yet, they could not afford to cease, for to pause would mean certain death. Vegeta had already suffered several broken ribs, and his condition had worsened. In a daze, he seemed to hear Bulma's encouraging voice. "You can do it, Vegeta." He also caught the sound of Kakarot's praise. "Not bad, Vegeta." In his heart, Vegeta quietly resolved, "All along, I have been chasing Kakarot's shadow. This time, let him pursue me instead. Come on, you wretched angel." Vegeta's fierce fighting spirit erupted. His resolve as unyielding as steel. "I am the proudest Saiyan warrior. I absolutely cannot fall. Behind me stands my wife, Bulma. I must not falter. Damn those gods who look down upon humanity. I will not be defeated." The fierce exchange between Vegeta and Mojito continued, and at this moment, every bone in Vegeta's body shattered. He is solely relying on sheer willpower to endure. The moment he stops, he will succumb to death. At the same time, Mojito is also in a dire state. He hears the shattering of his protective shield and the cracking of his bones. "What? This barbaric, detestable Saiyan monkey has actually shattered my barrier. Why is Vegeta persisting?" Mojito can endure due to his cautious nature, which allows him to conserve his stamina during battle. But he cannot comprehend why Vegeta's energy has not yet been exhausted. Gradually, the ferocious winds of their blows begin to diminish, and both combatants' speed slow to the point where they are striking once per second, yet neither halts. Fear grips Mojito. He cannot fathom why this bloodied opponent has yet to fall. His body has reached its limits, even after absorbing the essence of an angel. At this moment, it is battered and broken by the relentless strikes. Terror. This is the first time in nearly a millennium that Mojito feels fear from an ant. After exchanging blows for a while, Vegeta has lost even the strength to raise his fists, his bones shattered, save for the index finger of his right hand. He extends this finger towards Mojito in a feeble strike. Mojito, devoid of any strength, cannot lift his fists and, in the face of this attack, is so frightened that he shuts his eyes. Vegeta's fingertip touches Mojito's forehead, ultimately remaining motionless. Mojito's entire body trembles. After a long pause, he dares to slowly open his eyes, only to discover that Vegeta's heart has long ceased to beat, his pupils dilated, devoid of life. When did he die? Furthermore, he did not even fall upon death. Mojito realizes that he has been battling a corpse for so long, and he has been frightened by it. This is an immense humiliation for a deity. Time freezes at this moment, the scene enveloped in silence, with Mojito hearing only the weighty sound of his own breath. Chapter 134. Why must there be punishment even in victory? Let us congratulate Mojito on his triumph in the second match. The announcer's exuberant voice shatters the silence of the venue. In the stands of Universe 7, the crowd immediately rushes to Vegeta, lifting his lifeless body to the spectator area. Bulma, her face etched with anxiety, gazes at Vegeta and urgently asks the crowd, "Is there no way to save him? I cannot bear to see Vegeta die. I implore you, save him." Zhang Xiaoman senses his demise. Vegeta's heart has already stopped beating, and he is now merely holding on by a thread of energy. Son Goku speaks up. "Quick, bring out the Senzu beans. Where's Dandi? Hurry, let him come to heal." Piccolo shakes his head, his voice grave. The effects of Senzu beans and Dandi's healing are only effective on the living. They hold no power over the deceased. Currently, the only option is to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Hearing this, the crowd falls into a somber silence, as it seems there is no other recourse. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman turned to Bados and inquired, "Bados, do you have any solutions?" Bados replied, "Only now do you recall my celestial abilities? Of course. I possess a method. I can harness the power of time to revert his physical state to what it was 3 minutes ago. This power is mine alone to wield. No other angel can achieve such a feat." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's spirit soared, and he praised, "Truly, you are the strongest and most beautiful angel of the 12 universes, adeptly managing such a situation. It is truly remarkable." The angel felt gratified by Zhang Xiaoman's commendation. With a proud tilt of her chin, Bados approached Vegeta step by step. She slowly raised her staff and directed it towards Vegeta, declaring, "Time rewind." In the next instant, Vegeta's body visibly rejuvenated. His withered muscles regained their fullness. As he gradually opened his eyes, they sparkled with fighting spirit. He threw a punch towards the sky. As his muscle memory recalled the battle with the angel, Zhang Xiaoman immediately rushed forward to restrain Vegeta, stating, "That's enough. Vegeta, you performed excellently. The match has concluded." Vegeta asked, "Did I lose?" Zhang Xiaoman replied, "Yes, although on the surface you were defeated, behind the scenes, you triumphed. For you frightened the angel to the point of terror." In the audience of the 12 universes, all attention remained fixated on Vegeta. Given the disparity in strength, Vegeta was relatively weaker, prompting an instinctive sympathy from the crowd, who began to rally behind him. Moreover, he had succeeded in frightening the angel into closing her eyes. What a feat that was! Witnessing Vegeta's successful revival, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais in the stands breathed a sigh of relief, beginning to reflect on the match. Though Vegeta had lost, he retained his honor. Did you see that? In the end, he merely used a finger to terrify the angel Mojito into closing her eyes. Indeed, such a powerful lineage of angels can also feel fear. Henceforth, the myth of the angels shall be shattered. Angels will no longer be invincible. Vegeta is merely the beginning. And in the future, more will rise to challenge the angels. Indeed, look at Cell's team, boasting warriors like Vegeta, with such spirit. That is what justice embodies. Furthermore, Vegeta's strength is astonishing. Not only did he use the time-space ring to counterbalance the angel's temporal power, but his physical prowess also matched that of the angel. It is noteworthy that angels have existed for millennia, while this scion, Vegeta, has surpassed them in just a few decades. Henceforth, the notion that the angelic race is the most powerful will be rendered obsolete, and their myth will crumble. The Grand Minister gazed at Mojito on the arena, and the audience fervently supporting Vegeta, his face contorted with rage. How could winning the match be more distressing than losing? It was all due to that foolish angel, who cowardly closed her eyes at the critical moment. Cursed be it. I would rather it be him who perished in battle. Others may extol the virtues of the angel just as they do for Vegeta, thus solidifying my dominion even further. Yet, he foolishly closed his eyes in fear. Is there any distinction between this and a gesture of surrender? On the surface, I emerged victorious this time, but the angel has lost all face. It is as if there is no difference between winning and losing. The Grand Priest, in a fit of anger, clenched his fist and gazed at the harmonious scene of Universe 7, brooding, "How detestable is Cell, for he is eternally the victor. He reaps the rewards while we suffer the same monotonous defeats. His victories are diverse and colorful." The Grand Priest turned his attention to his foolish subordinate, still standing idly on the arena, and spoke in a low, menacing tone, "You imbecile, why are you not coming forward?" Upon hearing his superioress summons, Mojito promptly flew before the Grand Priest. He thought to himself, although this victory is not particularly glorious, the outcome is favorable under the best-of-5 format. I have secured a win for the Grand Priest. Surely, he will bestow upon me ample rewards. Mojito fawned before the Grand Priest and declared, Grand Priest, I have lived up to your expectations and won this match. However, the Grand Priest's expression remained grim as he replied, Indeed, you performed adequately. I shall reward you with 2,000 years of wall-facing reflection. The words of gratitude Mojito intended to express were abruptly swallowed back. Wall-facing reflection? For 2,000 years. No less. More than that foolish wish. Confused, Mojito pondered, what have I done wrong? He could hardly believe his ears and protested. Grand Priest, have you made a mistake? I clearly won. Why must I be punished for winning? The Grand Priest, amused by the folly of his subordinate, chuckled and retorted, Now, vanish from my sight, immediately. Sensing the Grand Priest's fury, Mojito dared not linger, swallowing his grievances and departing the competition arena. Meanwhile, in the audience, his apprentice, the God of Destruction, felt the weight of his master's embarrassment and also vanished. Upon returning to the residence of the God of Destruction, Mojito found his master had followed him. Just as he was about to express his frustration, the God of Destruction immediately played the final, mortifying scene from the match. There, on the arena, was the last moment where Vegeta pointed his finger at Mojito's forehead, causing Mojito to fearfully close his eyes, even trembling slightly. This moment struck Mojito like a bolt from the blue, and he instantly grasped why the Grand Priest was so incensed. Regretfully, he thought, how could I have succumbed to fear and closed my eyes? I have truly disgraced the angel. What will become of me now? I am doomed. Mojito sighed, saying, I no longer wish to face the wall. The God of Destruction retorted, What? Have you lost your mind, daring to defy the Grand Priest's command? A faint sense of doom enveloped Mojito as he replied, No, I wish to flee. I believe 2,000 years of wall-facing reflection is far too lenient. Chapter 135, Son Goku's Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhilarating and thrilling universe's first martial arts tournament is about to commence once more. The arena has been prepared once more, as the last match concluded with the victory of the High Priest's team. Now, it is time for the High Priest to select the first contestant. The High Priest gazes at the two angels behind him and declares, You shall go forth, Campelli. Yes, my Lord High Priest, Campelli responds. Campelli is the most formidable angel under the High Priest's command, possessing a well-rounded array of abilities with virtually no weaknesses, which is precisely why he was chosen as a contestant. At present, he has absorbed another angel, significantly augmenting his power. The High Priest muses that there should be no unforeseen circumstances in this match. With an ethereal grace, Campelli ascends effortlessly and gently descends onto the ground. Surveying the opposing team of Shalu, he ponders the identity of his adversary. All right, the High Priest team is now prepared. May we inquire who will be the opponent from the Shalu side? Zhang Xiaoman observes the card being played and realizes that it is Campelli, not Makalita. Therefore, Bardos cannot be utilized, and he decides to send forth Sun Wukong. I shall summon Sun Wukong, Zhang Xiaoman proclaims. Sun Wukong immediately erupts in excitement. Yes, finally, it's my turn. At this moment, his hair transforms into a vibrant red, signifying his status as a Super Saiyan God. It turns out that following the conclusion of the last match, after Vegeta was resurrected by the angel Bardos, he consumed a Senza bean to restore his vitality. Subsequently, several Saiyans once again transformed into a source of energy, lending their strength to Wukong, enabling him to attain the Super Saiyan God form. Only in this manner could he hope to contend with the fused angel. Feeling the divine power coursing within him, Sun Wukong can hardly contain his eagerness. Dear friends, I shall engage in battle. It is an immense fortune to fight against such skilled angels from the universe. Zhang Xiaoman observes Sun Wukong reveling in the competition. Thinking to himself, this is a sure victory. A Sun Wukong, singularly focused on combat, embodies the mightiest and purest essence of a Saiyan warrior, rendering him invincible. In the next moment, Sun Wukong positions himself at the center of the martial arts arena. He bows respectfully to his opponent and introduces himself. Greetings, I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to our match. Campelli, witnessing this scene, feels a surge of confusion. Why has the opponent suddenly become so courteous? Aren't they typically rebellious? Harboring disdain for angels? What trickery is at play now? Campelli retorts, Humph. Enough of this idle chatter. Come at me. Seeing the straightforwardness of his opponent, Sun Wukong replies, "That suits me perfectly." In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong vanishes from his original spot, only to reappear before Campelli, launching a powerful punch aimed at his abdomen. Campelli remains composed, extending his hand to block Sun Wukong's forceful strike. The two engage in a back-and-forth exchange, testing each other's strengths. The arena is alive with flashes of movement as they collide repeatedly, producing a cacophony of shattering air. Soon, the ground of the martial arts arena is marred with cracks of various sizes. Following another clash, both warriors realize that their strengths are evenly matched. Sun Wukong spoke, "Indeed, you live up to the reputation of the strongest angels in the universe. You are truly formidable." Campelli replied, "You are quite impressive as well. However, let us no longer hold back our strength. Let us engage with our utmost power. Rest assured, I shall not employ the power of time. We will rely solely on our physical prowess for this confrontation." Sun Wukong, possessing a temporal ring, felt no trepidation regarding the use of time powers by his opponent. Yet, as a pure-blooded scion, he longed for the essence of unadulterated combat, preferring to forego any opportunistic advantages afforded by time manipulation. Sun Wukong chuckled, "Haha, excellent. This suits me perfectly." In the next moment, both warriors unleashed their strongest abilities, and a tremendous roar echoed through the heavens. A white aura surged around Sun Wukong. His hair radiated with brilliance, transforming into a luminous white, and even his pupils changed to match. The state of Super Saiyan 5 combined with Super Saiyan God manifested in Sun Wukong. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended, bearing down upon the audience. On the opposing side, the angel was equally resolute, unleashing a purple aura that clashed fiercely with Sun Wukong's white energy, generating intense sparks. The arena was divided. One side bore Sun Wukong's white aura, while the other exhibited the angel's purple flames. Sun Wukong roared as he charged towards Campelli. Campelli likewise bellowed, rushing towards Sun Wukong. Their fists collided with one another's faces, neither opting for defense. Both were propelled backward by the sheer force of their strikes, only to vanish once more. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was filled with explosive sounds, and within mere seconds, they exchanged tens of thousands of blows. White ripples shimmered, signifying the immense energy resonating throughout the universe. The very fabric of this universe threatened to unravel under the weight of their battle. The Kaioshin and the God of Destruction wore expressions of shock, contemplating their strategies. At that moment, the Omni-King waved his small hand, and the ripples ceased to exist. The Kaioshin and the God of Destruction below sighed in relief upon witnessing the Omni-King intervene, engaging in fervent discussions. The intensity of their battle is unprecedented. Even the universe cannot withstand such turmoil without collapsing. Thankfully, the Omni-King has stepped in, otherwise, the world would have faced annihilation. Indeed, initially, it was thought that the strength of the Super Saiyans could not possibly compare to that of the angels. In the previous match, Vegeta had merely held on through sheer willpower. This time, Sun Wukong relied entirely on his innate physical strength, matching the angelic race blow for blow. Truly astonishing. It is now evident. The angelic race is no longer the strongest in the universe. Indeed, I believe the Saiyan race possesses the greatest potential in the cosmos. One day, they may even surpass the angels and become the mightiest race in the universe. Remarked one of the gods of destruction from another universe. Alas, our universe's Saiyans have been extinguished. What a pity. However, today I shall commence a massive acquisition of Saiyans from other universes. I will pay handsomely. Who would sell them to you? After this battle, I fear everyone will cherish the Super Saiyans as treasures. I am once again astonished by the keen insight of that fellow Shalu, who remarkably anticipated this turn of events, selecting Saiyans as the contenders. It appears he possesses an extraordinary clarity of mind, unlike the rampant speculations off the arena. Meanwhile, the two combatants on the field are engaged in a fierce struggle. In his quest for the strength to confront the angel, Son Goku has begun to employ the 30-fold Kaioken technique. Without it, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding the angel's overwhelming assaults. The crimson flames flicker around Goku, a symbol of the Kaioken. However, the immense strain on his body is taking its toll, manifesting as significant pressure. Gasping for breath, Goku contrasts sharply with the angel, whose brow merely glistens with fine beads of sweat, his breathing remaining steady. Continuing in this manner is unsustainable, If the battle persists, I shall meet the same fate as Vegeta, succumbing to exhaustion. It seems I must resolve this confrontation in one decisive breath. With a sudden surge of rage, Goku forcefully repels the angel, arching his body and gathering energy in his palms at his waist. The blue energy wave burgeons within his hands. This is his ultimate attack, his signature technique. Fixing his gaze upon the angel, Goku proclaims loudly, 1,000 times. Kamehameha. Chapter 136. Perfected Ultra Instinct. The venue of the universe's foremost martial arts tournament, constructed from square bricks, lies in utter disarray. Blinding blue light floods the expansive arena as Son Goku concentrates a colossal Kamehameha wave in his hands. Hovering in the air, Goku gazes down at the angel camp belly with piercing intensity, having resolved within himself that victory or defeat is of little consequence. What truly matters is the enjoyment of the match, the thrill of combat itself. This is my full strength, a Kamehameha wave infused with 1,000 times its usual power, destined to conclude this battle in one fell swoop. Locking onto his opponent, Goku bellows, "Ah!" accompanied by a resounding roar. The Kamehameha, trailing a lengthy tail, hurtles towards the angel camp belly, who instinctively swallows hard upon witnessing the terrifying blue energy wave. There is no escaping it. It is utterly unavoidable. Should I be struck by such force, my demise is assured. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that. The Kamehameha, imbued with formidable power, obliterates the arena beneath it, carrying away half of the battleground, before plummeting at an astonishing speed, piercing through countless stars, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Boom! The sky is alight with flames emanating from below. Goku, still maintaining his stance, experiences heavy heaves of his chest as he gasps, clearly having expended every ounce of his strength. Observing the half of the arena that has vanished along with Camp Belly, Goku joyfully exclaims, "I hit him." The audience from Universe 7 erupts in ecstatic cheers. Bravo! It's a success. Surely, this will resolve everything. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman shouts from the side, "Not yet. Goku, look above." Her words fall upon the crowd like a bucket of cold water. Everyone immediately turns their gaze upwards, where they behold the tattered figure of Camp Belly, battered by the Kamehameha, hovering above Goku. His clothing was tattered, vibrant crimson blood oozing from his arm, and his breath had significantly diminished. Yet, he was not in any mortal peril. What? He is still alive. What now? I saw Goku exhaust all his strength in that last strike. This is dire. In the audience, a palpable aura of despair enveloped the protagonists. The other gods of destruction from different universes gazed at Kambili in astonishment, murmuring, "Truly, Kambili embodies the prowess of the angelic lineage. Were I to face him, I would undoubtedly fail to withstand that thousand-fold Kamehameha." What transpired just now? What did Kambili do to evade being swept away by the Kamehameha? At that moment, Beerus elucidated. I saw it clearly. That rascal Kambili harnessed the power of time. He halted time, and, in the instant the Kamehameha surged towards him, he executed an ultra-high-speed maneuver, evading the blast's reach. Nevertheless, he was grazed by the Kamehameha on his arm. Thus, it becomes evident why Kambili could elude a thousand-fold Kamehameha. Truly, the angelic lineage possesses an astonishing mastery over the power of time. Goku, having expended his utmost energy, lacked the stamina to employ the time ring for counteraction. This means the Cell team is doomed. Goku's previous attack had drained him completely, clearly intending to conclude this battle in one fell swoop. Indeed, I observe that Goku's energy is nearly depleted. The outcome of this match is foreordained. In the distance, the Grand Minister's gaze betrayed a flicker of barely concealed delight as he murmured, "A wretched monkey is but a wretched monkey. How could it possibly contend with the flawless angelic race?" Utterly deluded, Goku stared, dazed, at Kambili above him, realizing that although his opponent was gravely wounded, he still possessed the strength to fight, while he himself was utterly drained. This is troubling. Kambili regarded Goku and spoke. "Well done, Goku. You are formidable. If I had not utilized the power of time, I would have been unable to evade your onslaught." Goku, panting, managed a self-deprecating smile and replied, "Alas, Kambili, you truly are untrustworthy. You promised not to utilize the power of time, yet you did so covertly. How lacking in martial integrity." Kambili's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he retorted, "Spare me your prattle, Goku. Defeating you is all that matters." Who cares for martial integrity? Your energy is nearly spent. Isn't it? Defeating you now would require little more than a mere breath. With that, Capsule roared and dove down, aiming a kick at Goku. Goku hastily raised his arm to block. Bang! The dull thud of flesh colliding echoed as Goku was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The immense force shattered the remnants of the stage, countless fragments of rock floating in the void of space. At this moment, Goku could no longer maintain the Kaioken or Super Saiyan Blue forms. His hair shifted to red, and he was left with only a flicker of Super Saiyan Goddess power. Observing this, Capsule realized that his opponent could not even sustain Super Saiyan Blue. He was clearly at his limit. Seizing the opportunity presented by his adversary's moment of weakness, he roared as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Observing the oncoming Capsule, Sun Wukong felt a flicker of enlightenment within. His disposition on this day was markedly different. Zhang Xiaoman perceived that he was truly savoring the essence of the competition and relishing the battle itself, unperturbed by the outcomes. At this moment, Sun Wukong's heart was as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed even in the face of mortal peril. Capsule's fist aimed at Sun Wukong's head, only to find that Sun Wukong's body contorted at an uncanny angle, effortlessly evading the blow. What? Capsule's brief astonishment gave way to the belief that it was merely a stroke of luck, and he pressed on with his assault. He lifted his leg once more, targeting Sun Wukong's abdomen, bellowing, "This time, you cannot evade." Yet, as if his body possessed a will of its own, Sun Wukong made the slightest of movements, again eluding the strike with remarkable precision. Capsule's frustration mounted, feeling as though he were confronting a specter. Casting an exasperated glance at Sun Wukong, he noted the latter had entered a peculiar state, eyes closed, exuding an air of serene detachment. It seemed he would need to harness the power of time. Resolute, Capsule summoned a staff of time, silently invoking, "Time, halt." In the next instant, the world around him transformed into monochrome, everything frozen in place. Capsule declared, with time suspended, "You too are rendered immobile. Let us see how you evade this strike." Capsule's palm morphed into a knife-like form, aimed at Sun Wukong's chest. However, upon contact with Sun Wukong's skin, it was as if his hand had struck a bottomless abyss, unable to advance even a fraction further. Then, Sun Wukong's chest rebounded forcefully, casting Capsule's arm away. Capsule was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is truly uncanny." As time resumed, Sun Wukong remained suspended in the void, eyes closed, displaying an unruffled demeanor. His attire bore a fist-sized tear, yet his flesh remained unscathed. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes burst open, radiating with a blinding light, exuding a kaleidoscope of ethereal energy. His hair turning white once more, and his voluminous martial attire billowing without wind. Capsule, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless, inwardly contemplating, could it be? At such a crucial moment, he has comprehended the perfect state of effortless mastery. Chapter 137, The Battle of Wits with the Air. On the periphery of the universe's grand martial arts tournament, unlike the 12 grand observation platforms, a magnificent circular arena floated independently at the center of the competition grounds. This was the prime viewing location, where the Omni King, the High Priest, and his retinue gathered to observe the contest. As they beheld the clash below, Sun Wukong had transformed into a state of perfect, effortless memory. The voice of the Omni King, sweet and youthful, exclaimed, "Impressive, Wukong-chan." The High Priest concurred, "Indeed. Your prowess is remarkable, Sun Wukong." Though the High Priest wore a cheerful facade, inwardly he was already consumed by a sense of foreboding. The audacious Saiyan monkey has, against all odds, awakened the perfect state of Ultra Instinct. As the Grand Priest, he is acutely aware of the terrifying prowess that accompanies the perfected Ultra Instinct. Unlike the ordinary Ultra Instinct, the perfected version not only allows one to evade all attacks, but also grants the body a realm of its own. Even when struck by any key blast or physical blow, the body can perfectly nullify the impact, rendering it immune to any physical assault. The Grand Priest gazed at Sun Wukong, who radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and spoke in astonishment. Could it be that he is a person of pure heart? The conditions for mastering the perfected Ultra Instinct are exceedingly stringent, with the foremost requirement being a mind devoid of impurities and distractions, relying solely on instinct in battle. Such individuals are a rarity, perhaps one in an entire universe. That fiend, Cell, truly knows how to choose his champions. It's no wonder he opted for this scion instead of an angel. If it were me, I too would select a warrior of such caliber to represent me in combat. This match is likely doomed. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong regarded his opponent, Cambry, with an unperturbed demeanor. As an angel, Cambry was well-versed and understood that his adversary had awakened the perfected Ultra Instinct. Ordinary physical attacks were futile against him. Thus, what was to be done? Being an angel without weaknesses among the 12 universes, Cambry considered his intellect to be formidable as well. He thought to himself, if I cannot defeat you in physical prowess, I shall suppress you with my intelligence. This fellow does not appear particularly astute. His intellect must be lacking. I shall employ my superior intellect to outmaneuver Sun Wukong within the confines of the rules, forcing him out of bounds. Resolute in his strategy, Cambry addressed Sun Wukong, saying, Indeed, Sun Wukong, you are formidable, having even mastered the perfected Ultra Instinct. However, the supreme wisdom of the universe constitutes merely a fraction of power. You stand no chance of outsmarting me. Sun Wukong replied in a calm tone. Come then, show me how you intend to defeat me through intellect. Cambry charged at Sun Wukong once more, his palms gathering an abundance of ki blasts, unleashing them upon his opponent. Countless blue energy waves collided with Sun Wukong's form. Yet his vibrant aura merely rippled like the surface of a lake, effortlessly dissipating the attacks. Observing the ineffectiveness of his onslaught, a smile crept onto Cambry's lips. Yes, just as I anticipated, let your body absorb my attacks. Soon, when I hurl stones from the arena at you, you will instinctively absorb them too, leading to your disqualification. With a flick of his hand, Cambry manipulated the surrounding stones, sharp and jagged like blades, launching them towards Sun Wukong, including some from the audience's area. Cambry mused. Once these stones make contact with his body, he shall be deemed out of bounds. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong moved like a slippery eel, his form shifting and creating countless afterimages, deftly evading the stones without a single touch. What? Cambry exclaimed in disbelief. Could he truly possess extraordinary intelligence, perceiving my stratagem? Gazing upon the resplendent Sun Wukong, a rare solemnity graced Cambry's visage. Within, he mused, if he could evade the terrifying ki blast, how did he deftly dodge the mere stone? Surely, he is exceptionally astute. He, too, lacks weaknesses. He is indeed a formidable adversary. Little did he know. On the other side, Sun Wukong narrowly evaded the stone's assault, pondering. Fortuitously, I avoided the stone's strike. Had my garments been soiled, Kiki would surely scold me upon my return. A failed ploy calls for another. Unyielding, Cambry's mind raced, swiftly concocting a new scheme. Yes, I shall harness the power of time reversal to foresee his movements, seizing the moment to thrust him beyond the boundaries. Resolute, Cambry charged towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of Omni-Fist. The two grappled fiercely, waves of energy colliding, rendering the remaining half of the arena a wreckage. The battle's tumult reverberating across distant planets with explosive force. Yet, thanks to Sun Wukong's awakening of the perfect freedom ultimate skill, his body emerged unscathed. Cambry meticulously noted every move of Sun Wukong, envisioning the combat in his mind before casting his spell. Time reversal. The clock rewound 3 minutes, and Cambry once more lunged at Sun Wukong, proclaiming, Now, let us see how you respond. I have anticipated all your movements, each one etched in my memory. This time, you shall not escape my grasp. Sun Wukong regarded the advancing Cambry with unwavering composure. Suddenly, Cambry darted forth at an uncanny angle, appearing beneath Sun Wukong's feet. Awakened in the ultimate skill, Sun Wukong retaliated with a kick, sending Cambry soaring. Curiously, Sun Wukong mused aloud. Why is this fellow presenting his face for me to kick? Quite peculiar. Cambry, propelled away and crashing through countless rocks before stabilizing, was now even more astonished. Originally, I had anticipated that as I charged, Sun Wukong would evade backward, exposing a vulnerability at his feet, whereupon I would seize his leg and hurl him from the arena. But lo, he has foreseen my time reversal and altered his movements. The intellect of my opponent is indeed formidable, surpassing even my own. In a state of shock, Cambry despaired as Sun Wukong's figure loomed before him, delivering a powerful punch. Cambry was once again sent flying, crashing into the audience like a cannonball, stirring clouds of dust. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Moments later, The host's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, declaring, out of bounds. Let us congratulate contestant Sun Wukong. The deities of the realm and the destroyers, witnessing this spectacle, were left in astonishment, exchanging bewildered remarks. I cannot comprehend the latter half of this match. Indeed, Camberley's maneuvers are utterly perplexing. How could he have conceived of using stones to inflict harm upon his opponent while offering his own face to their feet? Regardless of everything, the Scion has emerged victorious, and the value of Scions continues to ascend. That particular Scion must have awakened the perfect Ultra Instinct. Defeating Canberry is indeed no surprise. However, it is quite remarkable that Cell, the one who selected the contenders for this match, could discern the latent potential within this Scion. Truly impressive. Indeed, I am tempted to recruit Cell into our universe. Chapter 138. Cell's unspoken dilemma at the universe's premier martial arts tournament. The scene unfolds. In the stands of Universe 7, Son Goku has relinquished his perfect Ultra Instinct state, and, hand in hand with Chi-Chi, they rejoice in their hard-won victory. Others gather around them to celebrate this hard-earned triumph. Krillin gazes at his dear friend with delight, exclaiming, Goku, you are truly remarkable. You managed to turn the tide at a critical moment and defeat an angel. At first, when you exhausted your strength, I thought you would lose. Piccolo, rarely seen smiling, succinctly remarks, you truly are something, old man. Vegeta also gives Goku a thumbs up in approval. Zhang Xiaoman watches Goku with a smile, feeling that his plans are progressing smoothly. As things stand, if Bardos and I win just one more match, victory is assured. Currently, the one in the most distress must be the Grand Minister. On the other side of the stands, where the Omni King and the Grand Minister are seated, the Grand Minister's expression has soured since the announcer declared Goku's victory, teetering on the brink of an explosion. Observing the jubilant cheers from the other side only serves to amplify his disdain. At this moment, Canberry, in sorrow, flies to the Grand Minister's side, kneeling on one knee. He speaks, I am sorry, Grand Minister. I have failed to meet your expectations. Please, punish me. Witnessing the loyal subordinate take the initiative to admit his fault does little to quell the Grand Minister's fury. His voice, cold and oppressive, resonates, I understand now. It is not Cell's fault, but yours. How did I not realize sooner the depth of your foolishness? You have brought disgrace upon the angels. After millennia of cultivation, you cannot surpass a scion who has trained for merely decades. Canberry bows deeply once more, now fully prostrate. Lowering his head even further, he states, I willingly accept the punishment of reflecting on my mistakes for 30,000 years. In Canberry's eyes, this is the gravest of penalties. Surpassing even mojitos by a decade, surely the Grand Minister would be satisfied. However, the Grand Minister replies, no, you shall reflect for 6 years. What? 6 years? Canberry collapses to the ground in shock. All right, the host announces, microphone in hand, donning dark sunglasses, his voice trailing dramatically. Now we enter the tense and thrilling competition phase. As Son Goku of Cell's team has achieved victory, we shall proceed according to the competition structure, inviting Cell's team to send forth a representative. Cell, whom do you choose to compete? Zhang Xiaoman was instantly plunged into deep contemplation. The victory in this match seemed assured, yet a nagging feeling lingered that triumph had come too easily. In the face of life and death peril, the Grand Priest exhibited an unsettling calmness. Were it me, I would spare no effort, employing every conceivable stratagem both within and beyond the arena to ensure my opponent's defeat. However, at present, the Grand Priest's reaction to losing was merely one of irritation, devoid of any further action. This was a stark contrast to the myriad of obstacles he had laid before me prior to the match. Something was amiss, and I was convinced he harbored ulterior motives. Therefore, I resolved to test the waters personally. Even in defeat, Bados would cushion the blow, leaving the situation largely unaffected. Yet, if the Grand Priest did not unleash his full might during our confrontation, it would indicate he was conserving energy for some other scheme. This plan, however, must remain concealed from my teammates to avoid alerting the Grand Priest and allowing him to prepare. Having made up my mind, Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward and declared, I shall take the stage. At this proclamation, the crowd was rendered speechless, for according to the competition's rules, Shalu could only face the Grand Priest, and the Grand Priest could only contend with Shalu. Shalu's decision to enter the fray implied a challenge to the Grand Priest, a deity whose existence was shrouded in mystery. The inhabitants of Universe 7, including Bados, displayed expressions of shock. Among them, Bados was the most astonished, for she believed the victory was already secured and had begun her warm-up. All that remained was for her to take the stage in the next round, ensuring an effortless victory, rendering risk unnecessary. With a face full of indignation, Bados glared at Zhang Xiaoman and exclaimed, "Shalu, are you courting disaster? Victory is within your grasp. Why must you insist on battling the Grand Priest? Are you so confident in your ability to defeat him?" Bados felt a tumult of emotions, despite her celestial status. She had developed an unexpected fondness for Shalu, and now, her concern for his safety weighed heavily on her heart. As the strongest of angels, she was acutely aware of the Grand Priest's formidable power. In her eyes, despite Shalu's strength, he remained no match for the Grand Priest, whose existence spanned eons. Rich with combat experience and techniques, Vegeta and Piccolo, the two most rational beings of Universe 7, also began to voice their dissent regarding Shalu's decision. Vegeta spoke, "Shalu, I acknowledge your prowess. Your Saiyan blood fuels your thirst for battle, but in times of peril, there is no need to court such risks." Piccolo added, "Shalu, you must exercise wisdom. Your opponent is the Grand Priest. There is no necessity for a direct confrontation." At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman, intent on probing the Grand Priestess' capabilities, felt a deep inner conflict. Yet he donned the guise of a combative Saiyan and asserted, "This match is already ours. I merely wish to challenge the strongest deity in the universe. What harm is there in that? The outcome remains unchanged." Krillin interjected, "No, Shalu. It is not as simple as that. If you were to face defeat, it would deal a grievous blow to our morale, while simultaneously bolstering the spirits of our adversaries, potentially jeopardizing the victory of Bados." Zhang Xiaoman, displaying an expression of fury and embodying the demeanor of a tyrant, exclaimed, "Are you instructing me on how to act, Klin? My decisions are final and unalterable. Do not broach the subject again." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the group turned somber. For a long time, everyone had regarded Shalu as the cornerstone of the team, yet at this moment, Shalu's actions left them all despondent, and many felt a tinge of disappointment towards him. Zhang Xiaoman perceived the discontent among the group, yet for the sake of their ultimate goal, to probe the divine official's hidden cards, she could only remain silent. Meanwhile, the audience, comprising the deities of the 12 universes, were astounded by Shalu's decision. They whispered amongst themselves, "What on earth is Shalu thinking? Does he truly believe himself to be formidable enough to challenge the divine official? How utterly foolish. He had the opportunity to secure victory by allowing Bados to compete. Yet he selfishly opted to take the stage himself, jeopardizing the entire team's chances for his own vanity. Oh, let us not be so harsh. After all, Shalu is still a young man. It is only natural for someone of such youth to wish to showcase his immense power. I cannot concur with your sentiment. Youth does not exempt one from understanding the gravity of situations. I retract my previous praise for Shalu. It appears he is but a reckless fool, brave yet devoid of wisdom." At that moment, the divine official, seated above, caught wind of their discussions regarding Shalu, a smile playing upon his lips. Chapter 139, The Divine Official's Entrance. In the arena of the universe's premier martial arts tournament, the host expressed astonishment at Shalu's decision, inquiring once more, "Mr. Shalu, are you truly certain you wish to compete? According to the rules of the tournament, you will be facing the divine official, the mightiest force in the universe." Zhang Xiaoman, brimming with arrogance, declared, "Of course. What of being the strongest in the universe? I will confront the strongest head-on." The host turned to announce, "The most exhilarating and intense match is about to commence, as Mr. Shalu faces the esteemed divine official." Who would have imagined that Mr. Shalu, in his quest to present us with a thrilling spectacle, would forfeit the advantages of the match to challenge the divine official? Truly, Mr. Shalu embodies the audacity of a fledgling bull, unafraid of the tiger. I eagerly anticipate the clash between these two titans of the universe. Who shall emerge victorious? As these words were spoken, the arena erupted in excitement. Some destruction gods and realm kings believed that Shalu might still reconsider, but with that proclamation, everything was set in stone. They began to converse fervently. Am I dreaming? I might actually witness the divine official in action. Indeed, that is the invincible divine official. It is said that all opponents who have faced him have met their demise. The divine official. It is rumored that his combat prowess is boundless. With each passing second, his strength increases, and having existed for so long, it is truly unfathomable to gauge the extent of his power. Gero is utterly doomed this time. The High Priest, whose power is said to be second only to that of the Omni-King, is an opponent far beyond Gero's capabilities. How foolish of Gero. Not only will he lose this match, but his defeat will also affect the morale of Beerus. Such a series of events will undoubtedly invigorate the High Priest's team, leading them to victory. It was a situation that seemed guaranteed for success. What a pity. The High Priest, listening to the announcer's commentary, wore a smirk as he gazed towards Gero of Universe 7. However, his heart began to harbor disdain for this adversary. What is Gero but an impulsive youth? How foolish of me to consider him a rival. It seems I have been overly anxious. I shall show him what the High Priest truly embodies. Yet, I must not reveal my full strength. I must reserve some energy to confront the Dragon God Sharama and ultimately deal with the Omni-King, for that is my true objective. Having refrained from action for so long, I must make my entrance a resounding one. The manner of my arrival must match the grandeur of my esteemed position as the High Priest. Resolute in my decision, the High Priest floated gracefully in the air, as if stepping down from invisible stairs, until he firmly landed in the arena. At that moment, the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction in the audience gazed upon this spectacle with envy. Truly, the High Priest knows how to make an entrance that exudes prestige. Indeed, he embodies the essence of the High Priest. I find myself envious of him. I too wish to experience such a splendid display. One ought to be as illustrious as the High Priest. Upon hearing the heartfelt praises from the crowd, a subtle smile graced the High Priest's lips. Zhang Xiaoman, witnessing the High Priest's grand entrance, could not help but scoff internally. As expected of the High Priest, he certainly knows how to flaunt. If his entrance is impressive, then mine shall be even more so. I must outshine him. As a traveler, I find this low-cost display of grandeur quite appealing. With that thought, Zhang Xiaoman produced a speaker, playing the triumphant tune of Magnificent Ambitions, and took flight upon the Supreme Kai's sword, soaring towards the arena. In harmony with the dynamic music, he propelled himself upward, landing gracefully on the contest ground, chin held high with an air of aggression. The audience gasped in astonishment at this sight. Magnificent Ambitions. Flying on a sword? This is an entirely different aesthetic from what we expected. Yet, it exudes an indomitable presence. The previously one-sided support for the High Priest began to shift towards Zhang Xiaoman. This entrance style is indeed novel. I must try it when I return. It is simply exhilarating. The combination of vibrant music and the commanding sword flight is nothing short of exquisite. Such flair, such boldness, and such originality compel me to applaud him. I wish to support him. This entrance is far more striking than that of the High Priest. If the High Priest's entrance felt antiquated, then Gero's arrival radiated with youthful vigor. The High Priest, overhearing the discussions among the crowd, felt his previously uplifted spirits plummet once more. Not only that, but his loathing for Gero had reached its zenith. Damn Gero, why does he oppose me at every turn? Not only is he difficult to defeat, but he also manages to cause you to falter at the most critical moments. And now, it is even worse. I can hardly maintain a facade. How infuriating. After I eliminate the Omni-King, I shall take great delight in tormenting you, rendering you unable to live or die. The Grand Priest clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning pale from excessive tension, clearly agitated. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoman, having just basked in the glow of his successful bravado, was reveling in the praises of those around him. Observing the Grand Priest's furious expression only heightened Zhang Xiaoman's delight, prompting him to taunt. Did you see that, Grand Priest? This is how one makes an entrance with flair. Take notes. Zhang Xiaoman understood well that in battle, disturbing the opponent's emotions is paramount. The showmanship is secondary. His ultimate goal was to unsettle the Grand Priest's composure. Once the opponent's emotions are in disarray, vulnerabilities will inevitably surface. In a duel of masters, revealing a flaw can be fatal. Witnessing the Grand Priest's ire, Zhang Xiaoman knew his objective had been accomplished. The Grand Priest, gazing at the self-satisfied Zhang Xiaoman, retorted angrily. Do not get too cocky, Gero. Remember, the Universal Martial Arts Tournament is a contest of strength, not a modeling audition. Zhang Xiaoman continued to rattle the Grand Priest's emotions, mockingly exclaiming, "Oh dear, you're flustered. How delightful." The Grand Priest, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. Without waiting for the host to declare the start of the match, he could no longer contain himself and vanished from his position. Chapter 140. The Grand Priest Gero, I, at the venue of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. The The Grand Priest's thoughts coalesced, and in the next moment, he found himself behind Zhang Xiaoman. He unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Cheru's back. This strike appeared almost weightless, yet it bore the weight of cosmic laws, rendering Zhang Xiaoman unable to evade it, imbued with unparalleled might. The instant the fist made contact with Zhang Xiaoman's back, his entire upper body detonated, transforming into a pool of blood. "No, Cheru!" Babidi exclaimed in shock, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. Clearly worried for Zhang Xiaoman's safety, forgetting entirely about his formidable regenerative abilities. The gods of destruction and supreme Kais from the 12 universes were all stunned by this spectacle, unable to suppress their astonishment. What? In just one exchange, a powerhouse like Gero has been completely obliterated? Beerus remarked. This is my first time witnessing the Grand Priest in action. To incapacitate Gero with a single punch is truly terrifying. The other supreme Kais and gods of destruction, rendered speechless, could do nothing but stare in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. The atmosphere was suddenly thick with silence. At this moment, the host, trembling in fear of the Grand Priest's might, stuttered, "I apologize, Great Grand Priest, but I had yet to announce the start, and you've already made your move." Gazing at the half-destroyed Gero, the host lamented, "What are we to do now?" Upon hearing these words, the Grand Priest realized his folly. He had succumbed to the provocation of Shalu. How could a venerable elder resort to an ambush against a junior? Was he devoid of all dignity? The audience, sensing the Grand Priest's discomfort, remained silent, cowed by his imposing presence. At this moment, the Grand Priest felt utterly humiliated, his face flushed with shame. As he addressed Zhang Xiaoman, "Cease your pretense, Shalu. You shall not perish so easily." Indeed, the dismembered Shalu slowly rose, and with a soft pop, his upper body miraculously reformed. Zhang Xiaoman instantly regained his original form, yet his aura remained undiminished as he grinned at the ensnared Grand Priest. The Grand Priest closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and managed to quell the tumultuous emotions raging within him, resignedly stating, "Having erred, one must accept the consequences." "Lord Zhengwang, what do you propose?" The figure of Zhengwang loomed from a high platform outside the arena, his expression impassive as he surveyed the scene. In a childlike voice, he declared, "Very well, Grand Priest. As punishment, you are forbidden from utilizing the power of the rules for 15 minutes, and your confrontation must rely solely on physical strength." "Shalu, do you concur with such a penalty?" Zhang Xiaoman pondered Zheng Wang's words. Contemplating the implications, the prohibition of both parties from employing the power of the rules was advantageous for him. The Grand Priest, renowned for his mastery over the rules, was likely to unleash an array of intricate maneuvers that would be nearly impossible to counter. Thus, sealing the rule-based powers of his opponent for 15 minutes and engaging in a brawl was entirely in his favor. He resolved to conclude the battle within this time frame to avoid any unforeseen complications. Ideally, he would use these 15 minutes to gauge his opponent's true capabilities and discern if there were any hidden agendas. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xiaoman faced Zheng Wang and proclaimed, "Lord Zhengwang, I accept your judgment." The Grand Priest, however, scoffed, "Do as you wish. Even without the power of the rules, I shall still leave you searching for your teeth." In the next moment, the Grand Priest pressed a seal into his own forehead. Observing this, Zheng Wang announced, "Shalu, he has now sealed his own power of the rules for 15 minutes. You two are prohibited from using such powers during this time. Let the match commence." Zhang Xiaoman nodded in agreement. The next instant, the host's resonant voice filled the venue. After this brief interlude, both parties are stripped of their rule-based powers, transforming the contest into an intense hand-to-hand combat. This promises to be even more exhilarating. Let us eagerly anticipate this cosmic clash of titans. I hereby declare the match officially begun. At the utterance of these words, a hush fell over the crowd, each individual fixated on the arena, fearful of missing a single moment of the impending confrontation. The Grand Priest slowly shed his garments, declaring as he did so, "Surely, you do not believe that my inability to wield the power of the rules renders me weak? Gero, if you believe you can defeat me through mere physical strength within a mere 15 minutes, I strongly advise you to reconsider. I can assuredly inform you that prior to my ascension as the Grand Priest, my greatest prowess lay in hand-to-hand combat. For I am a natural embodiment of the ultimate freedom and mastery of martial arts. As I shed my garments, the form of the Grand Priest expands exponentially, revealing a physique sculpted with powerful muscles, each sinew seemingly imbued with the capacity to annihilate worlds. Surrounding my being is an iridescent aura, with a radiant halo emerging from the back of my head, exuding a sense of terrifying dominance. This is the battle form of a deity. With a mere glance, I could effortlessly obliterate a planet, a natural embodiment of ultimate freedom and mastery. Babidi exclaimed in astonishment, fully aware, as the mightiest angel in the cosmos, of the implications of such a statement. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, puzzled, interjected, "Isn't the mastery of ultimate freedom a result of training rather than an innate gift? How can one possess a natural embodiment of it?" Babidi clarified, "It is not as you presume, Wukong. The mastery of ultimate freedom is categorized into innate and acquired forms. The innate form is akin to that of the Grand Priest, while the acquired form is what you and your companions possess, achieved through rigorous training." Krillin inquired, "What distinguishes the two?" Babidi responded, "The disparity is vast. The innate mastery not only allows for the perfect embodiment of ultimate freedom, but also enables an individual's strength to accumulate infinitely. A being of such nature grows stronger with each passing second, and given that he has existed in the cosmos for countless millennia, one could say he possesses boundless power." Upon hearing this, the spirits of the onlookers plummeted. Faced with such formidable odds, how could victory be possible? The inhabitants of Universe 7 were increasingly baffled by Sheru's decision to challenge the Grand Priest. Why strive for victory when a certain win could be secured effortlessly? This was the price for his reckless pursuits. Zhang Xiaoman, possessing the cells of Piccolo and endowed with keen hearing, too caught wind of Bado's revelations and began to envy the Grand Priest's innate gifts. "How I desire the Grand Priest's cells, to acquire the mastery of ultimate freedom without arduous training. The ultimate techniques I have labored to master are but passive skills that others are born with. Such a remarkable gift is truly enviable." As Zhang Xiaoman gazed at the Grand Priest before him, he gradually entertained thoughts of acquiring the latter's cells. Chapter 141, The Grand Priest Sheru, Part 2. In the arena of the universe's premier martial arts tournament, Zhang Xiaoman stood opposed to the Grand Priest. He contemplated, "If only I could obtain the Grand Priest's cells. By absorbing them, my power would surely ascend to new heights." The acquisition of the opposing cells had thus become Zhang Xiaoman's secondary objective for this match. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to squander a moment. If the Grand Priest were to regain his inherent power, the combination of ultimate freedom in combat and terrifying dominion over the rules would diminish my chances of victory. Not to mention the challenge of discerning his true strength. Determined, Zhang Xiaoman immediately unleashed his full potential. With a resounding shout, he cried out, "Ah!" A brilliant white aura erupted, transforming the pupils of Cell into a stark white. The Super Saiyan fifth form. The energy enveloping Zhang Xiaoman did not cease to intensify. It continued to rise. He bellowed once more, 1,000 times Kaioken. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was rendered speechless with astonishment. Inwardly, he mused, "At my current strength, utilizing even 50 times Kaioken is already taxing, lest my body succumb to the strain and shatter. How is it possible for Cell to harness 1,000 times Kaioken? To what pinnacle of physical fortitude has this creature ascended?" A crimson aura swirled around Zhang Xiaoman, enveloping him. Super Saiyan 5 combined with 1,000 times Kaioken represented his most formidable form, and based on his physical resilience, this was the maximum he could achieve. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaoman roared as he charged towards the Grand Priest. "Come on, Grand Priest, let me witness the extent of your might." The Grand Priest, in turn, charged at Zhang Xiaoman, laughing heartily. "Haha, you think you can defeat me with such a feeble attempt?" Boom. Their fists collided. The force of the impact leveling half the arena. The surrounding planets were reduced to cosmic dust from the sheer force of the clash. The Omni-King swiftly extended his tiny hand, raising a transparent barrier to shield the entirety of the venue. Were it not for the Omni-King's protection, the angels, destroyers, and Kaioshin from the 12 universes would have been gravely harmed, if not slain, by the aftershock. After the exchange of blows, Zhang Xiaoman staggered back 5 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the Grand Priest remained utterly unscathed. Is this the extent of the Grand Priestess' power? My utmost effort has hardly made a dent. Zhang Xiaoman charged once more at the Grand Priest. Within mere seconds, they exchanged thousands of blows, and without exception, Zhang Xiaoman was always the one retreating. At this juncture, his raw strength paled in comparison to that of the Grand Priest. After a series of encounters, numerous wounds adorned his body, while the Grand Priest showed no sign of injury, merely breathing slightly more rapidly. Fortunately, the body of Cell, which Zhang Xiaoman had assumed, had absorbed the cells of many formidable beings, granting it astonishing regenerative capabilities. In an instant, his body returned to its prime. Gazing at the Grand Priest, Zhang Xiaoman thought, I cannot continue like this. To defeat him and gauge his full power, I must once again transcend my limits. I am willing to risk injury to ascertain if the Grand Priest harbors any ulterior motives. Then, Zhang Xiaoman bellowed once more, 1,200 times Kaioken. This was the culmination of Zhang Xiaoman pushing himself to the brink, extracting every ounce of potential from his body to reach this realm, 1,200 times Kaioken. Even the King of Worlds would weep at this spectacle. At this moment, his skin began to bleed from the sheer pressure of the power coursing through him, and his regenerative abilities were activated to the fullest. Thus, his body was in a state of simultaneous decay and recovery. He could not sustain this condition for long and needed to resolve the battle swiftly. As the formidable power of the opposing side broke through, the High Priest began to take the battle seriously, charging once more towards Zhang Xiaoman. The two figures swiftly became entangled in combat. The air resonated with powerful shockwaves, relentlessly crashing against the protective barrier. Were it not for the protection of the Omni-King, all present, deities, destroyers, and angels alike, would have been reduced to mere remnants. The speed of their movements was extraordinary. Apart from the Omni-King, none could discern their actions, only fleeting afterimages and sudden appearances of the two warriors. With a resounding clash, after yet another exchange of blows, Zhang Xiaoman and the High Priest were propelled apart. Zhang Xiaoman staggered back 5 steps, while the High Priest retreated 2. The sight of the High Priest yielding indicated that a portion of his strength had been compelled to surface. Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed with delight, "Huh? So you can retreat as well, High Priest?" The High Priest, incensed by the mockery, retorted, "Gero, you court death." In the next moment, the High Priest's aura surged violently, his internal power roaring forth as he charged at Zhang Xiaoman. Observing the towering blue figure rushing towards him, Zhang Xiaoman began to strategize his next move. I have successfully compelled part of the High Priest's strength to manifest, and he is now forced to retreat. However, defeating him with a 1,200-fold King's fist seems utterly fanciful. For now, I must rely on the Broly cells within me, which grow stronger with each battle. Though this would temporarily shatter his reason, Zhang Xiaoman closed his eyes and bellowed, "Ah!" The earth-shattering roar shattered the arena. In a bid to elicit the High Priest's full potential, he poured every ounce of his strength into the attack. A terrifying force erupted from within Zhang Xiaoman, unleashing a colossal column of light that radiated outward, compelling the High Priest to hesitate in approach. Internally, he was astounded. I never imagined that Gero harbored such power. It appears, as the Omni-King indicated, our strengths are indeed closely matched. In the next instant, a verdant radiance enveloped Zhang Xiaoman, signifying his transformation into the furious state of Super Broly. His eyes turned completely white, signaling the loss of his rationality. He would annihilate all life in his vicinity, regardless of whether they were gods or demons. I shall obliterate everything around me. Zhang Xiaoman roared as he charged towards the High Priest, exuding an aura of destruction. The two clashed once more. With a thunderous impact, they exchanged another blow. This time, Zhang Xiaoman retreated 2 steps while the High Priest took 1, his chest heaving violently, signifying his own struggle. In stark contrast to the fierce battle unfolding, the spectators outside were rendered silent. They dared not utter a word, their hearts surging like tumultuous waves. Is this truly the extent of Gero's power? The High Priest can barely suppress him? The gap is narrowing. Gero's strength continues to escalate, growing stronger with each confrontation. Remarkably, he is willing to sacrifice his sanity to engage the High Priest in a head-on clash. What a battle madman! Bardos observed Zhang Xiaoman's vacant gaze, realizing that he had completely lost his rationality. A moment's carelessness could transform him into a mindless warrior, consumed by madness. She was bewildered by why the usually composed Shalu would make such a foolish decision to challenge the High Priest. She murmured, "Shalu, what on earth are you thinking? Have you forsaken all reason for a victory devoid of meaning, pushing yourself to this extreme?" Chapter 142, High Priest Shalu, Part 3. At the venue of the universe's supreme martial arts tournament, The High Priest, upon entering a true state of combat, doubled in size. His imposing figure brimming with muscle, a radiant halo crowning his head, resembling a god of war. Zhang Xiaoman was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors and green flames that continuously shifted, his muscles swelling, yet his eyes bore an endless malice, devoid of any rational thought. The two figures darted across the arena, their speed creating countless afterimages, each collision resonating with tremendous force. Only 3 minutes remained until the seal would be lifted. The High Priest silently contemplated, "If I can just hold out for 3 more minutes, I will harness the power of the rules to control my opponent and secure victory." But why does he seem to grow stronger with each passing moment? At this rate, he is becoming my equal. Surviving these 3 minutes will be no easy feat. Zhang Xiaoman, unleashing all the Broly cells within him, became increasingly enraged. His fists grew ever more powerful, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, relentless in his assault. On the sidelines, the increasingly anxious Kaioshin and Destroyer began to speculate on the outcome of the match, with most favoring the High Priest to emerge victorious. At this rate, the High Priest will win. Shalu is truly bringing humiliation upon himself, daring to challenge the High Priest with such limited strength. I agree. Although the two seem evenly matched for now, as long as the High Priest can endure until the seal is lifted and harness the power of the rules, Shalu will stand no chance. I actually believe Shalu will prevail. Look, he has grown stronger with each exchange. That may be true, but you must have noticed that the High Priest is still holding back some of his strength. He is yet to unleash his full power. Once he does, Shalu is undoubtedly doomed. Only 10 seconds remained until the High Priest seal would be lifted. With each punch, Zhang Xiaoman channeled his fury, experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. In that brief second, he instinctively pondered, the High Priest truly lives up to his title. After such a prolonged battle, he has merely drained some of my stamina without breaching my defenses. Time is running out. I must exert myself fully, or I'll never gauge the High Priest's true capabilities. Zhang Xiaoman erupted with green flames, forcing the High Priest back, the space around them nearly collapsing under the weight of his immense energy. Countless forces converged upon his fist as he concentrated the power of Super Saiyan Stage 5, complemented by Ultra Instinct and the enhancements of the Kaioken. This was the most formidable strike he could muster in this realm. Zhang Xiaoman, having secured the position of the Grand Priest, charged forth like a meteor streaking across the heavens, bellowing, Dragon Fist. His arm transformed into a fearsome dragon's head, exuding an aura capable of rending all asunder. As he roared towards the Grand Priest. Witnessing this scene, the Grand Priest's heart surged with trepidation. Gero had unleashed his full might. Gazing upon that terrifying fist, the Grand Priest pondered what to do. If he did not respond with his utmost strength, he would surely be injured by that blow. Yet, if he exerted his full power, what would happen when the Dragon God arrived? How could they, together, contain the Omni King? In a fleeting moment, the Grand Priest reached a resolution. Eliminating the Omni King was paramount. He would rather suffer injury from Zhang Xiaoman than expend all his strength. He needed to conserve his power for the Omni King. With a fierce roar, the Grand Priest gathered an overwhelming force in his arm and charged at Zhang Xiaoman. The two collided like twin meteors, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that instantly shattered the Omni King's protective barrier. The Omni King swiftly waved his small hands, conjuring another layer of defense, thus sparing the onlookers from calamity. Both combatants were sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone pillars on either side with the force of cannonballs, leaving deep indentations in the resilient stone. The Grand Priest felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while Zhang Xiaoman's arm was shattered, blood gushing forth, unable to heal for an extended period. The spectators stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a brief interval of tranquility, the announcer's voice shattered the quietude. Out of bounds, both fighters had simultaneously been knocked out of the arena. This signified that the match ended in a draw. Following a moment of stunned silence, an uproar of discussion erupted among the crowd. What? Gero actually fought to a standstill with the Grand Priest. This is simply unbelievable. A mere few months into his fame, Gero has managed to hold his own against the invincible Grand Priest of the universe. Has Gero's strength truly reached such heights? No wonder he dares to challenge the Grand Priest. Some scoffed. What is there to praise about Gero? He is merely a reckless brute who knows nothing but combat. If he insisted on entering the fray himself, allowing Bardos to take the stage instead, his team would have triumphed long ago. At that moment, after unleashing his punch, Zhang Xiaoman had exhausted all his stamina, yet his mind regained clarity. Listening to the audience's discourse, he shook his head in resignation, but his heart brimmed with joy. Those who berated him as a brute did not comprehend his true intentions. He had achieved all his objectives, and even garnered unexpected benefits. Zhang Xiaoman mused silently. I can now confirm that the Grand Priest did not exert his full power during our confrontation. Though he clearly was fatigued, he still held back his strength. This is a matter of life and death. His retained power surely harbors some ulterior motive. He must be plotting something. I must prepare in advance. Moreover, this time, there was an unexpected gain. Zhang Xiaoman opened his palm to reveal a vibrant, multicolored blood droplet. It was the cost the Grand Priest paid to preserve his strength, even at the expense of being wounded by Zhang Xiaoman. The blood of the Grand Priest, and likewise, the cells of the Grand Priest. In the final moment of their confrontation, Zhang Xiaoman discovered the opportunity to seize it amidst his opponent's injury. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaoman's distraction, the Grand Priest's injuries would have been far more severe. Gazing at the droplet of blood nestled in his palm, it appeared to him as a rare treasure. With this, my strength shall ascend to a higher echelon. In due course, who shall possess greater power, I or the Omni-King? So, come forth, I shall heal your wounds. Bardos's melodious voice interrupted Zhang Xiaoman's reverie. Without hesitation, he soared to the spectator's platform of Universe 7. Bardos emanated a gentle blue light from her palm, signaling the bloodied Zhang Xiaoman to recline, and obediently, he complied as she commenced the healing process. The inhabitants of Universe 7 swiftly gathered around, offering heartfelt accolades to Cell. Krillin exclaimed, "Truly remarkable, Cell. To match the Grand Priest in combat is an achievement worthy of a lifetime of boasting. No, 10 lifetimes." Son Goku, embodying the spirit of a battle enthusiast, addressed Zhang Xiaoman. "Well done, Cell. Heal swiftly. I yearn for another bout with you, for you are now my greatest mentor." Vegeta also raised his thumb in approval towards Zhang Xiaoman. Observing the jubilant scene from across the arena, Margarita scoffed. "What is it that brings you such joy? You fail to comprehend that the Grand Priest did not unleash his full potential. The equality of your struggle was merely a concession from him. Yet here you are, reveling in an equivalence as if it were a victory. Such ignorance. Revel now, for when I vanquish Bardos and declare victory, you shall all face erasure at the hands of the Omni-King, and not even the depths of hell shall be your refuge." Chapter 143, Preparations from All Sides. At the venue of the universe's first martial arts tournament, the arena had long since been reduced to dust by the forceful battles, and preparations were underway in earnest. On the tournament stage of Universe 7, Zhang Xiaoman had fully regained his strength. Like a thief lurking in the shadows, he concealed himself in a corner and, noticing no one was paying attention, began to prepare for the consumption of the Grand Priest's cells. With a whisper, he uttered, "Flash time." Time and space swiftly solidified, rendering everything immobile. He refrained from directly employing the powers of time for fear of detection. This modified version of temporal stasis drew even less attention from the divine beings. Zhang Xiaoman slowly extracted the Grand Priest's cells and swallowed them whole. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy rushed toward his forehead. He sensed dozens of different powers of rules. These energies flowed through his veins like vibrant threads, each representing a distinct force. Among them was a power capable of altering an adversary's will. A mere glance from this deity could compel immediate surrender. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman felt a twinge of apprehension. Had the Grand Priest wielded these powers, his defeat would have been inevitable. Fortunately, he had outmaneuvered the Grand Priest. Not only had he acquired the entirety of the Grand Priest's rule-based power, but his physical form had also undergone a further evolution. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward, surpassing the speed of light, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the other side of the universe. He marveled. This velocity exceeds that of Weiss by several tens of times. Not only that, his physical form underwent a transformation, his body turning a deep black, with muscles akin to the rocks of the underworld. Now, should anyone attempt to breach his defenses, they would need a power surpassing even that of the Grand Priest. With a single punch, he unleashed a formidable wave of transparent energy throughout the cosmos, obliterating stars with ease and extending to the very edges of the universe. The strength of his blow left Zhang Xiaoman utterly astounded. Moreover, his over 1,000 clones had also evolved. each of his cell army capable of reigning over an entire universe. However, given the drastic changes in his physical form, Zhang Xiaoman, wishing to conceal his transformation from adversaries, utilized the cells of Majin Buu to revert to his original appearance. As time came to a close, everything around him returned to its previous state. The arena, having sustained considerable damage, was now more than halfway restored, and the next match was on the brink of commencing. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaoman needed to prepare for the Grand Priest's schemes. It was evident that the Grand Priest's target was not him, but the Omni King. Only by vanquishing the Omni King could he disregard the outcome of the tournament. He readied his 1,000 clones as a strategic reserve for the impending confrontation. While the specifics of the Grand Priest's plans were unknown to him, Zhang Xiaoman was acutely aware that only one could defeat the Grand Priest. Approaching Sun Wukong, he instructed, "Wukong, please summon someone for me." Sun Wukong tilted his head, attentively listening to Zhang Xiaoman's words, nodding frequently. Ultimately, he produced a time-space ring and, ensuring no one was watching, vanished in an instant. Upon the announcer declaring the match a draw, the Grand Priest, like Zhang Xiaoman, returned to his resting area. Unlike Zhang Xiaoman, who closed his eyes to meditate, the Grand Priest covertly reached out to the Dragon God, Salama. "Dragon God, Dragon God," he repeatedly called within his mind. Finally, an echo resonated from the void. "Understood, Grand Priest. I am breaking the seal. I shall appear once the contest concludes. Together, we will eliminate the Omni King and avenge the years I have been trapped in this void." The Grand Priest responded, "No problem. Together, we shall govern the universe. However, I will personally deal with Cell." Salama, having grasped the underlying reasons, replied, "Ha ha, no problem, Grand Priest. I did not expect that the Supreme Grand Priest of the Divine Realm would be tormented by such a mere human." The Grand Priest coldly retorted, "Humph. Speak less." The arena for the universe's first martial arts tournament was prepared. The announcer's resounding voice echoed across the venue once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have all been eagerly awaiting, the final showdown, is about to commence. The venue has been fully repaired. Let us extend a warm welcome to the final two competitors entering the arena. They are Angel Bados and Angel Makalita. Will the showdown between these celestial beings prove to be a spectacle unlike any other? Let us await the unfolding of events." As the host concludes the introduction, fervent discussions erupt among the audience. A single match could have determined the victor, yet due to Shalu's reckless maneuvers, should Makalita emerge triumphant, an overtime match will be necessitated. All of this is Shalu's fault. Had he not stubbornly sought to challenge the Grand Priest, this contest would not have transpired. Indeed, Shalu is a fool. His strength pales in comparison to that of the Grand Priest. Had the Grand Priest not been bound by the constraints of his powers, Shalu would undoubtedly have been vanquished. Furthermore, even Shalu's teammates are ensnared by his folly. The once certain victory of Bados over Makalita is now shrouded in uncertainty. Her mindset surely affected by the turn of events. Outside the arena, the fervent debate continues as Makalita and Bados gracefully step onto the stage. With a steely gaze fixed upon Bados, Makalita's heart harbors ill intentions. "We are all angelic beings under the Grand Priest's dominion. Why should you, who sits atop the seat of the first angel, overshadow me? My efforts surpass yours. Why do the Grand Priest and our brethren favor you so? I refuse to accept this. Now presents a perfect opportunity for vengeance. Having absorbed the essence of another angel, my strength has dramatically evolved. This time, I shall prove to all that I am the mightiest angel." Observing the frosty demeanor of Makalita, Bados muses inwardly. Makalita remains unchanged, her countenance as frigid as ever. "I shall not concern myself with her. The sooner I finish this, the sooner I can depart." With this thought, Bados bends slightly, preparing for battle. Chapter 144, Makalita vs. Bados. At the venue of the universe's martial arts tournament, the two female angels stand poised against one another, their dark robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Bados leans forward slightly, her right foot stepping forth, resembling a leopard ready to pounce. Makalita, with her lips pressed tightly, fixes a piercing gaze upon Bados, her eyes sharp. Both are primed for combat, akin to arrows drawn taut, ready to be released at the slightest provocation. Sensing the electric tension in the arena, the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai offer their predictions regarding the match. Beerus proclaims, "There is no doubt that Bados will triumph." For Whis has stated that she is an angel even stronger than he. Another god of destruction counters, "Not so. Makalita has absorbed the strength of our universe's angel. Her power surging exponentially. She has long since surpassed Bados. A third Supreme Kai attempts to mediate, stating, both are currently of equal strength. I believe either could emerge victorious. Nay, Bados was destined to win without question. It is all Shala's fault for daring to challenge the Grand Priest, seeking his own fame. However, it will inevitably affect Batoz's mindset. Once Batoz's mentality is influenced, the outcome of the match becomes uncertain. As the discussion concluded, a violent explosion resonated from the arena. Two blinding beams of blue light collided. Initially, in a phase of cautious engagement, both combatants concentrated blue energy waves in their palms, which, upon collision, released an immense force, exponentially surpassing the destructive power of a deity. Boom! Dust erupted from the arena, and as the smoke cleared, a significant crater was formed at the center. Yet both remained unscathed, standing defiantly against each other. At this moment, Batos took the initiative, conjuring a magical seal with her hands that manifested a sandglass-shaped temporal barrier in the arena's center, ensnaring Makalita within. Her movement slowed, reduced to a mere fraction of her previous speed. Quickly, Makalita countered, determined in her thoughts. Not only you can wield the power of time. With a flicker of intention, a colossal clock appeared behind her, its hands whirling with accelerated motion. The sluggish flow of time within the barrier was hastened, ultimately dissolving the confinement into nothingness. Upon breaking free, Makalita swiftly distanced herself from Batos, gazing at her with confusion, unable to comprehend why her opponent had not seized the opportunity to strike while ensnared. Batos spoke. All right, I have allowed you a move. No one can accuse me of bullying the weak. Now the match officially begins. Upon hearing this, Makalita immediately retorted. Who needs your concession? You will regret not attacking me just now. With a flourish, she concentrated a black seed at her fingertips, which, once planted in the ground, rapidly burgeoned into a towering tree. Its branches grew wildly, swiftly filling the entire arena with foliage, laden with dark fruit. Batos furrowed her brow, evading the frenzied onslaught of branches while observing the ominous fruits. Once ripened, they transformed into streaks of black light, hurtling towards Batos. With a swift motion, she narrowly evaded, the fruit striking a distant planet, which was instantaneously obliterated, leading to the collapse of the surrounding space. Batos realized that such power even influenced the fabric of space, equating it to a full-force strike from a deity. Moreover, these black fruits were densely scattered throughout the arena. Maintaining her composure, Batos remarked coolly, Makalita, you have made considerable progress. To which Makalita replied, I have progressed just enough to eliminate you. Go, dark fruits, attack. From the branches of the towering tree, countless black fruits transformed into meteors, descending upon Batos's petite frame. Facing the onslaught akin to a tsunami, Batos merely sighed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Makalita, you still fail to comprehend the chasm that lies between us. It cannot be altered merely by absorbing a few angels. Summoning her staff, she spoke with serene authority. Temporal rewind. Makalita comprehended that the power consumed by the time reversal was intrinsically linked to the energy expended by her opponent as technique. The greater the force exerted by the adversary, the more substantial the energy required for the temporal regression. The potency of her attack was beyond the capacity of Bados to withstand. Suddenly, time seemed to rewind like a film playing in reverse, stretching back into the past. Countless tendrils of black energy ricocheted back to the tree, its branches retracting into the trunk, transforming the towering tree into a white seed, which once again returned to Makalita's hand. This entire process unfolded in a mere 3 seconds. Makalita, astonished, gazed at the spectacle, rendered speechless by the revelation. Was this the true caliber of the Archangel? Indeed, Bados's might was as formidable as rumored. It appeared that she had no choice but to unleash her ultimate technique. Resolutely, Makalita took a step forward, declaring, Domain of Destruction. A vortex of black flames began to surge around her, incinerating everything within reach to ash. The black flames spread relentlessly, advancing towards Bados. This was a technique I discerned only after absorbing an angel, the Domain of Destruction. It could obliterate even the timeline itself, rendering time reversal impossible. Now, let us see how you intend to use time to defeat me. Witnessing her adversary unleash her ultimate technique, Bados ceased to hold back, her crimson lips whispering. Domain of Time. A colossal hourglass materialized at the center of the arena, surrounded by a multitude of clocks floating in the void. Makurita shouted in fervent anticipation, "Excellent. Let us see whether your domain of time is more formidable than my domain of destruction." The black flames surged towards the hourglass and the clocks above. And at that moment, the hands of the clocks and the hourglass commenced their motion simultaneously. The contest between the two realms had officially begun. Badu shook her head and remarked, "Makurita, you underestimate the power of time." At that moment, the announcer's exuberant voice resonated throughout the arena. "Oh my! Badu's has also unleashed her domain. Who shall ultimately triumph in this confrontation?" The anticipation is palpable. Below, the gods of destruction and the protagonists of Universe 7 watched the arena intently, holding their breath. In stark contrast, the Grand Priest observed coldly, contemplating. "The outcome of this match is of little consequence. I sense that the Dragon God has broken free from his seal. United, we are invincible." Poor Cell continues to struggle over the outcome of this match, utterly oblivious to who the final victor will be. Now, whether it is the Omni King or Cell, they shall both kneel before me in submission. Chapter 145, Dragon God Salama. At the site of the universe's first martial arts tournament, the audience fixated intently on the arena. Should Cell's team claim victory in this round, they would seize triumph in the match. On the platform, the collision of immense forces tore apart the fabric of space-time, giving rise to countless fissures. This was a clash between destruction and time. Would annihilation prevail, or would time endure eternally? Bardos and the angelic Margarita faced each other, both raising their staffs as a charred scent pervaded the air, their voluminous robes billowing without wind. Margarita smiled and declared, "Die, Bardos. It seems my power of destruction surpasses yours." Yet, Bardos remained unflustered, calmly repeating, "You underestimate time, Margarita. Time is eternal and indestructible." Upon uttering these words, the clock hands within the fabric of space and time began to whirl rapidly, accelerating the flow of time around them. Although the black flames continued to consume the clock, their intensity fluctuated and diminished amidst the swift passage of time. Seeing this, Margarita gasped in disbelief. "This is impossible. My power of destruction can annihilate everything, including time and space. How can it be extinguished so easily by you?" Bardos replied slowly, "All things are subject to the laws of time and cannot escape its judgment. Whether you are a towering tree or the strongest steel, in the face of time, all shall ultimately decay and rust, turning to dust. Your destructive power, before time, is no more than a flickering flame that will ultimately be snuffed out." As she witnessed her domain shrinking and the black flames being consumed by the realm of time, Margarita clutched her head in anguish, crying out to the heavens, "No, this cannot be. This power is what I gained after absorbing the angels. How can I be defeated like this?" In her frenzy, Margarita recalled the high priest sitting in the stands. Realizing this was her sole opportunity to secure victory for him and prove her superiority over Bardos. "No, I refuse to accept this," she shouted, her voice piercing the sky. "Bardos, you shall perish." Margarita ignited her very life force as a sacrifice, fueling her realm of destruction, which once again surged forth with terrifying black flames, encroaching upon the realm of time. Bardos, taken aback by Margarita's desperate resolve, began to exert all her strength to manipulate the realm of time, hastening the flow of sand in the hourglass at the center of the arena. The hands of time spun faster, striving to counteract the annihilation. The black flames, influenced by time, flickered unpredictably, growing and shrinking like a candle flame in a dance. At this moment, Bardos struggled to maintain her composure, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Meanwhile, Margarita was fervently expending her energy and physical strength. As the competition progressed into its later stages, the situation crystallized. It was now a contest of endurance. Who would succumb first? Bardos to the consuming destruction or Margarita to her own lethal force? The final round had transformed into a life-and-death struggle. Zhang Xiaoman observed coldly, witnessing the intense clash between the two, and discerned that they were now engaged in a desperate battle for survival. The thought of Bardos falling in the arena was something he could not bear to contemplate. In a fervent bid to safeguard the life of Bardos, he relentlessly rubbed the time-space ring upon his hand, fully prepared to summon a doppelganger to breach the realm of destruction. The deities of the tournament, both the god of destruction and the supreme Kai, looked on in astonishment, None had anticipated that this pivotal match, which could determine victory or lead to overtime, would unfold with such intensity. Ultimately, it was Makalita who faltered, her form consumed by dark flames, leaving only her head intact. The outcome was inevitable. In her final moments, she cast a glance at the aloof Grand Priest, yearning to discern a flicker of reluctance or approval in his gaze. Instead, she found him wholly indifferent, not even glancing at the arena, exhibiting a chilling apathy towards the fate of his subordinates or the contest's result. What then is the purpose of my struggle? As her head neared incineration, a solitary tear escaped the corner of her eye. In that moment, she envied Bados immensely, for he had the anxious Shalu supporting him from behind. As the last remnants of her weakened form were engulfed by the dark flames, they finally extinguished. Bados collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At this juncture, the announcer began to proclaim, "Let us congratulate Team Shalu for their victory. The title of the universe's champion belongs to Shalu." The audience buzzed with murmurs. The god of destruction from Universe 3 exclaimed, "What? Shalu has won. He has led his team to triumph over the Grand Priest. Truly astonishing." The Supreme Kai from Universe 2 remarked, "Shalu has emerged victorious. He is the true champion of the universe." The god of destruction from Universe 4 added, "Shalu has won. How enviable that he can wish upon the Super Dragon Balls." The god of destruction from Universe 5 interjected, "What you all fear is not the crux of the matter. Shalu's victory signifies that the Grand Priest is to be erased by the Omni King." At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. It was an eventuality they had never foreseen. They had contemplated scenarios of Shalu's defeat, but had never imagined the possibility of his victory. This moment was, for them, utterly surreal. The divine beings turned their gazes toward the Grand Priest, who remained composed and silent, eyes closed, betraying no emotion. The gentle voice of the Omni King echoed, "Grand Priest, as per our agreement, your time has come." After a prolonged silence, the Grand Priest's lips curled into a shadowy smile. "Omni King, do you believe I would obediently await my demise?" He erupted into a frenzied laughter, shouting, Where's Dragon God Samara?" At this proclamation, the gods felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. They were not fools. The realization dawned upon them that the Grand Priest had allied with Samara to evade judgment. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene, heralding the arrival of Dragon God Samara. He appeared resplendent in golden hues, his body adorned with scales, possessing the head of a dragon and the physique of a man. Robust and muscular. Most striking were his blood-red eyes, emanating a terrifying aura. His overwhelming royal presence compelled those who beheld him to kneel in submission. Beerus spoke up, astonished. "I never imagined it would be Samara. The Grand Priest has indeed reached out to him. This is truly unbelievable." The god of destruction from the third universe spoke. "Was he not sealed away?" The king of the fourth universe responded, "It seems the Grand Minister was already prepared. He has long been ready to rebel against the Omni King, acting as a traitor." The king of the eighth universe exclaimed, "How infuriating. I never anticipated that this individual would conceal himself so deeply. The Dragon God has returned. This spells disaster." At this moment, the Grand Minister, revealing his true intentions, declared his cards. Zhang Xiaoman inquired, "Who is the Dragon God? Is he stronger than the Omni King?" Beerus explained, "This event transpired long ago, when the Dragon God was the ruler of the universe. However, the Dragon God was tyrannical, bringing suffering to the beings of the universe. Consequently, someone stealthily acquired the Dragon God's ultimate treasure, the Super Dragon Balls, to wish for a new ruler of the universe, which led to the rise of the Omni King." Chapter 146. Zhang Xiaoman's counterattack. "What are your intentions, Grand Minister?" shouted the two guards beside the Omni King. The gods of destruction and the kings of all 12 universes turned their gazes toward the Grand Minister, perceiving him as a clear rebel. The Grand Minister retorted, If this universe seeks to annihilate me, I shall first seize control of it. With the Dragon God's support, I shall see who can thwart me." The Omni King, as usual, remained expressionless, observing the frenzied Grand Minister with a blank stare. The god of destruction from the eighth universe scoffed, "A fool's dream. The Omni King is omniscient and omnipotent. Together, you cannot defeat him." Upon hearing this, the Dragon God's voice resonated like a thunderous bell. "It seems I have been away for too long. It has been ages since anyone has recognized my might." His blood-red eyes fixated on the god of destruction from the eighth universe as he uttered a single word, "Die." In an instant, The body of the god of destruction began to disintegrate, countless fissures appeared, and then, with a resounding explosion, nothing remained. The onlookers were left in shock. Such was the power of his words. With merely a single utterance, he could extinguish the life of a being of unparalleled strength. Truly terrifying. The angel of the eighth universe, witnessing the demise of their disciple, was consumed by rage and charged at the dragon god. Salam. Die. The dragon god's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and the angel's body began to swell before exploding with a deafening boom. The angel was slain in an instant. This horrifying scene rendered the remaining angels and gods of destruction paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to advance. At this moment, the guards of the Omni King sprang into action, vowing to apprehend this traitor. The deities thought to themselves, the guards possess strength surpassing that of angels. Surely, this will suffice. The guards rushed before the dragon god, throwing a powerful punch aimed at his face. However, the dragon god merely waved his hand as if swatting a fly, and the guard was sent hurtling away, vanishing like a shooting star. The Grand Minister, witnessing the dragon god's prowess, was filled with exhilaration and proclaimed, "Is there anyone else?" A profound silence enveloped the assembly of deities. Beerus remarked, "Curse it, the Omni King still has not made a move." The Grand Minister replied, "Allow me to enlighten you as to why the Omni King remains passive. It is because the dragon goddess' strength is on par with that of the Omni King. The Omni King naturally intends to reserve his strength to confront the dragon god, while I shall contend with the rebellious deities. Now, I pose a question to you all. Is there anyone who disagrees with the dragon god's dominion over the universe?" Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The gods harbored a singular thought. How dreadful. Are we to relive the dark era of the dragon goddess' reign? With heads bowed in despair, a voice shattered the oppressive gloom. I dissent. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forth with unwavering resolve. The assembly recognized the fearless determination in his stance, prompting Sun Wukong and the denizens of Universe 7 to take a step forward, proclaiming, "We too disagree." What? Have the inhabitants of Universe 7 lost their wits? Do they aspire to be the scapegoats? The Supreme Kai and the Destroyer God bore expressions of astonishment, filled with admiration yet lamenting their folly. The Grand Minister regarded Cell as if he were an arch-nemesis, stating, "Cell, why must it always be you? I refrain from seeking trouble with you, yet you insist on provoking me. Are you so eager for demise?" Zhang Xiaoman smiled and replied, "In truth, I have long anticipated your arrival. I have discerned your scheme and have prepared accordingly." The Grand Minister laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. "Ha! Your jest is too comical. Not only am I personally overseeing this plot, rendering it unknown to all, but even if you were aware, how could you possibly vanquish me and the dragon god together?" Zhang Xiaoman shook his head, asserting, "However, Grand Minister, what do you make of this?" In the next moment, with a powerful shout, Zhang Xiaoman unleashed a terrifying aura. He fully released the power he had just absorbed from the Grand Minister's cells, his skin transforming into a blackened texture akin to hellish rock, strong and unyielding. The Grand Minister, witnessing this transformation, sensed a familiar energy emanating from Zhang Xiaoman. What? When did he absorb my cells? Was his intent to battle me merely to siphon my power? After a brief moment of shock, the Grand Minister retorted, "Absorbing my strength requires time. Even if you have succeeded, mastering its application will still demand time, and you remain incapable of defeating me." Zhang Xiaoman replied, "I never claimed that the power I wielded moments ago was my preparation. It merely constitutes an unexpected gain." The Grand Minister took a step back, his astonishment palpable. "Nanny?" In the next instant, Zhang Xiaoman produced a time-space ring, tearing through the void. "Arise, my army of cells." In an instant, a multitude of cells emerged from the spatial rift, each exuding a terrifying aura, their strength rivaling that of an angel. Such an army of cells numbered in the thousands. The oppressive presence of the cell army surged forth. Even the dragon god was taken aback, his deep voice resonating. "Grand Minister, you did not forewarn us of such a scenario." The Grand Minister furrowed his brow, feigning composure as he replied, "It is of no consequence. You focus on the Omni King. The cells before us are merely 1,000 ants. I shall handle them." Although he uttered those words, the Grand Priest still felt uncertain within. He was unaware of the true strength of Cell's doppelgangers. However, the boast had been made, and he had no choice but to proceed with determination. Outside the arena, On the viewing stands of the 7th universe, everyone sensed the formidable security that Cell's army exuded. It dawned on them that they had misjudged Cell, prompting a wave of apologies directed towards Zhang Xiaoman. Piccolo spoke first. I apologize, Cell. I hadn't realized that your battle with the Grand Priest was merely a test. I mistakenly accused you. Truly, I am sorry. Vegeta, feeling a flush of embarrassment, added, Forgive me, Cell, I called you irrational. I sincerely apologize. You are indeed the intellectual cornerstone among us. Krillin chimed in, My apologies, Cell. I thought you were solely seeking fame and neglecting the competition. I had no idea you possessed such foresight. It is truly remarkable. At that moment, Batos also descended from the arena, exclaiming, Well done, Cell. You concealed your intentions so well that even I was oblivious. A splendid performance. Hearing their apologies, Zhang Xiaoman smiled broadly and replied, No worries, the misunderstanding has been cleared. Now let us unite against our foes. Meanwhile, the Kaioshins and destroyers of the 12 universes, along with the remaining angels, observed the reinforcements of Cell's army and began to converse amongst themselves. Oh dear, I truly deserve this. How could I fail to see Cell's noble intentions and instead label him a brute? If anything, I am the foolish one. Cell not only possesses immense strength, but also courage and wisdom, knowing to test the Grand Priest in advance and prepare so thoroughly. His intellect is unparalleled. Moreover, Cell's character is commendable. He endured our cold remarks without revealing any hint of distress, embodying the ideal we should all aspire to. In contrast, the Grand Priest is utterly contemptible. Not only does he mistreat his own, but he also conspires against us, attempting to enlist others to challenge the Omni-King. Though the Omni-King had merely jested about annihilating the Grand Priest, the latter took it to heart and led a rebellion, utterly incomprehensible. Upon overhearing their discussions, the Grand Priest's face flushed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white from the strain. He bellowed, Cell, die, with his fury reaching a boiling point. The Grand Priest's veins bulged as he transformed into a combat-ready form, emanating a radiant spectrum of colors, with a halo encircling his head. Unlike during the martial arts tournament, this time he unleashed his full power without reservation. Observing this, Zhang Xiaoman slowly ascended into the air, surrounded by a multitude of Cell's doppelgangers. Pointing a finger at the Grand Priest, his voice was cold as he commanded, Attack. In an instant, the doppelgangers surged toward the Grand Priest like a swarm of bees. The Omni-King, finding himself with no option for retreat, charged towards Zhang Xiaoman's army. A blinding light heralded the commencement of battle. Meanwhile, the dragon god Salamander slowly approached the Omni-King, who remained expressionless, devoid of joy or sorrow. A soft, childlike voice resonated. Vanish, Salama. A small palm radiated immense light, instantly engulfing the dragon god. The dragon god flickered like a candle in the wind, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, in the next moment, as if time had reversed, he returned to his original form. The dragon god scoffed, Haha, Omni-King, do not forget, your utterances cannot extinguish my existence. Our powers are intertwined. The Omni-King replied, What joy do you find in this? Neither of us can destroy the other. We are destined for a stalemate. The dragon god retorted, Surely you do not believe that the High Priest cannot best that fellow Cell? Aside from lacking the ability of speech-based magic, the High Priest's strength is nearly equal to mine. The Omni-King countered, But Cell now possesses the cells of the High Priest. I believe he can triumph. The dragon god declared, Let us wait and see. Cell's clones surged forth like relentless cockroaches, repeatedly charging at the High Priest. Although the High Priest's strength surpassed that of the clones, their sheer numbers overwhelmed him. After felling a throng of Cell's duplicates, new ones emerged to take their place. The relentless onslaught of the clones left the High Priest utterly exhausted. Furthermore, he had to remain vigilant against the sneak attacks from Cell himself, who always unleashed a devastating Kamehameha wave at the most critical moments, catching him off guard. A glimmer of despair flickered in the High Priest's eyes. With his vast combat experience, he seemed to foresee the outcome of this battle. Continuing in this manner was untenable. I shall be worn down by this fiend. Were it not for this meddler, I would have already subdued the Omni-King alongside the dragon god Salama, securing my place as the ruler of the universe. Yet, this troublesome entity persists in disrupting my plans. I must devise a way to extricate myself and reunite with the dragon god. The only viable strategy is to merge with the dragon god for victory. Once we unite, I shall have no weaknesses. What matters are Cell's legions and the Omni King. They will pose no threat. Resolute in my decision, the High Priest bellowed. Ah! A wave of blue light radiated from around him, repelling the surrounding Cell clones. Without hesitation, the High Priest seized this opportunity and vanished in an instant. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman also noticed this development but felt powerless to intervene. He glanced towards the direction of the Omni King, relieved to see that some of Cell's clones were present there as well. Zhang Xiaoman had anticipated the High Priest's potential ambush and prepared accordingly. However, the High Priest was like a frenzied cheetah. Despite the clones' best efforts to impede him, they could not completely stop his escape, allowing him to reunite with the Dragon God. In the midst of grappling with the Omni King, the Dragon God caught sight of the High Priest's hasty retreat. Observing this, he exclaimed, "Dragon God, the situation has changed. Let us merge. Only then can we hope to defeat them." The Dragon God furrowed his brow. "Did you not claim that Cell's clones are but 1,000 ants? How could it be so desperate, yet still demand to merge with me? However, after the fusion, who would take the lead in this body? As the Dragon God, I certainly do not wish to dwell beneath others for long." The High Priest, witnessing the current state of disarray, being pursued and cornered by the clones of Cell, was no longer the exalted figure he once was. All of this is Cell's fault. The High Priest's gaze turned more menacing, as if he had made a grave resolution. His voice, tinged with hysteria, proclaimed, "You shall lead. I have but one demand. Eradicate Cell, annihilate them all. Leave not a single one alive." The Dragon God erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! Very well. After our fusion, I shall ensure you witness the day Cell is vanquished." Zhang Xiaoman, observing this scene, felt an urge to intervene but found himself powerless, simply left to gaze at the unfolding events. The Omni King and the Dragon God were locked in a struggle, unable to spare a moment to assist. Others, be they angels or destroyers, were utterly incapable of intervening in this battle. Any involvement would likely lead to instantaneous defeat. The High Priest's body radiated a blinding light, engulfed by the Dragon God's form. The two strongest entities of the universe merged into one. The divine dragon Samara emerged. The Dragon God's physique swelled, becoming even more imposing, with a blue halo appearing behind its head. An aura of terror emanated from its entirety, and the Dragon God's voice resonated like that of an ancient titan, coarse and thunderous. "Who dares to oppose me? Above and below, I reign supreme." With that, the Dragon God waved its colossal hand, igniting countless flames amidst the ranks of Cell's army, followed by a cacophony of explosions. The clones of Cell fell like burnt insects, instantly stripped of their combat capabilities. Yet, due to Cell's tenacious life force, there was no immediate threat to their existence. In a heartbeat, such a formidable army was annihilated. Witnessing this spectacle, the 12 gods of destruction and kings of the universe displayed expressions of astonishment, internally lamenting the dire situation. The fusion of the strongest beings between two universes. Who could possibly withstand such power? All the deities were engulfed in profound concern for the future of the universe. Zhang Xiaoman, observing this scene, also felt a sense of dread. However, he still possessed a trump card, the savior known as Goku. Gazing into the distant starry sky, Zhang Xiaoman murmured, "Goku, why do you not return?" Suddenly, the voice of the Omni King resonated in Zhang Xiaoman's ear, stating, "Cell, these are my cells. Consume them. After gaining my strength, flee with everyone. Fully assimilate my power. Then return to exact revenge." Listening to the Omni King's words, which sounded like a farewell, Zhang Xiaoman understood that he had resolved to sacrifice himself, standing alone against the enemy. It appeared the Omni King believed that even with our fusion, we could not overcome the adversary. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman grasped the droplet of blood floating in the air, preparing to swallow it. At that moment, the great Dragon God also caught sight of this and hurriedly intervened. "Cell, you shall perish. Do not even think about consuming the Omni King's cells." A colossal wave of yellow energy surged forth, imbued with the cataclysmic force of annihilation, hurtling towards Zhang Xiaoman. He found himself ensnared by this overwhelming power, with no means of evasion. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a straight line of yellow energy, interwoven with the purest essence of destruction, advanced relentlessly toward him. "Perish, Gero!" the great Dragon God bellowed. At that moment, the diminutive figure of the Omni King shielded Zhang Xiaoman, absorbing much of the impending onslaught. The Omni King's aura diminished significantly, Blood trickled from his lips as he spoke in a weakened tone. Quickly, consume the cells and take everyone with you. Flee at once. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoman swallowed the cells in a single motion. Instantly, a formidable power enveloped his entire being. A glimmer of enlightenment radiated from his brow. The laws of the universe appeared transparent to him, and with a mere thought, he grasped them fully. Is this the power of the Omni King? Omniscient and omnipotent, invincible. A golden light burst forth from Zhang Xiaoman's eyes as he gazed at the great dragon god. Quickly realizing that his opponent was indeed superior. To utterly vanquish him, assistance from Sun Wukong would be imperative. After absorbing the Omni King's cells, Zhang Xiaoman sensed the approach of allies drawing near. The great dragon god, with disdain, retorted, "What does it matter if you absorb his cells? You can sense it too, can't you? You are no match for me. Even with the Omni King's aid, you cannot defeat me, especially since he is already wounded." At that moment, the Omni King felt that something was amiss with Gero, who was gazing skyward with closed eyes in a contemplative manner. "Gero, what are you doing?" the Omni King inquired. Zhang Xiaoman replied calmly, "I sense them returning." The Omni King's expression was one of bewilderment. Just then, Sun Wukong's voice shattered the tension. "Gero, I'm back. I brought the past version of the Omni King." What? The protagonist group suddenly realized Wukong had vanished. When had he left, and where had he gone? Their minds were riddled with questions, but their astonishment peaked when they saw Wukong holding another Omni King. What? Another Omni King? Wukong promptly explained to the group and the deities of the 12 universes, this was all Gero's idea. He instructed me to use the time ring to travel back and summon the Omni King from the past, claiming that the Grand Minister had a conspiracy and required his assistance. The past Omni King readily agreed to accompany me. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a maneuver was beyond comprehension. Wukong had effortlessly invited the Omni King to their aid. This was nothing short of miraculous. Even more astonishing was Gero's premeditated scheme. His intellect was truly formidable. Zhang Xiaoman's lips curled into a smile as he addressed the great dragon god. If one Omni King cannot subdue you, what of two? Cold sweat beaded on the great dragon god's forehead as he began to regret leaving the void. At least there, his life would not be in peril. A singular Omni King possesses the power to dominate, while two can manage the situation. However, the addition of Shalu to two Omni Kings proves overwhelming. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman's Shalu clones, having completed their rest and regained their strength, soared into the air, positioning themselves behind him. Witnessing this, the assembled beings from the 12 universes raised their chins with a mix of arrogance and anticipation, gazing at the great dragon god. Realizing the dire predicament he faced, the great dragon god resolved to perish alongside all the universes. With that, he concentrated a terrifying force within his palm, preparing to unleash a wave of destruction upon all existence. Naturally, the two Omni Kings would not permit this. Each grasped one of the dragon god's arms, rendering him immobile. The Omni King signaled to Zhang Xiaoman, who understood the unspoken command. It was time for him to deliver the final blow. With both hands raised high above his head, Zhang Xiaoman proclaimed, "Everyone, lend me your energy. I shall unleash the spirit bomb." Upon hearing this, all present, gods, angels, and Shalu clones alike, raised their hands in unison. In a fleeting moment, a magnificent blue energy sphere manifested in Zhang Xiaoman's palm, expanding until it reached the size of a planet. With a mighty shout, he propelled the spirit bomb towards the great dragon god, bound by the two Omni Kings. The great dragon god was seized by an overwhelming dread upon witnessing the impending spirit bomb. Indeed, those with great wealth often harbor a profound fear of death. In his final moments, the great dragon god began to plead for mercy. "I apologize, Omni Kings. I regret listening to the Grand Priest and opposing you. I beg you, spare my life. I shall never defy you again." Unfazed, Zhang Xiaoman retorted, "Perish. Grand Priest, Dragon God. This universe has no need for deities such as you." With that, he thrust the spirit bomb into the dragon god's body, instantly engulfing him. As the spirit bomb autonomously pursued the essence of evil, the two Omni Kings remained unharmed. Once the dragon god's presence faded, a collective sigh of relief swept over the crowd. The Kaioshin's and destroyer gods of the 12 universes reveled in the thrill of having exchanged their lives for mere entertainment, nearly sacrificing themselves for a mere contest. Who could argue otherwise? Thankfully, Shalu was there. Am I dreaming? Shalu has actually vanquished the Grand Priest. This scene is surreal. Shalu is truly a divine being among men, possessing not only extraordinary strength, but also the foresight to anticipate the Grand Priest's machinations. It seems there is no one left in the world who can rival him. As the dust settled, the Omni King, in a childlike voice, announced, "Shalu, I appoint you as the new Omni King, to govern all laws of the universe." Upon hearing this proclamation, the gods and angels from the 12 universes were struck with disbelief. What? Becoming the supreme god is so simple. What then of our years of effort and the trials we have endured? Unlike mortals, gods occupy a lofty status, revered and endowed with eternal life. Zhang Xiaoman interjected, "Well, I shall take the role for a couple of days, just for fun." This statement incited the 12 universe gods to the point of bloodshed from sheer fury. Zhang Xiaoman beheld the enchanting Bados below, and with a fleeting thought, he found himself before her. He boldly proposed, "Fair maiden, would you care to join me for a date, or perhaps a journey?" Bados retorted with a hint of indignation, "Who would wish to date you?" Disheartened, Zhang Xiaoman turned to leave, yet Bados, her cheeks aflame, hesitantly added, "However, I might consider accompanying you on a trip." Overjoyed, Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed, "Huzzah!" Thus, the most exquisite angel in the cosmos was won over. On Earth, Capsule Corporation. The formidable Bulma successfully dismantled the bomb within Android 18. The first figure she saw was the ever-watchful Cell, to whom she blushed and shyly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Cell." On planet Kuta, Zhang Xiaoman instantaneously transported himself to a campsite. He approached a stunning girl with an ethereal beauty reminiscent of pristine ice and declared, "Come, allow me to provide for you." Years later, on Earth, amidst the vast and boundless ocean, at Kame House, Zhang Xiaoman invested a fortune to acquire the legendary Hermit's abode. Reclining on a beach chair, with his head resting upon his arm, he basked in the sun's warm embrace. Beside him lay a bevy of stunning women with perfect figures and long legs, including Bados, Android 18, Ice, and Launchy. With half-closed eyes, he languidly called out, "Someone, go fetch me a cup of cola." The end.